the goddess that 30 billion men in the city dream of marrying, was taken advantage of by me when I was drunk. I woke up wanting to take responsibility, but she mistook me for a duck and even paid the bill. When I arrived at the new company with a tip in my pocket to start work, I felt like I was dying, because the cold and glamorous female president sitting in front of me at this moment was the black silk girl who fought side by side with me last night. In the morning, lying on the big bed of IKUN Hotel, I struggled to open my eyes. In the spacious suite, there was only me left, and the beautiful woman I met at the bar last night had already left. I vaguely remembered the two of us looking at each other and sparks flying at the end of the drink, and then things got out of hand. Alcohol is harmful, I muttered, then got out of bed and stretched my arms. The bones all over my body immediately made a cracking sound. Oh my god, how many times did we charge into battle last night? Just then, some red things on the bedside table caught my attention. I walked closer to take a look. Damn, what does he take me for? The woman sneaked away afterwards without saying a word, and even gave me 10,000 yuan? Does she think I'm a fool? I quickly put the 10,000 yuan in my pocket, and then prepared to tidy up the messy bed before leaving. However, the moment I lifted the blanket, I widened my eyes. Oh my god, what is this? Only to see a large patch of bright red blood on the white sheets. At this moment, my thoughts were interrupted by the vibration of my phone. Looking at the caller ID, I suddenly remembered that I had an interview today. Shan Yi, what time is it? Why haven't you come yet? There is a strong sense of gunpowder in Zhang Jiao's tone. I'm sorry, brother Yao. I was delayed by something urgent. I will rush over now. I apologize hastily. 15 minutes later, I arrived at the conference office of Shanghai Real Estate Building for an interview. Just after I finished introducing myself, a cold yet pleasant voice sounded. Tell me why you left your previous job. I looked up at the sound and found that the one speaking was a female leader sitting at the head of the conference table. The next second, I stared blankly in place because this female leader was none other than the woman who fought alongside me last night. The woman, although she changed her glamorous and charming image from last night, put on exquisite and capable professional attire. However, that exquisite and beautiful face and a pair of eyes that are so beautiful as to enchant all living beings, are definitely unmistakable. I am. Because my thoughts have been disrupted, and speaking has become stuttered. You don't have to be nervous, just answer normally. Jiangwan smoothed a strand of hair by her ear and her tone softened a bit. Looking at the woman's calm expression while speaking, I felt that she probably didn't recognize me. I calmed down and adjusted my state, then began to chat. Jiangwan gave me a cold look. In her opinion, this interviewee's work experience and performance on the spot were acceptable, barely passing. Jiangwan turned her head and nodded slightly to several senior executives. The overall level of the people who came for the interview this time is pretty good. You guys make the decision. Jiangwan stood up and walked out of the office as she spoke. When she passed by me, I caught a familiar scent, which was refreshing and extremely charming. Soon, there were only me and Zhang Jiao left in the office. How was it, Yao Ge? I asked quietly. Zhang Jiao smiled and said, well done. You didn't embarrass me. You can come to work tomorrow. I smiled brightly. I am the one you brought out before. I definitely won't embarrass you. Zhang Jiao patted my shoulder with relief. You can enter Shanghai. Your future is limitless. Work hard. The two of them arrived at the elevator entrance. Shan Yi, you go back and prepare well. I still have work to do so I won't send you down. Yao Ge, I have a question for you. I hurriedly stopped Zhang Jiao who was about to leave. What's the matter? Zhang Jiao looked puzzled. I looked around cautiously and then continued. Yao, who was the female leader who asked me the last question just now? That was our general manager Jianwan from Shanghai, the only daughter of Chairman Zhang. Don't be fooled by her stunning appearance. She is a female demon in the industry, and everyone in the company is afraid of her. Hearing this, I frowned, thinking of the scene from last night, her sweaty and charming appearance. I really can't imagine her being a powerful figure. Hey, what are you thinking? Zhang Jiao asked in confusion as he saw me staring blankly. Nothing. Yao Ge, I'll go back first. I've taken up your time. After taking the elevator to the first floor, I felt the heavy 10,000 yuan in my pocket. After some thought, I felt that I should return the money. If I take this money, what have I become? I am not a duck. I quickly walked to the front desk and politely asked the receptionist, I want to see your general manager Jiang. Please help me convey this. Chapter 1, Pay me afterward? What does this woman take me for? Magic City. The peninsula on the Bund. On the large white and soft bed, Shani laboriously opened his sore and tired eyes. Seeing that the woman from last night had left, he was the only one left in the large suite. A wave of remorse surged through him. Shani couldn't help but whack his head. Impulsive. How can you do this when alcohol makes you horny? After stretching his arms, the bones creaked. It was as if his body had been run over by a vehicle. Pain and weakness. Crazy, crazy, crazy. How many times was that a charge last night? After muttering a few words of chagrin, Chenny stumbled out of bed. However, just picked up the clothes on the floor and put them on with the intention of leaving the hotel. With an inadvertent glance, Chenny suddenly realized that there was a pile of red things placed on the bedside table. Come closer. Surprisingly, it was a thick stack of $100 bills. Hold it in your hand and weigh it. As an accountant, he can be sure. The pile of bills was no more, no less, exactly $10,000. Crap, what's this about yourself? This woman, not to mention sneaking off afterward. He actually dumped $10,000 on himself, out of the blue enough. Does she think she's a duck? Don't, that's not an insult. But, take a moment to think, the money still had to be taken, and it was even more inappropriate to leave it in the hotel. It would be bad if it was misunderstood as some kind of money trading relationship, so he nimbly slipped the $10,000 into his pocket. On his way out, he didn't forget to briefly make the messy bed. Hiss! What is it? The moment I lifted the covers, patches of bright red blood appeared on the clean white sheets. Shocked, Chenny instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. The mind couldn't help but float up. It's hard not to. Did you hurt someone last night by being too rough? An encounter in a bar last night. I don't know whether it was because the woman was too beautiful and attractive, or whether I had been single for too long and was unable to control myself, or maybe they mistakenly drank something that had been tampered with. Anyway, drink until you're slightly drunk. The two men looked at each other with sparks flying. After that it was all over the place. Do. At this point, the cell phone suddenly began to vibrate, interrupting Chun Yi's thoughts. He scrambled for his cell phone from his pants pocket. The moment he saw that the caller ID was Zhang Jiao, it was only then that Chen Yi snapped to mind that he had an appointment to go for an interview today. Hey, Yao. Chen Yi greeted with trepidation. Chen Yi, look at what time it is already? Why haven't you come over yet? Zhang Jiao's tone was full of gunpowder. I'm sorry, Yao. I've been delayed by something urgent, and I'll be right there now. Chen Yi was busy apologizing. Zhang Jiao was Chen Yi's former boss, and he jumped to Shanghai real estate last year. After more than 10 years of accounting and strong business skills, he was soon promoted to Deputy Director of Finance. The real estate industry has been in a slump for the past few years. Many small real estate companies are having difficulties in running their business and cannot even afford to pay their employees. Not long ago, Chen Yi finally made up his mind and resigned from the company that was about to close down. Thinking that his old boss Zhang Jiao is doing well in Shanghai real estate, he can still have an acquaintance to take care of him when he goes there. So it was decisive to sign up for an interview with Shanghai real estate. After walking out of the room, Chen Yi took a step and began to run in a hurry. Exiting the hotel, he quickly waved for a cab. Master, Shanghai real estate. Hurry up, get in the car. He glanced at the time on his cell phone. It's 9:20 a.m. Fortunately, this place is not far from the Shanghai real estate building, so it should not be too late to rush over. Think about it. Chen Yi took a long breath and began to organize his attire in the car's rearview mirror. This look in the mirror doesn't matter. Actually, I found a patch of blood on my neck. He couldn't resist rubbing his fingers together, but he couldn't get it off. Apparently a blood chunk has formed that won't go away anytime soon. Oh, this woman is raw enough. In the depths of his love, he actually sipped a strawberry on his neck. This strawberry made him think again of the woman from last night. Red lips, white skin, S-curves, long black silk legs, absolutely beautiful features, soft and delicate voice like the actress Yang Mi. Such a stunning beauty. No wonder I can't hold it. Gulp. After swallowing his throat, Chen Yi hurriedly fastened the top button of his shirt in order to hide that strawberry mark. 15 minutes later, the cab stopped steadily at the entrance of the Shanghai real estate building. After settling the charges, Chen Yi quickly jumped out of the car. Then he strides into the first-floor lobby. After registering at the front desk, he took the elevator and went straight to the finance department on the 8th floor. Bam! The elevator doors opened. Chen Yi took a deep breath, and then walked straight to the finance department office. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. After receiving permission, Chen Yi pushed his way in. In the luxurious and atmospheric office, there was a row of company leaders sitting at the conference table. The Deputy Director of Finance, Mr. Chung Chi-yu, is among them. After Chen Yi stood still, he first bowed, expressing his apologies. Sorry I'm late. The leaders didn't say anything. All of them lowered their heads and looked over Chen Yi's resume. A few seconds later, the Director of Finance spoke up. Please begin the 3-minute introductions. Chen Yi smiled and nodded at the other party, then began his self-introduction. After the introductions were made, The interview leader asked Chen Yi a few more professional questions one after another. Chen Yi answered all of them. This interview, although Chen Yi was half an hour late, however, his professional knowledge and skills are excellent, and his ability to react on the spot and psychological quality are not weak. So, even though he had come to the biggest real estate company in Magic City, his mind was relatively smooth. Just when he thought the interview was over, the odds are good that you will be able to pass the time with flying colors. A cold and detached, yet very pleasant and good-sounding voice rang out. Tell me why you left your last job? Chen Yi looked up at the sound. It was discovered that the speaker was a female leader sitting in the main seat of the conference table. However, the next second, after getting a good look at the female leader, Chen Yi was not calm all of a sudden. His eyes were wide, frozen in place. For a moment, he felt his blood rush up and his heart stop. Because this female leader is no one else. It was the woman with whom she had made a drunken mistake last night. This woman, although she had changed from last night's beautiful and provocative image, had changed into a refined and capable professional outfit, but that delicate and absolutely beautiful face, and a pair of eyes so beautiful that they charmed the world. It is a sure thing that you can't go wrong. Well, because Chen Yi's thoughts had been disrupted, and his speech became stuttering. He stood in place in a fidgety manner, looking a little flustered. See this, the leaders of the interviews, however, had a look of surprise on their faces. After all, it's well known. Zhang Evening, the general manager of Shanghai Real Estate, is a thunderous strong woman. She is not very old, but she is quite a visionary in managing the company and is able to navigate the situation with ease. The body carries its own powerful aura that is not angry. A small staff member who came for an interview was shocked by Mr. Zhang's aura. That couldn't be further from the truth. A few seconds later, Zhang even smoothed a strand of hair by her ear and spoke in a lighter tone. You don't have to be nervous, just answer normally. Look at the woman's bland expression as she speaks. Chen Yi felt that she should not have recognized him. Chapter 2, Last Night's Man. Was it you? Think about it for a moment. He cleared his throat. With that, he opened his mouth to answer. I don't think that I was a good fit for my previous company. I didn't think there was much room for growth at my former company, and I wanted to find a job that was very challenging, as well as with a lot of room for upward mobility, to fulfill my values. Having said that, he looked across the table at the woman, his eyes sincere and determined. Zhang even glanced at Chen Yi with a cold expression. In her opinion, this interviewer's education, experience in the field, and presence were not bad, so she barely passed. After a pause, Zhang Lian nodded slightly to a few of the executives. The people who have come for interviews this time are generally pretty good, so you decide. After finishing lightly, Zhang Evening stood up and walked towards the office door. Ta-da-da-da-da. The sound of crisp high heels resounded through the quiet office. All the company executives stood up and watched Zhang Even leave. When Zhang Evening passed by Chen Yi caught a familiar aroma. The aroma is refreshing and very seductive. Soon, the other leaders in the office also walked out one after another, leaving only Chen Yi and Zhang Jiao. How's it going, Brother Yao? Chen Yi inquired in a low voice. Zhang Jiao smiled with an open brow and took Chen Yi's shoulder. The two walked out of the office. Not bad, not bad. You kid didn't embarrass me. You can come to work tomorrow for a 3-month internship. Chen Yi smiled at his words and shook Zhang Jiao's hand. You brought me out, Yao. Whether I get through or not, I can't embarrass you. Zhang Jiao patted Chen Yi's shoulder with a pleased expression. You kid can enter Shanghai. Your future is unlimited. Do a good job. With that, the two walked towards the elevator entrance. Zhang Jiao stopped and said, Go back and get ready. I have work to do, so I won't send you down. After saying that, Zhang Jiao was about to turn around and return to the work area. Hey, Brother Yao, let me ask you something. Chen Yi pulled Zhang Jiao's arm and whispered. What is it? That, if you have a fart, don't swallow it. Chen Yi looked around and cautiously said, Brother Yao, the female leader who finally asked me a question just now. Who is she? Oh, that's our general manager of Shanghai. Zhang Evening, Chairman Zhang's only daughter. Zhang Evening. Chen Yi couldn't help but murmur. Zhang Jiao approached Chen Yi with a mysterious face. What's wrong? Afraid of her? It's normal. She's a powerful person. The industry which, the whole company is afraid of her. Chen Yi frowned at his words. No way? Thinking about last night's scene, her fragrant and sweaty and moving appearance, the soft and sticky voice as delicate as Yangmi. I can't imagine her as a great person. Hey, what's on your mind? Looking at Chen Yi's dazed and distracted appearance, Zhang Jiao was puzzled. No, nothing. Brother Yao. Then I'll go back first. I've delayed you. After saying that, Chen Yi smiled and waved his hand. Then, he pressed open the elevator door and stepped inside. After separating from Zhang Jiao, Chen Yi took the elevator to the first floor. He had no intention of going back now, touching the heavy $10,000 in his pocket. Thinking about it, he felt that he should hurry to return this money. If he takes the money, what does that make him? It's not like he's a duck. This is not an honorable matter after all. And now it involves the general manager of Shanghai Group. Mustn't tell the bystanders. It's better to solve it quietly by yourself. A few moments later, Chen Yi quickly walked towards the front desk. Hello, what can I do for you? The receptionist politely inquired. I would like to see your general manager Jiang. Please convey this for me. 12th floor, Shanghai building. Inside the luxurious and spacious general manager's office, Jiang Evening was lying on the massage chair and massaging, and her assistant Xiao Zhou was organizing the documents at the desk. Ouch! Ouch! Phew! Jiang even frowned slightly and yelped out in pain. How are you, Mr. Jiang? Not feeling well? Assistant Xiao Zhou asked in a panic. Jiang even waved her hand and said softly, it's fine. However, although my mouth said it was fine, my body was really swollen and sore. The sharp pain at the base of her thighs in particular made it incredibly difficult for her to walk. Thought a massage in the massage chair would be better, but I didn't want the pain in my body to be stronger. Xiao Zhou, the assistant at the side, looked at Jiang Evening with great heartache. You are just too tired to do everything yourself. Something like interviewing a newcomer can obviously be left to the head of each department, but you prefer to be there in person. Jiang even smiled at his words and shook his head. Alright, go about your business. Don't worry about me. Jingle bells. At that moment, the office phone rang. Jiang Evening glanced at Xiao Zhou and signaled her to pick up the phone. Mr. Jiang, a man named Chen Yi wants to see you. Chen Yi? Isn't that the one who interviewed just now? Yes, Mr. Jiang. Jiang even pressed the pause button and then sat up. What's a newcomer to an interview doing here to see himself? And it was directly across the department head, crossing the line to see himself. Is it hard to believe that he has something against the company? Let him up. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Evening said, instructed. Zhou notified the front desk over the phone. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter, enter the door. The luxurious and exquisite decoration style in the office caught Chen Yi's eye. He walked to the desk with a steady gait. What do you want with me? Jiang Evening, who was sitting in front of the desk, said with her red lips lightly, looking at Jiang Evening, who had exquisite makeup, cool eyes, and an imperial sister's demeanor. Chen Yi pursed his lips and said, well, because of a personal matter. Having said that, Chen Yi glanced at Xiao Zhou who was organizing the documents on the side. Jiang Evening leaned her body forward and crossed her arms casually. A private matter? What personal matters? Zhou is not an outsider. Just say it straight. It wasn't unheard of for new employees to come to her and show off their talents in order to impress her. Jiang Evening had long been accustomed to this. She felt that this Chen Yi had roughly come here to express himself as well. Chen Yi's expression was a bit embarrassed. He stood and scratched his head, thinking to myself, no way? Do you really want to talk about such private matters between men and women in front of outsiders? Is that really appropriate? Ahem. I'll say it then. Mr. Jiang. That is, last night we both. You don't have to pay me. Mr. Jiang. I'm not in that business. I don't charge. After finishing apprehensively, Chen Yi hurriedly pulled out the $10,000 from his pocket. Then he took a few steps forward and carefully placed the money on the desk. At this time, Jiang Evening, when he heard Chen Yi say the word last night, his heart was already in his throat. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Yi in front of her with disbelief. Inside, though, there have been waves, but reason told her not to panic, to be steady. As a female president, at any time, the aura cannot be lost. Xiao Zhou, you go out first. Jiang even said calmly. Xiao Zhou sniffed and instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. She bit her lip and glanced at Jiang Evening with a face full of surprise, then glanced at Chen Yi. Next, with shock and confusion, she walked quickly out of the office. With the door to the room closed. At this moment, only Chen Yi and Jiang Even were left in the office. The atmosphere in the room instantly became unusually awkward. Chapter 3, you don't have to take this little thing to heart. After a few moments of contemplation, Jiang Evening slowly got up, walked around the desk, and walked over to Chen Yi. After looking Chen Yi up and down, she frowned and asked, the man from last night, that was you? Chen Yi raised his eyes to meet Jiang Evening's line of sight. That's right, it's me. I didn't touch the $10,000 you left behind, so I'll give it back to you now so you can count it. Hear that? Jiang even subconsciously glanced at the pile of money that had been placed on the table by Chen Yi. Then he said coldly, well, good. Although he was skeptical of Chen Yi's words, he was based on his sporadic memories from his drunkenness. Jiang Evening felt that Chun Yi's looks and body shape were indeed very similar to the man from last night. Besides, he left $10,000 on his own way out. It's something no one else will know about except the man from last night. Thinking about this, Jiang Evening instantly felt very embarrassed and anxious. I can't wait to kick the man in front of me immediately. Mind you, she was thoroughly drunk all night. Blurred consciousness and loss of reason. Let the other man possess and attack ruthlessly. But the man was not really drunk at all. Only 3 times drunk at most. But anyone with a bit of common sense knows that. There's no way a man could do something like that in a completely drunken state. Pressure can't stand up. Not to mention several times in a row. Jiang, Mr. Jiang, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Jiang Evening didn't say anything, Chen Yi took the initiative to ask. Jiang Evening came back to her senses and raised her hand to pull back her hair. Then with a serious face, he said, "Alright, I know. Chen Yi, do you still have something to do? Go back if you're fine." Chen Yi pulled his mouth into a smile when he heard this, rubbing his hands together somewhat hastily. The thought crossed my mind. This woman is not simple. Surprisingly calm when things go wrong. Not a ripple in his eyes. It's fine. I'll go back then. Mr. Jiang. After saying that, Chen Yi took a few steps back and was about to turn around and leave. Yet the next second, he stopped abruptly as if he suddenly thought of something. Seeing that Chen Yi didn't leave, Jiang Evening lazily leaned on the desk. Her 2 long black silk legs naturally crossed together. She raised her beautiful eyes to Chen Yi. "What's up? Something else? But you can say it." Hearing this, Chen Yi instantly let out a sigh of relief. Then he asked in a small voice, "Mr. Jiang, you won't let me enter the job because of this, right?" Granted, it's not uncommon for people to be denied access to Shangshi because of such private matters, and this situation is really normal. After all, he was the general manager of Shangshi. People have the right to decide whether they stay or go, and he himself is just a small staff. But Chen Yi still wants to ask clearly in person. Hire or not, give himself a pain. Better than going home and anxiously waiting for news. Looking at Chun Yi's apprehensive expression, Jiang even could not help but curl the corners of her mouth and smile. Lips red, teeth white, winks. This smile was extraordinarily charming. Looking at Chen Yi in a daze, after smiling, she quickly resumed her unique condescension and detachment as a female president. "You don't have to think much, Chen Yi. I'm not going to hold this against you. You don't have to take that little thing to heart," Jiang even said calmly and self-assuredly. Hearing Jiang Even's reply, Chen Yi was actually taken aback. "Crap, what do you mean? This little thing? Last night you had that kind of relationship with me in heaven. By now my body is severely deficient, as if it has been drained by you. A demon. These are in your eyes. A trivial matter that is not worth mentioning?" After letting out a deep breath and forcibly suppressing his inner surprise, Chen Yi nodded. "Aha, just still let me in normally. I'll leave you alone then, Mr. Jiang," said, out of a man's instincts. Chen Yi couldn't help but glance at Jiang Evening's 2 clusters of white to glowing snow clusters, and those long, straight, seductive legs. It was these beautiful legs that were wrapped tightly around his waist last night. After swallowing, Chen Yi was very sensible and turned around, leaving the office with quick steps. Clang! The door to the room closed. Jiang Evening looked fixedly at the direction Chen Yi had left and froze for several minutes. Soon, a blush crept over the stunning face, then it burned more and more. Next, as her heart raced, she felt tingly, as if a current of electricity flowed through her body. "Oh my god, crazy crazy crazy, what have you done, Jiang Even? I can't believe you let loose after drinking and went to a room with a strange man, and gave up his precious first time. What's even scarier is that this man is also a new employee of his own company. Shame on her." The more I thought about it, the more shameful my behavior became. She couldn't help but chop up her feet in place and clasp her hands over her red, burning cheeks. Just then, a burst of WeChat alerts came on as intensely as rain. Tinker. Ding 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 ding. Jiang Evening covered her violently heaving chest, trying her best to suppress the anxious grip inside. Then she walked toward her desk, picked up the cell phone on the table. It was thought to be a company leadership group where someone was reporting on their work. And yet, I don't want to. That flurry of messages just now actually came from the home crowd that no one had spoken to in a long time. Group chat, happy family. Gardenia Blossom, mom baby girl. Today is the winter solstice. Come home early after work. Kissing. Old boy, Grandma Xiaoyan. Come home early to eat dumplings. Grandma made them herself. Flowers fluttering. Mirage, uncle go home early. Late. There's a surprise. Snickering Snickers. Petty fan, anti-evening. Dress up pretty. Nymphomaniac. Jiang Damia, cousin ee. Looking forward to tonight. Longing. Master Kong, dad linked today's Coalstock quote. Read the conversation in the group. Zhang Lian narrowed his eyes and felt bad. What a departure from the norm. Since when is a winter solstice such a big deal? The usually cold and quiet group was suddenly uncharacteristically active. The aunt even instructed herself to dress up nicely. It's a family dinner. There's no outsiders. Why do you have to dress yourself up? When things go wrong, they go wrong. It's hard not to. Another blind date in the name of a family dinner? It wouldn't be another attempt to set himself up with director Feng's son, Feng Yusong, would it? Thinking of that obese and greasy Feng Yusong, Jiang Evening felt sick in her stomach. Think about it. Jiang even felt that she couldn't just sit around and wait for death like this. One must be proactive and scout the military ahead of time. Dodo. Jiang Evening quickly dialed her cousin, Yan Yan Zhang's phone. Soon, the call was answered. Hey sis, why did you remember to call me? Amazing. Tell me, are you going to set me up on another blind date tonight? Yeah, sis, how did you know? Hear that? Jiang Even's heart suddenly gas a burst of anger. She didn't have the heart to say, who is it? It can't be that ugly bastard Feng Yusong, right? Across the room, Amazing Jiang shook his head. I don't know exactly who it was. Grandma and the others kept their mouths shut and didn't tell me at all. Jiang even sniffed and beamed, her beautiful eyes narrowing once again. Not with you yet. Amazing. You hurry over here and find me. Something's happened to me out of the blue. The words fell. Jiang Evening directly hung up the phone. Chapter 4. How was it? How was your experience last night? Think about it for a moment. Jiang Evening dialed his grandmother's number. Do. Soon, the kind and festive voice of my grandmother was in my ears. Oh little knight, Grandma's precious granddaughter. Aren't you at the office? Why did you remember to call Grandma? You haven't been home in days. Grandma misses you. Grandma's tone was extraordinarily kind and affectionate. However, at this time, Jiang even had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with her grandmother. Her eyes rolled back in her head. Grandma, I have something on my mind. I didn't know who to tell, so I had to turn to my dearest and favorite grandmother. Jiang Evening had just finished speaking. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone all of a sudden. Grandma's personality is like her WeChat name. Old boy. Cute and straightforward. Ha 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 ha. My sweet granddaughter. Grandma is so happy that you think of her when things go wrong. Tell Grandma about it. There are no secrets between Little Knight and Grandma. Hearing Grandma's words, Jiang Evening curled her lips in a smile. Grandma, I want to ask you, what do you think of Feng Yusong? It's that Chief Feng's son that you've met. He's after me now. Hearing his granddaughter's words, the straight-talking grandmother gave an instantly domineering wave of her hand. Ouch! My precious granddaughter, you're asking the right question. Just in time. Tonight your Uncle Feng and Feng Yusong. However, before the sentence was finished, Grandma suddenly felt something was wrong. Baby granddaughter is not probing herself, is she? If she finds out that the family has set her up on a blind date tonight, she's always been known as an unmarried person, so she's not going to just stop coming home, is she? Think about that. Grandma hurriedly changed her mind. No, nothing. Grandma is saying that it would be a good time for us grandchildren to talk about the Feng family while eating dumplings tonight. However smart as Jiang Evening, at the moment, she had the answer she wanted. Only her red lips rose in a smug smile. Okay, Grandma, I'm busy. Let's talk at home tonight then. Touchy-feely. Hey, Grandma hasn't finished yet. You child. After hanging up, Jiang Evening arched her eyebrows and revealed a smug smile. Noon. Monashees. Jiang Evening ate her Western food while slowly and methodically telling her cousin, Jiang Yan, about her experiences from last night to today. Jiang Yan's eyes instantly glistened after hearing this, so excited that he jumped right out of his seat. What? Oh my god. OMG. I'm so excited. Aha. Amazing, Jiang screamed. All of a sudden, it attracted the attention of the guests in the entire restaurant. Seeing this, Jiang even hurriedly reached out her hand and pulled Jiang Yan back to the chair. Amazing. What are you doing this? Keep your voice down. People are looking at you. Isn't it embarrassing? Only after receiving Jiang Knight's warning did Jiang Yan tighten up a bit, only to see her narrow her eyes and approach Jiang even with a bad smile on her face. Sis, I'm happy for you. You've been maternally single for 27 whole years and finally broke it last night. Oh no. Finally opened the door to a new world last night. Well, was it comfortable? How was the experience? You should still be in pain now if you went too hard the first time, right? Looking at this gossipy face of Jiang Yan, his little mouth blared. Jiang Evening couldn't help but give her a blank look. Not in a good mood. You, I asked you to come and help me out, and here you are, asking about all this nonsense. Quickly help me analyze how to escape tonight's blind date? And what's the excuse to fire that Chenny? Jiang Yan instantly frowned at his words. A small, round face became an embarrassment. What? It's not going to happen, is it, sis? You're firing the guy you had a one-night stand with? Is that so unemotional? People at least gave you your first experience with men and women. How can you lift your pants and not recognize them? Hearing Jiang Yanyan say that, Jiang Evening bit up her lip in anger and raised her arm in a gesture to hit someone. Go go go. Don't talk nonsense. If I don't fire him, I'll inevitably run into him every day at work. How embarrassing. Having said that, a hint of panic flashed in the bottom of Jiang Evening's eyes, and her cheeks once again climbed red. Looking at my cousin's stunning skin after this getting moisturized, the excellent condition after releasing it to the fullest, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yanyan's mouth. Although she was 2 years younger than Jiang Evening, but she's a proper female sea king, and is now a married young woman, well versed in the affairs of men and women. She could tell that her cousin was getting the ultimate in enjoyment out of this last night. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in this moisturized and full state right now. After a pause, Jiang Yanyan cautiously looked around, then came up to Jiang Evening's ear. With a mysterious face, he whispered, "Sis, I do have a good idea. It can help you with both worries at the same time." Jiang Even was shocked at his words, immediately asked, "What's the idea? Tell us." Jiang Yanyan snapped her fingers and said with a serious face, "Sister, tonight's blind date, even if you find an excuse to escape, it will only escape for a moment, and it will cause the great uncle's fury. After all, Director Feng's social status is not to be underestimated, and if you cooled off his appointment, your eldest uncle's face would have no face. I heard from my dad that Uncle Big ordered the house to be decorated today. It's evident that he values the Feng family's father and son, and he very much wants to facilitate the marriage between you and Feng Yusong." After listening to Jiang Yanyan's words, Jiang Evening thought it made sense. She furrowed her brow, a hint of sadness flooding the bottom of her eyes. "Yeah, what about that? I don't want to marry that greasy guy. Not even to death. Tell us your idea." Hearing her cousin say this, Jiang Yanyan also stopped beating around the bush. She said cheerfully, "My suggestion is to simply find someone to pretend to be your boyfriend. In this way, you have attended the family banquet and completely cut off the Feng family." Jiang Yanyan's words, it caused Jiang Even to instantly widen her eyes, her beautiful eyes glowing. Couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a good idea. It's about to go on a blind date tonight. Is there still time to get a fake boyfriend? Besides, my dad's a man who's been in the mall for a long time, and he's extremely deep, so he can't be fooled." However, Jiang Yanyan's face was beaming. She raised an eyebrow in triumph. "There's a ready-made one." 1:30 p.m. Magic City Global Harbor Shopping Center. Chenny ate a bowl of beef noodles at a noodle shop before strolling around alone. Since he was fortunate enough to interview with the most awesome real estate company in Magic City, he definitely couldn't dress casually like he did before in the small company. Had to acquire 2 decent outfits. Ding 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 ding. Was thinking. Message from WeChat. When I opened it, it was my own family talking in the crowd. Group chat. Love each other as a family. Tangly fried snow. Mom-son interview success. Mom is too happy, hahaha. A drink of tea. Dad, my son is excellent. My father is very lucky. Tangli Pan Shui, Mom used to compare you to Auntie Zhang's son, Sun Yu Chung, thinking you were inferior to him in everything. Tangli fried snow, Mom, now it seems my son is not bad, well. Excellent it. You're no worse than him now. Except that you don't have a date yet. Dad, hey, my son was successful in his interview today, so it's not too late to bring up the matter of finding a date tomorrow. Snickering, Tangli fried snow, old mom, oh. Okay, Piggy frustrated face. Totally pan fried snow, Mom, so son. When will you be home? We'll make a good meal to celebrate. Shinny calmly watched the conversation between his dad and Mom in the group chat, for Mom always comparing him to Auntie Zhang's son, Sun Yu Chung, as well as 100 daily reminders of his marriage. He had long since become accustomed to it. He quickly tapped the screen and replied to his mom. Mom, I'll be back later. I'm starting tomorrow and I came to the mall to buy 2 outfits. Finish sending the message. Shinny immediately turned off the lock screen and kicked the phone back into his pocket. Next, he then took a step into a branded men's clothing store. Chapter 5, Don't be afraid, handsome, Auntie doesn't mean any harm. This is the shopping center of wealth in the Magic City, a gathering place for all kinds of big luxury brands. Shinny picked a relatively affordable brand, Jekyll Jones. He thought about the tens of thousands of dollars he still had in his bank card, so it wasn't like he couldn't afford 2 outfits, right? Hello, sir, see which one you like. Sir, you can try it on. Saw a handsome man come into the store. The shopper ladies in their white shirts and hip skirts were an instant hit. All gathered around. Shenny gave a symbolic nod, counting it as a greeting. Next, then he began to pick out his clothes. Soon, a navy blue commuter blazer caught his eye. He walked over to take a closer look at the blazer. Simple and atmospheric style, exquisite and fashionable cut, high quality and comfortable fabric. Not bad, not bad. Chenny couldn't help but sigh. However, the next second, after flipping the price on the sign, Chenny abruptly widened his eyes, his expression somewhat unbelievable. 42,000? So expensive. Hearing guests say that, the shopping guide ladies all waved their hands with smiles on their faces. Sir, this suit is on sale right now. 70% off, just over 29,000 after discount. This suit goes well with your honorable temperament. It will make you look more sunny and handsome. Yes, it's a perfect match. Only a looker in figure like yours could match the suit. You try it. Couldn't withstand a barrage of rainbow farts from the ladies. Chenny smiled helplessly, then walked into the fitting room. 2 minutes later, the moment Chenny walked out of the fitting room, all the shopping guide girls in the store all covered their reddened cheeks in unison. With stars in her eyes, she stared at Chenny with a face of infatuation. Wow, that was awesome. Long and suave. Sir, you are the most handsome guest I have ever seen. Sir, am I right? Look in the mirror and see for yourself. Chenny frowned slightly. With a hint of skepticism, turn around and look in the mirror. This photo doesn't matter. He was genuinely surprised at the image of himself. I can't imagine that myself, who has always dressed simply and casually, changed into a suit at first glance. It was actually so handsome and compelling. A man depends on his suit and a horse depends on his saddle. The old saying is true. Aha, it's really nice and fits quite well. After turning around in the mirror, Chenny nodded and said, that's the price. The commission made him feel a twinge of flesh. Do we really have to spend all the money we have on this jacket? This is before you've even started. And you've spent what little savings you had? But if you don't buy it, you can't help but feel a little sorry for yourself. After all, the suit does match itself and the style and material are great. Just as Chenny felt a dilemma between left and right. Ding! A WeChat beep sounded. Subconsciously, he pulled out his cell phone and checked for messages. After opening WeChat, surprisingly, it's one from my mom. Transfer, please receive the money. Crap, what's up with mom? After clicking on the dialog box with a confused face, Chenny instantly froze. Mom actually transferred $50,000 to herself. And with the caption, son, don't be shy, buy a better suit. Is this the same mom who was so stingy with herself? Though I was surprised by my mom's unprecedented generosity. However, Chenny quickly clicked collect. Reply to mom, thanks mommy, love you, Numa. With the financial support of his mom, Chenny decisively bought this blazer. Okay, I'll take it, wrap it up. The guide was instantly beaming and overjoyed. Yes, sir, I'll write you a ticket. You can also just wear it. I'll wrap the one you left in the fitting room. Chenny smiled and nodded. And then they followed the shopper to the front desk to pay. However, just a moment after he pulled out his cell phone and opened it to receive payment, suddenly, someone behind him tapped him hard on the shoulder. He subconsciously turned around, only to see a middle-aged fat woman with a fashionable dress and a rich face standing in front of her. Beside her stood a young greasy-headed boy. Hello to you. Chenny greeted awkwardly. The fat woman didn't answer. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked Chenny up and down. A smile piled up on his white, rich face, and his eyes let off a burst of electricity. Tisk. Not bad. What a little cutie. Said. The fat woman stretched out a handful of diamond rings and emerald bracelets and patted Chenny's shoulder once again. You, what are you doing? I don't think we know each other at all. Chenny was startled by her sudden movement. The whole group took a few wary steps back. Who knows? Not only did the fat woman not restrain herself in the slightest, but she stepped closer. After walking up to Chenny, she opened her mouth with a smile. Don't be afraid, handsome. You can call me Auntie. Auntie didn't mean any harm, although we don't know each other. But the first time Auntie looked at you, she felt a connection with you. Come with me. I have a few things I want to say to you. Hear that? Chenny skimmed up his mouth, feeling a sudden sense of ill will in his heart. What's going on here? Did you run into a bumper car? Or some new kind of scam? Well, this aunt, since we don't know each other, then I don't see the need for a speech. Do I? Chenny felt that his refusal was fairly straightforward. What to expect? The smile on this grey-tant's face did not diminish in the face of Chenny's refusal. Still smiling, a pair of electric eyes kept scanning Chenny. Handsome, look at them all looking at us. Come over here with Auntie. Don't let the onlookers see the joke. Chenny looked around. Sure enough, the store assistant girls were all whispering about themselves. The crowds passing by outside the store couldn't help but stop and gather, pointing at him. Goo, this little brother is being looked at by a rich woman, isn't he? This kid is lucky. This rich woman looks like she's well off. You guys, look at the clothes and jewelry on this sister. It's estimated that she can buy a suite in Magic City. Come on lad, go for it. Follow her and you can lay flat for the rest of your life. Listen to the onlookers. Chenny could not help but feel a chill of embarrassment down his spine. To stop drawing attention from the sidelines, he took the initiative and spoke. Okay, I'll go with you. I have to be clear with you, Auntie, I really don't want to. The words were not yet spoken. One of Chunyi's arms was then taken by his great-aunt. Next, without any further ado, Auntie took Chenyi on her arm and went to the corridor outside the store. Suddenly being held like this by a strange woman, or a middle-aged fat aunt, Chenyi felt his scalp numb and uncomfortable. He shook off the arm being held by his great-aunt with all his might. Then he said seriously, well, let's talk about it here. Auntie, whatever your intentions are, but I really don't know you, and I don't want to. One sentence was not finished. Auntie interrupted Chunyi once again. Handsome, don't say no just yet. Auntie saw that you were a bit hesitant to pay for the suit just now. Is there some financial difficulty? You can tell Auntie, and she'll help you. Having said that, Great Auntie smiled with a beaming smile and squeezed her eyes at Chenyi. Although Chenyi was a big straight man, he was not dull or stupid. At this moment, he had understood what the Great Aunt was thinking. That is, soak yourself. Chapter 6, to tell you the truth, I'm up to 5 seconds. After a brief moment of confusion, Chenyi barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said, No, I can afford it myself. Is there anything else you need, please? If not then I'll. After saying that, Chenyi was about to take a step to bolt. At this time, the Great Aunt suddenly pouted and stared at Chenyi as if she was pampered. Unlike the heartfelt blossom of the party, the current her had just turned into a pitiful appearance. Chenyi looked at the Great Aunt in front of him with a speechless expression. The youngster who always stood by his sister-in-law's side also looked impatient at that moment. Soon, Auntie spoke in a sultry tone. Handsome, Auntie will open up to you. Auntie just now, in the midst of the crowd, gave you an inadvertent glance, and felt a great affinity with you. Would you like to get acquainted with your aunt? In the face of such a blunt and raw question from my sister-in-law, Chenyi let out a bitter smile and hurriedly waved his hand. Well, I'm afraid that's not going to work. We have a big age difference, don't we? I don't see the need to make friends. Hearing Chenyi's reply, Auntie suddenly bit her red lip in aggravation. Then she lifted her diamond-ringed and emerald-covered hand and gently wiped away the non-existent tears. Young man, Auntie is a bitter man. Auntie is 48 years old, and when my husband died 5 years ago, I became a loner. It's pathetic to have no one to love. Can you let Auntie know what it's like to be loved? This blatant confession. Shocked, Chenyi instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. What's the situation? This rich woman is actually selling out. At this moment, the little brother who had been standing beside the rich woman. After hearing this naked confession from the rich woman to Chenyi, the look was instantly tense and panicked. He couldn't help but nudge his great aunt and pout at her. Sister, what are you talking about? Where are you putting me? Don't forget, you just called someone a baby. What to expect? In the face of little brother's pouting, Auntie brushed little brother's arm away directly and mercilessly. Then he turned his head and glared at little brother with a fierce gaze. Shut up, nephew. You don't get to talk here. Little brother was instantly silenced in fear, not daring to utter another word. There was aggression and indignation written all over a white, handsome face. He couldn't figure out the rich woman who had obviously just spoiled herself extremely. How is it that you change your mind immediately after meeting a new hot guy? You call yourself a nephew? Can a nephew be with you 24 hours a day? Day and night? Does a nephew need to be forced by you to drink bullwhip soup every day? Could he really not be as handsome as the dude in front of him? However, at this moment, the rich woman didn't even care to pay attention to the little brother on the sidelines. Her entire mind was focused on Chenyi, who had mesmerized her. Seeing Chenyi ignoring her, she then continued to speak quietly. Auntie has a hard life now. No lover and not a single child. There are only a few houses in Townsville 1, and a couple of fourplexes in Imperial that are for rent. Several Rolls Royces and Ferraris, 2, have long been parked in the garage gathering dust. Handsome boy. Don't mind Auntie, okay? What a great complaint. Hearing the onlookers not far away tooting and shaking their heads, exclaiming, Auntie, please let me take this suffering in your place. Chenyi stood in place with a dumbfounded look on his face, so embarrassed that he just wanted to vanish immediately. He forced a smile and said, Auntie, what are you? Auntie, with your face and temperament and strength, what kind of one can't you find if you want to? Me, I have no talent and no virtue. I really don't deserve you. After an unorthodox ass-kissing, Chenyi took a few steps back without moving. He planned to run wildly at once, hurrying away from this horrible, perverted sister-in-law. But the thought of running out of the mall like that isn't quite right when you haven't even checked out yet after buying a jacket. I'd better find another way to get rid of my great aunt. At this point, The greasy-headed little brother was so exasperated that he stomped his feet. Fear that everything you have worked so hard for will just be taken away from you. But Auntie still has no intention to stop confessing, still flashing a pair of electric eyes, sweeping Chinyi's body. After a reprieve, Auntie continued to speak pitifully. Auntie is really tired. Auntie has been living alone for 5 years. The only thing that accompanied me was the opulent, cold mansions and the mountains of diamonds and gold. But now you've burst into Auntie's life. It made Auntie feel that there was something to look forward to in life all of a sudden. Now you tell Auntie, do you want to be with her or not? Having said that a bit, Auntie once again squeezed a wink at Chun-Yi while twisting her thick, bucket-like waist, showing off to the fullest in the way you find most attractive. Chun-Yi stood in place in a fidgety manner. He felt tingly and embarrassed and practically scratched his ears. He couldn't believe how a good shopping trip. He was just spotted by a rich woman and confessed on the spot. Is he the kind of white boy who commits himself to a rich woman? Why do they all think of themselves in that way? First, after a one-night stand, he was dumped by a girl who gave him $10,000 for himself. And now this. Is it so hard to be a decent man in this world? What excuse should I think of to get rid of this great aunt? Looking at her, it's a good bet that she has bodyguards behind her. So it's better not to piss her off. However, in case you can't escape in the end, then one is bound to die rather than obey. Look at the tonnage of this great aunt. At least 180 pounds. This is going to be from. It's not going to be hard to eat yourself dry. Maybe they'll even get bullwhip soup from rich women every day. Like in the movies. To the end. A young guy, hardened and squeezed into jerky. No bone crumbs left. Thinking about it, Chun-Yi decided that he might as well try lying about being sick. So he coughed a few times and spoke in a hoarse voice. Auntie, I'll be honest with you. A beautiful woman with white skin like you, a hanger-on like me begs for it. But I have a hidden disease that is hard to talk about. A disease that keeps me from accepting your kindness. Hearing Chun-Yi say that, the rich woman all of a sudden tightened her smile, only to see her narrow her swollen eyes. Getting close to Chun-Yi, he carefully scrutinized his face. Little handsome, I see you're in pretty good shape. Not like you're sick. Just a little dark circles under your eyes. Did you not get a good night's rest? Chun-Yi sniffed and hurriedly yawned with an exaggerated expression. Raising his hand he rubbed his eyes a little blue vigorously. Originally, he hadn't slept much last night, so the fatigue on his face at the moment wasn't all an act. Auntie, I had kidney disease at a very early age, and it's now developed into kidney failure. Truth be told, I can only last 3 seconds on that end. 5 at the most. Saying that, Chun-Yi grinned in embarrassment. Thinking to myself, since you can pester me so shamelessly, I can be shameless too. What? 3 seconds? The rich woman said with a shocked look on her face. Chun-Yi skimmed his lips and nodded. Yes, Auntie, but don't worry, I'm otherwise healthy. Accompanying you through your life, living in your mansion, and driving your luxury car are all perfectly fine. Hey, having said that, Chun-Yi grinned a greedy and pleased smile. Hear that? The white boy on the side of the room directly let out a giggle, and the rich woman's expression was also a slight hint of disgust. Well, you that disease well, aunt can give you cure. You're so young, you should be able to heal. Looking at the tall and handsome Chun-Yi, the rich woman said undeterred. However, to her surprise, in the next second, Chun-Yi actually took hold of the rich woman's fat and white hands, nodding excitedly at the rich woman. Chapter 7, Jiang Wan took the initiative to come to see herself? What was the reason? That's a dare. Auntie, I now also think that my kidney disease can be cured. After all, you are so rich, surely you can get me the best doctor. By the way, Auntie, can I have some money to spend with you first? Anyway, after I follow you, your money is my money. Say this. Chun-Yi had a lewd expression and a greedy gaze, doing his best to portray himself as a sleazy loser guy who sees money. Seeing this, the rich woman immediately pushed Chun-Yi away with great disgust. Then she took 2 steps back, tilting up his white fat face. He squinted his swollen eyes and looked coldly at Chun-Yi. Looking at Chun-Yi, he went against the image of a cool and handsome male god just now and revealed a greedy face of flattery. The rich woman's enthusiasm was instantly dampened. The excitement that had been burning like a blazing fire just now had been consumed. Seeing that his act was working, Chun-Yi hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. That's right, Auntie. I've dreamed of owning a Rolls Royce to drive around in. Do you want to buy one for someone else? Or, just give me the limo in your garage to drive. Is it good? Looking at Chun-Yi playfully saying these shameless words, the rich woman instantly felt angry. Picking up her swollen eyes and whitening Chun-Yi fiercely. Indignantly, he cursed, who do you think you are? 3 seconds of strength and you still want to drive a Rolls Royce? Dreaming, aren't you? Having said that, the rich woman was not yet relieved, only to see her clap her hands with a look of disgust, spitting towards Chun-Yi. With that, He shook the sleeves of his mink coat hard, tilted his head back and walked straight away. The little white boy behind him saw this and immediately chased after him with his ass, watching the rounded figure of the rich woman get farther and farther away. Only then did Chen Yi breathe a sigh of relief. Nice guy. Boys must protect themselves out there these days. After confirming that the rich woman has left and that he is in a safe situation, Chen Yi shook his head helplessly before turning around and walking towards the clothing store from earlier. Just as he entered the store, he heard the shopping guide ladies chatting excitedly about gossip about him, laughing like crazy. Ha 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 ha. This handsome guy is so funny. He doesn't have any baggage when he plays cheap. Ha ha ha. I have to say, this rich woman is also too raw, forcing the handsome man to self-destruct. Women in this day and age are chasing men, one after the other. Upon seeing Chen Yi come in, the shopping guide ladies immediately silenced their voices and resumed their dignified and polite image. Chen Yi glanced at them expressionlessly. Then he walked straight to the front desk to pay. Your clothes, sir, you take them. Chen Yi casually took the bag of clothes, then pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Sir, what form of payment do you use? Weebly it is. Having said that, Chen Yi opened WeChat and tapped the payment code. However, just as the shopper picked up the scanner gun and tried to scan the code to collect the money, Chen Yi's cell phone rang suddenly. Do. Chen Yi waved his hand at the shopper with some embarrassment. With that, he stepped aside and picked up the phone. Hello? Seeing that the caller was an unfamiliar number, Chen Yi's tone was very polite. Chen Yi, where are you? May I ask if you are Jiang Evening? Although they had only just met last night, Chen Yi still instantly heard Jiang Evening's voice. It's really because her voice is so recognizable, soft and delicate. Hearing the heart of a person is tingly. Well, where are you? I have something for you. Something for me? Do you need me to go to the office now? No, I'll come to you. Hearing that Jiang even had something to look for himself, and that he had to take the initiative to come and see himself, Chen Yi felt a little nervous for a moment. What could she possibly want with last night's wrongdoer and her current boss? What can I do for you please? Chen Yi frowned, puzzled. Let's meet up and talk. Add me on WeChat and share the location with me. Jiang Evening's voice was gentle, and her tone was indeed unquestionable. Chen Yi said with some hesitation. Oh, that's fine. Just as he finished speaking, the call was instantly hung up by the other party. He shrugged helplessly. Then he copied Jiang Evening's phone number and added her WeChat. After sharing his location, Chen Yi retapped the payment code, came to the front desk and paid. 20 minutes later, Chen Yi received a WeChat message from Jiang Evening. I'm at Universal Harbor, 3rd floor cafe. Come on over. After a pause, Chen Yi wistfully got on the elevator and went down from the 8th floor to the 3rd floor. Along the way, he was speculating about what Jiang Wan had suddenly come to see him for. Is it hard to believe that she's backtracking? Don't want to keep yourself in the company anymore? But on second thought, it doesn't seem to explain it. A hallowed general manager of a company. If he wanted to fire himself, he could let himself go with just a word. It's not a crime to come and meet yourself in person. Is it because of what happened last night? It didn't seem to make sense, since she had just seen herself in the morning. He even took the initiative to mention it himself, but she was acting like she didn't care. In her words, such trivial matters need not be taken to heart. So, what exactly is she coming to see herself for? While thinking about this, Chen Yi walked into the coffee shop with large strides. Once inside the store, look up. In the packed coffee shop, Chen Yi saw Jiang Evening at a glance. She was sitting quietly in the window seat sipping her coffee. A red dress and long hair like a waterfall. The skin is white and the body is shapely. A pair of eyes and soulful and charming. The voice of speech extremely pleasant and melodious. The customers in the coffee shop all couldn't help but look in Jiang Wan's direction. Especially the male customers. Faced with the reality of a rare glimpse of a stunning beauty, their eyes were straight. After Chen Yi was stunned for a moment, he walked straight towards Jiang Evening's direction. Jiang Yan, who was sitting opposite Jiang Evening, saw a handsome man come in the store. Her eyes all of a sudden lit up, and she excitedly patted Jiang Evening's shoulder. Oh my god, hey, sis, this wouldn't be Chen Yi, would it? This man is so handsome, with his sword brows and starry eyes. He simply has a comic book face, and his body is tall and slab-sided. Looking at this flamboyant expression of Jiang Yan, Jiang even hated her and gave her a blank look. Hey, easy there, see Kingus, don't forget you're a married young woman now. Having said that, Jiang Evening twisted her head and followed Jiang Yan's line of sight. When she saw that the other party was indeed Chen Yi, Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes narrowed. She had to admit that Chen Yi in a casual suit was indeed very handsome. Hey, over here. Jiang Evening waved his hand at Chen Yi and said. Chen Yi bypassed the tables of customers and walked quickly to Jiang Evening. Without waiting for Chen Yi to speak, Jiang Evening took the initiative to point to the empty seat beside her. Then he introduced, "This is my cousin, Jiang Yanyan. Amazing. This is Chen Yi." Chen Yi smiled politely at Jiang Yanyan before taking a seat next to Jiang Evening. At this moment, Jiang Yanyan directly had a dumbfounded expression, only to see her eyes persistently glowing as she stared at Chen Yi with unblinking eyes. That expression was as greedy as a vicious wolf seeing meat. Ahem. Seeing that Jiang Yanyan was still flamboyant, it was a disgrace. Jiang Evening coughed lightly. With that, he lifted his jade foot under the table and kicked Jiang Yanyan vigorously. Chapter 8, Pretending to be a boyfriend? Meeting the parents tonight? It was only then that Jiang Yanyan snapped to attention, realizing that she was a bit out of line just now. Jiang Yanyan's face was red with shame and she smiled awkwardly. "Hello, handsome." After calming his emotions, Jiang Yanyan extended his hand in greeting. As a man, it's not good to not give a lady face. Chen Yi naturally extended his hand and shook Jiang Yanyan's hand. "Hello." After shaking hands with Chen Yi, Jiang Yanyan could not hide the excitement on his face. She was so excited that she looked at Jiang Evening. Biting her lip, she kept blinking. It was a look that only women understood among themselves, meaning, visionary, "This guy is amazing." Noticing that the atmosphere was somewhat delicate, Chen Yi took the initiative to speak. "Well, Mr. Jiang, what do you want to see me about?" Hearing Chen Yi's words, Jiang Evening slowly put down the coffee spoon in her hand. Lowering his voice, he said, "Well, I want to talk to you about something. A deal. To be exact, I'll pay you a reward if it works." Jiang Even's words caused Chen Yi to be stunned. "Deal? Payoffs? Does she want a second chance at last night's deal?" Here in plain sight and in front of his own sister. Is it really okay to talk about such things? Thinking of this, Chen Yi smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by deal?" "Actually, there are some things we can talk about in private." Jiang even blinked her pretty eyes and looked at Chen Yi in a bland manner. "This matter is important to me, and it's better to talk about it in person." "Well, I am going to a dinner party at home. My parents will take the opportunity to set me up on a blind date. To turn down this blind date, I'd like to." Jiang Evening's tone when she spoke was cold and detached, but still pleasant to the ear. Like a clear spring, Chen Yi listened in a serious manner, but it was confusing to hear. What a dinner party? What a blind date? What does any of this have to do with yourself? Why would she tell this to herself? You know, although he had a night with her, but after all, it was just a tiny employee in her company, and hasn't worked a day. As if she could see through Chen Yi's doubts, Jiang Evening intended to stop beating around the bush and directly pick out her thoughts. "And yet, I don't want to." Before he could say anything himself, Yan Jiang couldn't help but interject. "I say, you too, should you be so polite? It's not like we don't know each other. We've talked in depth, so let's not be so formal about it, right?" Hearing Jiang Yanyan's words, Jiang Evening and Chen Yi both had the embarrassed expression of a large social death scene. Chen Yi couldn't believe that Jiang Evening had actually told Jiang Yanyan about what they had done last night. No wonder this sister of hers is so talkative. Anyone else in this matter would feel that they and Jiang Wan were particularly pretentious, right? Obviously. Last night, the sky was still thunderous, but today, when we met, we pretended as if we didn't know each other well. Amazing. Don't talk nonsense. Drink your coffee, Jiang Evening said with a serious expression. Hearing Jiang Evening say this, Jiang Yanyan instantly didn't dare to interrupt again. She rested her hands on her cheeks, her big round eyes narrowed to slits. With a bad smile on his face, he glanced at Jiang Evening and then sized up Chen Yi. In my heart, I thought, little man, let's see how long you two are going to pretend. Seeing this, Chen Yi forced himself to right himself. At that exact moment, the waiter brought a cup of coffee and placed it on the table. Chen Yi hurriedly slammed a few mouthfuls of coffee to hide his inner apprehension. I'll make it short then. I've come to see you for a purpose. Hire you to pretend to be my boyfriend and come to the family dinner with me. Hear that? Chen Yi's eyes widened all of a sudden, surprise written all over his deep eyes. What, Mr. Jiang, you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Jiang Evening pursed her red lips and said in a cool tone, well, that's right. You can think about it, pay and all. By the way, what's your current internship salary? At this moment, Chen Yi had not yet recovered from the shock he had just experienced. With a dumbfounded look on his face, he replied, $6,000. Jiang Evening took a sip of coffee and said faintly, so low? I'll hire you to pretend to be my boyfriend and pay you $50,000 a month. Having said that, Jiang Evening looked at Chen Yi, and when she saw that Chen Yi was silent and had a hard look on his face, she said cheerfully, too little for 50,000? And yeah, it's probably not a very good job. My father's been in the business for a long time and he's not that easy to fool. How about $100,000? Is that okay with you? Don't worry too much. It shouldn't require you to see my parents too often. With a stunned look on his face, he listened to these words from Jiang Even. Chen Yi was silent for a while before gradually clearing his thoughts. Dare I say this is no joke? Really want to hire myself to pretend to be her boyfriend and give 100,000 a month. The amount is extremely tempting for yourself now, though, but more than the 100,000. It tempts oneself. It was her, Jiang Evening herself. It's the woman who made her heart flutter at the first sight, and she can't forget it after a night's sleep. After thinking about it, Chen Yi whispered, Mr. Jiang, if you're serious, I think I can try, but I can't guarantee it will work. After all, as you said, your father's not a good one. Hearing Chen Yi promise himself, Jiang even instantly sighed in relief, and her tall snowy mass rose and fell violently a few times. That's great. It's a deal. No backing out. Otherwise, it's simply too late for me to find someone else. Hear that? Chen Yi raised his eyebrows, puzzled. Too late? By the way, I was going to ask you, what day are we going to your house for the family dinner? Jiang Evening, tonight. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yanyan began to laugh wistfully. Cluck cluck cluck. Handsome. Are you scared? At this moment, Chen Yi was almost petrified on the spot. He couldn't believe his ears. What? Did I hear you right? Going to a family dinner with you tonight? I don't have any time to prepare at all. Ha, it'll definitely wear off by then. Looking at Chen Yi's shocked expression, Jiang even smiled bashfully. It's okay, it's 2 in the afternoon. We'll be home at 6. There's still 4 hours to get ready now. That's plenty. Now, let me take you shopping for some appropriate clothes first. Having said that, Jiang even pulled a strand of hair around her ear. Then she stood up. As soon as he pulled up Jiang Yanyan's arm, he at the same time signaled with his eyes for Chen Yi to hurry up and follow. Chen Yi had no time to think, so he subconsciously followed Jiang Evening out of the cafe. A few people headed towards the clothing section. Jiang Yanyan, who was being pulled by Jiang Evening, walked forward with a reluctant face. From time to time, she looked back at Chen Yi. Being a full-blown female sea king, she was faced with an extremely handsome man. How can one resist watching it? Chapter 9, Buy me so many luxuries? The female president is crazy. Not only could she not help but look at it, she couldn't help but praise it often. Hey, sis, you're awesome. You either don't look for a man for so many years, or when you do, you look for the very best among men. Not to mention his face, which is tragically handsome. This figure is even better. Tall and thin. It is the kind of wearing clothes to show thin and taking off clothes to have meat. Listening to Jiang Yanyan's gushing praise of Chen Yi, Jiang even made a shoe gesture at her and pinched her arm hard. How do you know that not only did amazing Jiang not restrain himself? Instead, the more you talk, the more you get hooked. Sis, I bet you got high as hell last night. There's a saying, the earth is thin and the grass is long, and the man is thin and hanging. Look at Chen Yi's height and build. He must be fierce in that area, right? This nakedly fiery speech. Hearing that, Chen Yi behind him looked aghast. Good lord, this Jiang Yanyan is even more fierce than that rich woman just now. I can't believe I'm talking about that aspect of men in public. I guess I'll have to watch out for her from now on. I don't want to get stuck with her. Looking at the two women walking in front of him, one with a beautiful body and a great deal of flavor. One is white and round, plump and playful. Based on his own body instincts, Chen Yi knew very well. The amazing Jiang one is not his favorite style at all. Jiang Evening was the one who fascinated himself the most. Her overwhelming looks, her seductive eyes, her soft and delicate voice, and the waist as thin as a water snake, and the snow-covered mountains that towered and stood tall. So much so that he was mesmerized by all of it. Well, let's go into this store first. Jiang Evening's voice interrupted Chen Yi's thoughts. After coming back to his senses, he subconsciously glanced up at the sign for the clothing store. This look was a real surprise. Surprisingly, it's the most famous menswear brand in the world, Laurent. As far as he knows, this brand is a noble brand in the United States. Extremely luxurious and expensive. A piece of easily hundreds of thousands of it. Upon entering the store, Chen Yi looked around. The clothes found here are stylish and noble, with subdued tones. The fabric is extremely textured to the touch, giving it an upscale feel. Obviously, top luxury brands exist for their own reasons. Welcome, sir, ma'am. Which one do you prefer? Sir, would you like to try this one? It suits your style. Saw the arrival of 3 imposing customers. The shopping guide ladies in the store were enthusiastically introduced. Chen Yi smiled and casually took a blazer handed over by the shopper. After fixing his eyes on the price, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Crap! 180,000 for a jacket? Crazy. Ha! Is this made of gold? Dare to sell it at this price. the one I just bought, at 29k after discount, is enough to make my own flesh hurt. I didn't realize the prices here were so outrageous. As if she had read Chen Yi's thoughts, Jiang even glanced coldly at the shopper, gestured her not to push clothes without authorization. Facing Jiang Even's powerful aura, the shopper wisely withdrew her hand from handing over the clothes. Jiang Evening looked around the store's clothes without saying a word. Then she stretched out her slender white fingers, pointed to a few pieces of clothing, whispering, "This one, that one, the one on top, and the one inside." Follow the direction of Jiang Evening's finger. The shoppers were very careful to note down the 4 pieces of clothing that Jiang Evening was referring to. "May I ask, ma'am, if you'd like Mr. to try on these 4 dresses?" "Just a moment. I'll bring it over for you to try on." It's amazing that someone would come up and try on 4 pieces of clothing from such a top luxury brand. The guide ladies were instantly excited. This is big money coming to the store. It's too generous to go out. Just when all the shopping guide ladies were overjoyed and planning to bring those 4 pieces of clothing, but he was shocked by Jiang Even's next words. "No. I mean, I'll take all but those 4. Pack all the styles that fit his size. All of them." After finishing carelessly, Jiang Evening twisted her water snake waist and walked towards the sofa on the side. After sitting down, she crossed her legs in a queenly manner and quietly looked at Chen Yi in front of her. At this very moment, the store assistants in the store all stood in place with their mouths wide open and shocked faces. After a while, they only gradually slowed down. After making sure that they had heard correctly, they were instantly so ecstatic that they could not wait for the corners of their mouths to rise to the sky. One by one, as if they had won the lottery, they were so excited that they were at a loss for words. "Yes, yes, ma'am, just a moment, we'll wrap it all up for you. Xiao Qin, you go pack that row. Wenya, you go pack that row." Looking at the excited and busy appearance of the shoppers, Jiang even couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Reminder, I think you guys forgot to ask him what size he wears. Hear that? The shoppers all looked embarrassed and red with shame. "Oh, yes, yes, and what size do you wear, sir? Is it convenient to tell us your height and weight? We can recommend the right size for you." At this moment, Chen Yi was still in incomparable shock, but his own size, he still knew it by heart. He skillfully stated his size. Then he walked quickly to Jiang Even. "Jiang, Mr. Jiang, all the clothes here are expensive. How much will this cost to buy all these styles? How can you go to such lengths for me? I'm just a fake boyfriend you hired." Looking at Chen Yi's anxious and uneasy appearance, Jiang Evening was about to open her mouth to relieve him, but he was preempted by Jiang Yanyan's interjection, only to see Jiang Yanyan walk up to Chen Yi with incomparable enthusiasm, her eyes fiery as she looked at Chen Yi. "Egu, handsome, you don't have to think too much. My sister is willing to spend money for you. Let her. She's a lady president. She's got a lot of money. You're so tall and handsome. You should wear the best brand." After saying that, Jiang Yanyan blinked her big round eyes and threw a wink at Chen Yi. Then, she stood on her tiptoes and quickly touched Chen Yi's chest. Chen Yi was stunned. Hurriedly, he took a step back and dodged her. Watching Jiang Yanyan make another flirtation with Chen Yi, Jiang even glared at her with hatred. "Amazing. Don't tease. People aren't as immodest as you." However, as soon as the words were spoken, Jiang even regretted it, because she guessed what amazing Jiang was going to flirt with her next. "Fruity." Jiang Yanyan giggled and laughed. "I'm immodest? Fine, fine. Just sister, you and Chen Yi are the most decent. Decent enough to meet in bed at first sight." The words were not yet spoken. Jiang Yanyan's mouth was then covered by a hand that suddenly reached out from Jiang Nan. Seeing that Jiang Evening was really angry, Jiang Yanyan knew the consequences of pissing off her sister, so that's why it was hastily collected. Jiang Even, on the other hand, glanced at Chen Yi with a scarlet face, whispering, "You don't want to get general with her. As for those clothes, you don't have to care about the price. I can afford them." Seeing Jiang Evening's resolute attitude, Chen Yi had no choice but to nod and whisper, Okay." A few minutes later, the shoppers were still busy organizing and packing clothes. Since they are top luxury brands and many of them are limited edition, the shoppers are all very cautious. Each piece requires careful checking of codes, invoicing, and folding and packing with a professional touch. Jiang Yanyan waited impatiently, couldn't help but spit out. "This brand of clothing is such a pain in the ass. Sis, look at them one by one, packing a dress so slowly, cowardly, as if afraid of breaking it." Jiang Evening glanced sullenly at Yanyan Jiang. "Don't talk nonsense. This brand of clothes is a bit more expensive, and people are also afraid that they can't afford to pay for it if they break it." Jiang Yanyan pouted and stomped her foot angrily. After a while, Jiang Yanyan waited even more impatiently. Chapter 10, Spending $5 million to buy me clothes. Is this to adopt me? After remembering that there happened to be a couple of designer bag stores on this floor, She was immediately energized. Sis, I think it's going to be a little while longer here. Why don't we go and look at the bags first? I heard that the new styles from Polytech are particularly nice. Watching Jiang Yanyan look forward to the new bag, Jiang even smiled, then stood up. You, I can't do anything about you. Okay then, take you to the sweeps. Having said that, Jiang Evening was then taken by Jiang Yanyan's arm. Before leaving, Jiang Evening went to the front desk to settle the bill. Ma'am, you bought a total of 38 pieces of clothing, 12 tops, 10 pairs of pants, and 16 suits. These clothes total 5.6 million after discount. How do you see that you are paying for it? As she said this, the guide lady was rubbing her hands together nervously. You know, if she sells so many orders at once, the commission she gets can top her salary for several years. At the moment she just wanted to finish the deal as soon as possible. Wait a second longer for fear of customer backtracking. Shan Yi, who was standing at the side, after hearing that the clothes were worth 5.6 million, jaw-dropping, stunned in place on the spot. He couldn't believe that a woman he had just met was willing to spend so much money on clothes for him. Where is this hiring him to pretend to be a boyfriend? This is clearly the rhythm of wrapping him up. Okay, swipe my card. Jiang Evening unhurriedly pulled out a card from her bag and handed it to the shopper. After the checkout, Jiang even picked a casual suit from those clothes and handed it to Shan Yi, change into this suit. Wear this to the family dinner with me tonight. Just finished. Jiang Evening was then pulled out of the clothing store by Jiang Yanyan, who couldn't wait. Shan Yi spread his hands, then walked straight into the fitting room. 2 minutes later, when he walked out of the fitting room, the store assistant ladies were all stunned, one after another. They marveled at Shan Yi's handsome looks and tall, straight figure. Sir, this suit suits you so well. Yes, it's just made for you. Your looks and temperament are even better than my favorite idol stars. Looking at the shy and flamboyant looks on the faces of these young ladies, Shan Yi hooked his lips at them and smiled. This would have been in the old days. Suddenly getting so many compliments from so many young women, Shan Yi would probably float away. Might even fall in love with one of the pretty ones. But it's different now. Since after some extreme experiences last night, nowadays, there was only Jiang Evening in his heart, and his mind could not help but remember all her demeanor and actions last night. Like right now, although Shan Yi stood in front of the mirror and examined himself in the suit. However, his mind conjured up Jiang Even's sweaty, seductive body. It's in a man's nature. Once you get going, it's really something. Do. A WeChat voice call interrupted Shan Yi's thoughts. He quickly picked up his cell phone. As he headed out of the store, he pressed the answer button. Hey, Mom, what's wrong? Son, today is the winter solstice. The family is preparing dumplings. What kind of dumpling do you want to eat? Either way, Mom, it's either beef and onions. One sentence remains. Shan Yi suddenly remembered that he was going to go home with Jiang Evening tonight. Then surely you can't go back to your own house for dinner. Okay, hey, beef and scallions then. Besides dumplings, what else do you want to eat? Let your dad make it for you. Mom, I forgot. I'm not coming home for dinner tonight. Hearing this, Mom Shin Shuin was instantly a bit annoyed. What? Not coming home for dinner? Where are you going then? Heard the anger in Mom's tone. Shan Yi hurriedly found an excuse to explain. Mom, I have a dinner with my friends tonight. Whoops. When Shin Shuin heard that her son had a dinner party in the evening, the anger in her heart instantly increased. What friends are you going out with again? They're not all bachelors like you, are they? Originally, your dad and I were quite happy that you succeeded in your interview today, and we were going to make you a nice dinner tonight. Tell me about you. Now you're not coming home. Quietly, I listened to a burst of ranting from my mom. Shan Yi's heart was in his throat, and he could only softly coax his mom. Mommy, my most beautiful and gentle mommy, don't be angry. I'll be sure to be home tomorrow night to have dinner with you and Dad. Facing his son's pampering, not only was Shin Shuin not half happy, but she suddenly remembered Shan Yi's marriage. And to think that my son is 27, not even a girlfriend, and marriage is even further away. She suddenly felt angry. Bastard, you just know how to fool around with your fox friends. Compare yourself to Auntie Zhang's family's Yucheng, who not only found a girlfriend, but I heard that he even brought his girlfriend home to meet his parents today. And look at you. You're almost 30 and you don't even have a girlfriend. When are you going to let me and your dad have grandchildren? Shan Yi had guessed that his mom would again get involved in his marriage. After all, the top priority in the family now was his marriage. His father and mother have been urging him to get married all day long, and he has a big headache. But you guys are pushing for marriage. Why do you keep comparing me to that son Yosong? That grandson knows how to act and show off all day long. The whole thing is that a lot of unmarried guys his age are being compared to him by their parents. He has become the other guy's kid on top of the world. if you can't find a date again, you'll have to go to the dating corner in People's Park for a blind date for me. Your father has also sent word that you are limited to 6 months and must settle your marriage affairs. This is a matter of great importance for our Chen family to extend our posterity. Mom's mouth was like a machine gun, and she swept madly at Chen Yi. Chen Yi's brows furrowed as he listened to his mom's incessant criticism of himself. It was a time of anxious fretting. He snapped to the fact that Zhang even asked him to pretend to be his boyfriend. So, a brilliant idea instantly came to mind. Since she, Zhang Evening, could find someone to pretend to be her boyfriend, he could also find someone to pretend to be his girlfriend. In this way, it avoids blind dates and puts a moratorium on parental urges. You can have a quiet, self-contained time in peace. Why not? Think about it. Chen Yi's eyes glowed and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. Hey, Mom, stop for a second. First, let me make an announcement. Ahem, a big one. Hearing this, Mom's machine gun abruptly stopped spraying. The big day? What can you be so happy about? You brat? Nothing would make your father and me happy now except the marriage. Chen Yi laughed aloud a few times, in a lighter tone. Mom, I'm talking about me getting married. Just listen to me in detail. I guess, actually have a girlfriend. We've been dating for 3 months now. She's very gentle and pretty, just a little introverted. So she hasn't let me go public with our relationship until it's stabilized. After saying that, Chen Yi feigned a happy and naive smile. After listening to her son's account, her mom Shin Shuyin was directly confused. She can't believe it. Yesterday you said you didn't have a date for your son, and today you already have a girlfriend? And have been dating for 3 months. This brat, he's not bluffing her, is he? Chapter 11, The Pretentious Man Comes Uninvited. Bad luck. Brat, tell Mom the truth. You really have a girlfriend? If you dare to lie to Mom about this, you'll see if Mom doesn't break your legs. Facing the threat of Mom's lion's roar, Chen Yi deflated helplessly. Mom really doesn't believe in herself. In that case, it's time to zoom out. Mom, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Then I'll show you a picture of my girlfriend. And tell you something even more explosive by the way. Actually, I'm not going to dinner with my buddies tonight. I'm going to dinner at my girlfriend's house. Said, Chen Yi immediately found out Jiang Even's WeChat and clicked on her friend circle. Sheesh, a real beauty. Just any picture is amazing. Chen Yi looked for a beautiful daily photo of Jiang Evening, clicked on it and casually forwarded it to my mom. What? Dinner at your girlfriend's tonight? This is real? Said Mom, this heart fluttering. You bastard boy, if you dare to cheat. Mom's growl grew more intense, just as Chen Yi's ears were buzzing from the shock. He intended to hold his cell phone away from him. Mom's rant suddenly came to a screeching halt. The corner of Chen Yi's mouth hooked into an evil smile. He knew that his mom had seen the photo of Jiang Evening. Now there's nothing to say. There was a momentary silence on the other end of the line. A long silence. Chen Yi couldn't help but ask. Mom, see? This is my girlfriend. Isn't she gorgeous? Hey! Mom was shocked and said, is this girl really your girlfriend? You bastard. You get your ass home. No way? Why is Mom still angry? Chen Yi hurriedly explained. Mom, you still don't believe me? This is really my girlfriend. It can't be fake. I even sent you a picture. The words just fell. Instantly a chilling sneer rang out from Mom. Ha! If this were a picture of a normal girl, Mom might believe it. But this girl? Mom definitely doesn't believe it. She's just so beautiful, both in looks and body. More perfect than a star. Can you find a girlfriend like a heavenly fairy with this silly boy of yours? You fooling around you? Hearing his old mom taunt himself like that, Chen Yi suddenly felt speechless. Nice guy. How can a mom look down on her own son so much? Even though the girl had heavenly beauty and a devilish figure. So what? He hadn't even met her himself and done her in. Also did it 4 or 5 times in one night. At this point, Mom was still angrily berating herself. Starting tomorrow, you're going to go to the matchmaking corner every weekend to set me up on a blind date. I'd rather not work anymore and get my marriage done first. Remember that, brat. Having said that, Mom hung up in exasperation, leaving Chen Yi standing in the same spot. He wanted to cry. Just as Chen Yi slipped his cell phone back into his pocket and turned around to go back into the clothing store, a revolting voice sounded behind him. Yo, Chen Yi, why are you here? Chen Yi froze for a moment, then turned his head back. Someone incredibly familiar and annoying to him appeared in front of him. He forced a small smile. Greeting, he said. Yoshiro. Ah, long time no see. Sun Yuching raised his hand and held the gold-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Then he took a small stride and walked to Chen Yi with a smug look on his face. Chen Yi raised his eyes and surveyed Sun Yuching. Haven't seen him in a while. This guy is even better at pretending. Not only did he grow a big shiny back, but he also wore delicate gold-framed glasses. This is to go up the elegant literary style. However, there was no changing his fat, round head, and that short, stubby body. A designer suit on his body, hard popping a big, exquisite butt. It looks very funny. Standing with Sun Yuching was a heavily made-up female companion draped in a white mink coat. Oh yeah, this is my fiancé. Yao Yao, Yao Yao. This is my hairdresser, Chen Yi. Sun Yuching introduced his female companion with a big smile. Chen Yi glanced at Yao Yao and smiled politely at her. Hello, this Yao Yao, at first glance, was tall and had three-dimensional features, quite exotic looking, but it simply doesn't stand up to close scrutiny. On a second look, it will seem very average, at best slightly attractive, because the woman was wearing way too much makeup. Those who don't know think she was born with big eyes and a high nose, but who knows, it's all made up. The eyeliner was drawn wider than the eyes, and the nose shadow was worn as if it had been beaten up. The whole face is comparable to a large paint field and looks dirty. Hello to you, Yao Yao greeted with a surprised face. In her opinion, this hairy boy of Sun Yuching was too handsome. It's just good looking and extremely manly, tall, powerful and hormonal. Compared to him, his own boyfriend was a dirtbag. Yoshiro, your hairdresser is so handsome. He. Yao Yao had a shy face and couldn't help but swoon. When Sun Yuching heard this, his face instantly darkened. He glanced at Yao Yao through clenched back teeth. Inwardly, he was very annoyed that his girlfriend was making a nymphomaniac out of Chen Yi, but he hated Chen Yi even more. He attributed his girlfriend's nymphomania to Chen Yi. Blame it on Chen Yi, the kid who was madly discharging his girlfriend on the basis of his good looks. Ever since I was little, whenever I saw Chen Yi's face, he came to be so angry that he could not wait to disfigure him. But inwardly you think about it, but on the surface you can't show it. He didn't want to appear ungenerous in front of the woman he loved. Ha ha, that's true. Chen Yi is the most handsome among my hairdressers. When he used to go to school, he was the school bully in our school. He's not like me, who's only good at getting studies. He's good at getting laid. Having said that, Sun Yuching laughed out loud and wrapped an arm around his girlfriend's waist, and took the opportunity to squeeze hard. Ouch! People hurt. With a cry from his girlfriend, Sun Yuching's pair of triangular eyes instantly narrowed into thin slits, filled with the smugness of his own embrace of beauty. Chen Yi snorted coldly in his heart. He naturally heard it. Sun Yuching said these yin and yang words, ostensibly complimenting himself. In effect, he was insinuating that he didn't study as well as he did during his school years and that he would only get laid. Oh, this hypocrite is shameless. It would be just as well if he was as good a student as he said he was, but in reality his grades were middle of the road at best. The high school grades aren't even close to being as good as they are. In order to dismiss the face, hard on the basis of the family's good conditions, spend high prices to attend a pheasant university abroad. After graduation, she packaged herself as a high achiever who had returned from her studies. Right. Chen Yi, do you have a date now? I heard from my mom that your parents are especially anxious about your marriage. Want a buddy to introduce you to one? Seeing that Chen Yi did not speak, Sun Yuching took the initiative to ask about finding a date. Chen Yi shook his head with a disdainful face and said, no need, I have. Already. One sentence was not finished, then he was interrupted by Sun Yuching. You're welcome, brother, I'm also worried about your marriage. I'd advise you, to always lower your expectations when looking for a date. As you know, there's a serious imbalance between the sexes nowadays, and girls are all very demanding financially. So yeah, you have to recognize your own conditions and not pursue too much to find a pretty girl. The word beauty was deliberately lengthened by Sun Yuching. At the same time, he hugged his girlfriend Yao Yao tighter. Looking at Sun Yuching's commanding, complacent and pretentious appearance, Chen Yi only felt nausea in his stomach, as if he had eaten a fly. Chapter 12, do you have to beg for a punch in the face? I'll give it to you. He couldn't help but look up to the sky and roll his eyes. Then with his hands in his pockets, he said dismissively, I thank you for your kindness, brother. I won't bother you with finding a date. I'm not like you, with your wealth and your high school diploma from overseas. I'm just a hard laborer, and I don't expect to find anyone. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Having said that, Chen Yi then waved his hand at Sun Yuching and his female companion, and was about to turn around and leave. It was really out of sight, out of mind for him. Since this grandson is so fond of pretending, let him pretend enough. Not only did he not bother to poke him himself, but he also helped him round up in front of his goddess. Buddy enough? In fact, as to why Sun Yuching hated himself so much, Chen Yi's heart was clear. From childhood to adulthood, although Sun Yuching excellent character and learning, family conditions are relatively favorable, but he has a fatal shortcoming, his height and looks. Because of the fat head's appearance, and the 5 short, thick, and fat body, it causes him to be devoid of women. At a class reunion a few years ago, a drunken Sun Yuching spilled the beans. It is only then that Chen Yi learns that the school girlfriend he talked about in high school is actually Sun Yuching's crush. The goddess that he secretly coveted had been gotten by his own casual hook and crook. No wonder he has a deep grudge against himself. But when you think about it, it's not your own damn fault. There's nothing wrong with being good-looking and attracting women. Moreover, Sun Yuching also did not use his own excellent character and learning to suppress their own, so that mom and dad often take him to compare with himself. All those years of living by myself was the antithesis of that. After a quick flash of past experiences in his mind, Chen Yi came back to his senses and realized that his arm was actually pulled by Sun Yuching. Hey, man, what's going on? We haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you want to catch up with your brother? Sun Yuching pretended to exchange pleasantries with Chen Yi. Chen Yi flung his arm away in great disgust. A fire flared in his chest in a mischievous manner. Grass up. I didn't want to poke fun at you and go along with your act. What the hell is wrong with that? You're addicted to pretending, so you have to let me be your audience? Think about it. Chen Yi instantly decided that he would not tolerate it. Since he couldn't avoid it, he was going to give him a hard wave to the face all at once. So he stuck his hands in his pockets. Looking at Sun Yuching with a smile, he said, Yucheng, what are you saying? Of course I want to catch up with you. We've been buddies since we were kids with bare asses. I heard from my mom that you and your girlfriend are getting married soon. You've brought her home to meet your parents? I'm really envious. Finding such a beautiful girlfriend like sister-in-law. Seeing that Chen Yi was so eye-catching that he had found a great beauty, he also took the initiative to change his name to Yao Yao as his sister-in-law. Sun Yuching instantly smiled and narrowed his eyes, his smugness overflowing. Ha ha, no way. Nowadays, in this society, money is king. Money is the only way to find a pretty girlfriend. Money is a man's face. What's the use of being handsome if you don't have money? Going out into society can be different from what you used to do in school. Women in society are very realistic. After saying these words with eyes full of pride, Sun Yuching turned his head and stared lustfully at his girlfriend Yao Yao. Looking, the arm around his waist became even more unsteady. Yao Yao was rubbed and kneaded and couldn't help but squirm. A delicate, soft voice exclaimed, Aya, hubby, you're so bad. You're hurting people. Ha, honestly, just listen to my boyfriend. Yao Yao felt more and more that her boyfriend was excellent at the moment, even though he was short and fat and not handsome. But he can't help it. He's rich, and he's also a high achiever who came back from overseas. And look at this hairy Chen Yi, although handsome as hell. However, listening to Sun Yuching's tone, Chen Yi should just be a poor loser. Handsomeness can't be a meal these days. Think about it. Yao Yao's eyes no longer fell on Chen Yi, but instead looked at her boyfriend with deep affection and admiration. Chen Yi utilized his height advantage to look down on the flirting duo in front of him with a disdainful expression. Mentally, the bastard did take the bait. With a little bit of his own support, he drifted off to find his own way. Next, let him keep showing off. After all, you can only fall hard if you hold it high. Ahem. I mean dude, can we not show off so much? If you two keep being so mushy, I'll simply move you a mattress so you can have a great time right now. After speaking, Chen Yi laughed a few times to himself. Seeing Chen Yi, a single dog, so envious that he had found a great beauty, Sun Yuching was so pleased that he couldn't find his way out. Ha ha ha, let's keep an eye out then. Yao Yao, don't make my buddy too greedy. Yao Yao covered her scarlet and burning cheeks with both hands. Shyly, I blame you. Nonsense. Chen Yi saw this and hurriedly complimented again. By the way, Goodwill City, I heard that you opened a hot pot restaurant. Business must be good. Your business acumen knows no bounds. Hearing Chen Yi take the initiative to bring the topic to business, Sun Yuching felt satisfied all of a sudden and laughed out loud in a very high-pitched manner. Ha ha ha, that's that. There are too many customers at the store, and if I didn't have to bring Yao Yao home to meet my parents today, I wouldn't have been able to find the time. How about you, Chen Yi? How's work these days? The real estate industry is not doing well these days. That small company you're with won't. Why don't you come to my store and help out? I'll give you 5,000 a month. How about that? After Sun Yuching finished speaking, he waved his fat hand. The expression was godly and proud, as if he was a big boss of a listed company managing tens of thousands of employees. Chen Yi was so happy to hear it that he coughed. This grandson is such a dumbass. Do you really think people don't know? That shitty hot pot restaurant of his doesn't see a single customer come in for days. The flavors are not authentic and it's poorly run. Plus, in the current climate, there are occasional store closures and shutdowns. I'm afraid I can't even afford to hire staff anymore, and I have the nerve to brag about hiring myself. If his father and mother did not take the pension to support him, it is estimated that now early to drink the northwest wind to go. Hey. Chen Yi sighed a few times as he feigned fretfulness. Sun Yucheng saw this and forced himself to hold back his inner glee. Fakingly, he reached out and patted Chen Yi's shoulder, comforting him. What's up, dude? Is there some kind of difficulty? It's okay. There are so many bachelors nowadays. You're not the only one with no money and no date. If you ask me, don't be too picky when it comes to finding a date. It's just a woman. What about the job? You should either consider jumping ship or not. It's hard to run that shitty little company now, isn't it? Chen Yi calmly brushed away Sun Yucheng's fat hand. Next, his expression turned and he glanced at Sun Yucheng in disbelief. Yoshiro, you're right. You're worthy of being a high school student. You've got brains. I really did jump ship. I just interviewed for a new job today. Shanghai Real Estate. Accountant in the finance department. Hearing the name of Shanghai Real Estate, Sun Yucheng's complexion was secure, and the smile on his face instantly froze. After freezing for a moment, he said with wide eyes, What, Shanghai Real Estate? It's our leading company in Magic City, the Shanghai Real Estate Group, which is ranked third in the nation's real estate companies? Chen Yi nodded slightly with a calm face. Well, it's this one. Chapter 13, don't worry, man, I can afford it. After receiving Chen Yi's affirmation, Sun Yucheng's face instantly darkened, and his eyes became shadowy and ghastly. He can't believe it. How did this smelly hanger-on, who had always been nothing but good-looking, get into Shanghai real estate all of a sudden? That's a big company that requires a lot of education, ability and personal appearance. He had to admit that he hadn't even had the courage to go to the interview so far. The more Sun Yucheng thought about it, the more angry he felt. Self-esteem was strongly insulted. However, after glancing at the great beauty standing beside him, he suddenly smiled again, self-assured. What's the point of this stinking hanger-on even if he gets a good job? No money, no power. I hear they don't even have a wedding house. Definitely won't be able to find a wife, let alone a big beauty like Yao Yao. Doomed to a lifetime of bachelorhood, forever trampled under his own feet. Think about that. Sun Yucheng gloated. Yo-ho, then you're doing well now. You found a good job. Do a good job and try to afford a matrimonial home soon and find a beautiful woman for a wife too. Said. Sun Yucheng narrowed his triangular eyes and smiled meaningfully. Then, pretending not to notice, he inquired of his girlfriend. That's right, baby, I just remembered. You haven't seen our wedding room yet. Mom and Dad have already prepared for us. 1 West Suburb, 140 square feet townhouse. I'll show you later, huh? You'll be pleased. Sun Yucheng had just finished speaking. Yao Yao, who was standing beside him, was instantly nonplussed, only to see her excitedly stomping her feet in place, a pair of dark eyes stomping out, her eyes full of admiration for Sun Yucheng. Geez, honey, you're so awesome. Is our wedding house really a 140 townhouse? Or is it in the 1 West Suburb neighborhood? Honey, if I remember correctly, the price of housing there went up to $150,000 per square foot, right? Facing his girlfriend's agitation, Sun Yucheng waved his hand in a pretense of calmness. Hey, what's this? When you give me a big fat son in a few years, my husband will give you a new villa to live in. Speaking of big fat sons, Sun Yucheng deliberately aggravated his tone and looked at Chen Yi with eyes full of triumph. Regarding the neighborhood that Sun Yucheng had mentioned, Chen Yi more or less knew about it. Mom had mentioned the name of the neighborhood a few times before when she was pressing him for marriage. He remembers it clearly. Mom did say that Sun Yucheng's parents bought him a matrimonial home, but it was bought with a loan, and I have to pay over $10,000 a month on it. Although Sun Yucheng's parents' pension is high, but after repaying the loan, the old couple's retirement salary is not much left. Combined with having to support Sun Yucheng's repeatedly failed business ventures, his family is currently struggling. What a surprise! Having reached this situation, this grandson actually dared to show his superiority in front of himself. What a way to play up the swollen face. Nima, since I can't hide, I'm going to hit you hard in the face once for being a pretender. Thinking, Chen Yi hooked up the corner of his mouth and smiled, speaking with a mocking expression on his face. Man, I'm so jealous of you. A house, a car, a career, and a beautiful, beautiful wife like my sister-in-law. Before long, you'll be able to give your parents a grandchild, and your family will be complete. And look at me. Hey. With that said, Chen Yi furrowed his brows and let out a heavy sigh. Hearing this lament, Sun Yucheng's heart burst with joy. There was a look of gloating joy on his face that said, avenged. When he thought of his student days, the goddesses he had crushes on were all in Chen Yi's pocket. Sun Yucheng then wanted to continue to ruthlessly humiliate the wretched and miserable Chen Yi. After a pause, Sun Yucheng pretended to comfort. Oh brother, don't be too worried. The situation you're in right now, I guess, isn't really that bad. You don't have a house or a date, but you're a lot freer than I am. Look at me. Now I'm stuck with your sister-in-law all day and can't wait to make babies every day. Ha ha. Having said that, Sun Yuching ignored his girlfriend's face of shyness and forcefully wrapped his arms around her and nibbled on her. It was a sickening sight to see. Chenny straightened up and called out the hot eyes. He cleared his throat and said, "That's not true. I'm all that's left of a free man now. Today, for example, I was bored enough to wander around alone for a long time and bought this huge pile of clothes on impulse. After buying it, I realized that Nima can't wear it all with so much. Say this, the shoppers in the clothing store had already packed all the clothes. The counter was filled with boxes of unbelievably beautiful clothing, stacked a man high. The La Florent brand logo is strikingly engraved on the box. What kind of clothes? This floor can be full of luxury big-name brand clothing. It doesn't suit you very well. Did you buy it in the discount section on the first floor?" Sun Yuching snorted in contempt. The little girlfriend on the sidelines giggled and snickered along with her. Chenny did not answer Sun Yuching's question. Instead, he absently nudged angrily toward a clothing store off to the side. "Nah, it's these clothes. I regretted it after I bought it. It's too much. How long do I have to wear this?" Looking in the direction of Chun Yi's nuzzle, Sun Yuching and his girlfriend were dumbfounded in an instant, all of them looking like they had seen a ghost. The corners of his mouth, which had been rising just a moment ago, had now unconsciously drooped. Just then, the shopping guide girls stood in a row, all slightly bending towards Chun Yi. "Sir, your clothes are all packed and the small ticket is in the box for you. Sir, let's take it down for you." Hear that? Sun Yuching and his girlfriend instantly looked at the shoppers in unison. Then, he looked at Chen Yi with a stunned expression. Upon ascertaining that the guides were indeed speaking to Chen Yi, Sun Yuching's chubby face immediately turned ironic. Two triangular eyes stomped round behind gold-rimmed glasses. Chen Yi, did you buy these clothes? I mean, man, do you know what brand of clothes this is? Are you out of your mind? Don't be stupid. It's illegal not to check out after you buy something," said. Sun Yuching looked nervous as he pulled Chen Yi about to move away from La Florent clothing store. He didn't believe that poorer than Chen Yi could afford any of the clothes here. After all, any one of them can easily cost more than 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Not to mention how a pile of costume boxes like that could be 30 or 40 pieces at a glance. This must not be millions. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. The sky is falling. And this poorer than can't afford it. Hey, Yoshiro, what are you up to? Chen Yi brushed Sun Yuching's hand away. Sun Yuching didn't have the heart to say, "Brother, I'm doing this for your own good. You haven't been exposed to big-name clothing and don't understand the prices of big luxury brands, so you bought so many clothes in a brain fart. Do you know how much these clothes are worth? You can't even afford them. You slipped up in a hurry. I'm going back now to intercede for you. Big deal. Pay them some packing fees." Chen Yi did not move as he watched Sun Yuching's painstaking admonition to himself. When Sun Yuching finished speaking, Chen Yi finally couldn't help himself and laughed outright. He didn't stop until his cheeks cramped from laughing so hard. "Yoshiro, you're doing me a favor though, but what you're saying is so funny. If you didn't know better you'd think I'd come to someone's store to rob them." Sun Yuching sighed. Very disdainfully, he said, "Oh brother, still laughing? Oh, wait till I tell you the price of these clothes. It won't scare you to death." Chen Yi smiled and shrugged. "Price? I know. Who doesn't ask the price before buying clothes?" I asked. "It's just over $5 million. Don't worry, Honor City, I can afford it." Chapter 14, At first sight, I thought she was actress Yang Mi. Sun Yuching was creeped out, raising an eyebrow. He growled, "What do you mean, you can afford it? A $5 million dress and you're telling me you can afford it?" Having said that, Sun Yuching looked Chen Yi up and down a few times. He had to admit it. The suit that Chen Yi was wearing looked like it was really worth a lot of money, setting him off as not only handsome but also extremely manly. Could it be that those La Florent clothes were really bought by him? This kid isn't being kept by a rich woman, is he? He can't even afford his own matrimonial home, so how can he suddenly buy a dress that costs more than $5 million? It must be that he hooked up with some rich woman based on his good looks. Looking at Sun Yuching's sinister appearance as he narrowed his triangular eyes, Chen Yi had already guessed his mind. Truth be told, man, it's what you think. Me, I guess. Not only did I get a new job today, but I also got a very rich girlfriend. It's not like she's just established a relationship and she's so gung-ho about buying me all these big-name outfits. Chen Yi's words really irritated Sun Yuching. Sun Yuching clenched both his fists and clenched his back teeth to the point of creaking. Fruity, this kid hooked up with a rich woman. What a disgrace to men. Although the reality is that many men desire to find a rich woman to be able to put an end to their miserable working life, struggle for decades less, or even just lay flat for the rest of your life. But longing in the heart is longing. Not many people dare to say it. Not only would they not say it, they would pat themselves on the back for their disdain and contempt for the matter. Although a little jealous that Chun-Yi has a rich woman, so that he can easily have the luxury big brand that he cannot afford. But Sun Yuching thought for a second. It was a good opportunity to taunt him, since he degraded himself and became a pussy eater. Then don't blame others for despising him. It is said that those rich women are all wrinkled, fat, old women who look as ugly as flowers. Dude, are you telling the truth? Did you really get a rich woman? You're still so young. How can you serve an old woman? I'm afraid that woman is older than your mom, right? It's true that we lack money, but we can't sell our bodies. Sun Yuching kept slurping his mouth as he spoke. It was as if he was watching his best buddy jump into the fire and there was nothing he could do about it. Seeing this, Yao Yao, his girlfriend on the side, followed and kept shaking her head. Although she envied Chen-Yi for being able to buy so many big name brand clothes at once, she listened to her boyfriend's reasoning. At this time, she was also very contemptuous of Chen-Yi. Oh, even though he spends a lot of money during the day, he has to serve an old and ugly woman at night. I'm sure times are tough. Chen-Yi snorted in his heart at the duo's ghostly thoughts. Wait for it. The pretentious duo. You'll have your faces in a while. Don't think I don't know. You want to climb a rich woman more than anyone else, but you're as short and fat as a pig. I'm afraid no one would want you to carry a rich woman's shoes. Besides, who says a rich woman has to be a fat, ugly old woman? Couldn't it have been a young, beautiful woman? Chen-Yi didn't bother to look at Sun Yuching's pretentious face anymore. The eyes looked towards Sun Yuching's back. Why aren't they back yet? It's been a while now. Thinking of Jiang Even's astonishing beauty, Chen-Yi unconsciously hooked up the corners of his mouth. At this point, Sun Yuching was still spitting and mocking Chen-Yi. Dude, it's not me talking about you. It would have been just as well if you'd found a rich girl. It would have been your good fortune. But you can't find an old woman. An old woman can give you money, but she can't give you children. Don't forget, as an only child, it's a big deal to carry on the family's legacy. After educating Chen-Yi in a serious manner, Sun Yuching twisted his head around, contentedly staring at his girlfriend Yao Yao looking. Yao Yao is not a rich woman, but she is a real beauty. Having a few high-colored children after marriage will not kill Chen-Yi with envy. Oh, right. At the next class reunion, you can make a big deal out of Chen-Yi being a gigolo for an old woman. Let's see what this old classmate can do. Ha 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 ha. Just thinking about it made Sun Yuching's heart feel good. Just then, a nice imperial voice sounded from behind Sun Yuching. Chen-Yi, we're back. Chen-Yi looked up at the sound. After seeing that it was Jiang Evening and Jiang Yanyan, their eyes instantly glowed with joy. Hearing someone calling Chen-Yi's name, Sun Yuching and his girlfriend turned around at the same time, just waiting to see which old woman had adopted Chen-Yi. However, a moment after seeing the woman across the room, Sun Yuching was dumbfounded on the spot. Even his girlfriend Yao Yao could not help but look dumbfounded. Ta-da-da-da. Only to see a great beauty with stunning features and a shapely body, who was twisting her water snake waist as she walked in style. She's beautiful and unique. One appearance eclipsed all the women in the mall. With her came a doll-faced buxom woman. Finally, Chen-Yi greeted him with a smile and thoughtfully took the bag in Jiang Even's hands. It's okay. I just ran into my hairdresser and talked to him. Jiang Evening raised an eyebrow and said, Oh, is that so? Why do I seem to have vaguely heard someone call me an old woman? Was it you? Jiang Evening glanced at Sun Yuching with cool eyes. Sun Yuching stood straight in place, his eyes looking straight. Crouching grass. No way. This beauty is Chen-Yi's girlfriend? He's not looking for some old woman, but this great beauty? Sun Yuching had lived for almost 30 years and had never seen a big beautiful woman as pretty as Jiang Evening in reality. At first sight, I thought she was an actress in some movie. Upon closer inspection, she was actually 100 times prettier than those actresses. Compared to her, her own girlfriend Yao Yao is simply no match for her. Same with the eyes. This beauty's eyes are so soulful and charming that one look can make a man fall into them. Look at Yao Yao's eyes. They are dark and empty. Again, black silk legs. This beauty's legs are long and straight, more than a leg player. They are more perfect than comic legs. In contrast, Yao Yao's legs are really a bit short and thick, and his calves are a bit loopy. Ahem, what are you looking at? Stare at my sister again, or I'll snap your eyes out. Also, you were the one who just called my sister an old woman, weren't you? Jiang Yanyan's words interrupted Sun Yuching's thoughts. After coming back to his senses, Sun Yuching stiffly touched his nose and said awkwardly, No, sorry, what I said just now, I was fooling around with Chen-Yi. Chapter 15. Did you enjoy it? Chen-Yi stuck his hands in his pockets and cast a sidelong glance at Sun Yuching. This grandson, just now, you were talking about an old woman, despising others from the bottom of your heart. Only he can find a beautiful woman. Others only serve old women. Now it's a slap in the face, isn't it? In the presence of a real, all-natural beauty, Look at what you're looking for there. It would be a lie to say that my heart is not in it. But cool is cool. And surface work is still necessary. Chenny smiled and eased the atmosphere. Let me introduce. This is my hairdresser, Sun Yu-chung, and this is his girlfriend, Yao Yao. This is my girlfriend, Jiang Evening, and this is Jiang Yanyan. End of introduction. Sun Yu-chung reached over all the way with a smile on his face, wanting to shake Jiang Evening's hand. Hello, River Knight. Jiang Evening didn't reach out, just flicked her red lips and guffawed. Hello. This smile, red lips hooked, winks like silk. Looking at Sun Yu-chung, he was a little shaken. He glanced colorfully at Jiang Even for a few moments, and the more he looked, the more he felt like his teeth were going to fall down sour. The more I look at it, the more irritated I get. I didn't expect that. What kind of luck did this Chenny kid have? What tactics did he use to get his hands on such a young and beautiful rich woman? From the noble aura she had all over her body, one could tell that she must be a rich family's daughter, or the successor of some family business. If he had known that Chenny had fallen for such a beautiful rich woman, he wouldn't have been able to flatter her. Where would he be ungrateful enough to pretend to be in front of him? By the way, the clothes should be packed, right, hubby? We're on a tight schedule. We'll have to hurry. Jiang Evening said after glancing at the time. Chenny blurted out, all right, the clothes are packed. However, the words were just finished. Chenny instantly felt that something was wrong. And so on. You've got your ears right. Just now, what did Jiang Wan call herself? The old male? Chenny looked at Jiang Even with a shocked expression. Jiang Lian raised her eyes to look up at Chenny and softly said, since it's all packed, let's go. Honey, you look so handsome in that suit. Let's hang out some other time. I'd like to buy you a couple more Rolex watches. After the delicate voice, Jiang Evening took the initiative to take Chenyi's arm and pulled him to leave. Despite the confusion, Chenny still didn't forget to greet Sun Yuching on his way out. Then Yushiro, I'll leave first, haha. We'll get together again some other time. I hope to drink your wedding wine with your sister-in-law soon. Looking at Chenyi's back as he left, Sun Yuching's face turned green. After a moment of stiffness, he snapped to attention as if something had occurred to him. Suddenly he ran to the window by the tourist elevator and stood there looking down the stairs. What a coincidence. At this moment, the engine of Jiang Evening's seat sounded. Jiang Evening and Jiang Yanyan were the first to get into the car, followed closely by Chenyi. Boom! A Rolls-Royce Phantom went off in a cloud of dust. Sun Yuching was so furious that he nearly fainted. Rolls-Royce Phantom? That woman actually drives a multi-million-dollar luxury car. No wonder he bought Chenny a few $1 million worth of clothes at once. The girlfriend Chenny found is definitely a top-notch tycoon. This kid is going to be rich. How did such a rich and beautiful woman become Chenyi's girlfriend? Why? At this moment, Sun Yuching was already mad with jealousy, totally disregarding the fact that his girlfriend Yao Yao beside him was looking at himself with a sly look in her eyes. A woman's eyes are the most insightful, and Yao Yao clearly saw that Sun Yuching had been hooked since the moment Chenyi's girlfriend appeared. The way he looked at Chenyi's girlfriend could be described as salivating. This was something he would have been afraid to lick up if there hadn't been any bystanders present. Yoshiro, look at you. How can you stare at someone else's Chenyi's girlfriend like that? Where are you putting me? I admit, his girlfriend is really pretty, but I'm not so bad either. Yao Yao pouted and pushed Sun Yuching to pout. What to expect? Sun Yuching dodged Yao Yao in a flash and didn't even look at her squarely. Yao Yao instantly felt chilled disappointment. She stomped her foot and said indignantly, Sun Yuchung, what do you mean by this? You were just hugging and kissing people, and now that you've seen a beautiful woman, you've lost patience with me? Good for you. I can see what you are today. At the moment, Sun Yuching was angry. There was no way to listen to what Yao Yao was saying, much less have the patience to coax her. He glanced at Yao Yao, and said in a good-natured manner, Alright, stop chattering. You think you sound as good as young Mimi? Just your broken voice is distracting to hear. The busy and bustling streets of Magic City. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove steadily down the road. The carriage was filled with Jiang Yanyan's bright laughter. Ha 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 ha, isn't that cool, Chenyi? Jiang Yanyan looked back at Chenyi and said. Chenyi honestly said, ha ha, it's really cool. I've long been tired of seeing that pretender, Sun Yuchung, and have put up with him for many years. 1 inch at a time. This time it finally hit him hard in his swollen face. Thinking of the wave after wave of shock looks he had just gotten, Chenyi felt great. Let this grandson mock others for not having a girlfriend in the future. Oh, someone else's girlfriend is so beautiful that she blinds him. Chenyi could imagine Sun Yuching's frustrated expression of being so jealous that he was mad but unable to do anything about it at this moment. The boyfriend was worth pretending to be. Chenyi, have you found out yet? Jiang Yanyan laughed evilly. Chenyi, what was found? Jiang Yanyan glanced at Jiang Even, who was sitting elegantly and calmly beside him. Whispering to Chin-yi, he said, "My sister, this person, you don't see that she always has a high and mighty image. Actually, yeah, she's cute. For example, just now, in order to cooperate with you to beat the face of that pretentious man, those two husband calls yo. It's really needy." Chen-yi nodded approvingly. "Well, you're right." Jiang Evening's sudden husband still makes Chun-yi's heart flutter. The heart was as sweet as honey. He sighed in his heart. Jiang Even, this woman is really interesting. Sometimes wild, sometimes high, sometimes cute. At this point, Jiang Evening turned her head, her red lips raised in a beautiful arc. Actually, she also didn't know why she had just seen Chen-yi from afar being constantly mocked by a pretentious man. A fire then rose miserably in his heart, wanting to help him hit the pretentious man hard in the face. Was it because Chen-yi had spent the night with himself? Or is it because Chen-yi is an employee under himself? Or because she needs Chen-yi to pretend to be her boyfriend and go home with her? No matter what the reason was, in short, Jiang Evening didn't want to watch him being mocked by others. It's nothing more than a casual thing to back him up and grow some face. After a pause, Jiang Evening said with a straight face, "Chen-yi, Yen, stop gossiping. Let's get down to business. Since we're going to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend, we need to get to know each other first." Chen-yi nodded his head when he heard this. Right. We have to practice in advance. To avoid being poked and prodded when the time comes, we're going to have to get used to being boyfriend and girlfriend ahead of time. Looking at the way Jiang Evening and Chen-yi were talking in a serious manner, Jiang Yen puffed and laughed out loud. "Don't worry, you guys definitely won't be poked and prodded. You've already communicated in depth. Now it's just a matter of getting to know each other's personal information and you're okay." This statement was made. The atmosphere in the car was instantly subtle. Chapter 16. So this is what it feels like to be adopted by a rich woman. Chen-yi twisted his head to look out the window, holding a smile at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Evening, on the other hand, bit up her red lips and raised her hand to knock Jiang Yanyan's head. "Ouch, sis, it hurts." Jiang Yanyan screamed twice in pain. "Jiang Evening, shut your little mouth and stop making trouble." Jiang Yanyan deflated her mouth and rolled her eyes. "I don't give a damn about your business yet. Can I always sleep?" Having said that, Jiang Yanyan closed her eyes in exasperation and leaned on the seat without moving. As it happened, she was tired of shopping, so she simply took a nap. Seeing that Jiang Yanyan stopped making trouble, Jiang even reared back to look at Chen-yi. "By the way, I bought you 2 watches. Try them on," said the white, thin, playful Chen, nodding at the bag of luxuries in the back seat. Only then did Chen-yi notice that there was a bag sitting beside him. He picked up the bag with alacrity and pulled out the box inside. "A Rolex? It's expensive, isn't it?" Jiang even said indifferently. "Try it on." Open the box. Looking at the exquisite and luxurious, extremely textured 2 watches, an idea suddenly popped into Chen-yi's mind. He hooked his lips in a smile and lifted his deep eyes to look at Jiang Evening. "Mr. Jiang, since we're going to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend, we have to act realistically, right? Why don't you help me put it on?" Looking at the watch that Chen-yi handed over, Jiang Evening froze with a slight frown on her willow brows. How dare this guy make himself known? There had never been any man who dared to speak to himself in that tone. Seeing Jiang Wan ignoring himself, Chen-yi wanted to tease this woman even more. And so, with a kind face, he advised, "Mr. Jiang, I'm doing this so that we can get into the role earlier. After all, there's very little time left to practice. We've got to hurry up and get used to the intimacy of being boyfriend and girlfriend ahead of time." Jiang Evening knew that Chen-yi's words smacked of deliberately poking fun at her, but she also understood. What Chen-yi said still makes sense. Since we're pretending to be a couple, the necessary intimate interactions are hard to avoid. Think about it. Her beautiful eyes turned, her eyes flirting as she glanced at Chen-yi. Stretching out her jade hand, she said, "Here, give it to me." Chen-yi obediently handed over his watch. Jiang Evening held Chen-yi's hand and carefully put the watch on his wrist. Forged steel case, Roman scale, opaque caseback. The subtleties show the quality. High luxury and low profile coexist. "How does it feel?" Jiang Evening said softly. Chen-yi subconsciously nodded. "Well, good. The watch is good. No doubt about it." But Chen-yi's mind wasn't on the watch. His eyes couldn't help but fall on Jiang Evening's jade hand. Skin touch. Chen-yi suddenly remembered all the in-depth exchanges of last night, and couldn't help but feel a dryness in his mouth. At this moment, he really couldn't bear to pull his wrist out of Jiang Evening's hand. "I think it's nice too. It fits you well. I'll wear this one tonight and leave the other one for now." Having said that, Jiang even released Chen-yi's wrist and withdrew her hand. In fact, although Jiang Evening was superficially unperturbed, but there were also ripples in her heart. After all, it was her first time last night. For a woman, The first time that is the most profound. Even though there isn't much emotionally invested, the body has a memory. Touching with Chen Yi's body, it was impossible for Jiang Wan's body to not react. The slightly bumpy carriage. Jiang Yanyan had fallen into a deep sleep, but the driver in the driver's seat, old Lu, had complicated eyes. From time to time he glanced in the car's rearview mirror, observing the two men behaving intimately in the back seat. Old Lu had been a chauffeur for the Jiang family for 20 years, and he still had the eye for insight. According to his observations, those two Rolexes look like the latest models, the Submariner series. It's worth millions of dollars, and you bought two pieces at once. This money can buy a suite. It's enviable to casually wear a suite on your hand, to be seen by Chairman Zhang's only daughter. This kid is considered to have changed his fate. Chen Yi noticed the envy that showed in the driver's eyes. He gave a fake smirk. So this is what it feels like to be adopted by a rich woman. In a word, awesome. Zhang even was amused by Chen Yi's words. She held her forehead and said, "Alright, don't be poor. Let's get back to the point. Now that your image problem is solved, it's not bad, jaded businessman. Next, we should." Chen Yi interjected, "I get it. It's time for us to string together a confession." Zhang even blankly glanced at Chen Yi. "Let me start by telling you about my family. My parents, grandma, aunt and uncle, will all be at the family dinner tonight. My aunts and uncles are very open-minded and they don't meddle in my relationships. Mom and grandma, well, as long as you act sincere and generous and get attached to me, they'll love you. My dad's not very good at that. He's very sophisticated and deep in the city. Hear that?" Chen Yi instantly felt Alexandria. He clearly remembered that Zhang Zhiyou had mentioned this Chairman Jiang to him in the morning. Jiang Chenghui was a powerful man, starting from nothing when he was young and single-handedly founding the Shanghai Group. In the realm of Magic City, Jiang Chenghui, the real estate tycoon, could be considered the boss within the top tycoons. If he stomps his foot, the entire financial circle will shake 3 times. He himself is just a brat with no money and no power. To break into the Jiang family like this, isn't this a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, rushing to be slaughtered? Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. It had already seen Chen Yi's mind. She smiled easily and reassured. "It's okay, you don't have to be so nervous. My dad's a bit bossy and overbearing, but he more or less respects my opinion. You just have to be careful with your words, talk less, and care more about me so he can see how much you love me. I'm sure he won't give you a hard time about it." Hear that? Chen Yi was slightly relieved. After a pause, he suddenly remembered that Jiang Evening's blind date would also go to her house. "By the way, that blind date of yours." Jiang even waved his hand indifferently. "It's fine. For the Feng family's father and son, you don't need to take care of them. Alright, now it's your turn to tell us about your family. If my family asks, I'll be able to answer." Chen Yi nodded seriously. Priggishly, he said, "There are 3 of us in the family, and both mom and dad used to be teachers at the Academy of Fine Arts, but now they're retired. They both love to paint and spend most of their days at home painting. I also have an aunt who has been doing business abroad. My aunt's daughter, my cousin, she is very close to me." Jiang Wan listened carefully to Chen Yi's words. "Okay, I'll make a note of that. So it looks like your family is bookish. Both mom and dad are college teachers and painters." Hear the word painter. Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hastily waving his hand, he said, "Not much of a painter, just enjoys painting." After learning about their respective families, Jiang Evening picked up her cell phone and glanced at the time. It's 5 o'clock in the evening. The sun sets early in the winter, and at the moment it's a little dark. There was still an hour before the dinner, but there didn't seem to be much to prepare for. Otherwise, why don't we go home now? Old Lu, don't send me back to the office. Go directly to my parents' house. Jiang Evening's words just fell. Chen Yi then looked nervous and said, "Hey, don't go to your house. Yet." Jiang Evening, what? Wimped out? Chapter 17, now I beg you, pretend to be my girlfriend. Chen Yi raised his sword brows, explaining, "Wimpy, it is impossible to wimp out. What has been promised? Chen Yi, will never run away from the battle." Jiang Evening frowned. "Then tell me, why don't you want to go home with me now? Are you not ready for this?" Chen Yi frantically shook his head. No, I am suddenly remembering something. Although we are pretending to be a couple, but how can I say that this is also my first time to visit my mother-in-law and old husband? I've always heard my mom recite before what gifts anyone's son bought for his first visit to his in-laws. So I thought, I can't go home with you to your parents empty-handed here. I'll have to buy some gifts to take with me. It only makes sense. After listening to Chen Yi's words, Jiang even nodded in realization. Murmured, "That's true. So is it too late for us to go gift shopping? There's less than an hour left, and there's the traveling to do." Chen Yi thought for a moment. Then he clapped his hands and said, "In time, Since we're in a hurry, let's get something simple and versatile, which may not be too refined, but it won't fall on deaf ears. Just go to the front shopping center and get it. After listening to Chun Yi's advice, Jiang Evening expressed his strong approval. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Chen Yi kinda knew the ways of the world, at the very least more than she did. After the driver parked in front of the shopping center, Chen Yi jumped out of the car alone. Mr. Jiang, I'll go buy it myself. You rest in the car. I'll be back soon. Having said that, without waiting for Jiang Evening to say anything, Chen Yi walked into the mall with large strides. The reason why Chen Yi didn't want Jiang even to go alone. One, because she was wearing high heels and was originally more tired from shopping. Secondly, it was because he didn't want to let Jiang Wan spend any more money. Just now Jiang Wan had already spent too much money on him. His heart was already very much overloaded. Even though you are just pretending to be a couple to meet your parents, it is right for the man to spend money on the matter of buying gifts for his in-laws. 20 minutes later, Chen Yi walked out of the mall holding a bunch of gift boxes. Open the door and get in the car. Jiang even was really taken aback. What are you buying here? Why so much? Chen Yi spread his teeth and smiled. Nothing, just some tonic. There's abalone and sea cucumber, as well as bird's nest and gum. I know your family must not despise these things, but this is a small token of appreciation, and the proper etiquette should still be there. Hearing Chen Yi say that, Jiang Evening felt even more that Chen Yi knew the ways of the world. In his heart, Chen Yi was so aware of the etiquette of meeting his in-laws. I'm sure, he's had a lot of relationship experience. So maybe, he's actually had the experience of visiting his girlfriend's parents. Think about it. Jiang even instantly felt that she had lost out. It's a big loss. Dare I say that I, a white boy without any emotional experience, was tricked by him, an old driver. Exactly. Straight to his bed. No wonder he was so physical and skillful last night. Do you think these I bought are appropriate? Mr. Jiang. Seeing Jiang even suddenly stop talking, Chen Yi asked with a confused look on his face. Jiang Evening coldly said, Oh, it's quite appropriate. It's reassuring to see that you're so experienced about this whole meeting the lady's parents thing. Jiang Evening's words. It instantly caused Chen Yi to be a bit puzzled. He doesn't understand. Obviously, the atmosphere was fine just now, and Jiang Wan even smiled at herself frequently. How did she suddenly become so cold again, and talk sour? Women, they're so elusive. Jiang Evening hugged her arms and leaned back on the seat to close her eyes. Hoo. Jiang Yan was still asleep, snoring loudly. The moment. Chen Yi, however, couldn't relax in any way. He felt as if he was on pins and needles as he saw that he was about to arrive at the Jiang family residence. Come to think of it, these past 2 days have been a dream. Originally, he didn't even have a girlfriend, but suddenly fell in love at first sight with Jiang Evening at the bar. Oh no, it's lust at first sight. Do the impulsive thing. This was followed by a successful interview and entry into Jiang Evening's company. Now he had inexplicably become Jiang Evening's fake boyfriend, and was about to meet his legendary mother-in-law and old husband in 10 minutes. The old man is still a powerful man. Jesus Christ. One must know that a big-shot figure like his old husband would want to pinch him to death more simply than pinching an ant. He doesn't want to die young. Is it too late to run away? In order to stabilize his mood, Chen Yi simply picked up his phone, wanting to swipe a short video for a while to let himself relax. Who knows? I just pulled out my cell phone to see a 99+ WeChat message from my mom. Chen Yi wrinkled his nose and clicked on it. Bastard boy. How dare you lie to mom with pictures of actresses? I'm so angry. How can mom look at it? This picture you posted looks like actress Hotspur. Even prettier than Hotspur. How could you possibly find such a beautiful girlfriend? Do your spring dream. How did mom and dad raise you growing up? Be honest. You can't lie to people. Now you dare to lie to your old mom. This is a series of text messages. Just by looking at it, Chen Yi felt his ears buzzing, thinking of a moment to go to see the legendary parents-in-law, and so back to their own home will have to face the father and mother of a questioning lesson. He then felt a headache and confusion. After running through his thoughts, he gathered his courage and said, Mr. Jiang, I want to discuss something with you. Jiang even leaned on the seat without turning back. Just a cold voice. Well, go ahead. Chen Yi lowered his voice and said, Look, you asked me to pretend to be your boyfriend, and I gladly agreed. And now, I want you to pretend to be my girlfriend too. Actually, I'm in the same situation as you, if not more so. I'm being pushed by my parents all the time. Chen Yi's words, it caused Jiang even to be stunned. She narrowed her beautiful eyes and said, Chen Yi, I'm hiring you to pretend to be my boyfriend, and I'll pay. Chen Yi hurriedly said, I don't want your money. I'll find a way to pay you back for all this money you spent on stuff for me. 2. I'm just going to plead with you right now to pretend to be my girlfriend for a little while. I I've sent your picture to my mom and now I have to get you to pretend to be my girlfriend. Don't worry, you don't have to come home with me. You just have to cooperate with me and convince my mom that you exist, is the line. Okay? One brain after the other. Chun-Yi looked at Jung Even's back with inner apprehension. Jung Evening didn't return her head and continued to lean on the seat, resting her eyes. A few minutes later, Chen-Yi sighed in some frustration. It seems to be hopeless. Tomorrow can only go home to accept the rounds of torture by mom and dad. Just then, a nice imperial voice rang through the carriage. Okay, I promise. Chapter 18, these are the same jade hands that scratched many wounds on my back. Crap, did you hear me right? Is this a yes from her? Chen-Yi was instantly thrilled and couldn't help but giggle a few times. That's great. Now not only do I not have to be bared at home, but I don't have to be forced to go on a blind date anymore. Thank you Mr. Jiang. Jung Evening squared her body and straightened her chest. Turning back to Chen-Yi, he said seriously, we'll be arriving at my home soon. Remember, in front of my family, don't call me Mr. Jiang. Chen-Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, if I don't call Mr. Jiang, then what do I call you? Call you late? Late? Or is it baby as many couples like to call each other? Little baby? Jung Evening sniffed and bit her red lips. With a disgusted look on his face, he said, meathead. Just call me Evening, that's what my family likes to call me. Chen-Yi nodded. Evening. Well, okay. A few moments later, Jung Evening twisted her head once again, blinking her pretty eyes at Chen-Yi. By the way, we haven't gotten our lines right yet about how we both fell in love. Tell you what, whoever asks, we'll say we just met last week. We were in love at first sight. Hearing Jiang even say that, Chen-Yi was a bit surprised. Just met a week ago? Saying that, will your parents think we're both too impulsive? I'm not going to lie. I've already told my mom that I've been dating my girlfriend for 3 months. Jung Evening wrapped his arms around him. Unimpressed, he said, it's fine. What you tell your parents is none of my business. We're just a pretend couple anyway. It's not like both parents are going to meet. We just need to be able to hide it from our respective parents and we'll be okay. Chen-Yi gave a hum and didn't say anything else. Thinking that he would be arriving at Jung Evening's house soon, he sat up straight and straightened his attire in the mirror. At this point, Zhang Yanyan slowly opened his sleepy eyes and stretched. Ouch! How did I fall asleep? It's getting dark. Where is this going? Saying that, Zhang Yanyan turned her head to look out the window. Oops. Home. Hearing Zhang Yanyan say that she had arrived home, Chen-Yi immediately looked out the car window. Only the car slowly pulled into an estate house. Although it was dark, the manor was brightly lit. This Chinese-style manor house in the eastern suburb of Magic City sits on an entire hilltop, combining luxury and elegance with cultural style. Chen-Yi was not at all surprised by the luxuriousness of the Zhang family's residence. After all, the Zhang family was the leading luxury family in Magic City. Hey, Chen-Yi, are you nervous? Hearing Zhang Yanyan's question, Chen-Yi jerked his head back. Still, okay, not nervous, though the mouth is stiff and says it's not stressful. But at the moment, Chen-Yi's brain was buzzing. Originally, it was easy to be nervous about meeting your old man for the first time on the doorstep. Plus, her father is not an ordinary father-in-law. He is one of the 3 famous giants in the financial sector of Magic City. Big brother plus father-in-law sounds super creepy. Think about it, your family is just an ordinary little old man, and you are just a small staff member who has not yet been transferred. Nervous and bottomless. It's true. 2 minutes later, the car stopped. Before getting out of the car, Zhang Evening instructed, Chen-Yi, take it easy. My family won't give you a hard time with me. Having said that, Zhang Evening reached out and poked Zhang Yanyan's head again. Amazing. Remember to keep your mouth shut. Zhang Yanyan patted his chest and laughed. Don't worry about it. Sister brother-in-law. We're a team. I'll only cooperate with you to the fullest. Get out of the car. Chen-Yi walked to the rear of the car and opened the trunk to get the gifts. Zhang Evening and Zhang Yanyan stood aside and waited a little. At this time, an unfamiliar Maybach parked in front of the villa's door caught Zhang Evening's attention. She said in a cold voice, it seems that they have arrived. Zhang Yanyan understood who Zhang Knight was referring to when she said they. She scared and said disdainfully, he's rich and powerful, but he's too ugly, and he's rumored to have bad character. I understand you, sis. I wouldn't be able to get off my ass if I were you. After Chen-Yi took out the gifts, he looked at Zhang Evening who was standing in front of him. On a whim, he thought he could make a video to show his mom. Mom doesn't believe in herself, does she? Why don't you just make a video and post it to your family and throw a thunderbolt to blow everyone out of the water? This is all carrying gifts to the door to meet the in-laws. Who else doesn't believe in themselves? Thinking, he decisively freed a hand. Taking out his cell phone, he first took a picture of the gift he was carrying in his hand. then turned the camera toward Jiang Evening. After the shot, without even thinking, he sent the video to the loving family group. Jiang Evening laughed at Chun Yi's behavior of making a video. Alright, come on. Having said that, Jiang Evening smilingly took one of Chun Yi's hands and naturally interlocked her fingers with his. This sudden interlocking of the fingers caused Chun Yi's heartbeat to instantly slow down by half a beat. The small, slender, white hand was pressed into his own tight, broad palm. This did not stop Chen Yi from once again remembering the whole night's charge last night. At her peak, these jade hands of hers had scratched a lot of wounds on her back. Not to mention, you two do look good together. If this is a real couple, and they make a child in the future, they will definitely have a super high face value, Zhang Yanyan muttered as he slowly followed behind. In front of a luxurious and atmospheric 3-story villa, Zhang even skillfully opened the door to the first floor hall. The sound of lively conversation came instantly from the living room. This son of mine, he's never been one for that kind of nonsense. He's a real person. That we can see. Yu Tsung is a good, kind and steady boy. Honestly many of our famous girls in Magic City have been in love with my family Yu Tsung for a long time, but he only has your family Xiao Lian in his heart. Look, what you guys mean about these two kids is. Jiang Evening stood in the doorway without saying a word, listening to the conversation between her family and the Feng family's father and son. She was instantly disgusted. What age is it? Can we outlaw this model of matchmaking? Which is similar to arranged marriages. This is the kind of thing where the parents make a big deal out of it. Even if the blind date is a top-notch hottie, she wouldn't be the least bit interested in it either. Sis, don't mind what they say. We'll just go in. And anyway, you weren't told ahead of time that you were going on a blind date. And no one asked if you had a boyfriend now. You're squarely bringing home a boyfriend now. So cheer up and get high. Jiang Yanyan also despised this kind of blind date. Chun Yi glanced at Jiang Yanyan. It had to be said that this was since he saw Jiang Yanyan at noon, the most decent and reliable thing she's ever said. I'm home. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, Uncle Feng, Yu Tsung, you guys are here too. Speaking, Jiang Evening had already walked into the living room on Chen Yi's arm. Chapter 19, The First Visit. Shocking the old man's family. Hearing Jiang Evening's voice, the living room, which had been unusually lively, suddenly quieted down. Everyone in the living room looked at Jiang Even in unison. Seeing the people who came in, besides Jiang Evening and Jiang Yanyan, there was actually a strange man. And, Jiang Evening was still holding the man's arm, and the two of them seemed to be behaving very intimately. The crowd instantly turned pale. They have already realized that Jiang Evening is not a good person. She is using practical action to rebel against this blind date. I'm sure the party won't go well tonight. The line of people sitting on the couch all tensed up, too stunned to speak. Tonight is a blind date for two young people though, but as we all know, behind every blind date is the union of two families. Financial giant Jiang Chenghui, and his late friend Director Feng. The two have long been interested in tying the knot and growing each other's strength. But now, I'm afraid someone is trying to stir things up on purpose. Just as the atmosphere in the living room dropped to freezing point, the Jiang family's old madam spoke with a kind smile. Gu, my precious granddaughters are back. Come sit down next to grandma and let her take a good look at you. Jiang Yanyan smiled at his words and ran to sit beside old lady Jiang. Jiang Evening held Chun Yi's hand and followed closely behind. Late, and this young man is? Old Mrs. Jiang raised her hand to hold up her old flowery glasses, squinting her eyes as she carefully sized up Chen Yi. Jiang Evening tilted her head, her eyes glancing adoringly at Chen Yi, and then with a happy face, she said, introducing everyone, this is my boyfriend, Chen Yi. Chen Yi, this is my grandmother. Chen Yi nodded politely and said, hello, Grandma Jiang. Jiang Evening pointed at her parents again and said, these are my parents. Chen Yi, hello aunt and uncle. Then, Jiang even introduced his aunt and uncle, as well as his dad's best friend, Uncle Feng, and his son. Chen Yi very politely smiled and nodded at them in turn, saying hello. After the introduction, Chen Yi placed the gift he was carrying in his hand on the coffee table, a small token of appreciation. I don't know if it's to everyone's taste. Chen Yi thought he had behaved passably, well-behaved and courteous, and was not overbearing. However, at this moment, no one paid any attention to Chen Yi at all. Due to surprise, the crowd all had stiff expressions and didn't say a word. Only old lady Jiang looked at Chen Yi with kind brows and a big smile. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. The lad knows his stuff. Handsome looking too, tall and handsome. A bit similar to Grandpa Little Knight when he was young. My little knight has a good eye. Grandma is very pleased. Little knight, you can finally bring your boyfriend home. Grandma is so happy. Chang Hui, Shaoli, what do you two think? In the Jiang family residence, old lady Jiang could be considered the northern dipper supreme. No one dared not disobey. Hearing the old lady's question, Jiang Evening's mom, Jolie, hurriedly nodded at her mother-in-law. You're right, Mom. I also think this kid is good. By the look of his face he's an honest, kind and good boy. Jolie always respected her mother-in-law and followed all her decisions. What's more, she and her mother-in-law share the same aesthetic and both like good-looking boys. Jiang Chenghui, who was originally stony-faced, also forced a smile at his old mother at this time. Mom, you're right about everything, but little Knight's marriage is a matter of urgency and requires extra caution. Having said that, Jiang Chenghui turned his gaze to Jiang Evening. Little Knight, is he really your boyfriend? How come Dad doesn't know you have a boyfriend? Jiang Wan leisurely snuggled up next to her grandmother, feeling a full sense of security. In this family, Grandma is her backbone. Facing the sharp, icy look cast by Dad, she blandly said, I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. Dad, Chen Yi and I only met last week. Jiang Chenghui's face darkened even more at his words, his gaze as harsh as a knife. What? Just met last week? Late. Having a boyfriend is not child's play. You can't just let your nature run wild. I heard my dad call his relationship bullshit. Jiang even instantly felt a little annoyed. Still, she did her best to remain stable. Dad, I'm not messing around with him. It was love at first sight, and the first time we saw each other, we had a crush and were very much in love. Things like feelings, have nothing to do with the length of time you've known each other. The words fell. Jiang Evening raised her eyes and glanced absently at Feng Yusong. Jiang Wan's words had successfully ignited Director Feng's anger. Ever since the moment Jiang Evening entered the door with Chen Yi on her arm, Director Feng had felt an unprecedented insult, only to see him stand up in a mischievous manner. Despite his small stature, his powerful official authority made him a powerful aura. I say, old brother, do you really not know about the fact that your daughter has a date? Or do you pretend not to know? I specifically put off several bureaus and brought Yu Tsong to your house for a banquet to discuss the marriage of the two children. But now, I don't understand you guys. A word from Director Feng. It was powerful and self-contained. The words revealed his dissatisfaction with the Jiang family. Jiang Qinghui flicked the sleeves of his Zhongshan suit and then stood up. He narrowed his sharp eyes and said with a smirk, Older brother, how could I intentionally deceive you when it comes to my children's marriage matters? I really don't know anything about Late finding a boyfriend. If I had known that Late had already talked about her boyfriend, why would I have gone to such lengths to throw this dinner party? However, I also admit that this is indeed something our Jiang family did wrong. Although Jiang Chenghui has a high position of power and authority in the business world of Magic City, he is also very close to many political figures. But the matter of today, he was self-conscious of his shortcomings, and had indeed slapped the face of the other Feng family. Therefore, he took the initiative to put down his stance and said a few soft words. Seeing such a situation forming at home, old lady Jiang tapped her cane and spoke again. I said that little Feng. Oh no, it should be Director Feng. We're the ones who mismanaged this tonight. I'll apologize to you, and see if you can look at me as a senile old man and not take it out on my little granddaughter. Sons and daughters are always what you make of them. Let's just say that my granddaughter and your son aren't meant for each other, and that can't be changed. Hearing old lady Jiang's words, Director Feng's anger subsided a bit. After a few moments of deliberation, he decided not to pursue the matter with the junior, or else he would appear to have no breadth of mind. Most of all, the power of the Jiang family in the Magic City could not be underestimated, and the Jiang family could not be offended by this. I dare not. I dare not. You are right, Auntie. Although our two families can't be married, there are always still so many years of friendship left. Well, we'll leave you to dine as a family. Farewell. After saying that, Director Feng was about to turn around and leave the Jiang family. However, his son Feng Yusong is still sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, with absolutely no intention of leaving. Yu Kong, what are you waiting for? Go away. Director Feng urged. Chapter 20, To tell you the truth, my boyfriend and I are in perfect harmony. Seeing that Dad is urging himself to go, only then did Feng Yusong reluctantly help the sofa to stand up. Due to his overly obese body type and the stimulation brought on by Jiang Evening, Feng Yusong began to pant heavily, and fine beads of sweat broke out on his chubby white face. Seeing that the goddess he had adored for years was now leading a gigolo through the door, his eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Evening, you're really with him? Are you playing around with him? Or are you serious? Hear that? Jiang Evening couldn't help but roll her eyes. Brother Yu Kong. You say that? Of course I'm running to get married. We've known each other since we were very young. And you know me. There's no way I'm going to hang out with just anyone. Saying that, Jiang even pressed her body onto Chen Yi. Chen Yi very cooperatively responded to Jiang Even, stretching out an arm to wrap around Jiang Even's shoulders. Dropping his eyes in deep affection, he said, Evening, I'm serious about you too. Jiang Evening raised her eyes and met Chen Yi's line of sight with a face of delicate assault. This situation. It made Feng Yusong feel angry. He was seen clenching his fists, and both of his arms kept wincing. If this was outside, he would have long ago pounced on Jiang Evening and ruthlessly vented the anger in his heart. But this is in the Jiang family. Feng Yusong felt that as long as Jiang Wan hadn't married that boy yet, he would have plenty of opportunities. After a pause, Feng Yusong reluctantly asked, Jiang Evening, you talked to him. How far have you gotten? That's an overly blunt question. Everyone in the room was embarrassed. At that moment, Jiang Changjing, who had not commented on the matter, spoke. I say, Utsuho, it's not quite appropriate for you to ask that, is it? My niece's emotional problems. That's her personal and private matter. It's not your turn to interrogate her. Feng Yusong was momentarily speechless at his words. He forced down the anger in his heart, intending to defend himself. And yet, I don't want to. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Jiang Evening took the initiative to talk openly about her feelings. Oops, it's okay, uncle. There's nothing inappropriate about Yukongo's question. After all, it's the 21st century, and it's long past time to talk about sex. To tell you the truth, my boyfriend and I are in harmony in every way. Having said that, Jiang Evening and Chen Yi exchanged a silent glance. The intense love that flowed from the eyes of the two was seen by everyone present. Amazing Jiang took the opportunity to increase his firepower. OMG. What are you two doing? This show of love is so sour it makes my teeth fall out. Want to move a bed? Let me see how harmonious it really is. Bold statements from the two daughters of the Jiang family. The two moms in the room were instantly bashful. Jolie couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. My goodness, when did this daughter of mine talk like that? In front of so many elders. What a shame. Sister-in-law Li Yue sighed and said, this niece of my family often speaks without thinking. Hey, can't do anything about her. When Jiang Chenghu heard his daughter say the word harmony, angry, his face turned green and he glared at Chen Yi with a deadly glare through clenched teeth. If his eyes could carry a knife, he would hate to immediately cut this Chen Yi into 1,000 pieces and chop him into mush. To think that his own daughter had kept her body for 27 years, and now she had easily given herself to this boy. Although this boy looks like a man, but how is his character? How is his family? He knows nothing about it. Despite being so angry that he almost spat out blood, as the head of the family and in front of the Feng family's father and son, Jiang Chenghui could only swallow his breath for now. It won't be too late to clean up this kid behind closed doors once we've sent the outsiders away. Yo-ho! I can't imagine that all the daughters of the Jiang family are so open-minded. It's so spontaneous to be so eager to, with a man you've just met. No wonder you don't look down on my simple, conservative son. So it does seem unsuitable. A few sour words from Chief Feng. It made Jiang Chenghui's fire even hotter. He glanced at his daughter without any good humor, and then turned his gaze with a murderous aura towards Chen Yi. To think that you are respected and admired out there. Now it was a brat who had vaulted his backyard and taken his precious daughter. His hatred for Chen Yi deepened. Yo, Uncle Feng said that. I guess you haven't read the latest news about your son. That's a good one. All kinds of peripheral modeling, multi-person events, human wives and husbands. Compared to your son, we are ashamed of ourselves. We're merely squarely in love. Jiang Evening clouded a few words. Said Director Feng gritted his teeth, so angry that he opened his mouth and couldn't say anything for a long time. Put. Ahem. Excuse me. Watching the show until now, Chen Yi finally couldn't hold back his laughter. He didn't expect that Jiang Even, who had always been, during the day, cold and dignified, would have such a viper's side. In 3 words, he disliked this Director Feng so much that he couldn't speak. Interesting. This woman is really different. Feng Yusong saw his father was getting a little out of control emotionally. He felt that he must stabilize his emotions at this time and not lose his head. They say you crave what you haven't tasted, and you crave a woman you haven't slept with. Feng Yusong knows that he is still greedy for Jiang Evening, despite the fact that she has lost her virginity, but he do not care. It was better not to tear the face off with the Jiang family before actually getting Jiang Evening. Think about that. Feng Yusong hurriedly walked over and held his father's arm, comforting him. Dad, don't be angry. If you didn't say those yin and yang words, people Jiang Evening wouldn't have told those false gossips about me. Okay, everyone stop arguing. Dad, let's just go back. Uncle Jiang, Mother Jiang, we apologize for interrupting tonight. It's said that you can't reach out. In the face of Feng Yusong's reasonable and polite modesty, the Jiang family members present could not say anything else, seeing that he had achieved his goal. After Feng Yusong glanced meaningfully at Jiang Even, he helped his father to quickly leave. Jiang Chenghui followed the Feng family's father and son out. The rest stayed in the parlor. After a short silence, Amazing John's laughter brought the house back to life. Laughing my ass off. Sis, what you just said was such a relief. Hit the nail on the head, poking the heart with every word. It's you who should be the one to talk about being angry. Jiang Chengjing raised his hand and touched his daughter's head, exclaimed, these two daughters of our family, although they speak very straight, they speak the truth, unlike that fat kid from Feng's family, who was fake and hypocritical as hell. Jiang even smiled. Slowly, he said, Uncle, wise eyes. At that moment, the old lady tapped the mahogany cane in her hand. Boys, all stop. Now that there are no outsiders in the house, all come over and eat. Chapter 21 Mother's Face Control. Super fond of me. Since the old lady gave the word, everyone all obediently walked out of the living room and headed straight in the direction of the dining room. The villa has a large interior. Chen Yi and Jiang even walked behind hand in hand. Chen Yi, your cell phone keeps ringing. Jiang Evening thoughtfully reminded. Chen Yi let out an oh so subtle sound, and then pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Without even having to open his cell phone, Chen Yi could guess that this series of message beeps must have come from the family crowd. That thunderbolt just now must have blown all the family out of the water. Must be at this moment. The family was thrilled and very relieved that he had found someone. Chen Yi smilingly opened WeChat and clicked on the group chat. Fruity, group chat, love each other as a family. Tongli pan fried snow, mom. Tongli pan shui, mom oh my gosh, my goodness, shocked. Tangli fried snow, mom son, you really found a girlfriend. Mom finally waited for this day. Folding fan in white, Aunt Xiaoyi's girlfriend is so beautiful. Maya Gino, cousin wow. I thought that was actress Yang Mi when I clicked on the video. Dong Xiano, cousin at a closer look. It's younger and prettier than Yang Mi. My brother is so awesome. Likes. Tangli pan shui, mama deet dan dead old man. Are you still squatting in the toilet? Angry. Tangli pan shui, mom come out quickly. Hurry up and discuss your son's marriage. At drinking a cup of tea. A drink of tea, dad I just saw it. Shocked. Dad my son is amazing. It's amazing if it's not a hit. A quick scroll through the group's 365 group chat messages. Watching my family members can't stop praising themselves. Chen Yi's heart burst with joy. Now no one's going to force themselves to get married anymore, right? I found such a beautiful girlfriend. Mom will never look down on those women in the park's dating corner. From now on, one will be able to live a free and solemn life. Ha. To further enhance the trust of the family, Chen Yi joyfully clicked on the shooting, and recorded a video of the interior of the Jiang family, sent to the group. With that, he slipped the phone back into his pocket. However, he doesn't know, just now this action will bring him what a world of trouble. Chinese style, in a lavishly decorated restaurant. Sit down, all of you, with the old lady's order. Everyone all sat down. The eldest daughter-in-law, Jolie, said to the old lady, Mom, Cheng Hui just called, said something happened over at the Rongqing branch, had to rush over overnight to fix it, won't be back tonight. Also, he asked me to tell you. This last sentence. Jolie deliberately came closer to the old lady and lowered her voice. The dining table was long, and Chen Yi couldn't hear what Auntie Jiang said, but smart as he is, he had already guessed that this last statement from Auntie Jiang was directed at himself, because in this family, one is the only outsider. Moreover, just now, Chairman Zhang's eyes were filled with strong hostility when he looked at himself, and he could see this clearly. Well, he's not coming back until he does. Lori, remember to call him later and ask what's going on. Okay, now let's hurry up and eat. The old lady's words fell. Everyone picked up their chopsticks in unison. After all the fussing and delaying just now facing a table of delicious food, everyone was very hungry. As the Jiang family ate their meal, they raised their eyes from time to time to survey Chen Yi. Weekly though was surprised and bewildered by her daughter's sudden search for a boyfriend. However, it was nice to see the young man in front of me looking good, handsome features and upright posture. The temperament is elegant, and a good-looking man. This is a proper good boy look in the eyes of the elders. This appearance could be many times better than that obese and crowded Feng Yusong's features. So, Jolie was very satisfied with this Chen Yi's first impression. After all, like her mother-in-law, she's a total facehugger. Chen Yi, how old are you? What kind of work do you do? Where does the family live? How many people are in the family? Relieved, Jolie then wanted to get to know the boy who could potentially be her future son-in-law a little closer. Chen Yi put down his chopsticks when he heard this, smiling politely at Zhou Yuri. Auntie, I'm 27 years old and I work as an accountant for a real estate company. The family lives on the west side of town and has a family of 3. Chen Yi had just finished speaking. Weekly couldn't wait to speak again. Ha, you're the same age as my little knight. By the way, how did you and Late meet? Chen Yi skillfully answered the lines that the two had discussed in advance. Auntie, I met Late last week in a restaurant. We We both fell in love at first sight and found each other very chatty and had a lot of common interests. Jiang even smiled with satisfaction. Under the table, he gave Chenny a thumbs up. Come on, Mom, look at you like you're investigating an account. People, Chenny is rather shy. It's inevitable that he's a bit nervous when he comes to our house for the first time as a guest. Aunt Li Wei giggled. Jokingly, he said, Goo, little late, this is starting to protect him. Just like our amazing family, you start elbowing your way out when you have a man. Uncle Jiang Chengjing followed suit. Who says otherwise? This little jacket of mine not only doesn't keep me warm, but it whooshes and leaks. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at that. The old madam was served dinner by the servants while looking at everyone with a smile on her face. Oh little knight, tell grandma the truth. Are you and Chan really boyfriend and girlfriend? How's that for a coincidence? Never had a boyfriend before. The family set you up on a blind date today, and all of a sudden you've got a boyfriend. Hearing the old lady say that, everyone instantly looked at each other with complicated eyes. Jolie, who was just focusing on being happy, only then remembered that her husband had specifically instructed her on the phone. Let yourself not be gullible to your daughter's words. And even more so, you must not let your guard down against Chenny. Could it be that? Is my daughter lying to herself? A fake boyfriend specifically to deal with the family? A few moments later, John even put down her chopsticks. Clearing his throat, he said, Grandma, I'll be honest, I couldn't quite believe it myself. How I suddenly had a boyfriend and it was love at first sight. Though this is spoken of as if it were a dream. It is indeed true. If you guys don't believe me, I'll simply be cheeky and show you one thing. Jiang Evening's words. Hearing Chen Yi, he froze. Something? What stuff? How come he doesn't know? There was no mention of this in advance of the lines. Just as Chen Yi was looking at Jiang Wan with a confused expression, Jiang Wan suddenly reached over. One tugged at the collar of Chen Yi's shirt. Chapter 22. I can't imagine my sister is so spirited in private. What a fierce woman. Chen Yi subconsciously tilted his neck back. A puzzled face looked at Jiang Evening. What's she up to? Pulling your own collar in front of the whole family. Is this about public pornography? Don't move, Jiang Evening said softly. Despite his dismay, Chen Yi obediently cooperated with Jiang Evening. It couldn't be helped. Who made this woman's voice so delicate and soft, and her looks so stunning and charming? Whatever she says. Under the watchful eyes of all the Jiang family members, Jiang even moved nimbly to undo the buttons at Chen Yi's neck. Next, she pointed to the bright red strawberry mark on Chen Yi's neck and showed it to everyone. Here, take a look. Does this prove that Chen Yi and I are really in a relationship, and that everything that should have happened has happened? It was then that Chen Yi realized Jiang Even's intention of pulling his collar. He snapped back to the fact that he had left the top button of his shirt unbuttoned the entire time he was shopping for clothes at the mall at lunch. Prest forgot that she still had a prominent strawberry mark on her neck. Come to think of it, Jiang even should have discovered the strawberry mark on her neck at that time. At this point, the restaurant was in an uproar. Everyone was too stunned to speak. Chen Yi clearly saw that Auntie Jiang's face swished red to the roots of her ears, and her entire body was ashamed and annoyed. The aunt and uncle were also so embarrassed that they kept burying their heads and picking up their food, pretending that they hadn't seen anything just now. Understandable. People of their age, even if they were open-minded, would not be open-minded enough to talk about their bedfellows in front of a large number of family members. However, the attitude of Jiang Yanyan and the old madam was diametrically opposed to Auntie Jiang and the others, only to see Jiang Yanyan biting his chopsticks with a bad smile on his face, a pair of colorful eyes constantly sweeping over Chen Yi's body. OMG. You two are really intense here. I can't believe my sister is so spirited in private. What a fierce woman. Grandma, now you believe me, don't you? My sister has really met a caller. This is an electric collision between her and Chen Yi. Sparks crackling. Hearing Jiang Yanyan's flirtation, Chen Yi hurriedly rebuttoned his shirt. Then he reached out a hand and gently pushed Jiang Evening. Feigning embarrassment, she said, Evening, don't. That's not very appropriate in front of everyone. Jiang Even, on the other hand, pushed Chen Yi's arm back with a shy face. The old madam watched her granddaughter flirting with her boyfriend in front of her with a smile on her face and couldn't help but nod frequently. Ha 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 ha. Good. So it turns out that my little knight has never found a date because she hasn't met her true love. Grandma asks you, are you and little Chen really headed for marriage? Jiang even blinked her pretty eyes and nodded seriously. Chen Yi followed suit and nodded. At that moment, the old lady suddenly broke her fingers as if she was calculating something. After a while, she said slowly, Goo, you guys need to get married early then. Xiao Lian is already 27 years old this year. She must have a child before she turns 30, or else I will be a woman of advanced maternal age. Advanced maternal age that can be dangerous and the body doesn't recover well. The old lady's words were heard in a confused manner. Why is this suddenly about marriage and children? Aunt Li Yue smiled and said, Mom is right. Having a child after 30 is indeed considered an advanced age. It's definitely better to have it early anyway, and your body recovers faster. I was just too old when I gave birth to Amazing Grace, which caused this body of mine to never be well toned, and I fell victim to back pain and leg pain. Jolie made a wink at Li Yue, signaling her not to follow her mother-in-law around. Mom, Yahweh, I agree with what you guys are saying about having kids early, but these kids have only known each other for a week's time, so they should still spend some more time together and see what happens. You can't rush something as big as getting married and having kids. Looking at the daughter brought back the boyfriend looks so handsome and compelling. With the daughter can be described as a man and a woman. Weekly's heart rejoiced greatly, but when it comes to getting married and having children, she feels there is a bit of a rush. Look at this situation. The mother-in-law is very fond of her daughter's boyfriend, cannot wait to urge marriage and have children, but her husband seemed to be a bit displeased with this Chen Yi, and even urged herself on the phone to be vigilant and watch out for Chen Yi. Weekly felt a little torn. At that moment, the old lady waved her hand in a domineering manner. Lori, you don't have to think about it too much. Didn't our little knight say? The matter of feelings, has nothing to do with the length of time. In my opinion, these two children are a match made in heaven. I thought I married Grandpa Little Knight after only meeting him once, and we were still in love for 50 years? Ha ha ha. Hearing this from Grandma, Zhang even instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. She pretended to sip her soup carelessly, but in reality, her heart was already hanging in the air and she was nervous. She couldn't help but lock eyes with Chen Yi. Tell Chen Yi with your eyes, what should we do? What should we do? We came up with the fake boyfriend/girlfriend thing so we wouldn't be forced to get married. It was fine just now. How come the picture suddenly changed? Marriage? And a baby? Holy crap, don't! At this moment, Zhang Evening's heartfelt words were something Chen Yi could completely comprehend. Grandma Zhang Evening's words surprised him as well. Nice guy, this pretending to be a boyfriend hasn't even gotten it right yet. Why are you suddenly pushing for marriage and kids? In that case, pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend not only didn't allow himself and Zhang even to avoid being urged to marry. Instead, it accelerated the process of catapulting the marriage. The restaurant was quiet for a few moments before Uncle Jiang Chengjing spoke up as he ate his meal. Mom, I can't imagine that your mindset is more open than that of all of us latecomers. The first time someone's little Chen comes to our house, you start urging for marriage. Will little Chen dare to come in the future? If you ask me, you can wait until my brother gets back to talk about marriage. It's not too late. Hearing the uncle's words, Zhang Evening abruptly sighed in relief. She hurriedly catered. Yes, Grandma, my dad's not here for something, so it's not a good idea for us to talk about marriage without him knowing. Is it? Moreover, my father doesn't necessarily support me and Chen Yi. After all, he's the one who's been trying to set me up with Feng Yusong. Zhang Evening's words just fell. Grandma slammed down her chopsticks and curbed the smile on her face. Don't be afraid of your dad. I dare him not to support you guys? Late. You have to realize that all fathers are heartily hostile to their daughters' men. What's the saying? The cabbages you've worked so hard to grow are given away by pigs. Ha ha ha. Zhang even smiled awkwardly at her grandmother. Chen Yi followed suit and grinned. It's hard to stop Grandma's conversation when it opens up. To tell you the truth, Grandma doesn't like that Feng Yuchong either. Growing so fat, starting to wheeze after a few steps, and not looking good. It's still Xiao Chun who's good, with thick eyebrows, decent features, and a tall body. Grandma especially believes in face reading. That faces are born from the heart, and that faces are like people. So little Chen must be a good boy. Chen Yi was actually a bit embarrassed by the compliment. Chapter 23. The first time I went up to the woman's house, I was actually allowed to stay. Have to admit it. Zhang Evening's grandmother, really a very interesting old lady, open-minded and bright, complimenting people with such personality. This character was very similar to Chen Yi's grandmother. It's a pity that Chen Yi's grandmother died early. All that can be recalled today are memories from childhood. Thinking about this, Chen Yi could not help but feel a hint of sadness. Gee, Grandma, look at you. Anyway, the matter of marriage Chen Yi and I are in no hurry. We want to be in a relationship for 2 years first, and we'll talk about marriage later. Zhang Evening suppressed the nervousness and anxiety in her heart, and deliberately said with a relaxed tone, who knows? Grandma pouted instantly upon hearing this, looking a little displeased. He said, what, a 2-year relationship first? 2 years from now, but you're 29 years old, old girl. Zhang even shrugged. Indifferent. What happened to 29? It's okay, Grandma. Anyway, I'm just going to enjoy being in love. And the marriage thing? I don't want to right now. Grandma furrowed her somewhat white eyebrows at that. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at Zhang Evening and Chen Yi for a while. Well, I'll eat first. Grandma finished. Everyone then stopped talking and all buried their heads in their food. Chen Yi feasted on the food. And at the same time, he was also observing the Jiang family without moving. Sitting on the main seat, Grandma Jiang, although already over 80 years of age, is a senile old man. But she looked refreshed and joyful, and you could tell by her face that this was a blessed person. Looking at Auntie Jiang again, she had a pretty face, fair skin, a shapely body, and was extremely well maintained. At a glance, it was impossible to tell that she was 50 years old, rather like she was in her 30s. Obviously, Jiang Yiven's stunning beauty was inherited from Auntie Jiang. Then there was Jiang Yiven's aunt and uncle. Uncle's appearance is very similar to Chairman Jiang. Both of them have a country face and big thick eyebrows. Only the uncle's face was softer. And Chairman Jiang's face is a bit more ruthless and looks a bit fierce. Auntie wasn't as good looking as Auntie Jiang, but she was still a beauty. Round face, white skin, plump body, same looks and figure as her daughter. Amazing Jiang. While Chen Yi was observing the Jiang family, the other party was also observing him, especially Cho Yuri and the old lady. It is said that the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him. At this time, Jolie, for this handsome and sunny young man, that is like to the heart. In fact, my daughter brought home a handsome young man. Shuri's heart was relieved, because she originally did not look down on that Feng Yusong either. The kind of man who looked tall and fat with ugly features was not at all her idea of a perfect son-in-law. Besides, she'd be worried. What if a man with this face is prone to domestic violence? Even if there was no domestic violence, such a tall, fat body mustn't crush her baby girl? Knowing her daughter, she knew her daughter too well. She knew that it was impossible for her daughter to like Feng Yusong. Therefore, instead of watching her daughter being forced by her husband to go on a blind date with the Feng family, it would be better to fulfill her with this Chen Yi. Not to mention the old lady. At this moment, she had already made up her mind that she had to hurry up and let these two children consummate their marriage. After the meal, the family sat around the tea table and chatted for a while. After that, Jiang Yinyan's family left. Chen Yi picked up his cell phone and looked at the time, realizing that it was already 9:10 p.m. Then he hurriedly made a wink to Jiang Yiven. Jiang Yiven immediately understood and said, "It's getting late. Mom, Grandma, Chen Yi and I will go back first. You guys get some early rest." Having said that, Jiang Wan then wanted to pull Chen Yi up to leave. At that moment, Grandma suddenly tapped her cane. Frowning, he said, "This is leaving? Late. Do the math on how long it's been since you've been home. Every day is busy. And now it's hard to go home. And I'm leaving before my butt is even warm." Seeing my mother-in-law upset, Jolie hurriedly said, "Mom, don't be angry. Little Knight, you're really too. It's not easy to go home. Can't you stay for one night before leaving?" Jiang even sniffed and spat out her tongue. Spreading a smile, he said, Hey, okay, Grandma. Then I'll stay tonight and have a nice chat with you and talk to you like I did when I was a kid." Having said that, Jiang even turned her head to look at Chen Yi. "Chen Yi, then you can go back by yourself. I'll have the driver take you." Chen Yi hummed. Then he stood up and said goodbye to Jiang Evening's mom and grandmother. "Auntie Jiang, Grandma Jiang, then I'll go back first." Whoops, Chen Yi had just finished speaking. Grandma Jiang's mahogany walking stick once again hit the ground hard. "Little Chen, Grandma won't be happy if you're like this. Do you think our house is too small for you to land in?" Chen Yi hurriedly shook his head into a rattle, explaining, No, Grandma Jiang." Grandma Jiang waved her hand and said, "Then no, you're just like Little Knight. You'll stay at home tonight." Looking at you and Little Knight being so in love with each other, Grandma already sees you as my granddaughter-in-law from the bottom of her heart. In the future, this is also your home. Come to live in peace. Chen Yi was instantly jolted and desperately swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. "Nice guy. Is this sure it's the first time you've been on the doorstep? If you don't know, you'll think this is already a good match and you're talking about marriage. No way. His original intention of pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend with Jiang even was to get rid of the marriage rush. Why has it all gone bad? Well, thank you Grandma Jiang for your kind words. I'll see you often in the future. But I have to work early tomorrow morning, so I won't. Tonight." Chen Yi hadn't finished a sentence. Grandma Jiang then couldn't wait to interrupt him. "Alright, you're welcome granddaughter-in-law. It's not too late for both you and Knight to stay home for the night and go back to work in the morning. It's a deal." Having said that, Grandma Jiang then took the liberty of ordering the servants to go and clean up the guest room. Chen Yi wanted to struggle a bit more, but was shaken back by a serious gaze from Grandma Jiang. Chen Yi and Jiang even exchanged glances. Both of them had a hopeless look on their faces. 1 hour later, the entire manor house was quiet. After Jiang Lian finished her bath, She wore a red silk nightgown and came to the corridor on the second floor. The flurry of urges from her grandmother just now had really made her feel a little breathless. She had originally thought of coming to the next room to find Chen Yi to discuss her next coping strategy after taking a shower. But standing outside Chen Yi's room door, he listened to the silence inside. Guess he must have fallen asleep. Just as Jiang even intended to turn around and return to his room, a conversation came faintly from the hall on the first floor. Who's talking at this hour of the night? Out of curiosity, Jiang Evening tiptoed to the entrance of the revolving staircase silently. Sideways ears listened. Chapter 24 One of a Kind is so crazy. Mom, it's late. Why are you still up? Little Knight has finally brought her boyfriend home. Mom is so excited. Where can I sleep? By the sound of it, it was Mom and Grandma talking in the living room. Jiang Evening didn't move and sat on the steps, wanting to hear what they thought about her bringing her boyfriend home. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you'll be safe in 100 battles. On the living room couch, Jolie handed her mother-in-law a bowl of tranquilizing soup. Mom, I can see that you are particularly pleased with this little Chen. To be honest, I also like little Chen. He's handsome and polite. He's a good match for our little Knight. The old lady took a slow sip of her soup. With a puzzled face, he glanced at his daughter-in-law Jolie. Little Li, since you like little Chen so much too, what is there for you to hesitate about? We have to hurry up and urge these two children to get married and have babies. It's best to get pregnant this year. Just so you know, opportunities don't wait. After so many years, Little Knight has finally found a boyfriend. So we need to hurry up and get her married while she's not so resistant to marriage now. Listen to your mother-in-law. Weakly frowned and nodded thoughtfully. You're right, Mom. All along, Little Late has claimed to be an unmarried and infertile clan. And it's not easy to meet little Chen now. It's like Cheng Huai isn't too happy with Xiao Chun. He originally had his heart set on marrying the Feng family and letting Xiao Lian marry Feng Yusong. And I think he despises Xiao Chen's family lineage from the bottom of his heart. Hearing Mom say that, Jiang Even's heart thumped. She was, of course, well aware of her dad's desire for a family union. A strong combination in growing the family strength is the purpose of Dad's marriage with the Feng family. Even if she doesn't marry the Feng family, Dad will find another rich and powerful family for her. In short, no matter what, it was hard for Dad to look at Chen Yi, who came from an ordinary family. Think about that. Jiang even could not help but feel a little scared. In case her father insists on breaking up her and Chen Yi and continues to force her to go on blind dates, what can be done about this? Just then, Grandma's mellifluous voice sounded again. Xiao Lia, on the side of Cheng Huai. You don't need to worry. You just need to stand on the same line as me. Let's start with the matter of the marriage. Our Jiang family is not so bad that we need to rely on a marriage to consolidate our position. Family status is important, but my precious granddaughter's life matters are more important. Besides, this Xiao Chen's family history, listening to Xiao Chen's own description, his family should be just a very ordinary family, but it doesn't matter at all, whatever the condition of the man's family is, it's nowhere near as good as ours anyway. Ha 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 ha. After hearing this bossy statement from Grandma, Jiang Evening's nervousness was slightly soothed. Bossy as a grandma. That's how she protects her granddaughter. It seems that as long as Grandma is around, she doesn't have to worry too much about being forced into a union by her dad. Seeing her mother-in-law finish the soup, Jolie hurriedly took the bowl of soup from her mother-in-law. This was followed by the thoughtful production of a handkerchief and handing it to her mother-in-law. I know, Mom, I hear you. So we're fully supporting these kids in their relationship now? The old lady sniffed and nuzzled her mouth, glaring at Jolie. What kind of relationship? Do you really talk about love for 2 years and then talk about marriage according to what Little Knight said? By then I'm afraid the flowers and vegetables will be cold. They need to be pushed to get married right away. And if they don't get married it's okay to conceive a child first. Grandma's words. It really surprised Jiang Evening. What is this? In this family, she's either forced by her dad to make some kind of family marriage all day long, or she's pushed by her grandmother to get married. I can't believe it's all about having kids now. Crazy crazy crazy. One is so crazy. Jiang Evening do not want to hear anymore. Anyway, Mom and Grandma just cannot wait for her to get married on the spot. She's partial to not tying the knot, and having children is even more impossible. Anyway, as long as she doesn't cooperate, there's no way this baby can be conceived. Thinking about it, Jiang Evening curled her lips into a smile. With that, he stood up and gingerly made his way back to his room. The next room. After taking a shower, Chenny sat paralyzed on the sofa. Looking back on the events of the past day or two, it's almost like a big bizarre dream. Before going to bed, Chenny habitually opened his cell phone. The 563 messages from his family's crowd caused him to instantly wrinkle his sword brow. Tongli Pan Shui, Mom's son, is this your girlfriend's house? Shocked, shocked, shocked. Gong Xiano, cousin crap. Look at the size of this villa and the style of decoration. A proper luxury family. Gong Xiano, cousin just now that video. I just focus on looking at the beauty. I cannot imagine that the back of this manor house is your girlfriend's home. Gong Xiano, cousin my brother is looking for a rich woman. Or a big beauty. Cow. Folding fan in white, aunt nephew has an eye for a good match for his nephew-in-law. Tonely pan-fried snow, mom ouch. Oopsie daisy. Mom, if I had known you were serious, I would have prepared gifts for you in advance and brought them to the woman's house. A drink of tea, Dad showy. Tell Dad the truth. Dad, you went home with your girlfriend tonight? Did you bring any gifts? Did you dress appropriately? After a quick scroll through the 500 or so messages in the group, Chenny hurriedly tapped the screen and typed rapidly. He had a feeling that if he didn't respond to the group's message, his mom's life-threatening chain of phone calls was going to come. Chenny, yes. Mom, this is my girlfriend's house. Chenny, don't worry. I brought gifts. I still understand this point. He. Chenny, I think I'm pretty decent in terms of dress and demeanor. Chenny, by the way, I'm staying at her house tonight. Her family loves me, naughty. Chenny tapped his fingers together. One by one, I answered the questions of the families in the group. He felt that he had answered seamlessly and wonderfully. There is no reason for the family not to believe that he is really in a relationship and has met the woman's parents. However, Mom's next words caused him to faint instantly. I can't believe that Mom has a daughter-in-law so soon. And this daughter-in-law has the looks, the figure, and the family is so good. Tonely pan-fried snow, Mom's son. Bring my daughter-in-law home for dinner tomorrow, haha. Chen-yi, Tangli pan shui, Mom what? You have met the parents-in-law. Surely you should also bring your daughter-in-law home to meet the in-laws. Chen-yi, Mom, you listen to me. It's a deal. Bring your daughter-in-law home tomorrow night. Hear that? Chenny instantly wanted to spurt out a mouthful of old blood. Crazy. This has just come to the door to meet the in-laws. Why do you want to bring Jiang Evening back to your own home again? This is completely out of order. Knock. A knock on the door interrupted Chun Yi's thoughts. He hurriedly put down his cell phone and quickly walked over to open the door. The moment he opened the door, Chen Yi's eyes widened. Subconsciously, he wrapped the bathrobe around his body. Because, the person standing in front of him was actually Grandma Jiang. Chapter 25. After drinking this bowl of tonic soup, I went numb. Chenny hurriedly sidestepped and allowed Grandma Jiang to enter the house. Jiang grandmother. It's so late. You're still up. Grandma Jiang had no intention of going inside. She leaned on her crutches and looked at Chun-Yi with a big smile. I won't go in. I like to stay up late. And I'm not sleepy at this hour. So I'm out for a stroll. Ha. Chenny smiled and scratched his head. He didn't realize that an 80-year-old woman actually liked to stay up late. Grandma Jiang, your body is very tough. I'm a young man who is a bit sleepy at this hour. Grandma Jiang, why don't you come in and sit down? Grandma Jiang smiled and waved her hand. Then he twisted his head and winked at the servant behind him. The maid then brought a pot of soup into the house. Little Chen, this is the tranquilizing soup that Grandma specially ordered to be made for you. Drink it before you go to bed. It has the effect of calming the mind and helping sleep, and nourishing the body. Chen Yi nodded and thanked. Thank you, Grandma Jiang. Before leaving, Grandma Jiang meticulously sized up Chen Yi. Looking at the stout and sturdy Chen Yi after the bath, Grandma Jiang smiled contentedly. Little Chen, then Grandma will go back. That's soup. You must finish it, haha. Chen Yi gave a hem and watched Grandma Jiang go downstairs. Back in the room, looking at the ceramic crock pot on the coffee table, smelling the aroma wafting out of the pot, Chen Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. As it happened, I hadn't had the pleasure of letting go of dinner, and at the moment my stomach was starting to rumble. After sitting down on the couch, Chen Yi opened his cell phone. While continuing to chat in the group, he took one sip of soup after another with his spoon. Not bad. This soup is so fresh and flavorful. 10 minutes later, Chen Yi was not able to convince his mom and dad in the end. There was no choice but to first promise to bring Jiang Evening home tomorrow. He thought that he would discuss this with Jiang Wan first thing in the morning. Jiang Wan would definitely not agree to go home with him, so he made up an excuse to deal with his family. Hiccup. After belching, Chen Yi touched his stomach with great satisfaction. Sighing, the soup given by Grandma Jiang was not only good, but also nourishing. This has just been drunk. The whole body is warm and feels soothing. Really God. Out of curiosity, Chen Yi couldn't help but stir the soup spoon. He wanted to see what kind of tonic was at the bottom of the soup that was so effective. His entire body went numb as he scooped the tonic at the bottom of the soup into his ladle. Just see the ingredients in the soup: pork loin, pork belly, pig's tail, lamb's loin, seahorses, sea cucumbers, black beans. Even though he couldn't cook, Chen Yi wasn't a fool. This Nima all aphrodisiac kidney tonic ingredients can be called a man 10 full tonic soup. This soup would be great if you drank a bowl of it. I'm afraid that the doorway's keyhole is in danger, and the female mosquitoes in the house will have to cover their asses if they touch them. And he actually drank most of the pot in one gulp. The efficacy of this would not be scared to death. It's over. It's over. Why are you starting to get red and hot all over? Seeing that the effects of the medicine were starting to get powerful, Chen Yi hurriedly got up and rushed to the window to open it. Hoo hoo hoo. The cold winter night wind whistled and blew. The temperature of the house plummeted. Chen Yi stood by the window breathing heavily, trying to calm himself down. Knock knock. At that moment, the door to the room slammed again. Chen Yi was a bit hesitant, but the thought that it was in someone else's house made it hard not to open the door. So he cleared his throat and wrapped his robe tightly again, then walked over and opened the door. Jiang evening. Chen Yi felt a bit surprised. He originally thought that Jiang Wan had already fallen asleep. Jiang evening walked in quickly, then closed the door. Chen Yi, why did you open all the windows on such a cold day? Jiang evening was thinly dressed and shivered in the cold. Seeing this, Chen Yi hurried to the window and reclosed it tightly. I just got a little hot from the shower and I turned it on. Jiang Yan took a step forward, watching Chen Yi from a close distance. Chen Yi, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red and your neck so red? You don't have a fever, do you? Having said that, Jiang even stood on her tiptoes and reached out to touch Chen Yi's forehead. Chen Yi couldn't dodge, so he could only let her touch him. This touch made Chen Yi's body even hotter. After touching it, Jiang even was immediately shocked. Geez, your head is so hot. You must have a fever. Just wait, I'll hurry up and get my personal doctor over here to take a look at you, said. Jiang evening then wanted to call her personal doctor. Chen Yi hurriedly stopped her. No, I'm getting old. Every time I get out of the shower, my temperature goes up, and after a while it cools down on its own. Jiang even sniffed and furrowed her willow brows, her eyes filled with skepticism. Is this true? I've never heard of such a problem before. It's so strange. Jiang evening wrapped her arms around Chen Yi and circled around him. She felt more and more that Chen Yi's state was a bit strange. He looked a little unstable. His skin was red and his body was burning. The eyes were also red, as if they were about to burst into flames at any moment. Chen Yi stood in place somewhat at a loss for words. At the moment he only wanted to hurry and invite Jiang Even out. Every minute and every second that Jiang Evening stood here made him feel incredibly tormented. Looking at Jiang Evening, who was wearing a red nightgown after bathing, her long hair slightly wet and churlish, Chen Yi kept swallowing his throat. Mr. Jiang, you came to my room. What's the matter? It's almost 0 o'clock and I'm getting ready for bed. Chen Yi's tone was a bit cold, and he hoped that Jiang Wan would leave this room quickly. Who knows? Jiang Wan had absolutely no intention of leaving. She pulled back her hair and wiggled her thin waist over to the couch and sat down. Red lips move and winks. Dark waves were hidden under the cool nightgown. This scene caused Chen Yi to feel uncomfortable, and his emotions became more and more unstable. I didn't want to disturb your sleep, but I tossed and turned and couldn't get to sleep. So simply came to you to discuss my grandmother's urging for marriage. My grandma is a very crazy old lady. She's more open than a young person when it comes to things. I'm really worried about her. Listening to Jiang Even's delicate and soft voice, Chen Yi was unable to speak to her as calmly as he did during the day. He clearly perceived that at this moment, not only was his body hot and his muscles stiff, it's hard to keep your own spirits up. Grass up. What can we do about it? Oh ancestor, don't you dare. This was in Jiang Evening's house, and no one was drunk tonight. If this couldn't suppress himself and did something impulsive, she wouldn't be able to call the police and have himself arrested. Chen Yi hurriedly turned around to avoid his embarrassment being seen by Jiang Even. Chen Yi, what's wrong with you? I'm talking to you. Why are you distracted? And turn your back. Do you realize that's so rude? Having said that, Jiang Evening stood up and approached Chen Yi in a graceful manner. Chapter 26, Tonight, I'll stay at your place? Chen Yi stood in place with an embarrassed face. He didn't have the courage to turn around and face Jiang Evening, because, at this moment, that part of him is beyond spectacular. Granted, last night in the hotel, he and Jiang Even did everything they could, but that was when both of them were drunk and impulsive. Now the situation was completely different. Right now, he and Jiang Wan were both very sober, and this was still the Jiang family home. Well, I'm not feeling well. I have a slight headache and I'm exhausted all over. I'd like to go to bed early. After stumbling over the words, Chen Yi raised his hand and punched the location of his temple twice. Jiang even walked up to Chen Yi and scrutinized him with a serious face. Chen Yi, are you not too happy with my family? Did my dad treat you badly and that's why your heart isn't too happy? If you have something in mind, you might as well just say so. Chen Yi cleared his dry, hoarse throat. Turning her face away, she whispered, No, I'm not upset. I'm really not feeling well. I'm having a hard time. After saying that, Chenny put one hand underneath and covered that place without moving. Looking at Chen Yi's sideways head, he didn't dare to look at himself, and even put his hand underneath. This action is really a bit weird. Jiang Evening couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you? I saw you fine at dinner earlier, talking and laughing with my family. How did you get back to the bedroom and take a shower and look like this? You aren't faking it, are you? To avoid continuing to pretend to be a couple with me?" In the face of Jiang Evening's skepticism, Chenny let out a heavy breath. Then he pounded his chest a few times. With a trembling voice, he said, "Mr. Jiang, I'll be honest with you. I'm not upset with your family and I'm not pretending to be sick. I'm just all over the place right now. 10 minutes ago, your grandmother came by and brought me a pot of calming soup." Jiang even blinked her pretty eyes. Nodding slightly, he said, "Aha, I heard my grandmother coming. Her old man was in the habit of taking walks at night before going to bed, and I thought she was just coming to see you and talk to you. I didn't realize that my grandmother cared so much about you that she brought you soup. Look how much my grandma likes you. She didn't even send soup to me, her own granddaughter, only to you." Having said that, Jiang even smiled brightly, smiling with curved eyebrows. Very charming. Chenny lowered his eyes and looked at Jiang Evening, who was close to him. Her smile was so startling, titillating without even realizing it. Chenny immediately felt his heart flutter and his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. He covered his chest, forcing down the burning in himself. Dumbly, he said, "Oh, your grandmother did like me enough. Do you know what soup she gave me? You'll never guess." Jiang even raised her willow eyebrows, puzzled. "What is it? Isn't it tranquilizing soup?" Chenny licked his dry, cracked and burning lips, letting out a bitter laugh. She said, "Your grandmother sent me a 10% soup. When a man drinks it, he's all over the place. You know, it's the fact that if you drink that, the locking eyes on the door are in danger, and any female mosquitoes in the house have to cover their asses when they see me." After listening to Chen Yi's description, Jiang Evening was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a long time. She bit up her lip in disbelief and said, "Ha, you're telling the truth? I don't believe it. My grandmother couldn't be more open-minded than to give you that kind of soup. Could she? Doesn't giving you that soup mean letting you do that to me? She's my own grandmother. How could she possibly do something against me?" Chenny took 2 steps back to make himself farther away from Jiang Evening. Then, he angrily nudged at the coffee table and said, "If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. It's that pot of soup on the coffee table. See for yourself what ingredients are in the bottom of the pot." Jiang Evening stood still and hesitated for a moment. With that, he slowly walked towards the coffee table with a question. After carefully checking the ingredients at the bottom of the pot, Jiang even immediately stared in shock. "I can't believe. Is real. Is my grandmother out of her mind? How can you expect your own granddaughter to be slept with by a man?" Just then, Chenny felt his body become even more uncomfortable, as if every breath could spew out fire. He couldn't help clenching his fists as he rushed hastily to the side of the couch, hands braced on the arm of the couch, straining to support the staggering body. "Blasted! Jiang total, you quickly go. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and do something to you. I'm afraid you'll get hurt if anything does happen in this situation." Looking at Chen Yi's agonizingly difficult appearance, it was only then that Jiang even realized how serious his situation was. She rushed over and said with concern, "Chen Yi, don't be afraid. I'll hurry up and call the doctor over. My personal physician is a very good healer. He should be able to help you with the poison." Chenny raised his hand and wiped the sweat that rolled into his eyes. "Stopped. Don't call the doctor. Even if the doctor comes, it will take time for me to heal myself," Jiang Lian anxiously said. Then I'll go shout for my grandmother. She gave you this tonic soup. She must have a way to detoxify you." Chen Yi quickly waved his hand. Don't ever call your grandmother." Jiang Evening was very puzzled and said, Why? Aren't you mad at my grandmother? Drinking the soup she gave you caused you to feel so bad." Chen Yi grabbed a cup of cool white water from the coffee table and gulped it down in one gulp. After drinking it, the fire in his body went down a bit. "Mr. Jiang, in my opinion, your grandmother should be like this because she wants you to conceive a child earlier. This will allow us to hurry up and get married. Why else would she be so anxious for something to happen to us? Can't even care that it's in your house." After listening to Chen Yi's analysis, Jiang Evening narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. "Well, you're right. I just remembered that my grandma took my grandpa back in the day. The first time she met him, she was raw with him. It said that my grandfather was one in a million beautiful men when he was young, and if my grandmother had been as formal and shy as the other great ladies, then she certainly wouldn't have been able to marry my grandfather as she wished. So it would seem that this business of bringing you tonic soup is in keeping with her character." Chenny clapped his hands. with 2 eyes. He said, so it's better not to go to your grandmother. Why don't we trick her into thinking that something did happen between the two of us tonight? Let everyone think that you're going to be pregnant soon, and we're going to get married soon. That way, we can still have a period of time where we're not forced to marry. John even smiled at his words. Soon. However, she felt a little jittery again. Shan-yi, then what do you mean? Tonight, I'm staying at your place? Chapter 27. Don't worry, I am not going to mess around. Chen-yi nodded with his sword brows furrowed. Aha, you can stay in my room tonight. Since your grandmother sent this pot of soup, I'm guessing she'll be sending someone to watch both of our every move. Hear that? Jiang Evening couldn't help but fall into a brief moment of reflection. That's right, I just ran into Mrs. Lau in the hallway when I came to your room. At that time I was wondering, it was so late, what was Mrs. Lu doing in the corridor if she didn't go to bed? Mrs. Lu has always been obedient to my grandmother, so I think she's the eyes and ears that she left here. Chenny gritted his teeth with a pained expression. Gulping, he said, so why don't we just play along with your grandmother in this drama? Your grandmother pushed the marriage on you too, but it's better than your father forcing you into a union. Jiang Evening shot a glance at Chenny. Looking a little hesitant, he said, you're right, let's just make it a trick. But, I'm afraid. Chenny pulled out a few paper towels and kept wiping the beads of sweat from his body. What are you afraid of, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Evening glanced at Chun-Yi with playful eyes. Smiling, he teased. I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself and do something rude to me again. Look for yourself. The state you're in, it's scary. Chenny shook his head in some perplexity at the words. Scary? What's scary? Jiang Wan didn't reply, only pouting and glancing towards Chen-Yi's body. Chenny lowered his head to look along Jiang Evening's line of sight. It was an instant realization as he looked at the high upturned robe. He crossed his arms and walked in front of Jiang Evening, lowering his eyes and giving her an evil smile. And this you can find out? And talk about scary. And yeah, you know better than anyone exactly how scary it is. After all, last night, you got to experience it. Jiang even instantly curbed her smile at the sight, hung her head low, and backed away somewhat shyly. You, don't you dare. You said yourself that in your current condition, you're afraid you're going to hurt me. Looking at Jiang Even's pathetic and seductive appearance, Chenny wanted to tease her even more. Ahem, so you're saying that if I wasn't in the condition I'm in now, you'd readily agree? Then we might as well do it again some other time and relive last night's ultimate bliss. Ha ha ha. Looking at Chen-Yi's cheap and begging for a fight, Jiang Even was instantly exasperated. She clenched her teeth angrily and clenched her pink fists. Chen-Yi, you're too much to actually make fun of me. I wasn't even fooled by you last night. You took advantage of me while I was drunk. I hate you. It's been all day and I'm still sore, like I was run over by a vehicle. If you do that again tonight, I'll call the police. Jiang Even's shy and annoyed look was just too cute. But soon, Chenny did not have the heart to appreciate her cuteness anymore. He felt agonized, and the seconds felt like years. Okay, Mr. Jiang, stop it. I just can't do it anymore. My throat is on fire. It's especially hard. Jiang Even sniffed and looked around with a nervous face. Gee, what can we do about this? Do you want to drink some more cool water and see if it makes you feel better? At this moment, Chen-Yi's eyes were red and he was bent over, unable to stand up. Sharply, he said, no, it's useless to drink water. I'm going to the bathroom now to take a cold shower and see what happens. Don't worry, I won't come out until I regain my senses. Having said that, Chen-Yi then stumbled into the bathroom. Jiang Evening stood frozen in place. After a few moments of stalemate, she rushed to the bathroom door, shouting towards the inside in a low voice. Chen-Yi, are you alright? Will you catch a cold if you take a cold shower in this winter? Chen-Yi kept pouring cold water over his body as he rushed to the doorway and shouted. Mr. Jiang, you don't have to mind me. I'm too fit to get sick from a cold shower. You stay away from me, or you can go rest on the couch. Get away, quickly, or I'm afraid I'll open the door. Hearing Chen-Yi's warning, Jiang even hurriedly moved away from the bathroom. She walked over to the couch and sat down. Thinking of all that had just happened, she couldn't help but let out a giggle, a bright smile filling her brows. At this instant, she inexplicably felt that Chen-Yi was a bit cute as a person. Rationally, last night was a drunken impulse, a long-dormant longing of two people. Tonight in his sober state, Chen-Yi's speech and demeanor could be called a decent man. He could have forced himself to do something with himself, as his grandmother wanted, but he didn't. He controlled himself, listening to the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom. Jiang Evening gradually felt sleepiness coming on. 20 minutes later, the bathroom door opened, and Chen-Yi walked out of it with a steady pace. After some cold water rinsing, at this point, he felt much better. Mr. Jiang, I'm fine. Mr. Jiang. Realizing that Jiang Wan should have already fallen asleep, Chen Yi hurriedly silenced his voice, and then, he gently walked over to the sofa. Looking at the sleeping Jiang Evening, the body is graceful, curvy and beautiful. After staring at her for a while, Chen Yi turned around and walked to the bed to take a quilt and gently covered Jiang Even, and then he went back to bed and lay down. Soon, along with the sound of seeming breathing in the room, he too fell into a deep sleep. The following morning, a knock on the door broke the silence in the room. Knock, knock, knock. In a daze, Jiang Even subconsciously said vaguely, "Come in." Ka weakly pushed his way in. She instantly screamed when she saw who the two people lying on the bed were. You girl, I said how come there's no one in that room of yours? And sure enough, you ran into someone else's little Chen's room. Tell me about you. How can you be so unashamed? Hearing Churi's screams, Jiang Even instantly came to her senses. She raised her hand to rub her eyes and said, "What are you talking about? Mom, who ran into Chen Yi's room?" "I didn't. One sentence was not finished. Jiang Evening was shocked to realize that she seemed to have actually slept with Chen Yi. She clearly felt that she was currently resting on a warm, firm patch. Does this appear to be a man's chest? After sitting up in a mischievous manner, Jiang Wan was certain that she had indeed been resting on Chen Yi's chest just now. Shyness instantly swept through her body. She hurriedly pushed Chen Yi, who was still sound asleep, hard. Shan Yi, wake up, Shan Yi, don't sleep, wake up." Shaken violently in his sleep, Chen Yi laboriously opened his eyes that were still sleepy, murmured, "What? I'm still sleepy." Jiang Even continued to shake Chen Yi. "Shan Yi, my mom is coming in. Wake up, don't sleep." After slowing down, Chen Yi gradually came to his senses. He raised his head and glanced toward the doorway. "Uncle, Auntie." Chapter 28. Don't move. You've got a bit of rice residue on your mouth. Looking at Auntie Jiang, who was standing in the doorway with a surprised look on her face, Chen Yi felt embarrassed because, at this time, he was only wearing a loose-fitting pair of boxer shorts. After a few seconds of freezing, he scrambled to pull the covers over his body. And then, he looked at Jiang Even, who was sitting beside him, with a confused look on his face. Obviously last night, Jiang Evening slept alone on the sofa, and he had thoughtfully covered her with a quilt. But now how did she run to the bed? "Get up you two. It's 8 o'clock. Get up and finish breakfast. You still have to go to work." After finishing with a gentle tone, Weekly then slowly walked out of the room. After the bedroom door was reclosed, Chen Yi and Jiang Even instantly looked at each other. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Even took the lead and jumped off the bed, hurriedly running towards the door. Chen Yi sat straight up on the bed and opened his mouth to explain. I don't know how you got to the bed. I didn't touch you, haha. You were already asleep on the couch when I went to bed." Hearing Chen Yi's explanation, Jiang Even subconsciously stopped in her tracks. After a pause, she turned back to Chen Yi. "You don't have to explain. I know you didn't do anything. I should have run to the bed on my own. I have a sleepwalking problem." Chen Yi's eyes widened at the words, feeling incredulous at this. Sleepwalking? I can't imagine that a big beautiful girl would even sleepwalk. Ha ha ha. Jiang Even blankly glanced at Chen Yi without any good humor, then quickly walked out of the room. 8:20. In the dining room, faced with a large table of nutritious breakfast, Chen Yi no longer ate slowly and methodically like he did last night, but began to gorge himself. Food is now. First put the gentleman aside. Fill up the internal organs is the most important. Watching her precious granddaughter and her precious grandson-in-law eat with gusto, the old madam revealed a pleased smile. "Little Chen, you're exhausted, aren't you? Eat more. Today's beef dunked soup buns taste good. Try them. And this seafood congee is very nutritious. Make sure you drink more." Elderly Mrs. Jiang kept pushing various delicacies in front of Chen Yi, and her gaze towards Chen Yi was filled with love. Chen Yi obediently ate the dunked soup dumplings and seafood congee. "Aha! I know. Thanks Grandma Jiang. Your breakfast is delicious. I've never had so much food in the morning before. He. Old Lady Jiang laughed aloud at his words. After laughing, he couldn't help but come closer to Chen Yi and touch his head. Looking at her grandmother who loved Chen Yi so much, as if she only had Chen Yi in her eyes, she only focused on persuading Chen Yi to eat, all but ignoring this precious granddaughter of hers. "Humph." Jiang Even grunted indignantly, burying her head and frantically eating both cheeks bulging as if a cute little squirrel. Chen Yi and Old Lady Jiang couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw this scene. "Goo. Grandma forgot her precious granddaughter. Late. You need to eat more too. Look at you skinny. Don't always lose weight. Girls look better when they're fat. And a fatter body is stronger and more likely to carry a child." Seeing that her grandmother had started urging for marriage and parenthood again, Jiang even beamed with some impatience. Grandma, look at you. You don't even let people eat in peace. Old lady Jiang sniffed and gently patted Jiang Even's head. You child. When a man is old enough to marry, a woman is old enough to marry. You are 27. You must hurry up and get your marriage affairs settled. Jiang even tilted her face up and retorted. Grandma, you're quite conservative when it comes to marriage matters. Moving around and chanting about men getting married and women getting married. But how come you're more open-minded than any of us youngsters when it comes to other things? Hear that? Chenny hurriedly touched Jiang Even under the table, signaling her to stop talking. Jiang Evening and Chenny exchanged glances and immediately understood what he meant. Chenny smiled nervously and said, Grandma Jiang, don't be angry with Xiao Lian. She's just a little more childish and can be a little rebellious at times. I think what you said makes sense and I will listen to you. Seeing my precious granddaughter-in-law so reasonable and understanding, elder Lady Jiang smiled knowingly as her brows stretched. He praised, it's still my precious granddaughter-in-law who understands. So understanding of Grandma's heart. Grandma's heart is really happy here. Ha 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 ha. 10 minutes later, Chen Yi and Jiang Wan had already finished their breakfast and walked out of the restaurant together. In front of Mom and Grandma, Jiang even embraced into Chen Yi's arms. Chen Yi was stunned and muttered, Evening. Jiang Evening raised her stunning face to look at Chen Yi and softly said, Don't move. There's a bit of rice residue on your mouth. Saying that, Jiang even took out a tissue and gently wiped the corner of Chen Yi's mouth. Chen Yi obediently cooperated with her. Hey, thanks, baby. After saying that, Chen Yi pinched Jiang Even's cheeks with a doting face. Looking at the two children's loving and sweet appearance, Jolie and elder Mrs. Jiang smiled and glanced at each other. Then we'll go to work. Bye. Grandma, Mom, Auntie Jiang, Grandma Jiang, goodbye. Jolie and old lady Jiang looked at the two children in front of them with eyes full of love. Instructed. Be well and slow on your way. Little Chen come to the house for dinner often haha. Chen Yi nodded heavily. After the car pulled out of the house, Chen Yi took a long breath and leaned back on the seat with a relaxed body. Looking at Jiang Even, who was sitting on her front seat and moving with dignity and elegance, Chen Yi came forward and asked in a low voice, Evening, oh no, Mr. Jiang, how did I behave in your house? I don't think anything went wrong. Did it? What do you think? Jiang Evening didn't turn around when she sniffed. She craned her somewhat sore neck and folded her legs together. Well, not bad. Keep up the good work. A short sentence with a cold, unruffled tone. Chen Yi skimmed his lips and said, Come on, you got into the scene faster than I did, and out of the scene faster too. You were so enthusiastic just now. Now you don't have to act. Right away. Jiang even stretched out a white finger to her mouth and made a silencing gesture. Shoo, stop talking. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm going to start catching up now. Chen Yi had the good sense to shut his mouth when he heard this. Mentally, he sighed. This woman is really something. Acting, moving between various roles. Oscar-winning actress. No wonder you can run a public company so well. Iron Hand. Jiang Family Villa. After Jiang Evening and Chen Yi left, old lady Jiang and Jolie sat on the sofa and drank tea. Put. Mom, are you telling the truth? How can you? Ouch. After listening to her mother-in-law's account of last night's soup delivery to Chen Yi, Jolie instantly spewed out a mouthful of tea. Old lady Jiang, however, waved her hand in a domineering manner. Slowly, he explained, I'm doing this for little Knight's sake. Chapter 29 Bastard. Hurry up and pull my daughter-in-law into the group. As of now, it seems that little Knight still doesn't want to get married. If we consider marriage after 2 years, as she said, it will be too late. And the kid has always insisted that she's a non-marrier, just in case she still doesn't want to get married 2 years from now. Shaoli, you also know that a woman who remains unmarried all her life will suffer in her later years. By then we'll all be long gone, leaving little Late by herself. And if she doesn't have a son or daughter, how lonely and miserable she'll be. After hearing what my mother-in-law had to say, Jolie was suddenly filled with sadness and lamented. Mom, you're right. Indeed, it's important for women to have a happy marital home. I also think that we really can't do without children. They are what we rely on in our later years. But even so, you can't give Xiao Chen that kind of soup. Aren't you harming Xiao Evening? After all, they're not married yet. Hearing my daughter-in-law say that, old lady Jiang put down her teacup and laughed aloud on her back. Xiao, it's not that Mom is talking about you. Your mindset is too outdated. Who says that when it comes to men and women, it's the women who get the short end of the stick? You have to know that there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields. A bold statement from a mother-in-law, causing Jolie to lower her head in some embarrassment. Although her mother-in-law was much older than her, she was, in many cases, much more open-minded than she, her daughter-in-law, was. After a while, it was only then that Jolie figured it out and said with a sense of relief, "Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you on this matter. I understand what you're thinking. You're worried that little Knight won't get married no matter what, and you're afraid she'll end up being a loner. Even if you don't get married, it's good to have a child." Old Lady Jiang nodded with a pleased expression. After taking a sip of tea, he slowly said, "Yes, daughter-in-law. That's what Mom means. Mom wants to get late to have a baby while she's not too old. Even if we don't end up marrying Xiao Chen, a child, it's not like our Jiang family can't afford to raise it." The words fell. The two would smile. 9 o'clock. In front of Shanghai Real Estate Group building. Shan Yi, I'll get off first. You can come down later. Uncle Lu, drive the car farther away before letting Chen Yi off. After finishing in a breezy manner, Jiang Evening slightly straightened her attire, and then she got out of the car. Chen Yi understood Jiang Evening's meaning and knew that she was trying to avoid suspicion. If the people of the company saw him coming down from General Manager Jiang Evening's car, or getting out of the car with her, the whole group wouldn't blow up. A few minutes later, according to Jiang Evening's instructions, the driver, Uncle Lu, drove the car to the opposite side of the company. After looking around, Chen Yi cautiously and carefully got out of the car. Then he walked into the office with his briefcase in hand and his head held high. Today was the first day of his job, and he wanted to forget about anything outside of work for a while and devote himself to his brand new job. Take the elevator and go straight to the finance department on the 8th floor. Ding! As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, his old boss, Zhang Ziyou, hurried over. "Shan Yi, you're late again. Today is the first day of work." Chen Yi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Brother Yao, sorry for the traffic jam." Zhang Ziyou blankly glanced at Chen Yi with some hatred, and then took him to meet his new colleagues. After that, he was assigned a workstation and given a work assignment. "Shan Yi, this is Shanghai Real Estate, so don't hang around like you did before. You kid has the ability and potential. Here only you do a good job. The future is unlimited. We've known each other for so many years. I'll know everything about you at work and won't hold back on you." Listening to some sage advice from my old boss, Chen Yi was somewhat touched from the bottom of his heart. "Don't worry, Brother Yao. I'll definitely get down to business and won't disgrace you. I'll be relying on you to cover me from now on." Ha ha ha. Although his mouth was cheeky, Chen Yi had already sworn inwardly. You have to work well with your old boss and never hold him back. The morning flew by. After lunch, Chen Yi sat at his workstation with a full burp and looked over the afternoon's work assignments. At that moment, the cell phone sitting on the table suddenly began to vibrate incessantly. Chen Yi was shocked. "It's broken. Forgot to check my cell phone all morning. It's afraid it's Mom calling." I picked up my cell phone and, as expected, it was a desperate call from my mom. "Hey, Mom." In order not to disturb his colleagues, Chen Yi lowered his head and lowered his voice. "Bunny, look at the group yourself. Your father and I have been talking to you so much, and you haven't even brought back a single word. And your aunt and the others, they couldn't wait to fly back home when they found out you got a girlfriend." Mom's voice was as gruff and vicious as ever. It scared Chen Yi to death. Hurriedly coaxing his mom, Mom, let me explain. It's not my first day at work. I have a heavy workload and I'm too busy to check my phone." Mom on the other end of the line said, somewhat unenthusiastically, "Son, didn't Mom say that? Work is important, but getting married and getting a daughter-in-law is more important. Our family is not short of money. As long as you hurry up and get married, the family is perfectly capable of supporting you and your daughter-in-law. Listen." Mom's tone of voice is ho-hum. "If you don't know, you'd think this is some big, powerful family in the Magic City." Chen Yi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. "I said, Mom, look at what you said. What do you mean it's not bad? How can I not know if our family is poor in money? If I don't go to work, I don't know where I'll go to drink the northwest wind." "Whoops," Mom sneered impatiently. Then he changed the subject and said, "Okay, no more nonsense with you. Mom needs to get down to business. You now, immediately ask my daughter-in-law about her tastes. Ask her what she likes to eat. Your father and I need to hurry up and get the ingredients to make a big meal for our daughter-in-law tonight." Mom's words, it directly confused Chen Yi. "Ha, Mom, I was just about to tell you. My girlfriend." One sentence was not finished, then she was interrupted by her mom, who couldn't wait. "Just do it, son. You're going to pull my daughter-in-law into our family group right now so Mom can talk directly to her daughter-in-law." "Well, that's it. You hurry up and pull my daughter-in-law into the group. After you pull her into the group, you can get back to your work." Chen Yi was so anxious that he scratched his ears, waving his hand repeatedly at the air. Hey, no way. Mom, hey, do. Gotta. What can we do about this? This is a big mess." The matter of bringing his girlfriend home hadn't been discussed with Jiang Wan at all. Chapter 30. Hello everyone. I am Chen Yi's girlfriend. Chen Yi instantly felt disorganized and didn't have the heart to go to work. Staying at the workstation was like being on pins and needles, with all sorts of thoughts flying through my head. When he got home from work today, he thought he would have to tell his parents that he had found someone to pretend to be his girlfriend. If you dare to cheat your mom and dad with this kind of thing, you can imagine what kind of serious and horrible consequences you will be subjected to. Mom and dad will never let him go. There might even be a big righteous fight when the time comes. Hiss, it's scary to think about. You know, in recent years, the thing that mom and dad are most concerned about is their own marriage. They are dreaming of getting themselves a daughter-in-law in a hurry, so that they can have their big grandchildren sooner. But if he didn't confess to mom and dad and continue to act, he was afraid that Zhang Wan wouldn't agree to himself. After all, she is the only daughter of a big family, or a female president in charge of a listed company. No matter how I think about it, I don't think it's possible for her to agree to go home with herself to meet her in-laws. After struggling with it for a while, Chen Yi finally summoned up the courage to send a WeChat message to Jiang Evening. Mr. Jiang, are you there? I have something urgent to find you. A few seconds later, Jiang Evening replied to him. What is it? Come on. Crap. Nima. I can't believe I was so quick to let myself go upstairs to her. After a pause, Chen Yi nimbly walked out of the finance department office and took the elevator straight to the president's office. Knock. 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 Enter. After receiving permission, Chen Yi pushed his way in. Just walking into the president's office, a warm perfume smell hit his nose. Chen Yi, what's the matter with you? Seeing Chen Yi come in, Jiang Evening looked up from the pile of office documents. Chen Yi was full of smiles and said, well, it's still the matter of being forced to marry by the family. You're on a temporary high now. I'm miserable. My mom just called me, urging me to bring my girlfriend home for dinner, and I have to bring her back tonight. Jiang even instantly sat up straight at the words. Willow frowned slightly and said, ha, this way. Looking at Jiang Even's somewhat surprised expression, Chen Yi hurriedly waved his hand, explaining, don't you worry. I know for sure you won't agree to come home with me. What I've come to discuss with you is to see if you can get into my home crowd for a bit. My mom wants me to pull my girlfriend into the group right now, where she's going to call me like crazy. Look, since you agreed to pretend to be my girlfriend, can you come into the group and talk to my parents? You could have made an excuse that you had something impromptu in the evening and couldn't come home with me for dinner. Chen Yi finished. Jiang even rested her chin in one hand and slowly stirred her coffee with the other. After thinking for a few moments, she said faintly, yes, you did me a huge favor by coming home with me yesterday, and now I'm willing to pretend to be your girlfriend and play along with you in a scene. Hear that? Chen Yi's heart was instantly happy. Excitedly, he said, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. So I'll drag you into my family group now? Jiang Evening glanced at Chen Yi with a cool gaze and said softly, good. The words fell. Chen Yi could not wait to open WeChat, immediately found out Jiang Evening's WeChat, and pulled Jiang Evening into the group. Pulled you in, Mr. Jiang? Look, it's this loving family. In the group were my parents, and my aunt and uncle, and my cousin. They're all very welcoming and will probably talk to you a lot, especially my mom. She'll probably have hundreds of questions waiting for you. Looking at Chen Yi, who was speaking with a fluttering brow and gushing, Jiang even picked up her cell phone with a bland ease. After glancing at the group chat, he said with some impatience, all right, you don't have to explain so much. If there's nothing else, it's work time and you should hurry back to your station. Chen Yi immediately tightened his smile at his words. With a serious face, he said, oh, well, I'll go back then. Having said that, looking at Jiang Even, she arrogantly leaned back on the seat and looked at herself with an icy gaze. Chen Yi had the good sense to exit the president's office. Upon returning to the workstation, taking advantage of the fact that there wasn't much work to be done at the moment, Chen Yi sat down on a chair and started the fish-finding mode. He opened WeChat and clicked on the loving family group. At this point, the group is frantically swiping. Son, quickly tell mom, is the one you pulled into the group my daughter-in-law? Excited, excited, excited. Gong Zayano, cousin brother. This beauty is? Excited, excited, excited. Folding fan in white, aunt great nephew. Quickly introduce. Who is this new beauty in the group? A drink of tea, dad welcome new member. Son quickly introduce them. Tunley frying snow, mom, anxious, anxious, anxious. Looking at the families in the group asking about themselves, Chen Yi hurriedly replied to everyone. Just as he tapped his cell phone with his fingers flying, he typed out a large string of text to introduce Jiang Evening. Unexpectedly, Jiang Evening herself actually took the lead in speaking and changed her name in the group to her real name. Jiang Evening, hello everyone. I'm Chen Yi's girlfriend. My name is Jiang Even. Naughty. After Jiang Even finished speaking, the group exploded again. Tonely pan-fried snow, old mom welcome my family's precious daughter-in-law. Flowers, flowers, flowers. Tangly pan-fried snow, Mom Chen-yi has already shown me your photos. You are so beautiful. It's a great honor for my silly son to find such a perfect girl like you. A drink of tea, Dad, our old Chen family's ancestors' graves are smoking. Excited, excited. Folding fan in white, and oh my god, my great-nephew is finally bringing his girlfriend home. Longing, longing. Folding fan in white, aunt welcome. Little knight, our whole family will love you from now on. Tangly, Mom, his aunt is right. In the future, Chen-yi should be obedient to Xiaoyan. Love daughter-in-law is the fine tradition of our family. Gong Xiano, cousin, your sister-in-law's face is so beautiful, 100 times prettier than any actress on TV. Gong Xiano, cousin has become addicted to her sister-in-law's stunning face and can't help herself. Flowers, flowers, flowers. Looking at the speeches of Chen-yi's family members in the group, the corners of Jiang Even's mouth unconsciously revealed a smile from the bottom of his heart. In contrast to the cold and quiet of his own group, Chen-yi's family group was as lively and harmonious as the new year. Such an enviable family atmosphere. A drink of tea, Dad, getting back to the point. Tonight the chef is going to cook a delicious meal for his daughter-in-law. A drink of tea, Dad, first. I'll post a few of my old battles. A drink of tea, Dad, image, image, image. Lao John's cooking is still awesome. Back then he conquered my stomach with this good cooking. Cover your mouth and laugh. Daughter-in-law, tell Mom. What do you like to eat? Just tell Mom. Your dad can cook anything. Jiang Evening, who originally didn't take the group message seriously, after inadvertently clicking on the picture sent by Chen-yi's father, instantly captivated. She could only see her beautiful eyes glowing as she stared intently at the food pictures, unable to take her eyes off them any longer. Chapter 31. Auntie, Chen-yi and I will be right there. A big wave of food pictures came to mind. Lion's head with fish, pan-fried steak, spicy trotters, dongpa elbow, charcoal grilled leg of lamb, spicy soya bean stewed pig's feet. Looking at the pictures alone, it's as if you can smell the tantalizing aroma of this culinary delight, especially the charcoal grilled leg of lamb, golden in color, moist and oily. It's definitely a meat lover's favorite. And the plate of East Slope elbows, tender and smooth, oily in color, soft but not rotten. Just looking at it makes people drool, and it's also full of collagen. These treats look really appetizing. Jiang Evening couldn't help but sigh up, comparing with these delicacies made by Chen-yi's father. What were those foods that he ate on a regular basis? It was simply too hard to swallow. Growing up, my family only allowed myself to eat so-called nutritious meals. The several cooks in the family all cook food according to grandma's tastes, and the resulting meals, though nutritious and healthy, are too bland and tasteless. After all, Jiang Wan is a young man, and in his heart, he still prefers to eat these heavy dishes made by Chen's father. Such a nourishing food to look at and surely a pleasure to eat. Watch and see. Jiang even then couldn't help but gulp. Gobble gobble gobble. To kill the craving in her stomach, she hurriedly picked up the coffee on the table and drank it in one gulp, finishing a cup of bitter coffee. This squelched the craving for food inside. Then, Jiang even picked up her cell phone and pondered what excuse she should make up to reject the gracious invitation from Chen-yi's family. Just as she edited the text, intending to send it out, the conversation in the group caused a sudden softening within her. Tangly pan-fried snow, Mom, daughter-in-law. Don't be shy. Tell Mom and Dad what you like to eat. In the future, when our family cooks, we will cook according to Xiaonan's taste, and Xiaonan is our own daughter. A drink of tea, Dad, show you the ingredients I prepared. I bought them early in the morning. Dad, I've bought all the ingredients for all kinds of dishes from all over the world. Now we're just waiting for our daughter-in-law to say what she wants to eat. Smug, 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 smug. Folding fan, white clothes, and Xiao Evening. You're welcome. From now on you'll be our family's group favorite. Folding fan in white, Auntie, although Auntie is far away, her heart is with you. Folding fan, white clothes, Auntie, a red packet for little knight. Be sure to take it, haha. Red envelope transfer. Jiang Evening quietly watched the conversation in the crowd of Chen-yi's family. For a moment, she felt her heart deeply touched and her eyes moistened a little. Chen-yi's family members, they hadn't been too warm and attentive to themselves, had they? She'd lived to be 27 years old and had never had anyone other than her own family say those warm words to her yet. At this point, Chen-yi, who was still sitting at his workstation, was touching the fish. After seeing the conversations in his home crowd, start shaking your head frequently. It's a nasty stretch, isn't it? It turns out that with a daughter-in-law, Mom and Dad's temper will become so gentle and loving. In the past, when treating himself, his dad and Mom had never been so thoughtful as to ask what he loved to eat. It's always been, eat what you make. What's wrong with you? Now that it was the turn of their future daughter-in-law, both of their attitudes could be described as a 180-degree turnaround. He hadn't even met her yet, but he had already taken Jiang Wan as his own daughter-in-law. After a TSK, Chenny snapped to the thought that his own family members were so enthusiastic and excited that they couldn't stop talking once this box was opened. Don't scare the others. Jiang Evening. Or, piss her off. After all, she was a busy lady president. Would all this idle business in her own family take up too much of her time? Think about it. Chenny immediately tapped on Jiang Evening's WeChat and began to chat privately with her. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, my family is too talkative. Otherwise, why don't you tell the group right now that you can't come home with me tonight because you have something to do? Or maybe I'll say it for you. After all was said and done, after a few minutes, Chenny saw that Jiang Even hadn't replied to him and thought that Jiang Even was already angry with him. So, after thinking for a moment, Chenny decided to take matters into his own hands and rejected his own family in the group chat for Jiang Even. Chen-yi, ahem. Chen-yi, everyone stop for a moment. I have something to say, Pix nose. Tangli Xianxue, old mother say something quickly. Don't keep us from chatting with Xiaonan. Chenny rolled his eyes at the phone, then quickly typed. Whoops, just finished editing mom and dad. Little Knight has something going on tonight and can't come home with me for dinner. Intended to be sent to the group when Jiang Even suddenly took the initiative to speak up in the group. Jiang Evening, thank you uncle and aunt. Thank you aunt. Jiang Evening, Chen-yi and I go home for dinner after work. I love to eat everything and have no taboos, cute. Chen-yi was completely confused by these two words from Jiang Even. Is this a promise to go home with yourself for dinner? This is too unbelievable. How did she agree to this? Thought for sure she would reject herself, so she pressed her. There was no doubt that the group was once again abuzz after Jiang Even finished speaking in the group. Chen-yi exited the group chat and returned to the dialogue box with Jiang Even. Mr. Jiang, do you really want to go home with me for dinner? You don't really have to do this for me if you have something to do after work, or if you find this difficult and troublesome. You've seen how excited my family is about the fact that I'm bringing my girlfriend home for dinner, and they're going to be so hyped up if you come home with me that it's a no-brainer that I'm going to let you stay at my house tonight. Chen-yi typed quickly, telling Jiang Evening about the problems he could potentially face by going home with himself. Soon, Jiang Even replied, of course it's true, what you said. It's all fine. Didn't you go home with me last night with a hard-on too? We call this being in the same boat and helping each other out. You don't have to feel any psychological burden. Seeing Jiang Evening's reply, Chen-yi took a long breath. He could not have imagined that Jiang Evening was so empathetic, so understanding. It seems that underneath her high-flying and domineering queenly face, she hides a kind and gentle heart. 5:30 p.m. Chen-yi clocked out of work at a pinch. After chatting with Zhang Jiao about his work, he quickly took the elevator downstairs. After walking out of the company building, according to Jiang Even's prior instructions, he deliberately avoided his colleagues who were off work together and walked for a while before getting into Jiang Evening's car. Pushing open the car door, the familiar scent of perfume hit his nose. Mr. Jiang, long time no see. Chen-yi smiled. Jiang Evening clasped her hands to her chest and sat peacefully in the driver's seat. Give me your home address and I'll navigate. Chen-yi sniffed and earnestly reported his home address. After navigating out the address, Jiang Even slowly started the car and drove towards Chen-yi's house. Chapter 32 My daughter-in-law is as beautiful as a fairy descending to earth. Chen-yi tied his seatbelt while twisting his head around to survey Jiang Evening. He didn't expect that Jiang Evening's change of clothes was so fast. When I went to see her in the office in the afternoon, she was still wearing a white shirt and hip-hugging skirt, a pair of high heels, and a pair of thin black stockings to go with her legs. It's all about being a mature queen. And look at her now, having changed out of that professional outfit, turning instead was a white coat with a large red corseted dress underneath. The stunning face was painted with delicate light makeup, and her long curly hair fell naturally over her shoulders. The whole person looks clean and beautiful, with a gentle and generous temperament. I have to say, this is the perfect makeup look to meet the parents. There are no in-laws who don't like such a clear and lovely girl. What's wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? Jiang Evening eyed the front and said indifferently. Chen-yi cleared his throat and said, it's fine. I just haven't seen you dressed like this. My parents will especially like you when they see you dressed like that. Jiang Even turned her head and glanced at Chen-yi. With a cool gaze, she said, although it's my first time as well, I think it's always better to be well-behaved and generous when you meet your parents. Like when you came home with me yesterday, you were dressed appropriately. Chen-yi nodded seriously at his words. You're right. The words fell. Chen-yi turned his head to look out the window. By now it was getting dark outside, and the streetlights on both sides of the road were lit up. Watch this scene. He suddenly remembered the night before, when he first met Jiang Evening in the bar. That night Jiang Evening was wearing a black deep V backless dress and wearing provocative smoky makeup, sitting there in a languid posture, drunk to the point of slight intoxication. His eyes were mesmerized. The moment he saw her, Chen-yi was mesmerized. Now that he remembered the first moment he saw Jiang Evening that night, Chen Yi understood that it was the legendary love at first sight. It turns out that men's love is simple. There's no such thing as a day-to-day relationship. There's no need to spend time together. It's purely the first sight that determines life and death. Like it or not at the first sight. Love it or not at the first sight of the feeling. Chen Yi, have your parents ever talked about when they want you to get married? Chen Yi, what are you thinking? Zhang Evening's words. It caused Chen Yi's thoughts to instantly return. No, didn't think anything of it. My parents, they definitely want me to get married sooner than tomorrow. But what couple doesn't need to fall in love for a while before they get married? As much as they want to? So as long as we don't want to get married, there's nothing they can do. Hearing Chen Yi say that, Jiang Wan suddenly felt a little lighter in her heart. That it looks like it's a win-win situation for the two of us to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend. It will give our parents peace of mind and allow us to have a period of freedom without being pushed into marriage. Chen Yi couldn't help but snap his fingers as he smiled with his teeth displayed at the words. No problem. You're right, Mr. Jiang. Jiang even raised her willow eyebrows and warned. Still called Mr. Jiang? We'll be at your house soon, so hurry up and change your mind or you'll be the one who loses out. Chen Yi immediately changed his words. Alright, little late, he. 6:30 p.m. West of the city, the Chen family compound. The ancient courtyard is brightly lit with large red lanterns hanging high on both sides of the gate. The table in the house had already been filled with all kinds of delicious food, drinks and wine. Just after opening the car door, Chen's father and mother greeted him. Chen's mother, Shen Shuyin, with her atmospheric features and gentle temperament, was wearing a red hanbok-style dress and was greeting Jiang Evening with a big smile. Gu, this is late, isn't it? It's so beautiful, just like a fairy descending to earth. Come on, it's cold outside, come inside. Saying that, Shen Shuyin stepped forward and took Jiang Even's hand, her eyes full of love. Jiang Even smiled somewhat embarrassedly and softly said, Aha, auntie, you're pretty too. What a great temperament. So Chen Yi inherited your white skin and big eyes. Hearing this, Shen Shuyin was instantly delighted. Look at my daughter-in-law's sweet mouth. She's so adorable. At this point, Chen's father, Chen Shiqian, also stepped forward and extended his arm, greeting Jiang Wan as he entered the house. Little knight, you're hungry, aren't you? Come inside and eat. Jiang even twisted her head and guffawed at Chen's father. Yes, uncle. I've long heard from Chen Yi that your cooking is especially good, better than the dishes made by top chefs, so I'm blessed today. Chen Shiqian was happy to heave a smile, and his love for Jiang Evening was overflowing. Jiang Evening noticed that Chen's father smiled especially like Chen Yi. Father and son were practically carved out of the same mold. Chen Yi carried the gifts prepared by Jiang Even and walked behind silently, as if a transparent person. Look at this ecstatic look on mom and dad's face. Chen Yi unconsciously smacked his lips, thinking about it. When he overplayed his high school entrance exams and got into the University of Finance and Economics, he didn't see his parents so happy. Now that they saw Jiang Wan, both of them were so happy that they forgot about their own son. However, watching the parents' eyes kept falling on Jiang Evening, looking at Jiang Evening as if she was a fairy. Chen Yi's heart was a bit smug. Voila! Aren't you always pushing yourself to find a girlfriend? Now finally looking and a top-notch beauty. That's a good way to escape being forced into marriage for a while, right? Wait for a few months and then find an excuse to say that he and Jiang Even's personalities don't fit, or that Jiang Wan's parents do not see themselves firmly opposed to Jiang Wan and his relationship. He and Jiang Wan had no choice but to break up. Then it pretends to be devastated by the loss of a love affair and suffers a serious love injury. So much for that. Even if the parents still want to urge the marriage, I'm afraid I can't open that mouth for a while. Ha. Simply the perfect plan. Wow, uncle, did you make all these dishes? I'm drooling just smelling it. You're too good, aren't you? Auntie and Chen Yi are too blessed. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Jiang Evening couldn't help but marvel. Chen Shiqian laughed so hard that his gums showed. Hurrying to Jiang Even, he introduced the dishes he had made. Ha, it's all just some home cooking. If you like it, little knight, uncle will make it for you every day in the future. Don't mention it, just start eating. Have some more. Oh. Shen Shuyin sat beside Jiang Wan and began to keep pushing the delicious dishes in front of Jiang Wan. Little knight, try this charcoal roasted lamb chops. Girls need to eat more lamb in winter to warm up their bodies. And this lotus root and pork bone soup. It's very nourishing. Drink more. Jiang Evening couldn't resist the hospitality and began to feast on the food. I couldn't help but praise every dish I tasted. Yummy. These lamb chops are so flavorful and tender. One bite full of flavor. The taste is perfect. Wow, this soup is simmering in white. It's so good. Seeing that Jiang Wan liked her own family's meal so much, Chen's father and mother were so excited that they kept on giving Jiang Wan food. and pushed all the delicious dishes on the table in front of Jiangwan, the large dining room table. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single dish left in front of Chen Yi. Chapter 33 Uncle and Auntie. Chen Yi. He bullied me. Raise your eyes. Chen Yi realized that all the dishes on the table were pushed in front of Jiangwan, and just like that, Jiangwan didn't even have to personally clip the food herself, because Mom and Dad were pouring chopstick after chopstick into her bowl, and then I look at myself, with an empty plate in front of me, and I can't believe I can't eat a single bite of food. Gotta. In that case, simply stand up and eat. It's in your own home and it's not like you have to worry about image. Gollum gollum. While covering his hungry and grumbling stomach, Chen Yi stood up and used his chopsticks with his other hand to vigorously clip the food. You know, Dad's dongpa elbows and braised pork are his favorites. Snap. Who would have guessed that just as he started to pinch the food, his mom raised her chopsticks and struck him hard on the wrist. Gee, Mom, what are you doing? Chen Yi ate the pain. Shin Shuing glared at her own son with hatred. What do you want, brat? This dongpa elbow and braised pork. Xiao Lian likes it very much. It's not like you haven't eaten before. Save these for late. Chen Yi retracted his chopsticks with a speechless expression. After swallowing, he reluctantly stood up again. After a moment's hesitation, he chucked up a piece of broccoli. If you don't want to eat meat, you can eat vegetables, right? Snap. Who knows? Mom raised her hand and knocked another chopstick at him. You brat. You're still stealing food from Little Knight. Little Knight, come. You also try this vegetarian fried broccoli. Meat and vegetables are nutritious. Zhang even couldn't help but snicker at the sight. Aha, got it. Auntie, this broccoli is so delicious, brightly colored and flavorful. Zhang even ate the broccoli one bite after another while winking at Chen Yi with a smug smile. Chen Yi resentfully glanced at his wrist that had been knocked red by his mom. Couldn't help but complain. Mom, Dad, you guys are too biased, aren't you? Have you two paid any attention to me since I entered the house? The eyes and heart are all about Little Knight. Hearing my son's complaints, Chen Shichen looked somewhat unhappy as he pushed a bowl of rice in front of Chen Yi. Here, you can have this one, and move over to late side if you want some vegetables. You brat and don't blame your mom for knocking you. Reflect on yourself. Are you considerate enough for Little Knight? It's the first time that someone's Little Knight comes to our house, and you don't even know to give her a dish and ask her what she likes to eat. After educating his son, Chen Shichen turned his sights. The gaze that looked at Zhang even was full of love. Chen Yi had just opened his mouth when he wanted to explain himself. Mom started counting him out without a fight. 2. How did I give birth to such a stupid boy like you? So reckless and rude. You really haven't inherited any of your father's gentleness and thoughtfulness. I think when I was in a relationship with your dad, he wouldn't even let my shoes get wet in time for a rainy date. From the smallest to the largest, you can see how considerate your dad, the man, is to his wife. After saying that, Shin Shuing lowered her head and smiled shyly. Zhang even swallowed the food in her mouth, smiled and joked. Auntie, then how can I keep my shoes from getting wet? Shin Shuing sniffed even more shyly and raised her eyes to glance affectionately at her husband Chen Shichen. Spoiled, Little Knight, let your uncle tell you. Chen Shichen hemmed and hawed, scratching his head in some embarrassment, explaining, why? It's not as if your aunt would be pampered. Whenever we catch a rainy date, she pouts and asks me to carry her. You say you don't want to get your pretty shoes wet, but really, you want to take advantage of the opportunity to have a close encounter with me? Chen Shichen wanted to continue. At this time, Shin Shuing hurriedly came over and covered his mouth. Gu, stop it, you slutty old man. Zhang even put down her chopsticks when she saw this and giggled. Even though this was just a meeting, she could see clearly how good the relationship between Chen's father and mother was. For a moment, an illusion arose within her, thinking that marriage seems like a good option. Especially when you meet someone who is in love with you, the days will surely go by happily ever after. Chen Yi calmly watched the scene of Mom, Dad and Jiang even talking and laughing as if they were a family of 3, and having a good time. He skimmed his mouth and said, look at you 3, rainbow farts blowing each other, and there's no end to it. Hurry up and eat. I'll eat what you guys can't finish. That's fine, right? Chen Shichen reached out and then slapped his son's head at his words. Bastard, can you talk? At times like this you should be pinching Little Knight's food, peeling shrimp, and picking fish spines. But you're good. You're just thinking about eating yourself. Shin Shuing sniffed and rebuked without any good humor. That's not true. This brat, he's just spoiled by us. I guess I don't usually put late on the spot. Chen Yi spread his hands with a face of injustice, feeling a whole big breathless. Dad and Mom were sitting next to Jiangwan on the left and right, and they were so far away from Jiangwan. I can't reach her if I want to give her a dish. Nice guy. If this really got married to Jiangwan, One could imagine how miserable his life would be in this family in the future. After Shin Shuyin and Chen Shiqian reprimanded their son, they returned their focus to their future daughter-in-law. Come on, little knight, eat a piece of soybean stewed pig's feet, full of collagen. It can beautify your face. Yes, late, it's like your own home here. Don't ever be polite. Jiang even smiled nicely and said, thank you uncle and auntie, you are so nice to me. It's the first time I've had such a delicious dish today. What a blessing. Hear that? Shin Shuyin asked with a hint of doubt. Little evening, doesn't Chen Yi usually cook for you? Chen Yi can cook all of these dishes as well. Your uncle passed on his good cooking skills to Chen Yi a long time ago. He doesn't do it as well as your uncle, but it doesn't taste bad either. Jiang Wan put down her chopsticks and looked at Chen's father and mother with a surprised expression. A pair of extremely beautiful big eyes were written with innocence and loss at this moment. No, auntie, I've known him for 6 months and I never knew he could cook. When we're together, we usually order takeout for dinner. These words caused Shin Shuyin and Chen Shiqian to freeze. What? Chen Yi didn't cook for you? Chen Yi was dumbfounded as he looked at his dad and mom's murderous glare. Nice guy, Jiang Wei. You're too full of drama, aren't you? This is all overacted. Oh my good leader, oh my aunt, do you have any idea what you're talking about? Since when do we order takeout? That's like the real thing. You can't even act as well as an Oscar winner. The more Chen Yi thought about it, the more speechless he felt, and he couldn't help but frantically wink at Jiang Evening. When Jiang even saw it, she immediately accused it again to Chen's father and mother. Auntie and uncle, look, and now he's threatening me. Ooh-hoo. Shin Shuyin and Chen Shiqian instantly twisted their heads in unison at the words, just in time to catch Chen Yi scowling at Jiang Evening. Chen Yi suddenly had a look of horror on his face. Dad, Mom, I'm not, I didn't. Ouch 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 ouch. Chapter 34. If only I could keep living in the Chun family. Chen Yi hadn't had time to explain. There were 2 pops in his ears, no doubt from his own head. Ha! It hurts. Again. When he tried to open his mouth to explain, there was another hand on his ear. Hey, Mom, don't listen to her. She's deliberately making fun. Shin Shuyin was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said, you bastard boy, what did your father and I usually teach you? You must know how to love your wife and love your wife. And what else can you lose by loving your own woman? You're good, even if you don't cook for Little Knight. You actually let her eat takeout. You should have brought Little Knight home for dinner more often a long time ago. Your dad's cooking is healthy and delicious. Chen Yi bared his teeth in pain and grabbed his mom's hand to beg for mercy. I know. Mom, get off me. I said Mom, you and my dad are at least college teachers, and both amateur painters. How can you move to rough up your own son? And Late is watching you, so don't you dare scare your precious daughter-in-law again. Hear that? It was only then that Shin Shuyin violently let go of his hand. That's right, since Late is here, I'll clean you up later. Chen Shiqian was also infuriated by his son's words and actions. Rushing to comfort Jiang Lian, he said, Little Lian, don't be afraid. Don't worry, when you marry into our family in the future, your aunt and I will definitely treat you like our own daughter. Jiang even saw that the situation was not right. Chen Yi was actually grabbed by his mom's ear, and it looked like it hurt. Only then did he hurriedly stop his accusations and began to explain for Chen Yi. Auntie, uncle, don't be angry. Chen Yi is not as bad as you think. He is usually quite good to me, and he is quite tolerant of me in big and small things. Hearing Jiang even say that, only then did Shin Shuyin and Chen Shiqian pause their repairs on Chen Yi. Come on, Late, let's keep eating. By the way, Little Knight, I heard from Chen Yi that your family is a big family. Jiang Evening answered truthfully, yes, uncle and aunt. My family has my parents, my grandmother, and my uncle's family of 3 often comes to my home. Just when Mom and Dad were chatting with Jiang Wan in an incomparable manner, Chen Yi sat on the side, pretending to listen very attentively to their chat, but in fact, his mind was fully focused on the table of food. He sneaks in a dish every now and then, shunned chopsticks after chopsticks of food when Mom and Dad weren't looking. He ate extremely well despite the very limited amount of food he was able to eat. Scratch that. The more I think about it, the more I think there is no God. I can't believe that the first time I brought my girlfriend home, this is what happened to me. Jiang Evening this fake girlfriend into the drama too deep. Can be tortured themselves enough? Mom and Dad went even further, going so far as to simply ignore him as their own son. He has to be so sneaky to have a meal in his own house, and if he doesn't pay attention, he'll get hammered by his mom. It's an impossible day. Jesus Christ. Back to Jiang Evening's side. She had a great meal and every dish was delicious. The charcoal grilled lamb chops are so flavorful, spicy and crispy that they are the Hermes of the barbecue world. Dompa elbow and braised pork are even better. Fresh and tender, not too fatty, melting in your mouth. All in all, it was good for this and that, and none of the dishes stepped out of line. After eating and drinking, Jiang even touched her somewhat bulging little belly and smiled contentedly. Well, late, have you had enough? Shin Shuyin smiled with concern. Jiang Evening nodded heavily. Aha, but I'm full, auntie. I've never eaten so much at night before. If I keep eating like this, I'm sure I'll gain weight in a few days. Shin Shuyin burst out laughing, unable to resist pulling up Jiang Even's hand. He said in a serious tone, Little Even, that's how you should eat. Eating more will make you prettier and more comfortable. And you'll look better. Look at you now. You are so thin. Auntie looks at you with heartache. Jiang Wan was once again touched inwardly by what he heard. She looked at Shin Shuyin with a sincere gaze, and the corner of her mouth raised an absolutely beautiful arc. The whole thing looks extraordinarily pretty and well-behaved. Auntie, I know. I'll eat more in the future. Don't worry. At this very moment, Jiang even understood that she was smiling from the bottom of her heart. Although she had just come to Chun Yi's house for only an hour, she had received a lot of care and love from Chun Yi's parents during that hour. It's like being treated better than your own daughter. Have to say. This time, pretending to be Chen Yi's girlfriend was a great deal. For one thing, she hadn't had such a delicious home-cooked meal yet. For two, she was cared for and loved by her two elders. This allowed her to experience for the first time that being someone's daughter-in-law was actually this kind of feeling. This would be great if I could live in the Chun family all the time. But on second thought, she couldn't help but feel that she was too naive. No way, no way. Gotta stop this ridiculous and horrible thought immediately. After all, she and Chen Yi were completely pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. And she's always been a staunch non-marrier. So how could that be easily swayed? After dinner, Shin Shuyin resolutely stopped Jiang Even's idea of going to wash the dishes, and turned her head to make Chen Yi pack up the dishes and go to the kitchen. Chen Yi shrugged and smiled helplessly. A few minutes later, when Chen Yi wiped his hands and came out of the kitchen, he was surprised to find out Mom actually took out the heirloom gold and jade bracelet. If I remember correctly, that bracelet is the grandmother passed on to the mother. Dad's hand, on the other hand, holding a red packet. Looking at the thickness of the red packet, there are at least a few tens of thousands of dollars inside. Little late, this is the bracelet Chen Yi's grandmother gave me when I was engaged back then. Now I'll put it on you, and I hope you like it. With that, Shin Shuyin took Jiang Even's hand. With gentle movements, he slipped the bracelet onto Jiang Evening's wrist. Jiang Even instinctively wanted to refuse. Auntie, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Chen Yi and I haven't progressed to the point of marriage yet. It's not appropriate. Shin Shuyin sniffed and pretended to be angry and pouted. While stopping Jiang Lian from removing the bracelet, he said, Little Lian, just wear it. Auntie likes you, and I've already decided that you're our Chen family's daughter-in-law. To be honest, I don't think our family Chen Yi is worthy of you at all. It's a great blessing for him that you agreed to be with him and went home with him. Chen Yi stood frozen. When he heard his mom say that he was not good enough for Jiang Wan, he felt angry all of a sudden. Is this the real mom? How is this still looking down on your own son? Although his own family can only be considered as a well-off family, far less than the powerful family like Jiang Evening's family. But in terms of face value, in what way was he worse than Jiang Evening? Chapter 35. This is what it's like to be treated as your own daughter by your in-laws, isn't it? Jiang Evening was beautiful and sweet, with a perfect body, more beautiful than female stars in the entertainment industry. This he acknowledged. But he was at least a high-color handsome guy, and since he was a kid, he was the schoolboy. Who wouldn't compliment a handsome man? How did this come to be so bad in the eyes of my own mother? Little knight, you must accept this red packet. This is from your aunt and I. It's customary for the in-laws to give a red envelope to a daughter-in-law on her first visit. Jiang Evening had just put on the bracelet given by Chen Yi's mom. Immediately afterward, a bulging large red envelope was again stuffed into her hands by Chen Yi's father. Jiang even hurriedly kept waving her hand, wanting to refuse to accept the red packet. No, uncle, I can't accept this red envelope. As you said, it is a custom only for daughters-in-law to come to the house, and this is the first time I have seen you. Chen Shurchen instantly became serious at his words. Priggishly, he said, Little late, I, like your aunt, have already decided that you are our daughter-in-law. Our Chen family certainly can't treat you poorly, so just accept it without fear. Chen Shurchen had just finished speaking. Shin Shuyin then took the red envelope and shoved it to Jiang Even, and held Jiang Even's hand with both hands to stop her from returning it. Jiang Even smiled somewhat flattered. Seeing that he really couldn't argue with the goodwill of the two elders, he could only accept it for the time being. Whoops, that's not all. Immediately after that, Chen Yi's parents took out several other meet and greet gifts one after another. Separately, there were several paintings that the two of them had treasured for many years, as well as some gold and jade jewelry. All of these gifts, Jiang Evening was eventually forced to accept. Chenny watched the scene with a dumbfounded expression, his entire being dumbfounded. Crap, how can this be? This situation is comparable to an engagement scene. What surprised him wasn't what his parents had given Jiang Wan, but the way they treated Jiang Wan. It develops like this. It won't be long before the wedding rush starts, will it? Think about it. Chenny felt that it was time for him to step in. He could no longer watch the situation become more and more serious. He walked over and reached down to tug on his mom's shirt, giving mom a wink. He motioned for her to follow him to the door. What's the matter with you, kid? Mom still has to talk till late, Shin Shuin said in a somewhat spoiled manner. Chenny came to his mom's ear and lowered his voice. Mom, is this gift too early? Jiang Evening and I haven't gotten to the point where we're talking about marriage yet. We're just in a relationship at the moment. Why did you give her the bracelet that grandma passed down to you? That's meant to be reserved for a daughter-in-law to be, isn't it? Chenny said this with the intention of stopping things from going too fast. But I didn't want it to cause mom's wrath. Bastard boy. You're really stupid you. How did I give birth to such a naive and stupid son like you? The fact that a girl is willing to go home with you to meet her parents already shows that she wants to get married from the bottom of her heart. Why can't you even see that? Other people's little knight's looks, figure, education, and family history are all top-notch. It's not an exaggeration to say that she's one in a million. What are you waiting for if you don't hurry up and grab it? Do you have to wait until she's taken by someone else? Shin Shuin's heart was simply furious to the extreme. She couldn't believe that her son was so stupid. Such a pretty girl, 100 times prettier than any actress on TV. Why isn't he even in a hurry to marry her off? This is if you marry her, not to mention the face value of your future grandchildren. How beautiful does this have to be? The face value of the Chen family's offspring will be qualitatively improved. This asshole, in 3 words, doesn't get it. You and his father must hold on to this daughter-in-law for him. Chenny was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan at this time. Seeing that mom was not moved at all, her eyes and heart were full of Jiang Evening. He hurriedly changed the subject, thinking about the fact that mom is extremely stingy with herself on a regular basis. Extraordinarily money-loving. In that case, make a play for money. Mom, listen to me. I'm doing this for your sake. That gold and jade bracelet you gave to Little Knight is an heirloom of our family. Worth a lot of money, right? And that big red envelope you and Dad wrapped up for her. It must be tens of thousands of dollars at least? I'm at least your own son. You might as well give me all of this. She may not really be your daughter-in-law. In case I drive to blow up when the time comes. Aren't you a meat bag for nothing? Lost all this money for nothing. Chenny finished those words. Shin Shuin was instantly so angry that her face turned green. In anger, he said, You bastard boy. What kind of foolishness are you talking about? You're mad at mom you. If you dare to break up with Xiaolian, I'll break your legs. Since you're with someone's girl, you have to be responsible for them to the end. And all the men in our family are good men who are in charge. How come when it comes to you, it's so unreliable? It really pisses me off. Seeing that mom is really pissed off and is looking around for a broom, Chenny hurriedly changed his words and begged for forgiveness. Mom, don't be angry. I was fooling around. You can give it to her if you want. You're happy. Shin Shuin raised her hand and slapped on the back of Chenyi's head. Hatefully, he said, That's more like it. And don't let me hear you say anything stupid like that ever again. By the way, the red packet we gave to Little Knight doesn't just contain cash. It also has a bank book. That's the dowry money. And your father and I especially like her. So we want to give it to her now. After saying that, Shin Shuin turned around and returned to the house, leaving Chenyi standing in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. A bad feeling arose vaguely within him. Mom and Dad actually couldn't wait to even give Jiang Evening the dowry money. Next, I'm afraid it's time to start urging marriage. Fruity. When he returned to the house again, Chenyi happened to hear his dad and mom talking about marriage. Little Evening you and Chenyi aren't too young. It's time to think about getting married. Don't worry, your uncle and I aren't old farts, and we completely respect your opinions on the matter of marriage. Look where you like the house in Mordor. We'll get it ready for you guys right away. When you have children in the future, if you don't want to bring them up, leave them to us, so that we can also enjoy the joy of caring for our grandchildren. Jiang Wan was surrounded in the middle of the Chen family's parents. He listened to Chen's father and mother with a smile on his brow, but inwardly, he felt very difficult. Auntie, the marriage is too hasty. I think, Chen Yi and I haven't thought about getting married yet. Chen Shiqian waved his hand in an overbearing manner and interrupted. Not too late. Not too late. Your current ages are considered late marriages. Little Knight just don't worry. After getting married our Chen family will definitely not treat you poorly. Jiang even was a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the Chen family's parents. With her years of experience, She could tell at a glance whether the Chun family's parents were treating her with sincerity or playing along. This is the legendary feeling of being treated like your own daughter by your in-laws, right? So kind, so warm, so touching. Chapter 36. The old saying is that a big S is good for birth. Uncle, auntie, the marriage is a little hasty for me. I'd like to think about it. Having said that, Jiang even turned her head to look at Chen Yi with a hint of help in her eyes. Chen Yi understood Jiang Even's thoughts in seconds, hurriedly interjecting, Dad, Mom, don't be in such a hurry to rush the marriage. It's the first time that people come to our house for the first time. You guys have to give them some time to think about it, right? Shen Shuyin and Shen Shiqian continued to persuade a few more times, but they were all politely rejected by Jiang Even. It's really not a good idea to push a girl too hard for her first visit. So, they didn't continue to talk about marriage. Tell you what, little late, it's getting late, so Auntie will take you for a walk in the yard, and then I'll show you your room. Jiang Evening nodded and smiled sweetly. Yeah, Auntie. Jiang Even finished. Shen Shuyin picked up Jiang Even's coat and thoughtfully draped it over her. Jiang Evening took the lead and walked out the door to the courtyard, quietly enjoying the night view of the Chen family's courtyard. Shen Shuyin and Chen Yi followed closely behind to the courtyard. Son, look at your wife's body. The body is exquisite, curvy, thin where it should be, and fleshy where it should be. It's perfect, not to mention in reality. Mom has never seen such a great body in a painting in all her years of painting. Remember what your grandma said about a big ass being good to have. Look at little Knight's ass. Surely she can give us several grandchildren for the Chen family. Chen Yi couldn't listen to his mom's bare words. Hurriedly, he nudged his old mom, signaling her to stop saying such things. Shu, look what you're saying. Mom, it's true. All mothers-in-law in the whole world are the same. They all care whether their daughter-in-law is good at giving birth or not. Shen Shuyin smiled at her words and gave her son a blank look. What do you know, you brat? The old saying is true. But whether it's good to have children or not, it doesn't matter too much. The most important thing is that the two of you have a good relationship, and that you get married and make your life good. Jiang even did not move to listen to the whispers of the two behind him. Couldn't help but snicker frequently. Shen Shuyin stopped ignoring her son and came forward to take Jiang Evening's arm. Little Knight, this is the Chen family's ancestral home, bought by Chen Yi's grandfather when he was young. This courtyard is quite old. I hope you don't mind. There are plenty of rooms here, so in the future you and Chen Yi can stay in whichever one you want. Of course, Auntie will also buy you a nice building as soon as possible and decorate it in your favorite style. Jiang Even guffawed, waving his hand. He said, No, Auntie, this yard doesn't look old at all. I really like this Chinese-style antique courtyard. It is surely warm in winter and cool in summer. Very comfortable to live in. Shen Shuyin smiled knowingly. The conversation box was instantly opened and began to introduce the Chen family compound to Jiang Even. There are 8 bedrooms, 2 of which are guest rooms, each with its own bathroom. Tonight you'll stay in Chen Yi's room. The sheets and covers in that room were all just changed by me this afternoon. Let Chen Yi take the guest room. Having said that, Shen Shuyin then led Jiang Wan into Chen Yi's room. After entering the house, she casually took out a brand new set of women's pajamas from the closet and handed it to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan took the pajamas and smiled sweetly at Shen Shuyin. Thank you, Auntie, for taking the trouble. You and Uncle must be very busy and tired today because of me, right? You've worked hard, so rest early tonight. When Shen Shuyin heard this, her eyes instantly filled with tears, exclaiming, it's still little late. Who knows how to feel sorry for people? It's good to have a daughter. A sweet little coat. Jiang even reached out and touched Shen Shuin's shoulder, comforting Shen Shuyin, who was almost on the verge of crying. Shen Yi, on the other hand, quietly leaned on the doorframe. Looking at the mother-daughter bonding between Jiang Even and his old mom, he silently rolled his eyes. He thought his mom was really crazy about her daughter-in-law. Jiang Evening pampered on actually good several times said to buy a house, and talk about buying a nice house. That's a bit too big of a mouthful, isn't it? Can you not know your own family's financial situation? In the Magic City, a place where every inch of land is expensive, for the average person to buy a good house, at least tens of millions of dollars. No way, no way. I'll have to talk to Mom about this later. You can't just open your mouth and say such big words for the sake of getting yourself a daughter-in-law. Ahem. Mom, it's getting late. Let little Knight rest early. Shen Shuyin clapped her hands and said, Right. Shall Lian take an early rest? Then Auntie will go back first. If there's anything you need, just call Auntie. Or just call Chen Yi. Don't be embarrassed, just make him. Having said that, under Jiang Evening's watchful eye, Chen Yi and his old mom walked out of the room one after the other. Upon coming to the yard, Shen Shuyin walked straight towards the main hall, without the slightest intention of caring about her son. Chenny followed closely behind his old mom. Seriously, Mom, I need to tell you something about you wanting to buy me a wedding house. I really don't think you and my dad need to talk big about a wedding house. I know in my heart if our family can afford a house. Hearing my son say such things, Shen Shuyin immediately felt a bit angry. Hey, I say, you kid, why are you still looking down on your mom and dad? Your father and I will buy the wedding house for you by ourselves. What you have to do now is to get along well with Xiao Lian and try to marry her into the family earlier. Mom's words made Chen Yi feel incredibly surprised. Just about to ask Mom about it, there was the sudden sound of a door opening behind him. Ka! Chen Yi and his old mom turned back at the same time, only to see Jiang even push open the door and walk out of the room in a hurry. Late. What's this? Shen Shuyin walked up and asked. Her heart vaguely felt something bad, because at this time Jiang Evening was wearing an overcoat and carrying a satchel in her hand. This stance is obviously to leave the Chen family. Auntie, my dad just called. Said there was a sudden emergency at home and that I should hurry back. Jiang Evening's tone of voice was obviously a bit nervous, and her demeanor was also a bit unnatural. Shen Shuyin looked at it in her eyes, but didn't pick it out. Since there's something going on at home, then, Auntie won't keep you. Shan Yi, hurry up and put on your jacket and drive little Knight back. At this point, Chen Shiqian also hurriedly walked out from the main hall after hearing the sounds in the courtyard. Little Knight, why do you want to go back so soon? Are you not used to living here? If there's anything you want, you just tell your uncle. It's just like being in your own home here. Jiang even shook her head a little embarrassed, explaining, No, uncle, it's really a sudden family emergency that requires me to return. I'll see you and Auntie some other time. Hear that? It was not good for Qin Shiqian to ask anything more, just admonished, Shan Yi, it's so late, don't let little Knight go back by herself. You're taking late home, drive slow on the way. Jiang even reached out and pulled Chen Yi's arm, stopping him from going back to his room to get the car keys. No need to send me back. My chauffeur is already outside the door. He'll take me back in my car. Jiang even finished. Shen Shuyin and Shen Shiqian glanced at each other, and all of their hearts understood something. Shen Shuyin stepped forward and took Jiang Evening's hand, with eyes full of unwilling concern. She said, Then in that case, Auntie will see you to the car. You have to remember, you must come to see Auntie again someday. Auntie is very sad to see you. Jiang Evening bit her lip, not knowing what to say for a moment. She reached out her other hand and took Shen Shuin's hand. After a few moments, she softly said, Aha, I know, Auntie, I will certainly come home again to see you and Uncle. Then I'll go back now. Don't send me off. Uncle and Auntie, you all go back. Get in the car. Jiang Evening leaned on the seat and couldn't bear to twist her head to look out the window. She walked out for a while before raising her eyes to the rearview mirror. Chen Yi's family of three, still standing in front of their home looking out over themselves. This scene did not stop her from feeling a little moved. Outside the gate of the Chen family compound, after watching Jiang even walk away, Chen Shiqian let out a long breath and said, Shuyin, son, come home quickly. We have an important family meeting tonight. Chapter 37, isn't he just a chairman? Our Chen family is not afraid. What? A family meeting? Or an important family meeting? Chen Yi clearly remembered that since he was a child, the family had held a total of 2 family meetings. One time was when my aunt went abroad on business that year. The other time was when Grandpa died 3 years ago. Then this family meeting was called, and I'm sure Dad had something extremely important to discuss. The family returned to the main hall. Chen Shiqian and Shen Shuyin first sat in their chairs and pondered for a moment. The two men then began a series of interrogations of their son. Chen Shiqian, son, tell Dad the truth. You went back to her house yesterday with little Knight. How did her family treat you? Chen Yi thought for a moment and then answered truthfully. Well, Jiang Evening's mother and grandmother, they are both very satisfied with me. They love me and care about me a lot. Especially Jiang Evening's grandmother. She's even been urging us to get married. Chen Shiqian narrowed his eyes and kept rubbing his fingers, pursuing the question. So, it's just that little Knight's father is not happy with you? Chen Yi nodded and didn't say anything. Shen Shuyin frowned and said, Son, did Shaolian her father treat you badly? Is it not warm enough for you? Or is it very cold? Chen Yi recalled for a moment. It can be said to be very cold. Hearing my son say that, Shen Shuyin and Chen Shiqian's faces instantly darkened. After a pause, Chen Shiqian slowly said, No wonder Shaolian left in a hurry after receiving the call. I suppose it was her father who called and ordered her to return. Afraid that she won't go back, he even sent a driver to pick her up in front of our house. It seems that this is not wanting his daughter to stay in our Chen family for even a moment. Shen Shuyin sniffed and glanced at her own son, with a displeased face. He said, Oh son, you have met the greatest difficulty on the way to a wife. Since ancient times, When a man marries his daughter-in-law, the hardest hurdle is that of his old husband. Back in those years, your grandfather was also extremely opposed to me marrying your father. He thought your father was too handsome and too good with women, and was afraid that he was unreliable. Then, your dad with his persistent kindness to me and that articulate mouth. It's what finally loosened up your grandpa to agree to my marriage to your dad. You're a kid. You don't know how to be considerate of girls, nor are you very good at talking, so I'm afraid it's hard to handle your old husband by yourself. Chen Shurqian listened to his wife's words, an unmistakable nod of approval. Chenny sat on the sidelines with a serious expression. He was outwardly listening attentively to his mom and dad's conversation, but he was actually thinking hard inside, seeing that things are getting out of hand. Gotta come up with a countermeasure soon. Originally intended to bring Zhang Evening to meet after the father and mother. He and Zhang Evening can be in the guise of a relationship, peacefully live a period of time without being urged to marry the comfortable days. Whoever thought? In the middle of the night, Chairman Jiang will come to this. Now it's good that mom and dad know that Chairman Jiang doesn't see himself. In order for them to successfully marry Zhang Evening, the two of them didn't know what out of the ordinary things they would do. If you really bite the bullet and buy a nice house just for the sake of getting yourself a daughter-in-law, it would be too much of a hardship on mom and dad. And, in fact, there's no such thing as the ability to buy it. Think about it. Shenny felt that it would be better to simply take this opportunity to tell his parents that he was going to break up with Jiang Wan. In this way, it was impossible to continue pretending to be a couple with Jiang even though, but at least you don't have to deal with the awfulness in front of you anymore. Jiang Evening wouldn't be blamed by Chairman Jiang, and he himself wouldn't have to make things difficult for his parents anymore. Think about that. Chenny carefully spoke. Dad, Mom, listen to me. To tell you the truth, Jiang Evening's father really can't see me. His father is the chairman of Shanghai Real Estate. Shanghai Real Estate. You must have heard of it. Our leading company in Magic City. It's normal for someone who is a big company boss with hundreds of millions of dollars to look down on a small family like us. I don't want you guys to make things difficult for me. So I have decided to break up with Jiang Evening. The words fell. Chenny raised his head, his eyes darting around, glancing at his dad and then his mom. A moment of silence followed. Shen Shuyin and Shen Shurqian glanced at each other in silent agreement. Then they both exploded. A ghostly cry of pain came from the house. Ouch! 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 Don't pull my ear. It hurts. Mom! Daddy! Why are you hitting me? Ouch! Ouch! Hiss! Move your hands on me. Are you a real son now or not? After receiving a mixed doubles beating, Chenny bared his teeth and covered his ears and the back of his head, looking at mom and dad with an innocent face. After slowing down, Shin Shuyin pointed at Chenny and said in a good-natured manner, You're really pissed off, Mom. Your father and I are trying to figure out what to do, but you're good. You don't know how to rise to the occasion. You just think about backing out. Mom just loves Little Knight. She recognizes Little Knight. She's Mom's precious daughter-in-law. You bastard. You absolutely can't break up with Xiaolian. You dare to break up one try? Chen Shurqian was also so angry with his son that he coughed. After a few sips of tea, he hated it and said, You child, why do you know how to retreat when things get tough? Your mom and I will fully assist you in preparing for the Jiang family and successfully take down your old husband. You yourself must never hold back in any way, and you must marry Little Knight back home. Shin Shuyin also followed her husband's words. There's nothing wrong with what hubby said. It would be nice if it was only because of the financial strength of the two families that Jiang Evening's father couldn't look at you. Isn't it just the chairman of a small company? Our old Chen family isn't afraid at all. Chen Yi shrank back on the sofa, skimming his lips as he looked at his dad and mom. At the moment, he felt his brain buzzing. He shuddered to think, how did mom and dad suddenly become so trenchant? The chairman of a small company? The Jiang family's Shanghai Real Estate. Is that a small company? That's one of the top 100 companies in the country. A big company that has gone public. And the leading company in Magic City. People Jiang Evening her father. That is the district chairman. He is a top tycoon who is worth billions of dollars. When Chairman Jiang stomped his foot, the entire financial sector of Magic City had to shake 3 times. His own family was not poor though, and he still owned such a set of yard that was considered more valuable. But in the economically prosperous metropolis of Mordor, this is nothing. The Chen family is definitely too ordinary to be common. It was perfectly normal for ordinary people to be looked down upon and have no backbone in front of an absolute powerhouse like the Jiang family. Where did mom and dad get the confidence to talk big? Chenny swallowed his saliva, and after deliberating on the words, so as not to hurt his parents' face, he whispered, Dad, Mom, I think so. You guys are underestimating the Jiang family a bit. Although our Chen family is a 100-year-old family, and is considered very prestigious in this area, you're also both college teachers and painters. so our family definitely belongs in the book family. But barring that, truth be told, haha, our economic strength and social status really can't compare to the Jung family. Marriage is not all about the right family. Since we can't compare to others, we really can't go hard to climb up to them. Chenny had just finished speaking. Mom then killed a sharp, hard stare. Frightened, Chenny trembled. Brat, Mom can't stand to see you acting like a wimp. How many times has Mom told you since the last few years of pushing you to find a date? Our family doesn't lack money. You are not believing what Mom said? Mom asks you, what is little Knight's father doing being that chairman for? Chenny scratched his head. A confused face said, when? Of course, in order to make money. Shin Shuing blankly glanced at her son and said, then don't. He opened a company for the sake of making money. For the sake of a few taels of silver. Our family doesn't run a company. But we have plenty of money. So what are you afraid of him for? Hear that? Chenny was instantly infuriated and laughed. Mom, look what you said. Ha 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 ha. How can you say that people start a company for a few crumbs of silver? He's a big shot with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. LOL. What is Mom talking about? How can she be so vague about money when she's a college teacher? I can't believe he bragged about his family's money. She knows that even if she sells the Chen family's ancestral home and then sells all of her family's assets, I'm afraid she won't be able to afford one of the countless properties in the Jiang family. Shin Shuyin spread her hands at her husband. Chen Shiqian expresses a great deal of bemusement at such a son. Wait, Mom went back to the bedroom to get something. Don't you believe our family is rich? Mom will show you today. Chapter 38, Crazy. Mom and Dad bought me another house and gave me the company. Chenny was flabbergasted. Watching his old mom leave the main hall in a hurry, he headed straight for the bedroom. He reckoned, Mom is afraid to go get the family's savings with this stance. Or maybe Mom is going to bring out the balsam camphor wood jewelry box she got with her when she got married? Since he remembers, Chenny knows that his mom has a treasure chest that she got married with. The family's bank book, house book, keys, and some gold and silver jewelry were all locked in that box. But, that so-called treasure chest, he had secretly opened it and looked through it when his mom wasn't there. There didn't seem to be anything particularly valuable in there. Even if there really is a few $1 million. It really is a lot of money for the average family. But if you took these millions and displayed them in front of a top-tier luxury family like the Jiang family, wouldn't that make people laugh their asses off? Was frowning and spitting. Shin Shuyin entered the house holding a wooden box. Chenny raised his eyes. Ooh, good guess. Sure enough, it's the balsam camphor wood jewelry box that Mom got married with. Can it be that Mom is really planning to let herself bring the so-called treasure inside the box to conquer her future husband, the famous Chairman Jiang? Just as Chenny was staring at the box in his mom's hand, he sighed frequently. Clang! Shin Shuyin domineeringly placed the box on the coffee table. Then she pulled a delicate vintage key from her pocket and slowly opened the case. Chenny and Chen Shiqian both looked curious as they came closer to watch. Mom, what are you doing? Chenny snapped in a small voice. Shin Shuyin ignored him. Instead, he moved to carefully lift a golden silk cloth that lay inside the box. Immediately afterward, she took a brand new red house book out of it. Ha! What's with the house book? I don't think Mom and Dad ever bought anything other than this mansion. Chenny immediately came to life. Intense curiosity prompted him to stare intently at the house book and look at it. Shin Shuing glanced at her son and threw the house book at him casually. Oh, this is a house your dad and I bought you last year. Chenny took the room book and flipped it open. Shocked in a split second. Nice guy. Seaward House, the hottest neighborhood in the west side of the city? 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, 130 square feet. The location of this neighborhood is not in the center of the city, but it is definitely considered high-end housing. The current average price is said to be $130,000 per square foot. 130 square feet of house. The total price of nearly 17 million. It also says full purchase. You're not mistaken, are you? Where did the family get so much money? Is this sure it's a real house book and not a forgery? Then look at the name of the homeowner on the contract. Clearly written in Chen Yi's name. And stamped. Crap. It's actually true. Mom and Dad are really deep. No wonder he spoke with such confidence. So he bought a tens of millions of dollars of mansions without telling himself. Chenny was instantly so excited that his eyes reddened. Holding Mom's hand tightly in gratitude, he said, Mom, Dad, thank you. I can't believe how much you guys have given behind my back. Did it take several generations of our Chun family to buy this house worth $17 million in full? You guys are really going out of your way to get me a daughter-in-law. Shin Shuing brushed her son's hand away as she listened. Sighing, he said, You silly boy, is that moving? This house is useless now, put it aside. Chen Shiqian glanced at the housebook and said unconcernedly, Yes, this house won't do. Why don't we just not renovate it either? And do it later when it's occupied. Hearing such words, Chen Yi was dumbfounded. What's going on? You're just going to put aside a $10 million house? He hastily took his dad's arm and asked, Dad, what a great house. Why don't you just put it aside and not live in it? It's a shame not to live in such an expensive house. Who knows? Dad, like Mom, didn't care about him at all. It was just a matter of rummaging around in the box for something. At this time, Shen Shuyin slowly opened her mouth to explain. Son, that house was originally good. It's totally fine for your bridal suite. But Mom never thought that you'd find a wife with such a good family. Since other people's little knight lives in a villa, can we let her lower her quality of life after she marries you and go live in that kind of ordinary flat? Then surely we should change it to a villa kind of class house. Chenny stood up with a shocked miso at the words. Raising an eyebrow, he stepped back in a row and said, Mom, Dad, you two are afraid you're not possessed, are you? Change to a villa of that class? That's easy for you to say. Is that something you can change with just a word? I can barely believe it if I have to say that I bought that 130 square foot commercial house just now at full price. After all, our family still has some family money, and this mansion left behind by Grandpa. But you guys are telling me now that I'm going to buy a villa, and I don't believe you to death. It's not like I don't know that your two retirement paychecks combined are less than $20,000 a month. If you want to buy a villa worth hundreds of millions of dollars, wouldn't our family have to save up from the primitive? After listening to his son's near rant, Chen Shiqian gave Shen Shuyin a wink. Then he pulled Shen Shuyin to the side and lowered his voice. Wife, why don't we just tell him now? Shen Shuyin frowned and shook her head. No, that's not good. You see how childish he is now. How can he look mature and stable? It's too soon to tell him. Chen Shiqian had always listened to his wife and saw that she had this attitude. He didn't want to say anything else. Chen Yi was confused and watched his dad and mom muttering at one side. The two of them were in a state of delirium. There's something wrong with your mind, isn't there? After a while, Shen Shuyin raised her hand with a smug expression and shook a contract in her hand. Honey, look, found it. Chen Shiqian excitedly slapped his palm. Not bad, that's what I want. By giving this company to my son to manage, I won't have to worry about him being looked down upon by my old husband. Having said that, Chen Shiqian took the contract in his wife's hand and handed it to Chen Yi. Chen Yi's pupils instantly dilated as he looked at his dad with disbelief. Chen Shiqian smacked his lips and urged, Take it, what are you fuming about? Check it out. You'll be the legal representative of this company from now on. Chen Yi half-heartedly took the contract in his dad's hand. Fix your eyes. On the cover of the contract are written 3 big words contract, and the name of the company underneath is Ruishi Jewelry Company. Nice guy. Jewelry company? When did the family start a jewelry company? I can't believe I had to change the legal representative to myself. Sounds like a tall order. Can it be? Hard to believe that you are shaking yourself into a rich second generation? Harry, got rich overnight. Chapter 39 Son, don't drift away once you're rich. After a few moments of freezing, Chen Yi was excited and said, Dad, Mom, the legal person of this jewelry company is really going to change to me? So you guys never told me the true strength of our Chen family. Ha ha ha. Shen Shuyin took a sip of tea. Somewhat unenthusiastically, he gave his son a blank look. I told you a long time ago, didn't I? Our family is not poor. Just boldly take on your future, old man. Don't be a wimp. Don't be without a backbone. Chen Shiqian sniffed and crossed his arms. A few loud laughs. Your mom was right. It's all about courage and guts when facing your old man. Of course, in addition to that, the mouth should be sweet and the person should be hardworking. Chen Yi scrutinized the contract in his hand with a mesmerized expression, nodding his head straight in excitement. Just as Chen Yi turned over the contract, intending to take a serious and detailed look at its contents, Shen Shuyin took out 2 more pieces of jewelry from the box and handed them to Chen Yi. Son, these are 2 fine jade bracelets. You'll give it to little Knight's mom and grandma as a gift when the time comes. The older generation loves jadeite jade bracelets. Outsiders look at the water, and insiders look at the seed. Little Knight's mother and grandmother will understand the value of these 2 jade bracelets when they see their color. Chen Yi subconsciously nodded, and then he put the 2 jewelry boxes aside and continued to look over the company contract. When you see the column for the company's legal person, one look at the company's corporate name and Chen Yi was instantly dumbfounded. Company legal person, Chen Wenyu. How come it's an ant's name? Is it possible that the jewelry company is owned by an ant? It is simply off the charts. Chen Yi's face turned white and his voice trembled. Dad, Mom, why is my aunt's name written on this? What the hell is going on here? Chen Shiqian furrowed his thick eyebrows and said in some confusion, If it's not your aunt, who else could it be? That's an idiotic question to ask. In our Chen family, your aunt is the only one who runs a company for business. Of course the company is under your aunt's name. But you don't have to be embarrassed. Although our Chen family's industry has been taken care of by your aunt, the shares and assets, our family also accounts for half. Dad said those words. Except for the first sentence, Chenny didn't listen to the rest. At the moment he felt his head buzzing and about to explode. What's it like to go from heaven to hell? In just a few short minutes, he kind of experienced it. Chenny sat paralyzed on the sofa with a disheveled look on his face, his heart pulling out cold. He laughed at himself. How could he hold on to that unrealistic fantasy? Their Chen family, except for their aunt, all of them are ordinary office workers who have never made any big money in their lives. How is it possible to get rich overnight? Besides, Aunt Chen Wenyu, the impression is that she nearly opened a jewelry store abroad. It's not even close to being connected to any big jewelry company. The aunt's family was usually very frugal, and the aunt often wore a plain dress. There is no necklace on the neck, no ring on the hand, not a piece of jewelry from head to toe. Travel is not any row. May I ask which female president of a large company is not usually dressed up in pearls? Think about that. Chen Yi's mind had already conjured up a picture of what the company called Ruishi Jewelry was like. It's probably something like an ordinary jewelry store in a street alley. The kind where the whole store is no more than 30 square feet. Estimated value is just a couple million at best. Is there a way to compare this to the other Zheng family's boss group? Alas and alack. The dream of getting rich overnight is shattered. Xin Shuyin looked at her own son's soulful appearance and grasped that the boy should be excited. She held out her hand in front of her son's face. Silly son, you're just suddenly happy to know that our family has money, aren't you? Mom can warn you. You don't want to drift away when you have a penny. Even if you have money, you have to live a practical life. But you can't become fickle or squander it recklessly with money. Hurry up and marry little late, give us a big grandchild, and run the family properly. That's the proper thing to do. After hearing this education from my mom, Chen Yi forced a smile and nodded. Chen Shiqian also came over and patted his son's shoulder. In a serious tone, he said, "Your mom's right. You mustn't drift. Suddenly letting you know part of our family's strength. Dad's biggest fear is that you'll have a change of heart because you're rich. The most important thing for you to do now is to prepare well for the battle and try to take down your old husband soon. Dad believes that with the strong strength of our Chen family, your old husband won't look down on you." Chenny tilted his face up at the words and smiled nervously at his dad, mentally sighing. Dad, the man is a total optimist. Ever since I was a kid, I've never seen him worry about anything, especially in the last few years. His whole mentality, that's what it's all about. Every day he had a relaxed, easygoing smile on his face, as if nothing in the world could be difficult for him. After a reprieve, Chenny figured it out. One should know how to be content. Mom and Dad have spent all their efforts on their marriage. How could one be so delusional as to fight against the Zheng family? The purchase of the villa, though, is definitely out of the question, and the fantasized big company has become a small store. But no matter how small the store is, it's still his own, and he'll definitely run it with care when he takes over. As for that 130 square foot commercial home, naturally, you can't listen to your mom and dad and put the house aside and leave it alone to fantasize about buying some kind of villa. Instead, he'll treasure that $17 million house extraordinarily. Just ask how many people, who have worked hard all their lives in Magic City, cannot afford to buy such a house? Now that you own such a house with the full help of your mom and dad, how can you not cherish it? Thinking of this, Chenny smiled frankly. 11:30 p.m. Zheng Family Estate Villa. Zhang Qinghuai stood on the second-floor corridor with a gloomy gaze. On the cell phone, the secretary, Xiao Lu, was reporting on her work. Chairman, about that Chenny. It's been investigated clearly. Chenny is 27 years old and lives in a courtyard on Fuyin Road in the west of the city. He graduated from the College of Finance and Economics, majoring in accounting, and is currently an intern accountant in the finance department of our Shanghai real estate. His parents, both college professors, are now retired. The secretary, Xiao Lu, was discreetly and conscientiously reporting on his work. Zhang Chenghuai suddenly interrupted in a cold voice. Get to the point. You know what I care about. Secretary Xiao Lu instantly dared not continue to read the script after hearing this. After a moment of deliberation, he said succinctly, Chairman, according to my investigation, that Chen Yi's family is very ordinary, not like what the general manager said. Zhang Chenghuai frowned as he listened and hung up the phone. Ta-da-da-da-da. The crisp sound of high heels came from the hall on the first floor. Zhang Chenghuai lowered his head and glanced downstairs. Upon seeing that it was his daughter who had returned, his face grew more and more somber. At this time, Zhang Evening, who had just pushed the door in, also noticed her father who was standing on the second floor looking down at her. Father and daughter looked at each other. Zhang Chenghuai waved his hand at his daughter and said in a solemn voice, Little late, you come up. Chapter 40 Chen Yi, that poor boy, doesn't deserve you at all. Having said that, Jiang Chunhui then turned around and walked into the study. Jiang Evening stood in the empty hall, feeling very bottomless in her heart for a while. The house is so cold and silent at the moment. I'm sure Mom and Grandma are asleep. Dad took this time to call himself to the study. This is to talk to himself alone. Jiang even carried her bag and stepped up the steps of the rotating staircase with a heavy pace. Along the way, her mind raced. If Dad is adamantly opposed to his relationship with Chen Yi right off the bat, he is determined to stop it. Then, simply go along with Dad's wishes and terminate the cooperation with Chen Yi, pretending to be a couple in advance. But if Dad was not only opposed to his relationship with Chen Yuan, but also continued to be bent on having his own way, forcing himself to go on a blind date with Feng Yuchong, or some other rich second-generation male son, and forcing himself to get into a family marriage, in that case, simply go for broke. I'd rather die than break up with Chen Yi. If you must marry someone, the big deal is to marry Chen Yi. Anyway, after a few days together, it was certain that Chen Yi was a reliable man. He was very pleased with himself for his looks, his body, his personality, and that. The key is that his mom and dad are still extremely good to themselves and the family atmosphere is very warm and harmonious. You certainly won't lose out by marrying one. Squeak and twist. Jiang Evening pushed open the study door. Looking up, Dad was sitting in the chair behind the desk smoking a cigar. Seeing his daughter enter, Jiang Chunhui raised his eyelids and glanced at her expressionlessly. Jiang Evening's eyes turned slightly. Her dad's character she knew best. From the way her dad looked at her, it was clear to her that he was mad at her. Ahem, Dad. I'm back. What did you want to see me about? After whispering, Jiang even threw down the bag in her hand, and then trotted to Jiang Changhui. When I came to Dad, instead of sitting on the sofa next to her, Jiang even went around to the back of the chair. Standing behind Dad, he reached out and squeezed his shoulders. Dad, it's so late. Why aren't you in bed? You should take care of your health. Smoke less and rest more. My daughter would like to give your shoulders a good squeeze. Is this force okay? In the face of his daughter's pampering, Jiang Chenghui's expression did not soften in the slightest. After taking a drag on his cigar, he raised his hand to brush the hand off his shoulder. Okay, don't give me that. If you want Dad to be well, don't be angry at him all the time. Seeing that Dad doesn't eat his own words, Jiang even skimmed his lips and sat on the sofa on the side. Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. Jiang Chenghui looked at his daughter with a sharp gaze and said seriously, then Dad will open the door and say it. Dad's already had someone look into that boyfriend of yours, and I don't need to pick my brain about what his family situation is, do I? I'm not going to approve of you being with him. He doesn't deserve you. Jiang Evening hung his head low and kept rubbing his fingers. Sure enough, Dad was against himself and Chen Yi as soon as he came up. In that case, let's pretend to be unconvinced and then see what happens. Dad, what do you mean he's not good enough for me? I love him. He loves me. We have the right personality. We get along comfortably. And that's enough. Jiang Chenghui snorted coldly at his words. Seemingly smiling, he said, you, ridiculously simple. Don't think I don't know. That Chen Yi's family is very poor. For him to work in our group, he should have gotten in through your connections, right? Silly girl, people are trying to climb onto your high branch. And from then on, they will have to struggle less for decades now. Your father and I worked hard for decades to create this family business. Is it just to give it to a poor boy for nothing? Not only to marry your precious daughter to him, but also to give away this huge property? It's a joke. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Evening could hear that Dad was really annoyed. Looks like he has quite a deep opinion of Chen Yi. After a moment of deliberation, Jiang even feigned aggression. Dad, look at you. After all these years, it's so hard for me to have a man I like, and you're trying to break us up. If you have to make me break up with Chen Yi, unless you can promise me one condition. Jiang Qinghu extinguished his cigar. In a cold voice, he asked, what conditions? Jiang Evening looked determined and said, promise me that you will no longer force me to marry. Jiang Chenghui instantly stood up at his words, raising a thick eyebrow. He rebuked, you. It's a shame that I entrusted the group to you to manage. You're a little bit of a powerful woman. Why are you still so emotional? It wasn't easy for our Jiang family to start up, and it's even harder to get the family business and status we have today. You can't just think about that little bit of childish love. You have to think about our whole family. You are not young. You must find a suitable boy in the mansions of Mordor as soon as possible and try to get married at the end of the year. Dad's words. Hearing it sent chills down Jiang Evening's spine. He was terrified. Getting married at the end of the year? Searching for a boy in the mansion? Like Feng Yuchong? Since Dad had put the kibosh on it, there was nothing for him to take into account. Anyway, in this family, there's always Mom and Grandma to back you up. Thinking about it, Jiang even raised her stubborn little face. With a resolute gaze, he said, Dad, I don't agree. I strongly disagree. I just recognize Chen Yi. I won't marry anyone but him. Dad, you know my personality best. I take after my grandmother, and I have a bone in my body that favors handsome men. A fat, greasy man like Feng Yutong can't even catch my eye. I like big handsome guys like Chen Yi, only he is my type. Seeing her daughter's insistence on defying herself, Zhang Chenghui felt a sudden surge of anger and glared angrily. He raised his hand and pointed indignantly at his daughter. You dead girl, why are you suddenly so intent? You're practically possessed. I see that bad boy Chen Yi has completely taken you under his wing. Soon, there were angry curses and coughs from Zhang Chenghui in the study, as well as the clunking sound of a teacup hitting the ground. The entire Jiang family is in disarray. In the meantime, although it is already past 0 hour, the Chen family compound is still brightly lit. Chen Shichen was so excited that he paced around the main hall, and Qin Shuyin had already begun to think of the joyous scene of the family's importation. Chen Yi leaned on the sofa and yawned. Dad, Mom, can I go back to bed now? I just can't hold out any longer. I'm stuck. Qin Shuyin glared at her son, waving his hand. He said, what's the hurry? Look at your listlessness. You're about to get married. That's the biggest thing in your life. Why are you acting like nothing's wrong? Oh yeah, I was so happy. I actually forgot to call your aunt and tell her about the big event. Qin Shuyin slammed his hands together. Quickly, he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed a string of international calls. Chapter 41, what's your bank card number? Auntie will call you a few $100 million. Rice, City of Night, Empire State Building. It is a world-class wealth center, where business celebrities and top bigwigs from all over the world gather. All those who passed by the skyscraper, which stood proudly like a giant, invariably looked up. There was a strong desire in his eyes. Elite people all over the world pray to be able to enter this building to fulfill their values and realize their dreams. The Empire State Building is 388 meters high and has 108 floors. One of the world's most famous luxury jewelry companies is located on the top 108 floors of this building. That is, Ruishi Jewelry. At this point, luxurious and atmospheric conference room. All of the company's top employees were gathered here, waiting for the chairman to convene the weekly meeting of the company's top management. Boom! After an hour's delay in the meeting, the door to the office finally opened. Everyone looked at the doorway in unison. Entering the door was the chairman's secretary, Xiao Feng. Secretary Feng held the document in his hand and said with a serious gaze, the chairman is busy. Everyone wait patiently. The company executives in the entire conference room instantly looked at each other with incredulity written in their eyes. You know, this chairwoman of theirs is known for her punctuality in the industry. All senior staff present, both new and old. No one has ever seen the chairman late for a meeting. This time, the chairman suddenly delayed the company's high-level meeting, and it had been delayed for a full hour. Guess something more important than a company executive meeting came up. After another half hour, Secretary Feng raised her hand to glance at her wristwatch. Seeing that the entire group's executives are waiting here with eager anticipation, and the thousands of employees below are waiting for today's work arrangement. After a moment of hesitation, Secretary Feng turned and walked out of the conference room. Then he walked through a long corridor to the chairman's office at the end of the corridor. Stand in the doorway. Secretary Feng took a deep breath and raised her hand to gently knock on the office door. Knock knock, 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 knock. After a while, the chairman's voice came from inside. Come in. Secretary Feng straightened his suit and then pushed the door in. The office is lavishly decorated in calm, a water-child of Chinese-style furniture ornaments. The whole office not only looks ancient, elegant and gentle, but also zen leisurely. Behind the valuable mahogany desk was an entire display case filled with all kinds of expensive jadeite jade and gold jewelry. On the walls on either side were several paintings by unknown artists. The chairman of the board, Chen Wenyu, who was dressed in a white plain coat, was leaning leisurely on the seat at this moment. On the cell phone call, her sister-in-law, Shen Shuyin, was gushing about her nephew's marriage. Secretary Feng approached slowly, respectfully inquiring in a low voice. Chairman, the group executives have been waiting for you in the conference room for nearly 2 hours. Chen Wenyu heard the secretary's voice. Immediately, he held out a finger to his mouth. Gesture the secretary not to speak. Secretary Feng was immediately silenced at the sight, not daring to say another word. A few minutes later, it was very obtrusive to see the secretary still standing in front of his eyes. Chen Wenyu was a bit bummed out. Let them keep waiting. You go out right now. Secretary Feng shivered in fear at his words and hurriedly lowered his head, backing up and walking out of the office. After coming down the hallway, Secretary Feng covered his chest and let out a long breath. What kind of important person can make the chairman of the board, who has always attached extra importance to the company's meetings, now leave all the company's executives in disregard? Though curious, Secretary Fong didn't dare to go back in and ask more questions. He could only return to the conference room again to stabilize all the senior staff. In the chairman's office, Chen Wenyu listened to what his sister-in-law said on the phone and smiled for a moment. Sister-in-law, from what you've described, my great-nephew is quite attached to his girlfriend. My great-nephew is handsome and has a great personality, so it's no wonder he found such a beautiful girlfriend. You and my brother just put 100% of your mind at ease and take the old man. My great-nephew is absolutely fine. The Chen family compound. Xin Shuyin burst out laughing. She has always been very good with this sister-in-law. Close as sisters, even across the ocean, but also can still openly chat. You, look at you. You always like to praise him. This bear of a child is just so complimented by you that he doesn't know how much he weighs. What your brother and I are most worried about is that the next time he meets his old husband, he'll still be underperforming and won't be recognized by him. Chen Wenyu stretched and got up from his seat. While admiring my brother and sister-in-law's paintings on the wall, I was giving my nephew ideas. Hey, sister-in-law, you're being a bit cognizant. Why are you still letting he meet his old man by himself? Let's see. Since you're so pleased with this beautiful daughter-in-law, why don't we just arrange for the two families to meet? When the two families meet, they will also be able to finalize Xiaoyi's marriage sooner. After listening to my sister-in-law's advice, Xin Shuyin instantly felt enlightened. She took her husband's hand and shook it violently. Hubby, did you hear what Wenyu said? Chen Shiqian's eyes were glowing as he looked at his wife and nodded his head straight. Here, I think it's a great idea. Chen Wenyu was also incredibly excited. Where is my great-nephew? Let him answer the phone. Xin Shuyin sniffed and hurried over to the sofa, pushing hard on his son who was drifting off to sleep. Silly boy. Your aunt is calling you. Chen Yi rubbed his eyes and said, Auntie, you don't know. It's the middle of the night. My parents are crazy and won't let me sleep. Chen Wenyu giggled. Xiaoyi, did you miss your aunt? Not to mention your parents. Auntie is thrilled. Chen Yi picked up the herbal tea on the table and drank it, instantly clearing his head a bit. Looking at the contract that had been placed on the coffee table by himself, he couldn't help but ask, Auntie, my parents gave me a contract, said to change the legal entity of a jewelry company to me? This is something new. Chen Wenyu interrupted his nephew in disbelief. That's right, let's put that company under your name. Auntie thinks, in addition to having a company in your name, you should also have some savings, that way you'll have more confidence. What's your bank card number? I'll give you a few $100 million. The phone is on voice speakerphone. Chen Wenyu's words were heard clearly by Chen Shiqian and Xin Shuyin. Hearing that his sister is going to hit her son with a few $100 million, Chen Shiqian hurriedly grabbed the phone and stopped it. You can't call him. And opening a few $100 million. You can't set that precedent. Have you forgotten the Chen family motto? Have you forgotten our father's dying words? Xin Shuyin also came over to the phone and exclaimed, Yes, don't ever start this. Give him a company and buy him a villa. It's totally enough. When our Xinjiang families meet, your brother and I will reveal our cards. Chen Yi was stunned as he stood by the side. What the hell? The Chen and Jiang families are going to meet? Crazy. Chapter 42. What? The two parents are meeting in 3 days? And the old aunt said she was going to give herself a few $100 million? A few $100 million? To put it so lightly, Chen Yi was dead set against believing it. With that simple and casual image of the old nun, those who didn't know would have thought that she was a practitioner living in seclusion on some mountain. But any rich person who can casually take out a few $100 million in his pocket, which one of them is not covered in designer labels? Clothing, food, housing and transportation are all top-notch luxuries. The body carries its own rich and noble aura, and it is a world away from ordinary people. Unless, old auntie is one of those rich people among the rich, pyramid-level top tycoons, the kind that even Chairman Jiang couldn't reach. That's why you can be that fearless and uncaring, because people of that status and position simply don't need to prove themselves with those external things anymore. Wherever they go, no one fails to admire and worship them. But, on second thought, even the idle, low-key and casual tycoons will not hesitate to splash out their money in case of emergencies, right? Chen Yi suddenly remembered something. 3 years ago, when my grandfather became critically ill, my old aunt and her family came back from abroad in an emergency. A family of 3 on an airplane didn't even bother with first class, and because of that, almost couldn't make it back in time to see my grandfather one last time before he died. A woman who spends her money in such a stingy way, to say she's a deep-pocketed tycoon? Who would believe that? Funny. He also opened his mouth to call himself a few $100 million over. What's with that big mouth? Think you're Papa Ma? It was estimated that the old aunt would top out with a few million, 10 million at the most, in her hands. Hey, I have to say, the old aunt is really comparable to her own dad when it comes to bragging. Not bad for a brother and sister. Blowing up. One is more confident than the other. Shenny didn't believe the old aunt's words at all, but he felt that as a junior, he still shouldn't poke his old aunt. One should know how to maintain the dignity and face of the elders. Yeah, auntie, no need to call me. You've already given me a company, and my parents bought me a 130 square foot house. So enough is enough. Auntie, just stop worrying about me. When Chen Wenyu heard his great-nephew say this, he immediately felt very relieved. Another shout-out to his nephew. Brother, sister-in-law, look, how understanding this child Shoei is, thinking of us parents in every way. The more he is like this, the more I want to pay him. Our Chen family has only one precious child, so who will we give it to if not him? Shen Shuin and Chen Shiqian hurriedly stopped Chen Wenyu at his words. The two began another persuasive warning to Chen Wenyu. Chenny raised his eyebrows and watched his mom, dad, and old aunt's performance with disdain, to embolden himself enough to take down his old man. Mom, dad and the old aunt, they are completely crazy. Not long after, the call once again talked about the meeting between the two Xinjiang families. Chenny snapped to attention. Prick up your ears and listen carefully. Chen Shiqian raised his head and looked at the almanac on the wall and said, Wife, what day do you think would be better to choose to meet? Chen Wenyu's voice soon came from his cell phone. I think let's do it this weekend. Sooner rather than later. The two families will meet earlier, and finalize my great-nephew's marriage earlier. What do you guys think? Brother, sister-in-law. Shin Shuin's eyes lit up sharply. This weekend? That's 3 days from now? I also want to quickly arrange for the two families to meet, so as not to have to dream too much at night, and to be relieved to marry my precious daughter-in-law into the family earlier. That's for Shoei's new house is not yet bought. 3 days is too late? Chen Wenyu walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, overlooking the whole of the city that never sleeps. Confidently, he said, Sister-in-law, don't worry about the house. Are you still afraid of not being able to buy a good house if you have money? Just buy the best villa in Magic City according to the best villa in Magic City. It's best to buy a villa and a large flat. I heard that Tangchen Ipin is not bad. Sister-in-law, do you still have enough funds in hand? Shen Shuin stretched. Slowly, he said, Enough is enough. Enough is enough. It's not like your brother and I usually spend any money. Hear these. Shenny couldn't hold back any longer and puffed out a mouthful of herbal tea. After wiping his mouth, he said with wide eyes, Dad, Mom, old aunt, what are you guys talking about? What villa? What soup Henipin? Also, meeting with the Jiang evening family in 3 days. Are you guys for real? Shen Shuin couldn't bear to see her son's bewildered goonish appearance, which made her angry. She gave her son a blank look and said in a bad mood, You child, why are you so slow in everything? It's not true. So am I fooling around with your dad and your aunt here in the middle of the night? You hurry up and go back to your room and go to sleep. Tomorrow, when you've had enough sleep and your head is clear, you'll hurry up and get in touch with Late and ask her to discuss the meeting with her parents. Chen Shiqian walked over and touched his son's head, urging, Listen to your mom and get to bed. Tomorrow when you wake up from your nap, Dad will teach you how to tell Late about our two families meeting. At the urging of Mom and Dad, Chenny nodded in confusion and turned around to go back to his room to sleep. Rice, Ruishi Jewelry Group, Chairman's office. Chen Wenyu, who had just finished the phone call, was in an exceptionally comfortable mood. At this point, another secretary, Wu, came over with a document. Chairman, this is the investigation information you asked for. I've organized it all. Chen Wenyu glanced absently at the secretary. Lowering his head, he continued to light the purple cloud sandalwood incense on the mahogany table. Oh, tell me briefly about the situation regarding the Jiang family in Mordor and that small company called something like Shanghai Real Estate. Yes, Chairman, Secretary Wu respectfully said. A few minutes later, after listening to the secretary, Chen Wenyu smiled faintly. Well, a clean family is fine. Nothing else matters. The Chen family compound. Early in the morning, Chen Yi just woke up. Just want to stay in bed for a while. Was Dad from the nest to lift out? Come on, hurry up and get up. Dad's made you a nice meal. So eat and drink a lot, and get your strength up for the battle against your old man. Hurry up and go wash up. In a while during dinner, Dad will teach you well how to tell little Knight about the meeting between the two families. Chen Yi yawned and lazily said, Got it, Dad. After coming to the restaurant, looking at the food on the table, Chen Yi smiled smugly. Today, Jiang evening is not here. These food is all their own. Chen Yi picked up his chopsticks and inhaled in a flurry of storms, filling his stomach in 3 tries. On the way out the door, Mom pulled back and shoved a plain-looking gift bag into his hand. Son, since you work in the same company as Late, it's just right to take these 2 bracelets with you. This is a good thing of great value. Make sure you give it to Little Knight in person so that Little Knight can give the bracelet to her mother and grandmother on your behalf. Chenny skimmed his lips and said, "Oh, I see. Chapter 43. Then won't we get married?" Chenny drove his ordinary Volkswagen sedan on the road. Between waiting for red lights, he looked out the window in boredom. All kinds of luxury cars can be seen everywhere on the busy main road of Magic City. Fashionable and elegant Ferrari, domineering and majestic Maybach, luxurious and honorable Rolls-Royce, dazzle people. And then look down at the $100,000 or so worth of mobility scooter you're driving. Chenny couldn't help but shake his head. It's not that he dislikes this common mass fad, but he feels that one should be pragmatic. In Magic City, a metropolis where rich people piled up, one's own family was indeed an extremely average and ordinary family. There's really no need to get all puffed up and insist on raising your own stature. 8:15 p.m. Chenny arrived at the company. Get in the elevator. Instead of pressing the floor of the finance department, he went straight to the general manager's office, thinking that he was carrying a gift in his hand. If he went directly to the finance department, he would inevitably be gossiped about by his colleagues. Why don't you go straight to Jong-won and give her the gift? More importantly, to have a good conversation with her about the great things that had happened in the house since she left last night. Knock, knock, knock. Enter, enter the door. Chenny glanced at the desk and saw that it was empty. Glancing to the side again, he found Jiang even sitting on a massage chair with her eyes closed and massaging. The stunning face was delicately painted with light makeup, and her dimpled body exuded a tantalizing scent. Seeing Chenny come in, Jiang Evening raised her pretty eyes to Chenny and said faintly, "Why are you here?" Chenny took a few steps forward, looking a little nervous. He said, "What do you mean, why am I here? Mr. Jiang, something big has happened." Jiang Evening raised her hand and slowly kneaded her white and smooth neck. Unconcerned, he asked, "Oh, what's the big deal?" Chenny cleared his throat. Impatiently, he said, "Last night, after you were picked up by the driver your dad sent, my parents were in a hurry. You have no idea how pleased my parents are with you. Both of them have already decided that you are their daughter-in-law. In the middle of the night last night, they called my aunt, who is far away, to discuss my marriage. My goodness, guess what they're forcing me to do now?" Jiang Evening pressed the pause button on the massage chair. With that, she stood up, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she walked to Chenny with a pair of long black silk legs. "Forcing you to do what? It can't be that. Wants our two parents to meet, can it?" Chenny was stunned at his words. Raising his sword brows, he said, "How did you know?" Anticipating things like a god. Ms. Jiang, worthy of being the female president of a big company. Jiang Evening's red lips rose and smiled thoughtfully. Confidentially, he said, "It's easy to guess. Since he's satisfied with me, the next step is inevitably to try to finalize the marriage early." Chenny hurriedly chased after him. "Then what should we do?" "Mr. Jiang, I'm sure your dad wouldn't agree to meet anyway, right? You could tell by the way your dad picked you up last night. Then I'll go home today and tell my parents that your father strongly disapproves of you being in a relationship with me, and marriage is even more out of the question. Then even if my parents liked you better, they couldn't make me stalk you to death, could they?" After listening to Chenyi's words, Jiang Even's originally bland and self-contained pretty face instantly became taut. After a pause, she sidetracked, "Chen-yi, why don't you also ask me what happened to me when I came home last night?" Chen-yi froze. A confused look on his face said, "What happened? Chairman Jiang wouldn't have been mean to you because you went home with me, would he?" Shanghai Real Estate's boss Jiang Chenghui, whose character is overbearing and ruthless, dictatorial, saying one thing but not another. It's something everyone in the Magic City business community knows. Jiang even shrugged her pretty nose and pouted. Pitifully, he said, "You guessed it, my dad did mean me. Last night, we had a father-daughter fight, and he was so angry he broke something and almost hit me hard." Chenny was jolted by the words. Unable to resist taking a step back, he carefully sized up Jiang Evening. No wonder from the moment he entered the door, he felt that Jiang Even's state today was a bit off. Though pretty and sexy as always, the hint of fatigue at the bottom of her eyes was unmistakable. "Mr. Jiang, yes, I'm sorry, I'm the one who got you scolded by your father, and you wouldn't have suffered all this if you hadn't come home with me to meet your parents. I don't want to victimize you again, so how about this? Our partnership of pretending to be a couple ends here?" Looking at Chen-yi in a hurry, his eyes full of self-blame, Jiang even couldn't help but let out a pft of laughter. "This guy, it's quite a heartbreaker, and I can't believe I can't see that I'm faking it. It is silly. What if he's inexplicably kind of cute?" A few moments later, Jiang Evening restrained her smile, priggishly. "That's the end of it? Are you sure, Chen-yi? I got a lecture from my dad because I went home with you, and you're not even going to make it up to me. You're just going to walk away?" Chen-yi was confused by the question. The voice stuttered a little. "So, what should I do?" since Chairman Jiang is so against us, wouldn't it be more beneficial to you if we ended this relationship? Jiang Evening grunted. With that, he took off his suit jacket, revealing a lacy white shirt underneath. In an instant, the rippling beauty is unmistakable. Walking over to his desk, he picked up his coffee and took a few sips afterward. It was only then that Jiang Evening spoke seriously. Although my father is firmly against me being in a relationship with you, but if I break up with you? Oh no! I'll end my partnership with you. My father would immediately set me up on a blind date with a second Feng Yuchong, forcing me to go to a family marriage. So if you want to help me, don't terminate with me. Chun-Yi listened with a seeming understanding. A small voice snapped. Then in that case, next thing you know, my parents will be making every effort to force a marriage. Jiang even pondered for a moment. Indifferently, he said, it doesn't matter. A forced marriage is a forced marriage. I'll talk my dad into agreeing to a meeting between our families. Chen-Yi said with a shocked face. Then, we get married? Jiang Evening's cheeks blushed slightly at his words. She lowered her head, pulling the broken hair around her ears and said, since we can pretend to be a couple, we can pretend to be married too. Anyway, I'd die before I'd be a victim of a family union. Chen-Yi's eyes burned. Gulping, he said, Mr. Jiang, you have to think about it. Even though it's a fake marriage, a marriage license has legal effect. I'm a guy, so I won't be at a disadvantage in any way. So think about it. Jiang Evening's cheeks reddened even more as she sniffed. She turned her face away and ordered in a cold voice. Chen-Yi, you now, hurry back to your station. Chen-Yi raised the corner of his mouth and snickered. Then the gifts were placed on the floor. This is the bracelet my mom told me to give you for your mom and grandma. Give it to them on my behalf. Then I'm going back to work now. After saying that, seeing that Jiang Wan didn't say anything else, Chen-Yi turned around and left the office. Jiang even put down the coffee in her hand, picked up the gift bag on the floor while walking over to the coat rack and carefully hung it next to her bag. Gifts from Chun-Yi's mom, though probably not anything of value, but it's also a gesture from someone else. Rich people like to take things they despise and give them to others and put on a high horse, but the poor always hold out their most prized possessions, and are always afraid that they have shortchanged others. Jiang Evening thought, although the Chen family was poor, their hearts were much nobler than many rich people. Chapter 44, Chen-Yi's parents want to see me? It's really self-indulgent. A few minutes later, Jiang Evening received a call from her grandmother. Grandma revealed to her that her father had a separate appointment today with Qian Wenhan, the chairman of the Wanzhou group, and that he had carried her birth chart with him when he left the house. No need to guess. A new round of forced marriages is on the way. Jiang Evening on this Wanzhou group Qian Wenhan some understanding. The two companies have had a number of cooperation. Father and Qian Wenhan is also a private friend. Qian Wenhan's son, Qian Shangming, although Jiang Evening has never seen, but heard his cousin Jiang Yanyan mentioned a mouthful. The guy was an uneducated dude, not to mention the lack of motivation. He spends all day drinking and has extremely poor character. How could she look at a man like that? Thinking about it, Jiang Evening felt that she had to take the initiative. Wasn't Dad anxious for him to hurry up with the matchmaking and finalize the family union as soon as possible? Then I will strike while the iron is hot and speed up the pace of marriage with Chen-Yi. It was best to let the entire Magic City know about her affair with Chen-Yi and make it known to everyone. Let's see which other son dares to come on a blind date with himself. Thinking about it, Jiang even immediately picked up her cell phone, dialed Dad's number. Hey, late, what are you calling about? Jiang Chenghui, who had just been furious with his daughter last night, spoke with an extraordinarily cold voice at the moment. Dad, are you still angry? Don't be angry. There's no such thing as an overnight grudge between father and daughter. Is there? He. Don't be poor. Just tell me what's going on. Dad's busy. Jiang Evening pressed the cell phone to her ear. The sound of clinking teacups was clearly heard coming from the other end of the phone, and it was obvious that Dad was having a tea conversation with someone. It seems that Grandma was right. Dad, I have something important I want to tell you. That Chen-Yi's parents want to meet with our family. It's scheduled for this weekend. Jiang even finished. Jiang Chenghui's face, which was originally holding a smile at the corners of his mouth, was suddenly gloomy. After a moment of silence, he let out a cold laugh and said, Little Evening, are you sure that their Chen family wants to meet with our family? Jiang Evening said seriously. Aha, Chen-Yi's parents are very satisfied with me and can't wait for us to get engaged. Of course, the main thing is that I myself want to marry Chen-Yi earlier. Jiang Chenghui clenched his back teeth. With an iron face, he roared. A small family in the district, with all their belongings combined. I'm afraid they can't even buy a single toilet in our house. How dare this bottom-feeding little commoner offer to meet with our Chen family, and to presume to marry my Jiang Chenghui's daughter? Ha, what an egomaniac. Do you think Dad would agree to see such small fry? Dad's time isn't that cheap. Jiang even sniffed and shrugged indifferently. With that, he walked behind his desk and sat down, flipping through the contracts on his desk while listening to his dad rant. Dad's reaction was exactly what she expected. After Dad had finished venting this anger, it was only then that Jiang Evening slowly returned. Dad, I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just informing you that I'll be meeting with Chenyi's parents whether you agree to meet or not. Grandma and Mom will go with me then if you don't. My daughter's words certainly added fuel to the fire. Jiang Qinghuai slammed the teacup in his hand on the table with a pop. Then he clenched his fists and glared angrily. You're deliberately angry with Dad. Dad has cultivated you for so many years, and you've raised a disobedient person? Alright, since the Chen family wants to meet, then I'll give him the honor of meeting him. I'm also looking forward to seeing which unsuspecting family has raised a son who is obsessed with climbing the ladder. Tell them it's scheduled for this weekend. After a fiery finish, Jiang Qinghuai hung up the phone decisively. Do. Listen to the disconnected tone coming from the cell phone. Jiang Evening sighed, pushing the pile of contracts in front of her to one side. Her beautiful eyes were moist and she leaned back weakly in her chair. What her father did chilled her to the bone. Ever since she was a child, she had obeyed her father and never dared to disobey his orders. When she went to school, her father valued her studies so much that she devoted all her energy to them, not daring to be distracted in any way. After graduating from a prestigious university, her father sent her abroad to expand the family business, where she stayed for 3 years. Returning to the country 3 years later, her father felt she was of marriageable age. Then he took the liberty of identifying one powerful relative after another for her, wanting her to grow the family business through marriage. In the entire Jiang family, it seemed that only Grandma was genuinely concerned about her happiness. Mom lacks initiative and usually doesn't give a damn about what's really going on inside her. And the father, he only has money and profit in his eyes and heart. Looking out the window at the busy, bustling streets of the Magic City, Jiang Evening wondered if she would have a happy and cozy home sometime in the future. In that home, there were people who cared about her, people who pampered her. She can live for herself as much as she wants without being at the mercy of anyone. Was looking out the window in frustration and lost in thought. The WeChat alert tone sounded. Ding 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 ding. Jiang Evening's thoughts instantly returned. She quickly grabbed her cell phone and opened WeChat. When she saw that it was Chen Yi who had sent the message, she suddenly frowned slightly. With a hint of doubt, he tapped on the dialog box with Chen Yi. Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. My family is so talkative. It's interrupting your work, isn't it? If you're too annoyed, you can block the group chat or just quit the group. See that? Jiang Evening hastily exited the dialog box with Chen Yi, and instead clicked on the Love Each Other family group chat. In fact, after chatting in the group yesterday, she habitually set this group to be undisturbed by group messages. Therefore, suddenly seeing Chen Yi say this, she couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Oh, a look at the shock. There were only 7 people in the chat group. I can't believe there are over 1,000 extra conversation messages. What a family atmosphere in the Chen household. The stance was hard done by many large groups of several hundred people. Tangli Xinxue, Mom baby daughter-in-law. Are you tired of working today? Take care of your rest, hug. Totally pan-fried snow. Mom, I just learned that you and Chen Yi work in the same company, so it's good to let him take care of you more. Mom, oh right. Xiaolian, what do you want to eat for lunch? Your uncle wants to cook something delicious for you, and Auntie will send it to you. A drink of tea, Dad, yes. Late. You should eat less takeout in general. It's unhealthy. Folding fan in white, Aunt great-nephew daughter-in-law. You mustn't be polite. You are the treasure of our Chen family. A drink of tea, Dad. First a wave of food references, pics. Looking at a photo of a colorful and appealing food, Jiang even gluttonously couldn't help but gulp. Wait, I've been looking at the food photos. What did Chen Yi's mom say up there? Gosh, she's coming to the office to deliver food? Chapter 45, no way. Future mother-in-law is coming to deliver food to the company? Surprise. Jiang Evening immediately lifted her white, slender fingers and quickly tapped down 2 lines. Jiang Evening, no. Thank you uncle and aunt for your concern. Jiang Evening, I'll just eat whatever I want in the office at noon. No need to be so troublesome. The message just went out. The group chat was instantly flooded with a flurry of messages. Tangli Xinxue, Mom baby daughter-in-law. Eating is a big deal. How can you just deal with it? Diet is a matter of health. You are so thin. Not only do you have to eat well, but you also have to eat nutritious food. As soon as I think of Chen Yi always letting you eat takeout before, Mom is heartbroken. A drink of tea, Dad, your aunt is right, flowers. Dad Xiaowan, tell Uncle what you want to eat. Apart from painting, Uncle's favorite thing is to drum up all kinds of delicious food. Dad, if you don't say what you want to eat, then Uncle will arrange it for you directly according to the nutritional combination of meat and vegetables. Chef Chen, Make some good meat and vegetable dishes for our little evening, and stew a pigeon soup, to replenish chi and blood and nourish the body. A drink of tea, Dad, no problem. I promise to make it so colorful and flavorful that little Knight will love it. Folding fan in white, and where is my great nephew? Where has the boy gone? Why don't you speak? Question. Folding fan white clothes, Aunt at Chenyi. You have to love Xiaonan well. What Xiaonan usually loves to eat. You have to remember it in your heart to do so. Jiang Evening leaned on the seat, quietly watching everyone's concern for her in the group chat. As he watched, tears welled up in the bottom of his eyes. Chenyi's family, all too good and too good for themselves. Such a loving and cozy family. If you join it yourself, you will surely be happy. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly typed out a few words. Jiang Even, thank you uncle and aunt for your concern. River Knight, I'll eat well and take care of myself. And so will you all, hugs. After sending the message, Jiang Even released a smile. Although it was a very impulsive thing to promise Chenyi's mom to come to the company to deliver food, but she really couldn't bear to reject Chenyi's parents' good intentions any longer. In addition, there is something even more important. That is, now that the good show has begun, it was just the right time to take advantage of this trip by Chenyi's mom to the company to let the entire group of employees know that she and Chenyi were in a relationship, and has met his parents and will soon be married. With the Jiang family's position in the Magic City business community, in less than half a day, this incident would quickly dominate the front pages of every major headline. Cloud View Tea House. The Chinese-style, common atmospheric tea room is decorated with a variety of precious antique artifacts. Jiang Qinghua and his partner and best friend were sitting on either side of the tea table, drinking tea and chatting. Brother Wenhan, I made you laugh just now. This daughter of mine, has been spoiled by our whole family, and lately she has become more and more disobedient to me. Jiang Qinghua subsided his anger and picked up his teacup and said. Qian Wenhan, who was sitting across the tea table, had a subdued gaze as he slowly sipped his tea. Qinghua, you're still really angry with your daughter? What young man these days doesn't have a little nature of his own? After Jiang Qinghua drank the tea in his cup in one go, raising a thick eyebrow, he waved his hand and said, Brother Wenhan, you don't know what disgraceful things my little late has done this time. I can't believe I found a penniless poor boy to fall in love with and brought him back home. It really pisses me off. I told her to break up with that poor kid right away, and she actually came on strong, and now she wants me to meet with the kid's parents. Qian Wenhan put down his teacup at that and nodded with some sympathy. With that, he came up with an idea for his best friend. Shang Hui, if you ask me, it's best if you don't object too firmly at this time. Young people are rebellious, and sometimes, the more you object, the more they insist. It would be better to let him go. Young people, it is inevitable that they like the new and hate the old. You don't intervene. They talk about it for a while and then naturally fall apart instead. After hearing what my best friend had to say, Jiang Qinghua nodded thoughtfully. Then, he took out the birth chart of his daughter that he had with him. Brother Wenhan has a point. I hope that little Knight will see that boys mind of climbing up the ranks of the powerful and the rich earlier and break it off with him in a hurry. Actually, I won't hide it from you. In my heart, I've always been very optimistic about your family, Shang Ming. I'm interested in setting up a meeting between my daughter and your family's Sung Ming. What do you mean? Said. Jiang Qinghua then placed his daughter's birth date on the tea table. In his heart, he thought that since his daughter really didn't like Director Feng's son, it was just a matter of time. The financial strength and social status of Qian Wenhan's family is no weaker than that of Director Feng. In Magic City, Qian Wenhan is definitely a business giant that everyone admires. If he could successfully marry the Qian family, it would certainly greatly enhance his family's social status. As for being in-laws with the Jiang family, Qian Wenhan had also had this intention for a long time. He lifted his hand to hold up his glasses. Laughing aloud, he said, Shenghua, I won't hide it from you. My family Shang Ming has long been interested in your daughter. Qian Wenhan's words had not yet fallen. The cell phone rang suddenly. Jingle bells. Qian Wenhan waved his hand in embarrassment and then picked up the phone. The moment he saw the name of the caller, the smile on Qian Wenhan's face suddenly froze. Old buddy, I'm going out to take a call. After finishing in a flustered expression, Qian Wenhan quickly stood up. Hurriedly, he walked out of the tea room. When Jiang Qinghua saw Qian Wenhan suddenly leave in a panic, a trace of doubt flashed under his eyes. But soon, he settled down. Because, when Qian Wenhan mentioned his daughter just now, his love was overflowing. Obviously, he was very satisfied with his daughter Jiang Evening. The marriage between the Jiang and Qian families seems to be on the horizon. Thinking of this, Jiang Qinghua leaned back on the seat with an air of calmness and hummed a little song in his mouth. On the porch outside the tea room, Qian Wenhan was respectfully speaking to the person on the phone. From time to time he took a deep breath and adjusted himself. Brother Shikian, I really didn't expect that you would call me. I feel honored. You can tell me anything you want. And to you I know everything. On the other end of the phone, the Chen family compound. Chen Shiqian is busy in the kitchen with his apron on. Just a moment. After saying that, Chen Shiqian clamped his cell phone around his neck. Then he skillfully poured the auxiliary ingredients needed for the pigeon soup, the party ginseng, astragalus, red dates, wolfberries and so on, into the pot in a brainstorming manner. A rich flavor instantly wafted out of the pot that was bubbling away. It's fine. It's fine. Brother Shiqian. You go ahead. I'll wait. Qian Wenhan hurriedly said respectfully. After a while, Chen Shiqian wiped his hands and walked out of the kitchen. Picking up his cell phone, he instructed the person inside. Wenhan, check someone for me. You name it, as long as it's in our Dragon Kingdom, I can find out for you. Chen Shiqian said lightly. One called Jiang Qinghuai. Chapter 46. Such a great man. I have had the honor of knowing one. The moment he heard the three words Jiang Qinghuai, Qian Wenhan's face immediately changed. The face that was already a bit jittery was now written with shock and doubt. Jiang Qinghuai? You're talking about Jiang Qinghuai of Shanghai Real Estate Group? Qian Wenhan blurted out. Chen Shiqian leisurely sat down on a rattan chair in the courtyard, leaning his body back. He crossed his legs and basked in the sun. Then, slowly, he said, yes, that's him. What? You recognize it? Qian Wenhan sniffed and immediately denied. No, don't know. Just met once at a chamber of commerce, not to speak of acquaintance. Since you want to know his details, I'll immediately send someone to find out now. Qian Wenhan was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Why does Chen Shiqian suddenly want to investigate Jiang Qinghuai? From Chen Shiqian's tone alone, it was also impossible to hear what kind of attitude he had towards Jiang Qinghuai. Did Jiang Qinghuai offend him in something? Is that why he asked himself to investigate Jiang Qinghuai's background? It seemed that it was better not to admit that he knew Jiang Qinghuai until he could figure out what was going on. Well, focus on checking whether this person's life is clean and whether the way of doing business is proper. Chen Shiqian added. Qian Wenhan agreed cheerfully. Understood, Brother Shiqian. Don't worry. I'll look into it as soon as possible. The words fell. A beeping disconnect tone came from the phone. After freezing for a few seconds, Qian Wenhan exhaled heavily, raising his hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. He then turned back to the tea room. Seeing Qian Wenhan push the door in, Jiang Qinghuai greeted him with a smile and said, Come on, Brother Wenhan, sit down. Let's brother and sister continue to talk. Qian Wenhan took his seat. Jiang Qinghuai made a fresh cup of tea for him. Then he pushed his daughter Jiang Even's birth chart in front of Qian Wenhan. Qian Wenhan was a bit puzzled. Qinghuai, what are you doing? Jiang Qinghuai took a sip of tea with an air of calmness. Raising an eyebrow, he laughed. Brother Wenhan, didn't you just say that Shang Ming is interested in my family's little knight? Ah ha ha ha, just in time. I brought my little girl's birthday today. In our generation, marriage is all about being a good match and having the right 8 characters. Taking advantage of today's gathering, we might as well match the birth dates of the two's children. Just as Jiang Qinghuai was mouthing off about the marriage between the two families, Qian Wenhan's face suddenly became a bit ugly. He drank a mouthful of tea and cleared his throat, and said with a straight face, Well, Qinghuai, this birth date, it is better to put it aside for the time being. After all, at the moment, your daughter Jiang Evening is not single. It's a little inappropriate for us to be talking about the birth dates of 2 children right now, waiting for the future. If the 2 children can be destined to come together, I naturally favor it with both hands. Although Jiang Qinghuai's expression did not change at the words, he was violently shocked inwardly. What's wrong with Qian Wenhan? Just now when I talked about my daughter Jiang Evening, I was still smiling, going out to take a phone call, and then come back to be so flip-flopping. Is it hard to believe that was responsible for that phone call? In spite of the anger and indignation within. However, as a financial bigwig who had been running the mall for many years, Jiang Qinghuai's face did not show a trace of displeasure. Brother Wenhan has a point. I was indeed a bit too hasty. Come on, try this cup of Xinyang Maojian. It tastes good, slightly astringent in the mouth and sweet to the throat. Qian Wenhan smiled. Taking the cup of tea, he savored it. Also an old fox who had been in the shopping mall for a long time. Why didn't Qian Wenhan see that anger in Jiang Qinghuai's expression? But in the matter of tying the knot, he would never dare to agree to it so easily. After all, Chen Shiqian asked him to investigate Jiang Qinghuai. He didn't dare not to investigate. And even more so, he didn't dare to get too close to Jiang Qinghuai before investigating clearly. After a few sips of tea, Qian Wenhan looked at the mountain scenery outside the window and sighed. Older brother Qinghuai, which level of status do you think the 2 of us are considered to be in this magic city? Jiang Qinghuai narrowed his sharp eyes. With a faint smile, he said, Brother Wenhan asked this question well. If you go by what our business colleagues have flattered us with, the two of us belong in this. Saying that, Jiang Qinghuai gave a thumbs up. If you look at the annual rich list, we're both still in this. After 2 consecutive thumbs up, Jiang Qinghuai paused. After thinking for a few moments, he said with a deep gaze, but if we were to look at the real situation, it's unknown to which rank the two of us could be ranked. After listening to Jiang Qinghuai's words, Qian Wenhan put down his teacup and laughed on his back. Worthy of being the famous Jiang Qinghuai. Ah, extremely right, older brother admires. Indeed, in the realm of Mordor, there are many latent dragons and big men. Truly powerful big shots are often unassuming. A great man like that. I've had the honor of knowing one. Jiang Qinghuai was immediately interested at his words. Oh, just which big shot is it? Can you tell me about it, old brother? Qian Wenhan squared himself. With a serious face, he said, without his permission, I wouldn't dare say that if I had 10 guts. Shanghai Real Estate Group Building. Doing business with Yao is just as efficient as it gets, and it only took 2 hours to get back from a round trip. You're a good resilient kid. No surprises. You'll still take you next time. Shen Yi had just returned from going out to do business with Zhang Jiao. After walking into the first floor lobby, he was about to call out his cell phone to see what Mom, Dad, and Zhang Wan were talking about in the group chat. I've been so busy doing business in the morning that I haven't had a chance to look at what's being chatted about in the group. Just then, Zhang Jiao suddenly patted Chen Yi's shoulder. Shen Yi, look who that guy is. Looking at the dress, I wonder what kind of rich wife she is. Shen Yi raised his eyes at the words. Only a woman with her back to the elevator stood by the elevator. Richly dressed, the woman wore a well-tailored, goose-yellow cheongsam with a shaggy white shawl and her dark hair pulled back high, although separated by a dozen meters. However, Shen Yi still caught a glimpse of a large jadeite ring on the woman's hand and a pair of brightly colored jade earrings hanging from her ears. At that moment, the colleagues in the first floor hall all gathered around. This must be a noblewoman of some powerful family. Just by looking at her back, she is so graceful and luxurious. Yeah, she doesn't look too young, but that body and temperament is just amazing. Proper cheongsam beauty. It's true that women still wear cheongsam with the most flavor. You guys, look, she's also carrying a lunchbox in her hand, so she's probably here to deliver lunch to someone. Just as the crowd was talking about the woman by the elevator, the woman turned slowly. The moment you see a woman's face, the smile on Chen Yi's face instantly froze. Mom, what are you doing here? Chapter 47, Mom comes to deliver food. Shocking the whole company, Chen Yi rushed forward. When he stood still, he stared at the noble lady in front of him with wide eyes. After determining that the noble lady was indeed her mother, it was only then that he cried out with a confused look on his face. Mom, it's really you. Why are you here, and in those clothes? Shin Shuyin smiled gently and looked at her son with a loving gaze. Softly, she said, Xiao Yi, Mom came to see you and your daughter-in-law. Gu, it's already 12 o'clock. Are you hungry? Mom brought you rice. All your favorites. Crazy. What's the situation? Why is Mom being uncharacteristically gentle with herself? And the look in her eyes was surprisingly full of motherly love. Is this the same Mom who habitually yells at herself and pulls her ears at the drop of a hat? At this point, the co-workers standing behind them all looked at Chen Yi's mom in awe. Wow, I can't imagine Chen Yi's mom is so young and beautiful. It looks like a noble lady from a bookish family, so elegant and dignified and beautiful. Yeah, you can tell from the way Chen Yi's mom dresses that Chen Yi's family must be very well off. This mom looks like she loves her son and has come to give him good food. Didn't you guys hear that? People don't just bring food to their sons, they also bring food to their daughters-in-law. I heard it too. So Chen Yi's girlfriend is also in this company. Listen to the chatter. Shin Shuyin felt elated. She gracefully raised her hand to straighten her hairpin and smiled sweetly at everyone. Setting up the gentle, virtuous and dignified person is more than adequate. Coming to her son and daughter-in-law's company for the first time, she didn't want to lose face for them. Chen Yi's mood, however, was completely different from his mom's. At the moment he felt 10,000% nervous, like ants on a hot pan. They were tormented and anxious. After freezing for a few seconds, he rushed forward to pull his mom back. In a low voice, he warned, Mom, you must never mention anything about a daughter-in-law again. This is in the company. If my coworkers found out that Jiang Wan and I are boyfriend and girlfriend, the rumor would definitely go crazy. Crowds of people will know about it by then. The whole group will know about it. Mom, just give me the food and hurry back. Look at this nervous, timid, wimpy look on my son's face. The anger in Shin Shuin's heart burst into flames. I can't wait to grab this brat by the ears and give him a good beating. But the thought that it was at his son's place of work, it was better to give him some face. What's more, it's important not to destroy the image you've built. At the thought, Shin Shuin spread a smile. Gently, he said, "Son, you don't have to take too much into account. You and your daughter-in-law are in a proper relationship. It's not like you're in some unseemly relationship. Isn't it lunchtime at the office? Mom will see that you eat before you leave." Chenny stood in place nervously and uneasily. The mind sputtered madly. "Where is Mom coming from? Why did you come to the office to deliver food all of a sudden? You didn't tell me in advance. Did they talk about this in the morning on WeChat and they were the only ones who didn't know about it? This is if you stabbed the relationship between yourself and Jianwan. The company could drown itself in rumors tomorrow." "No, Mom, you can't see Late. You mustn't tell anyone about my relationship with Late." Chenny tugged hard on his mom's arm and begged bitterly. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened. Shin Shuin pushed her son's hand away. With that, he took a graceful step and walked into the elevator room. Chenny shook his head helplessly and followed his mom into the elevator. Immediately after that, Zhang Jiao and several colleagues from other departments also entered the elevator. "Hello Auntie, I'm Zhang Jiao." Zhang Jiao waved his hand and took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, you're Chen Yi's co-worker, right? The young man is really good looking." Shin Shuin looked at Zhang Jiao with a big smile and said, "Thanks Auntie." Chen Yichan pulled out a small smile as he watched his mom and Zhang Jiao talk. He silently took the lunchbox from his mom's hand. At the same time, there was a vague sense of unease in the heart. Now, every second of every day, he was worried about his old mom saying the wrong thing. "By the way Auntie, when you said you were bringing food to your daughter-in-law just now, were you talking about Chen Yi's girlfriend?" "Shan Yi, your kid is really deep in hiding. Being in a company with your girlfriend, people actually don't know." Chen Yi looked at Zhang Jia with a bitter smile on his face. At this point he felt overwhelmed and anxious. As expected, what was coming was coming. Shin Shuin said with a smiling face, "This boy Chen Yi is rather shy and is embarrassed to say that he's in love. My daughter-in-law, Late, does indeed work in this company as well?" Zhang Jiao froze at his words. "Late? Which little knight? I've never heard of a female employee named Late in any department." In the elevator, several colleagues from other departments were also very curious about this little evening. Zhang Jiao scratched his head and asked with a smile, "Auntie, which department's employee are you talking about, little knight? Like Chen Yi? Did she just come to the company?" Chen Yi frantically squeezed his eyes at his old mom, signaling her not to continue. To my surprise, Mom ignored him. In the next second, Mom smiled with pride and said, "My daughter-in-law, her name is Jiang Evening. You may not remember her name, but you only have to meet her once and you'll never forget it, because she's extraordinarily good-looking and must be the prettiest girl in your company." Shin Shuin's words fell. The elevator was silent in a flash. Everyone was dumbfounded, frozen in place, too stunned to speak. Jiang Evening? There's only one in the Shanghai group named Jiang Evening. That would be their general manager. Jiang Evening? Ding! The elevator doors opened. In the midst of everyone's shock, Chenny pulled his mom out of the elevator, came into the hallway of an unknown number of floors. Chenny solemnly said to his mom, "Mom, I must be honest with you now. It's true that Late also works for this company, but she's in a different situation than I am. She's the general manager of this company. In other words, the boss of this company is Little Knight's father." Shin Shuin sniffed indifferently and blankly glanced at her son. He said, "That's it?" Mom thought it was a big deal. "It's a good thing that Late is the general manager of this company. It shows that you found an excellent wife. Alright, don't just stand there. Take Mom to see Little Knight. Little Knight must be starving." "See River Knight?" Chen Yi was jolted, hurriedly pulling his mom. He said, "Mom, you suddenly ran to the company. Little Knight doesn't know yet. It's such a big deal. I'll have to talk to her soon." Shin Shuin was instantly infuriated by her stupid son. Slapping his son on the head, he said, "No need. Little Knight knew that already. Late promised Mom to come and bring her dinner. Come on. Mom can't wait to meet her precious daughter-in-law." Chapter 48. Is this sure it's the real mom? It's abusive. Shanghai Real Estate Group, General Manager's office. As soon as Chen Yi and his mom entered the door, Jian Wan jogged to welcome them. "Auntie, you're here. You look so pretty today." Jiang Evening smilingly took Shin Shuin's hand and said. Shin Shuin looked at Jiang even with eyes full of love. Concerned, he said, "Little Knight, you look a bit haggard today. Did you not sleep well last night? Your uncle has made you something delicious, and Auntie will open it for you now." Soon, the coffee table next to the couch was filled with a variety of delicious dishes. In an instant, the office was full of flavor. Sweet and sour pork with attractive color. Steamed sea bass is fresh and tender. Soybean stewed pig's trotters are soft and fall off the bone. Veggie fried celery is light and fresh. Wow, it smells so good. It's delicious. Jiang even shrugged her showy little nose, her expression exaggerated. After putting in the entree, Shin Shuin slowly poured out another steaming bowl of pigeon soup from the thermos box. With a doting face, he looked at Jiang Even and said, "Little Even, this is the pigeon soup that your uncle stewed especially for you. It beautifies the skin, replenishes nutrients, and boosts the immune system. Here, try it to see if it's good." Jiang Even carefully took the soup bowl and scooped a large spoonful into her mouth. "The soup goes in your mouth and instantly your beautiful eyes light up," exclaimed. "Oh my god, this soup is so good. The meat is also delicious, especially tender. And when you taste it carefully, there's actually a sweet, tasty flavor. I used to dislike this kind of soup because I'm afraid of fishy, but not only does Uncle's soup not have a trace of fishy flavor, it's also so delicious." Looking at Jiang Lian's adorable face of intoxication, Shin Shuin smiled and narrowed her eyes. Hastily picking up the soup ladle again, he refilled the bowl with more pigeon soup. "Drink more if it's good. Girls need to drink more soups that nourish the body in winter. Of course, the dishes should also be eaten more often, meat and vegetables, so that the nutrition is complete." Jiang Even smiled with her cute cheeks puffed out and nodded. "Aha, I know, Auntie. Jiang Even has always been extraordinarily picky about food. Whenever I eat at home, I only eat 5 minutes. One is for body management and wanting to maintain a chiseled, perfect body. Secondly, the cook at home is just terrible at cooking. Nutritious and healthy but bland and tasteless." She didn't expect it. Chen Yi's dad cooks surprisingly well. Colorful, simple, home-cooked dishes are made with unique and superb flavors. The food is current. Jiang Evening only felt that her appetite was wide open. One bite after another. She simply couldn't stop. What dieting? What fitness? What maintaining a perfect body? All goes out the window in this moment. Keep eating like that. I don't know if I'm going to turn into a big fat guy. Jiang even touched her already somewhat bulging belly and revealed a contented smile. Shenny sat on the side and watched Jiangwan eat so favorably. Couldn't resist showing off his dad's cooking skills. "Late, my dad is a great cook. Growing up, I never got tired of eating my dad's cooking. When he makes a bowl of fried noodles, it smells so good it makes your mouth water. And it's so good you lick the bowl right after eating it." With that, Chenny rubbed his hands together. Naturally, he picked up a pair of chopsticks that no one was using on the table. And with that, he began to reach out for food, but it is not expected. Mom's hand reached out before I could get to the dish. Hey, it hurts, Mom, take it easy." Only to see Shin Shuing furiously grabbing her son's ear. "Warn him, no eating little knight's food. Lunchboxes have a limited capacity. Can't you see how small the portions of these dishes are? Xiao Lian doesn't even have enough to eat, and you're still grabbing it from her? Why are you such a child that you don't know how to love your daughter-in-law?" After Mom let go of her hand, Chenny covered his ears and bared his teeth. "Mom, you're roughing up your own son again. Where's that dignified and virtuous vigor from a while ago? You're showing your true colors so quickly. You only love little knight. What about me? What do you let your own son eat?" Shin Shuing blankly glanced at her son. Then he pulled out a boxed lunch from the side and casually pushed it in front of his son. "Nah, you eat this. It's your lunch. Here, there's food." Chenny instantly glistened with both eyes, unconsciously swallowing his saliva. Sure enough, Mom and Dad still love themselves. After all, it is a pro-son is not. Say not hurt that is false. Hey, thinking, Chenny opened the boxed lunch handed over by his mom with an expectant face. "Open it." The light in Shen Yi's eyes was instantly gone the moment he saw the rice. "What kind of dark cuisine is this? Mom, what is this you're feeding me? Just one dish. Fried peppers?" Shin Shuing glanced at her son without any good humor. Impatiently, he said, "Isn't this your favorite chili fried pork over rice? Hurry up and eat it while it's hot. You still have to go to work afterwards." Shenny sighed and was too lazy to break it up with his mom. Reluctantly, he picked up his chopsticks and rattled them around in his boxed lunch. "Is this surely a chili pepper stir-fry? Why is it all green and red bell peppers and where's the meat? This must have been the leftover trimmings that Dad had slightly processed after cooking for Jiangwan. Count it as lunch for yourself. That's a little too much of a send-off, isn't it? If I had known it would have been better to go to the company cafeteria, although the taste is not great, but at least I can still eat 2 dishes in one soup. Late, ignore him, you hurry up and eat it while it's hot. You're not like him, how fat and strong he's grown. That arm is thicker than your thigh. Look how thin you are. Your wrists are so thin. Auntie's heart aches when she looks at them. You must eat more." Jiang even agreed with his mouth. He lowered his head but couldn't help but keep snickering, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Chenny was so angry at the sight that he clenched his teeth together. Is this the real mom? If it weren't for the resemblance, you'd have to get a paternity test. How fat and strong. Isn't that an insult? This figure of his own is obviously tall and imposing. With a great figure, the most popular figure with women. Cough cough cough. I just lowered my head and took a bite of food into my mouth, and then I choked and coughed on the chili. Shen-yi felt speechless. Putting down his chopsticks, he sat on the couch and wrapped his arms around himself, sulking. 10 minutes later, Jiang Evening had eaten almost as much as he could. Shen Shuyin looked at Jiang Even lovingly and thoughtfully handed her a tissue. By the way, late, have you discussed with mom and dad about our two families meeting? Jiang Even picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth. Said it, Auntie, my parents agreed, and our families are meeting this weekend. Well, where are we going to meet on Saturday? Find a restaurant and have dinner together? Shen Shuyin was overjoyed at his words. Excitedly, that's too good to be true. Late, you don't have to worry about finding a hotel. I'll arrange it with your uncle. Hearing that the two families really want to meet, Chenny instantly couldn't sit still and stood up from the sofa with a miso. Unbelievable. Really want to meet? Ah? No, two families meeting, what do you want? Shen Shuyin glared at her son, and then lovingly looked at Jiang Even and said, of course it's to discuss your marriage to Little Knight. Chapter 49. Drinking this soup will surely make Little Knight more satisfied with you. Chun-Yi looked so nervous that he glanced at Jiang Evening. However, he found Jiang Even's brows smiling and her expression extraordinarily calm and relaxed. It was as if discussing the marriage was a natural result of the two of them being in love with each other. In front of his mom, he couldn't be bothered to ask Jiang Evening directly. He and Jiang Wan were, after all, a partnership pretending to be a couple, a grasshopper tied to a rope. Since Jiang even chose to continue her partnership with him in order to rebel against the family union, then, of course, he had to cooperate with Jiang Evening's decision. Auntie, are we talking about our marriage this weekend? Will it be too soon? Jiang Evening's cheeks were slightly red and she was a little embarrassed. Shen Shuyin giggled at the sight. Hastily waving his hand, he said, not soon, not soon. You've been talking to Chen-Yi for half a year now, and you've learned all you need to know. Chen-Yi should take responsibility for you and marry you in style. Jiang even smiled with downcast eyes at his words. Behaving herself, she said, aha, I'll do as Auntie says. After continuing to chat for a while, Shen Shuyin glanced at his wristwatch and stood up with some intent. Well, it's time for you guys to get to work, right? Little Knight? Ah, then Auntie will go back first. You are busy with your own business. No need to see Auntie off. Say it. Shen Shuyin picked up her lunchbox, so she walked out of the office with her son. After sending Chen-Yi and Shen Shuyin away, Jiang even leaned against the office door and couldn't help but smile knowingly. In fact, she admitted to being a little selfish. She continued to maintain her cooperation with Chen-Yi, not all for the sake of rebelling against her father's forced marriage. Somehow, she felt a trace of attachment to the Chen family from the bottom of her heart, because Chen-Yi's family atmosphere is so nice, cozy and harmonious. Chen-Yi's mom and dad even treat themselves more than their own daughter. Such an emotional atmosphere was something she had never experienced before. If you can, it's not bad to stay in the Chen family all the time. The other side, Chen-Yi had just walked out of the elevator with his mom. He then realized that his colleagues were all pointing at him and talking about him. Hey, have you guys heard? This Chen-Yi is actually with our general manager. This kid has only been in the company for 1 day, and he's got the general manager in his hands. Bulls **T. For an ordinary employee to be able to pick up the only daughter of the group's boss must be a bit of a specialty. You're right. It must be a bit of a specialty, ha 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 ha. Although this kid is just an ordinary employee, but you guys look at the way his mom dresses and the aura on her body. She's a proper rich wife from a rich family. That's right. Chen-Yi's family certainly isn't too far behind. Looking around at the strange stares cast around him, listened to the chatter coming from all directions. Chen-Yi felt very headstrong for a moment. This is bad. I'm afraid the whole group knows all about it. These rising and falling murmurs, Shen Shuyin also heard them for real. After walking out of the first floor lobby, the two men stopped in their tracks. Shen Shuyin said with a bland expression, son, you don't need to care about the gazes of onlookers. They're just jealous of you. Who wouldn't want a pretty and good girlfriend? Chen-Yi smiled helplessly. Thoughtfully, she straightened her shawl for her mom and said, I know, Mom. You go on back. Drive slow on the road. Shen Shuyin was warmed by her son's thoughtful gesture. In a rare moment, he looked at his son with eyes full of relief. Okay, Mom's on her way. By the way, here's a small portion of soup that your dad made just for you. I was so focused on talking to Late that I forgot to give you a drink. Said. Shen Shuyin pulled out a thermos from his lunchbox and handed it to his son. Chen-Yi held a thermos cup in his hand and said with a hefty smile, ooh, not bad. Sure enough, you and my dad still love me. After witnessing Mom drive away, Chen-Yi forcefully unscrewed the lid of the thermos. A strange flavor that was both fragrant and bitter instantly hit his nose. Glancing down into the cup, it was dark and I couldn't tell what ingredients were in it. You can only see a few bugs floating on the surface. Is Dad afraid that he's working too hard, so he's making soup for himself to replenish his body? It's too late to think about it. Chenny raised the thermos cup and gulped down a large portion of it in one gulp. Hiccup. After burping. Satisfied, Chenny put the lid on the cup and turned to walk into the elevator room. I thought that when I returned to my workstation later, I was sure to be gossiped about by my coworkers. What a headache. Fruity. Just pushed open the door to the finance department. Coworkers instantly swarmed the room. Everyone had their eyes glazed over and their mouths hanging open. Chan-yi. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. The real talent is actually here with us. He, Chan-yi, is deep in hiding and doing great things in a muffled voice. Tell us, how did you and the GM meet? How far did it go? Chenny sat on the workstation as if on pins and needles, awkwardly at a loss for words. At this point, the supervisor, Zhang Zhio, walked over with a serious face. To the employees surrounding Chenyi, he reprimanded. What's going on this? Don't even look at the time. What time is it? If you dare to talk nonsense again, beware of having you all rolled up and leave. The co-workers were instantly silenced at the words. They all cowered in fear and slunk back to their workstations. Seeing no one around Chenyi, Zhang Jiao instantly changed his expression, only to see him smile and bend down to Chenyi's face. With a gossipy face, he said, "You're good, kid. No wonder you don't think about progress all day long. So your mind isn't on your work at all. Tell me quickly, how did you take down our notorious Demoness?" Chenyi scratched his head. With a bitter smile, he said, "Brother Yao, don't make fun of me. I, and Mr. Zhang and I also just confirmed our relationship. We." Zhang Zhio raised his hand and patted Chenyi's shoulder, raising an eyebrow with a wicked grin. Okay, no need to explain. I get it. It seems that in the future, in this group, I have to rely on you to take care of it. You can't forget brother Ah. 1 hour later, Chenyi had just finished a financial statement and was about to send it to the CFO's office. The moment he stood up, he was surprised that his legs went weak. All at once, he planted himself in his chair. The next second, the body began to heat up and the muscles became stiff and rolled. After clearing his throat, Chenyi suddenly realized that his voice was actually mute, and the inside of his throat was bitter and hot. It seemed like it could spit fire at any moment. Not good. Why is this feeling so familiar? Could it be that Mom is giving herself a soup with a problem? Think about it. He immediately picked up his cell phone and opened WeChat. I was about to tap on my mom's WeChat to question her. Mom's message popped up instead. "Son, I assume you finished the soup? Mom's telling you now. Actually, it's not just any soup. It's an exclusive recipe your dad researched. The ultimate invincible 10% soup. It doesn't taste very good, but it can definitely replenish your body. And drinking it will surely make little Knight more satisfied with you. Look at the message from Mom." Chenyi was directly dumbfounded. What the hell? What's the ultimate invincible 10% soup? This secret recipe? It wouldn't be the same as Grandma Jiang evenings, would it? Crap, it's still true. Why do you have that image in your head now? Chapter 50 Romance gossip flying around. Chenyi was numb. That's too much for this real mom to handle, isn't it? No wonder he suddenly played the role of a doting mother and thoughtfully brought himself a serving of soup. So the drunkard's heart is not in the right place. At this point, the WeChat dialogue box. Mom was still blabbering on about the magic of the soup. "Mom, son, you must trust your dad's cooking. Your father has been studying cooking for decades, not only to cook good food for you, but also to continue the flavor of our Chin family. This soup is made with dozens of special Chinese herbs added, and drinking it has the miraculous effect of helping you get pregnant. I'm sure I can get late pregnant with twins. Oh no, triplets." Chenyi had just poured down a large glass of cool water in order to suppress that evil fire in his body. After seeing what Mom said, she immediately couldn't help but puff out a mouthful of water. "Mom, that's a load of crap. Twins aren't good enough? I can't believe you want triplets. Do you think Xiao Lian is an old sow?" Xin Shuyin rolled her eyes across the phone. Young typed a few lines. "Believe it or not, you have to do what Mom says anyway. Going forward. Every 2 days, you'll have to drink the ultimate invincible 10% tonic soup that your dad made especially for you. You'll know if what Mom says is true or not when little Knight gets pregnant." Chenyi smacked his lips. Picking up a second glass of cool water, he gulped it down. After drinking it, he felt that the evil fire in his body had slightly weakened. "So, hurry up and pick up your cell phone. Tap down a few lines on the fly. Whether or not you can conceive triplets, I don't know. All I know is that you are now victimizing your own son." "Well, Mom, without further ado, I have to get back to work." After ending the chat, the next couple hours, Chenyi assisted his supervisor, Zhang Zhio, in reviewing several company business contracts. several receipts and payables with other companies, and some vouchers. After all this work, the time had come to 5:30 p.m. Chenny stretched and spread his body back. I was about to lean comfortably in my chair and touch the fish for a while. The strange looks cast by his co-workers around him instantly caught his attention. Chenny examined his entire body with a confused look on his face, grasping that there was nothing to look at on his body. Could it be that they were still discussing the gossip about themselves and John even? Thinking, Chun-Yi immediately picked up his cell phone. The moment he opened WeChat, his entire body was directly appalled. I could only hear a boom in my head, and my whole body was about to be shattered, only to see a long string of red AIT symbols and red unread numbers popping up on WeChat. The dozen or so group chats were clear of all the AITs themselves. Scroll down and there are even dozens of people sending themselves unknown links. Seeing this, Chenny knew that something bad had happened. I'm afraid the rumors are already flying. Fruity. Clicking on the links one by one, it was all gossip news about his romance with John Evening, the female president of Shanghai Group, using her position to keep a little puppy. Surprise, John Even's future mother-in-law. Just what kind of rich noble woman is she? Shocked, the only daughter of the chairman of the Shanghai Group was taken by this young man. The queen of the business world is in love with a mysterious handsome man. Is it a milk dog on the throne? Or is it a strong combination? Female President John Evening is unmarried and pregnant, and the small accountant in the finance department is happy to have triplets. Watching this series of gossips that rushed to the top of the hot search headlines with a staggering number of clicks, Chenny frowned and shook his head frequently, calling out that it was hot. Sheesh, this is outrageous, isn't it? It's just as well to say that he's being adopted by John Evening. To actually say that mom is a luxury noblewoman is really lifting up their Chen family. The most hilarious thing is, what the hell is John Lian's unmarried pregnancy with triplets? Grass up, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? No wonder the co-workers were all staring at themselves with jaws agape. At this very moment, Chenny was tempted to immediately rush to the general manager's office and tell John Wan the shocking news. But he couldn't, because at the moment it was already full of rumors. If he went to see John Wan again at this time, wouldn't it confirm the content of the rumors even more? By then the spittle will be able to drown itself. Just as Chenny was sitting at his workstation fretting over the matter, John Evening's voice call came in. Ding 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 ding. Chenny looked around and lowered his head to pick up the phone cautiously and carefully. Hey, Mr. John, it's not good. Those news. Without waiting for Chenny to finish, John Evening said dryly, Chenny, you come up. Chenny was confused at the words. Now. Do. Hang up? I have to. Wife. Oh no. The leader's talking. Don't you dare disobey. After drinking a few mouthfuls of cool water to suppress his shock, Chenny stood up. Then, ignoring the gazes of the crowd, he stepped out of the office with a stern look on his face. Knock. Enter the door. A familiar, warm scent immediately hit me. Chenny raised his eyes, only to see that John Evening was lazily leaning on the desk, a pair of long black silk legs casually folded together, red lips teased in winks. The whole person looked flavorful and charming. Seeing an image like this, Chenny felt his mouth dry and his muscles stiffen, and the fire in his body quickly blazed. There you are, come and sit down. John Evening raised her jade finger and pointed to the sofa on the side. Chenny took a few steps closer and said in an urgent voice, where is the heart to sit now? Mr. John, do you know? We're on fire. Now the front page headlines of the whole Magic City are full of gossip about the two of us, and even rushed to the microblogging hot search list. After hearing Chinese words, John Evening not only didn't have the slightest worry. Instead, she couldn't help but give a wooden smile. The eyes said meaningfully, what are you afraid of? I was scolded and reprimanded by my father because I went home with you to meet my parents, which caused my father to push me even harder for a union. Didn't you already promise me to make it up to me by cooperating with me and continuing to pretend to be a couple? Chenny turned his face away. He didn't want to stare at John Even's delicate and beautiful face, so as not to let his body go out of control. After a reprieve, he said seriously, it's a promise, yes, but suddenly it's on fire and the whole internet is full of gossip about our romance. I'm not really used to it. I feel uncomfortable with a million pairs of eyes staring at me at all times. John even slowly pinned a long curly hair on one shoulder. With an easy smile, he said, just get used to it. You don't have to care about what the onlookers see. I've been subjected to all kinds of news nonsense for years, and I've long since gotten used to ignoring those outside rumors. Having said that, John Evening twisted her thin waist and walked to Chun-Yi with a graceful figure. After standing still, she took a closer look at Chun-Yi. Nodding slightly, he said, well, you're dressed in good spirits today. Handsome. Come on. It's quitting time. Let's go out together. There should be paparazzi filming us in front of the office, so be prepared. Chen Yi froze. Open-mouthed, he said, "Ha, this." Chapter 51, You're not having a crush on me, are you? 5:45 p.m. 15 minutes had passed since Shanghai Real Estate Group's off-duty clocking in time. However, all the employees uncharacteristically did not clock out and leave. Everyone up and down the group was waiting with bated breath for their general manager, Jiang Even, and her rumored boyfriend, Shan Yi, to come out of the office. Except for the employees in the group, there was also a group of paparazzi reporters who had long been guarding the entrance to the company. At this moment, they have already adjusted the lens of the camera in their hands, waiting to capture the most eye-catching headline gossip pictures of the day. Shan Yi, don't be nervous, it's no big deal. Before leaving the door, Jiang Evening replenished her makeup and said. Shan Yi nodded with a confused look on his face. Aha, listen to you and leave those outsiders out of it. Jiang Wan stood up and took Chen Yi's arm as soon as she could. Lifting her red lips, she smiled sweetly and said, That's right. Chen Yi dropped his eyes to see Jiang Evening's smile, and his heart thumped inwardly. Jiang Evening's smile was as bright as a spring flower. It was as if the warmest ray of sunshine in winter had dispelled all the gloom at once. A smile like that is so titillating without even realizing it. Chen Yi's body, which was originally somewhat stiff, abruptly relaxed. The look on his face became as calm and fearless as Jiang Evening's. The two had just stepped out of the office. Countless pairs of eyes were instantly cast in the corridor. All employees were in a hurry, ostensibly going about their business, but in reality everyone is watching them closely. Jiang Evening raised her beautiful eyes and glanced absently at the employees. Those eyes were as cold as knives, piercing one's body with fear. The employees fled in a sudden rush of fear. Ding! Soon the elevator doors opened. Jiang even took Chen Yi's arm and walked into the elevator together. Upon arriving at the first-floor lobby, there were more people gathered here, not only the employees of the group, but also the paparazzi mingling inside. Seeing Jiang Evening and Chen Yi come out, everyone present stared with wide eyes and a dumbfounded expression. The scene was rather like the grand spectacle of thousands of fans picking up a star at the airport. It's out. Our business demoness is out. Look guys, this man beside Jiang Wan is so handsome. This looks better than all the male stars in the entertainment industry. Oh, or do you think anyone can be looked at by a female president? Look at them. The two of them are so close. They look like they're in the heat of the moment. They're making it official, aren't they? Both showing up together arm in arm. I have to say, it's a real beauty. Standing together is so eye-catching. There were murmurs all around. Chen Yi and Jiang Even, however, were fearless of the crowd's gaze. The two of them only had each other in their eyes, completely disregarding their surroundings as air-like existences. After walking out the front door of the company, hundreds of paparazzi instantly swarmed the room. The company's several security guards have no power to fight against this, and even hard to be squeezed to the side. Ka-ching, clack clack clack. In an instant, countless spotlights shone over. The clicking of camera shutters was all around. Soon, hundreds of paparazzi directly surrounded Chen Yi and Jiang Evening. At first, Jiang Wan was still able to walk slowly forward on Chen Yi's arm, but within a minute, the two were crowded to within an inch of their lives by the paparazzi. Jiang Evening was a woman after all, and her body was delicate and weak. Being surrounded by a group of rudely mannered doggies, it was inevitable that they would get squeezed. Ouch! Soon, some unknown person slammed into Jiang Evening's shoulder with force. Jiang Even instantly ate the pain and screamed out. Seeing Jiang Even being bumped into, Chen Yi instantly wrinkled his sword brows, and anger rose in his heart. He only raised his hand and pointed at the group of paparazzi beside him with gloomy eyes. Angrily, I scolded, You guys can shoot all you want, but don't hurt her. Who tries to touch her again, I won't spare you. Having said that, the next second, Chen Yi grabbed Jiang Evening's arm and naturally held her hand. In a low voice, he asked, Is everything okay? Let's get in the car quickly. Jiang Evening didn't say anything, just bit her lip and nodded. He was then pulled by Chen Yi's big hand and walked towards the parking lot at a fast pace. The paparazzi were faced with the tall and ruthless Chen Yi. All of them were scared out of their wits for a while, and they all backed up, making way for the two of them. Come to the parking lot and get in the car. There was instant silence around them. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Chen Yi and Jiang Evening both covered their chests and let out a long sigh of relief. And then the two of them turned their heads and smiled at each other. How did you feel just now? Did you get the feeling of being a star? Jiang Lian cocked her head and flirted. Chen Yi shrugged and hooked his lips into a smile. Indeed, it's kind of funny. Ha ha. Soon, Jiang even gradually collected her laughter and turned her head to look at Chen Yi. With a serious look on his face, he said, But the way you said those doggies just now, they were really mean. And, kinda scary. I've never seen you that angry before. Jiang even finished. Chen Yi twisted his head in some embarrassment. After a moment of silence, he whispered, because I couldn't see those people hurting you. I don't know why I'm mad. I just don't think I can stand the thought of you being aggravated. Jiang even was stunned at his words, and then giggled out loud. Snickering, he said, you're not turning on me, are you? You're too much of a player. Chenny gritted up his back teeth. Instantly, the lower forehead concave out a nice arc that was extremely manly. Looking at Jiang even was a bit disoriented. A few seconds later, Chenny pulled his throat and said, Mr. Jiang, you, don't tease me, or I'll starve the wolf on you on impulse. Hear that? Jiang even spat out her cute little tongue and pouted her mouth to stop talking. After a few minutes, Jiang even raised her hand to look at her wristwatch and frowned. It's better to wait a little longer. We'll leave when all the paparazzi outside are gone. This is my private garage. It's still safe for now. Chenny hummed and didn't say anything. Next, the car became unusually quiet, and the atmosphere became more and more subtle. At that moment, Chenny sensed that the bowl of soup had a stronger effect. To cover up the body's abnormality and distract myself a bit, he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and casually opened WeChat. Mom's avatar popped up. Mom, why are you ignoring Mom? Busy working? By the way, son, Mom has something left to explain. Mom could have told you that this soup your dad made is very medicinal. Blame it on us being too anxious to have grandchildren. Your father purposely increased the dosage of the medicine, and it's 3 times more potent than when your father drank it back in the day. Mom's not hiding anything from you. Back in the day, your dad drank the soup and had you that night. Shy. Saw a message from Mom. Chen Yi was dumbfounded. Crap. Mom and Dad are really crazy about this. Enhanced triple potency? Isn't this just like the aphrodisiacs on TV or something? What man can suppress the evil fire burning inside him after drinking this bowl of soup? Now the car was full of Jiang Evening's body odor, and it was hard not to go and see her. What can we do about this? Chapter 52, Chen Yi. What do you want? Oops. Forgot to turn on the warm air. I said, why is it so cold? Jiang Lian wrapped his jacket tightly and rubbed his hands together. Soon a hot, warm breeze greeted him. Chen Yi's body, which was already too hot to handle, was now even hotter to the point of spitting fire. He shook his head, reminding himself to be awake and calm. What's wrong with you? Was it too stuffy in the car? Seeing that Chen Yi's state was a bit off, Jiang Evening was concerned. Chen Yi licked his somewhat dry and cracked lips. Shaking his head, he said, I'm fine, just a little hot. Said, he couldn't stand the rapid spike in body temperature. Nimbly, he removed his suit jacket, then raised his hand and loosened the tie tied around his neck. Jiang even looked at Chen Yi with a playful expression. She had to admit it. Chen Yi, who took off his suit jacket and wore only a white shirt with a loose tie. Handsome and charming indeed. You could tell he was in great shape even through the fabric of his shirt. The pecs were toned but not exaggerated, and the waist was nicely curved. The kind of hooked male dog's waist that you could tell by looking at it that it must be strong in that area. No wonder that night at the bar, she couldn't help but follow him when she was drunk. Mr. Jiang, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep staring at me? Chen Yi twisted his head around and met Jiang Evening's line of sight. Jiang even pressed one side of her face against the seat, and her long, gentle curls fell naturally over her shoulders. The expression is lazy and the eyes are mesmerized. A few seconds later, her red lips gently opened and she delicately said, because you're good looking. Isn't that what handsome men are for? Chen Yi didn't say anything, just licking his lips, his eyes unconsciously moving downward. At this moment, he didn't dare to keep looking directly into Jiang Evening's eyes, because those eyes were too bewitching and provocative. But soon he realized, shift your eyes down to the bottom and it's even better. The long curly hair that fell over Jiang Evening's shoulders made a drastic detour as it passed through a certain area. That bend, round and bulging, exudes a tantalizing body odor. It's a great way to look at people. Seeing that Chen Yi didn't say a word, Jiang even puffed and laughed out loud. Jokingly, just kidding. I'm staring at you because I've noticed that you're a guy who's afraid of the heat. I'm cold and you're hot and sweaty. Are all you men so body hot? Look at you, with all that sweat coming out of your head. Having said that, Jiang even drew out a tissue and was about to wipe Chen Yi's sweat. Seeing this, Chen Yi grabbed a tissue and wiped himself haphazardly on his forehead. Looking at Chen Yi's clumsy and adorable appearance, Jiang even giggled nonstop, laughing so hard her chest shook. Chen Yi glanced at it and all of a sudden felt a little dizzy. He cleared his somewhat dry throat and said in a deep voice, Mr. Jiang, you, don't laugh. I that funny? At this very moment, Chen Yi felt as if his internal organs were being racked on a flame and scorched. Every cell in his body was desperately looking for an outlet. After a while, Jiang even gathered her smile and brought a bottle of water and handed it to Chen Yi. Here, have some water. You're so hot. Drink some water to cool down. Chen Yi paused and naturally took the water. After unscrewing the cap, He lifted the mineral water bottle and just put it to his mouth when he wanted to take a few sips of water. Instantly, a tantalizingly sweet aroma hits the nose. Chen Yi's sword brows furrowed slightly as he came closer to the mouth of the bottle to take a look. Only a faint lipstick mark hangs on the side of the bottle. The print was small and lovely, shaped like a pretty sunflower. Chen Yi stared at the sunflower before raising his head, his eyes landing on Zhang Evening's red lips. Seeing that Chen Yi was holding the water and hadn't been drinking it, Zhang Even was a bit curious and came over, blinking her pretty eyes at the water bottle. Upon discovering the lipstick mark, her cheeks blushed in a flash. She smiled shyly and said, "I'm sorry, I got the wrong one. I just drank this bottle of water. I'll get you a new one." Having said that, Zhang Evening was about to turn her head to get water. Just then, a large hand caught her off guard against the back of her occiput. Zhang Evening was stunned, unconsciously staring with wide eyes and opening her red lips. Next, Chen Yi forced himself closer, sizing up Zhang Evening from close range. Winking eyes, red lips, soft body. This woman is so beautiful that you can't help yourself. Chen Yi, what do you want? Zhang Evening lowered her eyes and murmured in a soft voice. Her chest rose and fell due to nervousness and emotion. Chen Yi's eyes were hot as he looked at Zhang Evening. Dumbly, you. After saying that, the man's clear and wild breath enveloped Zhang Even's entire body. A few minutes later, the two of them can't help but move on down the line. Suddenly I heard a knock on the window outside. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Even sniffed and abruptly broke away from Chen Yi's embrace. With a blushing face, she tugged her clothes off of Chen Yi. Chen Yi also instantly came to his senses and hurriedly picked up his shirt and belt under the seat. 2 minutes later, Zhang Even pulled her hair back to look out the car window. "Uncle Son?" Zhang Evening said in a big surprise. The moment she heard the knocking on the window just now, Zhang Even's heart became very curious. Who, exactly, would have a key to her private garage? Upon seeing that it was Sun Maokai, she immediately guessed that her father must have sent him. Sun Maokai was the butler of the Zhang family residence and Zhang Chenghuai's most loyal henchman. At this point, Sun Maokai hung his head low, pretending not to see the embarrassing scene of his own young lady. The voice was calm. "Little knight, your father asked me to come and take you home. I've cleared the doggies outside. Now, you can get out of the car." Zhang even glanced at Chen Yi with a nervous expression. When she saw that Chen Yi's eyes were still hot and moist, she didn't dare to meet Chen Yi's eyes again. After hastily organizing her clothes and makeup, Zhang even was about to push open the car door and get out. When she was about to get out of the car, she softly said, "I'm going back with Uncle Son. You also hurry home. Don't let Uncle and Aunt worry." Chen Yi picked up Zhang Even's handbag and handed it to her. In a low voice, "I know what just happened. I was too rushed to." Without waiting for Chen Yi to finish, Zhang Even quickly opened the door and got out of the car. Chen Yi then got out of the car as well. After watching Zhang Even's delicate figure disappear around the corner, Chen Yi raised his hand and touched the remaining warmth of Zhang Evening that remained at the corner of his mouth. After standing for a moment, he pulled out his car keys and turned toward the parking space. 7:10 p.m. Zhang Family Estate Villa. As soon as she entered the door, Zhang even welcomed a sharp and cold gaze cast by her father. "You still know to come back. You're a big celebrity in our magic city now." Zhang Chenghuai was sitting upright on the sofa, his face blue with anger. Sensing his father's anger, Zhang even carefully put her handbag aside. Biting her lip, she walked straight toward her grandmother. Chapter 53. Which one is not afraid of death and kissed my daughter? The lavishly decorated living room. The sound of the cane hitting the ground was particularly harsh. Knock knock. Old Mrs. Zhang raised her hand to hold up her old-fashioned glasses, and as soon as she did, she swept her granddaughter to her side. "Xinghua, what are you doing? I'm still alive and you dare to do this to my precious granddaughter in front of me?" Zhang Chenghuai knew well that his mother had always favored and doted on her daughter. So now in front of his mother, he didn't want to be too harsh. But, this afternoon's breaking news had really filled him with rage. He forced down the anger in his heart. Questioning, "Late, talk to Dad. Is it true about the gossip that broke this afternoon? Dad told you to break up with that kid, and if you don't, so be it. You wanted our two families to meet, and Dad agreed. What more do you want? Tell me about you. All of a sudden you make such a mess and now it's all over the place. The entire magic city knows that my daughter, Zhang Chenghuai, is with a poor boy named Chen Yi." Zhang Chenghuai finished, picking up the already cold tea on the coffee table. He sipped it. Zhang even pouted and looked at her grandmother and then her mom. With an aggrieved face, he said, "I'm wronged. I don't want to expose my romance with Chen Yi either. It really happened suddenly today. Chen Yi's mom came to the company to bring me food, made a lot of delicious food, and specially put it in a thermos box and brought it over for me to eat. I can't say no to his parents' kind words, can I?" With this delivery of food, the employees of the company naturally knew about my relationship with Chen Yi. I also didn't realize that the employees were so interested in my gossip that they actually posted about it, and then it got out to all the major media reporters. Having said that, Jiang even shook her head helplessly. Taking her grandmother's hand, she looked at her with tears in the corners of her eyes. How could old lady Jiang stand to be so aggrieved by her precious granddaughter? Was about to open his mouth to do justice to his granddaughter. Suddenly, Jiang Chenghuai snapped and put down his teacup. Angrily, he said, You, how can you be so confused and so simple? That poor boy went to all the trouble of seducing you himself to get to the top, not to mention, actually also arranged their own mom to the company to give you a soul soup. Really same a Zhaovu heart everyone knows you child, empty of the ways of business, but not knowing the ways of the world. Now it's good. Our Jiang family has simply become a joke. In the future which family's son will still dare to pursue you? Jiang even sniffed and stood up in a mischievous manner. At this moment, she felt displeased in her heart and aggrieved to the extreme. With a sobbing voice, he yelled, Dad, you finally said what you really think. You're just hellbent on me finding a dude like Feng Yusong and making me get into a union for the sake of the family's prosperity. If that's the case, then why did you agree to meet with someone else? Chen Yi's parents? What are you doing it for? A series of questions from Jiang evening. It made Jiang Chenghuai's anger diminish by a few points. His daughter's words, he admitted, did poke at his heart. After a pause, he frowned thickly and said in a solemn voice, Dad agreed to meet with the kid's parents. And that was to give the kid a chance. Dad knows a lot of people. And when we meet, we can see how his parents are and find out what their family is like. Hearing Dad say that, Jiang even breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. Dad wanted to give Chun-Yi a chance, which she was relieved about. Originally, she had a vague bad feeling in her heart. I'm worried that Dad will use the meeting as an opportunity to trip up the Chen family again. Now it seems, it was her own fault for thinking too much. At this point, Zhou Yuri is trying to ease the relationship between her husband and her daughter, taking the initiative to move to her husband's side. She comforted, Chenghuai, don't be general with your daughter. Children grow up and have their own ideas, especially when it comes to matters of male and female relationships, and we as parents can't sway our daughters. Jiang Chenghuai sniffed and glared at Jolie without a good look. Angrily, he said, you're the one who's been spoiled by being a mom. Look at how she's been spoiled. She's so disobedient to me. When it comes to marriage matters, they don't know how to work for the good of the family. They just get all emotional. Facing Jiang Chenghuai's rebuke, Jolie was so aggrieved that she barfed up tears on the spot. Knock knock. The old lady saw it. Once again, he raised the mahogany cane in his hand and struck it heavily on the ground. Then, she changed her usual kind brows and her expression became stern. Pointing at Jiang Chenghuai, he snapped, Chenghuai, you bastard. It wasn't enough to chastise late in front of me, but now you're actually taking it out on Lori. I see you are looking at everyone in the house. You've really brought your temper to the house. Seeing that my mother is really angry, Jiang Chenghuai's anger subsided. Rushing to his mother, he waved his hand and explained, Mom, I'm doing this for little Knight's sake, for her happiness. Don't be angry, elderly Mrs. Jiang was panting and covering her chest as she coughed straight. Seeing that her grandmother was uncomfortable, Jiang Wan hurriedly stroked her back and soothed her. After coughing for a while, old lady Jiang raised her head and plucked out her son viciously with her eyes. You think Mom doesn't know what's going on in your mind? Saying that for the sake of Xiaolian's happiness, but in fact, what's in your heart is all about your crappy company. If you really care for Little Knight, stop forcing her to go to the union and let Little Knight find a boy she truly likes to marry. Let's see. That young man who came to the house the other day was nice. Mom has lived for more than 80 years and is better at reading people than you are. And I don't think that young man is by any means the poor boy you say he is. His looks and temperament carry an air of nobility, and he is by no means an ordinary boy from an ordinary family. Listening to Grandma's unflinchingly beautiful words, Jiang even leaned on her grandmother's arm and unconsciously smiled and narrowed her eyes. Grandma actually said Chun-Yi carries a noble aura? How did she not realize? Not only did he not find any nobility, but he also felt that he was naive and silly, pure and simple. A big straight man. It was strong in that area though, so strong that she couldn't stand it. The mere act of kissing could send her all out of control. Unconsciously, he became so active and spontaneous, so spontaneous that he voluntarily took off his clothes and sat on him. But he really doesn't have a high emotional quotient and can't say anything sweet. Hey, late, what are you thinking about? Seeing that her granddaughter was a bit lost in thought, old lady Jiang patted her shoulder and said. Jiang even immediately sat up straight, stammering, nope. Didn't think anything of it? Grandma, old lady Jiang sighed. In a serious tone, she said, Little Knight, don't be afraid. Grandma will do you justice. Now you pick up this cup of hot tea and go hand it to your father. And you father and daughter will put your differences on ice. From now on, no one in this house will ever mention any family marriage again." The old lady's words fell. Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes narrowed in thought. After a few moments, she obeyed her grandmother. Dutifully, he picked up his teacup and slowly walked over to his father. "Dad, have a cup of tea to take the edge off." Jiang Chenghui was not hard-hearted after all. Seeing his daughter so filial and attentive, he couldn't help but smile. However, just as he was about to take the teacup for a moment, it was actually a shock to realize that my daughter's lips were swollen high up. There was still a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. What's going on here? Who did this? Chapter 54. Why is this idiot kissing so hard? Pop. In a rage, Jiang Chenghui raised his hand and overturned the teacup in Jiang Evening's hand. Ah! In the face of his father's sudden and brutal behavior, Jiang even couldn't react in time and was instantly whisked to the ground by her father. Unable to hold back her screams. Saw the scene. Old Lady Jiang and Jolie were instantly shocked out of their wits, panicked and concerned. "Little Knight, are you alright? Is it scalded? That's a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. Hurry up and call a doctor to see if there are any injuries on your hands," said Old Lady Jiang, then beckoned to the maid at the side, signaling her to call a doctor. "Don't. No, I'm not burned." Jiang Evening raised her hands and looked at them, realizing that the tea had not splashed onto her hands. After a sigh, she propped herself up on her elbows and staggered off the ground. Fong, Jiang Chenghui saw his daughter fall heavily to the ground. The teacup shattered, and all the hot tea in the cup spilled out. For a moment, he felt 1,000,000 pounds of tension. Subconsciously, her body leaned forward, wanting to go up and help her daughter. But after seeing that his daughter was physically unharmed and had stood up on her own, he sat back down without moving. At this point, Elder Mrs. Jiang slapped her chest in shock, angry to the point where his voice trembled. "Jiang Chenghui, you've eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. How dare you repeatedly abuse my granddaughter in front of me? Is she your own daughter? Late did nothing wrong, yet she was willing to take the initiative to soften up and serve tea to ease the relationship with you as a father. Good for you. Not only did you not take Shaolian's tea, you even overturned it with one hand. You're so hard-hearted now it really pisses me off." The words fell. Elderly Mrs. Jiang strained and bent down, huffing and puffing as she coughed. Seeing Grandma pissed off like that, Jiang even rushed to her grandmother's side, her eyes filled with tears as she stroked her grandmother's back. Jolie also rushed to bring her mother-in-law's regular medicine, carrying a cup of water, waiting for her mother-in-law to take the medicine. "Mom, drink your medicine. Mom, calm down. Don't get angry." After taking the pills and slowing down, Old Lady Jiang's qi and blood gradually stabilized. Jiang Chenghui saw that his old mom was so angry with himself that her blood was rushing up, and for a moment, he was hanging on for dear life. Softening his tone, he said, "Mom, listen to me." With an angry wave of her hand, Old Lady Jiang interrupted her son. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see you again. You get out of this house now. You can only come back when you know how to treat your family well and love your wife and children." Hearing Mom trying to kick herself out, Jiang Chenghui gritted his teeth. With an aggrieved face, he said, "Mom, listen to my explanation. It's not that I don't want to put things on ice with Little Knight. It's really that this child's behavior is too infuriating." Hear that? Old Lady Jiang frowned, looking at her son in confusion. "What are you talking about? What did Late do wrong? You have to realize that Late, she's a living, breathing human being, not a log at your mercy." Jiang Chenghui glanced at his daughter with a gloomy gaze. Exasperated, he said, "Mom, look for yourself. Take a close look at her face. What has become of it? To have to get involved with that poor boy and do that kind of thing is just shameless. A girl, not even married, so casual and slutty." Finished through gritted teeth, Jiang Chenghui twisted his head away with eyes full of disgust, not wanting to look at Jiang Evening again. It was as if Jiang Evening was an unclean and obscure woman. Hearing my son say that, Old Lady Jiang was first stunned, then quickly understood the meaning of her son's words. "Come here, Little Knight. Let Grandma look at you." Old Lady Jiang reached out a hand and pulled Jiang Evening to her side. "It's done." Jiang Evening had also understood the reason why her father had just lashed out. She clenched her fists nervously and subconsciously licked her lips. Hiss. That lick didn't matter. All of a sudden it hurt like hell. Not good. "How's the lip swollen?" The corners of his mouth were still so hot and sore, laced with a sweet hint of blood. It must have been just now in the car, when he was like that with Chen Yi. It was too much of a push. What's this idiot doing kissing so hard? As if he was going to open a bloody mouth and eat himself. He sipped desperately at his mouth. "This is great. It's a wonder my lips didn't swell up so suddenly that I didn't get caught. Think about it." Jiang Evening unconsciously lowered her head, her cheeks blushing, pursing her lips and not saying a word. Old Mrs. Jiang raised her hand, straightened her old-fashioned glasses, and took a careful look at her granddaughter. After taking a good look at my granddaughter's swollen lips, she couldn't help but giggle a little. Ha ha ha, Grandma thought it was something. Shenghuai, why are you making such a fuss over the slightest thing? What era is this? You are still so feudal and stubborn. Your mind is not as open as your mom's. Saying that, old lady Jiang patted the back of Jiang Even's hand. With a smile on his face, he comforted. It's okay little knight, don't listen to your father. What chastity? Shame. That old feudal idea. You don't have to pay any attention to it. As long as you're happy and joyful, that's all that matters. Of course, there are times when you have to know how to protect yourself. Having said that, old lady Jiang twisted her head. A silent glance was exchanged with her daughter-in-law Jolie. Eyes met, and both of them understood what was going on in each other's minds in seconds. Jolie was nervous, a heart in her throat. In her heart, she was glad that she hadn't told her husband about delivering soup to Chun-Yi that night. That thing would probably set off a bloodbath if hubby found out about it. Jiang even hung her head low and pushed her grandmother. Embarrassed, he said, "Gee, don't say that now, Grandma. No, it's not what you think. My mouth it's on fire." Old lady Jiang and Jolie giggled out loud at her words. Jiang Evening, on the other hand, was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground immediately. She hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Well, right, Grandma, Mom, Chenny asked me to bring you a gift." Having said that, Jiang even took out a gift bag and placed it on the coffee table. "This is a gift from Chun-Yi's parents. Inside are 2 jade bracelets." Jiang even finished. Old Mrs. Jiang smiled with her eyebrows open and said, Good, good, Xiao Evening, thank Xiao Chen's parents on behalf of Grandma." Weekly glanced at the gift bag. Also smiling, she said, "Little Knight, thank Little Chen's parents for Mom as well. I see that Little Chen is indeed a good boy with good manners and understanding." At that moment, Jiang Chenghuai twisted his head. First, he glared at his wife, Jolie, without any good humor, and then glanced at the gift bag on the coffee table with a disgusted face. With a snort, he said, "Oh little knight, why do you take anything worthless into the house? What kind of good stuff can the Chen family afford? The kind of crap that costs a few $100s, a few thousand at most. You're good enough to let your grandma and your mom wear it." Chapter 55, This soup of dad's is actually far better than the one of Grandma Jiang's. Finished with a look of contempt, Jiang Chenghuai stood up from the sofa in a flash, brushed his sleeves, and walked straight out of the living room. "Dad, you, Grandma, Mom, look at my dad, always being so high and mighty, with no one in sight. The Chen family also has good intentions." Jiang even was furious by her dad's attitude. Jolie sighed and softly consoled, "Little knight, don't be angry with your father. It's not like you don't know your father's temper. He's quick and stubborn. A little goes a long way." Old lady Jiang slowly sipped her tea. In a serious tone, he said, "Little knight, your father, he's just been mixed up in the business world for too many years. Long ago, he was soaked in the smell of copper, and everything is only measured in terms of money." Listening to the comforting words of my mom and grandma, the anger in Jiang Evening's heart was slightly reduced. In fact, she knew Dad's temper better than anyone. If it had been someone else that Dad had humiliated just now, she would never have been so annoyed. But it was Chen Yi and his parents that Dad humiliated. His words full of dislike and contempt. She then found it unbearable, even full of anger. Turns out, without realizing it, her heart was already defending Chen Yi and his parents. "Well, late. You haven't gotten any rest since you got back. You hurry back to your room now to take a hot bath to relieve yourself, and later I'll have Mrs. Lu make a good meal and send it up to you." Old Mrs. Jiang said as she looked at Jiang even with loving eyes. Jiang Evening nodded, then obediently went upstairs to take a shower. The living room. Jolie walked behind her mother-in-law and squeezed her back. When he glanced at the gift bag on the coffee table, Jolie inquired in a low voice, "Mom, Xiao Chen's parents gave us a gift, saying it was 2 jade bracelets. Do we still open it and look around?" Old lady Jiang lightly closed her eyes, quietly enjoying her daughter-in-law's massage. Casually, he waved his hand and said, "That won't be necessary. With Xiao Chen's family's condition, he definitely can't afford to give any top-quality jade bracelets. Our mother and I have high requirements for jade, and those jade pieces with bad color and low clarity are not good enough for our eyes. So yeah, there's no point in looking." After listening to my mother-in-law, Weekly nodded approvingly. "Yeah, Mom, the jade bracelet that we're both looking at must be worth tens of millions of dollars at any rate. However, Xiao Chen's parents do have good intentions." Elder Mrs. Jiang sniffed and greeted the maid at the side. Instructed, Put that gift bag in the storage room. West of the city, the Chen family compound. In the dining room, Chen Yi was eating dinner with his dad and mom. What had happened in the car earlier still lingered in his mind to this day. He also didn't want to be so immersed in female sex. It's really because the potency of that superb 10% tonic soup that dad made is too potent. It has left him in agonizing pain to this day. If that driver had appeared a little later, he and Jiang Wan would have been able to move on smoothly. It's not like it's going to be a painless and agonizing experience. Damn drivers. Just as I was thinking about it, Mom's slap came. Pop. Chen Yi snapped his head up. Mom, what are you doing? Shin Shuyin glared at her son, urging, it was supposed to be a late dinner today, and you're still dawdling. Hurry up and eat. Eating is all about one thing, not three. Chen Yi was too lazy to speak. Lowering his head, he grubbed at his meal. Today's dinner was very rich and Dad made a few more of his favorite dishes. But today was different from usual. At the moment the effect of the drug in his body had not yet passed, and all he could think about was that eating a meal can be a bit of a pain in the ass. After a while, Chen Shiqian put down his chopsticks, and with a smirking expression, he made a wink towards his wife. Shin Shuyin looked up to meet her husband's line of sight and instantly understood what he meant. After a few moments of deliberation, she spoke tentatively, Son, Mom asked you, did your body have any reaction after you drank the soup your father made for you at lunch today? You're in the same company as late. Did you guys meet up after work? After listening to Mom, Chen Yi's chewing motion stopped. He couldn't have understood the meaning of his mom's words better. Only to avoid being forced by Mom to drink that soup which is considered as aphrodisiac next time. All he could do was force his body to feel bad. Pretending to be breezy, he said, what did you say? Mom, my body, it's not reacting to anything. I've been busy with work this afternoon, and I took time to take a nap, and I came home after work. When Shin Shuyin and Shan Shiqian heard this, they both had an expression of disbelief. What? I can't believe the soup didn't work? How? Chen Shiqian couldn't accept the reality. He couldn't believe that the divine medicine he had researched with great dedication didn't work. After thinking left and right, reluctantly, he came up to his son's side and inquired earnestly, Son, tell Dad the truth. You drank that soup Dad made you when there really wasn't anything to it. The words were not yet spoken. Chen Shiqian's voice came to an abrupt end, because he was pleasantly surprised. There was actually a bright red lipstick mark on the collar of this white shirt my son was wearing. He remembers it clearly. My son's shirt was still white when he left in the morning, and he actually came home from work with an extra lipstick mark. This is clearly. Think about that. Chen Shiqian was overjoyed and looked at his wife Shin Shuyin. Shin Shuyin said with a bewildered look on her face, Hubby, what are you laughing at? That soup you made doesn't work. What's going to happen to it? Chen Shiqian's heart burst with complacency. His body leaned towards the back of the chair and leisurely crossed his legs. Shu Jin, take it easy. Think about it. When has my exclusive recipe for a great tonic soup ever missed a beat? Say it. Chen Shiqian squeezed his eyes at Shin Shuyin with a mysterious face, nuzzled angrily toward his son's collar. Shin Shuyin looked in the direction her husband was pointing. All of a sudden he was smiling and clapping his hands with joy. You're a child, and you're embarrassed to tell Mom. What's there to be ashamed of? Food and color. You and Late are in love. Doing that should be a very wonderful experience. Chen Shiqian hurriedly touched Shin Shuyin with his elbow, remarked, Don't be so blunt in your speech when you're still a mom. Alright son. Mom and Dad are relieved to know that you and little Knight are happy. Chen Yi looked up with puffed cheeks. A confused look at Mom and Dad. He could have guessed as much from Mom and Dad's smug demeanor. Only, he had absolutely no intention of pulling any punches with Mom and Dad right now. The pain of his body was unbearable, prompting him to finish his meal in 3 tries. Dad. Mom, I'm done eating. I'm going to my room. After saying that, Chen Yi fled the restaurant with the wind at his feet. Midnight. After a cold shower, Chen Yi lay on his bed, tossing and turning, having trouble sleeping. I can't believe that Dad's soup is far better than Grandma Zhang's soup. What about this? If I don't vent it, my body is going to explode all over. After much hesitation, he fished his cell phone out from under his pillow and opened the long-favored website. Shinsu Ozawa. You're still so beautiful. Shizuko Sawaguchi. You too. Chapter 56. Crazy. $5,000 for a breakfast? The next day, early morning, Chen Yi had just walked out of his room and into the courtyard. After stretching his muscles, he headed towards the main hall. At this point, a sobbing sound suddenly came from the front. Woohoo! Chen Yi snapped his head up and realized that his mom was standing on the front steps of the main hall wiping her tears. Mom, what's wrong with you? Saying that, Chen Yi strides up the steps. Shin Shuyin held her cell phone in one hand and kept wiping the tears that came down in the corner of her eyes with the other. Hearing her son's voice, she subconsciously looked up. Taking a few sharp sniffs, she said, "Son, you come to mom. Let mom get a good look at you. Mom usually doesn't get a good look at you." Chenny rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at his mom with a confused face. "What's wrong with mom? It was fine last night at dinner. That ecstatic energy when you see lipstick marks on your collar, oh, sheesh. What's with the crying and whining after one night's sleep? It's not like something happened at home, is it?" Thinking, Chenny hurriedly asked, "Mom, what's wrong with you? Did something sad happen?" "It's not a fight with my dad, is it?" Shin Shuin did not reply, just red-eyed. He took his son's hand in one hand and scrutinized him. A few moments later, her bright eyes glowed with love as she touched her son's face. Smacking his lips, he exclaimed, "Look at my son grow. Thick eyebrows and big eyes. Oh no, I should say sword eyebrows and starry eyes. High nose, square lips and mouth. Plus this 5 feet 3 inches tall guy. A proper big handsome guy. Why didn't mom realize this before? My son is such a good-looking guy. Say it." Shin Shuin smiled and circled around her son. The smugness was overwhelming. Chenny shook his head with a speechless expression. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Did you take the wrong medicine? Why are you complimenting me for a good reason? Don't you always say I look stupid and silly?" At that moment, Chen Shirqian came out of the main hall with his apron untied. After seeing the state of his wife, he couldn't help but laugh and tease. "Son, isn't it obvious? Your mom's got a crush on you. Ha 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 ha. Your mom and I just turned on our phones this morning and saw that you were on the news yesterday. Your mom looked at the news and loved those pictures of you in late." Shin Shuin sniffled. With a shy face, she glanced at Chen Shirqian. Then, pointing to the photos in his cell phone, he said, "That's not true. Our son and Shaolian standing together. A random shot is an eye-catching photo of a handsome man and a beautiful woman. You see, my son was holding Late's hand as he broke out of the circle of reporters. That action and that demeanor. What a domineering president. TSK, that picture is just perfect. It's more beautiful and romantic than any idol drama I've ever seen. It's so touching. Woo-hoo-hoo." After listening to mom, Chenny then breathed a sigh of relief. Skittishly, she spat, "Mom, I can't believe you're still so girlish at your age. I was so scared this early in the morning. I thought something had happened to our family." Having said that, Chenny touched his gurgling stomach and headed towards the kitchen where the smell of rice was overflowing. "Oh, today's breakfast is still so scrumptious. Beef-infused soup dumplings, steamed king crab, sea cucumber and vegetable congee, and a few small plates of pickles." Chenny sat down on the dining chair with his butt rolled up his sleeves and feasted. "Here, son, try this king crab. Steamed, no condiments, original flavor, very tender. This is what your dad got up early in the morning specifically to go to the seafood market to get." Chen Shirqian peeled a crab leg and handed it to his son with a smile. Shin Shuin sat aside and served her son a bowl of sea cucumber porridge. The two sat down next to their son, left and right, and stared at him with joyful smiles as he ate. Chenny wiped the corners of his mouth. Somewhat flattered, he looked at mom and dad. "What are you two doing? What? A sleep that awakens a long-sleeping fatherly and maternal love? Oh, no need no need. I can't forget how you guys usually rough me up." When Shin Shuin and Chen Shirqian heard this, the smiles on their faces became even more intense. Shin Shuin raised her hand and touched the back of her son's head. Softly, he said, "Silly son, mom and dad are usually slightly a little rough on you, but mom and dad love you very much. After all, you're the only baby we have." Chenny skimmed his mouth and buried his head to eat indifferently. Eat and eat. He suddenly felt a little off. Looking at the king crab and sea cucumber porridge on the table, a hint of suspicion flashed under his eyes. The family eats seafood almost 2 or 3 times a week, often king crab and sea cucumber and abalone. Although Chenny did not understand the specific prices of various ingredients, but it wasn't like he hadn't heard that king crabs and sea cucumbers were expensive things. King crab seems to be hundreds of dollars a pound. Sea cucumbers are even more expensive, like thousands of dollars a pound. Can you really afford to eat something so expensive in your own family's condition? Think about it. Chenny couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Dad, this king crab is really delicious. The crab meat is so fresh. How much did you pay for this?" Seeing his son eating well, Chen Shirqian was overjoyed. Happy said, "You say this king crab this is bought in the morning market. Not expensive. 290 yuan a catty. Look at the size is not big. Put on the scale a weighing. Yo-ho, full 5 pounds it." Chenny was shocked at his words. Break a finger and do the math. $290 a pound? That's $1. 450 for 5 pounds? So, what about these sea cucumbers in the bowl? How much per pound? Chen Shirqian peeled another crab leg and handed it over. Wonderingly, he said, "Sea cucumber this is a good pure light dried sea cucumber. 5,000 yuan a catty. Chun-Yi immediately put down his chopsticks, wide-eyed. He said, 5,000 yuan a caddy? So expensive. How many sea cucumbers must be put into this pot of sea cucumber porridge? So, this breakfast at our house will cost us at least 5,000? Dad. Mom, your 2 retirement paychecks combined are less than $20,000. With such a small salary, how can we afford to eat such expensive food every day? Hearing my son ask that, Chen Shiqian and Xin Shuyin pursed their lips and glanced at each other in silent agreement. Xin Shuyin patted his son's shoulder and said, "You're a child who asks. Didn't Mom tell you? Our family still has some family money. Besides, your father and I don't usually dress up or travel and shop. So where's the big spending money? In our family, we just spend some money on food." Chen-Yi listened half-heartedly to his mom's explanation. The heart cannot help but once again remembered the last time Dad and Mom said to buy him a villa. Is it possible that one is really an invisible rich kid? Or maybe there's some other family property in the family that's now demolished and made a fortune overnight? How else would you dare to spend 5,000 yen on one breakfast? Was thinking. Chen Shiqian knocked on the table and reminded, "What are you gawking at? Hurry up and eat. You'll be late for work. By the way, tell Late when you get to the office. Ask her how about the day after tomorrow when our 2 families are scheduled to meet at Wanjiang Pavilion? The palace banquet there tastes good." Dad's words. Listening to Chen-Yi, he was confused. Wangjanga Grand Hotel? The most luxurious and top-notch hotel in Magic City? The one with the lowest price of 28,888 a table? Chapter 57, The Chen family is really swollen face. Simply ridiculous. Chen-Yi couldn't believe his ears. Raising an eyebrow, he asked incredulously, "Dad, what restaurant did you just say you were booked at?" Chen Shiqian slowly took a sip of sea cucumber congee and said, "Wanjiang Pavilion." Looking at the entire Magic City, only Wanjiang Pavilion's Palace Imperial Banquet can compete with your dad's cooking. Ask Late and their family what they think. And if they agree, Dad will set it up right away. Chen-Yi put down his chopsticks. Walking over to his dad, he took his dad's arm and emphasized, "Dad, are you sure you're talking about the century-old Wanjiang Pavilion on Yokohama Road? I've heard that any table there starts at tens of thousands of dollars. How much did it cost for that palace banquet you mentioned, which is said to be the 108 famous dishes that the old Buddha's favorite is?" Xin Shuyin blankly glanced at her son without any good reason. She couldn't stand to see her son looking like he hadn't seen the world. One grabbed his son's business bag and shoved it into his arms. Well, don't nag. This is the one your father was talking about. Marrying a daughter-in-law is a great event. How can our Chen family be stingy? Chen-Yi received the business bag with a bewildered look on his face. With that, he stood up and was about to go out. Before he left the door, he frowned, still reluctant to follow up. "Dad, Mom, you guys tell me the truth. Did you sell our yard without my knowledge? How much did you sell it for? This is the ancestral home of our Chun family. It was left to us by our grandfather." Not waiting for Chen-Yi to finish his sentence, Xin Shuyin grabbed the car keys on the table and shoved them at Chen-Yi. With that, he pushed him out the door with one hand. 8 a.m. Shanghai Real Estate Group. After some big romance revelations yesterday. At this point, no one in the entire group knew about the romance between Chen-Yi and General Manager Zhang Evening. With things as they were, Chen-Yi simply went with the flow. Let the people talk about it. But I'm not surprised. Chen-Yi sat at his workstation and had just turned on his computer when he felt a hand on his shoulder. "Gu, Chen-Yi, you're good. What a talent." Superior Zhang Jiao smiled with an evil face and said. Chen-Yi raised his hand and smacked Zhang Jiao's hand, reminding, "Brother Yao, this is in the company. Don't you think I don't have enough gossip?" Zhang Jiao looked around. Grinning, he approached Chen-Yi and said, "What happened in the company? You're picking up our president Zhang now. From now on, this company will all be under your control. You're the boss here. Let's see who dares to talk about you." Chen-Yi smiled awkwardly. Frowning, he said, "Brother Yao, don't make fun of me. Let's get down to business. What's the assignment for today? Arrange it early and finish it early." Zhang Jiao stood up straight, taking out a document and handing it to Chen-Yi. "Just this one statement. No more. Just feel free to touch the fish when you're done." "Ha ha, say it." Zhang Jiao glanced meaningfully at Chen-Yi, then turned to leave. Chen-Yi leaned on the seat, casually flipping through the statement in his hand. Thinking that he didn't have much work scheduled for today, he had the idea of going upstairs to look for Zhang Evening. Before he opened WeChat, quickly tapping out a few words, he sent them to Zhang Evening. "Mr. Zhang, are you in your office? I have something to tell you. Can I come up to you?" In the meantime, Shanghai Real Estate Group, General Manager's office. Zhang Even was sitting in her office chair with her hands resting on her cheeks in a daze. When she thought of the scene that happened in the car with Chen-Yi yesterday, she was shy. She can't believe it. It's amazing how active and spontaneous you were at the time. Even now, there is still some sense of unfulfillment. What's wrong with yourself? Is she still the same high-strung woman who rejected men? Ding 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 ding. A few WeChat message beeps interrupted Jung Even's thoughts. After coming back to her senses, she picked up her cell phone and tapped on WeChat. The moment she saw Chen Yi's avatar, her heart plummeted. Why is this guy messaging himself again? What else does he want? After opening the dialog box and seeing the 2 messages from Chen Yi, her insides panicked even more, a heart pounding wildly. To stop Chen Yi from coming up to her, she hurriedly replied, "No, don't you come up here. If there's anything, let's talk about it here." A few seconds later, Chen Yi's message came back. "Chen Yi, my parents asked me to ask you if it's okay for our 2 families to meet the day after tomorrow at the Wanzhong Pavilion Hotel. Ask mom and dad what they think, and if they agree, then it's set for today." Seeing the words sent by Chen Yi, Jung Evening's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and in a flash, she sighed in relief. After a few moments of contemplation, she slowly typed, "I'll ask my parents and I'll give you a letter by the end of the night." After sending, the dialog box was silent. Chen Yi sat quietly at his workstation, staring at the dialog box in WeChat for a long time. He was eager to talk to Jung Even about something else. For example, why she was so forthcoming with herself in the car last night. For example, ask her what happened when she got home last night. Then again, why didn't she let herself be approached in the office? But there are none of these, for example, because he doesn't have a proper identity to ask. Jung Evening put down her cell phone, picked up a side-by-side makeup mirror. The mirror showed herself with stunning features and exquisite makeup. It is the lips that are still slightly swollen, and the blood at the corners of the mouth has not yet subsided. Even the smell of Chen Yi remained there. How could such a self be ashamed to let Chen Yi see it? What would he say if he saw it? After scrutinizing herself in the mirror for a moment, Jung Evening re-picked up her cell phone and tapped on her mom's dialog box. The words that Chen Yi said were relayed to the old mom. Jiang Family Estate Villa. After seeing the WeChat message from her daughter, Zhou Li walked into the study with a cup of tea. "Cheng Hui, just now Xiao Lian told me something." Jiang Chenghui sniffed and looked up from behind a book. The voice was cold. "Oh, what is it?" Weekly put his teacup on the table, tooted his mouth and snapped, "You, why are you still really angry with your daughter? Little Light told me that little Chen's parents want our 2 families to meet at Wanzhong Pavilion. What do you think? I remember you saying that the restaurant was famous and the food was good." Jiang Chenghui was first stunned at his words. After making sure that he had heard it correctly, he narrowed a pair of sharp eyes immediately afterward. With a cold snort, he said, "Wanzhong Pavilion? Their Chen family wants to set a meeting with us at Wanzhong Pavilion? Lori, do you know the price of that restaurant?" Weekly shook her head. "Truthfully, I don't know. I don't usually go out to eat." Jiang Chenghui slowly stood up, facing the wall full of display cases behind him with their precious collections. In a cold voice, he said, "Wanzhong Pavilion is the most expensive restaurant in our magic city. 100 years old, where the 108 famous dishes of the Palace Imperial Banquet are said to be the old Buddha's favorite. Offer $188,000 a table. A mere 180,800,000 is not enough for us, but for their Chen family, even if it's not a smash and grab, it's a swollen face." Hearing the price out of my husband's mouth, Zhou Li was stunned. "Ha, so expensive? Then their Chen family is really generous. It shows how much the Chen family values the meeting between our 2 families." Jiang Chenghui sniffed and let out another cold laugh. Picking up his teacup, he took a sip of tea and said, "A woman's opinion, which is what is valued. This is clearly a clown jumping the gun, puffing up his face and putting on a facade for himself. I won't let them." Jiang Chenghui's words, listening to Cho Yuri, was a bit of a panic. She stepped forward and carefully said, "Honey, what are you going to do then?" Jiang Chenghui twisted his head and glanced at Zhou Li. With gloomy eyes, he said, "Tell little Late that it's a date to meet at our Jiang family." Chapter 58. What? Dad actually got someone to investigate Chairman Jiang? Jiang Chenghui's words left Zhou Li dumbfounded. What? An appointment to meet at our Jiang family? Honey, this isn't quite right, is it? Usually when both parents meet for the first time, they meet in a restaurant, and there are some individual meetings at the man's house. Those who meet at the man's house are usually the woman's parents who want to explore the man's family. But I've never heard of both parents meeting for the first time at the woman's house. Jiang Chenghui sniffed and glared at Zhou Li without a good look. With a domineering wave of his hand, he said, "You're comparing our Jiang family to those small families? Letting that kid and his parents come to our Jiang family would be an honor for them. This manor villa of our Jiang family has everything. Flowers, plants, mountains and rocks, pools and buildings, and exotic treasures. It's no exaggeration to say that our Jiang family has the most sweeping and extreme view of the entire magic city. That kid and his parents coming to meet us at the Jung family will definitely be an eye-opening experience for them. Cho Yuri stood and pursed her lips. She was tempted to persuade her husband to change his mind, but the words came to her lips and she was afraid to speak. In this house, hubby has always been overbearing and bossy, saying nothing, and can be called an emperor-like existence. Once he made any decision, no one could change it. Usually it was only his mother-in-law who was able to cure his stubbornness. Think of your mother-in-law. Cho Yuri brightened up and spoke after a moment's hesitation. By the way, honey, Mom went over to City View. We're going to meet with Xiao Chen's parents the day after tomorrow. Should we pick up Mom early? Yuri's words fell. Jiang Chenghui then waved his hand decisively and refused. No need. Let Mom stay over at City View for a little while, so that her presence won't disrupt my plans. Say it. Jiang Chenghui went around behind the desk, sitting back in the chair again. Then he took out a cigar and roasted and lit it slowly. The deep, sharp eyes were filled with a deep, unfathomable cold light. Weekly paused and mumbled. Okay, I know. Well, what do you mean by a plan? Ha? Jiang Chenghui smoked his cigar without saying a word, continuing to bury his head in the book in his hand. He no longer paid attention to Jolie. Cho Yuri bristled at the sight. After standing for a few seconds, he made a fool of himself and turned away. Shanghai Real Estate Group, General Manager's office. Looking at the WeChat message from her mom on her cell phone, Jiang even fell into a brief moment of reflection. Meet at your own home? Is this really appropriate? Why does it feel a bit outrageous? Without thinking about it, she knew it must have been Dad's decision. Mom never had much of an opinion and always listened to Dad or Grandma. Now that Grandma's not home, Dad must be the one who makes the decisions about the family. Is it because Dad thinks eating at Wangjung Court is too expensive and is worried that the Chan family can't afford it? A few moments later, Jiang Evening opened WeChat, sent a few words to Chen Yi. I asked my parents and they don't really want to go to that Lookout restaurant. They want you and your parents to come and meet us at the Jiang family. You talk to your aunt and uncle and ask them what they think. Chen Yi, who saw the message, was instantly stunned. Based on his experience from his last visit to John's house, he can almost conclude that the idea had come from Chairman Jiang. Instead of going to Wangjung Pavilion, you're meeting at their Jiang family instead? What is this Chairman John's gourd selling? Is it hard to believe that he is thinking of the Chen family and does not want to let the Chen family break too much? After all, that Lookout Pavilion Grand Hotel is notorious for burning money. Chen Yi didn't dare to hesitate, because Mom and Dad are still at home waiting for news. Thinking that, he immediately walked outside the office and came out into the hallway to call his mom. Hey, son, how's it going? The day after tomorrow our two families will have a meal together at Wangjung Pavilion. Would Little Knight's parents be willing? Listening to my mom's impatient question, Chen Yi paused and cleared his throat, deliberately relaxed his tone and said, Mom, Little Knight his parents said he didn't want to break our family's bank too much. The meals at Wangjung Pavilion are really expensive. A table costs tens of thousands of dollars. So yeah, they said they wanted us to meet at their Jiang family. Chen Yi finished. There was instant silence on the other end of the line. After a while, Mom seems to be in agreement with Dad. Then he said cheerfully, Yes, son, your father and I are willing. So talk till late. It's settled. In the morning of the day after tomorrow, our family will meet at their Jiang family on time. Although Mom's tone seemed very happy, one might even say a little ecstatic. But mother and son are connected. Chen Yi still sensed the hint of loss in his mom's heart. After hanging up, Chen Yi folded his arms and returned to his workstation. Opening WeChat, he tapped out 2 lines and sent them to Jiang Evening. My parents said they'd love to meet at your river house. The morning after tomorrow, my parents and I will be there. It's a deal. A few minutes later, a message from Jiang Evening came through. Just one short word, aha. The day flew by. By the end of the afternoon, it was dark. Chen Yi glanced at his cell phone and realized that the WeChat page was cold and empty, without a single message. Somehow, look out the window at the brightly lit scene of traffic. He was tempted to go upstairs to find Jiang Evening, or give her a call to hear her voice. But on second thought, he and Jiang Evening were nothing more than a pretend couple, and in the end, it was just a collaboration. Going to see her without her permission, I'm afraid, will only bring her unnecessary trouble. Think about that. Chen Yi grabbed the car keys on the table. Then he clocked out of work and left the office alone. The Chen family compound. Chen Yi just walked into the courtyard. Then I saw the southeast corner of the drawing room is lit. I think it must be the old mother is inside the painting. Then looked to the west, where the smell of a meal wafts out of the kitchen window. Chen Yi hadn't eaten much in the company cafeteria at noon and was now starving. After returning to his room and washing his hands, he then ran off to the kitchen on his feet. I had just arrived at the kitchen door, intending to go in and see what Dad was cooking. At this point, Chen Yi suddenly heard that his dad was talking to someone on the phone inside. Dad spoke in an uncharacteristically serious tone. Chen Yi did not enter hastily. Instead, he leaned against the kitchen doorframe and quietly watched. I saw my dad holding a frying spoon in one hand, constantly stirring the vegetables in the pan. The other hand was holding a cell phone to make a call. Okay, you've done your research well. The short answer is that this Jiang Chenghua is still considered a relatively clean businessman, and the small company he runs doesn't have any violations of the law. That's a relief. Thanks, Wenham. What Dad said surprised Chen Yi. Crap, Dad's got someone investigating Chairman Jiang? What kind of people are you looking for? Chairman Jiang is the financial giant of Mordor. That's status and position. Is it not accessible to ordinary people? Not to mention looking into his bottom line. Chapter 59 Woman. You really don't know how good it is to find a fierce man. Soon, Chen Yi heard that a stranger's voice came from the other end of the phone. That voice sounded extraordinarily humble and respectful. There was even a hint of doggerel. Brother Shiqian, look at what you're saying. This is all what I should do. It would be an honor to have the opportunity to work for you. Without your Chen family, there would be no present for our Qian family. If my father were alive, he would have to address you as young master. The noise is louder due to the range hood being on in the kitchen. That's why Qin Shiqian's cell phone call was on outside voice. Almost the entirety of his conversation with Qian Wenhan was heard by Chen Yi. After hearing the word young master, Chen Yi let out a giggle, spewed the tea that had just gone into his mouth. When Chen Shiqian saw his son, he hung up the phone decisively and slipped the phone into his pocket without slowing down. A smile reared up on his face and said, "Son is back. The meal will be ready soon, ha." Chen Yi stood in place with a dumbfounded expression. After freezing for half a day, it was only then that his jaw dropped and he said, "Dad, I heard everything you just said. What are you hiding from me here? Finding someone to investigate Chairman Jiang?" Chen Shiqian slowly lifted the lid of the pot, stirred the pot of lotus root rib soup. Calmly, he said, "That's right, Dad did investigate Jiang Chenghua. After all, they're future in-laws, so it's always prudent." Jiang Chenghuai's words just fell. Chen Yi then raised his hand and snapped off the hood. Then, with a nervous face, he said, "Dad, we're just ordinary people. How can you go and investigate someone's hefty Chairman Jiang? If he finds out about this, he'll definitely be furious, and he might use some kind of iron hand to deal with us. Besides, you don't have that kind of access to investigate him. The people you know are ordinary people just like you. How can you have any heavenly ability to investigate someone else? Chairman Jiang? Look at your son's nervous impatience." Chen Shiqian shook his head and smiled bashfully. Just as he was about to explain himself to his son, Qin Shuyan's hand reached out before he arrived. "Ouch! Ouch! What are you doing, Mom?" Fiercely being grabbed by his mom's ear, Chen Yi instantly wailed in pain. Qin Shuyan crossed her arms with one hand and glared at her son in anger. "You bastard boy! Why don't you move to grow others' ambition and destroy your own? Originally, Little Knight's her father despised our Qin family, and actually offered to let our family go to their Jiang family for a meeting. Your father and I put up with it for Little Knight's sake. But you're good. You're bragging about Little Knight's her father here again." Chen Yi covered his ears, not daring to refute his mom's words. After thinking about it, he furrowed his sword brows and said with some aggression, "Mom, it's not that I intentionally bragged about Chairman Jiang. I'm mostly worried about my dad. I'm afraid he's going to mess with people he can't afford to mess with, and I'm afraid he's going to get involved with someone of unknown origin. I just actually heard the person on the phone call him young master. Goo, my dad wouldn't be ganging up with anyone. Would he? Young master. Hear that?" Qin Shuyan was instantly infuriated and laughed. She glanced impatiently at her son and urged, Okay, don't ask what you shouldn't. I'll eat. Boulevard. Phantom Wine Theme Bar. Zhang Evening was wearing provocative smoky makeup and leaning lazily on the card seat. Red lips, long hair, snowy skin and proud curves, accompanied by lively and soothing music. She gently shook the glass of red wine in her hand. Her charming demeanor was soulful. Such a beauty drew screams from the men in the bar. A few minutes later, Yan Jian walked into the bar out of breath. "Sis, I'm coming. Tell me about you. There are so many bars in Magic City, and you chose to find one so out of the way." After saying that, Zhang Yanyan sat on her butt across from Zhang Evening. Thirsty as she was, she picked up the whiskey on the table and drank it. Zhang even smiled, explaining, "It wasn't even by yesterday's gossip. There were too many people in the bars downtown. I was afraid of being recognized, and there were fewer people here, so I chose here." Hearing Zhang Evening mention yesterday's gossip news, Zhang Yanyan instantly became interested. She was seen narrowing her almond eyes, raising an eyebrow. She laughed. "Sis, you don't say. You and that Chen Yi are really a pair. I saw the pictures of you two on the gossip news yesterday and I was so envious. You're so lucky to have a random date with someone so handsome. Not only is he handsome, he's also tall and powerful. And he just looks dry. Jiang Evening took a slow sip of red wine. Bai Yanyan gave Jiang Yanyan a glance and said, as a married young woman, why do you move around and engage in pornography? We're both out to talk and relax. Jiang Yanyan let out a bad smile as he sipped his wine. Then he moved his body forward. With a gossipy face, she said, sis, I see that on those photos. You and Chen Yi seem to be in love. Just by looking at the two of you, I can tell that you're in love. Jiang even sniffed and put down his wine glass. Turning his head, he stared at the men and women flirting in the bar. After a few moments of silence, she looked at Jiang Yanyan and said seriously, Yan Yan, we have always had nothing to talk about. I'll be honest with you. Chen Yi and I are very harmonious in that area. Very much in love. He's my type with his body looks, including his goofy straight man personality. But, after saying that, Jiang Evening slowly sighed. Seeing this, Jiang Yanyan hurriedly asked, but what? Since you guys are attracted to each other and Chen Yi is so fierce, then you can talk to him and get married no problem. Judging by my experience, you'll be happy after marriage. You know, said. Jiang Yanyan couldn't help but rest her hands on her cheeks and think about it. Jiang Evening blinked her soulful and seductive eyes. Hesitantly, he said, but I met him in a bar. After all, it belongs to what everyone calls a one-night stand, or a date. Is it really appropriate to move down the line? Or even get married? In a relationship like this? Jiang Yanyan smiled and giggled as she slapped the table. After laughing, she coughed a few times and said, You just think too much. Wait a few more years. When you reach 30 you'll realize how good it is to find a fierce man like Chen Yi. Just finished. Jiang Yanyan was then attracted by a handsome foreigner with blue eyes and big nose walking across the street. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yanyan then stood up and twisted her thin waist to find that foreign handsome man. Jiang Evening called out to her a few times. Seeing that he couldn't stop her, he simply went with her. After a long time, Jiang Yanyan's footsteps were unsteady as he walked back drunkenly. Amazing. What did you just do? Why are you drinking so much? Jiang Evening's words had not yet fallen. Jiang Yanyan then fell down on the table in a flash and directly fainted. Jiang Evening shook her head helplessly and pushed Jiang Yanyan with hatred. Seeing her remain motionless, had to pick up her handbag and rummage through it to find her cell phone. Due to the loudness in the bar, Jiang Evening took her cell phone and bypassed the flirting men and women to the door of the bar. After standing still, she turned on Jiang Yanyan's cell phone. From the address book, he found out the phone number of Jiang Yanyan's husband. Just as she was about to dial out the phone and inform Jiang Yanyan's husband to come to the bar to pick up Jiang Yanyan, suddenly, a dark shadow flashed and someone hugged her from behind. Who are you? What do you want? Aha! It was not up to her to open her mouth and cry out for help. A large rough hand then deadened her mouth. Chapter 60 Beauty. Why are you shaking? Woo woo woo. An instinctive response when the body is in great danger. It prompted Jiang Evening to struggle and fight desperately. She struggled to make a sound for help while dragging her body harder towards the ground, trying to slow down the speed at which the thugs take themselves away by the friction between their bodies and the ground. However, men and women are born with different strengths. She was a delicate woman after all. No matter how hard she fought back, she couldn't break away from the thugs. It's a remote location and there's not much outside the bar. The few passers-by that were left hid far away out of fear. Just 10 seconds of work. Jiang Wan was then thrown into the backseat of a black commercial car by the man behind her like a chicken. Ka! The sound of a car door closing. It shook Jiang Even's entire body with a creepy shiver. After a brief brain gap, she snapped back to her senses, raised her hands and began slamming the car window. Bang bang bang. A few seconds later, the black business car started abruptly and drove rapidly towards an unknown road. At this point, a fat black man sitting in the passenger seat whistled and turned his head. With a grim smile on his face, he said, "Stop filming. Beautiful. You see where there's someone on this lane? It's no use slapping your tender little hands around." The fat black man finished. The bald man in the driver's seat laughed a few times. With that, he gave a wink to his companion at his side. The fat black man nodded and said, "Understood, brother Ka." Jiang even saw this and alertly leaned toward the seat behind her. From her experience, she deduced that these two were either gangsters who specialized in kidnapping people for ransom. Either that or they were hired by someone who was paid to target her specifically. A moment of intense thoughtful judgment followed. Jiang even tried her best to calm herself down. Her voice was cold and solemn, and her gaze was resolute as she said, "Who are you people? Why did you kidnap me? If it's for money, I can give it to you. Want as much money as you want, but please don't hurt." The words were not yet spoken. The fat black man on the passenger seat twisted his body and lunged towards Jiang even with a jerk. Jiang Evening couldn't react in time and screamed out in a split second. Ah! Though she fought back to the death, pounding and scratching at her opponent like crazy. But soon, both of her slender, white wrists were clasped in death by the other party with a slight force. Hiss! With a crisp, piercing sound of ripping tape, Jiang Even's mouth, which was still crying out for help, was roughly wrapped in duct tape by the other party. Woo woo woo! No matter how much she cried out for help and struggled, she couldn't make any sound. Eyes wide open, she watched as the fat black man leaned closer and closer, panting foul-smelling gruff breaths in her ear as a pair of large, rough hands tugged roughly at her. For a moment, she thought of death. Maybe these two thugs are sex fiends who specialize in robbing people of their sex. In that case, how cruelly will one be abused by them today? Hiss! At that point, the fat black guy picked up the tape and started tearing it up again. A few seconds later, Jiang Even's hands were tightly wrapped and tied behind her back. After doing that, the fat black man stared at Jiang Even with glowing eyes and went straight towards Jiang Even's stunningly beautiful cheeks. Jiang Even subconsciously turned her face away. The fat black man smiled evilly, puckered his mouth, and went straight to sniff Jiang Even's neck. Shoo! After taking a deep sniff of Jiang Evening's body, the fat black man narrowed his eyes with a look of intoxication. Returning to the flavor, it's really a stunning beauty. The fragrance of her body is unbearable. Eyeballing it, it's got to be AD at some point, right? It's so round and big, ha ha ha. Jiang Evening sniffed the rushing, coarse breath next to his ears. I felt a sickening sensation in my stomach. She felt a chill of fear run down her spine at the thought of the misery she would face next. She clenched her fists hard, fine beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. As she closed her eyes in despair, she couldn't stop her body from starting to tremble. Instead, the fat black man let go of her violently. Only the fat black man raised his hand and touched the place on his face where Jiang Evening had scratched the flowers. Somewhat reluctantly, he said, "Why are you shaking? Little beauty, don't be afraid. I wouldn't dare do anything to you. You're not something I can afford to enjoy." Having said that, the fat black man bent down and picked up the cell phone under the seat as soon as he could. The moment you see a cell phone, Jiang Evening abruptly widened her eyes. So the cell phone is here. When she was thrown into the car by the fat black man just now, the cell phone in her hand was thrown out due to the force. Keiko, throw her cell phone out, it's broken if it's on locate. The bald man in the driver's seat twisted his head in warning. The fat black man immediately pressed the window at the words and threw his cell phone out the window without hesitation. Jiang even frowned and glanced out the car window nervously, thinking about the fact that at this moment, Yen Jian was still asleep in the bar and hadn't been able to notify her husband. She was drunk alone in a bar. Will anyone care about her? Would she be in danger? But, on second thought, staying at the bar is better than being in danger yourself right now. He himself is really calling the shots now. I wonder where these two kidnappers are taking themselves and what exactly they want to do with them. At this very moment, a great sense of fear enveloped Jiang Evening. Panicked and helpless like a deer in the headlights, she cowered and looked warily at the two villains before her. Though she was a reigning mall president, but growing up, she was pampered and cared for by her family as if she were the apple of their eye. Home with a maid, out with a chauffeur, never been in such a perilous situation. Just as she was about to resign herself to her fate and wait quietly for the next encounter, she snapped to attention. The cell phone that was thrown out just now was Yin Jian's his own cell phone, still well and truly in his shoulder bag. Perhaps because the shoulder bag was small and happened to be hanging on his own back waist, the two kidnappers did not notice it. It seems, the only saving grace now is the cell phone in the bag. Was thinking, the bald man driving in front of him suddenly started yawning incessantly. Ouch! Staring at her from the afternoon until her evening. It's suffocating. I'll have to get out of the car later. I'll have to get a whole 2 puffs in. The fat black man was a bit nervous at the sight. Brother Kuei, are you alright? If you can't stand it, go take a couple puffs in the back seat now and I'll drive. The bald man shook his head vigorously, red-eyed and yawning deeply. He said, it's okay, I can still hold it together. Either you squint a little, you're definitely not going to get any sleep tonight. The fat black man grinned a wide, hefty grin at his words, staring unblinkingly at Zhang Lian in the back seat. His eyes lewdly said, facing such a delicate and big beauty, how am I supposed to sleep? Look at those charming eyes of hers, tickling the heart. And this body, this waist, these legs, these two peaches of immortality. TSK, it's a pity that we don't have the life to enjoy such a stunning beauty. The bald man continued to yawn, wiping a handful of tears and snot from his face. He said, since you know you don't have that life, don't think about it. Chapter 61. What? Zhang Wan has been kidnapped? The fat black man looked Zhang even up and down. Sexily, he said, I wouldn't dare to think about it, but it's okay to look at it, right? Facing the unseeing evil gaze of the fat black man, Zhang Wan didn't dare to act rashly. and could only lean her body back, squeezing that small bag behind her back to avoid being noticed by the two kidnappers. 10 minutes later, the streetlights outside the window are getting fewer and fewer, and the roads are getting rougher and rougher. From time to time, the creepy cries of night owls rang out in the dark, cold winter night. At this point, John Evening could no longer discern where this place was located in the suburbs and how far away it was from the bar just now. She was a million times more anxious and panicked and helpless, taking advantage of the gap between the two kidnappers' idle chatter. From time to time, John Even's two hands broke free behind his back, tugging hard on the tape wrapped around his wrists. "You-hoo, still struggling? Don't waste your energy with that skinny arm of yours." The fat black man turned around, resting his chin, his eyes wickedly scrutinizing John Evening. John Evening was unmoved, still struggling as hard as she could. Since her struggles to resist, the kidnappers all but ignored her. Then she simply rebelled blatantly. John Evening was certainly aware of it. How many wraps of tape around her wrists and how tight and secure they were. The layers of tape that bound her hands were so hot and painful that she almost lost consciousness in her wrists. At the moment, the only reason she was struggling desperately was for the cell phone in her bag. Ding 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 ding. At that moment, a cell phone suddenly rang in the car. John Evening suddenly tensed up. It was only when she saw the fat black man in front of her slowly fumbling for his cell phone from his pants pocket that John Evening breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, boss phone. Aha, you can rest assured that our brother and I will do our job. We're just a few minutes away." The fat black man nodded and reported back to the person on the phone. "Mr. Fun? Which Mr. Fun? Is it hard to believe that you have offended this person in the business world?" John Evening didn't have time to think about it in detail. In order to grab the last straw, she had to take advantage of the lull in the kidnappers' phone calls. Try to see if you can touch your cell phone to make a distress call. Thinking that, she exerted all her strength to separate the two hands that were wrapped up in a little gap. Then, without moving, she touched the zipper of her shoulder bag. With the two fingers that could move, he carefully reached into the bag and managed to feel the cell phone. If memory serves, after unlocking the phone's lock screen, the WeChat chat page appears, with a long history of intuition and hand-holding. With one finger, she scratched down the WeChat page. She then randomly tapped on someone's chat box and pressed the bottom right corner of the screen. As she pressed the button she remembered for the video call, she specifically pressed the volume to the minimum. After doing this, John Evening breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it is to be left to God's mercy. If God favors, she should have successfully dialed a video call from someone in her address book by now. This person, possibly a subordinate of the group who had just been contacted in the afternoon, could be a family member. It could also be Shan Yi. Of course, it could be Amazing Jiang, but don't let it be Amazing Jiang. For heaven's sake, her cell phone had been thrown into the grass on the side of the road. 10:30 at night, the Chen family compound. Chen Yi had just taken a shower and was sitting naked in front of the computer playing a game. At that moment, the cell phone rang. After a few more continued hits, he picked up his cell phone with some reluctance. When he opened WeChat and saw John Evening's avatar, Chen Yi instantly froze. Why did Jian Wan suddenly call herself on the video? She had never videoed herself yet. It's this time of day. Could it be that she's insomniac and can't sleep so she's thinking of herself? Thinking about it, Chen Yi unconsciously licked his lips. With that, he pulled a blouse over his head and put it on. After clearing his throat, he pressed connect. "Hey, Mr. Jian, why are you calling me on video this late? Hey, why is it so dark over there? Is it lying down with the lights off already?" Chen Yi said as he held up his cell phone to adjust the angle, trying to find an angle that makes him look the most handsome. A few seconds later, Chen Yi realized that not only was Jian Wan's side dark, Jian Wan hadn't said a word. His mind muttered, couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Jian, why aren't you talking? Are you asleep? Hey, can you hear me? Hey, Mr. Jian, you couldn't have pressed the wrong button, could you? Ha." After waiting a while, there was still no response on the other end of the video, and only a whistling wind-like sound could be faintly heard. Chen Yi skimmed his lips and shook his head, about to hang up the phone. Just then, the strange man's voice snapped. "Why don't you stop messing around now, little beauty? Brother, I am the most compassionate. A woman as beautiful as you, I would hate to see you perish. Tonight, as long as you cooperate with Boss Fong obediently, I think he'll definitely love you well." Hear that? Chen Yi instantly sweated and was shocked. Jiang Wan is in danger. She's been abducted? Soon, a man's giggle and a woman's "oh" came from the video. Obviously, it was Jiang Evening's voice. By not thinking much, Chen Yi grabbed the car keys on the table, so he rushed out with the wind at his feet. After getting in the car, Chen Yi's hands, which were gripping the steering wheel tightly, began to shake. He was almost certain that this was Jiang even being kidnapped and gagged. The call was a plea for help. The most frightening thing was that he didn't know where Jiang Wan had been tied up. In the huge magic city. I'm afraid it's as hard as hell to find someone out of thin air. Think about it for a moment. Chen Yi felt that he should call the police immediately. And the police might have a way to find Jiang Evening. Just as Chen Yi exited the video call box, planning to call the police, another man's voice came over the video call. Beauty, stop struggling unnecessarily. Look at you screaming and holding your face red. It really hurts to see my brother. No one will come to save you. Even if the police come, Boss Phone won't let you go and will tear your ticket. Immediately after, Jiang Evening's hoarse, "Oh" sound came out of the phone again. Woo woo woo. The voice sounded extremely painful and helpless. Hearing Chen Yi's heart tighten, his heart instantly felt like a knife. There it is, pretty girl, look at that beautiful patch of villas up ahead. Too bad it's all rotten. And it's been rotten for 5 years. Just this shithole. Do you think anyone will hear you when you scream like that? Chen Yi maximized the extra voice of his passages. When I hear the term villa rot, his mind rumbled and shook out all the real estate he remembered from his 5 years in the real estate business. After racking my brain to remember, he rattled violently. On the outskirts of East City there is an abandoned villa area. Hundreds of villas are empty. There is the biggest rotten villa cluster in Magic City. 5 years ago, construction simply stopped and rotted because the developer was in debt crisis and could not afford to continue investing. Think about it. Chen Yi slammed on the gas and headed straight for the outskirts of the eastern city. Here we are. Get out of the car. Beautiful. Boss Foam is waiting for you out front. So you'll have to perform well tonight. With a final burst of vocal oaths, there was no more movement on the video call. Chapter 62. How can those vulgar girls be compared to you? The outskirts of the East City. The rotten villa area. It has a beautiful ecological environment and is strategically located. 3 giant European castles, and hundreds of chicly shaped villas, were abandoned. At a glance, it was like a ghost town. Come on, it's up ahead. Boss Foam is waiting. If you keep dawdling, brother will carry you away. In the face of the kidnapper's unsuspecting urgings, Jiang Evening couldn't care about the potholed road under his feet. He could only speed up and walk forward, with her hands tied tightly behind her back and a pair of thin-heeled stilettos on her feet. This caused her to stagger as she walked, making each step incredibly difficult. A few minutes later, Jiang Evening was pushed and shoved by the 2 kidnappers into a lighted, French-style abandoned villa. Boom! As soon as they entered the hall, the door behind them was closed heavily by the kidnappers. Jiang Evening raised her head and looked around, realizing that the hall was empty. The air is filled with a musty odor from years of abandonment, and the ground is strewn with dust and garbage. She coughed from the dust and the unpleasant odor, but my mouth was taped shut and I couldn't cough even if I wanted to. It was suffocating her entire being. Just then, a slow footstep sounded. Ta-da-da-da. Looking around, he saw a man coming down the rotating staircase. Woo-woo-woo. Jiang Evening instinctively began to scream, wanting to know who the people on the stairs were and why they had hired someone to kidnap them. When the man walked down the stairs and came towards Jiang Evening's eyes snapped open, and a hint of shock flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Feng Yuxon, how come it's you? You hired someone to kidnap me? Are you out of your mind? Do you realize what you're doing? Jiang Evening fought to blurt out, holding her cheeks red. However, the words she wanted to say turned into a mumble when they reached her lips. The moment he saw Jiang Evening, Feng Yuxong held his glasses and smiled. Jiang Wan, you're finally here. If it wasn't through this way, it would have been hard as hell for me to see you. Having said that, Feng Yuxong raised his hand and unbuttoned his suit jacket without slowing down. Taking his jacket off, he casually tossed it aside. Jiang even felt bad when he saw this. Subconsciously, he backed up behind him and didn't stop until his back was against a Roman column in the hall. Feng Yuxong paused. Crossing his arms, he scrutinized Jiang Evening in front of him. After a few seconds, he'd said, "It really doesn't help that I still feel sorry for you. See how your little face is red, like you're drunk. I'd better untie you," said. Feng Yuxong stepped forward and without waiting for Jiang Wan to react, he violently tore off the tape wrapped around Jiang Wan's mouth. Phew! Jiang Evening abruptly bent down and took a big gulp of fresh air. After a reprieve, she stood up straight and looked at Feng Yuxong with a resolute gaze. Feng Yuxong, our 2 families have always had a good friendship. Even if we weren't meant to be close, you shouldn't have done this to me. Have you thought about the consequences of what you're doing? My dad is no ordinary man. He won't let you go if you do this to me. Don't you hurt me. Let me back in right now and I won't count it. Really? Jiang Evening spoke with a calm tone and an unassuming expression. She knew very well that the more critical moments like this, the more important it was to remain calm. Try not to provoke Feng Yuxong. and first talked to him to explain the consequences of the development of the situation. Fong Yutsong continued to close in on Jiang Evening, loosening the tie around her neck. She said, "Worthy of being our thunderous female president of Magic City. Her speech is just different from ordinary women, but I'm not 3 years old, and you're not going to convince me with those words. Since I dared to kidnap you today, I was bound to have considered the consequences." Hear that? Jiang Even's heart thumped, and all of a sudden she felt a chill of fear down her spine. At the moment, her mind went to her family. Think of your parents. Think of your grandmother. Think of all your friends and family. It also thought of the only one who would let her experience the affairs of men and women. Shan Yi, if something bad happens to you today, it would be a pity for your short life. I don't know about that distress call, if it went out or not. If someone got the call, would they bring someone to their rescue? At this very moment, it's better to wrestle with it. Regardless of whether or not anyone came to save himself, he first stalled Fong Yuchong. Thinking about it, Jiang Evening forced a small smile. Blinking her big beautiful eyes, she innocently looked at Fong Yutsong. Softly, she said, "Brother Yutsong, the two of us have known each other since we were very young, and we are also considered childhood friends. In fact, in my heart, I've always treated you like a big brother and always thought you were a good person." Fong Yutsong sneered and waved his hand impatiently, interrupting, "Come on, don't play the bitter card. It's not working, ha. What have you been up to? I've been chasing you for 3 years and willingly condescended to be your licking dog. What about you? Never once looked me in the eye." Jiang even stared at Fong Yusong with a nervous expression, was pondering what words he should find to stall for time, but it is not expected. In the next second, she couldn't react in time before she was intercepted and picked up by Fong Yutsong. "Ah. What do you want, Fong Yutsong? Don't be impulsive, okay? What kind of woman can't you find if you want to? Why do you have to stare at me?" Jiang Wan desperately twisted her body, trying to break free from Fong Yutsong's arms. Fong Yutsong lowered his head, narrowing his triangular eyes. He looked at Jiang Evening with a greedy expression. The voice said lewdly, "Indeed, there is no woman in the entire Magic City that I can't pick up, but how can those mediocrities compare to you? Your beauty is unique and fascinates me, both in your looks and body and personality," said. Fong Yutsong twisted his head and gave a wink towards his two henchmen, and then he lifted his foot and stepped onto the steps of the rotating staircase. After coming to the second floor, Jiang Evening looked at the empty bedroom with trepidation. This bedroom was dimly lit, with mottled walls and nothing else but a brand new solid French wood bed. Fong Yutsong carried Jiang Wan and slowly walked to the bedside, stood still and then gently placed Jiang Wan on the bed. Jiang even had been terrified and helpless to the extreme. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her next. "Fong Yutsong, what do you want? Don't you forget who I am? If something bad happens to me, my father won't spare you. I beg you to calm down and consider the consequences." Fong Yutsong removed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Then he stretched out his arm and pointed at this bedroom. "Jiang Evening, are you threatening me? You can't scare me. Don't think I don't know that your Jiang family is already going downhill. This cluster of abandoned villas must be familiar to you. This is one of the projects that your Jiang family invested in. Ah, hundreds of villas. How much money did this lose?" At this point, Jiang Evening had already understood. There was no way Fong Yutsong would let her go. Now, all she could do was silently pray that the call had been successfully dialed and that someone was trying to find her. If no one comes to their rescue, then they fight to the death and fight to save themselves. Big deal. Jump out the window and die. But I can't let this beast get away with it. Thinking about it, Jiang even kept moving towards the head of the bed, and her hands that were tied behind her were struggling to break free. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a rush of footsteps sounded. Chapter 63. You run. I don't want you to die in vain for me. The two henchmen came into the bedroom and respectfully handed Fong Yusong the items in their hands. "Boss Fong, we've brought up the stuff." Fong Yusong raised his eyelids and glanced at them. Ordered. "Li Chang, go to the door and guard it. Jiang Kuwei, you'll take pictures and videos later." Li Chang immediately nodded his head and agreed. "Yes, Boss Fong, I will immediately go to the door to guard it." After saying that, Li Chang bowed his back and slowly retreated. As he walked to the door, he glanced colorfully at Jiang Even on the bed and sighed heartily. Jiang Evening leaned helplessly against the head of the bed, her eyes vigilantly watching Fong Yusong and Jiang Kuwei. What do they want? A video? Did they not only want to be violent to themselves, but also take pictures and record videos? Fong Yusong commanded Jiang Kuwei to adjust the camera to a good angle, then focused and aimed the lens at Jiang Evening, and after, without slowing down, he picked up a blue glass vial and squinted to survey it. Casually, he asked, "Jiang Kuwei, this medicine is the real deal, right? If I give her a drink later that doesn't work, I'm going to make you eat your words. Zhang Kuwei shivered in fear. He hurriedly patted his chest and assured, Boss Feng, don't worry, it's 100% genuine. I specifically had my handlers buy it back from Burma at great expense. Drink it, and in less than 3 minutes, it will work. Feng Yuchong let out a sardonic laugh at his words. Playing with the bottle of pills in his hand, he walked towards the bed. Zhang even frowned and clenched her teeth. Feng Yuchong, what are you holding in your hand? You want to poison me? Feng Yuchong extended a finger and waved it. The words were frivolous. Poison you to death? I went through all this trouble to get you here just to poison you? How could I give it up? Ha 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 ha. Didn't you announce your romance with that Chen Yi guy? I'm tickled to see that intimate and proactive energy you have for him. Zhang Evening's gaze was resolute as she sternly questioned. What does it have to do with you if I fall in love? Feng Yuchong slowly unscrewed the cap of the medicine bottle. Lowering his head to the top of the bottle, he sniffed. Well, it smells pretty good. Zhang Evening, drink it obediently for me. Drink it and you'll soon be all over the place and voluntarily throwing yourself at me. I've been your lickspittle for so many years. I don't want to take the initiative today. I want you to take the initiative and give yourself to me. Zhang Evening stared in horror at the words. The moment. She would love to have a sharp blade in her hand to be able to stab Feng Yuchong viciously. But, at this point she was lying weakly on the bed. Her hands tied so tightly that she was almost unconscious. In 27 years of living, she had never experienced such helplessness and fear. He watched Feng Yuchong walk towards him, but was unable to do anything about it. Feng Yuchong, don't come over. We're both businessmen. Make an offer. I'll give you whatever you want if you'll leave me alone. Calm down. If you hurt me tonight, you won't end up well yourself. Feng Yuchong shook the pill bottle in his hand. Indifferently, he shook his head and said, Zhang Evening, don't forget who my father is. Even if there are any consequences, it's something I can live with. Stop struggling unnecessarily, or get started. Look at the rooms in this abandoned villa. Eerie, mysterious, full of Gothic style. Isn't it something else for us to have a merry one here? Feng Yuchong's eyes were chilling. Zhang Evening lay on the bed in despair, clenching her teeth tightly, specks of blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. Tears slid down the corners of his eyes, and a sheen of sweat dampened his blouse. Crunch! With the sound of a sharp brake, Chen Yi didn't bother to turn off the engine, pushed open the car door and ran towards the abandoned villa area in front of him. The villa area was dark everywhere as far as the eye could see. One of these villas twinkled with a dim light. Chen Yi glanced at it and ran over with arrow-like steps. When he came to the door of the villa, he slowed his pace and pushed his way in cautiously. After realizing that no one was in the hall on the first floor, he then pressed himself against the wall and gingerly stepped onto the steps of the rotating staircase. Soon, there were voices talking from the room on the second floor. Tomorrow, the entire Magic City will know how the thunderous and beautiful President, Zhang Evening, committed herself to me. Zhang Evening, drink up. Don't force me to fill you up. How dare you bite me? Well, I have to. Today. Chen Yi could no longer listen. Lifting his long legs, he crossed the steps and rushed up to the second floor in a few steps. Li Chang, who was listening to the movements inside by sticking on the door, heard someone running up. Without being able to look back in time, he was instantly thrown out by Chen Yi as he gripped his neck. You? Who are you? Ah! Clunk! The door to the room was kicked open by Chen Yi. After rushing into the room, a brand new large bed appeared in front of Chen Yi. At a glance, Chen Yi saw Zhang Even, who was lying on the bed, pressed down by Feng Yuchong. What are you doing? Let her go! Chen Yi roared angrily. A bloodthirsty cold light was hidden in his sharp eyes. Seeing that someone had barged into the room, and this person was still Zhang Even's boyfriend Chen Yi, Feng Yuchong instantly let go of his hand, and then jumped off the bed, pointing angrily at Chen Yi. He said, Why are you kid here? What, you poor hangers-on still want to pull a hero save? After saying that, Feng Yuchong's eyes glared at Zhang Kuwei beside him in a gloomy manner. Zhang Kuwei hurriedly threw down the camera in his hand and instead touched an iron rod to hold in his hand. At that moment, Li Chang, who was also outside the door, covered his ass and walked into the room with his teeth bared. Soon, Zhang Kuwei and Li Chang, one on the left and one on the right, with fierce glares on their eyes, protected Feng Yuchong's side. Zhang Evening heard Chen Yi's voice ringing in the room. Her first thought was that it must be her own hallucination. After raising her head and seeing Chen Yi really standing in the room, Zhang Evening's heart rekindled hope. She fought to sit up and roared with a sobbing voice. Chen Yi, it's fortunate that you're here. Did you notify my dad? Did you call the police? Chen Yi wrinkled his sword brows, his eyes full of heartache as he looked at the Zhang Even, whose clothes were disheveled and whose face was haggard. Softly, he said, No, I came by myself. Don't worry, I'm here. You'll be fine. I'm taking you out. When he heard Chen Yi say that he was only one person, Zhang even shivered all of a sudden, her eyes glancing nervously at the door. When it was determined that there was indeed no one else outside, Zhang Yiven's hope of regassing just now was instantly doused. Her voice trembled as she growled, "Why did you come all by yourself, you simpleton? You can't beat the three of them on your own. Run without me. Chen Yi, run. Run out and call someone. Tell my dad to have a bodyguard come and save me." Chen Yi heard the words but stood still. He raised his eyes and scanned the Feng Yutsong several people who were in the way. Loosening his shoulders, he said with a disinterested look, "It's okay, don't be afraid. I'm perfectly fine on my own against these few losers." Zhang Yiven's tears came out of her eyes, and a strong sense of despair consumed her. She cried and yelled, "Chen Yi, you fool, you don't know. They're all brutes and hooligans. You can't beat all three of them. You listen to me and run. I don't want you to die in vain for me." Watching Zhang Yiven cry with a pearly, hoarse voice, Chen Yi's heart tightened, softly consoling, "You believe me. I grew up following my grandfather's martial arts training, and I still know a little bit about martial arts. It's no trouble to deal with these losers. You wait a few minutes." "Say it." Chen Yi took 2 steps back, his feet open and his fists clenched. His pupils shrunk slightly, and a harsh light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Chapter 64, "Come on, which one of you will go first?" Feng Yutsong snorted and clapped his hands. Disdainfully, he said, "I'm still wondering. Your kid has no money and no power. How could Zhang Evening have taken a fancy to you? So you're good at bragging, talking big without blushing. No wonder you coaxed her around." Having said that, Feng Yutsong raised his eyebrows. He glared at Li Chang and Zhang Kuei who were standing beside him. Proudly, he said, "My bodyguard is not here today, so it's just the right time to give you two a chance to perform. Just get this kid killed and throw him in the Huangpu River to feed the fish. If you two do well, you can follow me from now on." Zhang Kuei and Li Chang instantly glistened at the words and hurriedly nodded their heads at Feng Yusong. Soon, Zhang Kuei's eyes rounded up in anger. Gripping the iron rod in his hand tightly, he said, "Many thanks to Boss Feng for giving us a chance. Just watch, just this little chicken cub. I can make him die in 3 or 5 moves." Li Chang also gritted his teeth. Patting his chest, he said, "Boss Feng, don't worry, I will definitely get this kid killed with my own hands. This kid just sneaked up on me from behind, and that's why he took the opportunity to break in and ruin your day. I'll show you what I can do later, and in less than 3 moves, I'll have him bleeding from all 7 corners." Feng Yutsong narrowed his triangular eyes. With a smug look on his face, he stepped back behind him, while screwing on the cap of the medicine bottle unhurriedly. He looked at Zhang Evening with evilly swinging eyes. At this point, Zhang Evening was desperate to the extreme. She flopped onto the bed in panic and helplessness, her snow-white skin bathed in the dim light. It set off her delicate and charming figure, and exuded a kind of heart-stopping beauty all over her body. "Chen Yi, we've only just met. You really don't need to bury your life for me. Think about your mom and dad. You're the only son they have. You are so stupid you." Zhang even shouted with a choked voice. She knew very well that Feng Yusong was not to be messed with. Over the years, relying on his dad's relationship as the director, he has done all sorts of bad things in private and is extremely ruthless. Although Chen Yi was tall and muscular, he was, after all, just a svelte and honest man. How could they possibly beat the 3 beasts who were also tall, especially the one called Li Chang? Not only did he look tall, but his physique was also very robust, dark, fat and powerful, with a horizontal meat, which looked particularly scary. Zhang Kuei also had a ferocious look on his face, and he looked like a gangster who had killed people and gotten away with it. Seeing that Chen Yi was still standing still, Zhang even closed her eyes in fear, not daring to look at the tragic scene that was about to happen next. A few seconds later, Chen Yi hooked his hand at the 3 people in front of him. Jia Ran smiled and said, "The guys and gals that should be taken also let you take. Don't freeze, numb, come on, who goes first?" After saying that, Chen Yi twisted his wrist, counting the years since he taught a lesson to the school jerks who were bullying the students at school during his middle school days. He hadn't laid a hand on anyone in about 10 years. I wonder if the skills his grandfather taught him are still there. Just right, take the opportunity to move your muscles and loosen up. Was thinking. On the opposite side, Zhang Kuei and Li Chang brandished the weapons in their hands and rushed over in a murderous manner. Zhang Kuei held a 2-meter-long iron rod in his hand, while Li Chang clutched a brightly shining sharp knife. The cold light refracted from the knife was particularly creepy in the dimly lit room. Chen Yi raised his sword brows. Bashfully, he watched the 2 men in front of him lunge towards him. Abruptly, he felt a little surprised. Crap, is this it? It turns out that the trick in your mouths is no trick. The moment Zhang Kuei and Li Chang wielded their iron rods and sharp knives to close in on Chen Yi bent his legs and then swung his fists upwards. Boom, boom, boom. 2 times. In an instant, Zhang Kuwei and Li Chang were hit hard in the abdomen and both fell to the ground howling in pain. The weapon in his hand also fell heavily to the ground. In the next second, Li Chang and Zhang Kuwei endured the excruciating pains and got up violently, picking up the weapons on the ground. They then rushed at Chen Yi again. "Kid, I have to kill you today." Li Chang killed Red Eyes, raised the sharp knife in his hand and stabbed. Zhang Kuwei also had a strong killing intent, and his eyes were red as he swung his stick at Chen Yi. The rooms instantly resounded with the clunk of an iron bar hitting the floor. Facing Zhang Kuwei and Li Chang's left and right pincers, Chen Yi's body was like electricity, and his movements were swift, only to see his feet stomping violently and leaping up off the ground. Leaping as if flying, he easily dodged the slashes of the knife and stick with a single rise and fall. Zhang Kuwei and Li Chang pounced and nearly fell to the ground due to the rush. Just as the two stood and turned to kill, Chen Yi no longer hesitated. Clenched fists, instant strikes, swift kicks, sturdy and powerful moves. There was a flurry of punches and kicks towards the two men's abdomens and lower third of the body, striking with iron hooks and silver strokes. Next, he swung out, attacking his opponent's head and chest violently. Hoo-hoo! Iron fist with the wind, hit the whirring sound, one punch more ruthless than the other, attacking the opponent's vital points. Just a few dozen seconds of work. Zhang Kuwei and Li Chang were then knocked to the ground, bleeding and wailing in pain. "Ah-ha! Hiss! Ah! It hurts! Agu! My ribs are broken. My second brother is ruined." Chen Yi patted the dust on his hands and exhaled slowly. Without changing his face, he said, "I thought you two were really some kind of practitioners, but it turns out that you're two losers who can't be beaten. You two are still socializing with this vegetable energy?" Tisk. Hearing Chen Yi's calm and powerful voice, Zhang Evening abruptly opened her eyes that were filled with tears. With a shocked face, he looked at Zhang Kuwei and Li Chang, who were rolling on the ground and wailing, and then at Chen Yi, who was in high spirits and unharmed. Her beautiful eyes glowed. Couldn't help but exclaim, "Chen Yi, I can't believe you really know martial arts. You're amazing. You surprise me so much." Looking at the incomparable adoration that Zhang even cast his eyes, Chen Yi slightly lowered his head and pursed his lips. Crap, is Zhang even praising herself? I can't imagine that casually cleaning up two punks can make the goddess's favorability towards her skyrocket. There's no use for martial arts against these two losers, Chen Yi said as if nothing had happened. At this point, Feng Yutsong saw the situation and obviously panicked. Nervous, he stepped back, hitting the cabinet behind him in one fell swoop. Clunk! But in front of the woman you love. It's not like he wants to lose face. He could only force himself to calm down and said, "You kid, you're really something. But don't be too complacent. You get the hell out of here now and I'll still spare your life," said. Feng Yutsong glared at the fallen Zhang Kuwei and Li Chang with hatred. "Get up you two. Why are you such losers? Get up and get him. I'll award $10 million to whoever gets him killed tonight." Chapter 65, Boss Feng, don't. We are all men. He could only force himself to calm down and said, "You kid, you're really something. But don't be too complacent. You get the hell out of here now and I'll still spare your life," said. Feng Yutsong glared at the fallen Zhang Kuwei and Li Chang with hatred. "Get up you two. Why are you such losers? Get up and get him. I'll award $10 million to whoever gets him killed tonight." However, in the face of such a powerful lure of money, Zhang Kuwei and Li Chang were powerless. "Boss Feng, I really can't. Boss Feng, please spare me. Even more money. I must have a life to spend it." Feng Yutsong spat in annoyance. Seeing that Chen Yi was closing in step by step, with no hands and empty fat, he had no choice but to tough it out, only to see Feng Yutsong turn around and pick up the porcelain vase on the cabinet, raising it up and smashing it towards Chen Yi's head. Chen Yi dodged with a flash and easily avoided it. Clunk! Chen Yi absently glanced at the porcelain vase that had shattered on the ground. Shaking his head, he said, "Feng Yutsong, your skill, is this it? No wonder Jiang Evening can't look at you. With this fat body of yours, you can't stop panting after a few moves. Your body is just too weak. Come on, don't ask for it. Just get out of my way." Chen Yi's words, it really irritated Feng Yutsong. The last thing he could hear in his life was people making fun of him for being fat, let alone vain. It was like rubbing his manly dignity hard on the ground. Feng Yutsong, who was furious, could no longer care about whether he had a body or not. Raising his two bun-like soft and fat fists, he swung them violently towards Chen Yi. "Dare to call me vain? I'll ram you to death, kid." Chen Yi hooked his lips in a smile at the sight. With a slight effort from his toes on the ground, his body leapt up. Feng Yutsong looked around with a confused expression, searching for Chen Yi. Next, Chen Yi had already clenched his fists in midair and violently struck out, blasting towards Feng Yutsong's head. Both fists were like iron, and the fists carried the wind. The beating caused Feng Yusong to instantly become dizzy and scream, "Ah, ah, don't hit me, don't hit me, it hurts, let me go, help, murder." Feng Yusong has always been pampered, clothes to hand and food to eat, let alone having any self-defense techniques. He had never been exposed to ordinary fitness exercises. Where had he been so violently attacked when he had been fattened up? He bared his teeth and wailed after Chenyi slammed down a few punches. Tom. Seeing that Chenyi had absolutely no intention of stopping, Jiang even was shocked and startled, immediately realizing the serious consequences of the situation developing any further. Hurrying to stop it loudly, he said, "Chenyi, let him go. If we keep fighting like this, he'll die. He's already been punished. Let go of him for the time being, or else we won't be able to escape if there's a death." Chenyi just felt the muscles in his body stretch a bit. He was then persuaded to stop by Jiang Evening, and could not help but feel a little unfulfilled. Soon after, Chenyi kicked Feng Yusong to the side. Patting his sleeve, he coldly said, "Remember the lesson this time. Don't memorize it. Next time, if you dare to hit Jiang Evening, it won't be that simple." Having said that, Chenyi turned to look at Jiang Evening and walked to the bedside with swift steps. After helping her untie the rope tied to her arm, she nervously asked, "Jiang Evening, are you alright? Did a couple of them do anything to you just now? If they did, I'll just fucking direct." Jiang Evening heartily patted her chest. Softly, "I'm fine, don't worry, luckily you came in time. If I had come a little later, I would have been drugged by Feng Yuchong." Chenyi was shocked at his words. Hurriedly, he asked, "Infusion? What medicine? What did he try to do to you?" Jiang even breathed a sigh of relief. Indignantly, he glanced at Feng Yuchong who was wailing on the ground. Willow frowned slightly and said, "I'm not sure, but I'm sure I drank medicine that would make it bad anyway. Alright, Chenyi, let's hurry up and leave this hellish place." As the words fall, Jiang even lowered her head and tugged the straps of the dress that had slipped down onto her shoulders. With that, she began to straighten the black stockings that she had torn in her struggle earlier. Looking at Jiang Evening's wonderful jade body with spring light leaking out, Chenyi pursed his lips, somewhat embarrassed, and turned around to wait for her. When I glanced at the little blue pill bottle on the nightstand, Chenyi's eyes narrowed slightly, and as soon as he picked up the pill bottle, he headed towards Feng Yusong. Seeing Chenyi walking over unsuspectingly, Feng Yusong covered his head and retreated back in fear. "You, what else do you kid want? I can tell you that my dad is." Not waiting for Feng Yusong to finish, Chenyi's deep eyes were secure as he gripped Feng Yusong's hair. Feng Yusong instantly screamed in pain at birth. When he opens his mouth wide, Chenyi dryly poured the blue liquid from the medicine bottle into his mouth with a brainful of it. Gulp! Hearing a thud, Chenyi violently let go. Feng Yusong stared with wide eyes, first with a shaken face, and then immediately began to pick his throat after reacting. Chenyi turned around, no longer paying attention to Feng Yusong. Jiang Evening, who had finished organizing, blinked her pretty eyes. Softly, he said, "Chenyi, let's go." Ouch, that hurts. Jiang Evening had just tried to stand up with her hands propped up on the bed when a hot, sharp pain came from her wrists. Chenyi did not hesitate in the slightest when he saw this. Leaning down, he picked Jiang Even up with one hand. "Ah!" Jiang Evening's red lips lightly exclaimed. The body was bound into a strong, warm embrace. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. That's what they say, boyfriends are great, isn't it? Jiang Evening shyly lowered her head, and two more abnormal blushes appeared on her fair and stunningly beautiful cheeks. Walk a few steps back. Chenyi lowered his head and asked softly, "Don't be afraid. You're safe now. My car is outside. We'll be home soon." Jiang Evening raised her beautiful eyes and delicately said, Good. Push open the villa door. Come outside." The sky was full of stars and the night was as cool as water. The evening breeze was light, gently blowing Jiang Evening's hair. The wind is still cool in the dead of winter. Chenyi couldn't help but hold Jian Wan in his arms tighter. Just as the two had just walked a few meters out of the villa, a howl came from the room on the second floor of the villa all of a sudden, and it sounded like Zheng Kuei and Li Chang. "Boss Feng, don't. We're all men. Don't. Boss Feng, please let me go." Ouch, 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 ouch. I'm a big old man. I don't live. I might as well die. Oh. Listening to Zhang Kuei and Li Chang's wailing and begging for mercy, Chen Yi and Jiang Even were first stunned. Then they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 66. The drink is sweet. Want to try it? I'm sweet too. Get in the car. Chen Yi immediately turned on the warm air. It was freezing earlier, wasn't it? Why are you only wearing a sundress on such a cold day? Chenny asked with some heartache. Jiang Lian lowered her head and glanced at this dress on herself that had a big rip in it. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he hurriedly said, "By the way, my jacket and cell phone are still in that car." Chenny sniffed and glanced at a black commercial vehicle parked not far ahead. Softly, he said, "I'll go get it back for you. Wait for me in the car." Jiang Evening blinked her pretty eyes and softly said, Okay. Ka." The car door opened and Chenny quickly jumped out of the car. With that, he took big steps and walked towards the business car in front of him. Jiang Evening looked ahead, gazing at Chinese figure with unblinking eyes, tall and straight, with a handsome and circumspect face. His whole body is full of explosive muscles. This man, it looks like a sturdy, tall, powerful feeling. It's no wonder grandma usually always has a saying, "Late, you need to find a boyfriend to protect you." It turns out that finding a tall and powerful man like Chenny can really protect one's safety. A minute later, Chenny returned to the car. "Well, bring it on, River Knight. Hurry up and put on your coat. Your cell phone is here." With that, Chenny handed his cell phone to Jiang Evening, and then, thoughtfully helped Jiang Even put on her coat. Jiang Even wrapped her clothes tightly. With an arched eyebrow, she asked, "What did you just call me?" Chenny started the car and got on the road. Turning his head to look at Jiang Even, he said seriously, "Jiang Even, ah." Jiang Evening nodded and said cheerfully, "Alright, let's call it that from now on. We just met a few days ago, but we've already been through so much. We are kind of friends." Chenny pursed his lips and smiled, his gaze soft as water. "What happened tonight scared you, didn't it? When you go out at night in the future, it's better to bring your bodyguard with you. The suburbs of Magic City are still very unsafe." Jiang Even pulled back her hair, curving up her red lips. She smiled calmly and said, "It's alright. I was indeed very scared just now, but now that I'm safe, I won't dwell on the horrible encounter I just had." "Thank you, Shan Yi. I can't believe that video call went to you. I also didn't expect you to come to my rescue alone. And what's more, I didn't expect that you'd actually be in good shape. Beat the hell out of Feng Yuchong and the rest of them." Cluck 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 cluck. Hearing Jiang Even say that, Chenny first smiled, followed by a look of security. Somewhat nervously, he said, "I almost forgot. Should we call the police now? Tonight you were kidnapped by Feng Yuchong, and you were almost kidnapped by him." Jiang Evening pondered for a moment, shaking his head slightly. He said, "Let's just forget it. It's useless to call the police. Don't forget that his father is the famous director Feng. If calling the police worked, would he have dared to do so much wrong for so many years?" Chenny sighed as the peaks of his brows wrinkled. Sighing, he said, "It's really the world's trend. The seemingly calm Magic City is actually a dark tide." Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes instantly darkened at the words. Looking forlornly, he twisted his head to look out the window. A few moments later, she picked up her cell phone and glanced at the time. Muttered, "It's almost 12. Take me home." "Where are we walking now?" Chenny gazed ahead and calmly said, "Yokohama Road." Hearing the words Yokohama Road, Jiang Evening's eyes snapped open. Incredibly surprised, he said, Bad. I forgot about Amazing Jiang. She's drunk and she should still be in the bar right now. Will she be in any danger?" Chenny hit the steering wheel and slowed down the car. Hurriedly, he asked, "So we're picking her up now? What bar is she in?" Jiang Even pondered for a moment. Calmly, he said, "Well, better stop the car first. I'll give Jiang Yanyan's husband Wang Zhanglin a call and ask." "Say it." Jiang Even hurriedly opened her cell phone's call history and began to rummage for Wang Zhanglin's phone, as he usually never contacted Wang Zhanglin alone. Therefore, Jiang Evening couldn't remember if she had made a note of his name. Just then, an unfamiliar number called out of the blue. Jiang Even did not hesitate and immediately pressed the connect button. "Hello?" Jiang Evening asked. Soon, Wang Zhanglin's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Sis, it's me, Wang Zhanglin. Just so you know, I picked Amazing up at home. She just threw up twice and is now asleep. I heard that Jiang Yanyan had gone home." Jiang Evening's hanging heart instantly relaxed. But, soon, she felt a little off again. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Zhang Lin, how did you know which bar Amazing Grace was at? She told you when she left the house? By the way, she lost her cell phone." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line for an instant. After a while, it was only then that Wang Zhanglin sighed in frustration. "Sister, I won't hide it from you. I swiped on you guys on the short video stream. An anchor was live in the bar and the camera happened to catch Amazing. She was with a foreign man at the time." "Ugh, forget about it, sis." Jiang Evening bit her lip at the words, her expression somewhat unnatural. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. He could only stammer, "Zhang Lin, when Yan Yan wakes up, I'll talk to her. You don't get to." The words were not yet spoken. There was then a clunk of bottles hitting the ground on the other end of the phone. Wang Zhenglin's voice was a bit hoarse as he said, "All right, sis, I won't talk to you more at this late hour. You have an early night. I'll hang up now." Having said that, there was a beep on the phone. Putting down her cell phone, Zhang even turned her head and locked eyes with Chen Yi. "Skimming," he said, "that's why I've always been afraid of marriage. In reality, it seems like very few people are happily married. Good men often don't meet good women, and good women don't meet good men. A lot of marriages that look like couples are in love are actually living in a mess. Like my parents. For example, I've never seen my dad be considerate or loving to my mom." Chen Yi's expression gave a lurch at his words. After thinking about it, he smiled easily and said, "Actually, it's not that exaggerated la. Look at my parents. They are very happy. Hardly ever fought in their lives and were exceptionally loving." Thinking of Chen Yi's mom and dad, Zhang Evening couldn't help but smile heartily. Nodding, he said, "That's true. The bond between aunt and uncle is especially good at first glance." Having said that, Zhang even felt a little thirsty. Grabbing a bottle of drink from the car, he unscrewed it and drank it. Chen Yi twisted his head to look at Zhang Even, his gaze full of favor. At this moment, Zhang Even's face was still hung with the tear stains from crying earlier. A pair of big, bright eyes, glistening with wet tears and traces of smudged makeup at the corners of her eyes. The color of the lipstick on her lips had faded, leaving only the original crimson lip color. The bloodstains still hanging on her lips from that night's kiss looked extraordinarily provocative. Chen Yi pulled at his throat, whispering, "Is this drink any good?" Zhang Evening raised the drink in her hand and shook it, chanting, "It's good and sweet. Do you want to taste it? I'm sweet too." Chapter 67. I can't imagine that Chen Yi actually has such a good skill. The words fell. Zhang Evening raised her red lips and smiled sweetly, her eyes drawing to Chen Yi. Chen Yi was stunned. Is this to seduce him? No. Seduction is not very nice. I should say confession. Taste her? Does happiness come so quickly? Just as he was about to reply with a loud yes, his heart burst with joy. Zhang Evening, however, suddenly puffed and laughed. Raising her pink fist, she gently hammered Chen Yi's arm. Chen Yi licked his dry lips, and his voice suddenly became a bit hoarse. "Zhang Evening, you, don't tease me. I'm prone to take it seriously. Seriously, I'm a little messed up inside right now." Zhang even curbed the smile on her face at the words. Beaming up, he asked, "What's the mess?" Chen Yi paused. "Seriously," he said, "I think that our relationship is a bit unclear right now. We've grown so fast in just a few days. First we met in a bar. One night, then I became your employee again. After that we pretended to be a couple and met each other's parents. Now, we're about to face another meeting of both parents." Zhang Evening twisted his head away and gave a wooden smile. After a few moments of silence, she raised a willowy eyebrow and teased, "Not bad. You summed it up pretty well. But there's something else you forgot to mention." Chen Yi was curious. "What is it?" Zhang Evening came over. With a mysterious face, he said, "Have you forgotten? The last time we were in the car, we were also caught by our family's housekeeper, Uncle's son." Chen Yi instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. Somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, What are you trying to say?" Zhang even frowned. Priggishly, "What I'm trying to say is that our relationship is clear. We were ostensibly a pretend couple to avoid being pushed by our parents. Actually, what about the fact that the two of us are very compatible bubble buddies?" Hear that? Chen Yi immediately puffed and laughed aloud. After slowing down, he twisted his head around and gazed at Zhang Evening with deep affection. "I feel as if you've changed today. You are not as high and cold and overbearing to me as before, and have become especially gentle and lovely." Zhang even took a slow sip of her drink. Softly, he said, "After this incident today, I have realized, cherish the person in front of you. Cherish everyone who is good to me, including you." 0 hour. Zhang family villa estate. Zhang Evening returned home. The parents were informed of all that had happened to them tonight, in full. Jolie was so scared that she collapsed on the spot, and her hands couldn't stop shaking. In a trembling voice, he said, "Little late, are you telling the truth about all this? It's really unexpected that the seemingly gentle Feng Yusong is a complete animal behind his back. It's simply worse than a beast, thanks to the fact that we had the intention to tie the knot with his family before. Call the police. We must call the police. Let that beast go to jail." With that, Jolie stepped forward and hugged her daughter. Tears rolled down her cheeks. When she thought of her only and only daughter, Jing had suffered such a calamity. She hated Feng Yusong to the extreme. Jiang Chenghuai was also furious at this moment. Furious, his eyes turned red and his forehead veins bulged. Couldn't help but growl. Little Knight. Was it really your Uncle Feng? Oh no. Feng Jitao's son who kidnapped you? Zhang even pursed her lips and nodded. Clang! As the teacups hit the floor, Zhang Chenghui felt enraged. With a big wave of his hand, he said, Late, you didn't call the police, did you? Good. My daughter is not in danger. She deserves to be my Zhang Chenghui's daughter. It's just as well the police weren't called. It wouldn't have helped if they had. After all, Feng Jitao is now flourishing, and is practically on the verge of covering the sky with one hand in our magic city. Weekly looked up, with tears streaming down his face. He asked, What then, Xing Huai? Could it be that we are just going to put up with all this humiliation for our little knight? Zhang Chenghui narrowed his dark eyes spitting fire. Never. Allow me to plan something. That Feng Yusong, I will definitely not let go. I, Zhang Chenghui, will take care of the beasts that the law can't punish. Dare to kidnap my daughter. Dare to plot against my daughter. He's looking for death. If I don't throw him into the Huangpu River and feed him to the fish, I don't deserve to be at the helm of the Zhang family. Seeing this, Zhang Wan hurriedly walked to his dad's side. Stroking his back gently, he said, Don't be mad, Dad. Didn't I come back in good shape? Look, I'm unharmed all over. It's thanks to Chen Yi. Fortunately he arrived in time to beat those beasts to death. Jolie had just patronized her daughter. Totally missed what my daughter said after that. Now after calming down a bit and realizing that it was Chen Yi who had saved his daughter, couldn't help but look at both eyes in shock. Really? Late? Chen Yi is so capable? Surprisingly, one person beat Feng Yusong and his two henchmen? Yeah. It's really unexpected that a young man who looks so elegant and gentle actually has such a good skill, said. Jolie was incomparably excited and patted Zhang Chenghui's shoulder. Only then did Zhang Chenghui slow down from the fury he had just experienced. He stood up and paced the living room a few times. Mindful of his doubts, he said, Little Evening, you said that Chen Yi saved you. Why does Dad disbelieve it so much? It's not like that Chen Yi's dad hasn't seen him before. He's tall and thin and not too old. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like you can beat 3 gangsters with your bare hands. Zhang Wan saw that his dad didn't believe him. He was in a hurry, and rose to his feet with a prancing movement. Hurriedly, he defended. It's true, Dad. How could I lie to you about something so big? I also didn't expect it at all. Jenny actually knows Kung Fu and beat the crap out of those guys in 3 or 2 hits. Jolie was originally very fond of Chen Yi. Now that she knew that her daughter had been saved by him, her favorable opinion of Chen Yi instantly soared. Hastily following his daughter's words, he said, Yes, Xinghui. When has this girl Xiaolian ever lied to us? Not to mention on something as big as being kidnapped. Let's see. While our two families meet on the weekend, we have to thank the other Xiaochen. Zhang Chenghui sniffed and glared at Jolie without a good look. With that, he paced off to the side. After thinking for a moment, he said in a cold voice, Let's talk about it when we meet. We still have to examine the strength of that kid's family first. As for thanking him for saving Late, I do think it's a bit fishy. How could it be such a coincidence that the call just happened to go to that kid, and that kid found it there with pinpoint accuracy? Seeing that Dad was not only not going to thank Chen Yi, it actually suspected Chen Yi. Zhang Evening was instantly furious. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, Dad, you've gone too far. How can you think of Chen Yi like that? You, not waiting for Zhang even to finish. Zhang Chenghui flicked his sleeves and left angrily. Chapter 68 The company is mine. From now on you are directly under my control. West of the city, the Chen family compound. Chen Yi had just gotten out of the car when he received a WeChat message from Zhang Evening. It's been a hard night. Take a day off tomorrow. Upon seeing the message, Chen Yi was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Tough night? It would be true to say that he was frightened because of Zhang Evening's well-being, but if we're talking about hard work, it's not really hard work to deal with a couple of rookies. Chen Yi looked at his cell phone and paused, quickly knocking down 2 lines. So, I don't have to go to work tomorrow? But I didn't ask the director of finance for leave in advance, so I can't go without authorization, can I? A few seconds later, Zhang Evening's reply came. If I say you should rest, and you don't need to take time off from the CFO. The company is mine, and from now on you're directly under me. These words caused Chen Yi to be stunned. Crouching grass, and from now on, it's directly under her control? That's a mighty powerful thing to say. Sheesh. Worthy of being the female president of a listed company, a casual remark can concern the fate of millions of employees. No wonder the most popular plot in novels is the hero rescuing the beauty. After saving Jiang even once tonight, her attitude towards herself made a 180-degree turn. Chen Yi had wanted to post a few flirtatious jokes, but the thought of Zhang Evening being kidnapped to the middle of nowhere tonight and facing the 3 beasts alone for so long, must have encountered fears unimaginable to the common man. Even though she was a thunderous and domineering female president on the outside, she was ultimately a girl with a delicate body, though the mouth was brave enough to say it wouldn't be taken to heart. Still, there was definitely some inner shock. Think about that. Chun Yi's eyes were deep as he slowly tapped his cell phone. A paragraph was typed to comfort Jiang Evening. It's late and you must be tired. Take a hot bath and get some sleep. Life doesn't go smoothly. And what happened tonight is a reminder to be wary of bad people in the future, and to take care of yourself when you go out. From now on, if you need anything just call me. I'm always there, Fist. Sleep well and wake up to a brand new day, happy. After a while, Jiang Evening replied to the message. Before, I just thought you were a big naive straight guy who was strong in that area, but had little emotional intelligence. I just realized today that you actually have such a brave and domineering side and are quite good at comforting people, knock on wood. Well, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed, bye, growling. Chen Yi leaned on the doorway of the courtyard, staring longingly at the few words sent by Zhang Lian in the dialogue box. I couldn't help but grin from ear to ear, my shoulders shaking with laughter, due to the fact that it's too fascinating to watch. So much so that he didn't even notice when the lights came on in the yard and his mom pushed open the bedroom door and walked over. Ta-da-da-da-da. Shen Shuyin rubbed her eyes and shuffled over with her slippers. Son, what are you laughing at here in the middle of the night? Laughing like a big dork. Sleepwalking? Saying that, Shen Shuyin raised her hand and slapped on the back of her son's head. Chen Yi ate the pain for a moment and instantly came back to his senses. Rubbing the back of his head, he said, ouch. Mom, what are you doing? A silent and sudden approach that startled me. Shen Shuyin wrapped the blanket draped around her body and circled around her son. Mental muttering. What's this kid doing in the yard in the middle of the night when he's not sleeping? If you can't sleep, it's just a matter of coming out for a stroll. But he was actually wearing the same clothes he had worn on his daytime outing, with a big rip in the cuff, with the car keys in his hand. Obviously, it's just back from being out there. Shen Shuyin gritted her teeth and pointed at her son and questioned. You went out just now? What time is it? You didn't tell mom and dad you were sneaking out this late? Look at you, the sleeves of this jacket are broken. You didn't go to fight with anyone, did you? Like that time in high school when you went on a date to the suburbs to fight in a group? Saying that, the fire in Shen Shuin's heart surged upward. When he tugged up his son's sleeve, he looked at it closely. Hearing his mom say this, Shen Yi then realized with a jolt that the sleeve of his suit jacket had actually split open a large mouth. It was heartbreaking for him. A designer suit worth more than $100,000. Ah, Jiang Evening personally picked it out for him. It's only been worn for a couple of days. Ah, and it's broken itself. Knew it. Just now. Before he did it, he went ahead and took off his suit jacket. Careless. Mostly it was the fact that I hadn't moved my muscles in too many years and my limbs had stiffened up that made the jacket burst. Mom, what are you thinking? I'm not a kid anymore. How could I possibly go in a group fight? It's Jiang Evening who was kidnapped. I was just there to rescue her. Chen Yi's words just fell. Shen Shuyin let go of her son's clothes with a jerk. His pupils dilated and he said with a shocked face, What? Little Knight has been kidnapped? My God, is this real? Chen Yi pursed his lips. Seriously? Yeah, Mom, what else would I be doing out here at night? It must have been an emergency. Luckily, Late had the good sense to dial my number in a hurry, so I had the chance to save her. With that, Chen Yi took a step and headed towards the courtyard. At this point, behind her, Mom slammed her hands together and ran toward the bedroom with a shrill growl. Wake up, honey, something's wrong. Come on, don't go to sleep. Something's happened to our precious daughter-in-law. Hearing his own wife's cry, Chen Shiqian, who was sleeping, suddenly sat up in shock, jumping out of bed in a single bound. He threw on his clothes and ran out of the bedroom. What's wrong, Shu Jin? What are you yelling about? What happened? Is there a burglar in the house? Seeing his wife panting and running over in a hurry, Chen Shiqian's brain, which had been in a daze just a moment ago, instantly became abnormally lucid at this moment. Shen Shuyin frowned tightly and said, My son just said that Little Knight was kidnapped tonight. It's such a big deal. It really scares me. Chen Shiqian hurriedly pulled Shen Shuin's hand and patted her back. With a serious face, he asked, Then how is Little Knight now? Nothing happened, right? Shen Shuyin slowed down for a few seconds before, nuzzling angrily at his son. He said, My son said that he saved Little Knight, and I don't know if it's true or not. Chen Shiqian let out a deep breath, waving his hand. He said, It's cold outside, so let's all come and talk in the main hall. Upon entering the main hall, Chen Yi told his father and mother all the ins and outs of saving Jiang Evening, speaking of the time when he single-handedly broke into the bandits' den and knocked a few kidnappers to the ground with a couple of blows. His demeanor became overwhelmingly proud and very pleased with himself. Hearing Shen Shuin's jaw drop, she looked at her son with eyes full of admiration. couldn't help but give a thumbs up and say, "Ouch. Son of a bitch, my big son of a bitch." I can't imagine that the heroes in the TV series Saving the Beauty happened to you. It's hot to hear, Mom. My son is awesome. Worthy of being a descendant of our Chin clan. A mighty man with a strong iron bone. Chen Yi was amused by his mom's words. I can't hold the tea in my hand. Chapter 69. Dad will bring you a luxury car to drive tomorrow and buy whatever you like. Holy shit. Calm down. Calm down. You're a painter at least. In the arts, you should still be elegant in your speech. Shin Shuyin smiled and bent her eyes. A favored glance at his son. What do you know? It's called commonplace is elegant. Mom's true to herself, right? Who says that those who are in the arts must be immortal and unearthly? Chen Shiqian looked at his wife with a helpless face. Shaking his head, he said, okay, off topic. We're talking about Little Knight. There's no end to boasting about your son. This child, Little Knight, has suffered greatly tonight. Nothing too serious happened, but she must have been pretty shaken up for a little girl. Shen Shuyin instantly restrained the smile on her face at the words. A deep sadness welled up in his eyes. Alas, he said, that's right, our precious daughter-in-law. How could she suffer such a calamity? Tied up in a car by 2 kidnappers for good reason, and gagged, with his hands tied hard. How helpless and panicky must this be? It hurts to think about it. The most hateful one is still the one called Feng Yuson. What rich second generation? I think it's a triad that does all the bad things. Hubby, do you think we're just going to stand by and watch Little Knight suffer this indignity? Chen Shiqian clenched his fists and stood up with a prancing motion. Slamming the table, he said, how is that possible? She's the prospective daughter-in-law of our Chen family. I don't care what kind of rich kid he is. Just fuck him. Our Chen family has always been low profile and does not like to make a fuss. But we are by no means timid and fearful. It was not easy for my son to bring home a daughter-in-law with good looks, temperament, character, etc. Everywhere. I, Chen Shiqian, have already taken her as our Chen family's daughter-in-law, and there's only one way to end up if you dare to bully our Chen family. Finished this indignantly. Chen Shiqian and his wife Shen Shuyin looked at each other very silently. As their eyes met, they understood each other's thoughts. Chen Yi incredulously looked at his dad and mom with such a furious, righteous indignation. He vaguely felt a hint of a bad feeling in his heart. Dad, Mom, what are you going to do? My dad has been a bit secretive lately, and he's actually looking for someone to investigate Chairman Jiang. Really? Mom, don't be impulsive like my dad. You two don't have to do anything. Don't forget, I'm very good with my hands. I'm perfectly capable of protecting Late on my own. You don't have to bother. Shin Shuyin waved his hand somewhat impatiently, urging, well, son, you don't have to worry about me and your dad. It's late. You should go back to bed. Chen Shiqian took a sip of tea. Walking over, he patted Chun Yi's shoulder. Pride said, you were great tonight. A real man. Now, hurry back to bed. When you wake up from your nap, Dad will take you to pick up a new car. Soon to have a wife. You should get a better car to drive. Having said that, Chen Shiqian took Shin Shuyin by the shoulders. The two embraced each other as they headed for the bedroom. Shen Yi stood frozen in the main hall, somewhat unable to believe his ears. What did Dad just say? To get yourself a nice car to drive? What kind of nice car? It's not going to be some 100K or so replacement car again, is it? I saw Mom and Dad about to walk out of the main hall. Chen Yi hurriedly asked, Dad, you said you changed my car? Change what kind of car? Chen Shiqian casually said without turning his head back. Whatever you want. Change whatever you like. Shin Shuyin muttered. I heard that young people nowadays like what Bugatti, Maybach, Rolls-Royce. After a brief moment of confusion, Chen Yi gradually reacted, and recognizing the reality, he couldn't help but shrug his shoulders, bristling. Mom and Dad are no less than painters. That's a big pie. Next day, morning, Zhang Evening unprecedentedly slept until almost 10 o'clock before getting up. Dressed in a housecoat and brushing her hair, she walked slowly out of her room and stood on the second floor looking down, only to see that in the hall on the first floor, old Mom was directing the servants to clean up. The hall, which was already well decorated and extremely luxurious, appeared even more opulent at this moment. Is this in preparation for the meeting with the Chen family tomorrow? Dad, however, was in a very different state than Mom. He didn't say a word, sitting quietly on the couch smoking a cigar. Even from a distance, one could tell at a glance that he didn't have a very good look on his face. Zhang Evening's pair of beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her eyes filled with doubt, knowing what she knew about Dad. Dad had fought hard all his life and suffered for the rise of the Zhang family. It could be said that it was not easy to develop the Zhang family to its current state. Dad is a role model for the rich generation. Because of this, Dad is very concerned about the future of the family. Even in the marriage of his only daughter, he first considered the strength of the other family. The two families meet tomorrow. Dad mustn't get to the bottom of it and turn over the ancestors of the Chen family. Thinking, Zhang even took a cup of hot tea from Mrs. Lu and carried it downstairs. Dad, have a cup of tea. You need to smoke less. Seeing his daughter come over, Jiang Chenghui stretched his eyebrows and smiled. Good daughter. Let Dad see your hands. Jiang Evening rolled up her sleeves and obediently placed her small hand in her dad's wide palm. It's okay, Dad. You can see there's only a little red mark left. Jiang Chenghui gently touched the strangulation marks on his daughter's wrist. Heartbreakingly, he clenched his back teeth. In a serious tone, he said, Dad only has two big things on his mind right now. 1. About your kidnapping last night. And 2. About your marriage. Jiang Wan sat down next to his dad. Softly, he said, Dad, you don't have to worry too much about me. Aren't I at peace? And tomorrow we're going to meet with Chun Yi's parents. Dad, don't worry. Shan Yi, he treats me well. His character is good. And his 3 views are correct. His family is an ordinary family. But it's enough to get married and live an ordinary life. As for our Jiang family's family estate, I'm now able to take charge on my own. In the future, I will definitely run the Shanghai group and grow it. After listening to my daughter, Jiang Chenghui released a smile and said with relief, Good, little knight is daddy's pride. Father and daughter chatted happily and freely for a while afterward. Jiang Chenghui watched his daughter go to the restaurant to eat. A few minutes later, his wife, Zhou, also led the servants to the back garden. At this point, Jiang Chenghui slowly put down the teacup in his hand. Then he picked up his cell phone and dialed the number of Qian Wenhan, the chairman of Wanzhou Group. Hey, brother Wenhan, do you have plans for tomorrow? Tomorrow? I don't have anything special planned for tomorrow. Why? Chenghui, what's the matter? Ha ha ha, since there's nothing to do tomorrow, give me face and come to my residence. To your mansion? Qian Wenhan's heart was a bit hesitant about Jiang Chenghui's invitation. When he thought of the last time Chen Shiqian asked him to investigate Jiang Chenghui, he felt a little fearful. I don't know if this Jiang Chenghui has offended Chen Shiqian. If he really offended Chen Shiqian, then he was bound to not get too close to Jiang Chenghui in the future. Brother Wenhan, don't think too much. I just newly obtained a few boxes of fine Xinjiang Maojian, and would like to invite you to taste and savor together. Since it's just a cup of tea, it's not too good to refuse yourself. Qian Wenhan said cheerfully. Alright then, I'll go to your residence tomorrow. After hanging up, Jiang Chenghui's deep eyes narrowed. The corners of his mouth curled into a taboo smile. The Chen family, a commoner, has actually eaten leopard's guts, presuming to marry my Jiang family. I'm going to show you guys a good time tomorrow. What kind of characters our Jiang family has befriended? Chapter 70, I became a billionaire's son overnight? Near noon, Chen Yi had just come out of the largest auto trading center in Magic City with his dad, sitting in the latest S-Class Maybach I just bought. At this moment, every cell in Chen Yi's entire body was exceptionally excited. Excited hearts, trembling hands, admire the luxurious and refined interior of the car, touching the steering wheel that feels great in your hands, and the floating LCD gauges and high-end center controls. Chen Yi exclaimed with 2 glowing eyes. Dad, you're too awesome. A $5 million Maybach, bought for me in just 1 hour. Look at the slender body, the dominant styling, even the sound of the engine is so beautiful and melodious. Really enjoyed it. Love it. Chen Shiqian unscrewed the lid of the thermos in his hand. Blowing on it, he took a slow sip of his hot tea, and then smilingly looked at his son and said, You brat, you haven't seen the world. Yo, by the way, didn't you just look at a few better cars? Why do you favor the Maybach? Isn't that Rolls-Royce floater, for example, a better performer? And that black Bugatti isn't bad either. Hearing Dad say that, Chen Yi instantly sucked in a breath of cool air and stared with wide eyes. The expression exaggerated. Crap, Dad, you're bragging too much, huh? Or did you not pay attention to the price at all? That Rolls-Royce floater you're talking about, it's priced at 180 million. It's not a few million. It's a full 180 million. The most expensive Bugatti goes for over 130 million. Good lord, what kind of top tycoon would have to drive this? Chen Shiqian casually swept a few glances at the car's interior. Carelessly, he said, Alright, since you like this Maybach, Dad won't mention anything else. This one's not bad, it's overperforming, comfortable to drive, and it's good enough for your daily commute. Chen Yi slowly started the car. With a face of enjoyment, he turned the extremely well-designed steering wheel. Dad, this is more than just performance. It's already the highest configuration in the S-Class Maybach. I never used to dream that one day I would own a $5 million luxury car. Now it looks like there's no way I can afford it on my measly salary. And I still have to have money in the family. Dad, tell me the truth. Did you and my mom secretly sell our family's ancestral home? You guys are really going out of your way to get me married and take a daughter-in-law. Chen Shurqian slowly screwed on the lid of the cup, set the thermos on a champagne glass holder on the side. Then, raising his hand and glancing at his wristwatch, he said, "Gu, why is it so late? Drive faster. We have to hurry home. Your mom's not much of a cook, so dad's got to come home and make you guys lunch." Really? Why did it take so long to buy a car? Looks like there's a need to hire 2 cooking nannies for the family. Someone has to cook for your mom when dad's not home. Chen Eatscared twice, couldn't help but skim and shake his head. Look at the breath of his own dad. Trenchant nah. Buying a $5 million luxury car that takes an hour is actually too slow. If you didn't know, you'd think this was buying cabbage at the market. Chenny spat in his heart as he sped up and rushed towards his home. 100 kilometers acceleration in just 4.9 seconds. The performance, simply stunning. Quietly enjoy the smoothness and comfort of a luxury car for a while. Chen Yi's heart suddenly surged with a heartfelt feeling of emotion, and tears gradually welled up under his eyes. Couldn't help but twist his head to look at his dad who was sitting leisurely beside him. "Dad, I feel like I'm dreaming right now. I kind of can't believe the reality, and the excitement of being an overnight success. Dad, now that my mom isn't here, can you be honest with me? How much family money does our family really have? Is the ancestral home we're living in now for sale or not?" Chen Shurqian's deep eyes narrowed at his words. A twinge flashed under his eyes. Watch as your son repeatedly interrogates and questions your family's financial situation. He was tempted to tell his son the truth. Tell your son the history of your ancestors' entrepreneurial fortune in detail. But when he thought of the Chen family's family motto for nearly 100 years, and his father's last words before he died, as well as his own wife's advice to himself, he then dismissed the idea of telling his son all about it again. Thinking about it, he thought it would be better to remain vague on the matter. But well, a little bit of information wouldn't hurt. "Well, son, Dad told you this compound of our Chen family is not for sale at all, and never will be. Our Chen family's ancestors were all in the gold and jade business. Our ancestors still left us some family assets. So yeah, you don't have to worry about the economy at all. You should now focus your main thoughts on getting a daughter-in-law and strive to continue the bloodline for our Chen family as soon as possible." After listening to Dad, Chen Yi felt his brain go haywire. Grass up. This is too much of a surprise. I can't believe that my family's ancestors were actually in business. And it's still a gold and jade business. As an accountant, he naturally knows what is most valuable and what retains its value. It is said that gold in times of chaos and jade in times of prosperity. This is gold and jade all over the place. Thinking about it, the corners of Chun Yi's mouth involuntarily rose. Ecstatic, he said, "Dad, are you serious? You're not lying to me? You don't want to deliberately exaggerate and lie to me in order to strengthen my bottom line so that I can have the confidence to come to the door to take down my old husband? Dad, honestly, how much money does our Chen family's family fortune? Roughly?" Chen Shurqian was silent for a moment as he sniffed. Pulling at the corner of his mouth, he said with a wry smile, "Well, more than you'd think. Anyway, don't worry about that. Our family has enough to deal with any old husband anyway." Chen Yi scratched his head, continuing unwillingly. He plowed on. "With such a big mouth, it can't be $100 million, can it?" "Yes, Dad. Come on, tell me." Hearing my son ask for the number, Chen Shurqian was instantly relieved. Leaning back in the soft, comfortable seat, he rippled, "Yes." Getting Dad's approval, Chen Yi felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Unable to resist slapping the steering wheel, he said, "Crap, really Dad? So, I became a billionaire's son overnight? Ha 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 ha." The Chen family compound. It was 1 in the afternoon when I got home. As soon as Chen Shurqian entered the house, he took off his jacket and tied on his apron to go to the kitchen to cook. Not a moment too soon. 3 steaming bowls of beef noodles were then brought to the table. "Wow, that smells good. This marinated beef tendon looks delicious." Chen Yi shrugged his nose and sniffed deeply. "Silly boy. If it's good, eat more. After dinner Mom will take you to buy 2 outfits." Shin Shuyin inhaled the beef noodles and said, Chapter 71, "It's too bad. Something big has happened to the Feng family." Chen Yi swallowed a chunk of beef in his mouth. Shaking his head, he said, No, I've just bought dozens of new clothes. It's all name brands, it fits exceptionally well, and you simply can't wear it all, so you won't have to buy any more clothes for the next 2 years. Shin Shuyin was taken aback. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "What, dozens of outfits? Wasn't it something you bought the day you interviewed for your new job? Did you buy dozens of outfits with that $50,000 Mom transferred to you?" Chen Yi blew on the steaming beef noodles. With a smug look on his face, he said, "That's the day I bought it. But I only bought a blazer the other day and it cost over 20,000. The clothes at Global Harbor are so damn expensive. The remaining dozens of outfits. Guess who bought them for me? Shen Shuyin put down her chopsticks, looked at hubby. A hint of suspicion flashed in the bottom of both of their eyes as they asked in unison. Who is it? Shen Shuyin tugged at her son's sleeve. You kid. You're not going to fall for a rich woman, are you? I can warn you. Our Chun family men are all honorable men. It's not a good idea to do something that's unconscionable and degrading. Not to mention the fact that you already have a girlfriend. After Chinese swallowed a few mouthfuls of beef noodles in a big gulp. Looking up, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Mom, what are you thinking? I did meet a rich woman the other day who was mesmerized by my handsome face. Had to adopt me. But yeah, I gave a stern no. These dozens of dresses, in fact, were bought for me by Little Knight. This brand is ridiculously expensive. It cost her more than $5 million. Hear that? Shen Shuyin and Chen Shiqian were both dumbstruck, snapped and put down his chopsticks. Chen Shiqian raised his thick eyebrows and said, You bastard boy, how could you let Xiao Lian spend so much money on you? She's a girl, even if she's rich, she shouldn't be allowed to spend so much money on you. Shen Shuyin was also infuriated by her son's behavior. Reaching out, he poked his son in the head. Brat, really? It's something you wouldn't have brought yourself to talk about if Mom hadn't asked. Mom asks you now. Have you ever bought anything for late? Shenny shook his head somewhat sheepishly. Truthfully, nope, never bought one. Shen Shuyin and Shen Shiqian instantly became even more exasperated. Shen Shuyin simply didn't eat her meal and stood up, walking around the kitchen. Think about it for a moment. She took a long breath and said, It seems, this child Little Knight really likes this silly boy of ours. Like it enough to willingly pour money into the relationship and not care if you are aggravated in the relationship. Silly son, you are truly blessed to have met such a good girl as Xiao Lian. Chen Shiqian also nodded his head in continuous admiration. Seriously, he said, that's true. It's not hard to find a pretty wife these days, but it's not easy to find one who's beautiful, talented, and cultivated. Shen Shuyin gave her husband a thumbs up. Honey, you kind of hit the nail on the head. There are too many talentless, vapid, superficial girls these days. We must cherish Little Knight, and when we marry her in the future, we must treat her as if she were our own daughter. Chun-Yi quietly sat aside, burying his head in the beef noodle, listening to Mom and Dad's accusations against themselves. At this moment, he really wanted to shout out, injustice, but he can't. After all, he and Jian Wan were pretending to be a couple in a partnership, and would not dare to let anyone know about it. If I tell Mom and Dad about this, let them know that this daughter-in-law he has brought home is, in fact, a fake. He hadn't even been in love with Jian Wan. He and Jian Wan had only met last week, and still met through a one-night stand. The two of them would not be able to beat themselves up in anger. You might even get kicked out of your ancestral home and kicked out of your family. Newly purchased Maybachs will also be confiscated. Hiss. It's scary to think about. It's better to bury your head in the sand and eat without making a sound. And avoid it if you can. Saturday, early morning, luxuriously soft French king bed. Jiang Lian just opened her sleepy eyes and lazily rolled over. At that moment, there was a sudden shout from Mom outside. It sounds like something really big has happened. Out of fear, Jiang even couldn't care less about freshening up, so she pushed open the door of her room and ran out. From afar, I saw my mom hurriedly enter the study, and Jiang Evening also followed her to the study. Just push the door open. Jolie then couldn't wait to say, Hubby, something's wrong. Did you watch the news? The Magic City Morning News just reported it. About the Feng family. Heard his wife come in. Jiang Chenghui turned his office chair around without slowing down. His face darkened as he said, Oh, what's up with the Feng family? It can't be that the surname Feng has been promoted again, can it? Hearing the word Feng family, Jiang Chenghui became irritated and hated it. At this time, Jiang Evening also pushed the door and walked in. Mom, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered this early in the morning? Seeing her daughter come in, Jolie hurriedly pulled her daughter to her. Then she looked at her husband and then at her daughter. Joy smiled and said, Something did go wrong, but it was a great thing. I was just watching the morning news and guess what good news I saw? Jiang even beamed. With puzzled eyes, he said, What good news, Mom? It's not another piece of entertainment gossip, is it? You always love to read. Jiang Wan hadn't finished his words yet. Cho Yuri then gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Excitedly, he said, It's the Feng family that's in trouble. Feng Yusong was beaten and crippled last night. What a blast! Ha 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 ha. Hear this. Jiang Chenghui violently stood up from his office chair, staring tightly into Jolie's eyes. He said with a shocked expression, Is this true? It happened last night? It couldn't be some little news story that loves to confuse right and wrong that was exposed, could it? Jiang Wan grabbed his old mom's arm. beautiful eyes dilated in disbelief. Yeah, Mom, is that accurate? Fong Yusong's father is the famous director Fong. Who dares to touch him in this part of Mordor? Weakly it scared. I was so excited that I could hardly jump in place. This news is true. It was reported on the morning news in Mordor. Officially released. How can it be false? Just yesterday in the middle of the night, Fong Yusong was beaten up by a group of black-clothed men in his private clubhouse. An eyewitness commented that both legs were broken alive and the lower half of his body was a bloody mess. Not a single person at the scene dared to care. And in the end it was Fong Yusong himself who dragged a pair of ruined legs and crawled out of the clubhouse and called the police outside. Zhang even took a deep breath of relief. One hugged Mom. With tears in the corners of his eyes, he said, "Don't care who did it. It's for the people." Zhang Chenghui was also overjoyed about this matter. Soon, however, he was frowning heavily. His face darkened. Think about it for a moment. He muttered to himself. At this moment, I'm afraid that the surname Fong has already dispatched all the police in Mordor to search for those men in black all over the city. Just what kind of big shot is that? How dare you move earth on a Teyukai? Chapter 72 Departure. Door to take the old man. Weakly held out her hands, gently caressing his daughter's face. He wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes. Sobbing with joy, she said, Xiao Lian Fong Yusong has been seriously injured. Mom's heart finally hurts a little. Mom no longer has to worry about this Fong Yusong hitting on you. Your personal safety is always at risk. I just don't know who exactly it was that took the place of heaven and settled this beast. Said. Jolie picked up her cell phone and found the link to the news she had just viewed. Click on it and show it to your daughter. Zhang Lian took the phone and carefully flipped through it. Read the news report and click on one of the unbelievably gory pictures inside. She couldn't help but bite her lip. Tweets. Eat. Look at this wretched and miserable appearance. Has not always been surrounded by a group of people wherever he goes? How come no one dares to save you at the critical moment? Crawling on the ground like a dog, trailing a trail of blood that long behind him. That's tragic. What's even more tragic is that the person who beat you disappeared without a trace. And there's no way to take revenge if you want to. Zhang Chenghui sniffed and twisted his head. With a serious expression. He said, What did you say? Late. Those people who beat him disappeared? Zhang Evening nodded seriously, holding up his cell phone for Dad to see. As expected, it was reported plainly on the news. The group of black-clothed men who beat up the people had disappeared without a trace overnight, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Even though Fong Jitao is in an important official position, powerful enough to send the entire city's police force on an all-out manhunt, the police were dispatched very quickly, and in less than 10 minutes after the incident, all the city's train stations, high-speed rail stations, passenger terminals and other all-outbound routes were blocked. But even so, it still didn't help. Zhang Chenghui glanced at his wife Jolie with complicated eyes. With a cold expression, he said, I'm sure you've guessed the purpose of my trip to the basement last night to inventory the property, in order to avenge Xiao Lian and avoid being victimized by Fong Yuzhong next time. I had originally made up my mind to give that beast a good beating, but I didn't realize that before I had a chance to plan for this, someone else had gotten ahead of the game. Weakly sighed, doubtful and heavy. He said, Hubby, what kind of people do you think Fong Yusong has offended? It's amazing that there would be such retaliation. With his status in the Magic City, what power would dare to deal a painful blow to him? Weakly finished. The study was silent for a moment. Zhang Even's willow eyebrows wrinkled up as she looked through the news reports on her cell phone over and over again. Zhang Chenghui, on the other hand, put his hands behind his back and kept pacing in the study. After a while, it was only then that Zhang Chenghui stopped. With a grave expression, he said, since he does things so ruthlessly and decisively, he is bound to be a powerful person with a good eye for the sky. Is it possible for us to guess such a character? It's not possible. It's not someone from the Magic City. It's possible that it's from the Imperial Capital's side as well. Many actions do not lead to death. Fong Yusong is to blame for this fate. Zhang even smiled. With a relaxed expression, he said, All right, Dad, Mom. The kind of powerful person who dares to lay a hand on Director Feng's only son is definitely out of our reach. So yeah, let's not discuss this any further. Zhou Yuri also raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. The look of relief said, Little Knight is right. Let's hurry to breakfast now. I guess it won't be long before Xiao Chan and his parents arrive. It's a happy occasion for the two families to meet. We have to greet them with high spirits. Zhang even sniffed as she took her mom's arm. Both mother and daughter smiled with arched eyebrows. Zhang Chenghui, on the other hand, glared at the two men without any good humor and turned around to walk out of the study. 8:30 in the morning. The Chen family compound. Chenny moved 7 or 8 trips before stuffing a large pile of gifts into the trunk. Mom and Dad stood with a relaxed face and directed him to do it. Is it over? Finished? How come there are so many? Chenny bent over and panted. Well, you child. How can you not bring more gifts for your first meeting with the lady's parents? Shen Shuin stood with a parasol and smiled. Chenny skimmed his mouth, waved at mom and dad, urging, well, just get in the car. It's an hour on the road. After saying that, Chenny opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Suddenly, Shen Shuin slammed her hands and said, oops, I forgot to take that watch. Chen Shiqian immediately said, I'll go get it. Shuin, you get in the car first. Shen Shuin threw a wink and patted Chen Shiqian's arm. Spoiler alert, come along. You're not sure where to put it. I watched my mom and dad return to the bedroom. Chenny sat in the car and smiled helplessly. The thought of waking up in the morning and being told to work by mom and dad. Haven't looked at my cell phone until now, so I don't miss any more important messages. Chenny hurriedly took out his cell phone and habitually tapped on WeChat. Several avatars with red dots on them. He saw Zhang Evening first. Unexpected. Why is she suddenly initiating messages with herself? After clicking on the dialog box without hesitation, inside lay several messages sent by Zhang Evening half an hour ago. Are you up? Had breakfast yet? Here's an interesting news story for you. Link, early this morning, Feng was severely injured at his private club. What time are you and your aunt and uncle leaving? Honestly, are you nervous now, Snicker? Saw the messages. Chenny first burst into a fit of glee. It was unthinkable that Zhang Evening would actually take the initiative to care if he had gotten up or not, and if he had eaten breakfast. Was grinning prettily and giggling. The content in the link popped up on its own. When fixated on the picture in the news, Chenny was shocked all of a sudden. Couldn't help but yell out, crap. Thought that Zhang Evening was just sharing insignificant news with him, but I didn't realize that the Feng so-and-so and it was actually Feng Yusong. After freezing for a few seconds, Chenny quickly tapped the screen. Zhang Evening, this news is too sudden. He just kidnapped you the day before yesterday and was crippled last night. It shouldn't be your father. Just as the words were finished, Chenny suddenly felt that it wasn't appropriate to ask such a question. This has become a serious criminal case after all. How can you just guess? It doesn't fit. It really doesn't. Taking advantage of the fact that the message had just been sent out, Chenny intended to withdraw it immediately. At this time, a line appeared behind Zhang Even's name. The other party is in the process of typing. No, not my dad. Me and my parents. We were just speculating. Which powerful person is it that even touched director Feng's only son and hit him so hard? Chenny paused for a moment. The mind couldn't help but conjure up a scene from the night before. Dad was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes, and said viciously that he would definitely not let Feng Yuchong go. Could Dad have gotten someone to do it? Chapter 73, A Small Door and a Small Family. First I will tease you a little, but rationalize. He then decisively dismissed that idea. That's Director Feng who's in the ascendant now. The man who controls the sky in Mordor. Where does one's dad get the power to punish his son when even the dignitaries don't dare to touch him? Thinking about it, Chenny sighed in relief. Don't care who it is. I'm heartily impressed that it took the heat for us anyway. Well, no more talking about that loser. We're leaving right now. We expect to be there by 10, nervous. Soon after, Zhang Evening sent an emoticon. Go Ali give. Don't be nervous. We'll see what happens when the time comes. Chenny stared at the dialog box and spread his teeth. Ka! At that moment, the car door opened. Mom and Dad got in the back seat of the car. Chenny put down his cell phone and twisted his head to look at the small box carried in his dad's hand. Somewhat curiously, he asked, Dad, what's in there? Chen Shiqian pointed to the box and said, this is the emerald watch that's going to be given to Xiao Nian's father. Last time, didn't your mom ask you to give little Knight's mom and grandma jade bracelets? This time we'll give her dad a gift too. Chenny slowly started the car. Absently, he said, what the hell, an emerald watch? Goo, I say mom and dad, people with Chairman Zhang's kind of status, usually wear must be Rolex, Bida kind of big brand luxury watches. Let's not give away such things otherwise, so that people won't look down on us. Hearing my son say that, Chen Shiqian not only didn't get angry, but instead leaned on the seat and lazily sipped his tea, casually said, Brat, you do not understand the value of emerald, which can be worth much more than those vain brand goods. Okay, drive your car properly and don't get distracted. Chenny spat out his tongue. Knowingly, he didn't say another word. Glancing inadvertently at the car's rearview mirror, he noticed that his mom was concentrating on applying her makeup in the vanity mirror. No wonder mom is extraordinarily quiet for a while. So she's stinking. But take a closer look. Mom and dad are dressed to impress today. Dad was dressed in a well-tailored Chinese mountain suit, looking fit and spry. Mom is wearing a burgundy velvet cheongsam, outside with a white mink coat. Proper gentle temperament beauty. Sheesh. I have to say, when mom and dad attend formal occasions, they really do look like a well-informed luxury couple. I guess no one knows what mom and dad really look like at home except themselves. Think about that. Chen Yi couldn't help but giggle. Shen Shuyin finished touching up her makeup and put the delicate makeup mirror in her bag. Seeing his son giggling, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and say, "What are you laughing at, silly boy? That's before we've even met late. And this is what it looks like. What's going to happen if we meet little night? Mom can warn you, today is the first official meeting between our two families. Don't drop the ball. When the time comes, you must behave modestly and elegantly, courteous and polite, but not without some proper form." In the face of mom's incessant droning, Chen Yi's mouth mumbled an odd, but his ears didn't listen to a single word. The moment. Somehow, his mind floated back to Jiang Yi's stunningly beautiful face and her shapely and wonderful body. Even the first night we met in the bar. The fragrant scene of her fragrant sweat and delicate voice were all very clearly imprinted in Chen Yi's mind. If he hadn't already established a partnership with Jiang Evening to pretend to be a couple, Chen Yi simply felt that he and Jiang even were a pair of lovers like glue. At this moment, he is going to meet his future mother-in-law and old husband. 9:50 a.m. The gate of the Jiang family's manor house slowly opened. A black Maybach drove steadily into the estate. Coming, Mom. Jiang Evening took her mom's arm and said with an excited face. Jolie glanced at Jiang Qinghuai with a smile on her brow. Hubby, let's go. Let's go out and welcome them. Look at the nice car their family drives. It must not be bad financially. Jiang Qinghuai sniffed coldly, tugging at the corner of his suit jacket. He walked out the door with a haughty look on his face. As soon as Chen Yi and his mom and dad got out of the car, Jiang even ran over with light steps. Smiling nicely, she said, "Uncle and Auntie, you guys are here? I missed you guys after not seeing you for a few days." Shen Shuyin was instantly thrilled to see her precious daughter-in-law. Hearing her daughter-in-law say she missed her made her even happier, as if she had won the jackpot. Chen Shiqian was also looking at his future daughter-in-law with loving eyes. Chen Yi stood quietly on the sidelines, courteous on the surface, but in fact, he had already begun to stifle laughter in his heart. What a surprise! Jiang Evening is worthy of being a powerful female president in the shopping mall. Acting is really natural. She looked 100 times more real than a real daughter-in-law. At this time, Jolie and Jiang Chenghuai also came to the front. Jolie's eyes instantly lit up when she saw Shen Shuyin and Chen Shiqian. With a bright smile, she said, "Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, you're here. Quickly enter the house. Mrs. Chen, I can't believe you're so young and beautiful with such a good temperament. No wonder your son is so handsome." Hearing the future in-laws say that, Shen Shuyin stepped forward with a smile. Affectionately, he took Churi's hand. Chillingly, he said, "Mrs. Jiang, you too, young and beautiful. As soon as I got off the bus just now, I thought you were late, sister. You're so well maintained." Giggle. Shen Shuyin finished with a big smile and glanced back at her son, waved his hand at his son. Chen Yi immediately comprehended his mom's meaning. Rush around to the back of the car, open the trunk and carry out the gifts inside one by one. Seeing this, Jolie twisted her head and gave a wink to the maid at the side. The servants rushed forward and helped Chen Yi carry the gifts off the bus. At this point, Jiang Chenghuai raised his eyelids and glanced at the things the servants were carrying down from the car. Then, slowly, he reached out a hand. Smiling, he said, "Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, welcome. Why did you bring so many other things? It's too much for you to break the bank." Chen Shiqian cracked a smile. Reaching out his hand, he shook Jiang Chenghuai's hand. "A small gift. No honor." Jiang Chenghuai paused. Dark eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Don't even stand outside. Come into the house. I heard from Little Night that both of you, husband and wife, are both university professors and painters? It seems that little Chen was born into a family of books." Chen Shiqian smiled and waved his hand. Modestly, he said, "Why? What a painter. Just a hobby in his spare time. Enter the hall." Jiang Chenghuai raised his head and pointed upstairs. With a proud expression, he said, "Just in time. I have a collection of paintings by some famous artists here. How about we taste them together?" Chen Shiqian and Shen Shuyin exchanged glances. The two were instantly aroused to art appreciation when they heard the words masterpieces. Chen Shiqian was a bit excited. "Yes, it's an honor." At this point, Jiang Chenghuai stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. After watching the Chen family couple go up the rotating staircase, Jiang Chenghuai turned his head and glanced at Chen Yi with a leathery smile. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes, and his gaze was filled with contempt. It's like a lion staring down weak prey. Tease them a little before they die. When you've had enough fun, pounce on your opponent and kill him with a single blow. Seeing Jiang Chenghuai's expression like this, Chen Yi was so nervous that he was jolted. Chapter 74. Uncle told you that not everything can be called jade. Crap. What's that look on Chairman Zhang's face? There was a smile at the corner of his mouth, but a ghostly look in his eyes. Isn't that a classic skinflint? You are so expressive. Does your daughter know that? But, having just stared at each other for a second, Chen Yi immediately withdrew his line of sight. I'm not afraid that my wife is the president, but I'm afraid that my father-in-law is a big shot. Let's hope that this meeting today will be a peaceful one for both sides. After coming to the second floor, Weekly pointed to the end of the hallway, enthusiastically introducing, that's our family Cheng Huai's private collection. He's a person usually his favorite, besides drinking tea, is collecting all kinds of antiques and paintings. Shen Shuyin giggled. Enthusiastically, he said, my old Chen is the same way, usually holding and admiring those treasures of his when he has nothing to do. I've found that, when men get to this age, they either like to walk birds and fish, or they like to collect weird and wonderful things. Looking at his own wife, who was walking ahead of him, and his future in-laws, the two were chatting away. Chen Shiqian would smile, interjecting, my wife has no problem saying that. Ha ha ha, in that case, it seems that old brother Chenhuai and I share the same interests. Jiang Chenhuai pulled the corner of his mouth. No answer. Glanced out the window at the unique view of his own estate. With a big wave of his hand, he said, well, brother Shiqian, Mrs. Chen, what do you guys think? This manor house of our Jiang family, how is the scenery? Chen Shiqian and Shen Shuyin all stopped in their tracks when they heard this. Looking out through the window of the villa's second-floor hallway, the entire estate was in full view. Chen Shiqian deliberated for a moment and praised. Ishu Manor, on the banks of the water. Riverview stacked residence, honoring nature. Elder brother Chenghuai, this manor of your Jiang family, the scenery is truly stunning. Chen Shiqian finished. Shen Shuyin coughed lightly twice and picked up. Yes, hubby is right. This manor of yours, the Jiang family, the scenery is truly beautiful. The entire manor is hidden amongst the green trees and flowers. Shen Shuyin was originally a straightforward person who had never liked flattering anyone. But today, for the sake of her son and future but daughter-in-law, she had to disobey her heart for once. Despite not liking this kind of manor house at heart, but she went along with her husband's compliments. Jiang Qinghuai heard the two of them praising his family's estate villa so much, couldn't help but laugh out loud a few times. Smugly, he said, that's right, this manor was designed by the most famous designer in the world that I found, and it took 3 whole years to build it. When Late was 12, we moved here, from our villa in the city center. This daughter of mine, it can be said that she grew up with brocade clothes and mountain delicacies, and hasn't suffered a single bit of bitterness. Jiang Chenghuai waved his big hand with an overbearing expression. Chen Yi and Zhang Evening stood quietly behind their elders. The two men looked at each other from time to time with odd expressions, watching his dad talking more and more addictive. The words open box cannot stop, and that demeanor and movement became more and more condescending. Chen Yi's mom and dad are smart people. How could they not hear the meaning of their dad's words? Thinking of this, Zhang Evening sighed silently. A whispered reminder. Dad, stop it. Weren't you going to show your aunt and uncle your private collection? Hearing my daughter say that, only then did Jiang Chenghuai collect his words. Turning his head, he glanced at Chen Shiqian and Shen Shuyin, who were standing on the side. Proudly, he said, oh, yes, we'd better hurry to my collection then. At this time, Zhang Evening noticed the gift bag that Chen Yi was carrying in his hand. Curious, he asked, Chen Yi, what are you holding in your hand? Chen Yi reacted furiously. This is a gift for your father. I was so focused on listening to them talk. I can't believe I forgot to give it to your dad. Having said that, Chen Yi hurriedly rushed forward and shouted, Uncle Jiang, this is my gift to you. Shen Shuyin glared at her son, explained, this son of mine, his character is rather naive and shy. I guess he is a little embarrassed. Son, bring the gift and give it to your Uncle Jiang. Jiang Chenghuai turned around. Absently, he glanced at the gift bag in Chen Yi's hand. Raising a thick eyebrow, he asked, oh, what's this? Chen Yi held up the gift bag and said with a smile, Uncle Jiang, this is the emerald watch I sent you. Jiang Chenghuai pulled down his eyelids. Disdainfully, he said, giving me an emerald watch? Little Chen, you young people may not understand the price of jadeite, especially the kind of top-grade jadeite with better color. Uncle told you, not everything can be called emerald. A good portion of the emeralds on the market are fake, and the raw material is either ordinary stone or glass. There's no difference between that kind of stuff and the recycled beer bottles from the dump. There's no difference. After hearing these condescending words from Jiang Chenghuai, Shen Shuyin's smiling face instantly dropped. This Jiang Chenghuai is a bit too arrogant. Just because you own a small, crappy company, you're here to make such a big deal out of it and look down on people. Had to break it to him about the color and value of his own emerald watch. Thinking, Shin Shuyin then wanted to step forward and argue with Jiang Qinghai. You, who expected that Shin Shuyin was just about to open her mouth. A large hand then took hold of her arm. Shin Shuyin glanced away indignantly, only to see her husband making eyes at her. Decades of tacit understanding between husband and wife caused Shin Shuyin to immediately comprehend what Chen Shiqian meant. He's trying to say to himself, no need to argue with him, since he likes to put himself on a pedestal and enjoy looking down on others. Let him be. Shin Shuyin skimmed her lips and stopped speaking. Since my own husband is too lazy to bullshit with it, there's nothing more he can say. It's just a little hard to figure out. How could Late be such a sincere and understanding good girl and have such a cocky and arrogant father? Jolie stood on the sidelines and couldn't stand to watch her husband's mannerisms. Stepping forward, he tugged on Jiang Qinghai's coat, whispering, honey, what are you talking about? This gift is someone Xiao Chen's heart. Take it. After saying that, Jolie turned her head, looking at Chen Yi with eyes full of love. Little Chen your uncle is rather stubborn and straight-talking. Don't let him influence you. Good boy. Auntie took it for him. Chen Yi smiled and handed the gift bag in his hand to Jolie. In the back of his mind, he was belly-aching like crazy. I told you not to give Chairman Jiang this kind of gift, right? He's a financial magnate who's been in the mall for decades. What good thing haven't you seen? How could you look down on some emerald watch from your own family? It's not like it's a brand name item. When I was getting out of the car, my mom insisted that I take this gift bag, saying something about letting himself take the initiative to give this emerald watch. The old man will surely like it a lot. There you go. They didn't even look at the gift in their hands, let alone open it. Squeak and twist. The exquisite wooden doors of the collection open slowly. A smell of books instantly hits you. Chapter 75. Haha. The Chen family is showing their hands so quickly, aren't they? Please come in. This is my private collection. All kinds of ancient books and paintings. Everything. Jiang Qinghai stood at the entrance of the collection hall with his head held high, his demeanor self-satisfied, and said, smell the familiar aroma of books. Chen Shiqian and Shin Shuin's eyes lit up and they walked into the collection with intense curiosity. Jiang Qinghai and his wife, Jolie, followed close behind. Chen Yi and Jiang even, as juniors, followed behind their elders in a well-behaved manner. This collection is tastefully decorated, spacious and clean. The ancient style, elegant and exquisite decoration style, and the precious exhibits on the display cabinet reflect each other. Wow, this is not too spectacular. It's not an exaggeration to call it a museum, let alone a personal collection. Looking at the columns and columns of exhibits, Chen Yi sighed in bewilderment. Jiang Evening leered and smiled. Modestly, he said, why, it's all stuff my dad found somewhere. It looks like it's worth a lot of money, but most of it is actually some kind of imitation. Jiang Qinghai was admiring his very cherished collection with pride in his eyes. Suddenly, he heard his own daughter commenting on his collection in such a way. There was a frown. Reprimanding, she said, little Late, you girl, what kind of nonsense is this? You're so young. What do you know about treasures appreciation? All of these collectibles that your father has collected are rare treasures of great value. Chen Shiqian and Shin Shuyin stood in silence. Originally they were thinking of savoring the collection here, but I didn't want to walk in and hit my eyes. The room was full of exhibits, and there didn't seem to be anything that could be called a precious collection, let alone a rare treasure. But think about it carefully. It was understandable that Jiang Qinghai's preference. Jiang Qinghai was a businessman after all. In the perception of businessmen, the best collections are those so-called valuable treasures at auctions. Jiang Evening felt a strong anger from her dad's tone. He pursed his lips and lowered his head to stop speaking. Chen Yi twisted his head around and looked at Jiang Evening with downcast eyes. Looking at her in this pathetic little manner, it was adorable. The two silently stopped talking and just stood quietly behind the elders. At this point, Jiang Qinghai seemed to realize that he shouldn't get angry in front of outsiders. So immediately he curbed the anger on his face. Lightly said with a shallow smile, this daughter of mine, was spoiled by the whole family growing up. It is inevitable that there is some arrogance and capriciousness. Don't be offended. You guys. Chen Shiqian shook his head slightly at his words. Shen Shuyin, on the other hand, simply waved his hand. Dryly, he said, where, this child, little knight, is much more understanding than my Chen Yi. There's no girl her age who's more knowledgeable, intelligent and capable. Hearing this, Jiang even lowered her head and smiled sweetly. The heart was in the right place. Listen to the words coming out of people's ants. The sentences are sweet as honey. Jiang Qinghai pulled the corner of his mouth, not wanting to talk about this topic again. Soon he was holding his head high, pointing to a famous painting hanging in the center of the collection gallery. He introduced, Brother Shiqian, come and see this painting in my collection. This is Tang Yin's real work, The Spring Rain, one of the famous heirloom paintings in China. 3 years ago, I paid $80 million for this famous painting at a world-class auction. There's no way around it. It's just so desirable that you have to pay a lot of money for it. Jiang Qinghuai finished. Xin Shuyin was instantly startled, furrowing her brows as she came closer to watch. At first glance, the painting does look ethereal and elegant, sprightly and graceful, but upon careful tasting, Xin Shuyin felt that something was wrong. With a hint of skepticism, she reached out and tugged at her husband's sleeve. In a small voice, she muttered, "Hubby, as I recall, wasn't this spring rain painting bought by Wenyu? How come he has a copy here too? Is it hard to believe that there are two copies of this authentic painting?" Chen Shiqian shook his head at Xin Shuyin, signaling her not to say much. Then he took a few steps closer and stood underneath the famous painting quietly looking up and admiring it. Sheesh, not bad. The paintings are indeed good, but it's not the real thing. However, this person's level of copying was extremely high, and ordinary people could not tell if it was real or fake. No wonder it was able to be auctioned at a high price of $80 million. After a pause, Chen Shiqian feigned excitement and said, "Aya, this is really a genuine painting of Tong Pakfu. The brush is flowing in medium strength, slender but not weak, forceful but rhythmic, worthy of coming from the hands of the first talent of Jiangnan, who is known as the heavenly authorized wonderful eagle and talented frontier without precedent." Chen Shiqian finished. Jiang Chenghuai's deep eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of consternation flashed in the bottom of his eyes. I can't imagine that these two people really know a little bit about tasting famous paintings. But it also cannot be ruled out that these two came here specifically to cater to their preferences, having done their homework in advance. Its purpose was to climb up the Jiang family. Oh, wait for it. We'll know if it's a mule or a horse when we walk it more. Let's see what you guys do when you're done with the words you've prepared in advance in a few minutes. Chen Yi stood at the back, looking up from time to time to observe the expressions of the several elders. In fact, the first time he saw this spring rain picture, then it snapped to mind. He had seen the painting at his aunt's house a few years ago. There was also such a spring rain picture hanging in my aunt's study, exactly like the one here. A celebrity is a celebrity. Even he, a layman, was able to get past it after he was lucky enough to get a glimpse of the real thing. But well, I've just listened to my dad's appreciation of the painting. Then look at the smug expression that spread across Chairman John's face. I think this one in Chairman John's collection is the real one. The one at my aunt's house. I think it's an imitation. Otherwise, how could the aunt have hung it casually in her study? It's an $80 million painting. It has to be carefully treasured anyhow. 1 hour later, a group of people walked out of Jiang Chenghuai's private collection. Jiang Chenghuai said, "If not for Madame's urging, I really want to appreciate with you two for a while longer." At this point, Chen Shiqian and Xin Shuyin were already a bit impatient. They had originally been too lazy to argue with Jiang Chenghuai's arrogant and self-indulgent desire to perform. After all, the son is married to late. They were no more than in-laws with Jiang Chenghuai, and there was usually no need for too much interaction. Since he wanted to show off the strength of the Jiang family, he was just allowed to do so. But I didn't expect it. This man is never ending. It's so annoying. Hubby, the other Mr. and Mrs. Chen have been here for so long and haven't had a sip of tea yet. Wouldn't it be better if we went downstairs and chatted over a cup of tea? Zhou Yuri stood and rounded off the conversation. Jiang Chenghuai became interested when he heard about drinking tea. Somewhat flutteringly, he said, "Oh, yes, let's go downstairs for tea first." Just in time. I've got a few new boxes of white hair silver needle. How about we savor them together? Chen Shiqian, who is a keen tea drinker, said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yes, truth be told, my wife and I both like tea. By the way, we brought a few tins of freshly downed pu'er tea with us today. Let's try it together. Once Jiang Qinghuai heard the tea that the other party had brought, it was actually ordinary pu'er tea. There was a loud laugh. With eyes full of disdain, he said, "Pu'er tea? Brother Shiqian, you brought me pu'er tea? You know, there's always been a folk saying, better to drink 1 or 2 pieces of silver than a sip of pu'er tea. To put it mildly, the nutritional value of pu'er tea is really low." Oh, you've shown your hands so quickly, haven't you? Poor people still want to learn how the upper-class people taste tea? The tasting was actually pu'er tea, which was a laugh. Thinking about it, Jiang Chenghuai narrowed his eyes. An imperceptible smile curled the corners of his mouth. Chapter 76. Oh, you think you're the only one who knows tea? Hearing Jiang Chenghuai disparage the pu'er tea he brought with him in such a way, the words did not hide the slightest bit of contempt for his own Chen family. Chen Shiqian, who has always been modest and unobtrusive, at the moment, he was also really pissed off. The face became a bit grim, only to see his son and Xiao Lian standing at the back. The two children were so sweet and loving, and the groom and daughter looked like a good match. Chen Shiqian slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, He swallowed it for the sake of his son's marriage. Now that I've seen the arrogant and rude face of my future in-laws, it's fine if I don't have any more dealings in the future. As long as the two kids get along and are happy, that's all that matters. Thinking about it, Chen Shiqian smiled. Unimpressed, he said, "Ha ha, there is indeed a folk saying that goes around. I'd rather drink 1 or 2 pieces of silver than 1 or 2 pieces of pure tea. But yeah, we tea lovers, we don't drink tea for its nutritional value either. It's just a bite of preference. What's the difference between high and low? Moreover, this pu'er tea I brought you is not ordinary pu'er tea. It is the Xiaoguang Tua tea inside. Red wine looks at the winery. Pu'er looks at the mountain. Even for ordinary pu'er tea, different growing environments produce tea with different flavors. Heard about Shimonoseki Tucha?" Jiang Chenghui was stunned and looked a bit incredulous. I can't imagine that this guy knows about Shimonoseki Tucha. A good Shenguan Tucha can indeed be called a good tea. The best category in pu'er tea. Careless. Looks like this guy came prepared. Maybe they've already conspired with this girl of theirs in advance. What a way to climb the ladder of power. Oh, load. Keep loading. Let's see how I'm going to expose your true colors later. However, these words that this guy said just now were reasonable and could not find any faults. Jiang Chenghui smiled as he stroked his palm. Finding a step for himself, he said, "Ha ha ha, Brother Shiqian is right about that. It's that my obsession with good tea is too deep, and years of tea drinking habits have made my mouth so bad that I'm no longer used to drinking ordinary tea. But what Brother Shiqian said about Xiaoguang Tucha, it is indeed a good tea. Some other day I will definitely savor the taste." Speaking, the group had walked into the tea room on the first floor. Ancient tea room. Elegant retro solid wood furniture through the warmth of the color of the goods. The display cabinets around the room are filled with a variety of exquisite teapots, teacups, cup holders, tea ruffles, tea towels, teapots and other tea utensils. "Come on, all have a seat and try my newly acquired white hair tips," said. Jiang Chenghui rolled up his sleeves and then started making tea. After a series of meticulous steps, such as warming the pot, blanching the cups, loading the tea, high brewing, gai foam, pouring the top, washing the tea, and so on, a strong aroma of tea instantly filled the air. This bout of maneuvering down, Chen Yi was sitting on the sidelines looking dumbfounded. Yoo-hoo, I have to say, Chairman Zhang's tea-making skill is 666 brother sure can. Savor it. Jiang Chenghui stretched out his arm and made a motion of invitation. After saying that, Jiang Chenghui leaned back on the chair behind him with pleasure. Dark eyes narrowed and he smiled like a grinning man. "A poor hangman, can't you handle it? See if you know how to taste tea or not. Let's see how you end up later." A few moments later, Chen Shiqian moved closer to the tea table and sniffed gently. With a bland expression, he said, "The way old brother Chenghui made the tea just now was truly exquisite. Then next, I'll respectfully take a shallow sniff and sip some tea." Chen Yi sat on the side without moving on the surface. In fact, the heart is so nervous that people are numb. It's so hard on Dad. How could he know anything about tea tasting? The family doesn't even have a decent tea set. Usually Mom and Dad just touch out a set of teacups and teapots, throw in a handful of tea leaves, and start making tea. Even many times, Dad is too lazy to come up with a teacup teapot. Just a thermos also made tea to drink. Goo, how's this going to play out? The other chairman Jian was sitting leisurely in his chair, looking like he was watching a good show. Looks like Dad's going to have a hard time with this one. You can only beat a dead horse. Hiss. Chen Yi couldn't help but clench his fists and sweat for his dad. A few seconds later, Chen Shiqian straightened himself. He did not directly pick up the teacup on the table. Instead, put your 5 fingers together and make a fist. Then, naturally, he clasped his fists back together and tapped his fists 3 times on the tea table. Knock knock. A standard kowtow before a tea tasting is completed. See this action. Jiang Chenghui's black eyes moved. His expression suddenly serious. Not a moment too soon, Chen Shiqian slowly lifted his teacup. First, he carefully viewed the color of the tea, and then he lowered his head and took a deep sniff. Then, only slowly, did he take a sip. With a somewhat intoxicated expression, he said, "The soup is tender green in color and fragrant. After entering the throat, the flavor is mellow and sweet, and the aroma is like an orchid, apparently freshly picked after the Qingming spring rains. The white-haired, toothy tips of the fresh leaves are picked from the peak of Mount Huangshan. This is the finest white hair tip tea. It is worthy of being known as the king of green tea. Just one sip and I feel that it will quench my thirst and clear my mind." This seed of tea tasting words, hearing Jiang Chenghui was a bit stunned. Unbelief written all over his face. Sitting across the table, Churi's eyes lit up. Admiringly, he said, "I can't imagine that Mr. Chen knows so much about tea culture. I'm really impressed. Unlike me, I've followed my family Qinghai for so many years of drinking tea, but I still can't taste a good or bad one. Hearing Jolie praising her own husband, Shen Shuyin couldn't help but giggle a few times, glancing at her husband with eyes full of adoration. Modestly, he said, "Why, our country's tea culture is vast and profound, and he only knows a little bit about it law. Ha, don't you, Jiang Chenghui, want to see our Chen family as a joke? You think you're the only one who knows tea? Actually, it's individuals who are more broad-minded, cultured and educated than you. My husband is usually just too lazy to act like he's not. We couples live honestly, casually and freely. Don't we know more about life than you, a thug with hard styling every day? It is said that great vulgarity is great elegance. We're the real big vulgarity. You're the fake elegance." Thinking about it, Shen Shuyin couldn't help but look away and sneer. Saw the scene. Chen Yi unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Good hang. Good hang. Luckily, Dad really knows about tea. But is the tea at Chairman John's house really that good? How come Dad just took a sip and looked like he was enjoying it? The expression was intoxicated, as if he had drunk the heavenly agaric. Can't resist the temptation. Chen Yi immediately picked up a cup of tea on the table and savored it intently. Suck it. A mouthful of tea broth in his mouth. Chen Yi carefully smacked his lips a few times and savored it. The more he tasted, the tighter his frown became. Gulp. After swallowing, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned downward. Ha! This tea, drink it yourself. This aroma, this flavor, it's the same as what I usually drink at home. No, it's not the same. Drinking at home seems to be more flavorful. A little sweeter cleanse. After the entrance of the tea flavor still lingers. Tea at Chairman John's house. How come? It tastes so generic? Chapter 77. You barbaric and shameless man. I balk. Or is it that one simply can't taste tea? This tea that tastes average is actually the best tea? And then look at Jiang Chenghui at this time. He's obviously sitting on his hands a bit. What had been a look of amusement had now become preoccupied. Chen Shiqian's performance on tea tasting greatly exceeded his expectations. He didn't realize that ordinary people nowadays were actually proficient in tasting and drinking tea. Think about it. He gradually felt that the matter made sense. The couple surnamed Shen were, after all, university professors and retired as so-called painters. If we don't study some tea culture that the rich people love, how can we facilitate them to squeeze into the high society? Luckily for myself, this white hair tip is really a top-quality tea, so as not to lose face. Think about it. The surprise on Jiang Chenghui's face fleetingly passed. The old haughty arrogance is back. He lifted his eyelids and laughed aloud. Good. Brother Shiqian really knows the art of tea. I admire you. Old brother. Your tasting is right. My white hair tip is indeed the freshly harvested young leaves and bud tips after the Qingming rains, and the exclusive secret recipe preserves the freshness and extraction. If you want to talk about the price, you have to count in grams, and you can't always buy it. Ha ha ha. Chen Shiqian sipped his tea in a bland manner. To be honest, he did like this tea very much. Usually at home, I am used to drinking the kind of tea with a strong flavor, but at first I drink this tea with a light taste. It's a different kind of flavor. Just like people who are accustomed to eating big fish and meat, it's hard not to like it when you eat small dishes of clear porridge. What old brother Chenghui said is very true. It's just as well. I'm thirsty too. I can't stop drinking your family's tea. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wan sat beside Chen Yi with a well-behaved face, listening to her dad and Uncle Chen's back-and-forth politeness. Her heart couldn't help but mutter, judging by Dad's demeanor. Obviously, the dad is not looking down on Chen Yi's mom and dad from the bottom of his heart, but on Uncle Chen's face, there was always a calm and collected smile. What's going on here? Why do you think? Uncle Chen's expression, so much like looking at a joke? Also, he mouthed off that Dad's tea was so good. Wouldn't that be a bit of an exaggeration? She pursed her lips and looked sideways at Chen Yi. Upon seeing Chen Yi still drinking tea with his head down, she blinked her pretty eyes and asked, "Hey, you're still drinking? This is the second one, right? Is this tea really that good?" Chen Yi looked up at his words, laughing bitterly. He said, "I don't know how to taste tea. I'm just thirsty. Would you like a drink? I'll get you a cup." Jiang Evening curled her lips and smiled, faintly saying, "No need. I only like coffee. I'm not used to this tea." Chen Yi let out an oh-so-quiet sound and twisted his head to continue observing the several elders. Actually, he wasn't thirsty. The incessant sipping of tea was just to hide the embarrassment and nervousness inside. He prayed silently in his heart. Let's get this meeting over with. Chairman John's contempt and disdain for his own family could be too obvious. Keep this up. He was really afraid that his dad and mom would be enraged. Especially his mom. Mom is a hot-tempered person. She may just lift the table and start cursing. Was worried about it. Jiang Chenghui's voice once again sounded out of place. "Oh yes, I haven't asked brother and Mrs. Saken about their income yet, since the two children intend to enter into marriage. Then as Little Knight's father, I have to ask how your Chen family's family situation is. Chen Shiqian nodded at his words. Seriously, he said, that is natural. When a parent loves his son, he plans far and wide for him. Elder brother Chenghuai, it would be reasonable for you to worry about your daughter's future. I won't lie to you. Our Chen family. Chen Shiqian was about to talk about the wedding house and car for his son, as well as savings and other matters, but he was impatiently interrupted by Jiang Chenghuai. May I ask what brother and Mrs. Saken's current retirement salary is? Faced with such a blunt question, Chen Shiqian frowned. Confidently, he said, my wife's and my retirement pay, combined, is less than 20,000 per month. However, you can rest assured that our Chen family. The words were not yet spoken. Jiang Chenghuai raised his head and interrupted Chen Shiqian once again. Oh, less than 20,000? I heard that Chen's current internship salary is $6,000 a month. So it looks like your family of three earns just over $20,000 a month? This is a bit too low. I won't hide it from you. A random bag from my family's Little Knight is $100,000 to start with. By the way, all of you are drinking this white hair tip today for more than that. In the face of Jiang Chenghuai being so open and unabashedly mocking, everyone present was stunned. Jiang even suddenly reacted as if something had happened. Quickly, he grabbed his cell phone, edited a text, and sent it to his grandmother. At this moment, Chun-Yi was somewhat unable to sit still. The awkward tension from earlier dissipated and was replaced by a full-blown rage. Damn, this Chairman Jiang has gone too far. Repeatedly so demeaning. He really couldn't see his mom and dad suffer such a strange humiliation, so he planned to directly confess to them the fact that he was pretending to be a couple with Jiang even. No matter what, they can't let mom and dad suffer this kind of aggravation after them anymore. At that moment, Chen Shiqian and Shen Shuyin exchanged glances. Shen Shuyin immediately grasped her husband's meaning, immediately grabbed the satchel at his side, pulled out the contract for the villa, the company contract, and the large bank book that had been prepared long ago. Then, Shen Shuyin's gaze was ruthless as she blanked Jiang Chenghuai. Pop, 2 contracts and a bank book, which she slammed down heavily on the tea table. Chen Shiqian forced down the anger in his heart. Leaning on the remaining shred of patience, he said seriously, we husband and wife don't run a company though. We're not some big shots who ride them all, but we are fortunate enough to have been blessed with the glory of our ancestors and still have some family money. This is the material foundation we have prepared for our son's marriage. Take a look. Saying that, Chen Shiqian casually pointed to the contract and passbook that were laid out on the table, and then he sighed and turned his head away with a dark face. This Jiang Chenghuai is really a bad character. No wonder it is said that a thug is not rich for 3 generations. With his arrogant to the core nature, I'm afraid he won't make it through 2 generations before the family declines. Even with a good daughter as smart and capable as Xiaolian, she couldn't stand up to him like this. At this moment, Jiang Chenghuai raised his eyelids, coldly and proudly. He glanced at the contract on the tea table, couldn't help stifling a grunt. In the land of Mordor, where every inch of land is gold, just your Chen family, what decent things can you prepare for your son? Estimate. Either it's some kind of small-holding condo or some kind of old, dilapidated building in the suburbs. Just as he was about to pick up the contract to see what was going on, Old Sun, the housekeeper of the family, came in hurriedly. After entering the house, Old Sun walked straight to Jiang Chenghuai's heel, whispering a few words beside Jiang Chenghuai's ear. Jiang Chenghuai's eyes instantly lit up at his words, and he stood up smugly. As it happens, I've asked another close friend to join me for tea. Like me, he is also a famous entrepreneur in our magic city, managing a listed group. Say it. Jiang Chenghuai was then about to walk out of the tea room and go outside to greet that good friend. Seeing this, Chen Shiqian's remaining shred of patience was already depleted. Chapter 78, My relationship with Chen Yi ends here. He only stood up with a flourish and raised an eyebrow with a sneer. Indignantly, he said, Fine, Jiang Chenghuai, is this how you treat our 2 families? Meaning, it's just a matter of making disparaging remarks 3 times, to actually ask someone else out. You're not taking the meeting between our 2 families too seriously. Shen Shuyin was also infuriated to the point of raising her willow eyebrows. Standing up, he pointed at Jiang Chenghuai and cursed, What do you think you are? Treating people so condescendingly. I've lived to this age and taught for decades, but I've never seen someone as arrogant and cocky as you. For such an important occasion as the meeting between the 2 families, you actually asked someone else to come. Isn't this just trying to hit us in the face, so that we can see what kind of characters you, Jiang Chenghuai, have befriended? Let us know that our Chen family does not deserve to know you, much less be married. You barbaric and shameless man. I balk. Chen Shiqian saw his wife cursing more and more vigorously. The eye is about to close. he hurried over to his wife and took her arm. Relieved, "Don't be angry. Wife, don't get angry over such people." Having said that, Chen Shichen turned his head to Jiang Chenghui. Eyes sharpened. "No words, no chat, goodbye." Facing Chen Shichen and Shin Shuin's head-splitting accusations, Jiang Chenghui, who was used to being flattered and flattered, where to stand this, only to see him raise his head and stare angrily at Chen Shichen and Shin Shuin in front of him. A pair of eyes that were already stern and gloomy reflected two cold lights at this moment. He was so exasperated that his fists were clenched and his teeth clenched. "You're a shameless couple, letting the common people live their lives. Every day, they delude themselves into thinking that a toad will eat swan meat and that a mountain chicken will fly up to a branch and become a phoenix. Now that I've pierced through his true colors, he's so irritated and angry that he dares to insult me. Jiang Chenghui, where's old son? Old son, quickly call our family's bodyguards in and blast these three unruly people out of here." Seeing that the two families had reached the point of saber rattling, Zhou, who had always been timid and soft, was already scared out of her wits at this time, and her body couldn't stop shaking. At this point, Shan Yi, who was standing on the side, had been enraged by Jiang Chenghui's words. He glared, striding forward, opening his arms, he unhesitatingly shielded his dad and mom. In a stern and angry voice, he shouted, "Jiang Chenghui, what do you want? Call the bouncer? Great! I'll see who dares to try to touch my parents. I'll make him walk in and lie out." Just at the moment when the conflict was further intensified, a high-pitched, thumping voice sounded behind him. "That's enough, all of you." The crowd turned back in unison, only to see Jiang Evening's willow brows furrowed and her gaze resolute as she walked over. When Jiang Chenghui saw his daughter coming over, he instantly became furious and said, "Little knight, look at what kind of person you're looking for. A bunch of poor hangers-on who don't know what they're doing and are delusional." Not waiting for Jiang Chenghui to finish, Jiang Even then looked at him cross-eyed and said indignantly, "Stop it, Dad. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think you'd come to this? If I had known that you would humiliate Chen Yi and his parents in 100 ways when the two families met, I would never have allowed this meeting to happen. How can you be like this? If you don't look down on Chen Yi's family, you could have never agreed to this meeting. Why bother promising a meeting while preparing for this? Isn't this slapping someone else's Chen family in the face? Dad, you've really gone too far. I'm ashamed of you." Having said that, Jiang Evening raised her hand and wiped the corners of her eyes carelessly, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with crystal tears, and her lips trembled slightly with anger. Shin Shuing couldn't bear to see Jiang Even so sad. Hastily comforting, he said, "Little knight, it's not your fault. You're a good kid who knows how to be kind, and you don't have to pay for adult mistakes." Jiang Even sniffed and twisted her head with both eyes red. The look was sour and helpless. "Uncle, Auntie, what kind of people are you? I'm well aware of that, and I hope you're not offended by my dad's behavior." Jiang Chenghui was irritated by his daughter's words. Exasperated, he pointed at his daughter. In a stern voice, she reprimanded, You dead girl, how dare you talk back to Dad, and taking sides with outsiders here. You're getting more and more disrespectful now. All these years, it's really a waste to raise you." Jiang Evening raised her eyes and glanced indifferently at Jiang Chenghui, and then she glanced at everyone in the room. With a resolute gaze, he said in a single word, "What was originally a good meeting has actually turned into such a situation. This is all our Jiang family's fault. I'm sorry, Shan Yi. I'm sorry, uncle and aunt. It's just as well that everyone from both families is here. I'm going to make an announcement now. My relationship with Chen Yi ends here, and our two families will have nothing more to do with each other in the future." The words fell. Jiang Evening bit her lip, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Two crystalline teardrops slowly slid down from their eyes. Chen Yi lowered his eyes and froze as he looked at Jiang Evening. "It ends here." A few words. It was like a loud thunder, rumbling and exploding in the bottom of his heart. It exploded his internal organs with a fiery pain. He opened his mouth, but couldn't get a word out. What started out as a partnership of pretend lovers was impulsive, ridiculous, and outrageous. Shouldn't we be heartily glad that it's over now? Clunk! With the teacup on the floor, Jiang Chenghui glared angrily, raising his large hand to swing down at Jiang Evening. Jolie loved her daughter so much that she hurriedly reached out her hand and pulled Jiang Chenghui's clothes with a deadly grip. Tears poured down her face and she said in a trembling voice, Don't hit Xiao Lian." Jiang Evening raised her stunningly beautiful cheeks. The eyes looked fiercely at Jiang Chenghui. "Word for word, from now on, I will never be at your mercy again. Aren't you looking forward to me going to the union? For that reason, you went out of your way to humiliate Chen Yi and his parents. In the future, I'll prefer not to comply with your wishes. I'll never marry in my life, so you can die trying to get me to join forces." Hear that? Jiang Chenghui first froze, disbelief written all over his eyes. Soon, He wrinkled his thick eyebrows. An unstoppable rage flashed in his eyes, and his entire person was like an enraged lion. Seeing this, Shen Shuyin walked over and pulled Jiang Evening aside. Next, she came to Jiang Even's ear and muttered a few words in a low voice. In the midst of Jiang Even's face of shock and amazement, Shen Shuyin gently patted Jiang Evening's shoulder, then turned around and walked over to her husband and son. Let's go. Hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing. With that, several people headed towards the doorway. Just then, there was a sudden sound of talking outside the door of the tea room. Chapter 79. You thug, and you look down on people. Chen Shiqian sighed indignantly. The man at the door is Jiang Qinghu's best friend? Oh, must be a brutal and arrogant man like him. The so-called snakes and rats are in the same nest, and that's what these people are. However, soon enough, Chen Shiqian felt that something was wrong. That voice, why does it sound familiar? Ha ha ha, old brother Chang Hui. I'm late. Took care of a little company business on the fly. And you're drinking already? Outside the door, Qian Wenhan smiled with an open brow and walked over on his feet. Hearing his best friend's voice, Jiang Qinghui let out a heavy breath, strongly suppressing the full anger that had just been aroused by his daughter. With a flutter of his sleeve, he took a step toward the doorway with his head held high. Ha ha, brother Wenhan, you really heard it before you saw it. The entrance to the tea room. Qian Wenhan and Jiang Qinghui smiled at each other and shook hands enthusiastically. Oh, from afar I can smell the aroma of your tea here. What kind of tea is this? Qian Wenhan took a deep breath and said with a mesmerized face. Jiang Qinghui hemmed and hawed and reached out his hand. Enthusiastically, he said, please come in and taste it. Don't you know? Qian Wenhan narrowed his eyes and smiled, lifting his leg to step in. Just in time, Qian Wenhan twisted his head and glanced absently when he realized that there were still a few people standing in the tea room. Subconsciously, he asked, Yo, you have a guest here? This is. The words were not yet spoken. Qian Wenhan fixed his eyes and saw who the person standing aside was. In an instant, his eyes froze, his expression was stagnant, and his open mouth could not be closed for a long time. The whole thing was frozen in place like a piece of wood. A few seconds later, Qian Wenhan only reacted and took 2 or 3 steps backward in fear. His face turned white, then red and hot. Sure, brother Shiqian. You, why are you here? Don't get me wrong. Qian Wenhan was trembling, his voice was hoarse, and his speech was incoherent. Chen Shiqian slowly raised his eyelids. The eyes glanced sharply and coldly at Qian Wenhan. Then he twisted his head and grunted. Without a word, he walked straight past Qian Wenhan's side. Seeing this, Chenny hurriedly took his mom Shen Shuin's hand and walked out right after his dad. Looking at the backs of a few people who left angrily, Jiang Qinghui frowned and shook his head slightly, his expression somewhat uncertain. Then he looked at the sweaty, trembling state of his best friend Qian Wenhan. He couldn't help but wonder. Brother Wenhan, what's wrong with you? You know Chen Shiqian? How did he get the chance to know you? Oh, I forgot. You've always loved collecting famous paintings. Is it hard to believe that he's using this preference of yours to get a chance to climb into a relationship with you? Qian Wenhan at this time. He stood stiffly in place, panicked and jittery. What just happened here? How did Chen Shiqian come out of Jiang Qinghui's house? From the expression on Chen Shiqian's face, it was easy to tell that Jiang Qinghui was pissing him off. Then, why did Jiang Qinghui suddenly ask himself to come for tea? The result was that he had just arrived at the Jiang Qinghui mansion when he was bumped into by Chen Shiqian. With great doubt and anger, Qian Wenhan's eyes widened. With a displeased face, he said, Qinghui, what the hell is going on here? Tell me the truth. Jiang Qinghui shrugged. A head of water said, No, brother Wenhan, why are you so nervous? Could it be that you're still afraid of that Chen Shiqian? Qian Wenhan gritted his teeth. Sharply, he said, Don't ask that. Just tell me what's going on here. Jiang Qinghui stretched out his hand, signaling Qian Wenhan to come inside and talk. Qian Wenhan entered the tea room with trepidation. Wenhan brother it's like this didn't I tell you last time? My family little late. Jiang Qinghui sat down on a chair. While sipping his tea slowly, he recounted the story with a fluttering demeanor. After listening to Jiang Qinghui's words, Qian Wenhan raised his hands and snapped them, slapping them hard on the tea table. Then he rose to his feet with a flourish. Furious and gritting his teeth, he pointed at Jiang Qinghui and said, You're out of your mind, aren't you? Jiang Qinghui, you really don't know what's good for you. You're pissing me off. Do you know what kind of person the other Chen Shiqian is? Do you know how powerful the other Chen family is? Qian Wenhan's mouth was half open, gasping for air. At this very moment, he felt as if he had been slashed with a knife and had his chest opened. Seeing that his best friend was genuinely angry, Jiang Qinghui then straightened himself. Taking a breath of cool air, he said uncertainly, No, brother Wenhan. Why don't I understand what you're saying? What kind of person is Chen Shiqian? Isn't he just a poor teacher? It's ridiculous to call yourself a painter now that you're retired. Seeing that Jiang Chenghui was still proud and arrogant, there was no one else in sight. Qian Wenhan stomped his foot in anger, and a hoarse roar of rage escaped his mouth. To this moment, he no longer cared about the fact that the two had been close friends for many years, and he was all about the etiquette and the scene. Standing on her tiptoes, she pointed straight at Jiang Chenghui's nose. Storming out, he said, "You thug! You still look down on people. You don't take a piss and look in the mirror to see your own virtues. I can tell you, with this amount of financial resources you have, compared to others, it's like an ant compared to an elephant. You think you're number one in the world because you're considered a person in Mordor? I don't know. Your so-called family group, in the eyes of others, puffing and puffing for a year is only to earn that broken silver a few taels, and calling people ridiculous, you're the one who's really ridiculous." Facing Qian Wenhan's taunts and insults, even though he had been a good friend for many years, Jiang Chenghui couldn't stand it. He raised his thick eyebrows in disbelief. "Qian Wenhan, do you know what you're talking about? What kind of mesmerizing soup did that Chen surname give you, to have brainwashed you to such an extent? I won't hide it from you. I've long investigated the Chen family. But it's just a small family in the west of the city." Qian Wenhan laughed in anger. After a cold laugh, he shook his head helplessly and said, Calling you a thug is light. You're really hurting me today. I shouldn't befriend people like you." At that moment, Jolie, who was standing on the sidelines, after seeing the scene just now, there was first a moment of dumbfoundedness, then she carefully tugged at her husband's coat. In a low voice, he said, "Mr. Qian, don't get angry yet. Honey, you too, don't get mad yet. For so many years, you and Mr. Qian have always been friends, and when he suddenly said that today, he certainly wasn't making something out of nothing. By the way, the Chen family put a few contracts on the tea table that they forgot to take with them. Why don't we open it up? Whether or not the Chen family has the financial strength, let's look at the contract first," said. Weekly reached out and pointed to the coffee table. Chapter 80. The wedding house prepared by the Chen family is worth $900 million? Jiang Chenghui stifled a grunt. Disdainfully, he glanced at the contract on the tea table. He said proudly, "With the Chen family being that poor, what kind of decent contract can they come up with? If you ask me, it's the family that's so good at fooling you all. You know, the kind of artsy underdogs that are the best at packaging themselves and confusing others. I, Jiang Chenghui, have been in business for decades and have read countless people. From the moment those people from the Chen family entered, I saw through their true colors. That Chen Shiqian isn't used to wearing a Zhongshan suit at all, and he definitely doesn't wear it much at all. His wife too, although she was wearing a cheongsam that looked reasonably well fitted. There was not a trace of the dignified air of a posh wife between her hands and feet. That boy of his family, not to mention, can't even do the most basic tea tasting." Seeing that his best friend was even still arrogant and unimpressed, Qian Wenhan was so angry that his eyes went black and his head buzzed. After a reprieve, he gritted his teeth and pointed at Jiang Chenghui. "Confused? You're really a confused person. I think you're so used to being flattered that you can't see your true colors anymore. The other Chen Shiqian that's called being modest and wise. I suggest you, get out of the house and into the street." But all those suits who are civilized are working for people. The really rich people are dressed casually and behave uninhibitedly. Zhou Yuri stood jittery. Seeing that her own husband and Qian Wenhan were about to argue again, she sighed. Turning around, he walked over to the coffee table and grabbed a couple of contracts on the table. "Since you won't look, I'll take a look. Poor parents. No matter what kind of family, parents love their children. Whatever house and car they have for their son is the best a parent can take within their means," said. Weekly took out the first contract. On the cover of the contract were 6 large letters, "Contract for the sale of a house." Upon turning it over, the first page clearly reads, "Seller, Party A Huazhou Juntin. Buyer, Party B Chen E." Jolie couldn't help but stare blankly, her expression somewhat incredulous. Hurriedly, she waved her hand at her husband. "Husband, you come over and take a look. The Chen family actually prepared their son's wedding room so well, buying a villa in Huazhou Junting." Jiang Chenghui originally wanted to argue with Qian Wenhan. After hearing the name of the neighborhood from his wife, he was in awe. Immediately raising his thick eyebrows, he asked, "Huazhou Junting? Which Huazhou Junting?" Shuri's eyes glowed. With a surprised face, he said, "It's the Huazhou Grand Court in the city center. This year was named our Magic City Top 10 Mansions of the Huazhou Junting. Inside the smallest set of villas also has 600 square feet, worth 3 or 400 million it." Jiang Chenghui sucked in a breath of cool air at his words. Half-heartedly, he said, "Really? You're not mistaken. Are you? There's not another neighborhood with that name, is there? Weekly frowned. Shaking his head, he said, it's impossible to be wrong. Only last month, I went to see the house here with Mrs. Fong. Didn't her son come back from studying abroad? Was planning to buy her son a matrimonial home. Oh yeah, haven't seen how many square feet the Chen family bought, said. Jolie hurriedly looked down the A side of 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 the A side just now. The moment you see the size of the villa, Churi's eyes were about to glaze over. Heavens, heavens, the Chen family actually bought the largest household inside. A 2,050 square feet detached villa. How can it be worth $800 or $900 million? This is really unexpected. Old husband, when I accompanied Mrs. Fong to look at houses last time, she only looked at 800 square feet and 1,200 square feet. Mrs. Fong's husband is the leader of our financial sector in Magic City, but she was extraordinarily cautious and careful when she bought the house there. After all, the unit price there is really high. Every villa in that neighborhood has a unique architectural style, full of the temperament of large European-style mansions. Each home has a large area of gardens designed by famous designers, swimming pools, jacuzzis, etc. Iya, what a surprise. The Chen family's financial strength is still good. Hear that? Qian Wenhan skimmed his mouth and gave a cold snort without any goodwill. At this very moment, he was already too lazy to argue anything with Jiang Chenghuai. All he could think about was the horrible scene just now when Chen Shichen bumped into him coming to the Jiang family. For him, the most important thing right now was to quickly rack his brain to come up with a reasonable and sensible reason so that he could go and explain to Chen Shichen. Look again at Jiang Chenghuai. After listening to his own wife's exclamation, he suddenly paused, dumbfounded. A horrible thought arose vaguely within. What Qian Wenhan said just now, it can't be true, can it? If that's the case, then yourself. No. Impossible. Even if you buy a villa, what does it prove? In the land of Magic City, there are countless people who can afford to buy villas. At best, it could show that their Chen family had some family history. Maybe this villa has drained the savings of the Chen family for several lifetimes. Qian Wenhan noticed the skepticism in Jiang Chenghuai's eyes. After rolling his eyes with a helpless face, he said carelessly, "Sibling can't you see that he still doesn't believe it? Go ahead and open the other contracts. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a copy of the change of incorporation in this." Zhou Yuri sniffed, immediately put the purchase contract in his hand aside, turned to pick up the other two contracts. "There's really a change of incorporation letter," Zhou Li exclaimed. "Couldn't be bothered to discuss it with my husband. Weekly then couldn't wait to turn over the change. Ruishi Jewelry Group Imperial Capital Branch?" After reading out the name of the company, Churi's jaw dropped as she looked up at her husband. Zhang Lian was originally shocked by the few words that Qin Shuyin had said on her way out, and she couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. "Now I heard my mom mention the Ruishi Jewelry Group." He was so shocked that he couldn't believe his ears a little. "Mom, you're talking about the Ruishi Jewelry Group? The one whose head office is in the United States?" Zhou Yuri nodded with dull eyes. "Yes, it's this multinational listed conglomerate. Mom also saw in a magazine yesterday that Hollywood actress, Alexandra, endorsed this brand of emerald necklace." At this point, Jiang Chenghuai suddenly felt a bit unable to breathe. His eyelids fluttered and he winced. With a somewhat shaky voice, she said, "Jolie, you see it clearly? Is the Ruishi Jewelry Group on this contract really that multinational listed group overseas? Crazy, right? This Chen family bought a villa worth hundreds of millions of dollars even. I can't believe you're still involved with a multinational corporation." Chapter 81. A good son-in-law who is hard to find by beating the lanterns is pissed off by you. It couldn't really be the Ruishi Jewelry Group whose head office is located in the United States, could it? That giant corporation that has long dominated the Magic City and has even gone global? That top luxury group that stands at the top of all of China? The luxury brands under its name cover the globe and are sold year-round in Asia, Europe and Africa. The Rexall Group, which is rumored to have a market capitalization of up to $1 trillion? Confronted by my husband's skepticism, Churi's eyes were firm and she nodded her head like garlic. Qian Wenhan slowly turned around, waving his hand. He mocked. "That's right, Jiang Chenghuai. It's exactly what you think. Dumbfounded now, aren't you? Where is the arrogance and prejudice of a moment ago? Compared to an international conglomerate like Ruishi Group, your Shanghai real estate is like a firefly under the scorching sun. There is only the part of looking up at its light from afar. It's not even on the same level as others. If people stomp their feet a little, they can trample to death countless businesses like Shanghai." After listening to Qian Wenhan's words, Jiang Chenghuai suddenly turned pale and could no longer laugh. However, out of an abundance of caution, he wanted to make sure again. After a moment of deliberation, he pulled a face. Humbly, he said, "Oh brother Wenhan, Since you know so much, then let me ask you, the relationship between this Chen family and Ruishi Group. Money Mannheim took off his glasses, wiped the beads of sweat that dripped onto his eyelids, murmured, Ruishi Group, just a part of the Chen family's industry. Chen Wenyu, the chairman of the Ruishi Group, is Chen Shiqian's own sister, Chen Yi's aunt. How can I put it? Even though Chen Wenyu is running the Ruishi Group, but the huge family fortune accumulated by the Chen family's ancestors will all belong to Chen Yi in the future. After all, the Chen family currently has only one precious child, Chen Yi. Hear that? Jiang Chenghui was stunned, his mouth so open that he could stuff 2 eggs in it. With trembling hands, he turned over the book of change of incorporation. Just see it clearly written. Letter of change of company's legal person, Ruishi Jewelry Group's Taidu branch. The corporate legal person is changed to Mr. Chen Yi. Effective immediately. A thick pile of contracts. The first and last pages are stamped with the company seal of Ruishi Jewelry Group, as well as the personal signature of the chairman of the board, Chen Wenyu. 3 words for Chen Wenyu. The writing is so grand and magnificent. The legal person of Titus branch was changed to Chen Yi. Wouldn't that mean Chen Yi's fortune has become astronomical? No. Chen Wenhan said that Chen Yi is the only heir of the Chen family. Jane is simply unimaginable. Think back to a world-class conference for financial firms. He was fortunate enough to have met this chairman Chen Wenyu once, although he can't remember what she looks like nowadays. But how did he himself try his best to hook up with Ruishi Group in the first place, so as to seek the slightest chance of cooperation, and how it ended up being rejected by the Ruishi Group without hesitation? So much so vividly. If this kid Chen Yi was really the real nephew of the chairman of Ruishi Group, and this kid had become romantically involved with his own daughter, then Shanghai Group's long-awaited cooperation, wouldn't it be a breeze? But it's amazing how much this has been screwed up by myself. Just now, he himself broke up his daughter's romantic relationship with the boy with his own hands, and personally ruined the company's future growth. Think about that. Jiang Chenghui suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and opened his eyes wide, his expression extremely distorted. His legs couldn't stop trembling and softening, and he couldn't even stand up. Trembling, he instinctively leaned against the display case beside him. That's how you don't go limp. The moment, the shock, remorse, and extreme anger in Jiang Chenghui's eyes, all seen by longtime friend Qian Wenhan. Qian Wenhan shook his head and tilted it back. I didn't expect it. Jiang Chenghui, just now you said you've read a lot of people. Now you're hitting your face, right? It's hard to find a good son-in-law with a lantern. And you're pissed off. The once-in-a-lifetime excellent opportunity to grow the family's strength was buried by you. You, just reflect and reflect. I won't say anything else when I see you like this. You've done me a great disservice this time. Goodbye. Say it. Qian Wenhan turned around without hesitation and whisked his sleeves away. The tea room became instantly silent. Jiang Chenghui leaned weakly against the display case. The eyes were dull and lifeless. A far cry from just a moment ago. Zhou Li also looked stunned. Her hands clutched the contract tightly, her gaze falling longingly on the few large words on the cover of the contract. After a while, Jiang Evening walked over. After a slow sigh, her red lips parted, murmuring, So, what Auntie said just now was true. I was still feeling a bit baffled and couldn't believe it. Weakly reached out and patted her daughter's shoulder. In a soft voice, she asked, You mean, what Chen Yi's mom told you when she was leaving? By the way, she said something to you. I see you didn't look too good after hearing it. Jiang even glanced at the contract in her mom's hand. Seriously, Auntie told me that although there is no relationship between our two families in the future, but she wants me to be happy and joyful and everything, and that the kid who bullied me, she and my uncle had already cleaned up for me, so I didn't have to be afraid anymore. Zhou Yuri sniffed and blinked rapidly a few times. Then she turned her head to her husband and said in shock, Honey, we saw the news this morning. Feng Yusong had his legs broken last night and became a cripple. This turned out to be the Chen family looking for someone. Shuri's voice screeched to a halt. The entire person was so horrified that he could no longer speak, his hands covering his mouth tightly. A few moments later, Jiang Chenghui exhaled heavily, raising his hand to wipe the sweat left at his temples. He tried his best to remain calm and said, Shaoli, that third contract. Why don't you simply open it too? Jiang Evening sniffed and touched his old mom's back. From mom's hand, she pulled out the contract that she had clutched so tightly. Soon, the third contract was revealed. It is said to be a contract, but in fact, when opened, it is a bank book. The words individual large certificates of deposit are written on it. The moment you see a string of numbers, even the female president, who was accustomed to seeing huge sums of money, was really a bit surprised at this time. $10 billion. Surprisingly, it's $10 billion in personal deposits. This is too much of a surprise. You know, the entire Shanghai real estate group. The net profit of a year is only 5 billion. Chen Yi actually has $10 billion in personal savings. This money is sitting in the bank with $170 million a year in interest. No. Who with $10 billion in personal savings would put it in the bank to eat the interest? Wouldn't taking it and investing it make a lot of $170 million? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chenghui suddenly let out a loud laugh after he came back to his senses. Chapter 82. He is a rich second generation out to experience life. Jiang Evening and Jolie turned their heads and looked at Jiang Chenghui with a confused expression. $10 billion? Why am I suddenly a little disbelieving again? The Chen family intentionally left these 3 contracts, another villa, another multinational group, and now a $10 billion deposit. I've fought my way up the ladder, started my business the hard way, and struggled for decades in the Magic City. How come I've never heard of such a character as Chen Shiqian? How can he prove that he's the brother of the chairman of Ruishi Group? Just because his name is also Chen? Or just because of these contracts that are impossible to determine whether they are real or fake? Ha! Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chenghui's words just fell. There was a sudden thud of crutches touching the ground outside the door. Lifting her eyelids, old lady Jiang was already standing outside the door. In Jiang Chenghui's face of surprise, old lady Jiang violently raised the mahogany cane in her hand and swung it straight toward him. You asshole thing. Look what you did today. I'm going to have to knock your mushy brains out hard. Jiang Chenghui instinctively took 2 steps back, raising his arms to protect his head. Unbelievably, he said, Mom, why did you suddenly come back? Is it possible that this girl, Little Knight, said something to you? After saying that, Jiang Chenghui raised his thick eyebrows and glared at his daughter with a cold gaze. He's very clear. In this house, no one dared to defy his wishes in the mother's absence, except his daughter. Jiang Evening bit her lip and walked to her grandmother's side without a word. Old Mrs. Jiang took her granddaughter's hand. Tapping his cane, he said indignantly, so what if Late told me? If it wasn't for Little Knight telling me about this, I wouldn't have known that you, Jiang Chenghui, have really grown. Seeing this, Jolie also rushed to her mother-in-law's side. Help your mother-in-law through the door. Mom, don't blame me for keeping this from you. I also didn't expect that today's good meeting between the 2 families would come to this situation. Mom, you don't know. Their Chen family is not at all what we thought they were. Old lady Jiang sat down on a rosewood chair with the support of her daughter-in-law and granddaughter. After a reprieve, she let out a long breath and spoke languidly. There's no need to say anything. Late told me all about it. Regardless of the family status of the Chen family, we shouldn't look down on them. Chenghui, you're so out of sight. To despise and humiliate people like that. Weakly frowned. Hurry up and bring a cup of hot tea and hand it to your mother-in-law. Then he picked up a few contracts left behind by the Chen family and put them in front of his mother-in-law. When old lady Jiang saw the tea, she immediately felt even more angry. Stretching his finger, he said angrily, I'm not going to drink this crap tea. Chenghui humiliated the Chen family 100 times with this crap tea. It's really a disgrace. I'm not going to read this contract either. I'm an old lady who doesn't understand these business things. But I do have some research on jade emeralds. Mrs. Lu, quickly go. Bring the 2 jade bracelets that Xiao Lian brought back that day. I need to take a good look at them. Luma bent over and said respectfully, yes, old madam. After saying that, Mrs. Lu turned around and left the tea room, heading straight for the storage room. Jiang even ruffled her hair. Somewhat surprised, she asked, Grandma, you and my mom didn't even open the bracelet I brought back that day? Old lady Jiang sniffed and nuzzled her mouth, lowering her head in some embarrassment. Jolie's expression was also very embarrassed. With a blushing face, she said, to be honest, your grandmother and I thought that the jade bracelet given by the Chen family wouldn't be any bracelet of the finest quality. We certainly don't look at it, and we shouldn't wear it. So, simply didn't open it and look at it. Hey, I'm to blame for this. Hearing Mom say that, Jiang even beamed with an angry expression. Sighing softly, he said, actually, I don't blame you guys. Even I didn't expect the Chen family to be so strong. I know that you and Grandma are completely focused on Chen Yi as a person and haven't cared about his family's situation. Say it. Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her eyes rolled. Unconsciously, his mind recalled the day he brought Chen Yi home. He actually offered himself $100,000 a month to hire Chen Yi to pretend to be his boyfriend and accompany him to cope with his parents' urging for marriage. Even when he learned that Chen Yi's internship salary was 6,000 yuan, he blurted out that he was underpaid. It's a shame to think about it now. The financial strength of other people's Chen family far exceeded their own. As the sole heir to the family business, Chen Yi was certainly not short of money. No, I should say there's more money than you can spend. Such a superior family situation. He actually so modest and low profile, ran to Shanghai to become a common small accountant. People are tired of being rich dudes. What about coming out to work and experiencing life? At that time, Chenny might have laughed at himself in his heart. Sheesh. It's so humiliating. Ouch. 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 I wish I could find a crack in the ground. Ah. Old lady, the 2 bracelets have been brought. Lu Ma's words interrupted Zhang Even's thoughts. She blinked her pretty eyes, her gaze fixed on the 2 delicate little boxes that Mrs. Lu had delivered. Old lady Zhang picked up the box and examined it. Red pine. Vintage style. Warm to the touch. Looking at the box, I can guess that the bracelet inside shouldn't be bad. Muttering under her breath, old lady Zhang slowly opened the 2 boxes. Soon, 2 identical jade bracelets appeared in front of the crowd. The moment you see the bracelet, old lady Zhang directly froze. The entire group was wide-eyed and shocked. Foot froze for a few moments. Only then did she raise her hand to hold up her old-fashioned glasses and marveled. Aiuu, this luster, this color, why it looks even better than this ancestral emerald jade bracelet I'm wearing. It's such a beautiful color. Not too dark, not too light, bright green, even in color and translucent through the body. Just admiring it indoors, you can feel its luster and spirituality, and it feels excellent and cool to the touch. This is definitely the finest quality of jade inside. Old Mrs. Zhang's words. Everyone in the room was shocked to hear it. Although Zhang Evening did not understand jade, but she believes in her grandmother's vision. Grandmother has always preferred jade emerald. The observation and judgment of jade is certainly not bad. Zhang Chenghuai sat alone on the side. Beneath the haughty and cold exterior is an apprehensive heart. In fact, up to this point, it was clear in his mind what the truth was. Only, he was still holding out for a chance. He categorically did not want to admit defeat until the final moment of closure. Being the creator of a family business, and at the helm of an entire family, no one can shake his credit and position. Chapter 83. Is it too late to regret? Those present, except for old lady Jiang, only Jolie knows a little bit about jade emerald. Fixatedly, he looked at the 2 jade bracelets of excellent color. After listening to my mother-in-law's praise again, Jolie's bright eyes shone and she couldn't help but ask, Mom, I don't know as much as you do though, but I remember you taught me how to recognize jade by its color. The color of good jade is very beautiful, usually showing bright green or emerald green, while inferior jade presents a duller and more lifeless color. Mom, since you said these 2 jade bracelets are of excellent quality, so, these 2 jade bracelets, are they Hetian jade? Old lady Jiang did not say anything when she sniffed. He just kept scrutinizing the 2 jade bracelets in his hands. From time to time, I look through the light and put it in the palm of my hand and touch it. After touching it you will also lift one finger and gently tap the bracelet. A few minutes later, old Mrs. Jiang looked up sharply, eyes steely, tone certain. Xiao this is not Hetian jade. Although Hetian jade is the finest of all jades, the material of these 2 jade bracelets is far superior to Hetian jade. Zhou Yuri sniffed and clenched her fists. Nervous, excitedly, he said, surprisingly, it's even better than Hetian jade. So what kind of material is this jade? As a jade lover, at the moment, old lady Jiang only hated that she was too old and blurry-eyed to appreciate these 2 jade bracelets of excellent quality more clearly. One could only hold the 2 jade bracelets with trembling hands and a look of incomparable devotion. In a single word, if I'm not mistaken, the material of these 2 jade bracelets should be topaz. Hearing the word topaz, Zhang Chenghuai jerked his head around, furrowing his thick eyebrows. He asked, Mom, is this really topaz? You didn't make a mistake, did you? I'm not interested in these jade emeralds, but I remember that this topaz is extremely expensive on the futures market. At one point last year, it was hyped up to sky-high prices by the literary circle, easily a few $100 million apiece. Old lady Jiang raised her head and glared at Zhang Chenghuai without any good reason. Then he returned his eyes to the 2 jade bracelets in his hands. After continuing to enjoy it for a while, old lady Jiang frowned her white eyebrows, and the look on her face grew more and more tense. A few moments later, knock knock, old lady Jiang suddenly picked up her walking stick and heavily tapped the ground twice. Sharply, he said, No, little knight, quick, help grandma up. Jiang even sniffed and hurriedly took her grandmother's arm, helping her to stand up. Nervously, she said, Grandma, what's wrong? Old Mrs. Jiang dropped the walking stick in her hand as soon as she did. Assisted by his granddaughter and daughter-in-law, he walked briskly to the door of the tea room. Quickly help me outside. I want to take a closer look at these 2 jade bracelets in the sunlight. Speaking, old Mrs. Jiang couldn't wait to come to the door. Stand still. She picked up the 2 jade bracelets and placed them in the fullest light of the sun. Next, in front of everyone, Elder Lady Jiang studied the two jade bracelets more finely. After a series of very professional identification through illumination, color, sound, touch, hardness, tongue identification, weighing specific gravity, Elder Lady Jiang drifted back to her senses, prancing to his feet. His eyes were red, his legs were weak, and his whole body was close to fainting. Looking at this situation, Jiang Evening and Jolie instantly tensed up. Jiang Chenghuai also immediately walked over to his mother's side, looking at her with an uneasy expression. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well?" For a while, only then did old lady Jiang gradually ease her emotions. She held back her excitement and tried her best to calm down. Then, she said word for word, "These two jade bracelets. Surprisingly, it's the Phoenix Seal Noble Consort bracelet that took the Magic City by storm 60 years ago. This series of bracelets, there are only 3 in total. The seller has offered a sky-high price. Almost no one in the entire Magic City can afford it. I was just in my early 20s, and I had the honor of seeing this Phoenix Seal Gue Fei bangle once when I followed my father to an event. But with our Liu family's financial strength, buying a Phoenix Seal Gue Fei bracelet would be unthinkable." When she finished, she could no longer hold back her emotions. It actually covered its face and cried on the spot. While crying, he slowly sat back in his chair. 2 wrinkled hands kept stroking the 2 bracelets. Jiang even bit her lip at the sight. Confused, "Grandma, you wouldn't be mistaken, would you? These 2 bracelets, do they really have such a legendary origin? How could their Chun family have something from 60 years ago? You also said that there are only 3 bracelets in total, and no one in the entire Magic City can afford them." Old Mrs. Jiang leisurely breathed a sigh of relief. Both eyes shone with a calm luster unique to the elderly. After a moment of silence, she said in a soothing tone, "Little knight, you have to trust Grandma. Grandma has loved jade emeralds all her life, and when she sees the best of the best on earth like this, she will never forget it for the rest of her life." This Phoenix Seal Noble Princess bracelet, that year, indeed only 3 out. The entire Magic City of the rich girl mansion wife. No one does not aspire to be able to have a, but because the price was so high as $10 million, no one could afford it. $10 million 60 years ago. Think about what that's like. Hear the number. Jiang Chenghuai's deep eyes narrowed and he smiled in disbelief. Questioned, "Mom, so according to you, there are only 3 of the finest jade bracelets in the world, and 2 of them have been bought by the Chun family? This Chun family had such strong financial power 60 years ago? Ha ha ha." Old Lady Jiang snorted coldly. Blushing, he gave his son a blank look. "Seriously," he said, "thanks to you being a businessman, how come your brain is so stubborn and stupid? For the Chen family to be able to own 2 Phoenix Seal Noble Consort bracelets, they must have been bought at great expense? Couldn't it have been produced and manufactured by someone's own company?" Hearing Grandma say that, Jiang Evening was violently shocked. Blinking rapidly, he muttered, "Phoenix Seal Noble Consort bracelet? The Chen family owns a global chain of jewelry companies called Ruishi Jewelry. Both carry the word seal. It shouldn't really be." Old Lady Jiang spread her face and smiled. "I can't help but reminisce about the past, and all the things that happened 60 years ago are still fresh in my mind." Late's guess was right. That would be it. "Why do you say that this Phoenix Seal Noble Consort bracelet should be produced and manufactured by the Chen family?" It is said that the raw stone used to make these 3 jade bracelets comes from the Ruili Green Pine Mountain, which is a strange stone that comes along once in 1,000 years and is unique in the world. So yeah, the seller set a sky-high price and refused to sell it at a reduced price even though no one could afford it. Her mother-in-law's words were an eye-opener for Cho Yuri. She leaned down and asked with interest, "Mom, didn't you say there were 3? Then where is the 3rd one? Is it hard to believe that it's also in the Chun family?" Old Mrs. Jiang waved her hand with a smile on her brow. Chapter 84, Son, it's inevitable to be sad when you lose your love. Fell, 3 Phoenix Seal Guifei bracelets, one of which was bought by the richest man in Magic City at the time. It was given to Zhou Xian, the first of the 4 great beauties of the Republic of China and a songstress known as the Golden Voice. Memories of the past. Elderly Mrs. Jiang spoke at length for a long time. Everyone in the room was mesmerized. Only Jiang Chenghuai looked tense, his thick brows furrowed, and he kept sighing. He was not interested in the jade jewelry at all. All he cares about now is money. The cooked duck has flown. The good son-in-law who offered to come to the door to propose marriage was driven away by himself. How can this be? Is it too late to regret it? At noon, the Chen family compound. Chen Shichen simply made a few dishes, and the family sat in the dining room and ate. "Son, eat more food. Don't just eat rice." Seeing his son bury his head in his food without a word, Shen Shuin and Chen Shichen glanced at each other, and both of them had an expression that saw through everything. Got it, Mom and Dad," Chen Yi casually responded, but his chopsticks did not move at all. Still with his head down, He ate his bowl of white rice. Think of the very beginning. The purpose of him pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend with Jung Even is to cooperate with each other to cope with his parents' forced marriage. If you can successfully gain the trust of both parents, then the two will continue to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend for a period of time, and then find an excuse to break up after a period of time. After a breakup, it's only logical that you'll be in the throes of a broken relationship that you can't get out of. To that point, even if the parents are pressing for a marriage, watching a child deeply hurt by love and heartbreak for a short time, it is also inevitable that you will not be able to open your mouth to urge marriage. According to the original plan, Chenny should be feeling ecstatic at this time that he had accomplished a great feat. Although the last act will be good in front of mom and dad, play a look of sadness after the loss of love downcast, so that mom and dad will feel pity for themselves and not continue to force the marriage. But, why? At this moment, he felt empty in his heart, and his emotions were low to the extreme. It was as if there was a boulder on his chest, weighing him down. Even when dad made a few of his favorite dishes, he just glanced at them without expression. There wasn't a hint of wanting to move the chopsticks. Actually, Chenny wasn't the only one who didn't have an appetite. At this moment, Shin Shuyin and Chen Shiqian also had no appetite for the food on the table. The two sighed silently. I've been looking forward to my precious daughter-in-law for so long. It's just gone. Early in the morning, excited and full of joy, I ran to the home of my future in-laws. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? But disappointment is disappointment. Shin Shuyin and Chen Shiqian had, after all, already read 1,000 sales and had calm minds, although usually slightly rude and not attentive enough to my son. But here and now, facing a depressed son after a breakup, the two had secretly resolved to be emotionally stable and keep their wits about them. Seeing his son already so sad, his whole expression was empty. The originally large, gleaming eyes also became dark and lifeless, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Shen Shuin's eyes reddened with heartache. After a sigh of relief, she forced herself to be happy. Son, why are you still eating only white rice? It's so unnutritious. Here, have some more of your dad's soybean stewed pig's feet. It's so flavorful and delicious, soft off the bone and full of collagen, said. Shin Shuyin smilingly pushed the casserole in front of her son. At that moment, Chen Shiqian reached his hand under the table and touched his wife's arm. Shin Shuyin looked at Chen Shiqian with a confused expression. Mom, I can't really eat this soybean stew with pig's feet. This dish is little Knight's favorite, and the last time she came to the house, she couldn't stop eating it, and was especially happy with her meal. Chenny stared at the soybean stewed pig's feet in the casserole in front of him and said with a downcast expression. Hearing my son say that, Shin Shuyin instantly understood why her husband had touched her under the table. The two men met eyes again, pondering how they should comfort their son. As much as they have hit rock bottom, their son is the one who is involved in this. The person who lost his love is the son. The person who suffers the most is also the son. Think about it. Shin Shuyin hinted to her husband that she must comfort her son more and encourage him to pull himself together. After decades of being a silent couple, Chen Shiqian naturally understood what his wife meant. After a pause, Chen Shiqian picked up the wine on the table and took a big gulp, and after looking at his son with a smile on his face, he said, Brat, you also have times when you lose your love and are sad. Dad told you it's something every man has to go through as he grows up. It's very rare for someone like your mom and I to go from first love to entering into a marriage and staying together into old age. Most people, have to go through a few breakups before they meet the right person to be with for life. Chen Shiqian's words, success caused Shin Shuin's tightly locked brow to unfurl, and a shy, happy smile spread across her face. Shan Yi, however, listened and lamented, couldn't help but grumble. Dad, are you comforting me? Or are you just showing your love? Do you want to comfort people like this? This is purely rubbing salt into my wounds. Chen Shiqian's complexion was in a state of security at the words. Immediately, the idea of continuing on was withdrawn. After a moment of deliberation, he slammed the table. Determinedly, he said, Dad doesn't want to beat around the bush with you. What we encountered in the Jiang family today was not the fault of our Chen family. Dad thinks to himself that our Chen family is very serious and extremely attentive to this meeting. Naiha he Jiang Chenghuai in the bottom of his heart do not look down on us. Do not look down on it, but also openly and secretly humiliate us. In that case, it's better not to have such in-laws. Shin Shuin's gaze was resolute and she nodded heavily, chiming in, yes, since the beginning of time, marriage has been about more than just two children. That's the union of two families. Jiang Chenghuai, as the Jiang family's family member, is so arrogant and cocky as a person. Our Qin family is categorically incapable of combining with such a family. It's just a pity that Xiao Lian is such a good girl, talented and good-looking, with an excellent character. Hey! Seeing this, Chen Shiqian hurriedly pushed Shin Shuyin. gesturing her not to mention Jiang evening again. Chen Yi lowered his head and ate his meal in a flavorful manner. Casually, he said, I know, Dad. Mom, don't worry guys. I'm also a person with dignity. I definitely won't be rushing up to get in touch with Jiang evening again. Seeing my son so knowledgeable, when it comes to emotional matters, it's all about being crisp and not dragging your feet. Shen Shuyin and Chen Shiqian felt a sudden sense of relief. Chen Shiqian took a deep breath, eyes like a torch. He said, Son, it's inevitable to be sad when you've lost your love. But yeah, you need to adjust your emotions and get back on your feet as soon as possible. Your mom and dad, they'll always be your strongest support. Although it's a shame to miss out on a girl as good as Little Knight, you'll meet someone more suitable in the future. If you want to have a girlfriend, mom and dad fully support you. You know the strength of our family now. So yeah, financially, you don't have to worry at all. Mom and dad will have the best for you. These words caused Chen Shuyin to be instantly startled. She jerked her head around and looked at her husband with puzzled eyes. Chapter 85, Crying. Mom and dad finally stopped forcing the marriage. Chen Shiqian's deep eyes curved, smiled at his wife. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I already told my son about our family yesterday. Shen Shuin's eyes widened in shock. Really? Really? Chen Shiqian twisted his wine glass and took a slow sip of red wine. Pneumatically, he said, That's right, wife. I've already told my son that our Chen family's ancestors were in the gold and jade business. The family money left behind by our ancestors is upwards of $100 million. It's not right to keep it from my son. Having told my son about the great strength of our Chen family, my son will be able to greatly increase his confidence and self-assurance when he looks for another partner in the future. Shen Shuyin heard her husband say the words more than 100 million with great vigor. All of a sudden, don't look away. Biting her lip, she fought the urge to giggle. Shan Yi, who was in the dark, after listening to his dad's words of encouragement, not only is it not half as exciting, instead, he became more and more worried. After thinking about it, with a serious face, he said, Dad, I think it's better not to easily tell outsiders about our family's true strength. Mom, you too, keep an eye out for others in all things, and be on your guard. After all, not many people in this world genuinely wish you well. Most people do, and when you have a good life, they are jealous. You have a bad life, they despise you. Having said that, Chen Yi pursed his lips. The look was somewhat helpless. Mom and dad are straightforward and have innocent personalities. It seems like this family still has to worry more about itself. Things like how much family property the family has really can't just be made known to outsiders. It's not like mom and dad's day when you could hold hands and get married. Nowadays, these days, living together for a couple years doesn't necessarily lead to marriage. If you tell outsiders about your family's financial strength, you're sure to have unsuspecting people hitting on you. It's even possible to get pestered by those gold-digging women. It's better to lay low and be careful. Chen Shiqian and Shen Shuyin keenly captured the thoughts in their son's mind. The two men were immensely proud of their son's maturity and understanding. Shen Shuyin held out her hand, giving his son a thumbs up. He said, Good son. Mom didn't expect that. You usually look big and naive. So the mind is so delicate and mature. It's true that you've grown up to understand. But son, your father told you that our Chen family is a billionaire, and it was also to encourage you to boldly find a date, without having to worry about financial issues. Chen Yi immediately waved his hand, eyes sharp. Mom, have you forgotten? I haven't lacked a girlfriend since I was a kid. Your son's good looks. He's not worried about finding a girlfriend, so he doesn't need to be hit with money. The reason I've been single for the last couple years isn't because I couldn't find a girlfriend. Rather, it's because I'm past the age of casual relationships, and I'm looking for a future wife. Shen Shuyin and Shan Shiqian instantly looked at each other. The expression was grave, the eyes complex. After a while, Shen Shuyin released a smile. Taking the initiative to vote to his son, he said, That's just it. Mom was just trying to persuade you to adjust your emotions as soon as possible and then look for a new date. But, after hearing what you said, Mom has finally figured it out now. In the future, your marriage matters. You make your own decisions. Mom and your dad aren't pushing you. Chen Yi's heart was shocked at his words. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a light smile. I can't think of an opportunity to take advantage of the lost love, to play poor to the parents, and then give some serious views on marriage. Mom and dad have really gone soft. Instantly heartbroken and trusting of myself. Have to say, today's meeting between the two families was a bad one. Though, but the upside is that for a short time, one doesn't have to be forced into marriage by one's mom and dad. Jiang evening sighed. Guess so. Afternoon. Jiang family estate villa. Boneheads. Jiang even dragged a suitcase down the stairs. In the hall on the first floor, old Mrs. Jiang and Jolie were sitting on the sofa talking about something. seeing Jiang even dragging her suitcase down. The two of them looked calm and had loving gazes. Old Lady John waved her hand at her granddaughter. Harmonizingly, he said, "Little Knight, you don't want to live at home anymore?" Jiang Evening put down her suitcase and walked quickly to her grandmother's side. Nodding, he said, "Well, I'm planning to live at the office from now on, or in the big flat that's close to the office." Old Lady Jiang nodded slightly at her words. Peace of Mind said, "Okay, Grandma supports you. From now on, you can have as much fun as you want. With Grandma here, your dad, he wouldn't dare to force you to do what you don't want to do anymore." Weekly walked over to her daughter, wrapped his jacket around his daughter. With eyes full of favor, she said, "Little Knight, Mom also supports you moving out. But yeah, you need to come home and visit Mom and Grandma from time to time." Jiang Evening stuck her tongue out mischievously. Chuckling, she said, "Got it, Mom, Grandma. There's something else going on at the office, so I'll go to the office first." "Say it." Jiang Evening bent down slightly, pulled up the suitcase, and walked straight to the door. Second floor study. Jiang Chenghui sat alone in the chair behind the desk, his expression bleak and his eyes deep. Hearing my daughter walk out of the house, he dropped his hands in dismay. Taking a deep breath, his expression became extremely ugly. What the fuck is this called? After decades of hard work and entrepreneurship, it was not easy to create this piece of family business. Today, my daughter is getting better and better. At such a young age, he was able to take charge of the entire group and manage it in a well-organized manner. If I hadn't looked away, misjudged the strength of the Chen family, Shanghai Group is expected to ride on the line of Ruishi Multinational Group and successfully complete the transformation of the enterprise. Now think, what a regret, what a big mistake. 1 month later, Shanghai Real Estate Group, Finance Department Office. Shin Yi has just completed the work assignment arranged by his supervisor. "I have nothing to do, so I'm going to clean up and organize my desk." Just opened the third lockable drawer. The 3 contracts inside instantly came into view. Shin Yi couldn't help but exhale heavily. Without realizing it, it's amazing that a month has passed. A month ago, Jiang Evening sent someone to place these 3 contracts on his desk. He didn't even look at it before locking it in a drawer in his office. Time flies. It seems as if it happened yesterday, and I can't believe it's been a month. During the month, although Chen Yi was still working at Shanghai, he hadn't run into Jiang Evening once. Think about it. One is the female president of the group and the other is an ordinary employee. Even if they are in the same building, there will be little intersection of work. A few moments later, Chen Yi glanced down at his wristwatch. It was almost time to get off work. He picked up his briefcase. 3 contracts were quickly tucked away. Chapter 86 Shock. The wife is pregnant and the husband has pregnancy sickness. 7 o'clock in the evening. The Chen family compound. Faced with a table full of delicious food, Chen Yi couldn't stir up a trace of appetite. Instead of having an appetite, I felt a little nauseous. Fighting back the nausea, he took a piece of red meat and ate it in his mouth. Unexpected. The next moment he felt his stomach gagging and food coming up. Wow. One couldn't help it. Chen Yi couldn't run into the bathroom in time. Then he clattered around the restaurant and threw up. A fluttering nausea in his stomach was so hard that he just sat down on the floor. "Son, why are you always nauseous and wanting to vomit lately? If you were a girl, Mom would wonder if you were pregnant." Shin Shuyin frowned, worried. Chen Shichen saw that his son not only had no appetite recently, but also had nausea and vomiting from time to time. Inside, I can't help but feel a little worried and upset. "Son, did you eat a bad meal? Or is it the irregularity of your diet and the small amount of food you've been eating lately that's upset your stomach? Tell you what, you don't go to work tomorrow and rush to the hospital," said. Chen Shiqian walked over and patted his son's back. The health of his son is a major issue for the Chen family. It's about the continuation of the bloodline of the entire family and the continuity of the descendants. After throwing up all the food in his stomach and coughing for a while, Chen Yi only gradually slowed down. He frowned and waved his hand. No need to go to the hospital. I just get the occasional nausea. No stomach ache. No tummy ache. Don't you guys know this body of mine? It's hard. When I was a child, no matter if it was windy or snowy, even if knives were raining from the sky, my grandfather took me out to practice martial arts as usual. With that said, Chen Yi grinned heartlessly. Chen Shiqian saw that his son didn't seem to be in any trouble. The heart was only slightly relieved. At this time, Shin Shuin's eyes turned slightly. Suddenly thinking of something, he said anxiously, "Son, you're not out of the pain of the breakup, are you? It's been a month. It's time for you to move on. It's not good to dwell on the past all the time." The words fell. Shin Shuin walked to one side and sat down on a small sofa. Sighing continuously, he sighed in secret. To think that my son and late didn't break up because of a bad relationship. Rather, It was because of the conflict between the two families that they had to endure a painful breakup. She then felt a blockage in her heart and mind, and a strong sense of powerlessness swept through her body. Chenny rinsed his mouth. After a reprieve, he resumed his seat at the table. Picking up the chopsticks, he said slowly, "Don't worry, Mom. Your son just isn't the kind of person who can be beaten down by a lost love. I'm going to eat well, and I'll eat well and get well from now on." Chen Shiqian saw that his son was so open-minded and optimistic. He couldn't help but laugh aloud, his voice like a pearl. "Good son. Worthy of being a descendant of our Chen family. As long as your will remains intact, no setback can defeat you. Dad will go out tomorrow and buy more ingredients that nourish your body, so he can make you something delicious and replenish your body. Get your body in good shape so that you can pass on generations to our Chen family in the future." Ha ha ha. Chenny slowly nibbled on a piece of pan-fried scallop. "Rambling, look at you, Dad. 3 words can't be separated from passing on the family name. It's not like I'm mating for the Chen family. I'm really bewitched." Listen to the humorous conversation between father and son. Shin Shuin released a smile. With that, he leaned back on the couch, picked up his phone, and swiped through the short videos. 10 minutes later. Pop. Chenny simply put down his chopsticks, pulled out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Feeling his slightly bulging belly, he burped contentedly. "Sure enough, it's good to be young. I had just thrown up so much that I even vomited the acid out of my stomach. In the blink of an eye, I actually dried another bowl of rice. However, to prevent nausea and vomiting again, he ate with extra care this time, chewing and swallowing the entire time, not daring to touch the meat dishes, only eating 2 light vegetarian dishes. I'm full. I'm going to my room." Having said that, Chenny stood up, tugged on his chair, and was about to walk out of the restaurant. Whoops, only just turned around. Then he was startled by a sudden scream from his mom. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's a big deal. A big deal. Honey." Chen Shiqian hurriedly put down his teacup at his words. Turning his head, he asked sharply, "What's wrong, wife?" Chenny frowned and patted his chest. With a hopeless look on his face, he said, "Oh Mom, I'm having a hard time finishing a meal. That scream of yours gave me a fright. Yo, I've had a bad stomach lately, so you can't always make a fuss and scare me into throwing up again." Shin Shuin stood up in a flash. Holding his cell phone up, he walked quickly to the table. "Next." Her bright eyes glowed with excitement as she said, "Guess what? You 2 gentlemen. What shocking news did I swipe the teaser?" Chen Yi and his dad instantly looked at each other. The two shook their heads in silent agreement. Chenny smashed his mouth and said, "Shocking news? Mom, what you see as earth-shattering news is, at most, which male or female celebrity is in a public relationship. I'm not interested. I'm going to my room." Shin Shuin stepped forward. One took his son's arm. The voice eagerly said, "You 2 men quickly look at this news. Read it, guaranteed to be surprised. Say it." Shin Shuin set her cell phone straight and turned the volume up to maximum. With a hint of curiosity, Chenny and his dad came closer to the cell phone screen, only to see the cell phone as Tamzhou News official account released a hot news in the morning. Shocked, the wife is pregnant and the husband has pregnancy sickness. A woman in Tamzhou says she is currently 2 months pregnant, and strangely enough, she doesn't have any pregnancy reaction, but instead her husband has begun to suffer from frequent nausea and vomiting. Doctor says it should be a syndrome that accompanies pregnancy. This is less common, but not rare, and is related to the person's physical condition and psychological quality. The wife, upon hearing this, said that she was both heartbroken for her husband and kind of wanted to laugh. In the video, the pregnant woman is in a good mood, has a big appetite and is eating chips and watching TV. The husband, who was sitting on the sidelines, was sad, sighing, sick to his stomach, and from time to time rushing into the bathroom to vomit. Watch this video. Chen Shiqian and Shin Shuin were dumbfounded and turned their heads in unison to look at their son. The eyes were complicated, yet flickered with a hint of delight. After a few moments of freezing, in unison, the 2 said, "Son, you're not going to get any girl pregnant, are you?" Shin Shuin blinked rapidly, clapping his hands fiercely. He said, "If Mom remembers correctly, in these years, you've only had this one girlfriend, Shoyan, right? Don't forget, Mom's been there. And Mom knows that pregnancy sickness usually occurs in early pregnancy. According to the time projection, it must be that late is pregnant, and just a month or 2 pregnant. Ha ha ha, can't go wrong." Watching his dad and mom staring at him with glowing eyes and full of anticipation, Chen Yi's people were numb. Chapter 87, One shot and you're hit. Do you think I'm a divine archer? Crap. What's all this? Swipe a boring short video to associate yourself with it too. You're crazy about your grandchildren, aren't you? Chenny rolled his eyes with a speechless expression. Disdainfully, he said, "I mean, Mom, They're just married youngsters. And the wife is really pregnant before the husband gets that what's his name syndrome. Look at me again. I'm just a single old bachelor. Where's the pregnancy sickness? That's ridiculous. Besides, these short videos are all eye-catching dog and pony dramas. Whether they are true or not, it's not certain. Shin Shuin sniffed and slapped her son in the face without a good reason. Point to the cell phone screen. Young said, keep your eyes open. This is an official release. The reporter himself came to the door for an interview. It's definitely not fake. Chenny spread his hands. Puzzled, he said, but Mom, what does this have to do with me? I just have an upset stomach. And my dad has told me that it's from my irregular diet lately. Right, Dad? Chen Shurqian's eyes were lost in thought, and he hung his eyes without knowing what he was thinking. It took a few moments before his head snapped up. Taking a deep breath, he said seriously, Son. Dad took a long hard look at it. Your mom seems to be right. Look, didn't you say you've been dating late for 6 months? You guys must have had something happen in the last 6 months. You know what Dad means, haha. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Food and color are the same. It's the 21st century now. The key thing is, you drank Dad's carefully made superb tonic soup last time. That power, that effect. I don't need Dad to ask you, do I? Ha 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 ha. I heard my husband mention tonic soup. Shin Shuin was instantly beaming with joy and happiness. That's true. Back in the day your dad had this soup and had you that night. Giggle giggle. Chen Shurqian hemmed and hawed. He patted his wife's shoulder and said, ouch. This kind of old story. Don't mention it again. By the way, let's see what the general public is saying in the comments of this video. Shen Shuin giggled. Casually click on the comment section on the right side of the short video. The netizens' comments were varied. In just half a day's time, there were actually more than 200,000 comments in the comment section. It is enough to see the keen interest of the general public in this matter. Star Ocean, this is the legend of sharing blessings and hardships together, right? Candy House Monster, my husband smells my son's poop like this, crying with laughter. Baby Snow, my best friend revealed to me that when you are pregnant, you can cross over your husband's head in the middle of the night when you get out of bed to go to the bathroom, so that the pregnancy sickness will be transferred to your husband. She said that's what she did and then managed to get her husband to start having pregnancy sickness. Jenny baby, holy shit. That's what happened to my little aunt when she was pregnant, shocker. Star it full of stars. Look hubby, I didn't lie to you. Peach soda, it said that men love a woman enough for this to happen. Chen Shurqian and Shin Shuin happily looked at the assortment of comments in the comment section. The more you watch it, the more addictive it gets and you just can't stop. Chenny deflated his mouth and followed suit, glancing at the comment section a few times. This look doesn't matter. Can't imagine. This phenomenon, which sounds odd and outrageous, actually does exist in reality. He couldn't help the shock that ran through his body and sweat broke out on his forehead. Thinking about a month or so ago, he met Jiang evening in a bar, after which the two of them went to a hotel. That night won't be. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can it be that accurate? His dad and mom often urged him to get married and reminded him countless times. It is said that people nowadays generally marry late and at an older age when they get married. I am busy at work, often working late and irregularly. So, it's not easy to conceive a child. Many couples who have been married for years and are infertile need to run to the hospital for ovulation injections or even need to go for IVF in order to successfully conceive a child. He's only done this once. How can he possibly hit it? It's like archery. How can you hit the bullseye with one arrow? Unless it's a fictional archer. Scroll through the comments section for a while. It was only then that Chen Shurqian and Shin Shuin put down their cell phones with fondness. Next, the two men surrounded their son left and right, eyes warmly fixed on his son. That look, as if he had already begun to envision what his future great-grandson and great-granddaughter would look like. Chen Shurqian patted his son's shoulder. In a serious tone, he said, unexpectedly, our Chen family has a successor. Son, get in touch with Late right away and ask her about her health. Dad's got to hurry up and get her set up on the birth control soup, the tranquilizing soup. I can't afford to shortchange my oldest grandson or damage little Knight's health. Shin Shuin also pulled her son's hand tightly. With tears in his eyes, he said, your father was right. You need to take the initiative to contact Late. Don't believe it you kid. Think about it. When have you ever had an upset stomach since you were a kid? Our family has always eaten a healthy diet with excellent nutrition and raised you as strong as an ox. I'm telling you, why did you suddenly start getting nauseous and vomiting all of a sudden for a good reason? So it's a happy event. Ha ha ha. Chenny let out a bitter smile, lowering his head. He had a go at playing a cell phone game. A look of not wanting to care. Shin Shuin saw her son in this state. The fire came up instantly, and he grabbed his son by the ear. Chenny bared his teeth in pain. Hurrying to turn off her cell phone, she covered her ears and said, Mom, what do you want me to say? Anyway, I'll say one thing about this outrageousness. No way. I really just have a simple upset stomach. I'll just get better. And, to tell you the truth, I'm not at all. With the other person Jiang Evening. Hear the moment of truth. Chen Shiqian and Xin Shuyin instantly held their breath, not daring to breathe a single breath. Nervously, he said, "What's going on with you and little Knight? Quickly tell mom and dad." Chen Yi shrugged. "Truthfully, I've been with her. Not that many times at all. She's a more reserved girl, and it's only been once in all the time we've been talking. Once, it's not even possible. So yeah, mom and dad, let's just leave it at that. It's too much. Hear that?" Shen Shuyin and Chen Shiqian's just ignited hopes of having grandchildren were instantly dashed. It poured over the two men, drenching them in outright stupefaction. If it is really only once, it is indeed too much to hope for. In reality, they had never heard of any couple who had conceived a child only once. Quickly, it takes a few months after the wedding to conceive. Slowly, that's a year or two, maybe even 4 or 5 years away. Chapter 88. The photo zoomed in, and the woman was incredibly beautiful. Shen Shuyin raised her hand and patted her son's back. A bit unwillingly, he pursued. "Are you telling the truth? Was it really only once between you and little Knight? Don't you dare lie to mom about such a big deal." Shenny spread his hands helplessly. To completely dispel mom and dad's unrealistic fantasies, he set his face and said in all seriousness, 1,000 times over, "Mom, and that one time, it was months ago." Shenny finished. Shin Shuin's complexion darkened all of a sudden, turning away, frustrated. He didn't want to say another word. At that moment, Chen Shijian sighed tersely. Waving his hand at his son, he said, "Okay, mom and dad know. Don't mention this to anyone ever again. Go to your room and rest." Back in the room, Chen Yi took a shower, then habitually opened his computer, facing a few of my favorite games I've played before. At the moment he couldn't muster the slightest interest. The light radiating from the computer screen caused another wave of nausea to flood his stomach. After a few sips of a cold drink, Chen Yi casually turned his computer chair so that his back was to the computer. Next, he pulled out his cell phone, so bored that he tapped on a few common apps. The WeChat group chat Love Each Other family is cold and quiet. It's been many days since anyone has spoken. Even mom and auntie, who have always enjoyed the hot chatter in the group, have been silent for days. A month ago, the two families had a falling out the day they met. That night, without saying a word, Jiang even silently exited the group chat. Since then, no one in the group has initiated conversation. Tapping on the group chat message, he looked at the notification that Jiang Evening had withdrawn from the group. Chen Yi couldn't help but furrow his sword brows, his expression despondent. After hesitating for a moment, he still couldn't resist the temptation and clicked on Jiang Evening's avatar. Her friend circle is set to show only 3 days of friends. The only thing in my friend's circle is a friend's circle that was just posted last night. Interesting and hopeful. No disasters, so it's good. Underneath a simple sentence are 4 selfies. After a pause, Chen Yi clicked on the 4 photos one by one. The moment the photo zoomed in, he felt his breath stop and he couldn't help but stare. In the photo, in the dimly lit bar, Jiang Evening was wearing a black deep V-top with an ultra-short leather skirt and marten boots underneath, mousse rose-colored heavy makeup and wore her long curly chestnut brown hair. It's a great outfit for drinking and bouncing, teasing and wild and feminine. She leaned lazily against the card seat and listened to the music, her eyes dainty and her posture charming, snow-white skin that looked whiter and whiter against a black suit. Chen Yi couldn't stop staring at Jiang Evening's picture. Jiang Evening's temperament was unique. Even though dressed in cool clothes and heavy makeup, she was sitting at the bar drinking, but the feeling she gave off all over her body was still so noble and beautiful. Remember after that night, she was sprawled unclothed on the large, white bed, snow-white, translucent skin, exquisite curves, like a delicate blooming rose. It is a delight to behold. After watching for a while, Chen Yi lightly closed his eyes. He muttered, in this life, he should not meet another woman like Jiang Evening who makes him fall in love at first sight and is instantly enamored. In that case, a lifetime of celibacy would be a good choice. Next day, morning, Jiang family villa estate. The water in the pond is cold and the mandarin ducks are rising. And the smoke in the curtain is cold and the water in the lake is coming. A touch of icy green in the heart nah. It's beautiful. Old lady Jiang sat on the sofa, quietly admiring the jade bracelet in her hand. From time to time, I sigh a little and love it. Daughter-in-law Jolie sat on the sidelines. Couldn't help but admire the jade bracelet on her wrist over and over again either. Mom, you don't have to tell me. The bracelet is indeed beautiful. At first you said that this was one of only 3 superb jade bracelets in the world. And I didn't quite believe it at the time. After admiring it all these days, I realized how good the quality of this jade bracelet is. The color of this jade is not stunning at first glance, but when tasted in detail, the jade is as warm and unique as a radiant river of stars. Old Lady Jiang smiled brightly. Placing the jade bracelet in his hand in the box, he twisted his head to look at his daughter-in-law. Saw my daughter-in-law actually wearing the bracelet on her wrist. Old Lady Jiang immediately restrained her smile. With a serious look on her face, she said, Xiao Lia, how did you put this jade bracelet on your hand? The last time we met with the Chun family, it was so unpleasant that the two families are no longer related today. So yeah, we need to find a chance to return these two jade bracelets. Jolie sniffed and lowered her head, looking a bit embarrassed. Embarrassed? Got it. Mom, I just love this jade bracelet so much that I couldn't resist putting it on and trying it on. I'll put the bracelet in the box, and when little Knight comes back, I'll have her bring it to Chen Yi. Said. Weakly sighed silently. Very reluctantly, she took off the bracelet she had just put on, and then the bracelet was carefully placed in the box. At the mention of the meeting between the two families, a hint of frustration flashed in the bottom of old Lady Jiang's eyes. The thought of her ungrateful son made her furious. But anger is anger. After all, he was his own son, and still the head of the Jiang family. Since the two families met a month ago, the son Jiang Chenghuai then all day long sad brow, moping. A whole month did not go out much. Think about it. Old Lady Jiang slowly spoke. Xiao Lia, is Chenghuai still in the study now? He hasn't left the house in a month, has he? Didn't visit the office either. Hearing my mother-in-law ask about my husband, Shuri's brow tightened. Looking worried, he said, Yeah, Mom, it's been a whole month. Not only has Chenghuai never left the manor, he rarely even leaves the door of his study. He was even up early today, smoking cigarettes in his study, one after the other. This morning, he didn't come to the dining room for breakfast either, and at this rate, I'm really worried about his health. Old Lady Jiang tapped her cane. Raising his head, he glanced worriedly at the second floor study, muttering, looks like the kid's really taking a hit. Second floor. The study. In the smoke, Jiang Chenghuai sat alone in a chair and smoked a cigar. An emerald watch sat on the table, quietly glowing with warmth. Thinking about that day after my mother identified the two jade bracelets as treasures of great value 60 years ago. Immediately afterward, he opened this jadeite watch that Chen Yi had given him. At that time, my mother could tell at a glance. This is a rose gold and diamond emerald watch. The materials were chosen from the best gold, jade, emerald and diamonds in the world. It is a highly artisanal and extremely valuable watch. These days, every time I think about the scene of the meeting with the Chen family, Jiang Chenghuai then felt a blockage in his chest and felt uncomfortable. Chapter 89, Crazy, I have a little baby in my belly. At that time, he himself was even so bold as to mock the Chen family couple many times. He also shows off what little talent he has and flaunts his roomful of collectibles. I don't know. These so-called rare treasures might just be unusual objects that could be found everywhere in the Chen family's home. Ugh. Jiang Chenghuai let out a sigh. I'm not ashamed to see anyone. Now that the daughter has moved out, the mother and the wife have deliberately distanced themselves. Qian Wenhan, a good friend for many years, also stopped seeing himself. Think about that. Jiang Chenghuai looked stern and slammed the table. Pow! Big deal. Pull yourself together and go apologize to the Chen family. For the sake of his daughter's happiness and for the future of the Chen family business. I'm going out on a limb, but calm down and think about it. Again, he felt unsettled. Thinking about it, he had gone to great lengths to try to break up his daughter and Chen Yi, and after falsely agreeing to meet, he had mocked and humiliated the Chen family in every possible way. Bodyguards were even sent to drive away the three members of the Chen family. So it seemed that the Jiang family and the Chen family had completely torn their faces off. Even if he was willing to pull down his face and apologize, he was afraid that the Chen family would not give him this opportunity. Nowadays, it's just a matter of getting it right. The right opportunity. A breakthrough to ease relations between the two families. But where to find this opportunity? It's sad. Shanghai Group Building. Jiang Evening had just finished the group's high-level meeting. Upon returning to her office and sitting down, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and back pain. Ouch! Why does my head hurt so much? Back is sore too. Phew! Assistant Cho saw it. Hurry up and put down the paper in your hand. Walking over, he said with concern, General Manager, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Should I call a doctor? Jiang even casually waved his hand. With a bitter smile, he said, it's fine. Probably why I didn't sleep well last night. Older. No more than when I was young. I remember when I was in college. I used to stay up all night playing games or reading novels all night, and the next day I was as lively as ever. But since I turned 25, I can't, and when I stay up a little late, I'm dizzy the next day. Hearing the GM say that, Cho was amused and giggled. Couldn't help but TSK. Whoever said old can do it, but you can't. You were never old to begin with and are so well maintained. Look at your skin. It's fair and delicate. Blown out. More youthful than the girls in their early 20s in the company. Jiang Evening's red lips curved up, and she suddenly smiled. Slapping Xiao Zhou, he said, "Stop kissing ass and give me a shoulder squeeze." Zhou spat out her tongue. With that, he went around to the back of the office chair and squeezed Jiang Even's back with moderate strength. Jiang Even loosened her body and leaned lazily on the seat. After a while, Zhou suddenly remembered something and asked thoughtfully, "Right, General Manager. You have a headache and backache, which is a typical physiologic reaction. Are you having your period? If it's really hard, I'll get you a painkiller." The reason Zhou talked about it, it's because Jiang Evening has always had menstrual cramps. Every time she arrived at her physiological period, Jiang Evening would have a sore back and headache, and her body would be uncomfortable. Almost every month during my physical period, I need to take a painkiller or two. In the cabinet in the office, there were painkillers that Jiang Evening needed to take during her physiological period for a long time. Jiang Evening was emptying her brain and enjoying Xiao Zhou's massage, when she suddenly heard Zhou ask about her physiological period. She was shocked. The whole thing froze, a buzzing in his head. A few seconds later, Jiang Evening jerked his head up. "Seriously, Zhou, I'm fine now. You, go ahead and get busy. Go and rush that contract with the Vanguard Group." Jiang Even casually found an excuse to send Xiao Zhou out. Zhou rubbed his head in confusion. She didn't dare to ask more questions and picked up the contract that she had just placed on her desk, so she left the office with a sense of humor. Clang! With the door to the room closed, Jiang Even instantly stood up, one hand constantly patting her chest lightly. "Oh my god! Oh my god! What day is it today? How many days has it been since I've had my period?" At the thought, she grabbed the cell phone on the table, quickly tapped the calendar on his phone. "The moment you see the date." Jiang Even bit up her lips all of a sudden. Her pupils dilated in fear. She remembers it clearly. "Last month I got my aunt on the 5th and today is already the 25th. That is to say, it's been a month and 20 days since she's had an aunt. It was delayed for a whole 20 days. Crazy, right?" Over the years, she rarely had irregular periods. He usually eats a healthy diet, loves to exercise and pays close attention to taking care of his body. So even if there is an occasional delay in menstruation, it's pretty much delayed for a day or two. It has never been postponed for 20 days. It can't be pregnant, can it? Think about that. Jiang Evening was so scared that she couldn't breathe properly, her chest rising and falling violently. No. She lived to be 27 years old and had only had one relationship with a man or woman, and it happened while drunk. This extremely tiny little probability event can't really happen to you, can it? At this very moment, Jiang Evening was no longer interested in working. Putting on his coat and picking up his bag, he walked out of the office. As it was the first time, there was no experience. After standing in front of the pharmacy, Jiang Evening hesitated for a long time. It was only then that he discreetly and carefully put on his hat and mask and somewhat awkwardly walked into the pharmacy. "May I ask what kind of medicine you are looking for?" In the pharmacy, the clerk in the white coat asked politely. Jiang Even blinked her pretty eyes. In a voice as tiny as a mosquito, he said, "Well, I want a pregnancy test." The clerk smiled. Turning around, he pulled out several different styles of pregnancy tests from the shelf. "Look, which one do you want? These have tested well." Jiang Evening glanced away in embarrassment. Reaching out, he pointed to one of the pink ones. "Well, that's the one. Back home." Closed the door to the room. She exhaled heavily. Then he kicked off his heels and took off his jacket. And then he took the pregnancy test and hurried into the bathroom. The instructions state that after the test, it takes 5 minutes for the results to come back. Jiang Evening sat on the sofa. Willow frowned slightly and clenched her fists, tense as she waited the 5 long minutes. Without ceasing, I prayed silently in my heart. "Don't ever hit it. Don't ever hit it." She had kept herself to herself for over 20 years and had never had sex with any random man. Just once. Just once. God, don't ever scare me. 5 minutes later, Jiang Even squinted her eyes and picked up the pregnancy test with trembling hands. The beautiful eyes slowly widened, gradually seeing what was displayed on it. Next, in a large 300 SQ, foot, flat, a woman's scream rang out suddenly. "Ah. 2 bars, I'm pregnant. Crazy, right? I have a little baby in my belly? Chen Yi's? Silly. Who else's could it be but his? How did this happen?" Woo. Chapter 90, Sister. You're not going to go to a bar to pick up a cute guy, are you? Jiang Even stuck her hands into her hair and bit her lips tightly, and then he collapsed backward, weakly, and laid down on the sofa, his 2 feet stomping to and fro. Just when she was feeling clueless, freaking out and breaking down, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell ring, Jiang even was suddenly startled. And then she suddenly got up. A pair of snow-white jade feet skillfully reached into the furry slippers. She then tidied up her messy hair as she made her way towards the door. Who would come to the house to find himself at this hour? Just moved here not long ago. Not many people know about this place they live in now. With a hint of curiosity and apprehension, Jiang Evening approached the videophone next to the door and looked at it, only to see a woman standing in the doorway wearing a whitening coat with a mesh black stocking underneath and a pair of red hateful highs. Despite the long red hair covering half of her face and a pair of oversized sunglasses on her face. However, Jiang even still quickly recognized it. This person was no other than her cousin, Jiang Yanyan. Ka! The door to the room opened. Jiang Yanyan hooked up her red lips and smiled wryly. Then with a lift of her foot, she jumped into the house. What's the matter? Didn't recognize me? Jiang Evening pouted her red lips and gave a cut. Disdainfully, he said, who else but you would dress so oddly at first glance? And these new dough lips of yours? Chicken butt-like, no eyes. Amazing. Jiang stuck out his tongue. Mischievously, she licked what she thought were her very sexy pouty lips. Unconvinced. Sis, what do you know? Men love these lips. How sexy and seductive. It's not like I'm as naturally beautiful as you. I can only rely on more maintenance and medical beauty later in life. Hearing such words, Jiang Evening sighed at once. Furrowing her brow in hatred, she said, you're still talking about it, you. I've been wanting to talk about the last time you got drunk in a bar for a long time. You didn't dare come to see me for so many days because you were afraid I'd talk about you, right? As a married young woman, can you have some basic principles and bottom line? I realized that my oldest sister was still forgotten about the last time. Jiang Yanyan instantly sucked in a mouthful of cool air and hurriedly walked into the living room with small broken steps. Jiang Evening clasped her arms, her expression unhappy as she followed behind Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Yanyan skillfully took a bottle of cold drink, then sank her butt into the sofa. After a few sips of a cold drink, her eyes rolled slightly, and she said a bit unwillingly, sister, don't always educate me. I'm not a child anymore. As for going to the bar for a drink, didn't you go there too? And, don't forget, you got drunk in a bar that time and went to a hotel room with that handsome guy named Shen Yi. Gee, we're both playmates now, so don't keep educating me. Hearing Jiang Yanyan mention Shen Yi's name, Jiang Even's heart first thumped with a moment of dismay. Then, quickly, a blush crept up her cheeks. She thrust up her hips and gasped, amazing. You, how can you compete with me? I'm single. Even if I have a date with Chen Yi, so what? He and I are both unmarried, and it's not like it's going to hurt anyone if you wanted to. On the contrary, it's you who are so bottomless even though you're obviously married with a husband. Although he, Wang Zhanglin, is our Jiang family's door-to-door son-in-law, he also has self-respect. You can't do anything to wrong him. Jiang Yanyan was self-conscious of his shortcomings. Lowering his face, he didn't dare to meet his oldest sister's eyes and just kept sipping his drink to ease the embarrassment. She knew her oldest sister's temper. Although her old sister usually pampered her as a younger sister, if she really made her sister angry, older sister won't spare her so easily. She might even kick her out of the house. After all, the reputation of being the first female devil in Mordor was not something to be sniffed at. After a while, seeing that my oldest sister's anger is almost gone, Jiang Yanyan smiled playfully. Shifting his gaze, he said, by the way, sis, I heard about the meeting between the two Jiangchen families. I really didn't expect it to get that unpleasant. I think that eldest uncle just wanted you too much to marry for the sake of the family's prosperity, but he didn't realize that Chen Yi's family's financial strength was actually that strong. It's just a pity that you're such a good match for handsome Chen Yi. He. Jiang Evening raised her beautiful eyes and glanced at Jiang Yanyan. Faintly, he said, don't mention the past. Jiang Yanyan deflated his mouth and nodded slightly. Jiang Yanyan repeatedly mentioned Chen Yi. It made Jiang Even's heart more and more apprehensive and anxious. She unconsciously glanced at the pregnancy test that she had thrown into the trash. A wave of helplessness rushed over me. Think about it, since she was a child, whether in school or in business, encountered even the greatest difficulties and setbacks, she was able to cope with them calmly. I have never been so apprehensive and helpless as at this moment. My heart is in a state of flux and I can't calm down. After a few moments of contemplation, Jiang Evening's eyes flashed. In his heart, he mused that Jiang Yanyan was, after all, a member of his own family, or a married young woman. You can ask her about the baby. Ahem. Amazing. Sis asked you something, ha? Jiang Yanyan unwrapped a bag of potato chips and ate it with a click. Slurred. Just say it, sis. Jiang Evening leaned on the sofa, her red lips lightly said, well, through the last time, I think it's hard to find someone who is both in love and the right person to marry. But, as you know, I'm not getting any younger, and if I wait until I meet the right person to marry, it will be too late for me to have children then. and I'll be in the advanced maternal age category. Jiang Yanyan was a bit confused by what she heard, blinking her big round eyes a few times. She wondered, what are you trying to say, sis? Jiang Evening sighed. Opening the door, he said, I figured that since it's hard to meet the right person to marry, I might as well have a child first. Marriage is optional anyway. Have a child. At least it's your own flesh and blood. This is something you don't want to tell your family. Not waiting for Jiang even to finish, Jiang Yanyan's eyes instantly widened and he bounced up from the sofa with a miso. With an exaggerated expression of disbelief, he said, no way, sis. What are you trying to do? Find someone to have a baby with? Who? There's not going to be another trip to the bar to fish out some random cute guy and take him to a hotel room, is there? Seeing Jiang Yanyan's exaggerated appearance as if she had seen a ghost, Jiang Evening hooked up her red lips and smiled unexpectedly. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, what are you thinking about? I won't. What I'm thinking of is finding a professional organization that lends sperm to birth. That said, Jiang Yanyan's pair of big eyes instantly became bigger. After making sure he heard correctly, Jiang Yanyan jerked his thumbs up and exclaimed, unexpected. Sis, you're open-minded enough. I have to say, you've really changed as a person lately. Not only did she break the mold and sleep with a hot guy in a bar, but now she's even trying to have a baby out of wedlock. Bullseye. Sis, I'm impressed. Chapter 91, Triplets? Shen Yi, you have victimized me. Facing Jiang Yanyan's flirtation, Jiang even smiled bitterly, unable to make a single ripple inside. At this very moment, the two red bars on that pregnancy test were like 1,000 pounds of stone, weighing her down. Think about it. She decided that she would tell Amazing Jiang about her pregnancy. At least give yourself some ideas and share. But, truth be told, that's a definite no-no. One can only continue to speak along the line of borrowing sperm to give birth. Amazing. You don't have a problem with this idea of mine? Jiang Yanyan sniffed and shook her head like a rattle. With a big grin, he said, why? That's a good thing. I raise my hand. That way, you can have a baby sooner and still get yourself an extra family member. Why not have fun? It's not like you can't afford it. He. Hear that? Jiang even took Jiang Yanyan's hand as soon as she could. With a mysterious face, he said, well then, I'll tell you the truth. I am, in fact, pregnant. Ever since the meeting between the two families fell apart last month, I've had no hope for marriage. So, I immediately ran overseas, found one of the best genetic companies, selected a quality tadpole, and now it has been successfully fertilized. Hearing this amazing news, Jiang Yanyan, who had already sat back on the sofa, instantly bounced back up. With a shocked face, he said, crap, this is real? So soon you're already pregnant? Oh my god. Said, Jiang Yanyan reached out his hand and touched Jiang Wan's stomach with slightly trembling fingertips. Jiang even smiled and opened Jiang Yanyan's hand. It's only just been conceived. How can I touch it? Amazing Jiang jumped to the floor and walked around the coffee table several times. A few seconds later, she jerked her head. Urgently, I asked, sis, how did you know you were pregnant? Went to the hospital for a checkup? Jiang even truthfully said, no, my period was delayed for 20 days. I bought a pregnancy test today and it showed that I'm pregnant. After saying that, Jiang even lightly picked her chin and pointed to the trash can on the side. Jiang Yanyan immediately rushed to the side of the trash can, and immediately saw the pink pregnancy test stick. Pick it up and fix your eyes on it. She instantly sat paralyzed, her entire body frozen. Though inexperienced in childbearing, she understood what the two bars represented. After calming down and running through his thoughts, Jiang Yanyan stood up and walked over to Jiang Evening. Pulling Jiang Even's arm, he said with a serious expression, sister, I think you'd better go to the hospital for a checkup. My best friend Sun Xiao was not able to use the test paper to test for pregnancy, and when she went to the hospital, it turned out that she was not pregnant at all. You should also hurry up and go to the hospital for a checkup. The results given by the hospital are only 100% accurate. Do you want me to go with you? Looking at Jiang Yanyan's worried eyes, Jiang Even, however, subconsciously shook her head. No, I'll just find time to go by myself. By the way, did you come to see me today for something? Jiang Evening digressed. The pregnancy was like a bolt from the blue. In order to avoid any more trouble, she didn't want to involve Jiang Yanyan directly. Jiang Yanyan pursed her lips. I just heard about the last time the two families met and was afraid that you were in a bad mood, so I came over to see you. Well, you and that Chen Yi, are you still in contact now? Jiang Evening was filled with the matter of going to the hospital for a checkup. Casually, he said, no, it doesn't matter anymore. Jiang Yanyan's pupils dilated as he pursued. Really? You guys don't see each other anymore? Jiang Evening said with some impatience. Of course it's true. When Jiang Yanyan heard this, The corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook up an imperceptible light smile. A glint of amusement flashed in the back of his eyes. At this time, Jiang Evening picked up her cell phone and glanced at the time. Seriously? Amazing. Is there anything else you need? Go home early if you're okay. You need to spend more time with your husband. It just so happens that I have something to do at the office this afternoon, so I won't keep you. Jiang Yanyan let out an oh-so-subtle sound. With that, he stood up with his bag and had no intention of staying on. After Jiang Yanyan left, Jiang Evening opened the computer and opened an online meeting, briefly explaining some work matters. After closing her computer, she immediately walked into the locker room. A relatively low-key and unassuming set of clothes was chosen to change into, and then they left the housemates and headed straight for the hospital. Half an hour later, Municipal People's Hospital, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. After Jiang even registered, he had an obstetrician and gynecologist write a checklist. With the checklist in hand, she walked into the ultrasound room with trepidation. 10 minutes later, Jiang even took a black and white ultrasound sheet and re-entered that OB/GYN's office. Doctor, can you see if I'm pregnant? My period has been delayed for more than half a month. I tested with a pregnancy test this morning. Jiang Evening didn't finish her sentence. The kindly old doctor then smiled and said, Congratulations, girl. It's so obvious with your ultrasound results that you are indeed pregnant. Hear the news. Jiang Even's originally clenched hands were instantly disheveled and loosened. There you go. I had come here with a glimmer of hope, fantasizing that pregnancy test was inaccurate and hoping that the ultrasound results would flip the script. Oh, this is completely oohoo. What is this? For the first time in my life, I had a male-female relationship and actually got pregnant. This is the legendary easy-to-conceive body yourself, right? With a dejected and disoriented face, Jiang Wan stood up and was about to leave the obstetrics and gynecology room. Unexpected. The old doctor suddenly spoke up and called out to her. Hey, don't rush off yet. I'm not done yet. Jiang even sniffed and resumed his seat. Breathlessly, he said, Oh, so you say. The old doctor straightened his glasses. With a look of surprise, he said, Didn't you see for yourself what's written at the bottom of this list? Early intrauterine pregnancy. Consider 3 chorionic villi, 3 amniotic sacs, 3 fetuses possible. The old doctor read the ultrasound results slowly. Jiang even pursed her lips and said doubtfully, What does it mean? The old doctor laughed aloud and said, The short answer is that you're carrying triplets and they're identical. Congratulations. That's a 1 in a million chance, or even less. So far, all 3 fetuses are developing well. However, you can't take it lightly. There are still a lot of risks associated with multiple pregnancies. What the doctor ordered later. Jiang even didn't listen to a single word. At the moment, it was as if her brain was going to explode. The word triplets kept circulating in my ears. Jiang Even's entire body froze, wanting to cry. What kind of life is this? It's amazing to get pregnant after only one relationship between a man and a woman. Not to mention pregnant, but actually triplets. Ah, triplets. 3 little dolls that have grown inside their bellies. Shan Yi, are you a stallion? What a pain in the ass. Chapter 92. Jiang Wan wants to fire herself? Hospital entrance. Jiang Evening held the B ultrasound report card. Her eyes were confused, and her pace was heavy as she walked towards the parking lot. Ding 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 ding. At that moment, the cell phone rang suddenly. Jiang Evening's footsteps lurched. Folding the B slip in her hand casually, she tucked it into her bag. Then he pulled out his cell phone and picked up the call. Hey, Grandma, why are you calling me? Jiang Even's voice was a little choked, and a sourness welled up inside. Old Mrs. Jiang's kind and affectionate voice came from the other end of the phone. Little Knight, Grandma misses you. If you're fine, take a trip home, just so you can return the things that the Chen family gave you last time. To them. Chen family, 2 words that sounded extraordinarily harsh. Jiang Evening sighed silently, hesitantly said, Well, Grandma, there are still things in the company. I cannot return in the next 2 days. Why don't you have the driver? Xiao Lu, bring the stuff to me. Old Lady Jiang frowned her white eyebrows, her heart a little lost. Concerned, he said, Late, are you alright these days? Why does Grandma sound like you're not too happy? Did something happen? Jiang even blinked rapidly and swallowed back the tears at the bottom of her eyes. Coughing lightly, his tone rose. I'm fine, Grandma. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. After a few more heartfelt conversations continued, Jiang even hung up the phone and walked straight towards the hospital parking lot. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Evening came to the company. Upon walking into the office, she took off her jacket and hung it casually on a side hanger. The tight black wraparound skirt and lace-trimmed white blouse set off her figure in an alluring and very feminine way. Ta-da-da-da-da. Jiang even walked towards her desk while unconsciously glancing down at her figure. Dimpled, voluptuous, charming and swaying. How long will you be able to maintain the perfect body you've worked so hard to keep? Now pregnant with children. Or triplets. Surely it won't be long before you become a pot-bellied woman? Woohoo! After sitting in his office chair with a sad face, Jiang Evening raised her beautiful eyes and realized that there was an extra gift bag on the desk. Without guessing, she knew that it must have just been delivered by the family chauffeur. Turn on the computer. Jiang Evening first looked at the workgroup and replied to some work questions, then reviewed a few online contracts. After idle, the appalling news that the doctor had announced to her rang in her ears once again. When distracted, she lifted her fingers to the keyboard and pressed the company monitor for the first time in her life. Tightly, a white finger clicked on the surveillance of the finance department's office. Soon, on the computer screen, Chen Yi's figure appeared. His workstation happened to be located directly below the surveillance camera. At this point, Chen Yi was leaning leisurely on the office chair, a pair of long legs naturally resting on the desk. He was also holding a thermos in his hand and was lazily sipping his tea. It's not, is it? Why is he so laid back? It's work time. And he had the audacity to blatantly touch the fish. Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes narrowed. Fingers quickly tapped the keyboard to rotate the lens 360 degrees as well as zoom Indiana. Sheesh, why does this guy even close his eyes? Is the workload given too little? Or is the company heating up too much? Actually dozed off comfortably. Continue to rotate the camera and focus it on his desk. Ha, this guy's crazy, right? Why is there so much food on the desk? Take a closer look. Oh, there were green tea bags, black tea bags, and 2 Cokes, as well as a large bag of lemon-flavored chips. There was actually a bag of melons next to the computer that had been busted open, still in their original flavor. I swoon. Is he here to work? Or to retire? No matter how well off your family is, you can't come to someone else's company to make a living, right? Is this a Cockney boy out to experience life? It's simply too much. Thinking about it, Jiang Evening puffed up her mouth. Picking up the cell phone on the side, he opened WeChat and began to rummage for Chen Yi's WeChat. The other side, Chen Yi was taking small sips of green tea. Dad told him that green tea has the effect of clearing the heart and lungs, clearing the head and eyes, and quenching thirst. Chen Yi drank 2 large cups of green tea in a row, and his stomach was indeed less nauseous. The last few days, to soothe the stomach, he deliberately bought some snacks on the desk. Every time the mouth is bitter, stomach nausea, then hurry to eat some snacks pressure. Last night after watching that short video that my mom swiped on the teaser, Chen Yi specifically opened the search engine and searched for relevant content. I did not realize that in reality there is really a wife pregnant. The husband nausea and vomiting strange phenomenon. The medical term for this phenomenon is pregnancy accompaniment syndrome. What a hell of a thing to see. How could he, a single old bachelor, suddenly suffer from this disease? Is it because mom and dad are so eager to get married and have kids? So much so, that even your own body creates an illusion? Just then, Chen Yi's cell phone suddenly rang with a message tone. Ding! Chen Yi slowly put down his teacup and straightened his body. With that, he picked up the cell phone on the table. After tapping on WeChat, Jiang Wan's avatar suddenly popped out. Chen Yi was stunned. What's going on here? Why are you suddenly messaging yourself when you haven't been in touch for so many days? With a nervous and apprehensive mood, Chen Yi's fingers trembled slightly as he clicked on the dialog box. The message sent by Jiang Evening was brief and concise. It's only a short sentence. Come to my office right away. These words instantly energized Chen Yi, and the depression he had just experienced was swept away. He put the phone down and rubbed his hands together, muttering, so suddenly, is it an emergency? Could it be that he's going to fire himself? Well, it's obviously the Jiang family's fault first, and now they want to fire themselves for personal matters? If it wasn't to fire herself, then what could she have suddenly let herself up there for? Could it be that she misses herself? Squeak and twist. Chen Yi stood up and pushed his chair back. With that, he walked quickly out of the office. Jiang Evening was in front of the surveillance screen, witnessing the entire series of small actions displayed by Chen Yi after he received her message. This guy, what's with the dilly-dallying? By the look on his face, he seemed to be a little afraid of himself. When you helped yourself to clean up Feng Yusong's scum, where was that ruthless and domineering energy? Jiang even organized her makeup in the mirror, to make sure you look calm and unruffled. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Meeting again after a month. The moment he entered the door, Chen Yi didn't know what kind of expression to use to face Jiang Evening. Solely thought, whatever. Men, it's better to go with the flow and not be so formal. Mr. Jiang, what do you want to see me about? Chen Yi stood in front of Jiang Evening's desk and said with a bland expression. Jiang Evening raised her beautiful eyes. Long, dense lashes flickered a few times. After pursing her lips, she said in a cold voice. Chen-yi, why are you snacking during work hours, and sleep with your legs crossed? Chapter 93. Be honest, do you have feelings for me? Jiang Evening's words, it really surprised Chen-yi. I've thought about it 1,000 times, but I just didn't realize that she called herself up here because of this. Chen-yi knew that there were 24-hour 360-degree rotating HD cameras in the office, so it was definitely not possible to try to deny this. He lifted his lower brow and swept a glance at Jiang Evening, the corners of his mouth hooked into a brash, shallow smile. After thinking about it, he said frankly, Mr. Jiang, it's really inappropriate for me to bring snacks. I'm sorry, it's because I've had an upset stomach lately, and I'm always nauseous for no reason, so bring some snacks and tea, and eat a little to clear your mouth when you have an upset stomach. Jiang even sniffed and shot Chen-yi a skeptical look. Look at his tall, fit body, his hard, tight chest, and the majestic peaks that were visible through the fabric. Any way you look at it, he doesn't look like he's going to be unwell. And something about an upset stomach and nausea. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen him eat with a big appetite and wolf down his food himself. He didn't even say he had an upset stomach when he was pregnant. But, whether it was true or not, since he had said so himself, it was not too good to keep opening his mouth to blame him. Oh, okay, then you'll be careful from now on. Jiang Evening pretended to be high and cold, and said expressionlessly. Chen-yi couldn't help but snicker in his heart. Just love to see this kind of pretense of her being high and mighty when in fact in private she's not like that at all. The contrast is so adorable, especially the last time in the car. Last second, she was the high-flying, reserved iceberg queen. The next second, as her lips and tongue intertwined, she became that active and spontaneous, hot and seductive look, hooked him immediately. Male posture, lose their sanity. Chen-yi coughed lightly, with a serious expression. He said, well, I know, Mr. Jiang, excuse me, is there anything else you want? Did you find me here just because of this? Jiang even heard the flirtatious tone in Chen-yi's voice, couldn't help but frown, a hint of anger hanging at the bottom of his eyes. Coldly, he said, oh, and one other thing, this bag, take it back, it's a gift you gave to my family last time. Said, Jiang even pushed forward the gift bag that was sitting on her desk. Chen-yi's expression immediately turned serious. After an expressionless glance at the gift bag, he stood still for a moment. Jiang Evening saw this. Softening his tone, he said, take it, these gifts, we deserve to return them to you, and not to mention, the two of us were a pretend couple before. Even if it's a real couple, the two families should return the gift when they talk about it. And, I heard from my grandmother that these gifts are worth a lot of money, very expensive. And, on behalf of our Jiang family, I say to you, I'm sorry. After listening to Jiang Evening's words, Chen-yi gritted his teeth and shook his head, his face becoming somewhat ugly. She's trying to completely and utterly dissociate herself from herself. Even the only remaining gifts are returned to their rightful owners. It's really confusing. How can this woman be so dry when it comes to her feelings? Oh no, the word feelings was inappropriate. After all, he had only had a one-night stand with her. But, even if it was a one-night stand, you did get naked and skin to skin. How can you just forget? Before coming, in the elevator, a thought popped into Chen-yi's mind. When he saw Jiang Evening later, if she revealed her favor and dislike for him, even if it was just a little bit, take the initiative and confess yourself. Simply go out on a limb. No matter how unpleasant the two families had been before. For love, one can resist all conflicts and sweep away all difficulties. But, at the moment, she sat there with a cold, detached expression. It really doesn't look like there's an ounce of attachment to yourself. Chen-yi let out a light sigh. Taking a step forward, he casually picked up the gift bag on the table. That's fine then. Mr. Jiang, don't think too much. What happened last time? It's all in the past. You don't need to have a mental burden. The words fell. Chen-yi raised his deep eyes and gazed fixedly at Jiang Evening. Jiang even pulled back her hair, her expression indifferent, and shifted her eyes to the side. Seeing that Jiang Wan had stopped paying attention to himself, Chen-yi whispered, then without anything else, I'll go back first. With that, he turned to leave with the bag. A short dozen meters. Chen-yi's sword brows were locked and his pace was heavy. As you walked to the door, one hand gripped the doorknob, hesitated for a split second, but then jerked back. After a pause, he slowly turned around and cast his eyes toward Jiang Evening. The gaze was steely and deep, with an indescribable depth of feeling. Jiang Evening, I want to ask you something. You have to answer me truthfully. Jiang Evening stood up with a sniff. With graceful and light steps, she slowly walked towards Chen-yi. Even though she hadn't experienced male love, at this moment, she had roughly guessed what Chen-yi wanted to say. Well, go ahead. Jiang Evening said softly. Chen Yi rubbed his fingers together, staring tightly at Jiang Even. His gaze was like a torch as he said, do you have any good feelings towards me at all? Or do you have feelings for me? If so, then Jiang Evening froze, wide-eyed. He blurted out, no, I didn't. I made it clear before that our relationship is just a partnership, so, I hope you don't think too much of it, and let's call it a day. Get a reply from Jiang Evening. Chen Yi's gaze instantly darkened. Deep dark eyes narrowed and a bitter smile hung at the corner of his mouth. That's good to know. Having said that, Chen Yi's body stiffened as he turned around and pushed the door away without hesitation. Bang! With the sound of the room door closing, Jiang Even's shoulders slumped and she leaned weakly against the door. A few moments later, she slowly closed her eyes. Long eyelashes fluttered slightly. 2 lines of crystalline teardrops burrowed through her eyelashes. It gently crossed a stunningly beautiful cheek and dripped down onto a white, graceful neck. She clenched her fists, clenching her nails hard into her flesh. Jiang Wan, what are you doing? It's just a partnership sparked by a one-night stand. How come you're getting heartburn from this? Heartburn? It's ridiculous. After all, I've never been in love. So when I meet a random man, I'll walk away from him. Don't forget, the last time they met, their own father, how he treated Chen Yi's family, how to humiliate and taunt the Chen family time and time again, and even have the family's bodyguards drive away their family of 3. So kind and amiable. 2 old men with good hearts. It was because of me that I was so unfortunate that I was killed. The Jiang family is not worthy. The Chen family should find a reasonable family to marry. Not the Jiang family, which has a very bad character. Chen Yi should also meet a better girl, marry her and have children for the rest of his life. Years in business. Jiang Evening had long since learned how to let her reason overcome her feelings. If reason hadn't always prevailed, she really wanted to be with Chen Yi despite everything. Screw one-night stands. Screw a good outcome. Just intertwine them with a bang first. Make love hard and do things. Hug and kiss hard. Stop suppressing yourself and indulge your body's cravings. Chapter 94, Longing looks at Xiaoqin. Hot enough. Finance Department Office. Chen Yi walked into the office with lifeless eyes and a disheveled expression. In a split second, colleagues have cast a strange look. All cannot help but whisper, why does Chen Yi look like he has such a smelly face? Do you guys know what Chen Yi did just now? I just saw him get on the elevator and head up. Couldn't have gone to find our Mr. Jiang, right? Haven't you guys noticed? He hasn't been upstairs in days. Crap. Wouldn't be dumped by Mr. Jiang, right? I think it's highly probable. The other Mr. Jiang is the heir to the Shanghai group. How could he really look at a poor boy? Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of playing with him and giving him a kick in the ass when he gets tired of it. Hush, don't say it. Be careful, he hears you. Chen Yi raised his dark eyes and glanced sharply at the crowd. Seeing Chen Yi's eyes were unkind, a hint of flame flickered in his eyes. The crowd instantly wilted. All craned their necks and buried their heads behind the fender of their desks. Chen Yi was too lazy to pay attention to these people who loved to chew the cud and walked straight to his workstation. Sit down. He tossed the gift bag casually into a drawer under his desk. Then I opened my computer and found a couple of unfinished work reports. An expressionless face followed, hands flying over the keyboard. The entire person appeared to have been fully engaged in their work, but only he knows how frustrated and tormented he is at this moment. Jiang Evening's line, we're done here. It was as if a cold, sharp blade had stabbed him hard in the heart. It was thought that he was due to his tall and handsome looks and his good basketball game. That's why he has never lacked a girlfriend since his student days. And, most of the time, it's the girls who take the initiative to chase him. They say that being favored is emboldened. In the several relationships he has experienced, Chen Yi has always belonged to the favored party. Met Jiang Evening, although it was a drunken impulsive one-night stand, but the heartbeat is real, the harmony is real, and the liking is real. Full of her, more really, but like is like. People are just playing around with themselves. They're not going anywhere. Even if you like it more, you can't go stalking it. This relationship, since it's not your love, well, you have to put it down even if you don't want to. 5:30 p.m. Chen Yi clocked out at the right time and was the first to leave the office. Just about to take the elevator to the underground garage. Suddenly he heard someone behind him calling out to him. Hey, Chen Yi. Chen Yi turned back in response. It was found that it was Xiaoqin, the receptionist in the lobby on the first floor, who was calling herself Little Qin. What did you call me for? Xiaoqin, a cute girl wearing a professional outfit, ran to Chen Yi out of breath. Stand still. Her chest was heaving together and the buttons of her white shirt were about to burst. Chen Yi, I came to tell you that someone is looking for you. It's sitting on the couch in the first floor lobby right now waiting for you. Xiaoqin blinked her big watery eyes and said. Chen Yi frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing across the bottom of his eyes. Curious, Who is it? Who's looking for me? Since coming to Shanghai, in addition to Jiang Evening, only mom came here to find herself once. Xiaoqin raised her white and watery little face. With a playful smile, she said, a lady in sunglasses I don't know. I was just in charge of coming up to call you. Well, Shan Yi, is she your girlfriend? Having said that, Xiaoqin bit up her lips and lowered her head with a shy smile. Shan Yi froze, incredulously saying, what, a woman? I don't have a girlfriend, probably the wrong guy. I'll go down and check. With that, Shan Yi took a step and walked into the elevator. Xiaoqin smiled and followed Shan Yi into the elevator. Due to coming out early from work, there were only 2 people in the elevator at this time, Shan Yi and Qin Xiaoman. A few moments later, Qin Xiaoman raised her eyes and looked up at Shan Yi. With hot eyes and a wink, she said, so, you really don't have a girlfriend? Before, there were always rumors in the company that you were with our Shanghai group's Mr. Jiang, and then it was rumored that you guys broke up. Is this all true? Chen Yi glanced at Qin Xiaoman with downcast eyes, his gaze cold and his eyes lifeless. Casually, he coped, fake, don't need to listen to those people chewing on it. Say it. Shen Yi raised his head to stare ahead, not wanting to create eye contact with Qin Xiaoman again. He's a big straight man, but he's not stupid. Not only are they not stupid, they're also quite experienced in relationships. Qin Xiaoman was interested in him, and his heart was as clear as a mirror. Come to Shanghai for 2 months. Almost every morning when he went to work, Qin Xiaoman would cast adoring passing glances at him. Many times, Qin Xiaoman would also thoughtfully hand him a cup of hot milk tea, only to be decisively rejected by Chen Yi every time. Honestly, Qin Xiao was quite long and pretty, and her body was extremely voluptuous, a pair of charming eyes always dripping, constantly teasing men, but Chen Yi understood that she was not his favorite type. She was so spirited that she could even be described as flirty. Zhang Jiao had once specifically reminded him to stay away from Qin Xiaoman, because before Chen Yi came to the company, there were already several male colleagues in the office who had been secretly sent by Qin Xiaoman in the name of delivering milk tea. This kind of woman, if she is simply playing around, is not bad, but this is in a company, and getting into trouble with something is the equivalent of self-destruction. At this point, Qin Xiaoman saw that Chen Yi had deliberately avoided her gaze and had not said a word. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a smug smile. In his heart, Chen Yi should be shy. He was originally thought to be a tall, cold and domineering male god, but he didn't realize that he was actually a shy big straight man. Not only is he tall and handsome, I heard that his family is also in good condition, and surprisingly, he still doesn't have a girlfriend. It seems that this is the perfect marriage that God has bestowed upon him. Thinking about it, Qin Xiaoman covered her mouth and coughed. A woozy, delicate gasp escaped. The voice said delicately, well, Shan Yi, do you have time this weekend? My previous house is expiring and I'm moving this weekend, so see if you can come and help me out. I don't have any family or friends in magic. I'm a girl moving by myself, and I'm afraid I'll meet a landlord with bad intentions. As she spoke, Qin Xiaoman frowned lightly. With innocent eyes, she looked at Chen Yi in a pitiful manner. Chen Yi lowered his head at the words and cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xiaoman. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, his eyes were sharp, and there was an insightful sharpness in his gaze. This woman, is she playing the poor girl? And scowling at herself. She didn't think she was beautiful, did she? I don't know. To others, she's a petulant, do-gooder clown. Chen Yi raised his eyelids and said disdainfully, sorry, I'm not available on weekends. I don't have any experience in moving either. So instead of asking me to help you, why don't you just call a moving company to move you? The words fell. Chen Yi crossed his arms, a hint of boredom flashing in the bottom of his eyes. He looked up, staring straight at the numbers on the elevator. Qin Xiaoman's face instantly darkened. The pride and complacency she had just felt gone. All that's left is the loss and hatred of being rejected. She puffed out her chest. The white shirt on his chest was instantly stretched even further. Chapter 95, Jiang Yanyan. What is she trying to do to herself? A few buttons were held up high. It was as if the next second it would rip and spring. I don't believe it. I've got this look. I've got this body. Can't I get you? In time, you'll see me pounce on you. How to make you gasp for mercy in bed. Ding! Just then, the elevator doors snapped open. The opulent lobby unfolds. Qin Xiaoman bit up her lips and walked out of the elevator with an angry face. She slammed on her heels and twisted her not-so-slim waist frantically. Chen Yi glanced coldly at Qin Xiaoman, then quickly walked out of the elevator. Lift your eyes and scan around. At a glance, Chen Yi saw a woman wearing a mink coat and topped with long red curly hair, sitting on the sofa and looking at herself. Is this the woman who's looking for you? Who is this? It seems likely that it's the wrong person. Chen Yi was calm and collected, striding towards the woman. When you come to the woman, He cleared his throat and snapped coldly, "May I ask if you're looking for me?" "You are." Before the words were finished, Chenny was startled violently. Only the woman sitting on the couch curved her red lips and slowly removed her sunglasses. Then, she raised her white jade hand and slowly ruffled her hair. "Chenny, don't recognize me? Have I gotten prettier after so many days?" Jiang Yanyan stood up and smiled enchantingly. Chenny furrowed his sword brows. Somewhat surprised, he said, "Amazing Jiang, it's you who's looking for me? What do you want with me? You should know that I have nothing to do with your sister now." Jiang Yanyan cocked his head and glanced in the direction behind Chenny. In a small voice, "I know. I didn't come to you because of my sister. I do have something to ask you, and it's not convenient to talk about it here. So come out with me for a moment." "Say it." Jiang Yanyan squeezed his eyes at Chenny with a serious face, then walked towards the door. Chenny scratched his head, though he was a bit puzzled, but he felt that Jiang Yanyan was after all Jiang Evening's cousin. Since she said she wanted to see her about something, it wouldn't hurt to but listen. After walking out the front door of the company, Jiang Yanyan walked quickly towards a red Ferrari parked on the side of the road. Chenny was just about to call out to Jiang Yanyan when he saw that Jiang Yanyan had already taken the initiative to open the back seat door for him, and she herself quickly got into the driver's seat. It's too late to think about it. Chenny walked over to the Ferrari, lifted his long legs, and stepped directly into the back seat of the car. Clang! The car door closed. Chenny straightened his body. Immediately, he asked, "Amazing Jiang, what exactly are you looking for me for? Your sister and I were only partners before, as you well know. Between you and me, I've only met you once, and it was limited to acquaintance." Jiang Yanyan put his hands down from the steering wheel at the words. Then she turned around, blinking her eyes, which were painted with flirtatious makeup. A few times, she looked meaningfully at Chenny. "Chenny, look at you. Why are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? You're afraid of me? Egu. I'm a small woman. Can I still eat you?" Chenny looked cold. Somewhat impatiently, he said, "What the hell is your business? I don't have time for your bullshit. If it's okay, I'm leaving." With that, Chenny was about to push open the car door and get out. Amazing Jiang immediately locked the car. She then sighed and said with a serious expression, No, don't go. I really have something. I'll tell you what. I've had something really awful happen to me. I seem to be followed by someone, and if I'm not wrong, it's likely to be Feng Yusong's people." Hear that? Chen Yi instantly frowned, his gaze sharply fixed on Jiang Yanyan. Half-heartedly, he said, "Are you being followed? Or did Feng Yusong send someone to follow you? How is this possible? Wasn't he crippled a long time ago? How could he still have the heart to follow you?" Chen Yi secretly laughed in his heart. That Feng Yusong is a lecherous scum, but he is after all the son of Director Feng. What kind of women haven't I seen? No matter how unhelpful, he wouldn't have a heart for a woman with mediocre posture like Jiang Yanyan. At this moment, Jiang Yanyan suddenly showed panic and his hands trembled. She gulped. His voice trembled. "It's true, Chan Yi. I suspect that he failed in his pursuit of my sister, became enraged, and turned on those close to my sister. I'm the closest thing my sister has to a person, and hurting me is like hurting my sister herself." Hearing Jiang Yanyan mention Jiang Evening, Chen Yi's heart thumped, and his expression instantly became serious. After freezing for a moment, he jerked his head around, cautiously watching the back of the car. Lowering his voice, he said, "If you're really being followed, the most important thing you should do right now is to rush to the police. What are you looking for me for? I'm not a cop." Jiang Yanyan pouted her lips, begging for help with a hint of petulance. She said, "How dare I? As you know, that Feng Yusong is the son of Director Feng. What is Director Feng's status in our magic city? I don't need to say more, right? No matter how big the business our Jiang family does, in front of a political hand with a thunderous wrist, it's nothing more than ordinary people. I heard from my sister earlier that you are exceptionally good with your hands, able to single-handedly take on many professionally trained fighters. So, I then thought that I'd let you protect me for a bit. You'll leave when I get home safely, okay?" Chen Yi's dark eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to observe the situation at the back of the car as he was about to be convinced. There are so many cars parked in the back. He also couldn't tell if there was or wasn't the person that Jiang Yanyan said was stalking her. A few seconds later, he twisted his head around and looked with a puzzled face at Jiang Yanyan, who was resting her cheek with one hand and playing pitiful. After a pause, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Jiang Yanyan was Jiang Evening's sister after all, and Jiang Evening is the woman that he himself has slept with. Don't care if it's true or not. Helping her once won't do any good. At most, I'll go home later, Chen Yi whispered. Alright then, you drive. Seeing Chen Yi promise himself, Jiang Yanyan instantly puffed up both cheeks and gave a crooked smile. The car started and drove smoothly down the road. Jiang Yanyan gazed ahead, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Occasionally, unconsciously, she stuck out her tongue and gently tickled a circle of her red lips. Chen Yi was uncertain. Just keep turning around and cautiously watching every suspicious vehicle behind you. 40 minutes later, the car slowly drove into a single-family house in the east of the city. The garage door opened and Jiang Yanyan skillfully drove the car in. With the car off, the garage door descended slowly with it. With a clunk, the garage door descended to the ground. The light in the garage dimmed all of a sudden. What are you doing? Chen Yi turned back violently, glancing at the garage door that had already landed on the ground, and said in a sharp voice. Jiang Yanyan didn't say anything, just lifting his hands. He dryly removed the sable jacket draped over him, revealing the deep V halter dress inside, and 2 rippling snowy mountains. Then she opened the car door. Breathing unsteadily, he walked to the back seat of the car. Chapter 96, come on, let's make love for once, okay? Ka. The door to the back seat of the car was opened and closed heavily. Noticed the seat next to him sinking slightly. Chen Yi twisted his head around and met Jiang Yanyan's pair of watery, glistening, charming eyes. Jiang Yanyan bit her lip. In an airy voice, she chirped, there, now, I'm safe. Yet, you are not safe. Chen Yi was flabbergasted. Raising his sword brow, he queried, what do you mean, what do you want? Jiang Yanyan didn't say anything, just reaching out. He took one of Chen Yi's large hands without thinking. She looked like a plump, soft young woman, but she was actually quite strong. Before Chen Yi could react, Jiang Yanyan pulled her hand to her chest. Next, press down. Moment. His palm felt a soft, warm, extremely elastic touch. After reacting, Chen Yi instinctively tried to pull out his hand, but Jiang Yanyan pressed harder. Jiang Yanyan's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were mesmerized. With a trembling voice, she murmured, Chen Yi, don't you like this feeling? I have to tell you today that I like you. I've liked you since the first time I saw you. Let's make love for once, shall we? In the face of Jiang Yanyan's barefaced fuming, Chen Yi was first stunned, then snorted coldly. Mockingly, he said, no, amazing Jiang, dare I say you were all lying to me just now? What about being followed? What about being retaliated against by Feng Yuchong? All of that is just something you made up? You're good. You let go of me. Seeing that Jiang Yanyan was still throwing wings vigorously, she grabbed one of her hands in a death grip, and began to tug her neckline down so that he could get his hands all the way inside. Chen Yi's heart was hardened, so he had to stop caring that she was a woman. Next, with a slight effort, he jerked his hand. Then he easily brushed away Jiang Yanyan's hand. Ah! Jiang Yanyan ate the pain and couldn't help but scream out. She frowned, rubbing her other hand over her injured, reddened wrist. Chen Yi, why are you so ungrateful? I'm at least considered a top-notch beauty. Looking at the entire magic city, as long as I hook my finger, there will be countless men lined up waiting to be pampered by me. Hear the big words. Chen Yi couldn't help but snort out a laugh. After a few coughs, he said in a disdainful tone, amazing Jiang, I know you're a female sea king. From the first time I saw you that time in the cafe, I knew that you, as a woman, were not the virtuous type, but you played a play. You don't get the idea on me. I'm talking to your sister. The latter words reached Chen Yi's mouth, but he was unable to say them. After all, he wasn't in a serious relationship with Jiang Evening, just a fling in a bar. Jiang Yanyan's eyes rolled slightly as she raised her hand and ruffled her hair, eyes hot with fire. She stared at Chen Yi and casually pulled open a thin belt of her skirt. But aren't you no longer related to my sister now? Besides, I don't like you because I'm just in it for the fact that you're tall and handsome. Chen Yi moved to the side. Lifting his eyelids, he rolled his eyes. Scornfully, he said, and are you because of society? Because of my character and substance? That's funny, we don't even know each other. I say, big sister, if you want to pick up a man, go out the door, turn left, and go to Fuyin Road. That street is full of cowboys, especially at night, so take your pick. Jiang Yanyan's face instantly darkened at his words. The corners of her mouth turned down and she puffed. Chen Yi, what are you talking about? What do you want me to say so you'll believe it? I really like you. At first, I did get mesmerized by your appearance. You were so handsome and tall. But then, I heard from my sister that you fought 3 vicious punks all by yourself. It was so heroic and dominating. The bottom line is that you have that manly smell about you that's just fascinating. Jiang Yanyan finished. Chen Yi shook his head and raised his hand to clap twice. Unbelievably, he said, awesome, really admirable. How dare you, a married young woman, confess to me so blatantly. What a great rendition of unashamedness. Bullseye, but you'd better get someone else to work with you. I'll pass. Having said that, Chen Yi was about to turn around and push open the door to get out of the car. Whoops, Jiang Yanyan suddenly leaned forward and pounced. Familiar with the affairs of men and women, she easily crossed over and sat on Chen Yi's lap. Shan Yi, you're really a decent person, but I don't believe that there is really a man in the world like you, who turns away a beautiful woman who comes to his door. Said. Jiang Yanyan lightly raised her willow eyebrows and stared at Chen Yi with a caressing, bone-deep expression. Despite her flat posture and average figure, but with a bit of dressing up and those ridiculously large snowbanks, at the moment, she was considered a woman in a beautiful body. Clunk! Chen Yi opened the car door as hard as he could, but he couldn't open it. He raised his black eyes and snapped. Jiang Yanyan, you've gone too far. You open the car door and let me out. Jiang Yanyan hooked her red lips and ignored him, continuing to stick her plump, hot body up. Her legs also tightly wrapped around Chen Yi's waist. Next, she twisted her thin waist and moved forward. Next, Jiang Yanyan's eyes were wide and full of disbelief. The whole person seemed to be dumbfounded, and straightaway froze. After a reprieve, she covered her mouth and said in shock and delight, oh my, you're a rolling pin. No wonder my sister's whole state of being was different after you had that with her. Glowing and springy, practically back to 18 overnight. You say you want to leave, but your body is very honest. Chen Yi pulled at his throat. Avert your eyes. Dumbly, he said, I am a man after all. This is just a normal body reflection. It's none of your business. It's like that for any woman. With that, Chen Yi clenched his fists, struggling to keep his sanity in check. However, Chen Yi was, after all, an ironbone, young and vigorous man. In such a claustrophobic, dimly lit garage, confronted with a coolly dressed woman who offered to throw herself at him, inevitably, he would feel a dry mouth and a buildup of fire in his chest. The moment, his heart was in a difficult conflict and struggle. On the one hand, he knew clearly that he didn't like Yan Zhang. Besides, she was a married woman, and doing something with her would be an extremely immoral thing to do. On the other hand, as a man in his prime, tall and powerful, it would be impossible to say that there wasn't a strong urge within him at this moment. At this point, Amazing Jiang let out a soft cry. Clearly, she had taken Chen Yi's tangled little thoughts in stride. Well, she opened her mouth and let out an airy sound. Then, gently traced the red lips with the tip of his tongue. Chapter 97, You don't have any serious illness, do you? Chen Yi blinked hard, making a last stand. Jiang Yanyan, don't. Ah. Jiang Yanyan twisted her sexy waist and pushed forward. Chen Yi instantly sucked in a breath of cool air as the rolling pin became harder and harder. He furrowed his sword brow. Snapped. Alright, Amazing Jiang, don't you? Well, one sentence was not finished. Amazing Jiang once again gave a twist. To this moment, Chen Yi's sanity was already depleted as he stretched out a sinewy arm, searching haphazardly for something in the car. As he touched a glass, he gritted his teeth and heart. Raising the glass, he was about to smash it against his head. Just in the nick of time, a violent dry heaving sound rang out in the car all of a sudden. Vomit. In an instant, Chen Yi felt his stomach flip. Intense nausea instantly assaulted his entire body. The lack of food in the stomach causes the acid to tumble right into the mouth. That sour and spicy feeling irritated him so much that he couldn't open his eyes. By this time, the physical urges from earlier had long since vanished, and all that was left was wave after wave of nausea. When Jiang Yanyan saw this, she was immediately shocked and lost her color. Flustered, he got off of Chen Yi's body. Frowning, he said, what's wrong with you? Are you that annoyed with me? Even if you feel something physically, you're desperately trying to reject me. Am I that unattractive? Can I even make you so sick that you want to vomit? Shan Yi, you've gone too far. Who do you think you are? Having said that, Jiang Yanyan angrily opened the car door. At this moment, the desire she had just blazed through had also vanished. Seeing the car door open, Chen Yi hurriedly rushed out. With that, he bent down, held onto the wall, and kept dry heaving. The acid that came up in his stomach was so spicy it brought tears to his eyes. Ta-da! Jiang Yanyan stepped down from the car with a dejected face. Standing behind Chen Yi, he flicked his sleeves in some disgust. Puzzled, you're sick? It doesn't look like he's faking it, so it's not like he's got some serious illness, is it? Chen Yi slapped his chest vigorously and didn't say a word. A few minutes later, the garage door rises slowly. The discomfort in Chen Yi's stomach was also slightly relieved. He raised his head and glared at Jiang Yanyan. Eyes shady, he said. Who are you calling seriously ill? I'm in perfect health. I'm just disgusted by your behavior. You have no shame. A married woman who is actually picking up men behind her husband's back. I've heard Jiang Evening mention once that your husband is a door-to-door son-in-law. But door-to-door son-in-laws also have self-respect and can't allow you to trample on them like this. Fiercely being rebuked by Chen Yi in such a painful manner, Jiang Yanyan's face was a bit unsettled. She blinked sheepishly, rubbing her fingers together gently. Instead, the corners of his mouth hung in a smile of feigned relief. Shan Yi, it's just a matter of you not agreeing, but you didn't have to humiliate me like that. My marital situation is none of your business. I had assumed you were a man of strong desires. After all, you and my sister were a one-night stand. I took the initiative to throw myself at you. Surely you wouldn't refuse. It didn't occur to me that you were actually a very settled man. I was wrong. Chen Yi raised his hand and fastened the buttons that had just been undone by Jiang Yanyan. Waving his hand, he said, Jiang Yanyan, you don't have to put a high hat on me either. If it wasn't you today, but some single woman, I guess I wouldn't be able to hold it. Fortunately, I am a person who possesses the most basic bottom line of principles of being a human being. Didn't do that with you, didn't apologize to your husband. It's all men. I don't want to cuckold another dude. Say it. Chen Yi patted his sleeves and straightened his somewhat messy hair. Taking a step, he was about to leave this place. At this time, Jiang Yanyan suddenly called out behind him. Shan Yi, listen to me, I think. Chen Yi twisted his head away and said coldly, say no more. Farewell. Jiang Yanyan paused. With a serious look and a genuine gaze, he said, don't worry, I won't pester you anymore. I'm trying to tell you that you're a good man with integrity and candor and true character. It's not in vain that my sister has kept her virginity for more than 20 years and gave you her first time. She's not losing out. Jiang Yanyan's words fell. Chen Yi's footsteps lurched. For a moment, he felt his mind go blank and he was dumbfounded. After freezing for a few moments, only then did he stare straight at Jiang Yanyan, incredulously saying, what did you say? Jiang Evening's first time. Gave it to me? Crouching grass. It's impossible. This is the 21st century, and the national age of first night has long since dropped to 14 or 15. Jiang Evening was a 27-year-old mature woman who hadn't actually experienced men and women? Who in their right mind would believe this? Jiang Yanyan could see the doubt in Chen Yi's eyes, offering to explain, of course, don't you believe me? It's a bit of an odd thing to say, but that's the kind of person my sister is. Before you, she was always indifferent to men and couldn't muster up an ounce of interest. It's an honor to get my sister's first time, so steal it. Having said that, Jiang Yanyan no longer had the patience to continue spending time with Chen Yi. Raising his condescending face, he stomped his hateful feet and left the garage straight away. Chen Yi's body stood stiffly in place. It took a long time to come back. Thoughts went back to the first night he met Jiang Knight, and the scene when he woke up the next day. No wonder. That night, she always had her pink fists clenched, biting her red lips tightly, and her legs had been shaking slightly. No wonder. The next day, spots of blood hung on the sheets. Original. It was her precious first time. He himself was foolish enough to think that he had hurt her by his rough movements. Now that I think about it, how could I get hurt? His own thing wasn't made of iron, and women weren't as fragile as he thought they were. The more Chen Yi thought about it, the angrier and more frantic he became. If it's a precious first time in your life, why don't you tell yourself about it afterward? Even when they met again the next day, they didn't recognize themselves. The pretended couple also distanced themselves the entire time during their relationship. After a bad meeting between the two families, he never spoke a word to himself again. It's not bad for a female president who rides the business world. It won't be the iceberg queen who was known as the first female devil in Magic City. It's all about being so collected with your feelings. Thinking, Chen Yi let out a bitter smile, his eyes disappointed and determined. 3 days later, Magic City International Airport. Jiang Evening walked into the airport hall accompanied by several assistants and bodyguards. Jingle bells. Hear the phone. Jiang Evening took off her sunglasses and slowly picked up her cell phone. Hey, Mom. Little Knight. You left too quickly. Mom still has a lot of things to say to you. Mom has to instruct you. Jiang Evening sat on a chair in the hall. The legs were naturally folded together. Sprinkling interrupted. Gee, Mom, why have you become so nagging? I'm not a kid anymore. I'm almost 30. I'm going to the rice branch in order to expand my overseas market. It's not like I'm going to some dangerous place. On the other end of the phone, Jolie's eyes were moist and she kept wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Eagerly, he inquired. Then Little Knight, how long are you going to stay in Myoko this time? Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Thinking for a moment, he said, a year at most. Chapter 98 decided to go abroad to have 3 children. Hearing his daughter's answer, Choyuri covered her mouth in shock. Full of despondency, he said, a year? So long? Hey, think about it. You studied abroad for 4 years, and you didn't even come back a couple times during those 4 years. Mom misses you every day at home, looks forward to you every day. Mom only has you as a daughter. How can she not be attached to you? I thought that, when you came back from studying abroad, You would always stay in Magic City afterward, and stay by mom's side forever. It's only been a couple years and you're going out again? Woohoo! Jiang Evening took the air ticket from her assistant's hand. God glanced blandly at the time on the ticket, listening to my mom's voice with a sobbing tone coming from my cell phone. Jiang even sighed softly and said, "Alright, Mom, don't be so sentimental. It is not just a year's time. Very soon, I am also for the development of the family business." Cho Yuri walked around the living room looking dejected. Although she already knew very well in her heart that her daughter was the kind of person who said nothing and was thunderous, as long as it was a decision she had already made, she would not change it easily. Still, she wanted to keep her daughter as long as possible. One reason is that she is really relieved that her daughter is far away in a foreign country. Secondly, it is because the daughter has long since reached marriageable age but is still single. If we go abroad for another year and a half, the marriage will be delayed even more. Think about that. Weekly pondered for a moment. Changing the topic, he said, "By the way, little knight, even if you don't think about your family, you have to think about the Magic City head office, right? It's been 3 years since your father left the Shanghai group in your sole hands. If you just leave the country in such a hurry, what about the head office in Mordor? Are you really relieved?" Jiang Evening curved her red lips and smiled lightly. She knew all about her mom's little thoughts in and out of her words. In fact, she didn't want to leave the country so hastily, but her soon-to-be rumbling belly no longer allowed her to remain in Mordor. The Jiang family has strict family rules, especially when it comes to the marriage of their children. Cases such as children born out of wedlock would never be allowed to happen. If she told her family about the pregnancy now, Mom and Dad would never agree to keep the baby, even if the child in the belly was the Jiang family's own bloodline. But after all, the origin was unknown and the name was not correct. Even her grandmother, who has always favored her. I'm afraid I won't be on her side in this matter either. Thinking about it, Jiang even shook her head slightly and said, "Mom, don't try to persuade me. My mind is made up, and I'm not going to change it. Besides, I am very much at ease with the issue of the development of the Magic City head office. It's not like I'm the only one in our Jiang family who can pick up the slack, and Uncle's ability is there for all to see. He's perfectly qualified for the position I'm in now, and there's still my dad in the company." After hearing what my daughter had to say, Weekly sighed heavily, and then twisted her head and cast a look of help at her mother-in-law. However, elder Mrs. Jiang, however, just lowered her head without moving at this, without any expression on her face. Old Lady Jiang was worthy of being the pinnacle of the Jiang family. She has always had the right idea when it comes to the development of the family business. Since her granddaughter was bent on going abroad and expanding the family's overseas business, she was all for it, even if she didn't want to part with it in her heart. Although she hoped from the bottom of her heart that her granddaughter would get married and have children earlier, she couldn't force such a thing. It's also good to know that you can't hold your granddaughter back now that she's focused on putting together a career. Seeing that there was no hope of getting help from her mother-in-law, Jolie had to put the matter to rest. After a reprieve from sadness and dismay, Jolie softly said, "Alright then, in that case, Mom won't advise you anymore. However, Mom can tell you, you are a girl in a foreign country. You must." Listening to my mom's painstaking instructions, tears welled up at the bottom of Jiang Evening's eyes. She picked up her cell phone and glanced at the time. Lowering his tone to a relaxed one, he said, "Okay, Mom, I've got it all down. Say hi to Grandma for me, and take care of yourselves, all of you. I'm about to board the plane, so let's not chat for a while." After hanging up, Jiang even waved to the assistants and bodyguards beside her. Then she put on her sunglasses, stood up, and with a shapely stride, walked gracefully into the boarding gate. After getting on the plane, she slowly turned her head and looked out the car window at the familiar scenery. Thoughts were running through his head. Unbeknownst to me, a year later, he returned with 3 children of his own. Will the family accept themselves? By then, it was a foregone conclusion that children would be born out of wedlock. Facing the Jiang family's own bloodline, I guess they have to accept it even if they don't want to. Having a child abroad is really a desperate move. Although she and Chen Yi had met through a one-night stand, she had already moved her heart towards him during the subsequent interactions. What I didn't realize was that just when I was planning to go further with him, the two families met and talked it out. Not only did the deal fall apart, but it also caused Chen Yi and his parents to suffer a great deal of humiliation for nothing. Now, the Jiang and Chen families had completely broken up, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. Therefore, one categorically could not have any more emotional entanglements with Chen Yi. 8 o'clock in the evening, the Chen family compound. After dinner, Chen Yi leaned on the recliner in the yard to play a cell phone game. Looking at their son's inactivity, Shen Shuyin and Chen Shirqian's faces were clouded with worry. After a glance at each other, the two men came to their son's side and stood on either side of him. left and right, staring at him with complicated looks on their faces. Shin Shuin scared her mouth and said, You've been playing games here all the time after eating. You're almost 30 and you don't have a thing in your heart? Chen Shiqian lowered his head. While sipping his tea, he stared at the game interface on his son's cell phone. I was looking a little mesmerized when my wife's elbow touched. Chen Shiqian instantly came back to his senses, cleared his throat. Seriously, your mom's right. You're a big boy. Why are you still so heartless? Your mom and I thought you'd be sad and bitter inside for losing your love. We're afraid you won't be able to walk away from this, so we've been careful about what we say to you lately, for fear of touching your heartbreak. I didn't realize. But you're already acting like nothing's wrong yourself. Listening to my mom and dad chucking a bunch of accusations. Although Chun-Yi felt very helpless, he had no time to care. His fingers flew across the screen of his phone as he fought his way through the game, to the questions of mom and dad, just from time to time, to cope with. Shin Shuin saw her son in this lazy state. He felt angry and furious. She jerked a hand out. Forcefully, he grabbed one of his son's ears. Oops. Hiss. Ouch. Ouch. Mom, get off. Shen Yi's ears were in pain and he could only pause the game. Covering his ears, he looked up at mom and dad. Chapter 99. Why don't we just tell our son the true strength of the family? Chen Shiqian winked at his wife, counseled and said, don't always take it out on your son. We should still educate more. If you always get your hands dirty, your son will get an earful of your behavior. Maybe we'll be sticking our grandchildren in the future. And that's something I can't stand. Shin Shuin sniffed a beat. After a little thought, she felt her husband's words made sense. Honey, I think what you said is exactly right. I will change in the future and will not easily rough up my son again. If my son really roughs up his grandchildren in the future, that's a big deal. Chenny silently listened to his dad and mom's conversation. A few black lines instantly sprang up on his forehead. A few raucous crows cawed near his ears. He deflated. Exasperated. Hey, what are you guys doing? I'm still here. It's too much to be so double-crossed in front of me. Oh, grandchildren are your big babies. They have to be loved and pampered. They can't be hit or scolded. I'm just a kid I picked up from the garbage and can beat up on at will. Ha! Hear that? Shin Shuin and Chen Shiqian instantly couldn't hold back their laughter. Chenny rolled his eyes and continued to lower his head to play the game. After laughing for a while, Shin Shuin suddenly reacted as if, frowning, his expression grew serious. She reached out a finger and nudged her son's head. Annoyed, you brat, you have the nerve to talk about your parents. If you have some filial piety, put more effort into getting married and having children, so that mom and dad can have grandchildren soon. That way, your dad and I aren't here fantasizing about future grandchildren out of thin air. Chen Shiqian sniffed and reached out to pat his wife's shoulder. The expression was sighing and helpless. Chenny quickly finished the game in his hand. With that, he simply shut down the mobile game. Young said, Dad, Mom, since you're talking about getting married and having kids again, then I'll tell you the truth today. I'm not currently looking for another girlfriend. You can't force a thing like a marriage. You can't find a marriage partner in a hurry. It's not too late to talk about marriage when I've found a marriage partner of my choice. Dad, Mom, I wish you guys would stop pushing me. After all, you guys want me to get married because you want me to live a happy life, not just find someone to make do with. Having said that, Chen Yi's thoughts once again returned to the night he first met Jiang Evening. That bone-deep pleasure, that ultimate wonderful experience, that feeling. Except for Jiang Evening, no woman could bring him that. Since meeting Jiang Evening, all other women have become wilbies. In that case, it's better not to be with other women so easily, lest you play with someone's feelings. Grass up, Jiang Evening. Jiang Evening, what kind of magic is that? You woman? Son's words. In a flash, it woke up Shin Shuin and Chen Shiqian. The two of them looked at each other with a hint of remorse in their eyes. They admit that they did push their son too hard on the marriage. Oftentimes, it's even a simple rush to get married, ignoring what's really going on inside your son's head. And now to hear my son say something like that. Shin Shuin and Chen Shiqian instantly sobered up a bit and realized that they couldn't rush their son into marriage anymore. No matter how anxious you are, you have to wait. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. For a son to have a good marriage, he still has to be willing himself. Midnight. The Chen family compound. The night is filled with peace and quiet. Shin Shuin was restless, tossing and turning, unable to sleep for a long time. After touching her husband, she whispers, Honey, are you asleep? Old man, wake up and talk to me. Chen Shiqian rolled over. Yawning, he said, I was just having a beautiful dream when you woke me up. You, tell me, what's on your mind again? Hubby will give you a break. Shin Shuin smiled daintily. Spoiled, honey, you're so good to me, and you're not mad at me for waking me up. What can I have on my mind? It's all because of my son. Chen Shichen blinked his sleepy eyes. Puzzled, he said, about the son? Didn't we already talk about that? From now on, I will no longer press my son for marriage, and I will let him make his own decisions about his marital affairs. Shen Shuyin moved over, resting his head on Chen Shiqian's arm. The voice was soft. I know. I'm not talking about him getting married. What I'm thinking is that since my son has absolutely no desire to get married right now, why don't we just let him put his mind to his career? Start a family. Start a business. He's got to grab one end. Chen Shiqian gently rubbed Shen Shuin's shoulders. In a low voice, he asked, so what do you mean, wife? Shen Shuin arched into Chen Shiqian's arms. Seriously, what I'm thinking is, why don't we have our son quit his job and stop working for someone else? Let him go to the imperial capital to take over the branch. Men, it's also important to fight for a career. Although he doesn't know much about gold and jade and managing a company yet, he's young and can learn. Listen to your wife's thoughts. Chen Shiqian was silent for a moment. Then with a serious face he said, well, you have a point. I agree with you. We can talk to our son tomorrow. After a while, Shen Shuin suddenly looked up, looking a little worried. She said, right, husband, if my son really goes to the branch, he will inevitably come into contact with the group's internal business secrets. At that time, I'm afraid we won't be able to hide the strength of our Chun family's clan. Why don't we simply tell our son the true strength of the family? Truthfully, Shen Shuin finished. Chen Shiqian tottered and sat up on the bed, somewhat surprised. He said, honey, you really think so? I've actually thought about this for a long time. I just never dared to open my mouth to discuss it with you. After all, you always say that your son is young and unsettled and not mature enough. Shen Shuin straightened her long, black and silky hair, followed suit and sat up. That's true. The boy really isn't mature enough. To put it nicely, he's frank and straightforward. And to put it bluntly, he's just a silly boy. Hubby, have you forgotten? 3 years ago, when the two of us had just learned of the Chen family's hidden true strength, how did we behave? You, in particular, are simply overjoyed to know that you've become rich overnight. That state, it's all a bit like Fan Jin's epilepsy after he's won the lottery. Giggle. During that time, you were clamoring every day to go to various countries to buy mansions and luxury cars, and to buy tens of billions of dollars worth of giant cruise ships and say they're going to take me on a trip around the world. It's funny to think about being that old. Giggle. Chen Shiqian hemmed and hawed with some embarrassment. Reaching out, he hooked Shen Shuin's nose, eyes full of favor. And you have the nerve to talk about me. Aren't you the same yourself? Chapter 100. Not hundreds of millions, but countless millions. Chen Shiqian hemmed and hawed with some embarrassment. Reaching out, he hooked Shen Shuin's nose, eyes full of favor. And you have the nerve to talk about me. Aren't you the same yourself? 3 years ago, just after father informed us of the truth, you couldn't wait to buy a bunch of luxury jewelry from all over the world. There are all kinds of big name clothing, designer bags, and luxury stores that can't wait to buy a street at once. Every day, you dress up all shiny and bejeweled and go out and show off to your friends. Shen Shuin sniffed and puffed, unable to help himself. He raised his fist and pounded on Chen Shiqian's chest. Her cheeks reddened slightly as she said, You still say that. Shut up. Stop laughing. Talk about your son. Chen Shiqian laughed so hard that he coughed. After stabilizing his emotions, he curbed his laughter and reached down to fasten the straps of his wife's nightgown. Softly, he said, Honey, why are you suddenly bringing up 3 years ago? Are you trying to say that we're both over 100 years old? And suddenly we learn that our own family is so wealthy. It's all but inevitable that you'll be ecstatic, get carried away, and the whole thing just floats right along. My son is not yet 30 years old, and you are worried that if you tell him now, he will lose his mind over it and it will have a negative impact on his life instead? Shen Shuin raised her eyes, nodded heavily. Yui said, That's not true. After all, our Chen family's family strength is really strong beyond imagination. We both always thought we didn't care about glory and riches, and were bent on a small, plain, comfortable life. However, when we learned that the family had an unimaginably large fortune, we lost ourselves during that time as well. And to think, the son is so young. If we suddenly tell him that our Chen family's fortune is not hundreds of millions, but countless billions, the family fortune is so large that it could casually buy several shopping streets in Magic City. The gold and jade materials used to make gold and jade jewelry are so numerous that they are counted in tons, and there are 208 raw material storage sites in the country alone. The huge family fortune that our Chen family has accumulated over the ages is even enough to buy some small and medium-sized countries. What ordinary person can afford such a huge family fortune, when it is known at first sight? After listening to my wife's analysis, Chen Shiqian froze for a moment. There was a taboo light in the deep dark eyes. After thinking for a long time, he mused. Hearing you say that makes me feel stressed. In fact, having too much wealth can be a hassle and comes with great risk. 3 years ago, my father told me about many of my ancestors from his hospital bed. One of them would be about why our Chen family has established a strict family rule. That is, when a child's heart is unsettled and his or her mind is immature, he or she cannot be informed of the family's true strength. It's really because our Chen family's ancestors suffered repeated misfortunes due to being too rich. Many children and grandchildren were mesmerized by riches and wealth and embarked on crooked paths. The huge property accumulated over many lifetimes has also been coveted and seized by various forces, until the offspring die in vain, and the people are thin. Hey, speaking of which, Shen Shiqian could no longer go on. Just a deep frown and a hanging head with a continuous sigh. Shen Shuyan's expression became a bit forlorn after hearing her husband's words. For a while, she didn't know how to comfort her husband. All you can do is pat your husband on the back. In a fine voice, he said, "All right, let's not mention the sadness of the past. Regarding the family strength of our Chen family, it's better not to tell my son yet. Also, I know that you've actually been under a lot of pressure, worrying that the Chen family's descendants are thinning out, and that there's no one to succeed you. Don't worry, our son is not bad in any way. Surely he won't stay single like this. As long as we cultivate our bodies rigorously and do more good deeds, we can surely accumulate virtue for future generations." Chen Shiqian nodded in relief. The two men then lay down. Before long, sleepiness set in. With a little chatting, the two soon drifted off to sleep. Plain days, day after day. In the blink of an eye, spring, summer, fall and winter are round again. In life, gathering is also in a hurry, and dispersing is also in a hurry. Time, coming and going. A year passes in a blink of an eye. 1 year later, 6:30 in the morning. Jiang family estate villa. In the living room on the first floor, a group of servants stood in a row and were respectfully listening to old lady Jiang's orders. "Mrs. Lu, is little Knight's room packed? But it has to be cleaned spotlessly, and all the bedding has to be carefully sterilized and exposed to the sun. Little Knight loves to be clean." Mrs. Lu stepped forward. "Seriously," he replied, "old lady, don't worry, it's already been cleaned. It's all according to your request. Don't dare to be the slightest bit sloppy." Old lady Jiang nodded slightly. After picking up the tea on the table and taking a slow sip, she continued to speak and asked, "By the way, is the meal almost ready? Xiao Wu, go to the kitchen and hurry, but don't leave behind Xiao Nian's favorite dishes. Also, make some soups for little Knight that are suitable for nourishing the body in winter. For example, lily carp soup, papaya rib soup, all of which little Knight loves to drink." Xiao Wu sniffed and immediately stepped forward. Respectfully, he replied, "Yes, old lady, I'll go to the kitchen now." A few minutes later, the only people left in the living room were old lady Jiang and the maid, Zhou Ma. Old lady Jiang tilted her head and looked toward the doorway, muttering, "Where's Xiaoli and Cheng Huai? Why haven't they come down yet? Mrs. Zhou, go check and see if the two of them are still up." Mrs. Zhao took 2 steps forward, took the tea from old lady Jiang's hand. In a low voice, she said, "Old lady, I just saw that mistress is feeding the peacocks in the garden. Mister is in his study. He just asked me to make a pot of tea and send it up." Old lady Jiang was a little surprised at what she heard. Lifting the mahogany cane in his hand, he tapped the ground. With a somewhat displeased expression, he said, "Really, these two can really sink their teeth into it. It's been a year since I've seen my baby girl and I'm surprised I'm not in a hurry. One went out in the garden to feed the peacocks, and the other hid in the study to read. So you're just going to let me, an 80-year-old woman, make my own preparations to welcome little Knight? This is outrageous." Just as old lady Jiang frowned her white eyebrows and complained to the servants, the door to the hall was pushed open. Zhou Yuri walked in with a bag of peacock food and a big smile. After seeing my mother-in-law, she smiled and greeted, "Mom, you're up. I just came back from the back garden, and OMG, those 2 peacocks are opening their screens. It's so beautiful. If I had known you were up so early, I would have taken you along. The peacock's opening is a good omen." Old lady Jiang sniffed and nuzzled. Darkly, he glared at Zhou Yuri. Chidingly, you actually have the heart to feed the peacocks. 2 broken peacocks from someone else, and you treat them like a treasure. Your baby girl has been away from home for a year, and now she's almost home, and you don't bring a rush." Hearing my mother-in-law say that, Zhou Yuri puffed out a laugh. Chapter 101. These 3 children. I gave birth to them. Rush over to your mother-in-law. Take your mother-in-law's hand. Softly soothing, "Mom, why are you still really mad? Little Knight is the apple of our family's eye. Can I not know she's coming back today? I got up at 4 in the morning and set everything up early in the morning. After putting everything in order, seeing that both you and Shanghai hadn't gotten up yet, I then ran to the back garden to feed the peacocks. Old Lady Jiang raised her eyelids at the words. The eyes that looked at her daughter-in-law softened. After a pause, she spoke languidly, "That's so, then it seems I misunderstood you. I thought you and Xinghua didn't pay much attention to little Knight coming home." "Okay, it's the old lady in me who's thinking too much." Jolie arched her eyebrows and smiled ear to ear. Then, she raised her hands and squeezed her mother-in-law's shoulders and said, "Mom, it's because you're paying too much attention to little Knight. Although you usually don't say it with your mouth, I know that you have been thinking about little Knight in particular, and your heart is always hanging on to little Knight. When she comes back in a little while, let her stay home with you." Being spoken to by my daughter-in-law, old lady Jiang instantly felt a sourness in her heart and her eyes moistened. Half an hour later, breakfast is ready. Zhang Chenghui also came out of the study. Upon arriving at the first floor lobby, Zhang Chenghui took a seat on the sofa and waited with his wife and mother for his daughter to come home. When I learned that my mother had ordered the cook to prepare more than 30 dishes, Zhang Chenghui was a bit surprised. "Mom, why are you cooking so many dishes? That's too rich for a big morning. Actually just eat something light in the morning." Elder Mrs. Zhang glanced at her son without a good look. Waving his hand slightly, he said, "You're a father. Why are you so careless? This meal is just a breakfast for us, but Late is coming back from overseas and has jet lag, and this is her lunch. A few hours on the plane. The road is hard and tiring. Mustn't you eat something good to make up for it?" Jolie looked at her mother-in-law with a nervous face. Twisting her head again, she made a wink toward her husband. Reconciling, he said, "Mom, don't bother with Chenghui. He's a man with a thick heart. He can't think so comprehensively. Should have done more dishes. Little Knight spent a year abroad. Must especially miss the meals at home." Speaking. With a creak, the living room door opened. Jolie swallowed right back the half-said words. Everyone turned their heads in unison to look at the doorway. Ta-da-da-da. The crisp sound of high heels rang out from the doorway. Next, wearing a red corseted coat, Zhang even twisted her slender and sexy waist and walked into the living room. Saw Late coming. Weakly slammed her hands together. Excited, he rose from the couch. "Why are you early? You child, come over here and let Mom look at you." Zhang Chenghui placed the teacup in his hand on the table. With a smile at the corner of her mouth and a warm gaze, she said, this is to give us a surprise." Old Mrs. Zhang was so excited that her hands trembled. With tears in the bottom of her eyes, she said, "Little Late, Grandma's precious granddaughter. Come on, come to Grandma. I haven't seen you in a year. Grandma misses you." Look at the excited and eager eyes of the family. Zhang Even's heart was touched. But get in the door. After just a few steps, she stopped in her tracks, standing fixedly a few meters away from the living room. Zhang Evening bit her lip and said with a serious look, "Well, Grandma, Dad, Mom, I have an announcement to make to you today that I..." Not waiting for Zhang even to finish, old Mrs. Zhang then eagerly interrupted. "Gu, Xiaolian come over here. It's not too late to sit down and talk about what's going on." Zhang even guffawed at her grandmother. And after, she shook her head slightly. After a moment of contemplation, with a serious face, he said, "Grandma, wait a moment. I'm afraid what I'm about to announce will come as a bit of a surprise to you." The words fell. Zhang Evening turned around and waved at the door. Soon, a rustle of footsteps sounded outside the door. Then a dozen men came through the door one after the other. These people, all of them, are middle-aged women in their 40s and 50s. 3 of the women also had sleeping babies in their arms. The scene. The Zhang family members present were all stunned. Jolie raised her willow eyebrows and said with a surprised expression, "Xiaolian these people are?" Old Lady Jian was also stunned. Narrowing his eyes, he looked carefully at the group of strangers in front of him. Puzzled. "Late, what are you doing? These people, who are they? Why did you bring them to the house?" Zhang Chenghui squared his body without a word. His face was dark and his eyes were sharp as he stared at his daughter. Zhang even took a long breath. Lift up the face of absolute beauty. With a determined expression, he said, "Grandma, Dad, Mom, I want to be honest with you. The reason I went abroad a year ago was not only to expand our business overseas, also for IVF and a foreign genetic company. The simple fact is that I no longer have any hope for marriage. I want to stay unmarried for the rest of my life and just have children of my own. These triplets, they're the kids I had, through genetics." Having said that, Zhang Evening twisted her head and reached out to point at the 3 babies. Zhang Evening's words. A cold silence fell over the entire living room in direct shock. The Zhang family looked at each other. All of them were dumbfounded, too stunned to speak. Several people on the couch, shocked as if they were half a log, froze and cut off there. After a while, Only gradually did they come back to their senses. Jiang Chenghui glared angrily and said indignantly, Xiao Lian, are you telling the truth? You can't lie to everyone about something like that. Seeing my father visibly angry, Jiang even instantly felt her heart hang in the air, and she was incredibly nervous inside. She did her best to control her emotions. Harmonizing, he said, Dad, I'm not lying to you. It's the truth. These 3 children, indeed, were born to me, and they are the bloodline of the Jiang family. Get an affirmative answer from your daughter. Jiang Chenghui was so angry that his face turned green. An unstoppable rage flashed in his eyes, as if he were an enraged lion. He got up violently and pointed at his daughter. Well, I've worked hard to raise you for more than 20 years. To have raised such a contraption to do such a ridiculous thing. The family is unfortunate. You dead girl. You don't expect me and your mom and your grandma to recognize. Just then, the baby's loud cry rang out suddenly, interrupting Jiang Chenghui's words. Jolie and elder Mrs. Jiang, who originally had shocked expressions and dull gazes, instantly came back to their senses after hearing the baby's cries. The 2 men looked at each other. Jolie immediately grasped her mother-in-law's meaning. Rushing over to her mother-in-law, she helped her up from the couch and was about to check on the baby. Seeing this, Jiang even immediately waved her hand at the sister-in-law behind her. Quick, bring the baby over to my grandmother. Chapter 102. The children are wailing with hunger. Feed them quickly. The 3 baby-carrying sister-in-laws walked over at a steady, careful pace. The baby in his arms cried loud and clear, his little face red. Wow. The large living room. The baby's cries were extraordinarily piercing and became more and more heartbreaking. Such a cry. It caused everyone in the room to become unsettled and sweaty on their foreheads. By the time the sister-in-laws carried the baby to Old Lady Jiang and Jolie, Old Lady Jiang immediately looked nervous and panicked. She grabbed a paper towel and wiped the sweat from her hands, and then slowly lifting his hand, he gently lifted the wrapped blanket of one of the babies. Horrified, he said, Egu, why is this doll crying so much? The little face is red from crying. The little body is shaking. Are you hungry? Said. Old Lady Jiang lifted the wrapped covers of the other 2 babies. The other 2 babies were wailing and crying. Little fists clenched tightly, little feet stomping hard in their wrappings. Seeing this heartbreaking scene, Old Lady Jiang and Jolie instantly frowned, their hearts in a state of confusion. At this point, Jiang Evening walked over to the 3 babies and bent down to gently pat the 3 babies. The voice softly coaxed, Oh, baby, don't cry. Baby, don't cry. Were you woken up? Mommy will take you to a quiet place to sleep and sleep now. Having said that, Jiang Evening pointed in the direction of the bedroom on the 2nd floor, signaling the sister-in-laws to carry the baby up. Old Lady Jiang tapped her cane, stopped by saying, Don't carry the baby upstairs yet. Jiang even twisted her head to look at her grandmother. Puzzled, Grandma, what's wrong? Is it possible that you, like my father, don't want to recognize these 3 children? If that's the case, I'll take the babies and move out. Old Lady Jiang frowned her white eyebrows at the words and nuzzled her mouth. Chastisingly, he said, Little late, you child. How can you think of Grandma so much? Grandma is trying to see if the baby is hungry? Grandma has been there before. Can't you tell if the child was woken up by noise or by hunger? Hearing my mother-in-law say that, Jolie clenched her teeth tightly and watched the state of the 3 babies' expressions with bated breath. A few seconds later, Jolie panicked. Mom, you're right. I also think the children should be hungry. You see, they are crying and shaking their little heads as if looking for food. Speaking, Jolie stretched out a finger and gently touched the little baby's mouth. Fruity, little babies quickly make foraging reflexes. The little mouth barred and sucked, constantly searching for food. Old Lady Jiang slammed her hand at the sight. In an urgent voice, she asked, Late, how long has it been since the children have had milk? Jiang Lian's complexion was in a state of security. After a moment's thought, he said seriously, I just breastfed 3 hours ago. It's been fed quite a bit. I don't think it would starve so fast. Hear that? Old Lady Jiang was instantly so angry that her face went black. Although it's still unclear if the 3 children are the granddaughters or not. But children are innocent, whether or not they are of their own blood. You can't starve a baby like that. That's child abuse. Old Mrs. Jiang was so angry that she couldn't catch her breath. After a few coughs, she pointed at a few of her monthly wives and angrily scolded. How do you bring up children? I can't believe you're starving a child this hard. Dare you not to care at all if it's not your own child, right? What a vicious heart. It's just too much. After being reprimanded, the 3 sister-in-laws looked at each other in dismay. All of them had mouths full of disdain. One of the oldest and least messed with sister-in-laws took a step forward. Raising her eyebrows, she said defiantly, It's true that we're your family's hired sister-in-laws, but you can't just insult people like that. We can all be professionally trained sister-in-laws with professional babysitter certificates. You don't understand. There is a standard amount of food for babies. You can't just increase it. Look at the abominable appearance of this sister-in-law's overbearing behavior. Without waiting for the mother-in-law to speak, Jolie then angrily opened her mouth to rebuke. I mean, you're a sister-in-law. Why are you so stubborn with the baby? Babies do have food standards, but standards are dead. People are alive. Everyone has a different appetite. Some have big appetites. Some have small appetites. Where is the uniformity? The same goes for babies. Some little babies just eat a lot and get hungry fast. You can't intentionally starve a child. After hearing what Mom said, John even nodded thoughtfully. Then he ordered a nanny beside him. Where is the powdered milk? Hurry up and bring it. Make the babies a bottle of formula each. The nanny immediately replied, Yes, I'll be right there. With that, the nanny scurried out the door. A few minutes later, the nanny had already made 3 bottles of powdered milk in the nanny cart outside the door and walked in quickly with them. Baby, here's the milk. Don't cry. Don't cry. Her voice is hoarse from crying. Mommy is so heartbroken. Poor baby. John Evening's eyes were full of heartache as she calmed the 3 babies. Nervous and at a loss for words, the 3 babies smelled milk and all of a sudden cried even harder. All of them were crying and shaking their little heads from side to side as they searched for food. One of the babies, who appeared to be of the thinnest size, was so hungry that he sucked his fingers directly. Next, when the bottle was brought to their mouths, the 3 little babies were instantly conditioned as if by reflex. In one fell swoop, he sucked on the pacifier with unerring precision. Then he took a big gulp. Gobble gobble gobble. Gobble 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 gobble. One time, the cries died down in the living room, leaving only the sound of a baby gulping down milk. John Evening's hanging heart was only slightly lowered, but still, he couldn't take his eyes off his 3 children, and he was overwhelmed with love for them. Old Lady Jiang did not move and glanced at her granddaughter. Tentatively, he asked, Little late, tell Grandma the truth. These 3 kids are really yours? And were they conceived through some genetic company? These kids were crying their hearts out just now, and it's hard to tell if they look like you. Looking at the cozy picture of the 3 babies breastfeeding, John even would smile. With that, he walked over to Grandma. Eyes true. Grandma, how could I possibly lie to you about something so big? These 3 babies were born to me over 2 months ago in a private hospital in Rice. 2 boys, 1 girl. I think they all look pretty much like me. Exactly like that 100-day picture of me when I was a kid. Choyuri was apprehensive and suspicious. Walked over and patted his daughter on the shoulder. Stunned, he said, Late, this news is too sudden. Why does Mom feel like she's dreaming? Her mind keeps buzzing. A year ago, you were single when you left, and now you're actually back with 3 kids. No, this is all too surreal. These 3 children, it can't be that you adopted them abroad. Right? Mom knows that there are many couples abroad who go to orphanages to adopt children. John Evening curved her red lips and smiled helplessly. At this moment, she didn't know how to explain it to her family. If you take out the child's birth certificate and show it to them, it will definitely reveal itself. Chapter 103 Little Knight's 3 children are the bloodline of the Jiang family. Because these 3 children were conceived in the country, it's not at all like you're doing IVF when you're abroad. If Dad had sent someone to investigate, he would have found out what was going on. How can you assuage your family's concerns? Just as John Evening was caught in a tangle and was anxious, all 3 babies finished their milk at the same time, after eating and drinking their fill, beginning to observe the strange and new world with big round eyes. The little pink mouth barred a few times from time to time, and a giggle escaped her lips. Hear the baby's cute little milky voice. John Even's heart was delighted, and he had an idea. Grandma, Mom, you guys come check it out. They really do look like me when they laugh. John Evening's words just fell. Old Lady Jiang and Jolie instantly looked at each other, their eyes glowing, a hint of expectation flashing underneath their eyes. Choyuri patted her chest, doing his best to keep his composure. He said, Bring the 3 children over here. 3 babbling, giggling babies from time to time were once again carried in front of Old Lady Jiang and Jolie. The 2 men lowered their heads and fixed their eyes. This look doesn't matter. The 3 babies who had stopped crying had their faces clearly presented. The babies grow. Alive as a scaled-down version of John Evening. Old Lady Jiang and Jolie were stunned, half speechless. Cluck cluck cluck. Yada yada yada. The 3 babies were bobbing their little heads, their eyes innocently and curiously surveying the world. Her fleshy little round face is extraordinarily cute, and her big watery eyes are very charming. They giggled happily at times and sucked on their little fingers. When she smiled, her large eyes instantly turned into curved crescent moons. 3 babies, all prettier than the ones in the yearbook, staring straight at the baby for a long time. It was only then that Churi's head snapped up. Shuddering, he said, these 3 children, they really look like little Night. Big eyes, long lashes, showy little nose, cherry mouth. Even when you smile, the shallow dimples at the corners of your mouth are exactly the same as little Night's. When I saw them, it was as if I saw little Night as a child for a moment. Mom, what do you think? Say it, Jolie cried with joy, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Old Lady Jiang straightened her old flowery glasses and squinted her eyes to scrutinize the 3 babies. Half open-mouthed, his face was green and white. Unbelievably, she said, Xiao Lia, I can't believe that Xiao Lian actually really ran away to give birth to a child abroad. And 3 at once. Little Night was brought up by us together. What she was like when she was a child. We mothers remember it clearly. Don't say anything, these 3 children are little Lakes. There's no escape. Jiang Chenghuai originally turned his back, ironic and silent. I heard both my mother and wife say that the 3 children were indeed little Knights. The fire in his heart couldn't be suppressed any longer. The ball of fire blazed in his chest, all at once racing up to the sky, and his face flushed red. Pop! After tapping the table heavily, Jiang Chenghuai crossed his eyes. Sternly, she said, You dead girl, do you know what hurtful thing you have done? It's really against the law. The entire Jiang family is going to be disgraced by you. How did these 3 children come to be? Do you think? Which wild man did they have them with? In the face of Dad's unrelenting reprimands and verbal abuse, Jiang Evening raised her willow eyebrows and snorted coldly. Eyes cold, he said, Dad, I've told you, these 3 kids were born through genetics. It's not some wild man's, believe it or not. Anyway, from a year ago, when we met with the Chen family, you humiliated people's Chen parents in 100 ways. I've been ironclad, never marry in my life, much less go through with a family union. But just because you're not married doesn't mean you don't want children. I don't want these 3 kids on a whim. It's well thought out. Old Lady Jiang raised her white eyebrows. A stern look was thrown at his son. Then she let out a long sigh. With kind eyes, she looked at her granddaughter and said, Xiao Lian, Grandma is a bit confused. Since you said that these 3 children were conceived through a foreign genetic company, then why do they look nothing like foreigners? Instead, they look exactly like you, the way we Asians look. Jiang even sat down beside her grandmother, patting his grandmother lightly on the back. He said, Grandma, that's very understandable. Although I had my children abroad, I chose Asian men's genes. Cho Yuri stood by and listened in confusion. Frowning, he couldn't help but follow up with, Oh, that child's father is. Jiang Even's complexion was lopsided. Subconsciously, he clenched his fists and gulped, pretending to be calm. He said, Well, the baby's father has excellent genes. I chose a tall, well-built, good-looking man of my age. Old Lady Jiang and Jolie exchanged glances. The 2 men's faces stiffened and they hung their heads, their eyes secretive. A few moments later, Jiang even saw that the crowd didn't say a word. Then he took the initiative and asked, Now, my father's attitude is obvious. What about, Grandma, Mom, your attitudes? If none of them want to recognize the 3 kids, then I'll take the kids and move out. Anyway, no matter what, I'm not giving up my child. Say it. Jiang Wan then wanted to stand up and leave the house. At this point, the sound of a cane touching the floor rang out suddenly in the living room. Old Lady Jiang's eyes were sharp as she said word for word, All right, I'll announce something now. Little Knight's 3 children are the children and grandchildren of my Jiang family, our own bloodline. In the future, no one will be able to tolerate these 3 children in this house. Finished seriously, Elder Mrs. Jiang raised her hands shakily, signaling Little Knight to carry the child to her. Jiang even instantly froze. Surprised, Grandma, how can you hold a baby? You are so old. Old Lady Jiang was silent, only nudging at the child. The expression was serious and insistent. Jiang Evening glanced at his old mom. When she saw her mom nod slightly, she didn't insist anymore. Solely took her daughter from her sister-in-law's hand and handed her over to her grandmother. Old Lady Jiang picked up the baby and gently turned it upside down with both hands. With loving eyes and reddened circles, he said, This child is over 2 months old? Why is he so light? I'm afraid it only weighs 10 pounds. Poor little thing. What a pain in the ass. Jiang even came up to Grandma's ear. In a small voice, she said, Grandma, triplets are all going to be born prematurely, and they're going to be a little lighter than the average baby. Hearing his granddaughter say that, Elder Mrs. Jiang's tears instantly fluttered and fell. Also, as a woman, she knows how hard it is for a woman to carry a child to term and how hard it is to give birth. Late, how did you get through this year? You silly child. Grandma wasn't by your side the entire pregnancy, plus the birth. You've suffered. Woo-hoo-hoo. Jolie had long been too distraught to speak. Standing and sobbing, he hid his face and wiped his tears. Grandma's words instantly destroyed the fortress Jiang even thought was strong inside. She raised her stunning face and held back her tears with all her might. Chapter 104, Bad. Yan Yan Jiang is here. Had breakfast. Jiang evening bathed and changed, put on exquisite makeup, and changed into a competent and elegant professional outfit. Stand in front of the mirror. Jiang Lian spun around, and then raised her jade hand and gently pinned a head of chestnut brown long curly hair behind her ear. Red lips teased in winks, windy and dimpled. Her perfect figure didn't seem to have been affected in the slightest by having a baby. Not only is it unaffected, instead, it added a bit of richness and sexiness unique to mature women. Time flies, it's been a year. Back to work today. Go for it. Jiang even smiled and mumbled into the mirror. Before you leave the house. She was relieved to have 3 babies. After a moment's hesitation, it was better to head straight toward the children's room. Before I could reach the door, I could hear the lively sounds of laughter coming from the children's room from afar. Mom, look how beautiful your great-grandson looks. Like a doll. Honestly, Lori, these 3 babies, even prettier than when Lade was a baby, are such a delight. Yes, Mom, looking at these 3 babies, I just experienced the joy of caramelizing my grandchildren for the first time. Giggle giggle. Now you know why Mom fought with you every day to bring little Knight after she was born in the first place, right? Ha ha ha. Jiang Evening stood outside the door, listened to Mom and Grandma talk for a while and the babies babbling their little milky voices. Couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, push the door and go inside. The few servants in the room instantly turned their heads and nodded respectfully at Jiang Even. However, Mom and Grandma always sat next to the babies, smiling and gazing at them. Not the slightest bit of attention was paid to Jiang even walking over. Jiang Evening coughed lightly, pouting and jealous. She said, Grandma, Mom, I'm coming. Seeing that Grandma and Mom still hadn't noticed them, they turned their full attention to the babies. Press didn't even hear himself. Jiang Evening grunted gamely. Turning up the volume, she said, Grandma, your precious granddaughter is here. Mom, your baby girl is here and you can't even see it? It's only been an hour and these 3 little ones have taken my favor. Ha! Jiang even finished. Old Mrs. Jiang and Jolie instantly puffed and stroked their palms and laughed. Old Mrs. Jiang glanced lovingly at her granddaughter, then lowered her head to look at the 3 babies, with eyes full of relief. She said, Silly granddaughter. Ah, Grandma likes these 3 babies, just like you are. They're your own flesh and blood, and they look so much like you. Grandma's in love. Zhou Yuri gently clenched the baby's tiny fist. The expressions are exaggerated to make the baby laugh. Full of joy, I exclaimed. Gee, the sound of babies laughing is so healing. In just a moment's time, all the uneasiness and entanglements in my heart were gone, and the knots in my heart were opened up, and I was enlightened. Now that the 3 babies are here, Mom is happy to enjoy this joy of having children and grandchildren. Having said that, Weekly looked up and locked eyes with her mother-in-law. The two took a long breath, smiles of relief and release spreading across their faces. Jiang Evening picked up her cell phone and glanced at the time. Softly, he said, Well, I'm relieved to have Mom and Grandma. I have to go to the office. I'll leave the baby with you. Weekly sniffed and stood up. Thoughtfully, he straightened his daughter's clothes. Instructed, All right, originally your grandmother and I didn't want you to go to the office so early. After all, you've just had a baby a little over 2 months ago, and we're worried that you haven't recovered well. But Mom also knows that you're a career-minded kid, and you're definitely not willing to stay home all day. In that case, you should go home early. Your grandmother has hired the best chef to make you nutritious meals that nourish your body every day. Jiang Evening nodded. Take Mom's hand. Sputtering and pouting, she said, Got it. Mom, I have kids now, and I can't even think about coming home late. And when you're a mom you're always thinking about your kids. Old Lady Jiang smiled in relief. Sighing, she said, Women, they grow up when they become moms. By the way, little Knight, those 3 monthly sisters-in-law you brought back, Grandma wants to fire them because... Jiang even knew what Grandma wanted to say. Taking the initiative, he spoke. Grandma, you can just decide on such a small matter. Anyway, you and my mom have a lot of experience in bringing up children, so I'm 100% confident in leaving them with you. Hearing his granddaughter say that, Elder Mrs. Jiang instantly smiled and was happy in her heart. Jiang Evening glanced at the baby with motherly love in her eyes. Then he picked up his handbag and was heading out the door. Just then, there was a sudden cackle of shrill laughter from the doorway. Jiang Yanyan rushed over excitedly. One wrapped his arms around Jiang Evening. Jiang even let out a bitter laugh, his expression somewhat pained. Pushing hard, Jiang Yanyan said, Ouch ouch, my neck is almost strangled by you. Cough cough. Jiang Yanyan let go of his hand and squeezed his eyes at Jiang Evening. Next, she walked over to the bed and her eyes widened. With a shocked face, he said. Where did these 3 children come from? Grandma, first aunt, what's going on? Elderly Mrs. Jiang and Jolie looked embarrassed and were momentarily speechless. I don't know how to explain this. Jiang even glanced meaningfully at Jiang Yanyan. This girl is quite good at acting, leaving herself out of the picture. Since she wanted to act, she had to go along with it. Thinking about it, Jiang Evening's red lips slightly opened and recounted the matter aside in a concise manner. Jiang Yanyan first pretended to be stunned for a while when he heard the words. His expression was wooden and he kept gasping for air. It took a while for the breath to settle. Seriously, he said. Grandma, great uncle, since the matter is settled, don't think about it so much. This is something that my sister did impulsively, but these 3 babies are the bloodline of our Jiang family, and the babies are so cute. The little milky voices are just adorable, said. Jiang Yanyan walked to the edge of the bed and sat down on his butt. Then she bent down and looked at the 3 babies with delight. However, after scrutinizing the babies' little faces, Jiang Yanyan suddenly paused, dumbfounded. The originally upturned corners of his mouth instantly retracted, and his face became ugly. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Jiang Yanyan snapped his head up, his eyes enlarged, his eyes shocked and complicated as he looked at Jiang Evening. Jiang even blinked. His eyes fluttered a bit, not daring to look directly into Jiang Yanyan's eyes. This ghost girl can't tell what's going on, can she? It shouldn't be possible. All 3 babies look like themselves, living as shrunken versions of themselves. It's impossible to see Chen Yi in the baby. Besides, if memory serves, this girl had only met Chen Yi once. Chapter 105, Chen Yi. He never left the company? It's been a year. She must have long forgotten what Chen Yi looked like. Jiang Evening sighed apprehensively and dropped her eyes to the babies. Jiang Yanyan stared sharply at Jiang Evening, even though Jiang even desperately tried to hide her inner panic, looking bland and unperturbed. But after all, they've been sisters for over 20 years. Jiang Yanyan still keenly captured the nervousness and uneasiness that flickered at the bottom of Jiang Even's eyes. But, at this very moment, in front of Grandma and Great Auntie, Jiang Yanyan didn't want to poke at her oldest sister's private matters. And don't dare poke at it, because, since Lao's sister had concealed herself from the beginning, not telling herself that these 3 children were Chen Yi's, I'm sure she has unspeakable pain. Today, one can only pretend to believe the set of lies she has concocted about the child's origins. Moreover, old sister must have thought that she and Chen Yi had only met once. By common sense, it's impossible to remember what the other person looks like after only a one-sided relationship, separated by a year's worth of time. Wouldn't dare let my oldest sister know. During the year she had been abroad, she herself had coveted Chen Yi's beauty and body, and had taken the initiative to throw herself at him several times. If old sister knew, she would not beat herself to death. It's scary to think about. The best thing to do for the time being was to play dumb to avoid arousing my oldest sister's suspicion. Think about that. Jiang Yanyan snapped his hands. His pupils dilated and his expression exaggerated. Crap, it's not to be. Grandma, Great Auntie, I've discovered something extraordinary. Old Lady Jiang and Jolie were instantly shocked. In unison, they looked at Jiang Yanyan. Nervously, he said, "What's wrong? What did you find out? What's wrong with the babies?" Jiang Even's complexion was aghast. A heart was instantly in his throat. Just when she thought that Jiang Yanyan had seen through the truth and was about to tell the truth to her mom and grandma, Jiang Yanyan suddenly snorted a laugh. "Reach out and point to the 3 babies." Exclaiming in awe, he said, "I've realized that these 3 babies have a face value that's against all odds. Grandma, great uncle, look, these 3 babies, all with big, dark eyes, long eyelashes like fans, and these high noses, and cherry mouths. Oh my god, I can't even picture like this. Help, they're like Barbie dolls. So there really are people who can live off their face at birth. God is so unfair. Woo hoo hoo." After listening to Jiang Yanyan's flurry of praise for the baby, Jiang Evening's hanging heart fell to the ground. She raised her hand and patted her heaving chest a few times. Just now, what a false alarm. This ghost girl, she's scary. Old Lady Jiang reached out and knocked Jiang Yanyan's head, but the smile on her face became even more intense. "You kids, always making such a fuss. These 3 heavy grandchildren of mine are still young. You don't want to scare them. When you come to see the babies in the future, you must speak softly and never yell." Jiang Yanyan cocked his head, a heartless grin, lowering his head. He continued to scrutinize the 3 babies. Jiang Evening picked up her cell phone and glanced at the time again. Sharply, he said, "Oops, it's 8:30. I have to rush to the office, so I'll leave the baby in your care." "Say it." Jiang Even picked up her handbag and quickly walked out of the children's room. The door to the room is closed. Jiang Yanyan instantly restrained the smile on his face. Her eyes were dark and dull as she gazed at the 3 babies, her insides mixed. These three babies, although at first glance they looked like Jiang Evening, but take a closer look and it's not hard to see. The baby's eyebrows still look like Chen Yi's, especially the upward curve of the corners of his mouth when he smiled was exactly like Chen Yi's. It was normal for grandma and great aunt not to be able to see it, after all. They were older and inevitably had memory loss, besides that was a year ago. But having liked Chen Yi for so long, it was impossible to not see that these three babies were his own flesh and blood. If only I had known. Older sister is pregnant with Chen Yi's child, and she likely didn't even let go of Chen Yi. I couldn't abort his child because I couldn't let go of it in my heart. LOL. Come to think of it, what have you done? How dare she take advantage of her oldest sister's absence and take the initiative to throw herself at her sweetheart several times. They were all also rejected by Chen Yi without mercy. Shame on you. Being a woman is so humiliating. Really don't want to live. Jiang Yinyan's two eyes went black, and his inner remorse was so great that he collapsed and grasped at straws. 9:30 in the morning. Shanghai Real Estate Building. Wearing a delicate and capable professional outfit, Jiang even walked into the company with a light and graceful step. As soon as she came out, the entire group was instantly abuzz. Not only because she was the prestigious No. 1 female president of Magic City, but also because of her stunningly beautiful face. Her face looked like a beautiful wife in a romance novel who was spoiled by the boss. Attending the party, he instantly stunned the entire audience and was stared straight at by all the men, causing Mr. Ba not to be able to help but frown. Jiang Evening glanced absently at his side. She paid no attention to the envious glances thrown around her. It was just a cold and arrogant look, walking forward on its own. After coming to the general manager's office, Jiang Evening took off his jacket and hung it on the coat rack on the side. With that, she twisted her thin waist and walked quickly to her desk and sat down. Cho, bring me the work schedule for the latest week. Assistant Cho held a thick stack of papers. Bibi respectfully said, Okay, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Evening raised her hand and gently pulled her long, waterfall-like curly hair behind her ear. Then he looked serious, his eyes flipping through a document. Half a day later, when looking over one of the contracts, Jiang Even's hand suddenly paused. Only one person's name was signed on the end page of the contract. Chen Yi. Seeing Chen Yi's name, in a flash, Jiang Even felt her breathing stop abruptly and her brain freeze. You don't think so? How could such an important contract have Chen Yi's signature on it? Isn't he a regular employee in the finance department? Besides, a whole year has passed now. How can he still be in this company? After coming back to his senses, Jiang Evening red lips lightly opened. Whispered, Xiao Zhou, this Chen Yi. Is that Chen Yi from the finance department? Assistant Zhou pondered for a moment. Seriously, he replied, Yes, Mr. Jiang. This is the signature of the Deputy Director of Finance, Shan Yi, who signed off on this order. Hear that? Jiang even furrowed her willow brows, her expression somewhat incredulous. Surprised. He's been with the company? Hasn't left his job? Assistant Cho was unsure, carefully answering, No, he treats his work seriously and responsibly, has never resigned, and just 3 months ago, he was promoted to Associate Director. Jiang even blinked her pretty eyes, hands dropped uncontrollably under the table, fists clenched tightly. It's been a year and I'm surprised he hasn't left. With the strength of his family, what job can't he find? No, I should say, what company can't afford to start? Why stay here all the time as a small-time employee? Did he really guess? As a top rich kid, he simply wanted something for himself? Chapter 106, Zhang Wan is back. With 3 children? Shanghai Real Estate Group, Office of the Deputy Superintendent of Finance. Chen Yi sat in front of his desk, concentrating on reviewing the accounting report, as well as the statement analyzing the economic activities of the enterprise. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Knock, knock, knock. Without waiting for Chen Yi to speak, the office door was then opened. Chen Yi raised his head to look at it. No wonder he dared to push the door in without permission. So it was his old acquaintance Zhang Jiao. Brother Yao, what brings you here? If you're going to come back to me to kibitz again, I don't have time. I'm overwhelmed by my workload today, Chen Yi said as he continued to busy himself with the task at hand. Eyes like a torch, fingers flew over the computer keyboard. Zhang Jiao hemmed and hawed and walked over and sat his butt on the desk. With a cup of steaming tea in his hand, he lowered his head to take a sip from time to time. Shan Yi, on your meticulous work ethic, old yellow ox-like work ethic, it simply doesn't make sense not to give you a promotion and a raise. No wonder you're one of the fastest promotions in the entire group. Chen Yi absently tugged at the corner of his mouth. Shaking his head, he casually said, I say brother Yao, look at what you're saying. You taught me this meager skill. I'm nowhere near as good as you when it comes to working. I just rely on hard work, and a hustle that is not afraid to suffer. You're different. You belong to the kind of people who have the ability, but are too lazy to work too hard. Zhang Jiao smiled cheerfully at his words. A pair of small eyes behind the black-rimmed glasses instantly narrowed into a line. Modestly, he said, "You kid. You're the best at kissing ass. Your ability to work is there for all to see. I can't, since I passed 40. I don't have the same drive I had when I was young, and I can't keep up with my energy. There's also the fact that I'm putting more time and energy into my family now." Chen Yi laughed aloud. The ends of his eyes rose, and a strong envy flowed from his eyes as he looked at Zhang Jiao. "That's true, brother Yao. In my eyes, you're a proper success. Sister-in-law is beautiful and virtuous, and her daughter is a good student. So it's no wonder you show love in your circle of friends every day. If I were you, I wouldn't have any hustle. I'd hate to go home to my wife and kids every day." Hear that? Zhang Jiao's heart was bursting with joy. Couldn't help but pick up his phone and stare with a smile at the cozy picture of the family on his phone's screensaver. After a while, Zhang Jiao snapped as if he thought of something. Suddenly raising his head, he looked at Chen Yi with complicated eyes. In a somewhat hesitant tone, he said, "By the way, Chen Yi, just now you've been busy. Surely you don't know what great things have happened in the company." Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhang Jiao. Casually, I asked, "Oh, what's the big deal? Tell me." Zhang Jiao put down his teacup. Cautiously, he glanced at the doorway. Then he came close to Chen Yi and said with a mysterious face, "The general manager of our group has changed." Chen Yi was stunned at his words. The fingers tapping the keyboard froze momentarily. Half-heartedly, he said, Change to who? You're kidding, right? For something this big, surely a meeting of the group's senior management would have been held in advance to inform everyone." Zhang Jiao stifled a grunt. Skimming his lips, he said, "How dare I tell you something like that if I'm not sure? To tell you the truth, just half an hour ago, our former general manager, Zhang Evening, came back. It's true that the reigning and thunderous female president of the business world, comes and goes in a hurry." Hearing Zhang Evening's name, Chen Yi's eyes sank, and his brows tightened by 3 points. Inside all of a sudden, he was not calm. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he slowly looked up. After swallowing his parched throat, Chen Yi said in a stiff tone, Really? Then we will have a hard time in the future." Zhang Evening's harshness in treating her subordinates can far exceed that of her uncle. Zhang Jiao sighed silently. Raising his hand, he patted Chen Yi's shoulder. Eyes inside everything said, "You kid, in brother here still acting? Don't pretend. You were so nervous after hearing Mr. Zhang's name that your face turned white. Although I'm not sure what's going on between you and Mr. Zhang, but we've known each other for so many years. I can't tell what's going on in your little mind. If you can't let her go in your heart, feel free to go for it. Men, treat the woman you really like. Don't be indecisive. Just go after her with all your strength. Don't wait until they're all famous before you catch up with them." Zhang Jiao finished. Chen Yi's pupils sank violently as his sword brows wrinkled. Chen Yi did not comment on Zhang Jiao's words. Memories from a year ago came flooding back. Seeing this, Zhang Jiao raised his arm and patted Chen Yi's shoulder once again. He then picked up his teacup and walked out of the office in silence. Bang! The door to the room closed and the office was silent. Chen Yi's mind was cluttered and he had no desire to work. After pushing the keyboard aside, he picked up his cell phone and opened WeChat. It's been a year though, but Zhang Evening's avatar, always lying in the top chat. After a moment's pause, he tapped on Zhang Evening's dialogue box. This year, I don't know if Zhang Evening has been doing well. She was so good, her work ability was needless to say, and the continuous expansion of Shanghai Group's overseas market in the past year was precisely Zhang Evening's credit. Outside of work, I wonder how her love life is. Just as Chen Yi was panicking because of Zhang Evening's sudden arrival, the cell phone rang suddenly. Jingle bells. Chen Yi's thoughts instantly returned. He exited WeChat and tapped the call box. Mom? Why would Mom call out of the blue during work hours? It's not like there's something going on at home, is it? After picking up the phone, Chen Yi couldn't wait to open his mouth and asked, Mom, why are you calling me all of a sudden? You never called me when I was at work. Were you at home? Shen Shuyin on the other end of the phone was anxious, was walking quickly around the living room. Son, did you see the news? The news just now. Zhang Nightshi. Chen Yi's brows wrinkled. Puzzled, he said, Mom, how did you know that too? That's right. Zhang Evening came to the company today. Weird. Zhang Evening just came back from abroad and took up her position in her own company. How did something like this involving trade secrets make the news so quickly? Was thinking. Mom's next words. Directly listening to Chen Yi, he was dumbfounded. Son, Mom wasn't talking about River Knight returning to the office. Mom is talking about the fact that Zhang Wan, with her husband and child, came back from abroad. Chenny got up violently. At this moment, he felt a dizzying sensation in front of his eyes. His face was white, and he lost his color. After slowing down for a while, only then did he stumble. Mom, is this true? Jung-won has a husband and a child? Chapter 107, 3 children. It won't be mine, will it? It's not one of those entertainment media reports that's untrue, is it? Mom, that kind of gossip news loves to fabricate facts and make things up. Shin Shuin's 2 eyes lowered. There was a quiet sigh. Comforting her son, she said, Brat, Mom knows you. Your heart has never let go of Xiaolian. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed at that company all this time just because it has something to do with late, right? If I had known that you loved Xiaowan to the point of being unable to stop yourself, your father and I would have had to help you marry Xiaowan even if we had to endure the humiliation. Chenny tightened his brows, asked urgently, Mom, let's not talk about that yet. You just said that Zhang Evening has a husband and child. Where did you read this news? Shin Shuin's eyes reddened. In a low tone, he said, Magic City News Network, and so many other sites. Check it out for yourself online. The nail in the coffin. There's a clear airport photo taken by a reporter. Hey, how come it's so fast? It's only been a short year. Not only did Late get married, she had 3 babies. 3 of them. Son, what's done is done. So just think about it and walk out early. Continued with a few words of relief for his son. Shin Shuin then hung up the phone with a sigh. Chenny clutched his cell phone tightly. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her eyes held a deep chill. How did this happen? Zhang Evening went abroad. Not 3 or 5 years. Just 1 year. How did you get a husband so quickly and have 3 kids? Could it be that she really never had any feelings for herself? Not a single one. Since the beginning, she just thought of herself as nothing more than a co-star pretending to be a couple. No wonder, a year ago, the last meeting with her, he took the initiative to show his feelings himself, only to be rejected by her mercilessly. It turned out that the candidate for a husband she had in mind was not herself at all. So, who's her husband? Which man, exactly, was able to attack Jiang Even's heart and defense in a short period of time, and also made her willingly give birth to a child? Thinking about it, Chen Yi's deep eyes were colored with a wave of anger. He opened the search engine, quickly hitting the keyboard. He typed Jiang Evening's name. Fruity. The webpage quickly popped up with a message about Jiang Evening's personal feelings. Surprise! The female president of Magic City, Jiang Evening, returns home today, pregnant with her 3rd child. The former one female president of Magic City. Today's 3-child baby mama. Shanghai Group heir Jiang Evening. Her mysterious husband is exposed for the first time. Female President Jiang Evening, with her handsome husband and 3 babies, returns in a domineering manner. Watching a piece of the latest news, Chen Yi's face stiffened, his fingertips trembling as he clicked on one of the news links. It was too late to read the text message in detail. Chen Yi slid down quickly, his gaze fixed solely on the accompanying photograph. In the photo, Jiang Evening's group had just walked out of the airport. Although all of them were wearing masks, Shinny recognized at a glance that the woman in the middle of the photo was Jiang Evening. Her soulful and charming fox eyes were unique. Through the not-so-clear photo, one could be seduced by her stunning eyes. He couldn't be bothered to enjoy Jiang Evening's beautiful photos. Shinny clicks on the picture, with 2 fingers propped up. Zoom in on the photo, only to see that behind Jiang Evening, there were indeed 3 nannies following, each of them holding a baby in their arms. The baby was so tightly covered by the bag that it was impossible to see its face or its length. So there's no way to tell the age in months. It just looks like a tiny one. Chenny gulped nervously, the ends of his eyes gradually reddening. After a pause, he moved the photo and his eyes fell on the man standing beside Jiang Evening. The man was tall and fit, wearing a stiff, stylish black suit. Is this Jiang Wan's husband? Who is he? Chenny gritted his teeth and continued to enlarge the photo. The man wore a black mask that covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of beady eyes. Chenny stared at the man in the photo with a complex expression. After looking at it for a few seconds, his pupils gradually dilated and his sword brows knitted tighter. Why does this guy look a little familiar? Those eyes, I'm sure I've seen them somewhere, especially this green bean-sized black mole right in the middle of his brow. Why is it so familiar? Such obvious facial features. One must have seen it somewhere. Chenny racked his brain, carefully recalling the eyes. A few moments later, Chenny looked up sharply, his heart thumping. Crouching grass. Isn't this man Jiang Evening's bodyguard? I remembered that a year ago. I went back to the Jiang family with Jiang Evening and stayed at the Jiang family that night after the dinner party. The next morning, it was this bodyguard who sent himself and Jiang Wan to the company. On the way, Jiang Evening even casually mentioned that although this bodyguard was young, he was the strongest within all the bodyguards of the Jiang family. for he had a robust physique with hard features, plus a conspicuous black mole growing on his brow. So he himself looked at him a few more times then, and was more impressed with him. Think about it. Chen Yi's highly tense emotions were slightly relieved. It seems, Jiang Evening's husband, is those gossip reporters in the case of not knowing the truth, in order to enhance the exposure, and nonsense reports. But, puzzling, since the man standing beside her is just her bodyguard, then these 3 children of hers, where did they come from? Or were the 3 children not hers at all? If it's really her baby, where's the father? Think of the baby's father. Chen Yi's eyes widened abruptly. The heart pounded as if it was going to jump out of his chest at any moment. A very crazy thought flashed through his mind. A child is born in October. Now a whole year has passed. The child has been born. And although the exact month is not known, it can be taken out of the house. So much for counting. These 3 kids, it won't be. Thinking about it, the muscles at the corners of Chen Yi's mouth continued to twitch. In a flash, he felt unable to breathe. After a few moments of calm, Chen Yi's heart crossed and he stood up. So he planned to go up directly to see Jiang Evening and ask the 3 children about their origins face to face. But on second thought, Chen Yi's heart began to hesitate again. After a year of experience in the workplace, Chen Yi's mind is also much more calm and collected than before. Think about it. Suppose the 3 children are really your own. Then since Jiang even didn't tell herself, she had been discreetly and carefully hiding it from herself. They even went so far as to run away to a foreign country and survive the October pregnancy alone until they gave birth and returned home. She hadn't even revealed the slightest bit of it to herself. Nowadays, if he had run up to see her and questioned her face to face, will she be truthful about the true origins of her 3 children? Afraid not. In that case, it would be better to start with her sidekick and fight in a roundabout way. Think about it. Chen Yi violently remembered someone. Amazing River. That's right. It was only Amazing Jiang, who was close to Jiang Evening and had nothing to say. After all, Jiang Yanyan even knew everything about the one-night stand between himself and Jiang Evening. Chapter 108, Hubby, don't go, don't leave me, okay? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Yi finally finished the work at hand. A glance at the time on his cell phone showed that he still had 2.5 hours to go before his shift ended. Chen Yi leaned back and leaned heavily on the office chair. The expression was empty, the deep eyes downcast, unsure of what they were thinking. A few moments later, he picked up his cell phone and once again clicked on that airport photo of Jiang Evening and his 3 children. No surprise there. At this very moment, the latest news of Jiang even returning home with her 3 babies had already triggered the entire group. All the employees up and down the group were privately discussing this matter. Even the old rumors about Chen Yi and Jiang even were brought back into the limelight. Chen Yi shook his head. He didn't care or bother about other people's comments. At the moment, his mind was full of doubts. That photo, it's been etched into the mind. Intense curiosity and unease drove him to want to get to the bottom of things as soon as possible. Suppose that crazy thought in one's head turns out to be false. Then, one would never bother Jiang Evening in the future. Even if you are no longer willing to do so, it is only your own wishful thinking. Jiang Evening already has a boyfriend or husband, and has already given birth to a child. In the sense of reason should not be missed. But, if the 3 children were really his own, then one categorically does not leave the children alone. Will definitely gather the courage to recover Jiang Evening again and do his best to give the children a complete family. Thinking, Chen Yi's heart tightened, and it became increasingly difficult to sit still. After a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the car keys on his desk. Finding a random excuse, he left the company early, driving down the road. Relying on his memories from a year ago, Chen Yi sped up and sped towards Jiang Yanyan's residence. Until things are confirmed, any thoughts that popped into his head were just baseless speculation. The most important thing one needs now is to keep one's sanity and stabilize one's emotions. Froning Road, Yunjin One House. A French-style villa suddenly resounded with the sound of crackling and slamming. Immediately after, there was another loud clunk and the bedroom room door was slammed heavily shut. On the rotating staircase, Jiang Yanyan stumbled downstairs in her loose pajamas and bare feet. With a sobbing voice, she cried out, "Honey, are you really leaving? Don't go, don't leave me, okay?" In the hall on the first floor, Wang Zhenglin organized his messy clothes with one hand and dragged a heavy suitcase with the other. With a grim, angry face, he headed for the doorway. Stepping down the rotating staircase, Jiang Yanyan jogged a few steps and quickly caught up. "Honey, what are you doing? Are you really going to leave this house and walk away from me forever? The 2 of us have been together since college, and we've been together for 7 years, from the time we fell in love to the time we got married." Jiang Yanyan cried with a snotty nose and tears, clutching the corner of her husband Wang Zhenglin's coat tightly and not letting go. Wang Zhenglin's footsteps lurched as he violently let go of the suitcase in his hand. Looking disheveled, he said, Amazing Jiang, you actually know that we have walked together for 7 years. For someone like you, who regards feelings and marriage as child's play, I thought you had nothing but lust in your heart. Jiang Yanyan sniffled. Lifting her eyes, she looked at Wang Zhenglin with tearful eyes, offering to make peace. He said, honey, I was wrong. It was my fault before. I was too playful, not family-oriented enough, and not considerate enough for you. Don't worry, I'll change in the future. I'll try to be a good wife. Wang Zhenglin brushed away Jiang Yanyan's hand. Then he raised his hand to hold up his glasses, which had some cracked lenses. With a self-deprecating sneer, she said, Jiang Yanyan, you woman, you really don't have a heart. Ask yourself how many times you've wronged me since we've been married. How many cuckolds have you brought me? Count them yourself. I'm afraid you can't even remember? Now that's good. An understatement about too much playfulness is a great way to excuse yourself. As an attending physician in internal medicine at a people's hospital, Wang Zhenglin was originally a man who loved cleanliness and had a cleanliness fetish. All along, he had cherished the relationship too much because he loved Jiang Yanyan too much. It was only after this that she forgave Jiang Yanyan's so-called play twice, which was once thought. His forgiveness over and over again was only rewarded by Amazing Jiang's aggravation. Nowadays, Wang Zhenglin had been completely disappointed with Jiang Yanyan as a person. He only wanted to end this painful and unbearable marriage immediately, and never have a single relationship with Jiang Yanyan from now on. Seeing Wang Zhenglin's icy expression, he was very cold. Jiang Yanyan was in a state of chaos and panic. Once again pulling on Wang Zhenglin's coat, he pleaded, hubby, don't be like this, okay? I really know now that I was wrong, and I will absolutely be faithful to you and to our marriage from now on. We've been together for so long, and you love me so much that you tolerate me and indulge me in everything. Gradually I began to lose myself, thinking that no matter what I did, you would never leave me. The corners of Wang Zhenglin's mouth turned white as he sniffed, a hard sneer, with a rueful expression. He said, I kind of get it now. For a woman like you, to love you is to indulge you, and you stomp your nose. Not only will they not cherish the love of others, but they will betray it and trample on it at will. When I get married next time, it's bound to be without a woman like you. Hearing Wang Zhenglin mention the next marriage, Jiang Yanyan instantly felt a wave of dizziness in front of her eyes. Nervous as hell. She understood that in this world, Wang Zhenglin was the man who treated her the best. Wang Zhenglin is gentle and considerate, family-oriented and dedicated. After leaving Wang Zhenglin, she could never find such a good man again. Thinking about it, Jiang Yanyan simply sat down on her but on the cold ground. Both hands clung to one of Wang Zhenglin's legs with a deadly grip. At the same time, with tears in the corners of her eyes, she looked up at Wang Zhenglin in a pitiful manner. The pajamas, which were already loose, were now open at the neckline to an enormous extent. The waves at her chest were visible. Honey, don't say such silly things, okay? We're not getting a divorce. You're not marrying anyone else. Let's have a good life, okay? I haven't loved you enough. Not for the rest of my life. Just give me another chance. Honey, finished daintily. Jiang Yanyan straightened his body. A violent shudder followed in his chest. She obediently pressed her upper body against Wang Zhenglin's leg. At this moment, Jiang Yanyan only wanted to use all her strength to retain her husband. Wang Zhenglin raised his head, not wanting to see the white flowers below. A wave of disgust surfaced under his eyes. He knew exactly what was in Jiang Yanyan's mind. This woman has always been like that. She only sells her physical superiority when things go wrong. Shallow and gaudy and bottomless. Chapter 109. My sister's 3 babies look a lot like you. Alright, Amazing Jiang, your trick won't work on me anymore. I've been hurt by you for the past few years, and now I just want to be free. Let's get together, get divorced early, and go our separate ways. Wang Zhenglin's gaze was cold, and there was no more half sentiment in his eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Yanyan froze and wiped her tears, seeing that the color baiting didn't work. After thinking for a few moments, Jiang Yanyan suddenly thought of something like that. Eyes widening, she intoned, that's right, husband. I went to see my sister this morning and met the 3 babies my sister had. The little baby is so beautiful and adorable. It's just straight up adorable to me. Let's live a good life and I'll give you some cute babies too, okay? When I have a baby, I'm sure I'll become very family-oriented and definitely won't go out and fool around anymore. Now, the words came out of Amazing Jiang's mouth. Wang Zhenglin would not believe a word of it again. He bent down and choked Jiang Yanyan's shoulders, then gave a hard yank. Jiang Yanyan then fell heavily to the ground. Amazing Jiang, I don't trust you half as much anymore. We're completely over. I don't want anything but for you to leave me alone. Finished in a cold voice. Wang Zhenglin re-pulled up his suitcase and left angrily, looking at Wang Zhenglin's fading back. In an instant, Jiang Yanyan only felt that the sky was dark and her heart couldn't stop hurting. It turned out that he still loved Wang Zhanglin. I just hate myself for not cherishing it. Missing out on a wonderful man who loves you so much and is so perfect for you. Repentance is not an option. Jiang Yanyan was paralyzed on the ground, tears of remorse and helplessness flowing from the corners of her eyes. A few minutes later, just when Jiang Yanyan was so heartbroken that she nearly fainted, there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yanyan snapped his head up, eyes wide with anticipation. She said, "Honey, honey, is that you back? I told you, you wouldn't be cruel enough to leave me behind." However, the words had not yet fallen. The door to the hall then opened. Jiang Yanyan fixed his eyes and was overwhelmed with shock. "Chen Yi, how is it you?" Chen Yi was dusty and walked over with big strides. When he came to Jiang Yanyan's side, Chen Yi raised his sword brows and said in surprise, "Amazing Jiang, what are you doing? Why are you lying on the floor, drinking again?" Jiang Yanyan sighed, bracing his hands on the ground. He stood up breathlessly, with reddened eyes. She said, "Chen Yi, why are you here? This is too sudden. You've come to me of your own accord, so you're not figuring out that you want to be with me, are you?" Chen Yi snorted coldly with a breathless expression, explaining, "Of course not. I came to see you about something." Jiang Yanyan waved his hand, interrupting, "Even if you figure it out, I'm not going to be like I was before. I'm done trying to pounce on you now. I'm golden." Chen Yi skimmed his mouth. He didn't care about Jiang Yanyan's inexplicable words. In his eyes, the most important thing at the moment was to hurry up and figure out whose 3 children of Jiang Evening actually belonged to. "Amazing Jiang, I don't have the time to joke with you. I did come to see you today because I had something particularly urgent to ask you." Jiang Yanyan wrapped her robe. Casually, he took a bottle of wine that was only half drunk from a sideboard. Then, looking disheveled, he sat down on the couch. Lazily, he spoke. "Well, go ahead then. Chen Yi, when you're done you leave right now. I'm in a bad mood and all I want to do is drink." Chen Yi clearly noticed that Jiang Yanyan's state was a bit odd today, but thinking of Jiang Yanyan's consistent style, he then subconsciously felt that Jiang Yanyan should have suffered another love injury from some man. A female sea king like her spends her days either picking up men or on her way to picking up men. But, she did have one thing going for her as a person, and that was an exceptionally straight nature. The mind doesn't bend that much. Think about it. Chen Yi no longer hesitated, directly asking, "Amazing Jiang, I want to ask you something. I hope you can be honest with me. The 3 children born to Jiang Evening, whose are they?" Chen Yi's words, it was like a clap of thunder. Shocking Jiang Yanyan instantly sobered up. Her head snapped up, her pupils dilated and tense. Fang just focused on her sadness, completely not expecting Chen Yi to suddenly come to find her for what. Now that her mind was clear, Jiang Yanyan all of a sudden felt Alexandria, incomparably entangled. About the 3 children, she knew a general idea, but her oldest sister had been deliberately hiding it from her. How dare she tell Chen Yi about the baby without authorization? Jiang Yanyan swallowed her saliva and feigned composure. "Chen Yi, what are you talking about? How come I can't understand?" "Oh, did you watch the news too? It's clearly written on the news. My sister returned home this time with her husband and child." Chen Yi narrowed his deep eyes sharp. A hint of foxing flickered in his gaze. With his understanding of Jiang Yanyan, if he was honest in his heart, Jiang Yanyan's expression would certainly not be uncharacteristically serious. After thinking for a few moments, the end of Chen Yi's eyes went up, looking at Jiang Yanyan with an expression that understood everything. Airily, he said, "Actually, I already know all about it. Projecting the time, the day your sister got pregnant coincided with the day I talked to her. Whether it's projected through dates or based on the way your sister treats her feelings, those 3 children, they can't be someone else's." Hear that? Jiang Yanyan's eyes rolled slightly, and his expression was a little embarrassed. Brows furrowed. "Think what you want. I don't know anything about it anyway. That's between you and my sister. You should ask my sister." Chen Yi's eyes sank at the words, and he was a little nervous inside. Jiang Yanyan's mouth, when did it get so tight? And such a determined attitude. It's not like her usual cynical style. With her relationship with Jiang Wan, it was impossible for her to know nothing. If 3 children have nothing to do with themselves, then, one blurts out that the 3 children are one's own. Jiang Yanyan should have been so shocked at his words that he couldn't help but retort a bit. "It seems really weird now. When things go wrong, there's a ghost." Chen Yi furrowed his thick eyebrows and continued to test. "Jiang Yanyan, I already know everything, so you don't need to hide it from me. I'm not 100% sure, but I've had sex with your sister and there's no way I can't guess. Actually, I came looking for you because I was thinking that you have the best relationship with your sister. I want you to help me persuade your sister that I am, after all, the father of the child, and that I have a right to see the child." Jiang Yanyan looked at Chen Yi half-heartedly, a slight movement of the brow. Seeing Chen Yi's sincere and unassuming attitude, couldn't help but ask, You really know? How can I persuade? This is something that my sister is hiding from me as well. If I hadn't seen at a glance that 3 babies looked like you, I'd still be in the dark. Hearing Jiang Yanyan's words, in a flash, Chen Yi heard a rumble in his head. He was so shocked that his body stiffened and his palms sweated. The muscles in his cheeks were twitching vaguely. Chapter 110 I want to know. The birth of the 3 babies. Can't be bothered to pause. He did his best to contain the shock and panic within him. In a smooth tone, he said, Well, how did you tell that 3 babies look like me? By the way, a newborn baby's features can't be seen to resemble anyone yet, can they? Amazing Jiang took a sip of wine. A few moments of drunkenness loomed between his eyebrows. Slowly, he said, You don't realize that these 3 babies are not ordinary children. They are exceptionally good looking, just over 2 months old, and their features are super shaped and beautiful. Besides, I'm the only one who knows that my sister didn't get pregnant abroad. She got pregnant before she left the country, when she was with you. Jiang Yanyan finished. Chen Yi suddenly felt numbness and blood stagnation throughout his body. His thick eyebrows were locked and he stayed in place, his body unable to move. Crazy. The 3 children born to Jiang late, are they really your own? Jiang Yanyan said conclusively that Jiang Wan was pregnant before she left the country. That is to say, it just so happened that during that time with himself, Jiang Evening was pregnant with a child. The frame-by-frame images from a year ago instantly surfaced in front of Chen Yi's eyes with incomparable clarity like a slideshow. That's right. During that period of time, it was true that Jiang even hadn't had any contact with other men. Thinking about it, Chen Yi was instantly nervous and at a loss for words. Just become a father? And 3 babies at once? This sounds almost like a pipe dream and a big departure. Seeing Chen Yi's eyes were lifeless and dull, Jiang Yanyan's eyes narrowed in curiosity. Chen Yi, what's wrong with you? Say, how many times did you and my sister actually do it? Not bad for a rolling pin. To be able to conceive triplets all at once, that's less likely than winning the jackpot. Chen Yi twisted his head around, his eyes glowing. The answer was, Don't make fun of me with your sister. Since you've already met 3 of the kids, hurry up and tell me, are those 3 babies boys or girls? Where are they now? Jiang Yanyan put down the bottle of wine, resting her hands on her cheeks. Her eyes were mesmerized as she looked at Chen Yi. Look at you. So desperate to know about 3 babies. No wonder. After all, it's your own seed, and you men care about your own seed the most. Then listen carefully. The 3 babies are triplets of 2 boys and a girl. They're at my great-uncle's now. Don't worry. The babies are fine. Chen Yi hooked up the corners of his mouth at the words and smiled unexpectedly. Somehow, just hearing Amazing Jiang mention 3 babies, he then had a heartbeat of joy, a wonderful feeling, a fragrant and soft baby girl, plus 2 sons. Such beauty. Just thinking about it makes my heart happy. But, if he wanted to finally confirm that the 3 babies were really his own flesh and blood, he still had to go to see Jiang Evening and let her admit it herself. Okay, thank you, Amazing Jiang. You should drink less wine in the future, and live a good life with your husband is the proper thing to do. Having said that, Chen Yi then couldn't wait to turn around and stride away. Jiang Yanyan's eyes were red as she stared blankly at Chen Yi's back. Halftime, she opened her mouth just slightly and murmured, A good life? I'm not getting that chance. Let's hope you and my sister can make it work. Actually, I'm not stupid. I can see that you probably came to me for answers. The reason I'm telling you is for the sake of my sister and the 3 kids. Get in the car. Chen Yi steadily started the car with one hand on the steering wheel. The other hand picked up the cell phone and dialed Jiang Evening's number. A few seconds later, the soft, pleasant voice came. Hey, Chen Yi. Chen Yi frowned slightly. I can't imagine that after a year, Jiang Wan actually still has his cell phone number stored. Jiang Wan, where are you? I want to see you. The words fell. There was silence on the other end of the phone for several seconds. Chen Yi, if you have anything, go directly to your department head. You don't need to cross the line to contact me. Jiang Evening's tone was calm and steady, without a single ripple in her voice. Chen Yi gritted his teeth and raised his hand to tug on his tie. His voice was low, and he directly asked, Jiang Evening, I have something urgent to see you. It's not work-related. I want to know what happened to the 3 children. Say it. The phone was silent again. Despite Jiang Wan's silence, Chen Yi vaguely sensed Jiang Wan's anomaly. Hey, Jiang Evening, why don't you say something? What did happen to us a year ago? That's a fact. Now, you gave birth to 3 children, and it was conceived in that time period of ours, as projected by the children's monthly ages. I want to know about these 3 kids. Not waiting for Chen Yi to finish his sentence, Jiang Evening's slightly hurried voice came from the cell phone. Chen Yi, what are you thinking? You don't doubt that 3 children are yours, do you? You know, it was only once between us. What do you take yourself for? How in heaven's name can there be such a coincidence? It's a fantasy. Come on. There's no need for us to contact each other from now on except for work. Hearing Jiang even say that, Chen Yi was somewhat speechless for a moment. After all, what Jiang Evening said was not unreasonable. However, the words that Jiang Yanyan had said to himself were not empty words. It's better to ask what the truth is in person. Jiang Evening, where are you now? Before the words left his mouth, there was a beeping disconnected busy signal on the phone. Chen Yi let out a long breath, glancing at the time on his cell phone. It was 5:20 p.m. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Evening should be in the company right now. According to her work habits, she shouldn't be pinching pennies like her employees. With that in mind, Chen Yi slammed on the gas and sped towards the company. Shanghai Real Estate Building, top floor, General Manager's office. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Evening quietly stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling and lively Magic City. After a few moments, she folded back up and resumed her seat at her desk, just sitting intently, breathless, looking over the papers in front of him. However, there is a kind of killing, decisive and disdainful hegemony. A year abroad. Not only did Jiang Evening go through pregnancy and childbirth, but she also honed her mind on the new business landscape. Today, she believes she has put the past behind her, has been back to the former that is not interested in the love of men and women, focusing only on fighting the career of a strong woman. But, why? After hearing Chen Yi's voice again, her heart still involuntarily rippled. Chen Yi's voice, magnetic, nice. There was also an imperceptible hint of huskiness in his voice, which was crunchy to the ears. Zhang Lian's kept warning herself in her mind. You can't panic. You can't move. You can't disorganize yourself. A year has now passed. Chen Yi must have a new life of his own. Maybe he's already married and has a wife. It's over. It's over. The past must not be revisited, let alone repeated. Chapter 111. No matter how hard the mouth is, it is still soft when kissed. When the two families first met, how much of a ruckus there was. How the father humiliated and taunted and verbally abused and drove away Chen Yi's family of 3 is vivid in his mind. What started out as an impulse-induced one-night stand and a very ridiculous pretend couple partnership later on. Nowadays, both myself and Chen Yi have a new life. Never have anything to do with him again. Squeaky. With a sharp crack of the brakes, Chen Yi opened the car door and quickly jumped out of the car. The road was heavily congested as it was in time for the rush hour. So much so that by the time he arrived at the door of the office, it was already 6:30 in the evening. The door to the first-floor lobby opened slowly. Chen Yi crossed in with one healthy step. Chen Yi, why are you back again? Did you leave something behind? I'll go up with you. The one who spoke was the company's receptionist, Qin Xiaoman. When Qin Xiaoman saw Chen Yi come in, her eyes instantly lit up and she greeted him with a smile. However, Chen Yi only gave her a cold glance. Somewhat impatiently, he said, no need. I'll just go up myself. Qin Xiaoman followed closely behind Chen Yi. Her cheeks were slightly red and she bit her lip. With a twinkle in his eye, he said, don't be so polite to me. It's this time of day. All your coworkers are off work. The building is empty. And it's weirdly lonely for you to go up there by yourself. I'm not doing anything right now anyway. So just let me walk you up. Suddenly glued to Qin Xiaoman, a wave of boredom flooded Chen Yi's eyes. He suddenly quickened his pace and sprinted into the elevator room with long strides. Then, quickly pressed the close button. Hey, wait for me. Chen Yi. You. Qin Xiaoman's pair of short legs poured out as fast as they could. But they still couldn't catch up to the taller and longer-legged Chen Yi. Watching Chen Yi walk into the elevator room at a fiery pace. Immediately after that, the elevator slowly rose. Qin Xiaoman was so angry that her face turned green, and she kept gasping for air and stomping her foot indignantly. It was thought to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She could take advantage of the fact that there weren't many people in the building during off-duty hours to share a room with Chen Yi. A lone man and a woman. Then something happens along the way. I didn't expect that this Chen Yi would be so insensitive. I really don't know what this Chen Yi was thinking. Actually turning a blind eye to this big beauty of his, and even getting a little bored. I really don't believe that there is a man under the sky who doesn't love beautiful women, especially lonely and isolated single men. Qin Xiaoman stood still thinking left and right. How could she not figure out exactly why Chen Yi had ignored her blatant hints? Eventually, Qin Xiaoman's mind had an answer. Either that, or Chen Yi is a calcium. Either that, or Chen Yi already had a girlfriend, and his constant outward claims of being single were false. It was this hour, and he returned to the office in a hurry, hurrying upstairs. I don't think we're going to meet someone, are we? Can it be that witch female colleague who stayed at the company to work overtime is his hidden girlfriend? Is he deliberately hiding it because the company doesn't allow office romances? In that case, it all makes sense. Think about it. Qin Xiaoman jogged a few steps to the front desk. Yao Yao. Why don't you keep an eye on yourself for a while? I'm going upstairs for a bit. Qin Xiaoman blinked her big round eyes and said with a sincere face. Coworker Lu Mengyao knows that Qin Xiaoman likes Chun-Yi. Squeezing a smile at Qin Xiaoman, he said cheerfully, no problem. Go ahead. It's off duty. There's not much. I can keep an eye on it myself. Qin Xiaoman lightly picked her chin. He returned Lu Mengyao's look. Penthouse. General Manager's office. Jiang even finished the work at hand and made another video call with her uncle Jiang Qingjing. Due to an emergency over at the Zhanjiang branch, it was too late to hold the handover ceremony for the general manager. So uncle rushed over. After making the call, I learned that the emergency at the Zhanjiang branch had been properly resolved by my uncle. Jiang even breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. After glancing up at the wall's hanging watch, Jiang even immediately got up and walked quickly to the door. Taking his jacket from the hanger, he couldn't get it on in time. Jiang even then wanted to push the door out. Thinking of the 3 babies still waiting for their mother at home, Jiang Even's heart felt a palpitation. It is said that mothers worry when their children travel 1,000 miles. That's only most of a day apart and you're starting to get hung up on your kids. The door to the room opened. Jiang Even was about to rush out with a burning heart. Unexpectedly, just took a step. A hard wall of people suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was too late to collect my feet. Jiang Evening then crashed hard into it. Tom. Jiang Evening couldn't help but scream out as her brain ate the pain. Next, she felt a wave of vertigo and blackness. The body went limp uncontrollably on top of the other. Just as Jiang Lianxian's soft body slid down Chun-Yi's chest, Shenny reached out with his large hand, tightly gripping both of Jiang Evening's arms. Due to not having time to put on a jacket and the violent impact, the deep V-lace shirt on Jiang Evening's body was now open to a large opening. Chen-Yi's deep eyes narrowed slightly as he blinked. Unconsciously, his eyes fell on a deep ditch close at hand. Jiang Evening? No, I'm sorry. It's hurting you, isn't it? Let me see. Chun-Yi pulled at his throat and asked in a low voice. Jiang Evening frowned, followed by the strength of Chun-Yi's hands, and barely stood up straight. A woman's qi and blood were insufficient after giving birth, and Jiang Wan had just given birth to a child 2.5 months ago, so her body hadn't fully recovered. Shan-Yi, how come it's you? What are you doing here? Jiang Evening raised her willow eyebrows and said in a big surprise. After saying that, she subconsciously took a step backward, breaking free from between Chen-Yi's arms. Chen-Yi's eyes were deep, staring tightly into Jiang Even's eyes. In a solemn voice, he asked, Jiang Evening, I came to find you for the matter of the 3 children. I must ask this in person, so please answer me truthfully. Jiang Even pulled back her hair, continuing to push back half a step. His back was against the wall. Then, she raised her beautiful eyes, her eyes detached and her gaze cold as she met Chen-Yi's line of sight. Shan-Yi, regarding the 3 children, that is my personal privacy. I have no comment. I made it clear on the phone that my 3 children have nothing to do with you. The corners of Chun-Yi's mouth hooked slightly as he smiled indifferently. He had expected Jiang Evening's reaction. After a pause, he said bluntly, I know. 3 babies now 2.5 months. October pregnancy and delivery. Moving forward in time, you were conceived just a few days after we had sex. How do you explain this? Chen-Yi's reply was unexpected by Jiang Evening. She looked away and lowered her eyes. After thinking for a few moments, Jiang Lian blinked a pair of charming eyes and smiled evilly at the corner of her mouth. In a frivolous tone, she said, Shan-Yi, you're really funny, hey. You don't think that you're the only man I've had since the beginning, do you? I can't have sex with other men at the same time? You should know that I'm never short of men to chase. Hear that? Chen-Yi was first stunned. Then he couldn't help but laugh out softly. Jiang Evening, don't be a tough talker. You're not that kind of casual woman. Otherwise, you wouldn't have waited until you were 27 to experience men and women for the first time. You gave me your first time, didn't you? Chapter 112, Help! Why is Chen-Yi so fleshy? Jiang Evening snapped her head up. Red lips slightly opened. Beautiful eyes enlarged. Inwardly surprised. How did he know it was my first time? It's such a private thing, but I've never mentioned it to anyone myself. Except for cousin Amazing Jiang. It couldn't be that Amazing Jiang had said something to Chen-Yi, could it? Jiang Evening asked in a cold voice. Shan-Yi, what are you babbling about? I gave you my first time? You are not too high on yourself. Did someone say something to you? Chen-Yi pulled at his throat. The obsidian eyes flickered with a rapturous desire to explore. No one told me anything. You told me yourself. That night you were so drunk and misty-eyed that you kept pouting and begging for mercy. Gently. It's my first time. It hurts too much. Plus there were spots of blood left on the hotel sheets after you left the next day. So I guess it's hard not to realize it's your first time. Say it. Chen Yi raised his sword brows, his eyes teasing. The long legs took a step forward and came up to Jiang Evening's heels. Regarding Jiang Yanyan's disclosure of information to him, Chen Yi subconsciously chose to conceal it. For one thing, he didn't want Jiang even to know that during the year she was out of the country, Jiang Yanyan came to harass him 3 times and took the initiative to throw herself at him. It's not glamorous after all. Secondly, Jiang Yanyan was, after all, Jiang Evening's cousin, and the two were very close and intimate. There was no need to drive a wedge between the two of them because of herself. At this moment, Jiang Evening was shocked by Chen Yi's words and her heart was pounding. She bit her lip, not knowing how to defend herself for a moment. After all, she was very drunk that night. After arriving at the hotel with Chen Yi, what did she say and do? Not a single memory at all, just a vague memory in my head. But, if it was true, as Chen Yi said, the bedsheets had left spots of his own blood on them, then, it was already an indisputable fact that she had given her first time to Chen Yi. Think about that. Jiang Evening felt her breath unsteady and her heart in turmoil. Plus, on her way out the door, she casually turned off the lights in her office. At this time, the office was dimly lit and the atmosphere was ambiguous. The crisp scent of a man filled the air around them. Jiang Evening raised her eyes. As far as the eye could see, it was Chen Yi's broad and tight chest. In a flash, a blush crept up her cheeks. But think of the 3 babies at home. Jiang Evening frowned and calmed down inwardly. She raised her stunning face, with a cold and arrogant expression. He said, I don't have time to talk to you here about such irrelevant matters. Even if it's true, so what? It's only an old story from a year ago. Now, please get out of the way right now. Don't forget that I am your leader in this company and I have the authority to order you to leave. Chen Yi looked at Jiang even in front of him with a complicated expression. Somehow, in this instant, he didn't listen to a single word Jiang even said. He crossed his arms languidly, deep eyes lowered, scrutinizing Jiang Evening from top to bottom. Have to say, the woman held her chest out, her head held high, her posture proud, and she carried herself as a leader. It looked rather like the aura of a female overlord who kills and looks down on the world. But, the aura is real. It's also true that she's beautiful and unaware of it. Chen Yi stared intently at Jiang Evening's flaming red lips that opened and closed, as well as her white chin that was slightly raised when she spoke. Winking eyes and seductive voice, delicate body odor. Chen Yi instantly felt a bit on top of his game, and his adrenaline spiked rapidly. He continued to come closer to Jiang Evening. The voice was unruly. Come on, there's no need to hold your leadership status over me. It's after hours. There are no leaders or subordinates here. There's only one man, and one woman. Tell me the truth. 3 babies. Are they mine? Jiang Evening turned her face away, her hands clenched tightly. Her eyes rolled slightly as she glanced at her current situation. Behind himself was a cold wall, and in front of him was Chen Yi's tall and upright body. At this very moment, his entire self was enveloped by Chen Yi's tall figure. If he forced himself to break free, would he do something out of character to himself on impulse? It's dark now and there's not a lot of people in the whole building. Thinking about it, Jiang Evening bit her lip without moving. Seriously, he said, Chen Yi, don't be impulsive. We are all adults and should have a minimum of sanity. Think about it, how can you get pregnant just that one time? You have time for such nonsense. Why don't you get into a serious relationship and then get married and have children with honor? Of course, or maybe, you're married now. Hear that? Chen Yi's face instantly became somewhat ugly. There seemed to be a roaring fire in the deep eyes. A few seconds later, Chen Yi smiled, his gaze taboo. Dumbly, he said, what does it mean to be in a proper relationship? The love of a man and a woman has never been serious. If it was decent, we wouldn't have. In the first place, you're always like that, with a hard mouth but a soft kiss, always cold as ice to people, but once ignited, the fire is hotter than anyone else. Jiang even raised her eyes and glanced at Chen Yi, and then he quickly lowered his head, his cheeks flushed and flustered. When did he start talking so softly? Isn't he a big, dumb, straight guy? Why are you talking like that all of a sudden? Eat, goosebumps. Jiang even coughed lightly, trying her best to maintain her surface composure. After a few seconds of silence, she explained, Chen Yi, since you're so obsessed with the 3 babies' origins, I'll be honest with you. The 3 babies, actually, were test tubes that I did in a genetic company overseas. It's something my family knows about, and when my family sees the 3 babies, they say the babies look exactly like me when I was a baby. After listening to Jiang Even's so-called explanation, Chen Yi's heart knew better. He remembered that Jiang Yanyan had personally told him that Jiang Even was not a test tube in a foreign gene company. She conceived the baby during the time she was with herself before she left the country. If the 3 children really have nothing to do with themselves, why did Jiang Wan have to make up so many excuses to deceive herself? Chen Yi was not stupid. He knew that the more desperately one tries to hide something, what is instead the truth? Chen Yi fiercely choked Jiang Even's shoulder. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Jiang Even with suppression and anger in his eyes. Jiang Evening, why did you lie to me? I already know that the 3 babies had nothing to do with the foreign genetic company. They were conceived during the time we were together. You're that desperate to get rid of me, even at the expense of leaving 3 babies without a father? Jiang Even's eyes were a bit evasive. She raised her hand and struggled hard to break free from the shoulder that was being choked by Chen Yi, coldly reprimanding. Don't you do that. You let go of me. Chen Yi, please wake up. We are nothing more than a one-night stand. It's just a pickup friend. Is it worth getting all tangled up like this? Chapter 113, Jiang Even. Your body can't fool me. Hearing Jiang Even say such cold words, the flickering flames in Chen Yi's eyes burned even brighter. He inclined his head and came close to Jiang Even's ear, his hot breath spewing over her ear. The voice was low and dark. You're right. We did just have a one-night stand. But a one-night stand also requires prerequisites. Like, we saw eye to eye. We fell in love at first sight. We are very much in tune with each other and we do it in harmony. These are feelings that are rare and don't come to just anyone. The words fell. Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes enlarged, her long and curved eyelashes flickering slightly. She lightly opened her red lips, trying to say something to refute Chen Yi. However, next moment, a fierce, burning kiss covered her soft red lips. Chen Yi, you, don't do that. As the breaths intertwine, Chen Yi's broad palms traveled all the way down Jiang Even's thin and pretty shoulders, water snake-like teasing waist, plump, bouncy, moist ass. Every inch of skin that touched caused a slight shiver to run through Jiang Evening. Chen Yi was secretly happy in his heart. In an airy tone, he teased, I thought it was just a one-night stand? Then why did you react so strongly? Jiang Evening, your body can't fool me. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Qin Xiaoman walked out of the elevator room with light steps. She poked her head in and looked cautiously and carefully down both sides of the corridor. Under his breath, he muttered, where the hell did Chen Yi go? How is it that after searching all over the place, there's no sign of him? It's already on the top floor. Did he come here? The guts are too big. The general manager's office is on this floor. But, as the saying goes, the most dangerous places are instead the safest. It's after hours. There's not much in the building, especially on the top floor where the senior leaders have left. If Chen Yi brought a girl here for a private meeting, it's true that she wouldn't be discovered by anyone. Thinking, Qin Xiaoman rolled her eyes. A disdainful smile hung at the corners of his mouth. Anyway, she was the receptionist for this company, and when on duty, she was authorized to come to any floor and make her rounds. But, after all, this was the office area of the company's top management. For insurance purposes, Qin Xiaoman still lightened her steps, not daring to make the slightest sound. She squinted, catatonic, and watched carefully for movement in the rooms on either side of the hallway. After a spin, she noticed that the lights were out in almost all the offices. The only 2 places with lights on were the public restrooms. That guy's not going to take a girl to the bathroom for a rendezvous, is he? Just as Zhang Yanyan had a disappointed look on her face and planned to turn around and leave, there was a sudden rustling and somewhat unusual sound from the office behind them. Out of a woman's sensitivity to sound, Qin Xiaoman was keenly aware of what was going on. Roughly, with this sound, she stood on tiptoe and cautiously made her way to the door of this office. Then she pressed her body against the wall at the doorway. Pricking up his ears, he listened carefully for movement inside. Don't, Chen Yi. It hurts. Then I'll be gentle. Okay? This hearing doesn't matter. Qin Xiaoman was instantly stunned and scared out of her wits. To avoid making noise, Qin Xiaoman hurriedly covered her mouth, but her legs couldn't stop shaking. My goodness. Inside was actually Chen Yi and General Manager Jiang Evening. How are they both? After a brief moment of shock, Qin Xiaoman realized. She gritted her teeth in silent rage. Chen Yi, so your target is Mr. Jiang. No wonder after all this time, no matter how much I've thrown myself at you, you've remained indifferent. So you've been thinking of climbing up the ladder. The target was actually aimed at the only daughter of the old president of the Shanghai group. Jiang Wan just came back from abroad today, and you're so impatient to come here to look for her. I can't believe I'm getting it straight in the office. This is so ridiculous. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier if you can't see a small-time girl like me? While enjoying my advances, he privately seduced the female president. That's a real handful of cards to play. Maybe, he had been adopted by Jiang Evening a long time ago. I've been chasing such a shameless little white boy for so long. Yuck. Let's see how I'm going to expose your true colors. Chen Yi, I'm going to make you lose your reputation in the body. Qin Xiaoman gritted her teeth and cursed in her heart while continuing to get closer to the door to eavesdrop on the movements inside. Jiang Evening, 3 babies, are mine, right? No. Not. Don't lie to me. It's just, that's how we got pregnant. Hear the appalling words. Shin Xiaoman's jaw dropped and she directly froze. She held her breath in fear, not daring to breathe. Crouching grass. I can't imagine. This guy, Shan Yi, didn't just hook up with General Manager Jiang Evening. Actually let Jiang Wan give birth to his child? And had 3? This kid is incredibly ambitious. With 3 children, the father will be honored by the son. He will be a proper top tycoon in the future. Just thinking about it, Shin Xiaoman hated it so much that she was close to fainting. On what grounds? Why is it that while he is still pursuing him hard, he has already turned over a new leaf and stepped into the top mansion? Shin Xiaoman could no longer continue eavesdropping. She turned away, lost in thought. She needed time to digest this shocking secret. It also needed time to plan how to deal with Chen Yi. In the office, Shan Yi, who was unaware of this, was still plundering his territory in a frantic and reckless manner. As for Jiang Evening, her consciousness and her body had been completely detached. Though conscious and sane, the body had sunk in. When Chen Yi bent down and picked her up by the waist, impatiently as they headed toward the couch, Jiang Evening bit her lip hard and vigorously pounded Chen Yi's hard chest. Sharply, he said, "No, really, I just had a baby. It's only been 2.5 months. My body won't allow it. Unless, of course, you want me dead." Chen Yi's footsteps lurched at his words. Lowering his head, he wrinkled his nose and asked, "Really? So, if your body allows it, you're willing, right?" Speaking, Chen Yi's eyes passionately explored Jiang Even's body, seeing the sheeny sweat rising from her forehead and neck, as well as those slightly shivering white legs. And to think that she did just give birth not too long ago. Chen Yi's heart instantly softened. The heat faded from his brow and was replaced by eyes full of heartache. "Okay, put me down." Jiang Evening blushed shyly and said in a delicate voice. After saying that, he didn't wait for Chen Yi to react. With a fierce push, Jiang Wan jumped down from between Chen Yi's arms. Chen Yi narrowed his dark eyes. In a soft voice, he said, "Jiang Evening, what were we just now counting? Stop lying to me and tell me about 3 babies." Jiang Evening licked her somewhat fishy sweet lips, eyes averted. I have to go. There are a lot of things that I need to think about." "Say it." Jiang even haphazardly scratched her somewhat messy long hair, and then, after organizing her clothes a few times, she ran straight out the door. Ka! Chen Yi stood in place, staring fixedly at the direction Jiang Evening had left, eyes looking back, eyes unwilling to let go. Chapter 114, Not Good. The little guy bared grandpa's face of urine. 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang family estate villa. After arriving home, Jiang even turned off the car and then sat quietly in the car. Despite being very attached to the 3 babies and desperate to see them as soon as possible, but due to the fact that she had just done something impulsive with Chen Yi, at the moment she still felt her breath unsteady and her heart racing. After turning on the reading lights in the car, Jiang Evening pulled out a delicate makeup mirror from her bag. She snapped when she saw herself in the mirror. "What's going on? Is this really me?" The woman in the mirror was seen with flushed cheeks and mesmerized eyes. The delicate makeup on her face had faded, revealing her original delicate skin. A pair of pretty winking eyes, watery as if they were glowing with a thin mist. Jiang Evening then remembered. Her own eyes had involuntarily shed tears when she was violently kissed by Chen Yi. So much so that to this day, my eyes are still wet. After a few moments of freezing, Jiang Evening raised a jade hand and gently rubbed her cheek. Hiss. It hurts. When she touched her lips, she instantly felt a fiery pain. That's crazy. One of the few times I've kissed. I can't believe I bruise myself every time. Especially with these 2 delicate and fragile lips. It gets red and swollen every time and even cracks a few bloody marks. Jiang even shook her head helplessly. Whoops, that shake of the head. There was also a sharp pain coming from his neck. She frowned and carefully unbuttoned the collar. Next, on the white and smooth neck, a slice of blood red had suddenly appeared, as if a fresh and delicate strawberry. This is too much. Luckily there was no rush to walk into the house. If my family saw me like this, I'm afraid they'd think I'd been given. Blame it on that bad guy Chen Yi. Jiang Evening pouted and clenched her pink fists tightly. In her heart, she was ashamed and annoyed, and she couldn't wait to immediately give Chen Yi a violent beating. After a little stabilization, Jiang Evening took out cosmetics from her bag and looked into the mirror, carefully and meticulously replenishing her makeup. Using concealer again, I covered up a strawberry mark on my neck. After doing this, she let out a long breath, then pushed open the door to get out of the car. With steady steps, he walked into his villa. The mind kept murmuring, "Never let your family find out that you have kissing marks on your face. When you see mom and grandma later, you must try to avoid looking at them." Shan Yi, this guy, really hurt me. However, just as Jiang Evening was worried about the traces of her kissing and being discovered by her family. Whoops, just push open the door of the first floor hall. The living room suddenly came to the sound of lively and playful talk. The family's attention was focused on the three babies. No one at all noticed she was back. Gu, Chang Hui, just hold the baby. This is your own grandson. These little ones are such a delight. Look at them. Xiao Lia, he is deliberately putting up a fight. You hold the baby to him. You see if he likes it. Ching Hui, Mom has spoken, so hug the baby. Jiang even walked into the living room without moving. I found my mom picking up the baby with a big smile on her face and placing the baby in my dad's arms. Dad, on the other hand, he looked very resistant despite his thick eyebrows and serious expression. But when Mom put the baby in his arms, he took it carefully anyway. Dad then adjusted his arms, slightly trembling as he held the baby. Despite his expression of displeasure and eyes full of disgust, he lowered his head to take a closer look at the baby's appearance. When I realized that the baby looked exactly like my own daughter when she was a child, he couldn't help but curb the dislike under his eyes, and his expression gradually became softer. This dead girl, hiding a child from the whole family, having a child without marriage. I can't believe I ran off to the office today. I haven't settled my score with her yet. Jiang Chenghui coldly said. Old lady Jiang, who was on the side, heard what her son said. The corners of her mouth rose and her eyes rolled. There was a sharp, keen light in the cloudy eyes. Ha ha ha. You asshole, don't be a stiff upper lip. You can't help but love looking at these three beautiful and adorable precious grandchildren. Although Lei took the liberty of giving birth to these three children unmarried, the children are innocent. You're the children's own grandfather. So love and care for these three grandchildren. Old Mrs. Jiang's words had just fallen. The baby in Jiang Chenghui's arms then suddenly cried. Wow wow wow. Jolie stood aside and was instantly a little nervous. In an urgent voice, he said, Oops, why is the baby crying? I just breastfed, so I'm sure he's not hungry. Could he have peed? Old lady Jiang sniffed and gave Jolie a wink. Instructed. Lori, stay out of it. Show the baby's grandpa that as the baby's own grandpa, he deserves to take care of the baby. Zhou Yuri nodded and withdrew the hand she had just extended. Jiang Chenghui instantly panicked at the sight. Since his mother and wife didn't care, he had to care if he didn't want to. You can't just watch your baby cry all the time, can you? Watching the little one cry his heart out, his fleshy little round face suffocating. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chenghui carefully laid the baby flat on his lap. The wrap around the baby was then quickly untied. Although his movements were very rusty, he quickly removed the baby's diaper. Look at a pocket full of diapers that are heavy to carry. Jiang Chenghui was very surprised. Excitedly, he said, Ooh, it's really peeing. Lori, you're a good guesser. Now that I've taken the diaper off, this little guy has definitely stopped crying. Weekly was ecstatic, patting Jiang Chenghui on the shoulder. Softly, that's true. Babies are smart. It must be uncomfortable to have a wet little butt after peeing, that's why he's crying and reminding us to change his diaper. Hearing his wife's explanation, Jiang Chenghui's deep eyes narrowed, and a faint light smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He lowered his head and gazed at the tiny, naked, chubby, white little one in his arms. Jolie stood on the sidelines, looking at her adorable little grandson, and was also happy. Cluck cluck cluck. The little one is naked and no longer bound by his wrap. He was so comfortable that his hands danced and his little mouth opened and he couldn't stop smiling. Old lady Jian laughed aloud a few times at the sight. Reminder, okay, don't just admire the baby's cute little body. Hurry up and wrap up the quilt, but don't let the baby catch cold. Hearing his mother's reminder, Jiang Chenghui agreed. Okay, Mom, but I can't get this thing to work. I'll have to study it first. Say it. Jiang Chenghui twisted his head, studying the wrapped quilt underneath the baby with a curious expression. Just as he lowered his head and tugged clumsily at the wrapped quilt, suddenly, a stream of heat bared down on his face. Chapter 115 Mom and Dad, you may already have grandchildren. Clap clap clap. A stream of water sounded. Jiang Chenghui was violently doused with a hot stream. He hastily raised his hand and wiped his face carelessly. Squinting in amazement, he exclaimed, What is this? Lori, hurry up and show me what's on my face. Why can't I open my eyes? However, Jolie, who was standing on the sidelines, had already laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten up. Saw this scene. Old Mrs. Jiang also laughed with her palms and coughed with joy. Jiang Chenghui was uncertain, just frowned and kept wiping the heat from his face. Sharply, he asked, Lori, Mom, what are you laughing at? It's inexplicable. I can't even see with these eyes, and you guys are actually laughing at me. Finished angrily, seeing that his wife and Mom had no intention of coming to help. Even the servants standing to the side were all snickering with their heads down at the moment. Jiang Chenghui held the child while freeing a hand to fumble out a few tissues from the coffee table in front of him. Quickly, he wiped an unidentified hot stream from his face. By the time his vision regained clarity and he was able to see what was in front of him, Jiang Chenghui raised his thick eyebrows and carefully surveyed the naked little guy in his arms. He was surprised to find out the little guy actually had yellowish droplets hanging from his little chirp. This wouldn't be. Thinking about it, Jiang Chenghui shrugged his nose and sniffed deeply at the liquid remaining on his hand. Upon smelling that the liquid on his hand was actually the little one's urine, Jiang Chenghui was instantly nonplussed. Only his eyes dimmed. Cross-eyed, he said, "Yeah, you little guy, how dare you bear grandpa's face and piss on it? You'll see if I don't hit you hard." Hear that? Jiang Even, who had originally been standing on the side, smilingly watching the happy scene in the living room. It was no longer possible to remain silent at the moment. She was in a hurry. Taking a step, he was about to rush forward to stop his father. When Jolie and old lady Jiang saw this scene, their brows were also wrinkled and they were all nervous, fearing that Jiang Chenghui, who had always been hot-tempered, would suddenly have his face bared of urine by the baby. In a fit of pique, do something rough with the baby again? However, something unexpected happened. Only to see Jiang Chenghui's face suddenly change and the corner of his mouth curved. He actually tilted his head and laughed a few times. Ha 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 ha, yes, you little guy, see how grandpa will beat you up hard. Saying that, Jiang Chenghui moved gently to turn the baby's small body on its side. Next, he raised his large, broad hands. The motion was extremely slow and slapped on the baby's little butt, one after another. The baby's little butt was instantly crispy and tickled by the sudden slap. Giggling, two little fists clenched tightly, her little stubby legs stomping hard. Saw the scene. Jiang Wan was suddenly relieved. I didn't expect that. Dad actually didn't mind getting peed on by the baby's bared face and was happily teasing the baby. This is incredible. At this time, old lady Jiang and Jolie noticed that Jiang Evening had returned. Old Mrs. Jiang looked at her granddaughter lovingly. Smiling, he said, "Little late, what took you so long to come back? You see, it's only been one short day and your dad is already overwhelmed by the babies. It's called intergenerational kinship. No matter what, bloodline to bloodline can't be broken." Shoyuri nodded with a relieved look on her face, chiming in, "Yeah, instinctively, I love these three babies. I kind of deeply appreciate the marvelousness of being separated from one generation to the next." Jiang Chenghui was still incredibly angry at his daughter's behavior though, but when his current baby grandson was giggling in his arms, the anger in his heart could no longer be ignited. Jiang Evening walked over to look at the three babies. The corners of his mouth turned up in a heartfelt smile of relief. West of the city, the Chen family compound. After entering his home, Chen Yi walked into the living room with a heavy pace. The mind kept pondering about Jiang Evening and the three children. The corner of his mouth still had the taste of Jiang Evening, and he wondered what Jiang Evening was doing at the moment. Shen Shuyin was dropping her eyelids and pacing around the living room. "Saw my son come in." She gave her son a no-nonsense glare, questioning, "You bastard, why did you not come back until now? Look for yourself. What time is it? Your father and I have called you a dozen times and you won't answer. By now, we haven't eaten dinner either, and have been hungry and worried about you." Shen Yi scratched his head and pulled out his cell phone to take a look. Somewhat sheepishly, I said, "I had my phone on silent and forgot to look. Mom, Dad, so let's hurry to dinner now." After saying that, Chen Yi was about to turn around and walk towards the restaurant. At this moment, Chen Shijian suddenly put down his teacup and shot a glance at his son. The ends of his eyes went up in surprise. "Son, what happened to your face? Back so late? You didn't get into a fight with someone, did you?" Hear that? Shen Shuyin grabbed her son's arm and looked at his face up close. Nervously, he said, "Yeah, you brat, how did you mess up your face? So red at the corners of his mouth and a big red patch on his chin. Are you being bullied? You tell Mom and Dad the truth. Mom tells you, we don't actively bully people, but we should never let others bully us either." Chen Yi immediately understood what was going on when he heard the words. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled awkwardly. With that, he raised his hand and vigorously wiped the red marks on his mouth and chin. A few seconds later, the red marks on the corners of Chen Yi's mouth and chin had disappeared. It left only a large, faint reddish color. Shen Shuyin and Chen Shijian were first stunned, and then the two of them glanced at each other in silent agreement. There was an unspeakable gleam of delight in his eyes. Shen Shuyin smiled meaningfully and patted his son's shoulder. "Brat, I bet you came home late and went on a date. You should have told Mom and Dad. We sure as hell wouldn't have rushed you home. Couldn't wait for you not to come back at night." Giggle giggle. Chen Shijian looked at his wife favorably. Smiling again, he looked at his son. Harmonizingly, he asked, "Tell Dad about it. Son, When did you fall in love? How long has it been going on? If we hadn't found out. You kid, how long do you plan to hide it? Chenny shrugged with a breathless expression. Gotta. Now that we've been discovered, there's no use in sophistry. He hadn't planned to tell his mom and dad about the 3 kids so soon. After all, it was just speculation at this point and hadn't been confirmed. But right now, if you don't want to talk about it, you have to. You can't just make up another lie and tell mom and dad which woman you're in love with. Chenny didn't want to lie anymore. It was too tiring. After all, it takes a lie to round out a lie with a million lies. After thinking about it, Chenny looked serious and said as if he was relieved. Dad, Mom, I have to tell you guys something. A very big thing. You must be prepared for it, haha. Shen Shuyin casually waved his hand. Skittishly, he said, come on, hurry up. What big deal can you have? Chenny cleared his throat. In one word, Dad, Mom, you may already have grandchildren. Pro-grandchildren. And 3 of them at that. Chapter 116, 3 babies are yours, there's no escape. Chenny finished. Shen Shuyin and Chen Shiqian suddenly paused, their expressions stiff and their eyes odd. After a moment of bewilderment, Shen Shuyin frowned and came closer to her son. Reaching out with one hand, he twisted his son's cheek as hard as he could. Then, standing on tiptoe, he touched his son's forehead. Chenny rubbed his face, confused. Mom, what are you doing? I'm talking to you about my grandson. Why are you screwing with my face? Shen Shuyin blinked. The expression was a bit unbelievable. You brat, and you don't have hysteria or a fever. Why are you talking nonsense all of a sudden when you're fine? Say what you want about your father and I already having grandchildren. And 3 at once. You're almost 30, and you don't know the most basic physiological facts? You don't think that just because you just hugged and nibbled on some girl, they're going to get pregnant with your child, do you? Even if you do get pregnant, you know, it's a full 10 months of carrying a baby, and you can't have a baby until 10 months later. Say it. Shen Shuyin impatiently turned away, not bothering to look at her son any longer. Chen Shiqian slowly sipped his tea. Calmly, he said, it's okay, son, Dad believes in you, and since you've already found a girlfriend, it's only a matter of time before you let us have a grandchild. Come on, let's hurry up and go eat now. It'll get cold if we don't. After saying that, Chen Shiqian put down the teacup in his hand. As soon as he took Shen Shuin's hand, the 2 of them were going to eat in the restaurant. Chenny stood in place with a confused look on his face. Dare I say that Mom and Dad, this is simply do not believe what they say. And no wonder. It does sound like a dream come true at first glance. But, it's come to this. Chenny felt that he himself no longer knew how to go about resolving this matter. Although she had just had some forgetful kissing with Zhang evening, her attitude was still ambiguous. There was absolutely no intention of being truthful with myself. He couldn't enter the Zhang family residence either. After all, a year ago, the 2 families met at a bad time. He, along with his dad and mom, could be said to have been driven out by Zhang Evening's dad. Think about it. Chen Yi exhaled heavily. Turning to Mom and Dad's backs, he said sharply, Dad, Mom, listen to me. I'm not lying. You may indeed have had 3 grandchildren. Shen Shuyin and Chen Shiqian turned their heads at the sound. The 2 of them looked at each other once again, their faces showing suspicion. Chenny strides forward and walks to his dad and mom. In a solemn voice, really, Mom and Dad, to tell you the truth, Zhang Evening has returned from abroad. This you must have seen on the news as well. The news reported on the news. Not all of it is true. Zhang Wan doesn't have a husband at all, but she did give birth to 3 children. The 3 children are now 2.5 months old. And if you extrapolate by months, Zhang Wan got pregnant a year ago, during the time she was with me. Chen Yi's words just fell. Shen Shuin's eyes widened all of a sudden. Bellowed. What? My goodness, brat, are you telling the truth? Chen Shiqian was also stunned speechless by his son's words. Jaw-dropping, he stood still, his palms beginning to sweat. As far as he is concerned, this is a matter of great importance for the continuity of the Chun family, and it is a huge stone weighing on the bottom of his heart. Chen Yi had expected the reaction of his father and mother. He lifted his hand and gently tapped his old mom on the shoulder. Without changing his face, he said, Mom, Dad, take it easy and listen to me slowly. I also got that speculation from looking at the pictures on the news this morning. The man in the photo is not Zhang Evening's husband. He's just a bodyguard for the Zhang family. I was worried that if I went directly to Zhang Wan, she would hide something from me. So I went to her cousin, Zhang Yan. Chenny told his dad and mom what happened the whole day. One by one, after listening to my son, Shen Shuyin was instantly overjoyed. Excitedly, he said, Oh son, since all 3 babies resemble you, and according to the date projection, Little Light got pregnant again on the day she was with you, then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and go see the baby. I'm a grandma. This is a great joy. Ha ha ha. Said. Shen Shuyin didn't bother to change her clothes, so she headed out in a hurry. Chunyi hurriedly pulled his old mom back. Seriously, Mom, take it easy for a minute. It's not something that's been confirmed yet. It's just my guess at this point. At this point, Chen Shiqian walked up and waved his hand. Jet smiled and said, Son, there's no need to speculate on this. It's granted. Dad suddenly remembered something. A year ago, when you were with late, Dad has specially boiled a great tonic soup for you. That's a tonic soup that Dad has studied intensely for many years, using dozens of rare ingredients and an exclusive recipe. If you drink it, you'll have great fighting strength, and it'll be hard not to spread our Chun family's children and grandchildren. And yeah, did you forget? A year ago, you had a period of time where you suddenly started getting nauseous and vomiting. And what did your mom say? Hear that? Shen Shuyin was instantly more excited. With a sharp clap of his hands, he said, That's right, Mom clearly remembers. It was while brushing up on the video that I learned that there is a condition called pregnancy-associated syndrome, where the wife is pregnant and the husband has an upset stomach. Now that I think about it, everything was foretold. Chen Yi's sword brows locked as he listened, couldn't help but gulp. With a somewhat breathless expression, he said, Dad, you still mention that great tonic soup. To tell you the truth, I did drink that soup you made, but I didn't do that with Jiang Wan at all. There was really only one time between me and her. But it's true what my mom said about the pregnancy-related syndrome. My stomach was killing me during that time. Shen Shuyin pondered a little. Another heartfelt laugh. Son, don't say anything, even though it's only once. That's a destiny destined by God. Wonderful. Mom can't be wrong about people, especially girls. And Little Knight is definitely not the kind of girl who is with you and sleeps with random other guys. 3 babies. That's you. No run. Hearing his old mom comment on Zhang evening in such a way, Chenny felt a surge of joy in his heart, but on second thought, he felt Alexander again. Hesitantly, he said, Dad, Mom, the problem now is, I don't know why, but River Knight won't tell me the truth at all, and she's repulsed to talk about 3 children. It's not like I can just barge into John's house to see the 3 kids without confirming that they're mine. And a year ago, our 2 families met and made such a mess that we completely bonded. Chenny finished. Shen Shuyin furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment, murmuring, girls, tend to have heavier hearts. Perhaps, Little Knight is concerned about the relationship between our 2 families. It was only to avoid aggravating the conflict and creating more problems that I chose to have the child on my own. Also being a woman, Mom thinks so. Chapter 117, Rigorous Revenge. I, Qin Xiaoman, am not a vegetarian. After listening to Mom's analysis, Shen Yi nodded thoughtfully. At this point, Chen Shiqian came back to his senses in a brief moment of shock. His brow relaxed and he said tersely, Son, you don't have to think about it so much. The most important thing for you right now is to hurry up and get late back. But she has given you 3 children and 3 grandchildren for our Chen family. As for our relationship with the Jiang family, this is not something you need to worry about. Mom and Dad will talk it over themselves, deliberate, and will come up with a proper solution as soon as possible. Say it. Chen Shiqian and Shen Shuyin had already put the matter of eating dinner behind them. It was a matter of great importance for the prosperity of the Chen family's children and grandchildren. So how could they still care about eating? The 2 of them were blissfully happy and on their feet as they headed toward the bedroom. At this moment, all they are thinking about are their 3 precious grandchildren whom they have not met. Chenny shrugged as he stood in place. He guessed that his mom and dad were in a hurry to tell his aunt about it, so that she could give them some ideas. To know, Auntie was the smartest, wisest, most knowledgeable and insightful person in the entire Chen family. Outer Ring, Jiangning Road, Qingxing Home's neighborhood. Qin Xiaoman, who had just finished taking a shower, dressed in a slightly pilled cotton nightgown, she sat dejectedly in front of the vanity mirror. Look at yourself in the mirror after removing your makeup, though with a nice googly-eyed face and very clean features. But after all, it's a 28-year-old woman. Fine lines at the corners of the eyes are becoming more pronounced and the lines are getting deeper. After removing her makeup, her face was dull, yellow and tired. Qin Xiaoman unscrewed the lid of the skincare product and carelessly applied layers of skincare to her face, muttering under his breath, It's all because of that goddamn Chen Yi, not liking me and hanging on to me for so long. When I went back home this spring, because I was getting older, the matchmakers for me actually started introducing second marriage men. Yuck, I don't even want a second marriage man dog. I was originally thinking of searching for one with a Mordor household registration and a good family in the workplace. That's why I had my eye on Chen Yi. Who knew? That brat is so insensitive. How dare you hang on to me? And for a year. You know how precious a woman's youth is, especially a beautiful woman like me. Just like that, You've wasted a year of precious time for nothing. Ah, Shan Yi. Go to hell. Thinking about it, Qin Xiaoman felt her anger burning. Lifting her hand, she knocked over a pile of cheap skincare products in front of her. She huffed and picked up her cell phone, opened WeChat and flipped through the chat records with Chen Yi. This look increased the anger in his heart. For more than a whole year, this damn Chen Yi had actually been ignoring her. She, on the other hand, was as hot as a dog licking his cold ass. Clunk! After smashing his cell phone a few times in anger, Qin Xiaoman clicked on Chen Yi's avatar and simply pulled the plug on Chen Yi. Just when she was going to quit WeChat and out of sight, out of mind, a news link popped up. The moment she saw the headline, Qin Xiaoman stared wide-eyed and held her breath. As a receptionist in a company lobby, you are not allowed to look at your cell phone during the day. So much so, that it was only at this moment that she saw the news about Jiang Wan's return to China, and the airport photo that came with the news. The moment I saw the photo, Qin Xiaoman's face turned green with anger. Furiously, he said, Jiang Wan, how come you're so lucky? Not only do they come from a wealthy background and hold a listed group with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars, but they also have the opportunity to keep a gigolo in their private life. I'm your age, if I remember correctly, and you're 28. And yet you're so well maintained. You look more delicate than an 18-year-old girl. TSK, it's no wonder. Growing up with brocade clothes, food, clothing, housing, everything is top of the line. Raised with fine skin and tender flesh. Unlike me, on a $10,000 a month paycheck, after paying rent and utilities, there's not much left. Qin Xiaoman leaned back in her chair with a disheveled expression, looking at the cheap cosmetics that were shattered all over the place, and the humble bedroom that was only 10 square meters. A pang of heartache steeped up. At this point, here comes another thing that annoys her. Another girl who shared a room together brought her boyfriend home again. Bang! With the door to the next room closed. Soon the man and woman inside were tumbling together in an impatient tangle. Violent collisions, gasps and grunts here and there. It reached the ears of Qin Xiaoman, who was only a wall away. Due to living in a decades-old neighborhood, the soundproofing was extremely poor, causing Qin Xiaoman to hear the voices next door loud and clear. Qin Xiaoman immediately felt a burst of anger, her eyes spitting fire. She stood up in a blur and stormed out of the room in a rage. Stand outside the door of the next room. She raised her fist and thumped the door of the room. Gnashing his teeth, he said, Nima, can't you stop? Several times a day. Can you afford it? One more ghostly cry and I'll call the police right away. Soon the people inside heard the commotion. With a look of embarrassment, the female roommate hurriedly lifted her clothes and stopped moving. But the man in it, at a crucial moment, gets badgered, making it impossible to have a good time. There was a rush. Cross-eyed and with a coarse voice, he said, Get out of here. Stinking woman. Old woman nobody wants. Don't you dare beep again, or I'll slap your face. Qin Xiaoman was, after all, just a woman with a small body. Facing the strong man's vicious threats, her arrogance vanished in an instant. Tiptoeing back to his room as if he were a dog with his head hanging down and his tail between his legs. Back in the room. Not for a few seconds. Another violent and urgent sound came from the next room. Qin Xiaoman clenched her fists and gasped for air. Older women? How dare that man call himself an old woman? Oh, yes. Through my own mistakes, I have delayed my great youth. Anger gave birth to sadness, and bean-sized tears left the corners of Qin Xiaoman's eyes. After a reprieve, she squared her shoulders, her teeth clacking. Willow eyebrows rose up, and she said hatefully, Yes, I, Qin Xiaoman, am not a vegetarian, and I will retaliate against anyone who messes with me. That's my life anyway, so why should I make it easy for them? Thinking, Qin Xiaoman picked up her cell phone and clicked on the posting forum. After re-registering a smaller number, she made a post. Then, for a whopping $500, I bought the 24-hour top. The next day, early morning, Jiang family estate villa. In the bedroom, Jiang Chenghui was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, while Jolie was sitting at a makeup table combing her hair. Chenghui, are you sleepy? Weakly asked. Yawning, Jiang Chenghui blew on the hot tea in his hand. Submissively, he said, It's okay, I'm older, I would have realized less. Weakly smiled, pouting. We, husband and wife, haven't had an all-night talk like this in years. I'm in an extraordinarily good mood right now after a night of great conversation last night. Hubby, you've really figured it out, haven't you? Won't be mad at your daughter anymore? Jiang Chenghui sighed, hitching one leg over the other. God released. Well, you have a point. It's a foregone conclusion that little Knight has a child before marriage, and it's indeed time to look on the bright side. The 3 children, for example, can take our Jiang family name. Weakly stood up and walked over, pulling her hair back, narrowing his eyes. he said with a smile. You old man. You originally pondered this in your heart. So it seems that Late has taken advantage of you instead by having a child without marriage. You originally wanted to continue our Jiang family name. Now you're doing well. Enjoy yourself. The words fell. Jolie and Jiang Chenghuai looked at each other. The two of them were delighted and smiled silently. Chapter 118, Chen Yi, a handsome young man, became the female president's beloved. Just as Jiang Chenghuai and Jolie were feeling heartfelt joy because their child could be surnamed Jiang, the door to the bedroom room was suddenly knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. Jolie smiled unabashedly and said softly, Enter. The door to the room opened. The person who came in was the personal maid beside the old madam, Lu Ma. Lu Ma bowed her body and passed on. Sir, ma'am, the old madam asks you to hurry down. Jiang Chenghuai slowly and methodically roasted the cigar in his hand. Casually, he said, Oh, okay, we'll be right down. Lu Ma stood aside, raising her eyelids and watching carefully. Seeing that Mr. and Mrs. were still not slowing down in what they were doing, there was absolutely no intention of getting up and going downstairs. Lu Ma was in a hurry. Screwing up his brow, he bravely urged, Sir, ma'am, you'd better hurry up. The old lady seems to be in a particular hurry about something. Only then did Jiang Chenghuai and Jolie stop the movements in their hands when they heard this. Weakly put down the comb in her hand. Seriously? Oh, what's the emergency, Mrs. Lu? Usually at this point, the mother-in-law sends someone up to call them down for dinner. It doesn't matter if you're a little early or a little late for this eating thing. That's why Jolie and Jiang Chenghuai didn't take it that seriously. Mrs. Lu shook her head. Sharply, he said, I'm not sure, but by the looks of it, something big must have happened. The old lady has always been unfazed by changes, and I've never seen her in such a hurry. Hearing Mrs. Lu say that, Jiang Chenghuai and Jolie felt a little nervous at once, hurriedly changed his clothes and hurriedly followed Lu Ma downstairs. Haven't even stepped off the rotating staircase. Jiang Chenghuai then saw that his mother was walking around the hall on her crutches. Mom, is something wrong? Calling us downstairs in such a hurry. Old lady Jiang glanced up. Upon seeing the figure of his son and daughter-in-law, he frowned a white brow, yelling, You two lazy bastards. What are you dawdling for? Something big is going on. You know? Seeing her mother-in-law angry, Jolie hurriedly jogged a few steps and went over to hold her mother-in-law's arm. Mom, sit down and talk about what's going on. You don't want to get tired. Old Mrs. Jiang sighed and took a seat on the sofa. She reached out her wrinkled hand and pointed to the cell phone sitting on the coffee table. Panic said, I'm an old man. I usually rarely fiddle with my cell phone. I woke up this morning and took the unprecedented step of looking at the news on my phone, and to my surprise, I saw several messages about Little Knight. Shaoli, Chenghuai, take a quick look. Is what it says here true? Old Mrs. Jiang finished. Jiang Chenghuai instantly understood. Mother, this was after seeing yesterday morning's gossip about Little Knight's return. He felt a little exasperated at once and didn't want to respond to all the ridiculous things his daughter was doing. Weakly, on the other hand, relaxed and smiled at that, explaining, Mom, you saw yesterday's gossip, didn't you? Why? That's all made up by bored journalists, and most of it isn't true. I saw it yesterday too. It's outrageous, actually saying something about Little Knight returning home with her husband. When I look, that person is clearly our family bodyguard Zhou Pang. Giggle giggle. Old Mrs. Jiang twisted her head to look at her daughter-in-law Jolie, eyes narrowed with an odd expression. Surprised, she said, Shaoli, what are you talking about? Why can't Mom understand? Why are you getting into the bodyguard? Mom is talking about Shaolian in Chenyi. As soon as Mom turned on the Mordor news, it was all over the place about Shaolian in Chenyi. The internet is saying that the father of Little Knight's 3 babies is Chenyi. Old Lady Jiang's words. It was like a clap of thunder. The shock caused Jiang Chenghuai and Jolie to stand up in a moment. In unison, they yelled, What? Jolie's pupils dilated in shock as she grabbed the cell phone on the table. Jiang Chenghuai also came over with thick eyebrows. In a solemn voice, he said, Look and see what it says. Jolie's fingers trembled slightly as she opened the Magic City News Network. In a matter of moments, all sorts of fancy news about his own daughter popped up. Surprise! The first beautiful president of Magic City has 3 children with her subordinates. Shanghai Group's female president Jiang Evening, privately keeping male subordinate Chen Yi, a handsome young man, rose to power overnight and became the female president's favorite. The daughter of a financial magnate in Mordor is addicted to keeping male subordinates in private. From a small accountant to a beautiful president's wolf dog. A deep dive into the history of Chen Yi's rise to power. It's amazing how many frills have popped up overnight. Jiang Chenghuai was so shocked that his eyes froze, dumbfounded, and his face became extremely ugly. Jolie was even more frightened and covered her mouth. Her eyes were extremely wide. Look further down. The comments from the general public are varied and malicious. I've long heard of this female president young evening. I can't imagine that underneath the stunningly beautiful appearance, there is a heart of flirtation hidden. Yes, it's just a matter of harboring a little wolf dog. But you don't even spare the male subordinates of your own company. Thinking with my toes. I know that this kind of rich and beautiful female president must have a cloud of male pets around her. Shanghai Group's rules and regulations are notoriously strict. I didn't expect the old boss's daughter to play with such flowers. Wouldn't it be possible that the entire group's slightly better-looking male employees are all Jung Evening's male favorites? Crap, is this a big company or a private liquor store? Looking at a nasty, vicious comment, Jolie was so shocked that she almost fainted. Jiang Qinghuai stood by the side with a morose gaze as well, not saying a word. At this point, old lady Jiang tapped the mahogany cane in her hand. Calmly, he said, "Okay, put the phone down. Hurry up and sit down and discuss this matter." Weekly sat straight up, gritting his teeth. He said, "Mom, you don't have to worry. Although the entire internet is now using all sorts of vicious words to smear Little Knight and slam our Shanghai Group, but rumors are rumors, and we are not afraid of the shadows. If you can't clean up these unscrupulous paparazzi and internet spammers, then take these people to court." "You said it, didn't you, Xinghuai?" Jiang Chenghuai's eyes were deep black. Angrily, he slapped the table. In a stern voice, he said, "There's no harm in it. Our Shanghai Group won't suffer because of these internet spammers. Mom, Lori, you don't have to worry. I'll get my own lawyer to handle it." Seeing my son and daughter-in-law reacting the way they did to this, old lady John's brows wrinkled. Waving her hand, she said, "No, Mom's not mad about the rumor-mongering news. Mom is concerned about Little Knight. This news says that Little Knight's 3 children are Chinese. Do you think this is something out of nothing?" Jolie and Jiang Chenghuai looked at each other. All of them had a look of uncertainty. Weekly wondered, "Mom, isn't it? Does this have anything to do with the other Chinese? These unscrupulous journalists are the only ones who can make the world go round, deliberately taking old news from a year ago and making a big deal out of it for eyeballs." Old lady Jiang sighed. Hatefully, he glared at his son and daughter-in-law. Angrily, he said, "Stupid ass." Chapter 119, "You too. Take the 3 babies to the Chen family immediately." Suddenly I was called a stupid ass by my mother-in-law. Weekly was in a state of panic. Trembling, "Mom, did I say something wrong? That Chen Yi, didn't he break up with our Little Knight a year ago? You don't think that Xiaolan really adopted him, do you? Is our Little Knight that kind of person?" Old lady Jiang nuzzled her mouth and gave Jolie a blank look. The god was titanic and said, "What a brain fart. Don't you guys think that with 3 babies, there's still a real possibility that they could be Chinese? Projecting the babies' ages in months, that's still a strong possibility." Zhou Yuri sniffed in surprise. Snapping her head around, she looked at her husband with a panicked expression. When Jiang Chenghuai heard this, he also sucked in a nervous breath. Inarticulately, he said, "Mom, that's not a good thing to say. About the 3 children, didn't Little Knight tell us everything? 3 kids, in vitro from her genetic company overseas." Old lady Jiang lowered her eyelids. After thinking for a few moments, in an urgent voice, she said, "Shaoli, quickly bring the almanac. I have to check it out." Jolie was flustered and subconsciously pulled out her cell phone and handed it to her mother-in-law. Old lady Jiang waved her hand and said, "I don't look at the calendar on my cell phone. I want the perpetual calendar. That old yellow calendar. Not a moment too soon." Jolie then hurriedly found an old calendar. Pop. Heavy yellowed old calendars sit on the table. Old Mrs. Jiang held up her presbyopic glasses, squinted her eyes, and carefully looked through them. Jolie and Jiang Chenghuai sat in a daze. At this moment, both of them had an expression of hanging on to their hearts. A few minutes later, old lady Jiang closed the old yellow calendar and slowly raised her head. Raising his white eyebrows, he said with surprise and joy, "Oops, a prophecy. The news on the news. It really isn't all fake. The 3 children are really Chinese. That's great. 3 precious grandchildren with a real dad." After saying that, old lady Jiang tilted her head back and laughed aloud. Jolie and Jiang Chenghuai were listening to the clouds. Willingly, he said, "Mom, are you telling the truth? What makes you think that the 3 children are Chinese? Didn't Xiao Lian break up with him a long time ago?" Old lady Jiang's eyes rolled. Joyfully, she said, "It's a shame you guys are still parents. You don't even know basic common sense about childbirth. Mom has just carefully analyzed Late's pregnancy cycle, and the monthly ages of the 3 babies. There's no doubt that Xiao Lian was the one who conceived the child while she was with Chen Yi. Do you guys still remember? When Chen Yi first came to our house, he was wearing red marks on his neck, or strawberry marks as you young people call them." Jiang Chenghuai gulped nervously. Non-stop big breaths. Unbelievably, She said, "Mom, do you mean that this girl, Little Knight, lied to us? But the three children obviously look exactly like Little Knight. Don't they say that daughters look like dads? But even the daughter looks exactly like Little Knight." Elderly Mrs. Jiang-woo smiled, taking everything in stride. He said, "You don't get it, do you? Good-looking people share similar characteristics, so the child looks like both dad and mom. It's been more than a year since then, and I still remember Chenny as a handsome boy with thick eyebrows and decent looks." Jolie quietly listened to her mother-in-law's analysis, nodding slightly thoughtfully. "Mom's right, that must be it. My own girl knows herself. It's impossible for Little Late to be involved with another man while she's with Chun-Yi. So these three children, they must be hers and Chen-Yi's." Speaking, Weekly looked up and glanced at the wall clock. Eagerly, he said, "It's 7 o'clock. It's not early. I'll go and ask Late to come down." The words just fell. A clear and pleasant voice then came from behind him. "Mom, no need to scream. I'm coming," Jiang Evening faintly said. She spoke in a choppy, unassuming tone. A well-tailored professional outfit took advantage of her delicate figure and aura. Apparently, Jiang Evening had heard the conversation between her parents and grandmother. The moment she had realized that there was no point in continuing to hide it, Choyuri slammed her hands together. Quickly, he stepped forward and took his daughter's arm. "Can't wait to ask. Late, tell us, where the hell did these three kids come from? They're Chen-Yi's, right?" Jiang Evening took a deep breath. "Confidentially," he said, "since it's all over the news, you've all surmised it, then I won't hide it anymore. Chen-Yi is indeed the biological father of the three babies. The reason I wanted to hide this matter is because I don't want to have anything to do with Chun-Yi anymore." Jiang Evening's words, it really irritated Jiang Chun-Hui. The peak of his brow furrowed and he tapped the table heavily. Furiously, she said, "You girl, you're really getting more and more capricious. It's just a matter of giving birth unilaterally on your own, then going home and making up stories to lie to us. And now you're going to leave three children without a father. I think you're simply crazy and out of your mind, being scolded viciously by my father." Jiang Evening felt aggrieved, sad and angry. She raised her stunning face. With a stubborn expression, she said, "Isn't this all because of you? When the two families met, originally to discuss my marriage to Chen-Yi, Chen-Yi and his parents were so sincere and kind to us. You're good. You're harboring evil intentions, deliberately taking advantage of the meeting between the two families to humiliate and taunt the other Chen family in 100 different ways. In the end, they even sent bodyguards to drive people away. How excessive are their words and actions? In that case, our Jiang family no longer has any relationship with the Chun family, not even if we have a child." My daughter was unrelenting in her accusations. Hearing Jiang Chenghui's eyes smoldering, his face was green for a while and white for a while. However, although he was very annoyed, he couldn't help but feel a little weak. After all, what happened a year ago was indeed mishandled by him, and he had done things to the Chen family that were too late for him to regret. This matter is still a piece of Jiang Chenghui's mind. Every time I think about it, it elicits a wave of painful remorse. At this point, Jolie, who was on the side, saw the father and daughter's relationship stiffen. "Couldn't help but walk over and pat my daughter's shoulder in fear. Convincingly, he said, 'Little Knight, don't bother with your father over this matter anymore. You don't know, it's been so long since this happened, and your dad hasn't let it go, and he's regretting it and reflecting on himself.'" Jiang Evening was unmoved, waved his hand. Looking glum, he said, "Mom, don't explain for my dad. My dad is so arrogant and uninhibited." Looking out of the corner of his eye, how could he possibly regret it? "Well, let's not even talk about it anymore. Marriage matters, since ancient times, emphasize on the right family. The Chen family should seek a sincere and good family to tie the knot, not a thug like our Jiang family." Just as Jiang Evening was speaking, old lady Jiang, who was sitting quietly on the sofa, narrowed her deep eyes, keenly catching the difference in her granddaughter's body. Associated with the news as stated in the gossip news, Jiang Evening has a private meeting with Chen-Yi in his office and they forget to kiss. Elder Lady Jiang's heart instantly had a judgment. To avoid escalating the conflict, she waved her hand toward her granddaughter. Commanding Ruding said, "Okay, Late, stop talking angry. You go to the company first. This matter we'll discuss it later." Jiang even sniffed, and only then did she collect the anger on her face. After glancing at the time, she picked up her satchel and walked briskly toward the door. "I'll go to the office first then." "Grandma." Old Lady Jiang nodded in relief. After Jiang Evening left, the living room was quiet for a long time. At this moment, Jiang Chenghui's eyes were deep and his face was as colorful as earth. To think that because of himself, his daughter's marriage was in vain, and now three grandchildren are left without a father. He felt remorseful to the core and conical. Jolie, on the other hand, stood by with a sad face, her heart in turmoil. Not knowing what to do, she whipped her head around and cast a helpless look at her mother-in-law. In a low voice, he inquired, "Mom, look, what can we do now? Do we really leave 3 precious grandchildren without a father and a single parent?" Old Lady Zhang's gaze was sharp and unobtrusive. After a few moments of deep thought, she slowly raised her head and said word for word, Go to the Chen family. You too, take the 3 grandchildren to the Chen family now." Chapter 120, Cheng Huai. "You must apologize in person at the door." Old Mrs. Jiang finished. Jiang Chenghuai and Jolie instantly glanced at each other, a look of surprise on their faces. Jiang Chenghuai pulled the corner of his mouth with a leathery smile. Unbelievably, he said, "No, Mom, going to the Chen family, and you're taking your 3 precious grandchildren with you? Ouch. Mom, how could you have such a thought?" Weekly was also a little disbelieving. "I can't believe my mother-in-law would say something like that out of the blue." Looking flustered, she said, "Mom, are you really going to let Cheng Huai and I take the 3 babies to the Chen family? Have you forgotten? A year ago, our 2 families met and had a falling out. Not only have we formed a bond with the Chen family couple, but we've also severed our relationship with Cheng Hua's good friend, Qian Wenhan." Old Lady Jiang sighed with a gloomy expression. One hand leaned hard on the mahogany cane. It was as if there was a long pent-up nameless fire in his heart that needed to be vented. Her eyes gleamed. Disappointedly, she said, "Mom's not senile. Of course Mom remembers this. There are 3 reasons why Mom wants you two to take the 3 babies to the Chen family. For one thing, the 3 precious grandchildren are indeed Chen Yi's own flesh and blood. Where is the reasoning behind not allowing the children to see their father? Secondly, Mom may be old, but she's not so old that she can't think straight. When Little Knight came downstairs just now, Mom hid her eyes and noticed something strange on Little Knight. Hear that?" Jolie and Jiang Chunhui immediately wrinkled their brows in uncertainty. Jolie spread her hands and said, "Mom, what's wrong with Xiaolian? How come I didn't notice anything different about her?" Elderly Mrs. Jiang gave Jolie a blank look without a good reason. Humming softly, he said, "You, a mom, have always been so careless. Last night, when Late came home, I felt something was wrong. At that time, I wondered why this girl had put on such thick makeup again when she was home from work, and covered her neck so tightly. As soon as she came downstairs just now, look at that red patch on her neck and that swollen lip. I'll see what's going on. Jolie is a showy woman after all." Hearing her mother-in-law explain this, she immediately grasped her meaning. However, as a rough-and-tumble man, Jiang Chenghuai was still confused. Jolie pushed Jiang Chenghuai with an angry smile. Explained, "Hubby, what Mom means is that last night Xiaolian was most likely with the 2 Chenyi before she went home. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left these marks on her body. Combine it with what the gossip news said, saying that our Little Knight and Chenyi were kissing in the company. Evidently, there is still affection between Little Knight and Chenyi." Jiang Chenghuai glared at Jolie with hatred, didn't want to hear her go on. When he thought of his daughter behaving in such an indiscreet manner, his dark eyes were colored with a hint of thin anger. However, at the moment, elder Lady Jiang was all smiles, as if she was mesmerized. With great interest, he said, "I must say, Little Light and Chenyi are really a natural pair. These 2 kids are so dry and horny when they meet. They click together like 2 magnets. Come to think of it, it's rather like when I was in love with your dad. Ha ha ha." The mother-in-law spoke bluntly and boldly. It caused Cho Yuri to blush for a moment. Embarrassed, "Mom, look at you. Why are you talking about this in the middle of the day? What a shame." Old Lady Jiang laughed and coughed a few times. After restraining his smile, she said calmly, "Okay, no more snark. Back to business. What Mom means is Little Knight and Chenyi, they really are a groom and a daughter, destined by heaven. Plus now that we have 3 babies, it's even more important not to be separated. And we need to make time to facilitate the marriage of our 2 children. And then there's the third point, which is the conflict from a year ago, which was caused by Xing Huai. Nowadays, for the sake of Little Late, and also for the sake of the 3 precious grandchildren, Cheng Huai must personally come to the door to apologize before he can do so." Old Mrs. Jiang's words, "It's well said and organized." Jiang Chenghuai listened with a shameful expression and did not say a word. His dark eyes were deep, and he hung his eyes without knowing what he was thinking. After pondering for a long time, Jiang Chenghuai breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. From the floor, "You have a point, Mom. It's not easy to know your son, as you surely know, and it's not been a good year for me. Every time I think about what happened a year ago, I cringe and regret it. In the area of dealing with people and cultivating my character, I have engaged in deep self-reflection. I promise you that I will make a trip to the Chen family with Xiaoli." Old Lady Jiang nodded at her words. With a pleased smile, he said, "That's right, No matter how old you are or what your status is, you have to admit when you've done something wrong and correct it with an open mind. Tell you what, it's better to go now than later. You guys, while late isn't around, you guys take the 3 babies and take the initiative to ease the relationship between the 2 families. Jiang Chenghua raised his thick eyebrows, with a surprised look on his face. He said, now, Mom, you have to prepare me for this, right? Jolie strongly agrees with her mother-in-law's decision. The thought that there was still a chance to ease the relationship between the Jiang and Chen families and to keep the 3 grandchildren from being single-parent children. You can have a 1 in a million good son-in-law yourself. She then felt overwhelmed with joy. Thinking about it, she patted Jiang Chenghuai's shoulder in fear. Persuasively, she said, Chenghuai, just listen to Mom. It has become very urgent indeed, seeing as all 3 babies are almost 3 months old. In the future, the 3 babies will have to be registered in the household. Can you really bear to let them become the children of a single-parent family? We need to facilitate Xiao Lian's marriage as soon as possible, so that the 3 grandchildren can have a complete and happy family. Weekly's words, speaking to Jiang Chenghuai's heart. He didn't want his daughter to be a single mom from the bottom of his heart, and his 3 grandchildren grew up without a father. Also, during the year that his daughter had been abroad, he had repeatedly observed Chen Yi's every move through the company's surveillance video. He found that Chen Yi, a young man, treated his work seriously and rigorously, and was meticulous. It also seems to have a deep love for his own daughter. Outside of work, Chen Yi has held his cell phone many times, gazing fondly at pictures of his daughter. As a top-ranking wealthy second-generation family, it's rare for him to be so dedicated to his love. A few seconds later, Jiang Chenghua waved his hand. Dryly, he said, all right, we'll go to the Chen family now. But the 3 babies should still be asleep, and they're too young to wake them. Old Lady Jiang nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Zhou Yuri was delighted. Immediately, he got up and headed toward the bedroom. Chapter 121, Chen Yi. What's your relationship with Qin Xiaoman? Shanghai Real Estate Group Building. Top floor, General Manager's office. Jiang Evening stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze clear and cold, her face expressionless. The bodyguard Zhou Ping stood behind her. Respectfully, he said, Mr. Jiang, don't worry. Regarding the gossip that popped up at 0 hour today, I'm going to investigate immediately. Jiang Evening lifted her chin slightly. Sideways, he said, the person who created the rumor on the internet. For a while, it is estimated that it is difficult to pull out. You start with the people within the group and focus on those who stayed at the company after work last night. Zhou Peng nodded. With a rigid look, he said, yes, I'll get on with it. The group's building is dotted with surveillance cameras, so as long as this person has appeared at this point in time, he will definitely be captured and filmed by the surveillance cameras. Jiang Evening turned around and gave a hum. With his eyes, he signaled Zhou Peng to hurry up and do it. Zhou Peng left. The large office was silent. Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes narrowed with a complex expression. The thought of online rumor mongers. Actually no, clearly, she and Chen Yi in the office forget to kiss. She then felt trepidation and a chill down her spine. This suggests that there is a mole within the group. This person was able to come and go freely in the company and had the opportunity to observe her every move with Chen Yi. After thinking for a few moments, Jiang Evening sat in her office chair, picked up her cell phone, and sent a WeChat message to Chen Yi. The other end. Office of the Deputy Superintendent of Finance. Chen Yi was working on his computer, his hands tapping away on the keyboard. Faced with a job that was easy to do, he used only a third of his mind. The rest of the 7 points he put into personal and private matters. Thinking about the fact that before he left the house in the morning, his dad and mom had specifically asked him to. He was told to use all means to recover Jian Wan and bring the 3 children back to the Chen family. He then felt Alexander. Grass up. What a thing. Recover Jian Wan and bring back the child? To put it mildly, but people Jiang Evening pressure does not want to recognize the 3 children are their own. And how can let the 3 children back to the Chen family? You can't just break into the Jiang family and rob them, can you? Just as Chen Yi was torn between left and right, the WeChat beep sounded suddenly. Ding! Chen Yi stopped tapping the keyboard, picked up his cell phone, and tapped on WeChat. Jiang Evening's avatar popped out in an unprecedented manner. Chen Yi was instantly shocked, subconsciously clicked on the dialog box. Jiang Evening, Chen Yi, come up here, I have something to find you. Crouching grass. Yesterday it was a state of denial. After just one night, now you're actually reaching out to yourself? It's hard not to. After last night's ear-to-ear in the office, she figured it out? Want to come clean about the fact that 3 babies are your own flesh and blood? Chen Yi cheerfully replied back. Okay, I'll be right there. A few minutes later, Chen Yi raised his hand and knocked on the door of the general manager's office. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, Zhang Evening's voice came from inside. Enter. Her voice, as always, was delicate and soft and nice. Chen Yi pushed his way in. Seeing Chen Yi come in, Zhang Evening looked up from her desk. The features were stunningly beautiful and the winks were tantalizing. A voluptuous body calling out for a long black silk leg under the table, naturally interlocked. The scene, as it was a year ago, Chen Yi first walked into Zhang Evening's office. Zhang Evening, what do you want from me? Chen Yi's eyes were deep and contained a hidden smile. Zhang Evening lightly frowned her willow brows. The voice was a bit anxious. Chen Yi, did you see the gossip news in the morning? Chen Yi shrugged. Unsure. He said, news? What news? I got up late this morning and rushed to the office without checking my cell phone. Zhang Evening stood up, walking around the desk. She approached Chen Yi in style. I don't know who it was that made a couple of posts about me and you on the posting forums early this morning. Says you're the father of my 3 children and that I'm in the office with you. Take a look for yourself. I don't know which one of you has the audacity to start a rumor. Said. Zhang Evening picked up her cell phone, tapped on the relevant message, and handed it to Chen Yi. Chen Yi's brow peaks wrinkled as he quickly took over the cell phone and looked at it. After scanning the headlines of a few gossip stories, Chen Yi puffed out a laugh. Interesting, worthy of being a gossip reporter? Obtaining a headline really sucks in the eyes. Handsome guy Chen Yi, who rose to power overnight and became the female president's favorite. This title achieved. Can go to write a web novel? Surely a big fire. Ha ha ha. Zhang even beamed at the sight. Very exasperated, he glared at Chen Yi. Indignantly, he said, You're still laughing. Don't you think this is horrible and weird? If it was just a general rumor mongering it would be just that. The key is that this person actually clearly knows that I embraced kiss with you in the office, which is likely to be someone within the group. Hear that? Chen Yi was stunned at first. Immediately afterward, he narrowed his eyes and took a closer look at the message on his cell phone. Scroll down. Found that there was indeed a post titled, After Work Today. Which male subordinate did the female president Zhang Evening flip over? The post. The poster cleared the air in the comments. Just tonight, female president Zhang Evening met her male subordinate Chen Yi privately in her office, and the two of them forgot to kiss. Chen Yi's deep eyes were in a state of security. After thinking for a few moments, he raised his head and looked at Zhang Evening fixedly, his pupils unfathomable. It shouldn't be hard to find out who this person is posting, because it's a fact that we forgot to kiss in this office last night. Since the man knew about it, it means that he either had access to the surveillance equipment throughout the group's buildings, or he was eavesdropping directly outside the office door. Always, definitely someone on the inside, and a stupid one at that. Hearing Chen Yi's analysis, Zhang Even's expression was a bit unnatural. She lowered her eyes and pursed her somewhat swollen lips, stammering, well, I just wanted to ask you, did you see anyone ahead of time when you came up here last night? Or is there anyone in the group who has their eye on you? Chen Yi slightly lowered his long eyelashes. A quick recollection of last night's experience ran through his mind. A few moments later, his eyes lit up. Seriously, there's really someone suspicious. When I returned to the office last night, I met the receptionist, Qin Xiaoman. She thought I'd left something behind and wanted to come up with me, but I turned her down. But she didn't follow me when I got into the elevator and came up at that time. Zhang Evening tilted her face up, blinking her pretty eyes. She looked at Chen Yi. Fade asked, oh, so it seems like it could really be her. I've asked Zhou Ping to look into it. If it's really her, that's easy. By the way, this Qin Xiaoman, what is her relationship with you? She doesn't like you, does she? Chen Yi lowered his eyes and met Zhang Evening's gaze. Looking at this stunning face close at hand, Chen Yi was suddenly stunned, his mind slightly confused. The tone was light and teasing. Seems like it, she's very forward and loose with me. Unlike you, who always rejects people, and sometimes wants to reject them in a way that's inscrutable. I'm thinking about it, whether I want to stay with her or not. Chapter 122 Big Deal. The two of us take the kids and live alone. Zhang Evening bit her lip and let out a light hum through her nose, blinking her delicate eyes. She said coldly, oh, congratulations then. Since she threw herself at you so voluntarily, what are you hesitating for? Let's hope that the person who posted the rumor wasn't Qin Xiaoman, or else she'll definitely be fired and you won't be able to see her in the company from now on. Speaking, Zhang Evening hugged her arms, a light and soft top that instantly paints a picture of undulating fluidity. Not an ounce of extra flab. Proud of her breasts and thin waist, she was so beautiful that she looked like she had stepped out of a comic strip. Add to that a pair of long, slender, straight black silk legs, and just standing still can make one's heart skip a beat. Already had such a delicate and charming stunning woman. How could he still look at a person of mediocre beauty like Qin Xiaoman? Chen Yi pulled at his throat. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised as he continued to use Qin Xiaoman to irritate Jiang Evening. Xiaoman is a simple and kind girl. I'm sure she didn't do this. She just happened to meet with me at that point in time. And when the results of the investigation come back, she'll be cleared. Jiang Evening's brows furrowed. Why does this guy trust that Qin Xiaoman so much? Simple goodness? Sheesh. What simple, kind-hearted girl would throw herself at a man who was not yet in a committed relationship? And, if he was interested in her, why did he crash into the office last night and force himself to kiss her? This guy, he's so shameless. Jiang Evening turned around. The voice was cold. The person who posted the rumor. Hopefully it's not that simple and kind girl of yours. Okay, you go back. It's just something you know in your heart. If my bodyguard Zhou Peng approaches you to find out what happened last night, you have to fully cooperate with him. After saying that, Jiang even did not look back. Instead, he took long strides and walked straight to his desk. With long legs and hips, she walked shapely, like a rose swaying in the wind. Chun-Yi looked steadily at Jiang Evening's back. The eyes were deep, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. You're giving yourself an expulsion order? You were fine just now. You're not jealous, are you? Chun-Yi didn't want to leave. He followed quickly, stopping in front of Jiang Evening's desk. Don't be mad. I was just teasing you. How could I like that Qin Xiaoman? It's not that she's bad, but she's not my type at all. Jiang Evening sat in his office chair, blinking rapidly. An imperceptible flicker of panic flashed in the back of her eyes. Explaining, how could I be angry? How could I be angry at a female employee? Whether you like that Qin Xiaoman or not is none of my business. Chun-Yi bent down, hands propped up on the desk in front of him. Getting close to Jiang Evening, she said, Xing Xing, you are the most generous and the most good at putting things away. Enough of this nonsense. I'm asking you now, when are you going to let me see the 3 kids? If you still won't admit that the 3 children are mine, then I will definitely take a paternity test with them. You know in your heart if the child is my own flesh and blood. Jiang even was stunned. The expression instantly became a little unnatural. After a few moments of contemplation, she raised her eyes and sighed. Pluckily, she said, Shan-Yi, as you know, marriage has been about the right family since ancient times. Our Jiang family is really no match for your Chen family. Your Chen family is a family of books, and your uncles and aunts are all knowledgeable and learned. Unlike our Jiang family, several generations of people have been fighting in the mall, and then they got rich overnight. It's not too much to say that they are a tycoon. You need to stop dwelling on the ridiculous things we've done and move on to find someone who's really right for you. Jiang Evening seemed to have some sensible words. Listening to Chun-Yi caused his mind to wander for a while. Dare Jiang even didn't want to get involved with herself anymore because of the relationship between the 2 Chen Jiang families. Looks like Mom was right. Jiang Evening also had bitter feelings. She didn't want to involve the Chen family again, but just because of the conflict between the 2 families. Just to have 3 children sacrificed? Make yourself unrecognizable from your children? This is not too cruel. Thinking about it, Chun-Yi's gaze was like a torch. Seriously, he said, Jiang Evening, you can't be like this. 3 babies, but my own flesh and blood. My seed. I have a right to see them. And, children can't grow up without their father's involvement. No matter what the relationship between our 2 families is, and whether or not it's appropriate to tie the knot, it won't stop me from recognizing my child. The big deal is that the 2 of us are living alone with the kids, away from the conflict and strife between the families. Chun-Yi finished. Jiang even suddenly paused, eyes wide, expression of surprise. Shan-Yi, you, what are you talking about? The 2 of us with the kids over? Don't you forget that we were originally just a one-night stand and then a pretend couple. Shan-Yi smiled. The body continued to move forward. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes becoming searchingly playful. Pressing his voice, he said, what happened to the one-night stand? Couples don't have to be more harmonious than our one-night stands. For us men, love for a woman comes from love at first sight. One glance set the jungle in motion. One glance to know that it was you who was loved and no one else. A man's love is so simple. He knows at the first sight, whether he feels for you or not, whether he desires you or not. Chen-Yi's simple and straightforward words. It caused Jiang Even's cheeks to blush. She raised her head and looked at Chen-Yi, but she was scalded by Chen-Yi's ambiguous and hot eyes. The scent of the man's intense hormones enveloped her in an instant. She pursed her lips. Stammering, he said, Shan-Yi, you're thinking too simply. Chen-Yi shook his head slightly, interrupting. No, you're the one who's overcomplicating things. I can kind of see that you're only killing and thundering about running the company. You're almost clueless and indecisive when it comes to emotional matters. Looks like, the future of the 3 babies is going to be up to me. Jiang even beamed, glared at Chen-Yi, questioning, what do you want? Chen-Yi's eyes were deeply secluded. The expression was unruly. That's out of your hands. I'll lead the way for what's ahead for our family of 5. John even instantly had a speechless expression on her face. Exasperated. He said, "Who's with your family of 5? Do you want some face? And, it's okay now. You can get out." Chenny shook his head and smiled, unperturbed, and with steady steps, he made his way to a side couch. After taking a seat on the couch, he leaned his body back. The posture was laid back and the 2 long legs were stretched out naturally. Seeing that Chenny not only didn't leave, but even sat his butt on his couch, Jiang Evening suddenly raised her willow eyebrows. Indignantly, she said, "Chan-yi, what are you doing? I said there's nothing more to do now, so you can go back." Whoops. Chan-yi, however, raised his sword brows, and a strange luster flickered in the bottom of his eyes. In a hushed voice, "I'm not leaving. Anyway, it's already common knowledge that you and I were kissing in the office. In that case, I have nothing to take into account. Today, I'm here with you." Chapter 123. Tell him to leave the Chen family immediately. Seeing Chen-yi with a slutty, deadpan look, Jiang Evening puffed up both cheeks in anger. Stretching out her jade hand, she pointed at Chen-yi and said, "You, why are you such a rascal? This is my office, my place. How can you be so righteous? If you don't leave, I'll call the bouncer." Said. Jiang Evening stood up in a mischievous manner, tearing away the chair. She twisted her thin waist and walked quickly towards Chen-yi. Chen-yi shook his head chestily, narrowing his eyes. A smile parted his face. Ta-da-da-da-da. The crisp clatter of high heels knocked on Chen-yi's heart one by one. His mind was prepared. Next, not waiting for Jiang even to come to the front, Chen-yi's long arm reached out and pulled Jiang Evening's white and slender arm. Then he gave a little push. The woman with the soft body was then swept into his arms. Jiang Even was suddenly startled. The beautiful eyes widened and her long lashes flickered slightly. After coming back to his senses, shamed and annoyed, she struggled with all her strength. The 2 pink fists kept pounding Chen-yi's hard and tight chest. Shyly, she said, "Chan-yi, let go of me. This is my office. You're being flippant. You've got a lot of nerve. You've got to let go of." Well, Jiang Evening's voice was quickly drowned out. Her body was bound into a hot, strong embrace. The unspoken words were implied in a passionate kiss full of affection. Chen-yi's eyes erupted with fire and his hands wandered. He's had a few girlfriends and many a kiss. Yet, it has never felt so marvelous. Jiang Evening's sweet and soft lips, hot and full body, incredibly perfect. If she hadn't been in the office, if she hadn't yet healed from childbirth, he really wants to give her to. Now, first floor lobby, front desk reception. Qin Xiaoman looked nervous, sitting on the office chair as if on pins and needles. She went over and over in her head what she had done last night. Originally, it was just to let off steam. It was only on an impulse that he used his trumpet to post a thread exposing the relationship between Chen-yi and Jiang Even. But then the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. In a fit of rage, she took a bottle of red wine out of the refrigerator and drank one glass after another. As the wine passes the 3 rounds and gradually becomes slightly drunk, she opened the posting forum again and clicked on the thread she had posted. After only an hour, thousands of comments appeared below the post. Netizens were extraordinarily interested in the female president's private affair, leaving messages and pursuing posters for gossip about Jiang Evening in Chen-yi. Qin Xiaoman vaguely remembered. After drinking, she seemed to lose her mind and became oblivious, replying to several comments in a row. She didn't know if she had mentioned the fact that Jiang even had tangled with Chen-yi in the office. If it is really mentioned, then it's over. Wouldn't that be the same as blowing your own cover and shooting yourself in the foot? Think about it. Qin Xiaoman was so scared that her spine chilled and cold sweat flowed down her face. At this time, Lu Mengyao, a colleague on the side, seemed to notice Qin Xiaoman's abnormality. She tapped Qin Xiaoman's shoulder. Concerned, "Xiaoman, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale and tired? Are you sick?" Qin Xiaoman snapped back to her senses, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. With an awkward smile, he said, "No, it's fine. Probably because I didn't sleep well last night. Right, Dream Yao? Did you watch the news this morning? Is there any gossip about our Mr. Jiang on it?" Lu Mengyao shook her head with a nervous expression. Hold out a finger and put it to your mouth. Made a shushing motion, whispering, "No, I was in a hurry this morning. How did I have time to swipe my phone? I'm telling you, Xiaoman, you need to pay less attention to gossip news related to our Shanghai group, and don't even talk about it in the company, knowing that trouble comes out of the mouth and we have to be careful what we say. Woe is me." In 4 words, it scared Qin Xiaoman to the core. Think of yourself last night, blinded by jealousy and hatred. On impulse, he even posted a thread exposing Jiang Evening in Chen-yi. This is just too impulsive and reckless. Even scarier. After some careful and detailed recollections, she was even more terrified. At this very moment, she kept praying in her mind, regarding the matter of overhearing Jiang Evening and Chen Yi lingering in the office. He must have definitely not said anything about it after drinking. That thing, if it's told, any fool could have guessed that the post was from someone inside the company. That's like shooting yourself in the foot. Getting fired from a company is a minor offense, and there's a good chance you'll be arrested for violating someone's privacy. Think about it. Qin Xiaoman could no longer calm down and continue working. She looked at Lu Mengyao with an anxious face. In a trembling voice, she said, "Mengyao, stare at yourself for a while, will you? I'm in a bit of a hurry. I have a stomachache and I need to go to the bathroom." Lu Mengyao hurriedly waved his hand at his words. Sharply, "No problem, go ahead. If you don't feel well, you call me." Qin Xiaoman took a big breath and gratefully said, "Thank you, Mengyao." Having said that, Qin Xiaoman hurriedly grabbed the handbag on the side and pulled out tissues and a cell phone from it. Then he hurried in the direction of the bathroom. Along the way, she couldn't stop her legs from shaking. As he was nervous, his lips began to turn white, and his teeth clacked in his mouth. Just as she rushed into the bathroom in a panic, trying to open my phone to secretly delete that post when no one was there, a tall and powerful man in black suddenly appeared in front of him. The man in black had a suit and a stern face. Speaking in a cold voice, she said, "Qin Xiaoman, come here with me." Qin Xiaoman shivered. Bracing himself, he stumbled. What are you?" "I'm a receptionist for the Shanghai group. What do you want to do to me?" said. Qin Xiaoman snapped her head around and opened her mouth to shout. At this moment, the man in black took an arrow step forward and strangled Qin Xiaoman's arm. Eyes shadowy, he said, "I'm Mr. John's man. You know in your own heart what I came to you for. City West, the Chen family compound." Shin Shuyin was humming a little song as she stood in front of the mirror, trying on some newly received tailored cheongsams. The floating clouds disperse and the bright moon shines on people. Reunion and beauty drunk today. Clear line pond. Mandarin ducks play in the water. Chen Shijian leaned against the doorframe. With a mesmerized face, he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Wonderful! My family Shuin's singing voice has always been so ebullient and melodious." Shin Shuin smiled petulantly, walked over and whacked Chen Shijian on the shoulder. Laughing, I asked, "Hubby, aren't you going to a painting exhibition today? Why haven't you gone yet?" Chen Shijian slowly fastened the buttons of his trench coat jacket, softly said, "I'm not worried that you can't eat well at home. I just went to instruct the cooks a few times. You've been sleeping poorly for the past few days. I'll ask them to make you some nourishing and calming dishes." Shin Shuin took Chen Shijian's hand. Implicitly, she said, "You, of late, have been hiring cooks and nannies. I'm not old enough to be served by so many people." Chen Shijian hemmed and hawed, organized the camera bag on his chest. "I'm more comfortable having someone at home to take care of you while I'm away." "Well, go ahead and try it on. I'm going now," said. Chen Shijian then took a step and crossed out of the bedroom door. Just then, Nanny Fang's sister-in-law came over from the yard in a hurry, reporting, "Sir, ma'am, there's someone at the door." Chen Shijian was on his feet. Faintly, he asked, "Oh, who is it?" Sister-in-law Fang said seriously, "A gentleman named Jiang Qinghuai, and his wife. Should we invite them in?" Hear that? Chen Shijian and Shin Shuyin instantly glanced at each other, surprise written in their eyes. After a few seconds of bewilderment, Shin Shuyin hesitated. "Should we not let them enter?" The words were not yet spoken. Chen Shijian waved his hand violently. Crossing his eyes, he said, "Out of sight. Tell them to leave the Chen family immediately." Chapter 124 Woman. Stop talking tough about not liking me. Shin Shuyin opened her mouth and didn't speak. After all, the husband's decision is human. When I think about it, my own family was full of joy to meet with the Jiang family. However, he didn't want to be humiliated by that thug Jiang Qinghua using all kinds of language, and even had his bodyguards drive him away. Who could stand such a gross insult to character? There is a saying, if it is easy to forgive someone for what they have done to you, then you deserve what you have suffered. Sister-in-law Fang stood to the side in fear, so scared that she didn't dare to breathe a single breath. She had just come to the Chen family not long ago. It had always been thought that the Chen family couple was gentle and mild-mannered, without much temper. Didn't realize. As soon as he heard the name of the person outside the door just now, the gentleman's face instantly grimaced. Mrs. S. face was also thick with anger. Can it be that the couple outside the door are the Chen family's enemies? But speculation was speculation, and as a servant, Sister Fang knew it wasn't her place to ask. "Yes, sir, I'll tell them to leave," Sister-in-law Fang carefully said. After saying that, Sister-in-law Fang turned around and walked towards the courtyard door with hurried footsteps. Chen Shijian and Shin Shuyin folded their arms and walked into the main hall. After sitting down on the couch, Shin Shuyin's brow wrinkled. Puzzled, honey, did the sun come out of the west today? For good reason. Why did this Jiang Chenghui suddenly come to our house? Chen Shiqian slowly took off the camera bag hanging on his chest. Thoughtfully, he said, nothing is going on. Probably because of little Knight and the 3 children. But even if it's about the baby, I don't want to see someone like that. Qin Shui nodded. Coldly grunting, he said, that's right. We can't just let him bully us. We went to his house and he mocked and humiliated us. Now he has something to come and we have to let him in? What a shameless, thuggish, shrewish scoundrel. Chen Shiqian raised his hand, patting Qin Shui's shoulder for fear. Soothingly, he said, come on, there's no need to get angry with this kind of person. We'll do what we discussed last night, and it's time to move quickly. Qin Shui blinked. Reaching out, she helped her husband straighten the collar of his trench coat jacket. Softly, he said, it's not too late, so I'll contact late now? Or should we wait until you return from the painting show to confer? Chen Shiqian waved his hand. With a subdued smile, he said, get in touch now. I'm not going to the painting show. No matter how important a painting exhibition is, it's far less important than the 3 grandchildren of our Chen family. Chen Shiqian paused. With that, he picked up his cell phone and made a call to his best friend who was running the painting show. The Chen family compound. Outside the gate. What? Not seeing us? Jiang Chenghui raised his thick eyebrows and said incredulously. Jolie pulled Jiang Chenghui's sleeve. Stepping forward, he politely spoke. May I ask, is it true that Mr. Chen Shiqian doesn't see us? Are your Mr. and Mrs. home now? Sister Fawn's expression was a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat. Picking up his chin, he said seriously, at home or not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, our Mr. and Mrs. don't want to see you, so please leave. Having said that, Sister Fong sighed and directly turned around and walked back into the courtyard. Clang! The door slammed heavily. Jiang Chenghui and Jolie looked at each other in disbelief. Yes, we came all the way from the east to the west of the city and took the initiative to come over and meet them. It's too much for them to just close the door. Jiang Chenghui flicked his sleeve. Violent as hell and said. Jolie pursed her lips, her expression somewhat unnatural. Yui spoke up. Don't be angry, husband, we were in the wrong after all. Originally, when the parents of the man and woman met, they were supposed to meet at the man's house. But at first we asked to meet at Zhang's house, and the family agreed. Actually, come to think of it, the Chens are lenient enough with us. When we met, people even brought us gifts worth a lot of money. But we, Jiang Chenghui waved his hand violently, glared at Cho Yuri, stopped by saying, okay, let's leave the past in the past. Cho Yuri rushed to silence at the sight. Just as they were about to return to the car and leave the Chen family, Jiang Chenghui raised his head and glanced at him without thinking. It was actually discovered that the Chen family compound seemed extraordinary. He was in a state of shock. Taking a breath of cool air, he said, wife, what do you think of this courtyard of the Chen family? Weakly sniffed and twisted her head. Observed the size of the Chen family compound. Marveling, he said, just now I was so focused on the doorway that I didn't even see the yard behind it. Now take a closer look. Ouch. What a mansion. Jiang Chenghui's gaze was sharp. His expression complex as he stared at the Chen family compound in front of him. By rough estimation, this mansion covers at least 2,000 square feet. Antique green tiles, emblematic wall tiles. The courtyard walls are tall and magnificent. The courtyard gate is 2 opposite red lacquered solid wood gates with a very large and tall doorway. On both sides of the gate, there is also a pair of lifelike stone lions, 1 male and 1 female each sitting beside the gate. The high acacia and ancient willows in the courtyard, and various colors of valuable flowers and trees can be seen faintly. After a long baffled moment, Jiang Chenghui sighed with emotion. To be able to own such a grand and imposing mansion in this magic city where every inch of land is gold. The economic strength of the Chen family really can't be underestimated. I was the one who looked away in the first place. Churi's brow twitched slightly, as if suddenly remembering something. Hurriedly, he asked, honey, why do I remember that you mentioned it to me in the first place? Say that you've sent someone to investigate the Chen family's background, and that the Chen family is just an ordinary family in the western part of the city. Could it be that you didn't realize that the Chen family had this grand and imposing mansion in the first place? Hear that? Jiang Chenghui was so angry that his eyes erupted with fire. Gritting his teeth, he said, but don't mention it. When I sent Secretary Liu to investigate the Chen family, he actually told me that the Chen family couldn't afford to live in a building, and only had a set of worthless and shabby courtyards. This unseen piece of shit. Stupid ass. Isn't this bad for me? I'll go back and tell him to get lost. It really pisses me off. Having said that, Jiang Chenghui grunted and angrily turned away. Jolie was dumbfounded and sighed repeatedly as she stood in place. Shanghai Real Estate Building. Top floor. General Manager's office. Well, enough, I'm suffocating. Jiang Evening was mortified, even though she is the thunderous, admired by all, female president. But she was so soft and spineless in the face of absolute male strength. Ming Ming was anxious and annoyed, but he didn't dare to shout out. Just let Chenny ruthlessly plunder and invade. For a long time, Chenny raised his head. The tips of her eyes were slightly red, and a streaking fire flickered in them. Dumbly, he said, "Look how well behaved you are now, like a little white rabbit. Remember how you reacted just now, and don't ever say you don't like me again with a stiff upper lip." Chapter 125, Let Go of Me. What if someone comes? Jiang even frowned slightly. Take a big breath of fresh oxygen. Eyes lowered, she said in a delicate voice, "It's not because you bully me on the basis of your strength. Get off me. What if someone comes later?" Chenny smiled uninhibitedly. The voice is magnetic and the breath is crisp. Jiang Evening turned her face away, not wanting to let herself continue to fall. Looking at the woman in his arms, her eyes were mesmerized. Her cheeks were flushed, so delicate that it seemed as if she could pinch out water. Chenny didn't move a muscle. There was absolutely no intention of letting go of her. A few seconds later, he inclined his head and approached Jiang Even's ear. Breath baked her ear. Then scream again. "For me, only then will I consider letting go of you." Jiang Evening bit her lip in anger, her eyes killing Chenny like knives. Hatingly, he said, You've gone too far. Look for yourself. What's all over me?" Chenny lowered his eyes and fixed his gaze. It was only then that I realized that Jiang Even's body was miserable. His eyelids tightened, and he stroked Jiang Even's cheeks painfully. Just as he was planning to get up and move away from Jiang Evening's body, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock knock, 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 knock. Heard a knock on the door. Jiang Wan was suddenly nervous. She pushed hard, trying to break free from Chen Yi's arms. However, what she didn't expect was this. Without permission, the person outside the door had trespassed. The door to the room opened. Zhou Peng came in hurriedly with a document. "Mr. Jiang, by investigating the surveillance of the entire building, I found." Zhou Peng was busy opening his mouth to report. However, one sentence was not yet finished. He then felt something was wrong. Why is there no one behind the desk? "Mr. Jiang went out?" Zhou Peng frowned and subconsciously looked around. Just for a moment he turned his head. His whole body froze, only to see that a man and a woman were tightly entwined on the sofa aside. Take a closer look. The man on top is Chen Yi, the rumored subject of Mr. Jiang, and the woman who was springing to life underneath turned out to be Mr. Jiang. Crouching grass. What's the deal with this? Did you come at a bad time? Spoiled Mr. Jiang, having witnessed such an exposed side of Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang wouldn't silence himself, would he? Hiss. It's scary. After a brief moment of consternation, Zhou Peng hurriedly turned around, hung his head low, and stood stiffly on all fours. Jiang even was so ashamed that she couldn't help but cover her eyes. After a few seconds, she stood up stiffly. Hands were busy straightening her clothes, and her long, messy, slightly damp hair. Chen Yi, on the other hand, took a seat directly on the sofa and straightened his body with an air of calmness, and then he crossed his legs, gazing affectionately at, like a frightened bunny, the panicked Jiang Evening. After a while, it took Jiang even to gather herself, reinstated the image of the domineering, high-flying female president. Her red lips lightly opened as she faintly said, "Zhou Peng, go ahead." Zhou Peng turned around with a very embarrassed expression. Nervously, he said, "Jiang, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone without your permission." Jiang Evening raised her hand, interrupting, "Cut the crap and get down to business." Zhou Peng swallowed and gulped. "I pulled up all the surveillance in the entire group yesterday. It's gone back one by one to check everyone who was in the building at the point in time you mentioned. In the end, I realized that one person was the most suspicious." Jiang Evening raised her beautiful eyes. Coldly, he said, "Who?" Zhou Peng decisively said, "A female employee named Qin Xiaoman. This person is our group's lobby receptionist." Jiang Evening hugged her arms, pacing gently. Quizzically, he said, "Oh, what makes you think it's her?" Zhou Peng held up the investigation document in his hand. "Seriously," he said, "because at that point in time, other than you and Assistant Director Chen, only Qin Xiaoman came here. The surveillance clearly caught her eavesdropping outside your office door." Hearing this result, Jiang Even was suddenly stunned. She couldn't imagine that there would be such a bold female employee in her company, not to mention trespassing on the top-floor high-level office area, but actually having the audacity to eavesdrop. It seems that the entire group needs a thorough inventory and remediation up and down the line. Thinking about it, Jiang even turned her head to look at Chen Yi. I wonder what exactly is the relationship between Chen Yi and this Qin Xiaoman. Was it really as Chen Yi had said, that Qin Xiaoman was unilaterally pestering him? Might as well. While we're at it, try it out. Chen Yi, what do you think about this matter? Zhang Evening narrowed her eyes and asked. Chen Yi leaned leisurely on the sofa. The expression is lazy and the corners of his mouth are slightly raised. He glanced at Zhang Evening and said carelessly, "Me, I don't have an opinion. If she did lie down outside the office door and eavesdrop, then she is indeed the most suspicious. Or, almost certainly, she's the poster." Zhang even glanced meaningfully at Chen Yi. Qin Xiaoman is going to be in big trouble. Why is this guy not nervous at all? He looks like he's not concerned. Could it be that he really didn't have the slightest affection for this Qin Xiaoman? After a pause, Zhang Evening asked, "Zhou Peng, where is Qin Xiaoman now?" Zhou Peng looked at the office door, replied, "When I went to look for her just now, she was sneaking off to the bathroom with her cell phone. Right now, she's right outside the door." Zhang even raised an eyebrow. Casually, he said, "Oh, then let her in." Zhou Peng nodded and walked straight to the door. A few seconds later, Qin Xiaoman was dragged into the office by Zhou Peng as if she was carrying a chicken. Enter the door. Qin Xiaoman's expression was horrified, her legs shaking like a sieve. She timidly glanced at Zhang Evening and then dropped her eyes to Chen Yi. Opening his mouth, he defended. "Zhang, Mr. Zhang, I didn't do it. As you know, I'm the receptionist for our group. And last night I was just..." Zhang Evening's expression was a bit impatient, coldly glaring at Qin Xiaoman, her gaze morose. Snapped. "Alright, don't be sophomoric. The surveillance was clearly captured. You were eavesdropping outside my office door. And, correctly, I don't think you've had a chance to delete that post yet." Qin Xiaoman was blocked speechless by Zhang Even. Her face was white and she was in a cold sweat. Shivering, he said, "Mr. Zhang, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. It was a moment of confusion that caused me to make a big mistake. It's me who couldn't recognize my own identity and actually competed with you. Jealous that Chen Yi loves you and not me. I'm begging you, can you please leave me alone?" I came from the rural areas of northern Shaanxi province, and it took a lot of hard work to get into college and join our group. Will you be so kind as to spare me this time? I immediately apologized online and said it was all a rumor I was making out of nothing. Zhang even glanced at Qin Xiaoman with a disgusted expression, then turned around. With a shapely stride, she walked modestly to the desk. Chapter 126 Ding, you have joined the loving family group chat. At this point, Qin Xiaoman saw that Zhang even was indifferent in the face of her pleas for mercy. Immediately scared out of his wits, he actually flopped down on his knees. With a sniffle and a tear, he said, "Mr. Zhang, how do you plan to punish me? I really know I'm wrong. Please don't fire me. Chen Yi, for the sake of our acquaintance, can you plead for me?" Saw the scene. Zhang Evening felt speechless. She didn't bother to look at Qin Xiaoman, who was kneeling on the ground like a crazy bitch. Once again, the question was thrown to Chen Yi. "Chen Yi, what do you think? What should be done with her?" Chen Yi was originally watching the play with great interest. Suddenly being asked this by Zhang Even, instantly touching his nose, he said uncertainly, "I don't know. You are the leader. Why are you asking me, an employee, for my opinion instead? If I had to say it, I think it would be better to just hand it over to the police. After all, it is against the law to expose the privacy of others at will." "Say it." Chen Yi smiled contemptuously. He didn't bother with a woman like Qin Xiaoman, much less in the mood to plead for her. Kicking her out of the company would be a clean slate instead. Save her the trouble of pestering herself endlessly. Zhang even nodded slightly. Waving his hand, he said, "Zhou Peng, just do what Chen Yi said. Just hand Qin Xiaoman over to the police directly." Zhang Evening's words just fell. Qin Xiaoman then screamed and collapsed to the ground, breaking down and crying. He said, "Don't, Mr. Zhang, please. If I'm handed over to the police, my future will be completely ruined. How am I going to get a foothold in Mordor in the future? What company would want someone with an ex-conviction? Chen Yi, you have a cruel heart. In vain, I have been devoted to you. I am no better, but I have never hurt you, have I? Can't you help me, please?" Facing Qin Xiaoman's hoarse cries for mercy, Chen Yi shrugged expressionlessly. A look of help was thrown at Zhang Even. Zhang Even understood and flicked his hand, signaling Zhou Peng to take Qin Xiaoman away. A few moments later, silence returned to the office. Zhang Even raised her hand and touched her cheeks, which were still a bit hot. Turning his back to Chen Yi, he said, "Now, can you go back? You're still an employee of Shanghai after all. You can't keep missing work for no reason, right?" Chen Yi leered. At this moment, he knew exactly what was in Zhang Evening's mind. Just got tossed around too much by myself. At this point, she needs to rest. There is a need to calm down. A need to suppress the fire in your heart. Okay, I'll go down then. Call me anytime you miss me, Chen Yi whispered. Seeing that Jiang Even did not respond, after taking a fond glance at Jiang Even's absolutely beautiful back, Chen Yi turned around and walked out of the office. Hear the door to the room close. Jiang Evening twisted his head. After making sure that Chen Yi had left, she let out a light sigh of relief. With that, he walked quickly to his desk and pulled a vanity mirror out of a drawer. When you see yourself in the mirror, Jiang Even instantly had 2 black eyes and almost fainted. She gritted her teeth, muttering, "It's over. Totally over. Chen Yi the big bad, big devil. He kissed me until I almost choked last night. My lips are sore and swollen, and my neck is flaky and bloody. I can't believe I just tortured myself again for so long that I'm practically shameless now. If this were really married to him, wouldn't we be ravaged by him in every way every day? Just thinking about it gives me a leg ache." Shame and anger. Jiang Evening took out the cosmetics in her bag and carefully made up her makeup in the mirror. At this point, the cell phone rang suddenly. Jiang Evening continued to touch up her makeup while freeing up a hand to pick up the phone. Saw the caller was an unfamiliar number. Jiang Evening's voice was polite and cool. "Hello? Soon." A somewhat familiar voice came from the other end of the line. "Little Knight, I'm your Auntie Shin, Chen Yi's mom. Do you remember me?" Chen Yi's mom? Jiang Even's heart thumped. Auntie's voice. How could she not remember it? She is so cheerful and warm and genuinely gracious. But, after all, it had been over a year since then, and it was inevitably awkward to hear her voice again. I don't know. What was Chen Yi's mom doing calling him out of the blue? Jiang Evening laughed softly. Greeting. "Hello Auntie. Of course I remember you. I even went to your house for dinner, and you came to the office to bring me food." A giggling, cheerful laugh came from the cell phone. "Late. Auntie wants to see you about something very important." When I say that, you must have guessed what Auntie wanted to see you about. "Late, do you have time today? Let's meet." Jiang Evening bit her lip. The expression was a little unnatural. Chen Yi's mom suddenly asked this, and for a moment, she didn't know how to answer. Just as she hesitated and hesitated, across the room, Shin Shuyin spoke softly and kindly comforted her. "Little Knight. Aunt and uncle already know about the 3 children. You don't have to explain anything. Auntie understands your plight. You're such a child. You're such a pain in Auntie's ass. I can't believe I survived the pain of an October pregnancy and the pain of childbirth all by myself. Auntie just thinks about it." Hearing warm words from across the room, Jiang Evening's heart instantly softened. Her voice trembled a little as she blinked back the tears that filled her eyes. "Auntie, don't say that. In the beginning, it was our Jiang family that wronged you, and our Jiang family owes you an apology." Shin Shuyin sighed. Hurriedly, he stopped Jiang Even from continuing. "Late, let bygones be bygones. Anyway, you're a good boy. You've done nothing wrong, and Auntie has always been especially fond of you. Little Knight, Auntie knows that you decided to have the baby yourself in the first place because you didn't want to disturb Chen Yi's life anymore. But you know what? Chen Yi has never let go of you since the beginning. He has always loved you. How about this? Auntie knows you're working. The meeting will wait. Let's add WeChat first." Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes tightened. "Add a microphone? Looks like there's nothing wrong with that. Better than letting myself meet with them now." After continuing to chat for a few more words, Jiang Even hung up the phone. Soon, Shin Shuin's friend verification message was then sent. Jiang Evening hesitated and passed her verification. However, what caught her off guard was this. Just added WeChat. Not even a second. Shin Shuin then pulled her into a group chat. Jiang Even was shocked. Upon closer inspection, the name of the group chat. Why is it so familiar? Love one another as a family. What's going on here? A repeat of a scene from a year ago? Chapter 127. The Chen family is even richer. Don't be so crazy. After entering the group chat, out of curiosity, Jiang Even immediately clicked on the group chat message. Fruity. It's none other than Chen Yi's home crowd. There were 6 members in the group, and Chen Yi's avatar was being among them. After being stunned for a moment, Jiang Even returned to the group chat dialog box, prepared to face the Chen family openly. She knew very well what Chen Yi's mom was calling her for. He also knew what the Chen family was most concerned about at the moment. The 3 babies were, after all, the bloodline of the Chen family, and the only bloodline at that. Since they already knew that the 3 babies were their own, how could they possibly leave the 3 bloodlines alone? Group chat, loving family. Chen's mom. Hug, 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 hug. A drink of tea, Chen's father Xiao Evening. Welcome back. Did you miss Uncle's cooking? A drink of tea, Papa Chen. Uncle, remember, your favorite food is my charcoal grilled lamb chops, and soybean stewed pig's feet. Laughs, laughs. Folding fan in white, Aunt Agu. My precious nephew-in-law is here. Aunt is so happy. Folding fan in white, aunt, red packet, baby niece and nephew. Take it. Folding fan in white, auntie, red packet, have a happy day. Folding fan in white, auntie, red packet, getting more beautiful. Tangly pan-fried snow, Chen's mom haha. When you is just trenchant. I like it, you know. Tangly pan-fried snow, Chen's mom shall evening take it. Don't be polite. Tangly pan-fried snow, Chen's mom first collect your ants. Then collect your ants, hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. Tangly pan-fried snow, Chen's mom, red packet, happy little night. Tangly pan-fried snow, Chen's mom, red packet, Xiaonian's peace and prosperity. A drink of tea, Chen's father hey. Hey, it's my turn. Late must take it. Folding fan in white, auntie brother. Don't grab it from me. I haven't finished posting it yet, blank stare. Soon. The group chat dialog box is full of clear red envelopes. It's like a non-stop rain of red envelopes. And each red packet has a large denomination. Almost exclusively 88888. 999,999 transfers. Crazy, right? Even if the Chen family is rich, they shouldn't be so crazy. It's as if all this money came from the wind. You can smell the strong odor of money through the screen. Jian even looked dumbfounded. After freezing for a moment, she hurriedly picked up her cell phone, her fingers flying to the screen. Jiang evening, I appreciate everyone's thoughts. I'm really flattered. Jiang Wan, uncle, auntie, please stop now. Jiang evening, emoticon, please, emoticon, please, emoticon, please, emoticon, please. Jiang evening, no merit, no reward. I appreciate everyone's thoughts, but I won't accept the red packet. Whoops. Jiang Even's few words had just been sent out. It was instantly drowned in the rain of red envelopes. This was interspersed with a few words from Papa Chen. A drink of tea, Chen's father Xiao evening. You got credit, thumbs up. A drink of tea, Chen's father you have done a great service to our Chen family. Uncle thanked you on behalf of the Chen family, thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up. Jiang even blinked her pretty eyes glued to the dialogue box. A flicker of emotion flickered in the back of his eyes. For a while, it took this crazy rain of red envelopes to stop. Folding fan in white, and oops. Why doesn't the precious nephew-in-law accept it, frowning. Folding fan in white, and take it. Quickly take it. This little money is nothing. Yes, Xiao Lian. Just put it away quickly, hugs. Tangly pan-fried snow, Chen's mom if you don't take it. Auntie is going to get angry, pouting. A drink of tea, Chen's father Xiao evening. It's for you. Just keep it, serious. Chen's father don't all girls like bags? You'll take it as a gift from your aunt and uncle. And your aunt. To give you a few bags, happily. Tangly pan-fried snow, Chen's mom pfft. Mom Chun how come my old man is suddenly so good at talking? He can actually coax his daughter-in-law ha 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 ha. Tangly pan-fried snow, Chen's mom Xiao evening. You don't know. Tangly pan-fried snow, Chen's mom the time in your uncle's life when he was most excited about cooking was the last time you came over for dinner. Chen's mom now. Ah, he's too lazy to cook for me. He rarely even enters the kitchen door. And actually hires 2 random cooks to cook for me. A cup of tea, Chen's father TSK. TSK. Look at what you're saying. Contemptuous. A drink of tea, Chen's father it's not as if people come every day to little late. But you've been eating my food all your life, skimming his lips. Tangli, Chen's mom hey. Stinky old man, whacking. The thought of the table of delicious and tantalizing dishes cooked by Uncle Chen. Jiang even then couldn't help but gulp. Then, puffing out his cheeks, he began to look back a bit. The oily, charcoal grilled lamb chops and the soft, fall off the bone soybean pig's feet. Every bite is memorable. And the juicy, rich, fragrant and white lotus root and pork bone soup. A sip of this warms the body and nourishes the body with nutrients. Even a simple veggie stir-fry with broccoli was tender and delicious. After reminiscing about the food made by Papa Chan, and look at the flirting in the group chat between Chen's dad and Chen's mom, Jiang Evening was suddenly envious and scared. I have to say, the Chen family has a really great family atmosphere. Harmonious and cozy and together. Surely there are no worries living in such a big family? And then I think about the family atmosphere in my own home. It's a heavenly place. Luckily, Grandma is still around. If we don't have a grandmother, the towering majesty of the father will be utilized to its fullest extent. The mother's obsequiousness will also become more and more apparent. The whole family will be filled with seriousness and depression. A few moments later, the conversation in the group chat turned. Father Chen shifted the topic to Jiang even again. A drink of tea, Chen's father by the way. Xiaolian, your aunt should have told you. A drink of tea, Chen's father auntie and uncle would like to meet with you. When do you think you'll have time? Jiang evening, well, uncle, I am afraid I don't have time in the next 2 days. There are a lot of things in the company. Tangly pan-fried snow, Chen's mom it's okay. Little late, it's okay to meet after work. Jiang evening, sure, auntie, then I'll check the schedule. Just when Jiang even felt a bit nervous and rushed, Chen Yi's cousin, Chen Yuyu is on the line. Gong Xiano, cousin sister-in-law. I can't meet you. So let's send a picture first. I miss you. Gong Xiano, cousin sister-in-law's face value is really high to the peak. Send a photo. I want to take it to my classmates to show off. Look. This big beauty is my own sister-in-law. Gong Xiano, cousin really. I've seen all kinds of beautiful women in foreign shows, but none as exquisite and perfect as you. Flamboyant, flamboyant. Folding fan in white, and little children. Don't make trouble, knocking. Gong Xiano, cousin mom. I'm talking to my own sister-in-law. Leave me alone. Zhang even smiled. Chen Yi's cousin, who doesn't look too old. Rather, it was a bit like Zhang Yanyan during her student days. Straightforward and cute. Zhang even considered it for a moment. Thinking to myself, there aren't many people in this group anyway, and they're all Chen Yi's family. There is also no risk of photo leakage. Zhang Evening opened her cell phone album and casually found a daily life photo and sent it over. After posting, by the light of her cell phone screen, she looked at herself inside. Phew. Fortunately, Chen Yi's cousin only wanted a picture of herself, not a video of herself. That's if you make a video call and let them see you like this. Will the group explode? Stinky Chen Yi. Bad. I can't imagine that he has become so bold after this return. It was so blatantly obvious that he had tossed himself around like this in his own office. Group chat. Once the photo of Zhang Evening is posted, the group immediately boiled over. Chapter 128 Uncle and Auntie. Chen Yi. He bullied me. Oh. No need to guess. It was all clear compliments on Zhang Evening's face value. Even his aunt Shen Songji, who was seldom on the line, was full of praise for Zhang Evening's face. Memory framework. Aunt, is this the nephew-in-law? Little Evening, in awe? Memory framing. Auntie, it's really a beautiful country and a great color. Memory framing. Aunt, as a photographer, I have photographed many celebrity faces, but at first glance, I am still amazed at my nephew-in-law's photos. Thumbs up. Memory framing. Aunt, the nephew-in-law's facial features. A standard golden ratio face. 3 quarts, 5 eyes, 4 highs, 3 lows. It's so exquisite. Mayakono, cousin, hey. Hey, I didn't lie to you, did I? Dad. Gong Xiano, cousin sister-in-law, is definitely prettier in person than in her photos. More beautiful than any actress I've ever seen. Tangli panfried snow. Chen's mom, our old Chen family's ancestors' graves are full of smoke. And we have found such a talented and beautiful daughter-in-law. Zhang Evening, you're too kind. I'm just average, shy. A drink of tea. Chen's father Xiao Evening doesn't need to be modest. Auntie is a famous photographer. His evaluation is the most professional and standardized. Zhang even was very embarrassed by the compliment. She hadn't expected it at all. A random everyday photo of myself. Surprisingly, he received a flurry of praise from the Chen family. At this point, Chen Yuyu, who was far away in a classroom at the University of California in the United States of America, suddenly realized that there was someone in the group chat who hadn't said anything all this time. That would be his own cousin. Chen Yi. Sister-in-law is in the group. Why doesn't he say anything? What the hell is this guy up to? Chen Yuyu opened the group member's information and found her cousin's WeChat from it. Immediately sent him a WeChat message. The other side. Shanghai Real Estate Building. Office of the Deputy Director of Finance. Chen Yi sat at his desk, while checking a financial statement that his subordinate had just sent over. He gulped down some herbal tea. Ice-cold tea poured into his belly. The blazing fire of the body was only gradually extinguished. Just now in Zhang Evening's office, although Chen Yi enjoyed a body of soft and delicate wonderful jade body. However, Zhang Wan was still in the postpartum physical recovery period after all. Chen Yi could only keep racking and loading his gun, but couldn't fire a single bullet. That feeling of being all over the place was agonizing. I also wonder if what Zhang Evening said was true. Is it really a no-no for a woman up to 3 months after giving birth? However, because I love her, I can endure even the hardest. Ding! Ding ding ding! A few Microsoft beeps sounded. Chen Yi's thoughts instantly returned. He picked up his cell phone and quickly unlocked the screen and opened WeChat. Yo-yo? Why did this girl suddenly want to get in touch with herself? Chen Yuyu, brother, what are you doing? Chen Yuyu, my sister-in-law is in the group. And you don't say anything, knock on wood. Chen Yi's sword brows furrowed slightly. Lift your finger and tap the screen quickly. Chen Yi, sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? Chen Yi, you girl, what are you talking about? Didn't you go to school today? Chen Yuyu, hurry up and visit the family group, and spend more time with my sister-in-law. Chen Yuyu, brother, you're awesome. You found me such a beautiful sister-in-law, thumbs up, thumbs down. Chen Yuyu, no need to think. The 3 babies of you two must have unbelievable face value. Seeing Chen Yuyu say that, Chen Yi then realized, the sister-in-law she spoke of was Zhang Evening. Chen Yi immediately ended his conversation with Chen Yuyu, and then tapped on the group of family members that he had long ago set up to be message-free. The moment you open the home crowd, Chen Yi instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. Nice guy. What's going on today? What's with the thousands of extra chat conversations all at once? Chenny subconsciously clicked on 1010 unread messages in the upper right corner. Back to the top of the message. A small line of words caught Chenyi's attention. Old mom invited Jiang Evening to join the group chat. Crap. Why did mom drag Jiang Wei into the group? Did Jiang Evening know that he was pulled into the group by her? How are they connected? Chen Yi tapped the screen quickly. Chen Yi, mom. Why did you drag Jiang Evening into the group? Chen Yi, Jiang Evening. If you don't want to stay in this group, you can just quit. Chen Yi's words. It was a big hit with the group. Tangli Pan Shui, mom, what kind of nonsense are you saying? Asshole, angry? Tangli Pan Fried Snow, mom, it's a good thing that Xiao Evening has come to our family group. Not only did you not say welcome to her, you actually spoiled the fun so much. Tangli Fried Snow, mom, not enlightened. It really pisses me off. Angry. Folding fan in white, aunt great nephew. Don't worry. The precious nephew-in-law gets along with us exceptionally well. Folding fan in white, and isn't that right? Late, smiling. Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes narrowed. Evil smiled. Jiang Evening, yes. Auntie, cute. Jiang Even, it doesn't matter. Chenny always talks like this. I've long gotten used to it. A drink of tea, Dad, this kid does have a low EQ and is rather naive, laughs. A drink of tea, Dad, but yeah, he's okay in every other way. He's pretty strong, bad laugh. Jiang Even beamed. The scene of Chenny being quite strong in other aspects couldn't help but appear in his mind. Instantly, a blush crept up her cheeks. She picked up the vanity mirror again and looked at herself in it. Looking at her swollen and sore lips and the flecks of blood at her collarbone, Jiang Evening's eyes rolled. A hint of revenge against Chenny suddenly arose in his mind. Jiang Even, it's okay to have a low IQ. Uncle. Jiang Evening, I am able to tolerate all of these. There is only one thing that is a little difficult for me to bear, aggrieved. This statement was made. The group became anxious. A drink of tea, Uncle Chan unbearable? What the hell's going on? Late. Tangli Fried Snow, Auntie Chin yes. Xiaolian, tell Auntie. Auntie will do it for you, furious. Jiang Evening, it's not really a big deal. It's just that. Chenny sometimes plays around with me and doesn't do anything light or heavy. Jiang Evening, no. It's reddening my neck again, aggrieved, pitiful. Jiang Even finished. The group was silent all of a sudden. It lasted for several seconds. It was only after that the outbreak began. Tangli Pan Fried Snow, Auntie Chen what? This brat actually dared to pinch you? Tangli Fried Snow, Auntie Chen are you crazy? Let's see if I don't beat your ass at Chenny. A drink of tea, Uncle Chen bastard boy. How can you hit so hard, fuming. A drink of tea, Uncle Chen how did Dad teach you? You should learn to be compassionate to girls. You disappoint me too much, fuming. Folding fan white clothes, and yes, great nephew, even if it is playful, but also cannot be no light and heavy. Chenny, I'm innocent. Watching everyone in the group vocalize about Chenny, Jiang Evening puffed and burst out laughing. What a relief. Ha. Oops. Hiss. However, that smile made the cracks at the corners of her mouth hurt more and more. At this point, a private chat message from Chenny was sent. Jiang even hummed in triumph. This guy must have come to plead with himself to put in a good word for him in the group. Unexpected. After tapping Chen Yi's dialogue box, the few messages sent by Chen Yi burned Jiang Even's eyes all of a sudden. Chen Yi, fine. Jiang Evening, you wait. Chen Yi, looks like my force is still too light. You're itching again, aren't you? Chen Yi, I'm coming up now. If you can say it to my face. Chapter 129, Beauty. So beautiful. It's beautiful. Ouch. Jiang even felt bad and couldn't help but scream out. This guy is going to come up to himself? What does he want? You're not going to ravage yourself again, are you? Don't. Jiang Evening bit her swollen and painful lips, gripping his cell phone tightly. His fingers flew as he tapped out a few words. Jiang Evening, don't. You mustn't come up. Jiang Evening, oops. I was just messing with you. I'll say a few words for you in the group now. Jiang Evening, you cannot come up to me. Oh, poor. Seeing Jiang Evening's reply, Chenny hooked his thin lips and spread his teeth in a smile. Oh, this woman has two other faces. Just now, he was being deliberately bad and telling on himself in the group chat. Now as soon as he saw that he was going up to cure her, he immediately began to soften. Interesting. It seems that this domineering and high-cool female president, who is famous in Magic City, is actually a simple and playful little woman in her private life. Chenny continued to return to the group chat. The family's vocal criticism of him continues. Tangli Frying Snow, Mom bastard boy. You're really pissing off Mom. Tangli Fried Snow, old mom to small evening such fragrant and soft girl. You can also get down, angry. A drink of tea, Dad's son. Dad admonishes you to know how to respect and love women. A drink of tea, Dad even if you're just playing around. You have to know the difference, knock on wood. A drink of tea, Dad, you're a big man with a lot of strength. But Xiaonan is a soft girl, so you have to give in to her. Maya kono, you ahem. Maya kono, you why do I think that the two of them might not be fooling around? Gong Zayano, you brother. You two weren't hurting my sister-in-law when you were having sex, were you? Bad smile? Chen Yi, you is the one who understands, bad smile. Jiang even, uncle, auntie, I'm fine now, blushing. Jiang evening, I was just fooling around, and I accidentally overdid it. Jiang evening, in fact, Chen Yi has done very well, he is still very tolerant of me. Folding fan in white, and that's more or less the same. But, great nephew, you need to work harder in the future to make yourself a more considerate and stable man. Dad, it must be because Xiaolan's heart is soft and he can't bear to see this kid get bared. Tangli, Mom, yes. Xiaoyan is so gentle and beautiful, simple and kind. Tangli, Mom, it's like that brat who is so rash. Tongli Pan Shui, old mom, 4 limbs and a simple mind, squinty eyes. Saw that. Chen Yi instantly cut out. How can you still elevate Jian Wan and belittle your own son? It's true that when you have a daughter-in-law, you immediately leave your own son behind. Chen Yi quickly typed out a few unconvincing words, but not before sending it to the group. Just find out. Jiang evening in order to not let him be scolded by his father and mother again. Afraid that he will go up to her again once he is angry. I can't believe I took the initiative to change the subject. Jiang Wan, Auntie, can you send me a picture too? Jiang evening, Auntie's face value and temperament is definitely one of the best. Especially when she wears a cheongsam, thumbs up. Tongli, Mom, ouch. This, Tongli Pan Shui, old mom Xiao evening you let Auntie look for shy, kiss. Tongli Pan Shui, Mom, photo. Jiang evening, oh my god, Auntie wearing a cheongsam is really superb, nymphomaniac. Jiang evening, white skin, elegant, graceful, noble and charming. Jiang evening, the key is, the body also carries a strong smell of books, worthy of being a university professor thumbs up. Jiang evening, it's true, age never fails a beauty. Watching Jiang evening's flurry of rainbow farts to his old mom, Chen Yi frequently bristled. Nice guy, although mom is considered a beautiful woman, but not to the point that Jiang evening boasted about it. This is too much. This woman, she can really act. Talking to herself, she was always cold and an iceberg queen, but when you talk to your own family, that little mouth is sweet. If she were to do a movie, she wouldn't be a proper Oscar winner. Chen Yi continued to look down. Gong Zayano, Yu's sister-in-law is right. Great aunt's face and temperament are truly unique. Maya kono, you weak. Gong Zayano, why do I think that the photo that sister-in-law just posted bears some resemblance to the great aunt? Gong Zayano, you all the same bright-eyed and stunning. Saw what Yo-Yo-chan said. Chen Yi was instantly shocked. What's the situation? Did sister-in-law just send it? Did Jiang Wei just send a picture? Chen Yi didn't want to see any more rainbow farts from the group. Start swiping the screen and quickly scroll up through the chats. Soon, a selfie of Jiang evening came into view. Chen Yi's eyes lit up. Looking at Jiang even on the photo, he was frozen in a flash. Heartbeats half a beat slower. For a moment, he felt his brain stagnate, and he couldn't think of any vocabulary. Straight up words, just keep sighing in your mind. Beauty, so beautiful, gorgeous. This appears to be a vegan photo, or a light makeup photo. Can't imagine. Without makeup, she was surprisingly more beautiful than with elaborate makeup. This is just pure, natural, great beauty. No wonder he kissed her makeup off just now in the office, revealing the skin as it originally was. It was surprisingly as white and delicate as it was. The skin was blown out and tender. However, Chen Yi knew that this photo of Jiang evening was definitely an old photo from before. Because, now, she's even more beautiful than before. The skin is like a cream, and the body is plump. The most is that shy smile, all kinds of flavor around the eyebrows. Chen Yi was watching in fascination. A private chat message from Chen Yu was sent. Chen Yu, brother, what are you doing? Chen Yu, we're all praising great auntie. Why don't you say something? Picks nose. Yu Chen, blind guess you're staring at my sister-in-law's picture and drooling, bad joke. Chen Yu, brother, you're not licking the screen. Are you, color? Chen Yi was a bit tiresome. After saving Jiang evening's photo, he opened Chen Yu's dialogue box. Chen Yi, you girl, so annoying you, disgusted. Chen Yi, underestimating your brother isn't. Chen Yi, your sister-in-law is my woman. Do I need to lick my screen at a photo? Chen Yi, I'm all about hugging straight over and kissing randomly, humph. Chen Yi smiled smugly. With that, the seat was turned around. 2 long legs, cozily resting on the desk. The other end. Jiang even arched her eyebrows as she watched the happy scene in the group chat. After a while, she curbed her laughter, her eyes deep. In fact, she understands it very well. Although the Chen family did not mention the 3 babies on their lips, they must have been very anxious in their hearts. The reason they didn't ask about the 3 babies right off the bat, probably because they don't want to make things difficult for themselves, trying to create a relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere for chatting. Somehow, from the moment he entered Chunyi's home crowd, the fortress of defense Jiang Evening had built up in her heart quickly shattered. Original thought. Since the Jiang and Chen families had completely fallen out, there was almost no possibility of reconciliation. Then, he himself would live with his 3 babies and never bother the Chun family, but get in the group. Looking at the atmosphere of the Chun family, which is a big family with harmony and joy, the thought in her mind then wavered a bit. If the 3 babies could grow up in such a cozy family, I'm sure they would get a lot of love and joy. Moreover, Chen Yi's family members were all such cheerful and forthright people. They must be very eager to meet all 3 babies. Chapter 130, Brother, my sister-in-law sent baby pictures. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang even smiled as if she was relieved. With that, he opened the album while talking to the group. Jiang Evening, actually, I know that it's not my picture that people want to see. Jane Evening, photo. River Night, here's a full moon photo of the babies. Jane Evening, photo. JNN, here's a recent daily photo of the babies. A couple of photos were sent out as soon as they were available. Instantly ignite a group chat. At this time, Chen Yi was still bragging with Chen Yuyu, but unexpectedly, he was shocked by Chen Yuyu's next words. Yuyu Chen, crouch. Chen Yuyu, brother, my sister-in-law posted baby pictures. Go check it out. Chen Yi's pupils dilated all of a sudden. Hands trembling slightly, he opened the group chat. Looking at the pictures of the babies that Jiang Evening had sent to the group, Chen Yi was so excited that his eyes were moist. Tap on the photo. He took in the adorable pictures of the 3 babies with bated breath. Maya Kono, you oh my god, they're so pretty too blah blah blah, stunned emoticon, Gong Zayano, you soft fufu wide-eyed munchkin. Auntie wants to suck a bite Tangli Pan Shui, old mom grandma's precious grandchildren, crying out. Tangli Fan Yue, mom they look just like my dream. White and tender, cute and cuddly. Tangli Pan Shui, old mom big eyes, tiny nose, pink mouth, big cry. A drink of tea, dad our Chen family has a successor. The children and grandchildren are prosperous A drink of tea, dad the 3 precious grandchildren are simply like New Year's Eve dolls. The most beautiful dolls I've ever seen in my life, thumbs up, thumbs down. A drink of tea, dad with the 3 of you. Grandpa has no more regrets in his life. Tangli Pan Shui, old mother baby daughter-in-law. You are a great credit to our Chen family, flowers. Folding fan in white, and it's a great joy. The 3 babies are the future of our Chen family. Folding fan in white, aunt, red packet, prosperity of children and grandchildren. Folding fan in white, auntie, red packet, healthy and safe baby. Tangli Xin Shue, mom, red packet, grandma loves you. Tongli Pan fried snow, mom, red packet, babies. Grandma is adorable by you. A drink of tea, dad, red packet, grandpa's good grandson. Shenny stared intently at the cute pictures of the 3 babies, as well as compliments on the babies from the families in the group. Watch and see. 2 tears were left in his eyes. The heart was so passionate that it was difficult to calm it. After stabilizing his emotions, he clicked on Jiang Evening's avatar and entered the dialog box. Chen Yi, why did you suddenly post so many baby pictures? Chen Yi, you want to open up? You want us to recognize the baby? Chen Yi, do you know that? They are my seed, connected to my blood. Chen Yi, just looking at their photos inspires a strong fatherly love in me, crying. A few seconds later, there was no wait for Jiang Evening's reply. Chen Yi, why don't you say something? Chen Yi, I'll go up to you, love you. Soon. Jiang Evening spoke back. Jiang Evening, don't, not yet. Jiang Evening, I've only just returned to China. And so many things have happened. It's too sudden and greatly exceeded my expectations. Jiang Evening, I need some time to calm down and digest these things. Chen Yi paused. With one hand on his cheek, he pondered for a moment. Chen Yi, well then, you be good. Chen Yi, I'm always here. Love you, color. City East. Jiang Family Estate Villa. Ka. As soon as you enter the door. Old Lady Jiang then turned her head around following the sound, her eyes filled with expectation. Xing Huai. Shaoli. How's it going? What did you guys talk to Chen Yi's parents about? What did you talk about regarding the marriage of the 2 children? Jiang Chenghuai sighed sadly. After sitting down on the sofa, he smoked a cigar without a word. Jolie put down the bag in her hand and sat beside her mother-in-law. Looking dejected, he said, Mom, we haven't even met Chen Yi's parents, so how can we possibly talk? Old Lady Jiang frowned her white eyebrows, puzzled. What, didn't see Chen Yi's parents? Weren't they home when you were there? Weakly waved her hand. The voice trailed off. It's that they don't see us at all. We waited at the door for a while, only to have his house sitter come out and tell us they didn't want to see us. There's no choice but to come back. The words fell. Jolie and Jiang Chenghui looked at each other. Loss was written all over the eyes of both men. Old Lady Jiang slowly lowered her eyelids at the words. After a few moments of contemplation, she nodded slightly and said, "It's not surprising that people don't see them behind closed doors. After all, you were at fault for hurting and offending the other Chen family couple. However, it's okay. Repairing the relationship between the Jiang Chen families can be discussed in the long run. The most important thing at the moment is the marriage of the two children, Little Knight and Chen Yi. You know, they've got 3 babies. They can't keep leaving 3 babies without a complete family." Jiang Chenghui smoked a cigar for a while with a gloomy face. After a reprieve, in a solemn voice, he said, "Mom, I understand everything you said. To be honest, before I knew that Chen Yi was the baby's father, I was still a bit selfish. Looking around, it's just the right time to let the 3 babies take our Jiang family's name, and in this way, it will make up for my regret of not having a son. But after learning that Chen Yi is the father of 3 children, I immediately lost that selfishness. For the sake of Little Knight's lifelong happiness, for the sake of the 3 children having a complete and happy family, I can't be that selfish." Jolie looked at the cute pictures of the 3 babies on her phone's screensaver with her eyes full of heartache. Yui spoke up. "Hey, who says it isn't? However, now that the other Chen family couple is not seeing us at all, there is no chance to repair the relationship between the 2 families. This has really hit a dead end. Look at the sad-looking son and daughter-in-law in front of you." Old Lady Jiang gave them a blank look without any good reason. With that, a big wave of the hand. The bully said, "You too, don't you know how to use your brains more when things go wrong? It seems that it's still up to me, the old lady, to make up her mind." Hearing my mother say that, Jiang Chenghui's dark eyes lit up at once. Eagerly, she said, "Mom, is there something you can do? As long as it's to bring about Xiao Lian and Chen Yi's marriage as soon as possible, so that the 3 babies can have complete families, I'm willing to do anything. I'm the one to blame for all of this. I'm so gutted right now." Old Lady Jiang snorted coldly, glancing at his son with eyes full of disgust. The word was right. "You finally recognized you wrong. You must be humble in the future, and never again be arrogant and overbearing as you were before. For ideas, Mom does have them." Chapter 131, finally raising my eyebrows for once, LOL. Jiang Qinghui picked up the cold tea on the table and took a few sips. With steely eyes, he said, "Mom, just don't worry. Your son is not bad by nature. You know that. I was just mesmerized by the world before. If I can make Little Knight's marriage happen, I'm willing to buy a car and a house for them and have everything needed for the wedding, and it has to be the best." Seeing his son admit his faults with such sincerity, Old Lady Jiang smiled in relief. Chesty said, "Okay, Mom trusts you. In that case, Mom has an idea for you. Although the Chen family couple does not see you, and it may not be possible to resolve the relationship between the 2 Jiang Chen families in a short period of time, but we could have bypassed that route and attacked from another direction first." Cho Yuri was listening to the clouds. She frowned, puzzled. "Mom, what do you mean by that? Attack from another direction? Why can't I understand that?" Old Lady Jiang laughed aloud, slapping Jolie's arm. He said, "You are still young people. Why are you so stubborn? It's the 21st century now. Unlike our time, when marriage required 3 matches and the parents made the decision. Nowadays, if 2 young people are in love, they can just go and get a license when they get their household registration. Although the conflict between the Jiang and Chen families has not been resolved, it doesn't mean that our 2 families don't want these 2 children to be together." Jolie's beautiful eyes lit up. An approving nod. Jiang Chenghui was also listening with rapt attention, nodding frequently at his mother's offer. Old Lady Jiang continued, "Putting aside the conflicts between the 2 families, our little late herself is an excellent girl with both talent and appearance. Now that she has given birth to 3 precious grandchildren for the Chen family, it's impossible for the Chen family not to like her. As long as our Jiang family treats their son well and truly loves him, they definitely won't stop the 2 children from getting married. When parents love their children, they plan far and wide for them. To put it bluntly, the Chen family is just as well-intentioned as we are, and they all hope that the 2 children can come together happily, and that the 3 precious grandchildren can have complete and happy families." Old Mrs. Jiang finished. Jiang Chenghui and Jolie looked at each other. A ray of hope rekindled in the eyes of both men. Jiang Chenghui slammed the table. Excitedly, he said, "Mom's right. That's a wonderful idea. Lori, we'll do what Mom says. Chen Yi is our Little Knight's future husband, the real father of our 3 precious grandchildren. We will treat him like our own son from now on, and love him with all our heart." Weekly nodded her head as if she were pounding garlic. But, on second thought, she was getting worried again. Disappointedly, she said, "But husband, how can we be nice to Chen Yi? People have everything? The Chen family is a hidden powerful family everyone. Their strength far exceeds our family. In terms of economic strength, we are far behind. And in terms of education and talent, we are even less than half as good as others. Jiang Chenghui waved his hand, eyes full of expectation. He said, other people's Xiao Chen is not so snobbish. With his family's financial strength, he can totally hang out with various women and play around with his feelings like a lot of dudes do. But he didn't. He was devoted to Late. For the sake of little Knight. Willing to stay in our company as a small accountant. It's really a deep love. When we treat him, we should exchange our heart for our heart. Zhou Yuri instantly cracked a smile at her words. Rubbing his hands together, he excitedly said, I can't wait. I'm going to contact this wonderful son-in-law of mine right away. So here's the deal. Let's have him come to the house right now to see the baby. Old Lady Jiang waved her hand. Stopping it, he said, Lori, don't be so impulsive just yet. Little Chen is at work right now. It's not too late to come back with little late after work. Otherwise, let's pull Xiao Chun into our family group first. Weekly clapped her hands. Excitedly, he said, yes, Xiao Chen is also a member of our family. I'll pull him in right away. Shanghai Real Estate Building. Office of the Deputy Superintendent of Finance. Chen Yi had just finished his lunch and glanced at the time, which showed that it was 1:30 p.m. He put down his cell phone and leaned back in his chair, planned to take a nice nap. It was at this moment that the WeChat beep suddenly sounded. Chen Yi re-picked up his phone and tapped the lock screen. After opening WeChat, I found that someone had applied to add himself as a friend. Gardenia in Bloom? Who's this? Chen Yi subconsciously clicked through. Gardenia, hello? Yoshi. Chen Yi, hello? May I ask who you are? Gardenia, I'm Little Knight's mom. Chen Yi was instantly taken aback. Jiang Evening's mom. How could she suddenly add her WeChat? What is this? After squaring up, he tapped the screen quickly. Chen Yi, hello Auntie, Shy. Gardenia Blossom, Xiaoyi. Last year's incident. It is our Jiang family wrong. Auntie here first to apologize to you. And your parents. Gardenia, don't worry. Auntie doesn't have any other ideas. She just wants you to get along with Little Knight, so that you can recognize the three babies. See that? A warm current instantly surged through Chen Yi's heart. Although the two families are in deep conflict, but Jiang Evening's mom was still very kind to herself. Now her daughter has given herself 3 more children. In reason, he shouldn't have any hostility towards Jiang Wan's mom either. Chen Yi, Auntie, don't say that. It's all in the past. Chen Yi, I'll be good to Xiaolian. I love her and the 3 babies. Gardenia, good boy. Auntie is touched, crying. Gardenia, you will be Auntie's own son from now on. A part of our family, and Auntie will pull you into the family group now. What? Pulled into a family group? Chen Yi hadn't returned to his senses. He was pulled into a group chat called Happy Family. Group chat, Happy Family. Gardenia Blossom, John's mom, my precious son-in-law Xiaoyi has entered the group. Everyone welcome him, sprinkle flowers. Gardenia Blossom, John's mom in the future. Xiaoyi will be a member of my family. And we will all love him. Old boy, grandma welcome. Welcome. Old boy, grandma, blooming roses / dazzling shiny fonts, meeting his fate rotating fonts. Old boy, grandma Xiaoyi. From now on we will all be the closest and most loving family. Old boy, grandma will first give a big red packet to my Xiaoyi baby. A big red packet. Mirage uncle welcome my niece-in-law to the group and welcome to the family. Petty fan, aunt welcome niece-in-law. Aunt knows that you are an exceptionally good and handsome boy. Master Jiang, Zhang's father Xiao Chana. Uncle does not say anything. In the future. See the performance of Uncle. Master Jiang, Father Jiang, red envelope, for my good son-in-law. Good son. Master Jiang, Zhang's father, red envelope, for my 3 grandchildren's own father. Master Jiang, Zhang's father, red envelope, Xiao Chen and Xiao Evening tie the knot. Gardenia Blossom, Zhang's mom, red packet, baby. Auntie loves you. Look at the group for a quote that is so warm it pokes at your heart. As well as the big red envelope rain that started with Papa Kong leading the way. Chen Yi was touched, and at the same time feel a little weepy. Why is this picture style so familiar? He himself had just been subjected to a heavy shellacking in his home group, getting yelled at by the family. How did this turn into a precious son-in-law with a loving mother-in-law? Does this count as, finally, raising an eyebrow? If Jiang Wan saw it, would she not be mad? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 132, a man with a mother-in-law who loves him is like a treasure. A snicker passed. Watch the group chat fill up with large transfer red envelopes of gold. It flashes so much that it makes your eyes dizzy. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. A mesmerized sniffle. Sniff. The smell of money is in the air. Thinking back to my own childhood, Mom and Dad have always been adhering to the poor son rich daughter ideological concept. When it comes to spending money, you can't be too stingy with yourself. Every time I ask them for money, it's like begging. Even now that we know that our family is rich and has hundreds of millions of dollars, But mom and dad have never voluntarily transferred so much money to themselves either. But moving is moving. Chen Yi knew that he couldn't take this money. After all, he hadn't married Jiang even yet, and wasn't considered the Jiang family's son-in-law. Moreover, just now, in his family's group chat, his family members had sent so many big red envelopes to Jiang Evening. Jiang Wan had confiscated all of them. People Jiang even, a girl, faced with the temptation of such a huge amount of money, was able to turn back without hesitation. How could he, a big man, be so unable to resist temptation? One is not the kind of person who sees money. Chen Yi smiled, then tapped the screen. Group chat, happy family. Chen Yi, uncle, aunt, grandmother, uncle and aunt. Thank you, your kindness is appreciated. Chen Yi, but not the red envelopes, hugs, hugs. Whoops, this word was sent out. The group was instantly abuzz. Gardenia Blossom, Jiang's mom baby son-in-law. Don't you dare to be polite to us, hug, hug. Gardenia Blossom, Jiang's mom, you are our child just like Xiao Evening. Isn't it only right for elders to give their children a few red envelopes? Gardenia Blossom, Jiang's mom, if you don't take it, you don't like auntie, crying, crying. Old boy, grandma, yeah, baby granddaughter-in-law. Don't ever fake it in your own house. Old buddy, grandma, spinning sparkling flowers, it's meant to be together / scrolling font. Master Jiang, Jiang's father Xiaoi, quickly accept it. A little red packet is just a little red packet. It's not worth mentioning. Master Jiang, Jiang's father, you are a great contributor to our Jiang family, thumbs up, thumbs down. Mirage, uncle niece-in-law. Take the red packet as a small gift from uncle. Petty fan, aunt handsome niece-in-law. If you don't accept the red packet, you are hating aunt, aggrieved, aggrieved. Chen Yi watched for a while as his mind boggled. What is this? This can't be a dream, can it? Why does it feel so surreal that this is happening? Calling yourself a baby in every breath. Was this really something you could enjoy in your life? And why is Chairman Jiang still bragging about being a credit to the Jiang family? What credit do you give yourself? Oh, didn't he give Jiang Wan 3 tadpoles? This is really no credit. Chen Yi picked up a bottle of Red Bull on the table and gulped it down, drinking most of it in one gulp. Again, he opened his eyes vigorously. After making sure I wasn't dreaming, he hurriedly picked up his cell phone. Once again, he typed a polite rejection of Jiang Evening's family. Chen Yi, don't persuade me. I really can't accept these red envelopes. Chen Yi, I have taken to heart, touched, all your love for me. After posting those 2 sentences, unsurprisingly, it once again drew a strong reaction from Jiang's family. Grandma Jiang, in particular, was actually directly angry sick. Old boy, Grandma Xiaoi, you child, why do you keep treating yourself as an outsider? Old boy, Grandma has a bad heart and high blood pressure, so don't make her angry. Old boy, Grandma no good. Grandma's heart is starting to hurt. Ouch, ouch. Old boy, Grandma, spinning colorful red hearts, special love for special you. Gardenia Blossom, Jiang's mom baby boy. Grandma is old and can't have too many emotional ups and downs. Gardenia Blossom, Jiang's mom, just take it, frown, frown. Petty Fanny, and yes, Xiao Yi, take it quickly, fuming. Chen Yi raised his sword brows and smiled helplessly. Nice guy. Jiang's family had gone to great lengths to get themselves to accept this huge pile of red envelopes. Even the elderly Grandma Jiang is playing along with the drama. It's all this way. It seems that you can't take it yourself if you don't. Then let's take it first, and then transfer it to Jiang Wan afterward. Chen Yi, alright then. I'll take it then, shyly. Chen Yi, thank you, elders, for loving me, hugs. Finish typing. Chen Yi swiped the screen upwards. With that, his fingers began to click uncontrollably, frantically, on a huge yellow-orange red envelope. I have to say, the taste was awesome. Simply can't stop. After receiving the red envelope, Chen Yi reswiped the screen, back to the bottom of the dialog box. Gardenia Blossom, Jiang's mom by the way. Xiao Yi, have you had lunch yet? Gardenia Blossom, Jiang's mom, is the company's food still to your liking? If you're not used to it, auntie will bring you food. Chen Yi's heart instantly warmed. Just right. There was still an uneaten lunch on the office. Chen Yi took a picture and sent it to the group. Chen Yi, photo. Chen Yi, auntie, I've eaten. I had tomato beef brisket over rice. Chen Yi, you see. It's a big portion, with half left over, grinning. Chen Yi rubbed his stomach contentedly. Sheesh, it's true. A man is happy when he has a mother-in-law. Boys with mothers-in-law. Like fastball. Oh, and then think about being in your own home crowd. The whole family revolved around Jiang Evening. No one cared about themselves at all. Add to that the fact that with 3 babies, one can be practically transparent in the house. Nowadays, one has someone to love and care for. It was beautiful. Just as Chen Yi was grinning from ear to ear in triumph, Jiang's family sent a series of messages. Gardenia Blossom, Jiang's mom, ouch. Son, Why are you eating this? Gardenia Blossom, John's mom, can you eat this for nutrition? Old boy, Grandma, it's supposed to be takeout, right? Takeout isn't healthy, heartbreaking. Old boy, Grandma, where's Xiao Yuan? That girl eats the meals sent by the cook every day. So you'll eat with her from now on. Master Jiang, Father Jiang, eat at home later. Master Jiang, John's father, eating too casually. It's not like our family can't afford good food. Gardenia Blossom, John's mom, where's Xiao Evening? I have to talk to her, heartbroken. Shen Yi, Xiao Yuan should be busy or resting. Shen Yi, it's better not to call her that. Auntie, I eat casually and am well fed. The words of this know-it-all post. It caused the Jiang family across the table, especially Jolie, to feel a pang of heartache. Gardenia Blossom, John's mom, Xiaoyi, you're such a good boy. Gardenia Blossom, John's mom, Xiaoyi, you don't have to spoil Xiao Lian too much from now on. You just go straight up and eat with her. Old boy, Grandma, that's right. It's for the best. Old boy, Grandma, little night's lunches are now nutritious meals prepared by the family chef. Chapter 133, when you have a son-in-law, you forget your own daughter. Shen Yi rubbed his hands together happily. Shen Yi, aha, got it. Good behavior. Shen Yi, I miss the delicious food that my aunt gave me when I first went to the house. Gardenia Blossom, John's mom, silly child. What is this? Gardenia Blossom, John's mom, what do you want to eat? Just tell Auntie. Auntie personally cook for you. Shen Yi, Auntie, you're too good to me. My mom doesn't even love me this much. Shen Yi, emoticon, tears. Gardenia Blossom, John's mother, Auntie has no son. From now on you are my own son. Gardenia Blossom, John's mom, Auntie dreams of a tall and handsome son, covering her mouth and laughing. Old boy, Grandma, baby granddaughter-in-law. Make this your home from now on, hug. Master Jiang, Father Jiang, after work today, I'll go home for dinner with Little Knight. Shanghai Real Estate Building. Top floor. General Manager's office. Jiang Evening had just finished a company meeting. The cell phone on the desk rang one after the other. Jiang even smiled. It should be the crowd of Chun Yi's family talking again. After picking up his cell phone and opening WeChat, Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes zoomed in, taken aback. There was no new news in Chen Yi's family group. Instead, his own family group was buzzing with activity. Jiang even blinked her big beautiful eyes a few times, thinking that she had misread the situation. After opening the plus crowd, over 800 messages popped up instantly. Not bothering to scroll up, Jiang even stared straight at the latest news that kept popping up in the group. Grandma, shiny scrolling font, love each other and make peace. Mom, baby boy, what do you want to eat tonight? Chen Yi, Mom, I'd like to have charcoal grilled lamb chops, and elbows in sauce, and preferably some marinated fat intestines. Mom, okay, honey, Mom will prepare the ingredients for you right away, happy. Jiang even frowned. What's this? Mom, baby boy? When did Mom get a son? What's that? Jiang even felt a wave of confusion. Is this sure it's your own home crowd? Jiang Evening carefully looked at the WeChat names of these people who were talking in the group and clicked on their avatars one by one. Chen Yi? How did he get into his own home crowd? Jiang even bit her lip in a split second after she came back to her senses. This guy, what's he up to? Jiang Evening was no longer interested in working and turned the seat around. Snow white legs stretched out naturally. The white, slender fingers quickly clicked on Chen Yi's avatar. Have a private chat with Chen Yi. Jiang Wan, Chen Yi, what are you doing? Jiang Evening, how did you get into my home crowd? Jiang Evening, I've just been dragged into your family group, and now you're actually in mine. Jiang Evening, no. Things are moving too fast. I can't stand it. Shen Yi, Jiang Evening, don't be angry. I didn't mean any harm. Shen Yi, it was Mom. Oh no. It was Auntie who brought me into the group. Jiang Evening, no way. Get out. Jiang Evening, I'll give you 3 seconds to quickly withdraw from the group, Milk Fierce. Chen Yi's eyes rolled, thinking of Jiang even accusing herself and her own crowd of family members, wrongly accusing herself, and deliberately suing herself. He then secretly laughed and had a plan. Thinking that, he decisively launched the dialogue box with Jiang Evening, re-entered the crowd of Jiang Evening's family. Chen Yi, family, Xiaoyi loves you so much, crying. Chen Yi, but Xiaoyi has to quit the group chat, crying. Chen Yi, it's not Late's fault. It's my own desire to withdraw from the group. It's really none of Late's business. Chen Yi, / T-talk finished. Chen Yi immediately exited the group chat. However, just 2 seconds later, he was then pulled into the group chat once again by Jiang Evening's mom. Jiang Evening just let out a slight sigh of relief. She didn't want things to move so fast. What's all this? Why is it suddenly like you're getting married? Tinker. 2 WeChat beeps suddenly sounded. Jiang Evening looked down. It's amazing how all the families in the group are all frantically etching themselves. And, Mom got that guy in the group again. Mama Jiangnan. Mom, what's wrong with Xiaoyi? You can't stand him. Mom, you, Hurry up and apologize to Xiaoyi, fuming. Dad, Xiao evening you are a woman. Women treat themselves man to be gentle, to be considerate. Dad, you are good. People Xiaoyi in the group to stay well. You have to let people withdraw from the group. Grandma, that's right. This girl is just spoiled by us, grimaces. Grandma, when you get married in the future, you can't be so capricious. You should know how to love your man. Uncle, yes. Late. You have to be nicer to Yat, knocking. Auntie, agreed. Xiaoyi is part of our family. Jiang Evening was dumbfounded as she looked at him with her willow eyebrows raised. This one. They're all crazy, aren't they? What did you do to yourself? Just invite a barrage from the family for no apparent reason. Isn't it just for Chen Yi to withdraw from a group? Jiang even beamed. Huffing and puffing. She clicked on Chen Yi's private chat. Jiang Evening, you bad guy, knocking. Jiang Evening, it's all your fault. Just withdraw from the group. Actually still say those sour words. Jiang Evening, isn't it obvious that I want my family to scold me? Humph, knife. Chen Yi leisurely leaned against the seat. Crossing his legs, he typed with a wicked grin on his face. He didn't reply to Jiang Evening, but spoke directly to the group. Chen Yi, Auntie, Uncle. Everyone don't blame Xiaolian, aggrieved. Chen Yi, it was me who wanted to quit the group. It really wasn't little late who forced me to, crying. Chen Yi, to be honest, I am too addicted to the warmth and love that this big family brings to me. Chen Yi, at this rate, I can easily crave to chat with people in the group because of the loss of enthusiasm for work. Chen Yi, this really has nothing to do with Xiaolian, so don't blame her, crying. Watching Chen Yi say this tea talk in the group, Jiang Evening was anxious and angry, crying and laughing. Nice guy. Why is this bad guy so good at acting? I can't believe I'm so thoughtful. This is clearly revenge on himself. This guy has to be found and cured hard. However, Jiang Evening hadn't had time to open Chen Yi's private chat. The families in the group began to bash her again in droves. Mom, damn girl, why are you so cruel? Angry. Dad, yeah, for good reason. Why did you force Xiaoyi to quit the group? Angry. Grandma, Xiao Yuan, you and Xiaoyi already have a child. Why are you still acting so nonsense? Grandma, you can't play with people's Xiaoyi's feelings. You have to be good with him. Jiang Evening laughed in anger. The heart was depressed. She lifted her jade fingers and typed quickly. Jiang Evening, I say you guys, you're in too much of a hurry, aren't you? Jiang Evening, even if he and I already have a child, we have to take our time to get to know each other before we can consider going into marriage. Jiang Evening, you guys are good. Letting him into the group so quickly, treating him better than me, aggrieved. Mom, you silly girl, when you meet a man as good as Xiaoyi, why don't you hurry up and marry him? Mom, I don't care. Xiaoyi is my only precious son-in-law, he is my own son. Dad, that's right. No one but Yat. Dad, Xiaoyi, don't be afraid. In this family, we are all your backers, fists. Grandma, Xiaoyi, don't bother with Xiaoyan in general. Grandma, Xiao Yuan has little experience in relationships and is rather rigid and one-dimensional in this matter. Jiang Evening. Chapter 134. What you women are best at is talking out of your ass. Jiang Even was so angry that she directly puffed her cheeks into a small squirrel. The family is now completely mad. To actually reprimand himself, a pro baby, severely for that guy Chen Yi. At this point, Chen Yi started talking in the group again. Chen Yi, Uncle, Auntie, I love you, flowers. Chen Yi, you guys are still the best to me. Moved to tears. Chen Yi, and Grandma, you are too loving and warm, crying. Chen Yi, gorgeous shiny font, it's fate to meet each other. We'll be together forever in this life. This ass kisser. Also convinced. Jiang Even was directly exasperated and laughed. It seems that mothers-in-law and fathers-in-law are the same all over the world. When you have a baby son-in-law, you forget about your own daughter. No wonder this guy is talking so tough to himself now. Dare I say that this is a backer. The waist is straightened. Just as Jiang Evening gritted her teeth at her cell phone, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Knock. Enter. Jiang Evening straightened her chest and sat up straight. Uncle Sun, what brings you here? Jiang Evening said with some surprise. Sun Mao Kai. As the Jiang family's butler, he didn't stay at home. What brings you to the office at this hour? Sun Mao Kai came up on his feet. Respectfully, he said, the chairman of the board sent me. The chairman asked me to bring you and your aunt back home. Jiang even frowned. Surprised. Who? The aunt? Master? Sun Mao Kai nodded. Seriously? Yes. The chairman asked me to take you and your aunt home now. You will hasten to follow me out. Jiang Evening instinctively took a step back. With a somewhat resistant expression, he said, no way, what's my dad up to? Where is that? Chen Yi? Sun Mao Kai replied. Someone has already gone to inform the aunt. Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes narrowed. After thinking for a few moments, teasingly, he said, that, Uncle Son. Ah, I still have a lot of work to do here. If you're afraid you won't be able to deliver to my father, you can take Chin-Yi home first. Unexpected. It was as if Sun Maokai had anticipated her reply in advance. Airily, he said, the chairman said that if you don't go back, he let Chen-Yi carry the 3 babies directly back to the Chen family. Hear that? Jiang even stared at Sun Maokai with a face full of consternation. A flash of anger crossed the bottom of his eyes. What a surprise! Dad threatening himself with 3 babies. So anxious to bring himself and Chen-Yi home. What's he got in this gourd? A few minutes later. Shanghai real estate building entrance. Chen-Yi and Jiang even got into the business car at the same time. Jiang even raised her eyes and was instantly stunned. How did you drive this car? This Sun Maokai. What a spooky. Usually Dad sends him on errands and never sees him drive this Mercedes-Benz partitioned business car. Let him pick up himself and Chen-Yi today. He's a good sport about it. He actually picked this cab with a partition. Chen-Yi, however, had a very different reaction from Jiang Evening. At the moment, he was comfortably leaning back in his chair, admiring the extremely well-designed business car. That's a nice car. A high-roofed, fully partitioned commercial vehicle provides a quiet driving environment for the driver as well as a comfortable and private space for passengers in the back seat. Great ride for a couple like us, don't you think? Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes lowered. Long eyelashes flickered slightly. Somehow, ever since she was viciously ravaged by Chen-Yi twice in a row, it had left her bruised and battered. Her heart was then instinctively a little afraid of being alone with Chen-Yi, especially in such a confined, and not very spacious space. Jiang Evening changed her usual domineering and high coolness. In a soft voice, she said, I'm glad you like it. Chen-Yi twisted his head around and stared straight at Jiang Evening. The corners of his mouth seemed to smile. You, afraid of me? Wasn't he still scolding me in private chat just now? Now that you've met, why are you wimpy? Jiang even blinked her pretty eyes. Feigning composure, he said, where? You, don't get me wrong. That wasn't me scolding you. I'm just not used to a sudden addition to the family group, and I can't accept it for a while. The words fell. The corners of Jiang Evening's lips rose slightly as she smiled lightly. This smile is as intoxicating and sensational as the lingering spring rain in Jiangnan. Chen-Yi looked a little mesmerized. The bottom of his eyes contained a touch of imperceptible tenderness. Don't pretend. You're just scared of me. Don't worry. It's not like I'm a little male dog that wants to ride you when I see you. I've tossed you around a lot the last 2 times. You must still be in a lot of pain, right? Speaking. Chen-Yi deliberately lowered his voice, and the trailing pitch rose slightly. With a little dangling flick, the magnetic voice wrapped up low, teasing the tips of Jiang Evening's ears to become numb and hot. Jiang Evening licked her still slightly sore lips. Her cheeks blushed as she said, you still have the nerve to say that. Humph. Don't forget, we haven't finalized anything yet, so you'd better be honest in the future. Chen-Yi narrowed his dark eyes and skimmed his lips, condescendingly scrutinizing Jiang Even. His eyes were filled with imperative confidence. Jiang Evening, do you know what you're best at? You're the best at what you do. Talking out of your ass. Every time I touch you, you can't stand it, catering to me so enthusiastically. But as soon as I let go of you, you immediately put on your high-flying queen act. Don't you dare say you're not feeling well? Jiang Evening didn't turn her face away, didn't want to meet Chen-Yi's fervent gaze. Her eyes were twinkling with what looked like joy and shame. The red lips were slightly open. The expression was half shy and half coquettish, and the face was all kinds of stylish. Just as Chen-Yi had a smile on his lips, wanting to tease Jiang even further. The bell rang suddenly in his hand. Jingle bells. He fished his cell phone out of his pocket. Mom, why is she calling herself? Hey, Mom, how are you? Not waiting for Chen-Yi to finish, Mom's eager voice then came over the phone. Brat, Mom sent you so many messages, why don't you reply? Chen-Yi shook his head, explaining, Mom, I didn't look at my phone earlier. I was busy, too busy talking till late. Hearing his son's explanation, Shen Shuin's fire was instantly suppressed. Yeah, spend more time with Night when you can. Mom called you because she wanted you to discuss it with Late. Let's see if we can all come home for dinner tonight. Bring the babies home too, so your dad and I can see the precious grandchildren. Chen-Yi sniffed and glanced at Jiang Even. The expression was somewhat helpless. Mom, you're late. Little Night and I have been picked up by Chairman Zhang's dispatch, and are now on our way to Zhang's house. I'm afraid we'll have to eat dinner at Little Night's. The words were not yet spoken. The sound of Mom's growl then came over the phone. What? You're going to John's house now? What is Jiang Chenghui trying to do? Chapter 135. At this rate, a second child is not far behind. Chen-Yi swallowed his saliva. Kindly say, Mom, don't get angry yet. This afternoon, Late's mom pulled me into a family group. Everyone was so nice and caring and gave me so many big red envelopes. He. So, just rest assured. Chairman Jiang definitely won't do anything to me. On the other end of the phone, hearing my son say that, Shen Shuyin skimmed his lips, a flash of suspicion flashing under his eyes. Oh, is this true, son? To say that other people have been good to you is more than mom can believe. But if you want to say that Jiang Qinghua is good to you, mom believes the hell out of you. You know, he's a typical money-minded snob. He is afraid that he knows from Qian Wenhan that our family conditions are not bad. Not only not bad, but also far beyond. Nothing, ahem. That's what shifted attitudes and pretended to be nice to you. You'd better beware of such thugs of questionable character. Chenny was dumbfounded by his mom's words. He's a little worried. Jiang Wei would not be upset by his old mom's words. He twisted his head around and locked eyes with Jiang Evening. Jiang Evening's eyes were full of light and she smiled lightly. Her red lips parted lightly and she whispered in an airy voice. It's okay, Auntie's right too. When she finished, she turned her head to look out the window. The stunning side face was a breathtaking beauty. A head of long curly hair fell naturally over her shoulders, and her smooth, white neck shone tantalizingly in the sunlight. Chenny was talking to his mom at the same time, while he couldn't help but reach over a hand and gently caress Jiang Even's long hair. I know, Mom, just relax. The main reason why I agreed to go to the Jiang family so painfully was because I wanted to see the 3 children, my own flesh and blood. Even if I haven't seen it yet, I miss it like crazy. On the other end of the phone, Shin Shuyin cracked a smile. Mentioned 3 precious grandchildren. She and Chen Shiqian, who was standing by the side, were immediately glowing with excitement in both eyes. Okay, then go in peace. When you see your 3 precious grandchildren, take videos for Mom. Lots of them. Your dad and I have been staring at the pictures of the 3 little ones and it just keeps getting better and better. Giggle giggle. Chen Yi gave an absent-minded A hand stroked Jiang Evening's hair, neck, and surplus waist from time to time. Incidentally, he also tickled her straight, pretty little nose. Jiang even was ruffled a bit and tickled. Angry, she raised her pink fist and viciously pounded Chen Yi's arm twice. Embarrassed. What are you doing, asshole? No hitting on me. Can you sit properly? The words just fell. She immediately realized something like that. Biting her lips, she looked at Chen Yi with an embarrassed expression. Chen Yi, however, smiled in disbelief. Casually, he said, it's okay, Mom's not an outsider. Had ha. Sure enough, a chuckle came over the phone. Ha 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 ha. Well, Mom won't bother you and late. You guys go ahead and ha ha ha. But as a man, you need to take things easy ha ha. Say it. Shin Shuyin hung up the phone dryly. On the couch in the main room, she laughed her ass off. Honey, what a surprise. These 2 kids haven't seen each other for a year. And they've just met. And they're stuck together again. Neither one was honest in the car. And it sounded like they were making out again. That's the old saying about a match made in heaven, isn't it? It's a match made in our time. Chen Shiqian sipped his tea slowly. Eyes narrowed in delight. Jokingly, he said, at this rate, a second child is probably not far behind. With our children and grandchildren, we will be very busy in the future. Shen Shuyin punched Chen Shiqian's shoulder. Angrily, she glared at him. You don't say things like having a second child in front of late. Little Knight's body is the most important thing. It's up to the 2 of them to decide if they want a second child. What's more, she has already given birth to 3 grandchildren for our Chen family. Shen Shiqian laughed aloud. With a smug face, he said, that's natural. Ha ha. 4:30 p.m. City East, Jiang Family Estate Villa. The double door, finely carved iron gate slowly opened, and the Mercedes-Benz business car steadily drove in. Seeing that she had already entered the house, Jiang even pushed Chen Yi's big hand away. Ashamed and annoyed, he straightened his clothes. Chen Yi turned his head sideways and looked at Jiang Evening fixedly. The eyes were deep and dark, with a smile in them. Just love seeing you shy. It's so beautiful. Food and color. I don't want this, but I can't help it. Jiang Evening raised her beautiful eyes. Blankly, Chen Yi gave him a glance. His cheeks burned a little as he said, don't you ever do that again when you get into the house later. Can't you be mature and dignified? Chen Yi curved his thin lips and smiled evilly. Dumbly, he said, yes, your wife. As soon as I walk in the door later, I'll switch to the way I was when I first came home with you last year. Isn't it just being civil and gentle? Small point. Jiang Evening grunted. Beaming, he said, yeah, why did I forget? You're a drama queen, acting all nice and understanding in my family group. And then in private he becomes a huge sex fiend who puts his hands on me. Chen Yi spread his teeth and smiled. Lifting his hand, his eyes full of pampering, he helped Jiang even to straighten the broken hair in front of his forehead. First floor main hall. Jiang's family was sitting on the sofa and chatting. Old lady Jiang was radiant and smiled brightly. Shenghuai, you kid. You finally did something right this time. Talking about letting little Night take Lily at home after work, only to secretly send someone to pick them up at the office. Weekly gave her husband a thumbs up, eyes full of adoration. Yes, husband, that was a great move. That way, it didn't even leave yet a chance to refuse. Jiang Qinghuai sat calmly on the sandalwood chair next to the sofa, smiling from ear to ear. He said, that's right, it's better to be in a hurry than to be late. I, for one, have made up my mind to hasten the marriage of these two children. Bringing them back in such a hurry is to discuss the marriage of the two of them. The words just fell. The door to the hall opened. Jiang Evening brought Chen Yi in. The gazes of the crowd instantly swept over in unison. Old Mrs. Jiang beckoned with a smile on her brow. Yat, come over here and show Grandma. It's been a year since I've seen you, and Grandma misses you. What old lady Jiang said was what she thought. As a total tight control, the tall, handsome and imposing Chen Yi was always the best candidate for her granddaughter's son-in-law in her mind. Jolie's eyes were also glowing and she couldn't stop smiling. Beckoning to Chen Yi, he said, Little E, sit down and rest. You're tired from work, aren't you? You didn't have a good meal at lunch either. Auntie is so heartbroken. Just in time. Auntie has just finished stewing a pot of Lingjiwu chicken soup, so you should drink some now while it's hot, said. Jolie then turned her head and ordered the maid beside her to go to the kitchen to serve the soup. Chen Yi hurriedly waved his hand when he saw this, politely declining. No, Auntie, I'm not hungry at all. Really, Auntie, I'm still full. Chapter 136, Chen Yi, don't be like this, immodest. The thought of the Jiang family's tonic soup. Chen Yi then felt his mouth dry and his lower body tighten. Jolie frowned, lovingly scrutinizing Chen Yi. Concerned, he said, Xiao Yi, look at how thin you are now. It's heartbreaking. You can't eat so casually in the future. You need to focus on eating healthy, whether you agree or not. Auntie will prepare a nutritious lunch for you from now on. Old lady Jiang nodded her head repeatedly. With a serious face, he said, that's right. I also see that Xiao Yi has lost some weight compared to before. A boy doesn't have to care about losing weight. You just eat and drink more. Eat and drink well. Nurture your body to be strong, so that you are healthy and have strength. Jiang Evening stood on the sidelines, a breathless roll of the eyes. Nice guy. As soon as they entered the house, all eyes focused on Chen Yi, shushing him. It's all about being transparent. The most exaggerated. Chen Yi was obviously so tall and sturdy, strong as an ox. It's amazing how mom and grandma talk like they have their eyes open. Does it hurt that this guy is skinny? He was now so strong that he was about to crush himself. If this keeps on eating, it's going to give itself away. Phew, out of sight, out of mind. Since no one was treating him or her well, why don't he or she simply go straight upstairs and watch the baby? Still, 3 babies smell good. You guys talk, I'm going up to see the baby. Finished coldly. Jiang even then stepped straight onto the steps of the rotating staircase. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Yi turned around following the sound. Seeing that Jiang even had already gone up to the second floor, he looked a little anxious. At this point, Jiang Chenghuai's dark eyes narrowed, keenly capturing the eagerness in Chen Yi's eyes. He took a big swing, commanding rooting. He said, Xiao Yi, you go too. It's important to watch the kids. You don't have to stay here with us. Jiang Qinghuai finished. Jolie and old lady Jiang then realized that they shouldn't be chilling with Chen Yi here. He should be allowed to go upstairs and meet the 3 kids first. Weekly stood up. In a rush, he said, yes, Xiao Yi, hurry up and check on the 3 babies. Old lady Jiang also waved her hand at Chen Yi, urging, get up there and see your 3 beautiful babies. Chen Yi immediately got up and nodded to the several elders. With that, he took a step and crossed the steps of the rotating staircase on his feet. Old lady Jiang glanced at her daughter-in-law Jolie, gesturing for her to sit back on the couch. Okay, let's just not go up there for a while. Let the family of 5 get together alone. It's not easy. Second floor. The baby's room. Push open the door for a moment. The baby's babbling little milky voices came instantly. Hearing Chen Yi's heart melt, he strides forward, his whole body tense and a bit frazzled. Only 3 small fleshy babies lay on the large clean and soft bed. They look almost exactly the same. White tender little face embedded with a pair of flashing big eyes. Pink mouth smile curved like a crescent moon. Cluck cluck cluck. Chen Yi walked over to the bed. Leaning down, he gazed at the 3 adorable babies with both eyes. The babies all craned their heads to look at their dad when they saw him approaching. Their meaty little stubby legs glaring hard, as if desperate to run into daddy's arms. Chen Yi was surprised and delighted, his hands sweating with nervousness. have seen pictures of the babies ahead of time though, but the first time he officially met the babies, he still felt especially surreal, as if he were dreaming. You're just gonna be a dad? With 3 of his own flesh and blood? This is simply incredible. A brief moment of confusion passed. It was only then that Chun-Yi began to feel happy, excited from the bottom of his heart. The excitement in my heart was like a turbulent torrent rushing straight to my head, and I simply couldn't tell east from west and south from north. If there hadn't been someone else in the room, he would have been unable to stop himself from laughing on his back. Then a few laps around the crib naked. Jung even blinked her pretty eyes. Softly, she said, Chen-Yi, what are you giggling about? Mouths are grinning up to their temples. Chen-Yi came back to his senses. Spread your teeth and laugh. With a smug look on his face, he said, I really didn't expect that I would be so good as to create 3 children at once. Looks like my little tadpole is pretty active. Had ha. Jung Evening blankly glanced at Chun-Yi breathlessly. Cheeks reddened a bit. Angrily, he said, what are you talking about? Immodest. The few childcare workers on the side all lowered their heads and snickered when they saw this. Jung even waved her hand at them. You guys go ahead and go down. After the babysitter left, Chen-Yi hurriedly took off the jacket he was wearing. With that, he opened his arms, and then he wanted to hug the baby. Jung even furrowed her brows and looked a little nervous. Standing aside, he instructed, you are careful to keep the baby's head in the crook of your arm. The elbow protects the baby's head, and this hand is underneath to protect the baby's back and waist. And then what? This arm goes over the baby's body and protects the baby's legs. And finally, this hand is going to hold the baby's little butt. Jung Evening spoke in great detail. Chen-Yi nodded admiringly. Confidently, he said, I see. That means using this arm of mine as a pillow for the baby. And then what about this arm? Just to protect the baby's little body, so that the baby's head, waist, and little butt all have a support. Hearing Chun-Yi's clear and concise summary, Jung even felt a little surprised. Admiringly, he said, wow, I can't believe you're good at this. And holding the baby in a professional position is so much better than me. I've never been very good at cuddling until now. I'm always a little nervous. Chen-Yi smiled smugly. With great pride, he said, that's a must. They are my flesh and blood, my own seed. Can I not hold them? Said. Chen-Yi gazed at the baby in his arms with paternal love. Gently take your baby's little hand. Murmured, baby girl, I'm daddy. You're so pretty. You're exactly the daughter daddy fantasized about. Come on, call out to daddy. Come on, call out to daddy. Come on, daddy will give you a kiss and you'll say daddy, okay? Barking, barking. Jung even was amused by Chen-Yi and laughed straight away. Pushing Chen-Yi's face, he said, don't kiss your daughter. There are a lot of bacteria in an adult's mouth. Also, she's less than 3 months old, so she'll have to wait until she's at least a year old to call her daddy. Chen-Yi shrugged one side of his shoulder, wiped a tear from the corner of her eye with her sleeve, eyes full of favor. He said, by the way, does the daughter have a name yet? I'll give her a name. Jung Evening smiled with a surplus. In a single word, he said, yes, there is a little name. The big one is yet to be taken. My daughter is the apple of my eye, so I'll call her Pearl. Well son, I see 2 brats growing so strong and love tons and tons of milk. So, their nicknames, one is Tun Tun and one is Strong. Chapter 137. The baby is busy drinking milk. Let's do something else. Chen-Yi laughed so hard that he coughed. Freeing a hand, he patted Jung Evening's head. Beads, Tun Tun, Strong? Be so casual. That's too much of a send-off. Ha ha ha. Jung even touched his head and shrugged his little nose. With a defiant face, he said, isn't it good? I think it's a cute nickname. Then if you don't like it, you can take whatever name you think sounds good. For example, we can call our daughter Little Princess because she's really pretty and cute like a princess. That said, the smile on Chen-Yi's face became even more intense. He lowered his eyes to look at the daughter in his arms, and then raised his head to look at Jung Evening. Favored. You, what a naming fee. But since you've already picked it out, that's what the baby's nicknames will be. Also, although the daughter is as cute as a little princess in a fairy tale, but, in my heart, there is only one little princess in this family, and that's you. Even with 3 adorable babies, you will always be the most important in our family. As a result of holding her fragrant and soft daughter in her arms. That was why Chen-Yi's voice became extraordinarily soft as he spoke. The voice was mesmerizing to listen to. It was gentle, magnetic, and seemed particularly stable, giving people a full sense of security. Jung even blinked her pretty eyes. An imperceptible flash of panic flashed under his eyes. She took 2 steps back. Clearing his throat, he said, you guys, just concentrate on holding the baby and keep your mouth shut. It's so unaccustomed to hearing you say such sour things. Eek, it's so meaty. And what do you mean we're a family? We're not even close to being a family. Chenny skimmed his mouth. Eyes Insight said. What's the point of pretending when you've got 3 kids? What, do you have to wait until you have a second child to get that one? Jiang even was dumbfounded as her cheeks were slightly reddened by the blockage. She clasped her arms and stood quietly, watching Chenny interact with the babies. Chenny walked to the bedside. Carefully, he placed his daughter on the bed. Looking at 3 little white meatballs, Chenny laughed his heart out, his face overflowing with unspeakable happiness. Chenny, zhu zhu, tun tun, zhuang zhuang, this is Dad. Chenny, come on, babies, call Daddy. Baby, yay yay yay, phi, asterisk, baby, giggle giggle, asterisk, Chenny, awesome, good baby, what a nice call. Chenny, baby, tell Daddy, do you love Daddy? Baby, yeah, baby, giggle giggle, Chenny, agu, the baby loves Dad so much, Dad is really happy. Chenyi, then Daddy will ask you again, do you want Daddy to stay with you? Baby, giggle giggle, asterisk smiley face asterisk. Chenyi, then, Daddy will stay with you, and Daddy and baby will always be together. Jiang Evening was amused by Chenyi to the point of tears and laughter. What a surprise. It's amazing how good this guy is at teasing kids, and had the decency to talk to the kid. The best part is that, the babies actually cooperated with him. She laughed her ass off and said, okay, you're still acting like you're addicted. To not be so funny, giggle giggle. Chenyi twisted his head, narrowing his deep eyes. He looked at Jiang Evening. Pretending to be serious, he said, hey, do you not believe me? I'm not going to lie. I'm a self-taught 10th grade baby talker, so I can communicate with the babies without a problem. Jiang Evening picked up her white, thin and pretty chin. Half ashamed, half annoyed, she gave Chenyi a blank look. At this point, Tun Tun, the whitest and chubbiest of the 3 babies, suddenly deflated his little mouth and let out a loud cry. Wow. Soon, the other 2 babies started bawling one after the other. Wow. Look at the baby who was giggling just a moment ago, now suddenly crying and blushing. Chenny instantly panicked. Hurriedly, he asked, Jiang Evening, what's wrong with the babies? Why are you suddenly crying so hard and shaking your little body? Is there something wrong somewhere? Hurry up and call your childcare provider to come and take a look. Jiang even glanced at Chenyi, who was so nervous that he was at a loss for words. Curving his lips in a smile, faintly, he said, it's okay, they're hungry. Don't worry. All babies at this age of the month are like that, they breastfeed very hard. I'll go make them milk while you keep an eye on them. Chenyi nodded heavily, urging, good, then hurry up and don't starve the baby. Jiang Evening turned around and walked into the side milking room. A few minutes later, Jiang Evening walked over with 3 bottles of milk. Looking at Chenyi who was nervously holding and coaxing his daughter, she cried and laughed. Geez, you don't have to hug her. She's fine, she's just hungry, just put her down and hurry up and nurse. Only after Chenyi heard this did he relay his daughter on the bed. Then he frowned. Anxiously, she said, okay, then hurry up and feed your daughter milk. Her voice is almost hoarse. Jiang even handed the bottle in her hand to Chenyi. With that, he walked over to the bed and arranged the 3 small pillows on the bed in a row. Alright, let's get the babies on the pillows. When babies drink milk, they should have a pillow under their head so that they don't choke when they drink. Chenyi gave Jiang even a thumbs up. And then he bent down and placed his baby girl on the pillow. My daughter smelled the powdered milk and stopped crying immediately. As soon as the pacifier comes close, immediately, my daughter's little mouth shot forward and sucked the pacifier into her mouth with pinpoint accuracy. Gobble gobble gobble. Watching my daughter finally drink her milk, Chenyi then breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he turned and placed his 2 sons on the pillows as well. Soon, all 3 little ones stopped crying. The room fell silent, leaving only the sound of tons and tons of tons drinking milk. Chenyi and Jiang Evening lay beside the 3 babies, quietly watching the babies drink their milk. After watching for a while, Chenyi shook his head slightly. Slurping, he said, not to mention, you've got a pretty vivid little name for the baby. You see, my daughter drinks her milk in small sips. Sassy, not bad for our palimpsest, and noble, and elegant. The sons are different. Tons and tons of the craziest, fastest milk drinkers. Little mouths all the way to tons and tons and tons. So is Strong, drinking his milk fast and furious, and his 2 little stubby legs are still stomping around. So amused by our pups, can't get enough of them. I want to be here watching them all the time. Jiang Evening lay on her side on the bed, dragging his head with one hand. A long chestnut brown curly hair fell naturally on the bed. The white and sexy body is visible. She smiled sweetly and said softly, I can't believe that you've described the little ones quite aptly. You can watch them a little longer if you want. But you can't stay here all the time. It's not appropriate. Chenny raised his head, raising an eyebrow. He asked, why? I don't. I'm going to be here with my pups all the time. Jiang Evening was in a hurry. Tade. No way. What are you staying here for? What is our relationship now? Chenny shrugged. Seriously, we're just sleeping, plus making babies. Jiang Evening puffed and laughed out loud. Coming over. She raised her pink fist and was about to whack Chenny. Chenny raised his big hand. It was easy to hold Jiang Evening's slender arm. Then he exerted a little force, and the fragrant soft jade body was swept into his arms. The stunningly beautiful cheeks were regal. The softness of the white flower was close at hand. Chenny felt that his mouth was dry. The blood in his body rushed towards one place. He stared straight at Jiang Evening. Lowering his voice, he said, if it wasn't in your house, if the babies weren't there, you sure as hell can't get away with it. Chapter 138, Get the marriage license first. Speed. Jiang even bit up her lips. With a flutter of her charming eyes, lightning-like, she met Chenyi's line of sight. Provocatively, he said, okay, come on. Aren't you good? Come on, 8 times a day. Just at my house. So my parents, my grandma, can see what you can do. The moment. Jiang Evening was very clear. If he forced himself to struggle, this guy would definitely not let go of himself easily. It's even rather likely that it will also enhance his excitement. I am not that stupid. After 2 ravages by him in quick succession, one had to learn a lesson. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Chenny skimmed his lips thoughtfully and took the initiative to let go of her. Alright then, let it go. But I do hate to leave here. Not only is there a beautiful looking wife here, but there's also a sweet smelling baby. I have lived until today to realize what it means to be happy from the heart. 1 acre of land, 2 cows, wife and children. The ancients are true to their word. Ha ha ha. Jiang even blankly glanced at Chun-Yi with a wry smile, tidied up my clothes and went back to watching the babies drink their milk. Half an hour later. After drinking milk, the baby is no longer as energetic as before. After playing for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. At that moment, there was a slight knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Evening whispered, enter. The door to the room opened and the maid, Mrs. Liu, walked in. Mrs. Liu glanced at the sleeping baby and walked over gently. Respectfully, he said, Miss, Auntie, dinner is ready. You can go to the dining room. Jiang even hummed. After Mrs. Liu left, a couple of childcare workers came in. Jiang Evening and Chenny glanced at the sleeping baby. The two left the baby's room and walked together toward the dining room. In the hallway, Jiang even looked up at Chenny. The expression was a little hesitant. Well, when I get to the restaurant later, no surprise, my parents and they will definitely push for marriage. When the time comes, just say you're not ready and you want to spend some time with me first. Chenny leaned over to Jiang Even's side. A low voice interrupted. That won't work. Auntie and uncle, and grandma, have been so good to me. I don't want to say anything against my will. I don't want to spend time with you. I want to get licensed and married sooner. Jiang Evening's footsteps lurched. Tilt your head. Surprised? Licensed? Married? Chan-Yi, please don't be so impulsive, okay? Calm down and think about it. We're just a one-night stand. We're not even in a relationship. Just get married straight away? Is that appropriate? We do have 3 babies already, but you don't have to be in such a hurry to get married just because of the babies. I've let you identify with the baby now. Whether we get married or not doesn't affect your relationship with the baby. Chenny hummed and laughed. Crossing her arms, she looked condescendingly at Jiang Evening. In a deep voice, he said, believe it or not, I'm not trying to marry you because of the baby. Grandma was right. You do have a bit of a dead brain when it comes to relationships. And dull and slow. Ha, little dumb kid. Say it. Chenny stood up straight. Taking long strides, he walked straight toward the restaurant. Jiang Wan stood behind her, beaming, her face green and white. In the dining room, the long Chinese dining table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes. Old Mrs. Jiang sat on the main seat. Jiang Chenghui and Jolie sat on one side of Mrs. Jiang, while Chenny and Jiang even sat on the other side of Mrs. Jiang. Old Mrs. Jiang picked up her chopsticks. Smilingly, he said, everyone, don't freeze, eat, Xiao-Yi, try these dishes you ordered. Your aunt made them for you herself. See if they are to your liking. Crouching grass, no way. These charcoal grilled lamb chops, elbows and sauce, marinated fat sausage. I can't believe Auntie made this for herself. Auntie actually took note of a few dishes she had casually mentioned, and made it for myself. It was so touching. You know, this kind of treatment, in your own home, is unthinkable. In terms of eating, one of the most common phrases my mom and dad used to say was, eat what you make. Don't be picky. I can't imagine that with my mother-in-law. I can actually be treated like a treasure. Woohoo! Chenyi was so moved that he almost burst into tears on the spot. Flattered. He said, aha, I know, Grandma Jiang, I'll definitely eat more. Thank you Auntie for cooking for me with your own hands. Auntie, you are so good to me. Jiang Chenghui hemmed and hawed, pushing a few dishes towards Chenyi's heels. With a kind expression, he said, Xiaoyi, you don't have to be so polite. Your aunt is especially fond of you, you don't know how happy she is when she cooks for you. Zhou Yuri sniffed with joy. Both eyes were glowing as they looked at Chenyi. Xiaoyi, your uncle is right. You don't have to be polite. Auntie likes to cook for you. Once upon a time. Ah, Auntie couldn't muster an ounce of interest in cooking. Now that you're here, the thought of you being able to eat more makes Auntie's cooking especially energized. Giggle. Speaking, Jolie held her chopsticks and kept pouring dishes into Chenyi's bowl. Look at the bowl piled high with your favorite dishes. Chenyi ate with great gusto and pain, cheeks bulging, mouth stuffed with delicious food. Have to say, this feeling of being loved, pampered and fed beautiful things, it was a real treat. At this point, Jiang Evening, who was sitting on the side with her head lowered to pick at the rice, her entire body was about to be exasperated and cry. Okay, it's not even a marriage. There was a world of difference in the way he and Chenyi were treated. What if this is married? She snapped her chopsticks down, puffing. She said, I'm still alive. You guys let Chenyi eat all the dishes. What am I going to eat? How can you guys be so biased as to be biased to your grandma's house? Mom, I want to eat the marinated fatty sausage too. It smells so good with rice. However, confronted with his daughter's accusations, Jolie, however, was full of unconcern and said, Xiaolian why are you such a capricious child? There's so much food on this table. You can eat whatever you want for yourself. Mom made these dishes especially for Xiaoyi. Like this marinated fatty sausage, it's very heavy in flavor and extra spicy, not for girls, said Jolie, as if protecting her food, once again pushed her plate towards Chenyi's face. Chenyi twisted his head. With a smug face, he smiled cheaply at Jiang Evening. It's a familiar scene, isn't it? It's finally our turn to switch roles. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Chenyi's bitchy appearance, Jiang Evening clenched her teeth in anger. With that, he picked up his chopsticks and ate the bok choy in front of him with an expressionless face. Mom, Dad, Grandma, just come right out and say it. What is the reason for asking me to bring Chenyi home? Jiang Evening said carelessly. In the face of my daughter's unsolicited questions, Jiang Chenghui's complexion was lopsided. Averting his eyes from Chenyi's body, looking at his daughter, he solemnly said, Little Knight, since you took the initiative to ask, then Dad won't beat around the bush, and is in a hurry to call you home to tell you. Your mom and I, and Grandma, are telling you to get married early and plan your wedding as soon as possible. Tomorrow morning, you guys go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first to get your license. Chapter 139, Chenyi, you'll be sharing a room with Xiao Evening tonight. Jiang even snapped and put down the chopsticks. Tilting his chin up, he growled sharply. Dad, are you crazy? I expected you to push for a marriage, but it's crazy that you're asking me to get a license tomorrow. How can a marriage be such a child's play? Mom, Grandma, you guys talk about my dad. Don't let him think one way or the other. Jiang even frowned lightly. A look of help was thrown at Mom and Grandma. Jiang even, who was originally a bit afraid of marriage, sitting at the dinner table at the moment, I just feel like I'm sitting on pins and needles. However, confronted with Jiang Evening's request for help, old Mrs. Jiang and Jolie, however, were unimpressed. They watched lovingly as Chenyi ate, their love for him overflowing. Jolie sized up a bowl of Lingjiwu chicken soup and handed it over to Chenyi. Smiling, she said, Here, Xiaoyi, drink it while it's hot. Little light this girl you don't see that she is very good at managing the company, capable and skillful, but when it comes to the feelings of men and women, she's almost clueless. So, when it comes to relationships, you need to learn to lead her and give her a lead. Chenyi nodded with his cheeks puffed out. In a somewhat slurred voice, she said, Aha, got it, Auntie. Old Lady Jiang squared the false teeth in her mouth. With a smile on his brow, he said, It's still Xiaoyi who knows what he's doing. His mind is much more mature than little late. Xiaoyi, tell Grandma that you are willing to get a license with Xiaolan tomorrow? Hear that? Chenyi hurriedly put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. With a serious expression, he said, I do. However, Grandma Jiang, tomorrow is the weekend. The Civil Affairs Bureau shouldn't be open. For the license, wait until Monday. Jiang Chenghui raised his hand at his words. A careful glance at the date on the wristwatch. It dawned on me. Why? I was so focused on getting you guys a license early that I forgot to look at the date. It's okay, there's no rush for the next 2 days, so we'll go back on Monday. Old Lady Jiang smiled cheerfully. Satisfied. He said, good, good. To be able to watch little Knight get her marital affairs sorted out. Grandma will have no regrets in her life. Jolie was also overwhelmed with emotion at the moment. Excitedly, he said, yes, Mom, my greatest expectation now is that Xiao Lian will step into marriage earlier. Amazing is 3 years younger than her, and has been married for years, and I've been anxious about that. Chenny wolfed down his dry rice as he did so, while hitching a ride from time to time. Grandma, Auntie, Uncle, don't worry, I'm sure I'll be responsible for Late and the 3 babies and run our little family well. This statement was made. The few elders at the table instantly warmed their hearts with great relief. Jolie touched Chun Yi's shoulder with a blossoming heart. He praised, this child, Xiao Yi, is so understanding and sweet. In today's fickle society, such a boy is too rare. We are lucky to have a little evening. Old Mrs. Jiang was also overjoyed, giving Chen Yi a thumbs up. That's true. Not only does this child Xiao Yi understand things, he's also especially infatuated and dedicated. If he hadn't been in love with our little Knight, a boy as good as him would have been snatched up by another girl long ago. Little evening, you must be contented. You must know how to cherish your blessings. At this point, Jiang Chenghuai leaned his body back. He, who was not known to be a smiler, actually laughed uncharacteristically. Mom, you're right. If little Knight can marry a good boy like Chen Yi, I, as a father, will be relieved. Ha ha ha. Jiang Evening gritted her teeth. With a speechless face, he watched as Chen Yi was being fiercely praised by the entire family. Going crazy, going crazy. What a departure. From the moment they entered the restaurant, the whole family was surrounding Chen Yi. Another clip of food and a constant barrage of compliments. Now he's actually discussing marriage and licenses with him. Dare I say that this marriage is Chen Yi's business alone. You don't even have a voice. The more Jiang even thought about it, the more angry she became. She raised her beautiful eyes. Indignantly, he said, you guys, you've gone too far. I'm also a party to the marriage. Ah, I can't believe no one listens to my opinion and only consults with Chun Yi. Alright then, I'll stay out of it then. Let Chun Yi get his own license. Humph. Having said that, Jiang even stood up with a prancing motion, huffing and puffing. He was about to leave. Just then, Jiang Chenghuai suddenly wrinkled his dark eyes. In a stern voice, he scolded. Stop, you girl, why are you so willful and rude? Whether it's because of your feelings or because of the 3 children, you should marry Chen Yi as soon as possible. What are you still being indecisive about? You sit down. Jiang Evening's footsteps lurched. The expression of shock turned his head. Sadly, how am I capricious and rude? I just don't want to get married in such a hurry and want to be careful in the matter. Old Lady Jiang saw this and hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Waving his hand toward Jiang Lian, he said, Little Lian you sit down first. It's for your father's own good that he wants you guys to get licensed and married early. Let's do it this way. The matter of getting a license. You and Xiaoyi will discuss it again. Having said that, Old Lady Jiang squeezed her eyes at Chen Yi. Chen Yi understood what Grandma Jiang was trying to convey. He understands. Grandma Jiang was hinting at him, asking him to privately persuade Xiaonan to take her to get a license earlier. Jiang even resumed her seat on the dining chair. The eyes were clear and cold, and he didn't say a word. Weakly raised her eyes and scanned everyone, to ease the awkwardness of the atmosphere. She smiled, taking the initiative to change the subject. He said, oops, the babies have been asleep for about an hour, right? Figure another hour or so and they should wake up again. Tell you what, why don't you stay tonight? Just so you can spend more time with the baby. Weakly finished. Jiang Qinghuai pulled the corner of his mouth and let out a light smile, chiming in, Yat, your aunt is right. You can stay at the house tonight. Just share a room with Knight, right next to the baby's room. The bottom of Chun Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Nodded. Excitedly, he said, yes, Auntie, Uncle, Chen Yi's words had not yet fallen. Jiang Evening's stern gaze then killed him. She said sharply, no, he can't stay. I thought we weren't married yet, and he's played with the baby. We can still come back tomorrow to see the baby. There's no need to have to stay. Jiang even finished. The restaurant was instantly quiet. A brief silence followed. Jiang Chenghuai and Jolie looked at their daughter in unison, just as they wanted to refute her and let Chen Yi stay. Old Mrs. Jiang spoke up at the right time. What do you think? Xiaoyi, do you want to stay? If you don't want to stay, that's fine. Just have the driver take you back later. Chen Yi turned his head and glanced at Old Lady Jiang. Elder Lady Jiang narrowed her eyes. Her eyes were secretive. Chen Yi thought a little. Then he understood the meaning of Old Lady Jiang's words. Elder Lady Jiang was the pinnacle of the Jiang family. Smart as she was, how could she not see that she was more than happy to stay? The reason she asked. In fact, it doesn't want to stay by itself. Chapter 140, oh my god, you can make so much money writing online now? Whatever for. Since people don't really want to let themselves stay overnight, then how can one be so good as to die and insist on staying? Chenny heartlessly hammed and hawed. Quickly, he said, Grandma Jiang, I won't stay down tonight. I think little Knight is right. We're not married after all. It's not quite right to live together. When I get married, I'll probably live here every day. So don't mind me then. Grandma, old lady Jiang laughed aloud, nudging her mouth. She said, you silly child. Grandma can't get enough of you. Seeing this, Jolie and Jiang Chenghui were both very sensible and didn't say anything else. After dinner, Chenny suddenly remembered. Haven't taken a baby video with mom and dad yet. They were probably waiting impatiently and might have already been scolding themselves on WeChat. After returning to the baby's room, Chenny took a dozen videos, played with the babies for another hour or so. 9 o'clock at night. It was only then that Chenny reluctantly left the baby room. Jiang Evening walked him to the door. Standing in front of the villa, under the bright streetlight, Jiang Evening's face was somewhat white and glowing, and her long curly hair was glowing with a charming color. Winking eyes and red lips, bright and delicate, with a shapely body. It's so beautiful that one look at it will make you think about it. Well, the driver is here, so get in the car. Jiang Evening wrapped her arms around herself and smiled lightly. Chen Yi's eyes were deep and dark, looking at Jiang Evening with deep affection. Next, he bent down. He came to Jiang Evening's ear and said, then I'm leaving. Think about it yourself. When will you get a license with me? Ask your heart. Ask your body. Finished in a deep voice. Chen Yi turned around, and with a single stride of his long legs, he sat in the car. With the roar of the car, Jiang Evening stood in place, staring fixedly at the direction Chen Yi had left. In the living room on the first floor, Cho Yuri looked at her mother-in-law. Puzzled, he said, Mom, don't you also want to hurry up and make little Knight's marriage happen? How come you don't want to keep Yoshi in the house now? Jiang Chenghui also raised his thick eyebrows, his eyes full of doubt. Yeah, Mom, they both have kids already. In fact, there's no need to care about these old traditions. Old lady Jiang picked up the white tea on the table. Slowly, he took a sip. Slowly, he said, how could I not want Xiaoyi to stay? I'm doing this for the sake of Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan has only given birth to a child and it's not even 3 months yet. Chen Yi is a young, strong, bloodthirsty lad, and the two of them are so in love. This would be the bed of the house if we lived together. It's better to wait until little Knight gets better. Old Mrs. Jiang finished. Cho Yuri slammed her thighs together. Open-mindedly, he said, so it's because of this. Then I understand Mom's good intentions. Look at me. I'm a mom. I didn't even think of this. Or Mom's heart is as fine as silk. We're a family that really couldn't have done it without Mom's wise decisions. Old lady Jiang tapped her cane. Commanding Ruding said, all right, don't flatter me. An old man. You have the energy. Hurry up and persuade little Knight. Mom doesn't care. In 2 days, Mom has to see little Knight's marriage license. On the way back, Chenny picked up his cell phone and opened WeChat, scrolling through the messages that I hadn't had time to read since the afternoon. Unread messages in the family group are growing by leaps and bounds. Chenny knew that this must be because the family had seen the baby video that he had just sent to the group. He didn't click on the group chat. Instead, he continued to scroll down, trying to see if there was any important news. Soon, Zhang Jiao's avatar popped up. Zhang Jiao? It's the end of the day. What's this dude doing here? But don't ask yourself to go back to work overtime. If he makes himself work overtime, then he simply doesn't give a shit. After tapping on Zhang Jiao's dialog box, inside lay several messages sent an hour ago. Zhang Jiao, buddy, I applied for resignation today. Zhang Jiao, after I officially leave my job in a couple of days, I'll be moving, and I won't be in the Magic City anymore. Zhang Jiao, tomorrow night, Sofitel Hotel. I'll treat you all to dinner. Be sure to go haha. Crap. What the hell is this? Why did you quit all of a sudden? Not only did they quit, they actually had to move. Is there some major change in the family? It's gotten to the point where you're quitting your job and selling your house? Chenny hurriedly called Zhang Jiao back. Chenny, crap. Yao, why are you suddenly quitting? Chenny, this is too sudden. Chenny, you're not in some kind of trouble, are you? Chenny, if you really encounter any difficulties, you must tell your brother. Chenny, we have known each other for so many years. How you treat me, I know very well. Chenny, I've also taken you as my own brother for a long time, shaking hands. A few seconds later, Zhang Jiao's message was sent. Zhang Jiao, silly old brother. You don't have to worry about me, crying with laughter. Zhang Jiao, don't you understand me? If I'm not absolutely sure, how can I possibly resign? Zhang Jiao, based on our years of friendship, let me be honest with you, shushing. Zhang Jiao, hasn't your sister-in-law been writing full-time at home? Her new book exploded this year, with 4 million readers online every day. Zhang Jiao, I'm not going to lie. It's 100,000 a day, laughs. Zhang Jiao, I'm thinking, why should I work here? Why don't I just go home and become a baby daddy, laughs. See Zhang Jiao's reply. Shen Yi was shocked with a jaw-dropping look of confusion. Shen Yi, shit, my sister-in-law is so awesome, thumbs up, thumbs down. Shen Yi, oh my god. I can't believe that online authors make so much money nowadays. Shen Yi, 100,000 a day. 3 million a month. A year is 30 to 40 million na. Shen Yi, you hurry up and hold on to your sister-in-law's thighs. You're marrying a god of wealth. Zhang Jiao, hey, giggling. Zhang Jiao, in fact, there are very few online authors who make a lot of money, and your sister-in-law belongs to the more fortunate ones. Zhang Jiao, I was in a hurry to quit my job because I wanted to hurry home and bring up my children. Zhang Jiao, give your sister-in-law good logistical support so that she can devote herself to the great business of writing. Shen Yi spread his teeth and smiled. From the bottom of his heart, he was happy for Zhang Jiao. But, when I think of Zhang Jiao's imminent move, again, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Shen Yi, hey, Yao. Since sister-in-law is making a lot of money, Shen Yi, then why did you move? What's wrong with Magic City? Doesn't it smell good to buy a big villa? Zhang Jiao, laughing badly. Zhang Jiao, it's not that Mordor is bad. It's that your sister-in-law wants to go abroad for a break. Zhang Jiao, by the way, I bought 2 houses to live in abroad, laughs. Shen Yi, crap. Shen Yi, I'm impressed. I underestimated you guys, shocked. Shen Yi, come on, nothing more to say. I wish you guys happiness. Zhang Jiao, when we meet tomorrow, let's have a good chat. Shen Yi, that's great. I have to learn from you. Learn how to write online articles to make money. Shen Yi, by the way, I recently read a novel called Shopping God, and it's in the millions of reads as well. Shen Yi, I'll see if I can learn from it and write a book, struggle, someday. Zhang Jiao, tease, crying with laughter. Chapter 141, coming to Zhang Evening's boudoir. I can't help it. 10 o'clock at night. West of the city, the Chen family compound. As soon as Chen Yi entered the courtyard gate, he heard bursts of laughter from the main hall from a distance. It's already 10 o'clock. Why aren't mom and dad back in bed? What's going on with these two tonight? Chen Yi took 3 steps and quickly crossed the courtyard and walked into the main hall. I just saw mom and dad sitting on the couch, eyes glowing with joy. He stared intently at the video on his cell phone. Chen Yi skimmed his mouth, walked up and looked at the video on his cell phone. Ooh, so it's a baby video. No wonder. These two are smiling with their gums showing. Goo, this big fat grandson of mine is in a hurry to drink his milk. That's right. Those little stubby legs keep primping for a while. 2 leather boys are so naughty, ha ha ha. Or the baby granddaughter is better behaved. Drinking milk is so cute and adorable. Chen Yi stood beside his dad and mom and followed them for several minutes. Have to say, the more you look at your own pups, the rarer they become. Chen Yi hemmed and hawed and said, cough. I say, you guys are looking too mesmerized. Aren't you? I've been back for a while. Shin Shuyin looked up. Curtail the smirk on your face. Without good humor, he said, you brat, why have you come back? Since we had dinner at Little Knight's house, why don't we just stay? Chen Shiqian saw his son return. There was also a look of surprise. Puzzled, your mom's right. Why aren't you staying? It's quite late. Didn't the Jiang family stay you? Chen Yi shrugged. With a breathless face, he said, I left it. I asked for it back. After all, Little Knight and I aren't married yet. It's not quite right to live together like this. And besides, I'm afraid you'll worry about me. Shin Shuyin put down her cell phone. Sigh, the god said grimly. You're overthinking it, boy. We're just relieved that you're staying at Little Knight's. You need to spend more time with Sayaka. Spend more time with Sayaka. And speed up the marriage. Chen Yi sat down on the sofa, taking a few sips of the hot tea on the coffee table. Disappointedly, he said, hey, you two are enough too. With a daughter-in-law and grandchildren, it's getting to be less and less about me. That's good. When Xiao Evening and I get our license, I'll simply move to the Jiang family and not come back, so that you won't be upset when you see me. As soon as I heard that, Shen Shuyin and Chen Shiqian were instantly anxious. Chen Shiqian waved his hand and said, that won't do. You can't live in the Jiang family after marriage. Shin Shuyin nodded, with a somewhat anxious expression. He said, yes, you still have to live in our Chen family after marriage. If you live in the Jiang family, then Xiao Lan and her precious grandchildren will have to live in the Jiang family with you. Your father and I can't stand being separated from our daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Chen Yi almost sprayed the tea in his mouth. He collapsed onto the couch, rolling his eyes. He said, well, so it's because he can't leave Little Late and his grandchildren. Now I'm really wondering if I'm your biological child or not. Not to mention, when you think about it, there's a real possibility that I could be the child you picked up. Our Chen family places so much importance on the continuation of the bloodline. And you guys even have only one child. Me, and you were married for many years before you had me. Should I really? Not waiting for Chen Yi to finish. A brain boom then knocked up. Chen Yi immediately bared his teeth in pain and raised his hand to cover his head. Xin Shuyin clenched her teeth in anger, scolding, "What nonsense are you saying, you bastard? Having you late is not because when your father and I were young, we just focused on enjoying the world of two, resulting in not being able to have more children for the old Chen family. That's why we don't want you to follow in our footsteps now, and want you to start a family sooner rather than later." Hear that? Chen Yi felt speechless. You guys are having fun, leaving me with the task of passing on the family name. Oh, isn't that a classic double standard? Chen Shiqian narrowed his eyes and smiled, walked over and patted his son's shoulder in fear. Changing the subject, he said, "Ha ha, well, down to business. You went to John's house today. What did John's family tell you? Has there been any mention of marriage to you?" Chen Yi took off his jacket and casually threw it on the sofa. With that, he headed for the couch. His eyebrows were raised lightly and his voice was lazy. "That's a must. The babies are almost 3 months old, and they haven't been named or registered. Now John's family is very anxious about my marriage to Little Knight and wants us to get a license on Monday." Chen Yi finished. Chen Shiqian clapped his hands in excitement. Godly said, "The Jiang family has considered it right. Ah, the matter of marriage really can't be delayed any longer. Never mind our relationship with Jiang's family. You two are innocent. You guys just have fun getting your license. Monday couldn't be better." Xin Shuing heard that her son was going to get a license. It was a moment of joy. Excitedly, he said, "Yes, let's get the license first, and then we'll plan the wedding. The house and car are readily available, and we'll have rooms for you in the yard." Chen Yi's brow furrowed. With a somewhat guilty expression, he said, "I would like to, but Little Knight is still a bit hesitant right now. She's not too keen on getting a license so early and is more concerned about the conflict between our two families." Xin Shuing pursed her lips. After a few moments of contemplation, she murmured, "It's normal. Girls are a bit resistant and considerate when faced with marriage. Tell you what, you spend the next 2 days with her and try to earn it. You want her to feel grounded and at ease and happy in her marriage and family." Chen Shiqian nodded. "Seriously, your mom's right. Your main thing right now isn't work and all that. It's all optional stuff. You need to keep your main thoughts on your wife and kids. Now, hurry back to your room and go to sleep. And get up early tomorrow to go to Zhang's house to see the baby." Chen Yi froze, opened his mouth about to say something. Just a sharp tug on his arm from his mom pulled him to his feet. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly. Standing up, he walked straight out of the main hall. The next day, Chen Yi got up early in the morning in an unprecedented manner. At 7 o'clock in the morning, on time, I came to Zhang's house. As soon as you enter the door, old Mrs. Zhang then smiled from ear to ear and waved affectionately towards Chen Yi. "Little Yat, come to Grandma." Jolie sat on the side and looked at Chen Yi lovingly. Complimenting, he said, "This child Xiaoyi is so diligent, actually getting up so early. At this hour, Little Knight is still asleep." Zhang Chenghuai sat on a sandalwood chair and sipped his tea. Seeing Chen Yi coming over, he immediately greeted the maid and poured tea for Chen Yi. Chen Yi smiled and waved his hand. "Uncle, I'm not used to drinking tea in the morning." Zhang Chenghuai glanced in the direction of the second floor. To Chen Yi, he said, "Xiaoyi, if you want to see the child, you can just go up and see it. No need to stay here with us. The little ones shouldn't be awake yet, so keep the noise down when you go in." Chen Yi nodded. Lowering his voice, he said, "Got it, Uncle. I'll go up then." Jolie added, "Xiaoyi, why don't you stop by and wake up Little Knight? This kid likes to stay up late on the weekends, which makes it hard to get up in the morning." Hear that? Chen Yi's eyes lit up sharply. "No problem, Auntie, I'll go get her now. Come to the second floor." Chen Yi slowly pushed open the door and gently walked into the baby room. Instantly a strong milky flavor hits your nose. Chapter 142, You turn around? People need to change their clothes. Chen Yi grinned, whispering softly, "Cubs, Daddy's coming. Baby girl, do you want your daddy?" The room was silent. Looks like the babies are still awake. Chen Yi tiptoed to the edge of the bed, not daring to make the slightest movement. Sure enough, the 3 little meatballs were snoozing in their beds. The 2 sons are sleeping in delightful, 4-legged, naive positions. And look at baby girl. She fell asleep on her side, her posture elegant. The little body arched slightly, like a cute little shrimp. "Baby girl, you are so cute, cuddly, sweet and soft. Daddy loves you so much." Chen Yi couldn't help but mumble. After continuing to stare at the babies for a while, Chen Yi then left the baby room, turning into the room next door to Jiang Evening's. Squeak and twist. Enter the door. Chen Yi smelled a warm scent unique to Jiang Evening's body. The smell was tantalizing. Chen Yi raised his eyes. The large, French-style room had thick blackout curtains drawn. The room was dimly lit and the air was heavy with a hint of ambiguity. Chen Yi gave a wooden smile. Jiang Evening is really a little lazy cat. You're a mom and you're still sleeping like a little girl. He slowly walked over to Jiang Evening's bedside. Jiang Lian was lying flat on the soft and comfortable big bed, her long waterfall-like hair naturally falling on the pillow, sleeping sweetly and nicknamed, two towering masses of snow, tantalizingly unlike anything else. Chen Yi pulled at his throat. Secretly, I reminded myself not to mess up. This was in the Jiang family, and the elders were waiting for themselves to ask Jiang Wan to go down and eat with them. This delicate and tantalizing jade body. There would be plenty of time to enjoy it later on when they got married. Why rush it? Thinking, he cleared his throat. Ahem. Jiang Wan, it's time to wake up. Don't sleep. Everyone's waiting for us to come downstairs for dinner. The voice finished softly. Jiang Lian, however, was still motionless and asleep. Seeing this, Chen Yi frowned and couldn't help but give a crooked smile. Why is this woman sleeping so soundly? Breathing evenly and smashing his mouth slightly from time to time. Like a small child. Looks like the voice needs to be louder. Chen Yi bent down and came up to Jiang Evening's ear. Jiang Wan, get up. The sun is on my ass. After sleeping all night, aren't you hungry? Go down and have breakfast. Hear the noise ringing in your ears. Jiang Evening frowned in her sleep. Lifting one jade hand, she impatiently brushed the air from her ears. Then she turned lazily, switching to a side sleeping position. He continued to drift off into a deep sleep. Chen Yi's eyes widened as he looked straight ahead, because, at this moment, Jiang Evening, as a result of turning around and springing to life, the light silk comforter slid down his shoulders. In an instant, the white and smooth beautiful back was displayed in front of Chen Yi. Follow the perfect line of the back down. The white and shapely ass was hidden. No way, no way. Grass up. That's too much of a hook to keep from squaring up and pulling a gun. Chen Yi tilted his face up and forced himself to shift his eyes to the ceiling. After a reprieve, he picked up his cell phone and glanced at the time. It's almost 8 o'clock. If they didn't yell at Jiang Wan to get up, Grandma Jiang and the others would definitely send someone up. Better to wake her up with a hard shout. Chen Yi bent down again and poked Jiang Even's shoulder with one finger. In an urgent voice, he said, Jiang Wan, wake up. Is it that sleepy? On workdays you come in earlier than the staff every morning. Why are you so sleepy when it's the weekend? Perhaps Chen Yi's voice was a bit loud. Jiang Evening finally turned around this time. The mouth began to grunt and mumble. Smashing, 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 but the eyes never opened. Next, Jiang Evening opened her arms and pulled Chen Yi's arm with one hand. Then, with a fierce push, he tightened Chen Yi's arm towards his arms. It was as if he was cradling a soft stuffed animal. Chen Yi smiled helplessly and tried to draw on his arm. Unexpected. The force of the sleeping Jiang Evening was surprisingly strong. Trying to pull your arm out is a bit of a struggle. Really. Plus, Jiang Evening's arms were incomparably soft and fragrant. The touch that the two clouds brought to the table was just too good to be true. Feel it in detail. I could even feel the two clouds that had been trembling slightly with my breath. Chen Yi lowered his head and looked at Jiang Evening fixedly. There was a wild glint in his eyes. This instant, he suddenly understood. Why didn't Grandma Jiang leave herself behind last night? It was really because, in the face of Jiang Evening's beauty, he was powerless. It seemed that Jiang Evening hadn't lied to herself. Having just given birth less than 3 months ago, it's really not a good idea to do that kind of exercise. I'm sure Grandma Jiang was also thinking about Jiang Even's health. But well, if you can't do it, you can always give me a kiss, right? Chen Yi leaned down and came up to Jiang Even's neck. A moment of smelling body odor. Slightly cool thin lips then covered them. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly opened. Ka! Chen Yi jerked his head up at the sound, only to see Grandma Jiang's personal maid, Lu Ma, standing at the door. Lu Ma's face swished red after glancing at the scene on the bed. Hurry up and lower your head. In a low voice, he reported. Old lady asked me to come up and call you. You guys hurry downstairs and eat. At this point, Jiang Wan seemed to sense that the atmosphere in the room was not right. She abruptly let go of Chen Yi's arm. Lifting his hand, he rubbed his sleepy eyes. Confused, he said, What's wrong, Mrs. Lu? Why are you here? Didn't I tell you a long time ago? There's no need to wake me up on weekends, said. Jiang even propped up her hands and sat up on the bed. Subconsciously, he turned his head. She was instantly startled when she saw that there was actually someone standing next to the bed. Exclaimed, Ouch! Chen Yi, why are you here? Chen Yi touched his nose. Bean laughed. Why can't I come? I'll come every day from now on and spend every day with you and the baby. Jung Evening grabbed the quilt as soon as she could. Wrap yourself up tight. Shy and annoyed, she said. You hurry up and get out. Mrs. Lu, you go out too. I'm going to change, and when I'm done I'll go down. Luma sniffed and smiled lowly, and retreated with great understanding. He just walked out of the room and turned back to close the door behind him. Jung Evening glanced at Chen Yi. Picking up her chin, she huffed. Why aren't you out yet? Didn't you hear me? I want to change. Chen Yi narrowed his dark eyes. Smilingly, he looked at Jung Evening. Bashfully, he said, how can you still be so raw when you've had 3 children? I have to supervise you so that you don't fall back to sleep as soon as I leave. Said. Chen Yi turned around, taking down Jung Evening's lace underwear and dress from a hanger on the side. Here, get changed. Jung even blinked a pair of watery, glistening winks. Shyly, she said, You put it down. You turn around. I'm going to change. Chapter 143 Jiang Yanyan. You are simply incorrigible. Chen Yi tilted his head and smiled. Alright, then hurry up. Having said that, he turned around slowly, walking over to the window. He lazily crossed his arms and stood by it. Through the gap in the curtains, one could clearly see the beauty of the entire Jiang family manor, but the view is even more beautiful. It was also far from being able to match the visual impact that the woman behind her brought to her. At this moment, Jiang Evening's stunningly beautiful torso was reflected impartially on the window in front of Chen Yi. Watch this scene. Chen Yi couldn't help but pull at his throat. Scenes from the night they met a year ago came to mind. The extreme experience of that night definitely counted as one of his most comfortable to date. Chen Yi blinked hard, trying to clear his head. Don't stop your mind from wandering once you see Jiang Evening. However, reason could not overpower the body's instincts after all. Grass up. Looks like the experts were right. According to research statistics, adult men think about sex and women 28 times a day. It seems to be true, especially when it came to meeting Jiang Evening, more than 28 times. A few minutes later, Jiang Evening finally changed her clothes. Chen Yi turned around, seeing Jiang Even was brushing her hair while taking a call on her cell phone. Chen Yi walked slowly to Jiang Evening. Jiang Even raised her eyes to look at Chen Yi, then quickly hung up the phone. With a somewhat unnatural expression, he said, I have to go out after dinner later. If you want to spend time with the baby, play with the baby at home. Chen Yi frowned, skimming her lips. She commiserated. What? You're not home with me? You're not avoiding me on purpose, are you? How can you do this to people? Jiang Even blankly glanced at Chen Yi. With a serious expression, he said, No kidding. I'm really in a bit of a hurry. Don't you tell my parents and them. I have to go check on Amazing later. She hasn't been in the best of shape lately. And she forgets about it. Anyway, just stay home and play with the baby. The words fell. Jiang even placed the comb in her hand on the dressing table while walking towards the doorway. Chen Yi's heart felt a sudden sense of unease. He took a big step forward and pulled Jiang Evening's wrist. Nervously, he said, Do you want me to go with you? I'm a little uneasy about you. Jiang Evening looked up. Suddenly, he smiled and said, Oops, you don't have to worry about me. I'm going to look for my sister. Jiang Yanyan, it's not like I'm going to some dangerous place. Chen Yi's dark eyes sank. Shaking his head, he said, You know very well how this sister of yours is as a person. Don't you forget. You went up there in danger, caused by drinking with her. Jiang Evening bit her lip, wrestled a little harder. In an urgent voice, she said, Chen Yi, let go of me. Don't you dare talk about Amazing like that. She's too young to know better and now she's been punished. Chen Yi paused. After thinking for a few moments, he held Jiang Evening's arm tightly with one hand and snatched her cell phone with the other. Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes instantly widened. Startled, he said, Chen Yi, what do you want? What are you doing with my cell phone? You're invading my privacy. Chen Yi didn't care. Holding Jiang Evening's hand, he used her fingers to unlock the phone's lock screen. Next, he dryly tapped on the location service that came with his cell phone. After setting up the shared location, it was only then that he let go of Jiang Wan and returned the phone to her. Jiang even frowned and rubbed her arm. Somewhat angry, she said, Chen Yi, what did you just do with my cell phone? You texted with Amazing? You can't just, without my permission. Chen Yi took a long breath, interrupting. No, I just shared both of our locations. That way I won't be afraid to find you. Just in case, and I mean just in case, you get into any more danger. I can be the first to know where you are. Jiang even beamed with a speechless face. Snickering, he said, I'm really convinced. Okay, now let's go downstairs and eat. A.M. Froning Road, Yunjin 1 house. Jiang Evening drove here alone. Just pushed open the door to the first floor hall. A pungent odor of alcohol instantly hit the room. and the smell of alcohol was mixed with the putrid smell of moldy food. Jiang even subconsciously covered her nose. Then on tiptoe, he cautiously stepped into the cluttered hall. Amazing! Amazing! Where are you? Are you home? Are you okay? After a few shouts, no one ever responded. Jiang even raised her head and glanced in the direction of the second-floor bedroom, then stepped onto the steps of the rotating staircase. After coming to the second floor, push opened the bedroom door. Jiang Yanyan was indeed lying on the bed weakly and powerlessly. Jiang Evening exhaled heavily and walked quickly to the bedside. Amazing! You dead girl. You didn't even say anything when I called out to you from down there. I thought you were dead. Look at yourself in the mirror and see how far you've fallen. After coming to the bedside, Jiang Evening fixed his eyes on it. Only then did he realize that Jiang Yanyan's face was pale and tired, and his body was so thin that he was skinny. At first glance, I thought it was an ancient smoker curled up in bed smoking a large cigarette. At this point, Jiang Yanyan rubbed his bloodshot eyes. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Sister, you're here. I'm all out of energy. I don't feel too good. I'll stay up." Looking at Jiang Yanyan like this, Jiang Evening was angry and heartbroken. Holding Jiang Yanyan's hand, he said, You're really asking for it. A good and happy day is lost to you. Come on. I'll get you dressed and take you to the hospital." Jiang Yanyan shook his head. The corners of his mouth curved, forcing a smile. "I'm not going. I just got back from the hospital yesterday. To tell you the truth, sis, I went to the hospital yesterday and had an abortion. That's why it looks weak right now. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine after a few days of recuperation." Jiang even was stunned, her hands trembling slightly. She gritted her teeth, roared, "You damned girl, are you crazy? Although you and Wang Zhanglin are divorced, you have had so many years of relationship after all. How could you take the liberty of aborting both of your children? There's still a chance you'll get back together with this baby. Hear that?" Jiang Yanyan lowered his head with a disheveled expression. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, "Sister, the child is not Zhang Lin's. It was someone else's, and I'm out of touch with that person now. If the child is Zhang Lin's, how could I possibly be willing to abort it? I'm sure I wouldn't hesitate to have a child with someone I love. Just like you." Jiang Evening was so angry that her face turned purple. She clenched her fists, itching to immediately beat Jiang Yanyan violently. After a reprieve, she covered her heaving chest, hating the iron. She said, "Jiang Yanyan, you're really incorrigible. It's fortunate that I didn't listen to you and go to Wang Zhanglin to make peace and persuade him to forgive you. You don't deserve the love he has for you." Chapter 144, This Guy, What a Complete Daughter Slave. Jiang Yanyan let out a bitter laugh as if he was laughing at himself. Lying straight on the bed, his eyes were empty and lifeless. Yui said, "You're right, sis. I'm just one wrong step at a time. No wonder it's said that it only takes one time to cheat, and a million times more. Once you're addicted, even if you know it's wrong, you can't get out of it." Jiang Evening raised her cheeks. Blinking rapidly, she held back the tears in the corners of her eyes. At the moment, she was overwhelmed with heartache. On the one hand, it is lamenting the breakup of the happy marriage between Yanyan Zhang and Zhang Linwang. On the other hand, it was heartache for Jiang Yanyan to end up in such a situation. Jiang Evening sighed. Disappointedly, he said, "All right, it's over. The most important thing for you right now is to get well and not worry your family. You just had a miscarriage. You can't just lay around. You need to go to the hospital to get better." Jiang Yanyan immediately sat up with strong support. Anxiously, he said, No, I don't want to go back to the hospital. I just want to stay at home. I feel inexplicably scared when I go out now. My heart palpitates uncomfortably. Also, I haven't dared tell my family about my divorce and miscarriage. Sis, you must help me hide this from my family, please." Jiang Evening was a bit stunned. There was a bit of confusion in his eyes, and a bit of heartache and anger. After a long time, she raised her hand and touched Jiang Yanyan's pale cheek. Nodding his head slightly, he said, Now you know how to have a face. Why didn't you think of pride in face when you did those stupid things before? I can help you hide it from your family for now, but you have to promise me one thing." Jiang Yanyan nodded heavily, holding Jiang Evening's hand tightly. Sharply, she said, "Aha, go ahead, sis. I will change my ways and listen to you." Jiang Evening said seriously, "Promise, sis. Don't be so disheveled anymore. Take care of your body and get healthy as soon as possible. It hurts to see you like this. Since you don't want to go to the hospital, I'll hire you 2 caregivers, and a babysitter. Just stay home and get well these days. No more running out." Jiang Yanyan hummed. With that, he reclined on the bed. The look was forlorn, as if it were a trapped beast that couldn't find its way out. Jiang Evening stood up and covered Jiang Yanyan's quilt. Then step aside, pick up your cell phone and dial a private hospital. A few minutes later, she hung up. Just as she was about to put her cell phone in her bag, the WeChat tone suddenly sounded. Tinker. She opens the Microsoft. Chen Yi's avatar popped up instantly. Jesus. 99 plus unread messages? What does Chen Yi want? It couldn't be something going on at home. Could it? Could it be the babies? Jiang Wan suddenly felt flustered. Her fingers trembled slightly as she clicked on Chen Yi's dialog box. After looking at it, she patted her chest in fear as if she were relieved. The expression was like a smile. This Chen Yi. What is he up to? Luckily nothing happened at home. It was a false alarm. Chen Yi, have you arrived at Amazing Zheng's house yet? Chen Yi, you don't have to worry about the family. I'll take good care of the babies, laughs. Chen Yi, the babies have woken up from their nap, so I can play with them. Chen Yi, ha 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 ha. Oh, intersection. Oh, Chen Yi, I just changed my daughter's diaper, and she peed a lot, proudly. Chen Yi, let your daughter bear her but for a while, comfortably. Chen Yi, no good. My daughter is starting to cry and eat up her little hands, in a hurry. Chen Yi, it's okay. It's okay. I gave her 200 milliliters of powdered milk to drink. Chen Yi, she's finishing her milk now, and she's starting to smile, her little belly bulging. Chen Yi, help, my daughter is so cute. My mom, crying with laughter. Chen Yi, I'm going to carry her downstairs to play for a while. Which little outfit would be good for her to wear, thinking. Chen Yi, I'm wearing a pink princess dress for her. He. Chen Yi, it's so happy to bring up a baby. I'll bring up my flesh and blood, laughs. Chen Yi. Looking at the pile of messages sent by Chen Yi, a wave of warmth inexplicably surged in the bottom of Jiang Even's heart. Original. There really are dads who love their kids so much. Weird. How come he just met the baby and he likes it so much? Is this the legendary bloodline connection? The power of blood? Jiang Evening curled her lips in a smile. Lifting her slender fingers, she quickly tapped down a few words. Jiang Evening, oops, why did you send so many messages? Jiang Evening, so annoying are you, humming. Jiang Evening, however, seeing that you are so good at taking care of the baby, I am relieved to be outside. Having said that, Jiang even unconsciously scrolled up to look at the message sent by Chen Yi. For a mom, any news about a child has total appeal. But, looking at it, Jiang even felt that something was wrong. Chen Yi said so much. How come he only mentioned his daughter? Where are the two baby boys? How come there's not a single word about the son? Jiang Evening couldn't help but ask. Jiang Evening, hey, Chen Yi, let me ask you. Jiang Evening, where are the sons? Jiang Evening, you only cared about bringing up your daughter and forgot about your son, frowning? A few seconds later, Chen Yi messaged back. Chen Yi, no, the two fat boys are fine. Chen Yi, I have limited energy. I can't bring up 3 babies. I can only bring up one of my daughters. Chen Yi, but just rest assured that the childcare provider is taking care of the son, he. Jiang Evening puffed and laughed out loud. This guy, typical daughter slave. This can't go on. The sons will get jealous. JNN, you better treat all 3 babies the same, knock on wood. Jiang Evening, 3 babies? You can rotate them. Jiang Evening, they are all our heart and soul. Our heart and soul meet, humming. Chen Yi, aha, hubby knows, struggling. Chen Yi, tell you what. I'll hold my daughter and interact with my sons. Chen Yi, don't worry. I won't leave my sons out in the cold. Jiang Evening laughed her ass off. The inner gloom cleared away. Until then, she had never imagined what it would be like to be married. Until he witnessed Chen Yi interacting with the babies, as well as a series of warm and loving words sent by Chen Yi at this moment. Think about it. Seems like it would be nice to get married. Having a husband and children is like being drenched in honey. 6 o'clock in the evening. Sofitel Hotel. In the luxurious and spacious private room, Zhang Jiao's leaving party was underway. Chen Yi sat next to Zhang Jiao. At this point, his heart was mixed. Both happy for a good friend to be rich and famous, and sad about the impending parting. Chen Yi raised his cup and drank it in one go. Get close to Zhang Jiao. In a low voice, he said, Brother Yao, if it wasn't for your gathering, I wouldn't have come at all. I won't lie to you. In the Shanghai group, as long as you are sincere to me, you are my good buddy. Knowing that my sister-in-law has made a lot of money writing books and that your family of 3 is about to settle abroad, I'm genuinely happy for you. Zhang Jiao reddened his eyes, patting Chen Yi's shoulder for fear. Emotionally, Xiao Yi, think back to when we first met. You're in your early 20s, and I'm only in my 30s, and in the blink of an eye, I'm in my dotage. Chen Yi nodded his head while doing so. While picking up the Moutai on the table, he refilled Zhang Jiao's glass. Just then, the door to the private room opened. A gentle and delicate voice suddenly rang out. The crowd instantly turned their heads in unison. Chapter 145, this Qin Xiaoman. It can't be aiming at you, right? Qin Xiaoman? How did she get here? Chen Yi lightly raised his eyebrows and faintly swept a glance at Qin Xiaoman. The 20 or so people present all had surprise written in their eyes when they saw Qin Xiaoman come in. A couple of people showed their disgust on the spot. Start whispering. Isn't she our company's receptionist? How come she's also here for Yao's leaving party? Yeah, we're all in finance. What's she doing here as a receptionist? And, from what I hear, she's resigned. Who knows if she quit of her own accord, or was fired from the company? LOL. Shoo, coming over. Don't let her hear. Qin Xiaoman stood in the doorway of the private room and guffawed at the crowd. Enthusiastically, he said, "Sorry, Brother Yao, I'm late." Said. She reached up and lifted the hem of her dress and walked over with a shapely stride. At this point, Xining, an accountant in the finance department with whom she shared a room, smiled and waved her over. "Xiaoman, come to me." Qin Xiaoman quickly walked over to the ladies' table and sat down next to Xining. Zhang Jiyou was a bit surprised though. However, out of politeness, he still nodded smilingly at Qin Xiaoman. After all visitors are guests. Even if you don't know them very well, there is no reason to treat them with a cold face. Little Qin. Sit down. Order whatever you want to eat and drink. Make yourself at home. Qin Xiaoman raised her hand to straighten a strand of broken hair on her forehead. Smilingly, she said, "Good grin. Brother Yao, why is Yao suddenly leaving his job? Is there a better development? I can't bear to see you go. You're like a big brother to me. I remember Yao even brought me breakfast and bought my favorite cappuccino." Zhang Jiyou listened in confusion, touching his nose, forcing a smile. He said, "Oh, there's still this? Why don't I remember? Xiao Qin, you're still asking me. How come I heard that you quit your job too?" Qin Xiaoman raised her glass and took a sip, blinking a pair of eyes with delicate makeup. Slowly, he said, "Why? I'm tired because I'm too tired to work the front desk. Unlike you office sitters, I'm on my feet for 8 or 9 hours a day, and I have to wear high heels, so my body just can't take it. It just so happens that now that I've quit, I'm going to swing for the fences for a while and have some fun. My boyfriend always says he's going to support me, so it's the perfect opportunity to test him." Giggle. Having said that, Qin Xiaoman stretched the sleeves of her dress. The delicate wristwatch on her wrist was revealed with a feigned nonchalance. Seeing the wristwatch on Qin Xiaoman's hand, everyone present was shocked. Couldn't help but whisper, "Holy shit, did I read that right? This is the latest Rolex ladies watch? Rub, it's the newest medieval 18K gold mechanical watch. It seems like the minimum is over $100,000. Is this Qin Xiaoman on the list of big spenders? Look at that golden, warm and thick color. Authentic without a doubt. Good looks are an advantage. Even if you have no education and no ability, you can still marry a rich man. Oh, one really can't underestimate this girl." Qin Xiaoman sipped the red wine in her hand with elegant posture. The corners of his mouth curled into an imperceptible smile. After years of working as a receptionist, she has long since learned to read people's minds and hearts. Fong just walked in the door. She then realized that all the people here had a high opinion of themselves and looked down on her as a receptionist. As it is, I'll open your eyes. I'll show you. One of my watches is worth a year's salary. Let you all despise me. One by one. They think they are superior. I don't know that you are just a poor working man. You can't afford a toilet in Magic City even if you work all your life. I can't believe I still have the face to get it. It's a laugh at my old lady's expense. But pain is pain. Qin Xiaoman wouldn't be stupid enough to show it directly. After all, she goes for the elegant goddess style. Moreover, one's purpose of coming here today was not to slap these poor working people in the face. His own target was Chen Yi. Thinking, Qin Xiaoman cocked her head. The eyes delicately glanced at Chen Yi. The moment Chen Yi twisted his head, he perceived the gaze cast over by Qin Xiaoman, but he only glanced absently. The line of sight directly skipped over Qin Xiaoman. At this moment, Zhang Jiyou looked at Qin Xiaoman and then at Chen Yi beside him. Lowering his voice, he said, "Brother, this Qin Xiaoman shouldn't be coming for you, right? I remember her chasing you for a long time." Chen Yi took a bite of the newly served dish. While chewing, he said, "Well, like it, but that's all in the past. Didn't you hear what she said? She has a boyfriend now. I think she just thought you were nice to her and took care of her at the office. So she came to your going away party." Zhang Jiyou puffed out a laugh, hammering Chen Yi's chest. He said, "You're damn right laughing at me. I was nice to her? I haven't spoken to her at all. It's a nodding acquaintance at best. As for what she just said about me bringing her meals and buying her cappuccinos, that's pure bullshit. I guess someone else bought it for her and she misremembered and credited me." Chen Yi laughed his ass off, stretching out a finger. He shook it. With a mysterious face, he said, "Egu, old brother, you're not admitting it. Are you afraid my sister-in-law will find out and go back to punish you for kneeling on a durian? Don't worry, brother, I'm sure I'll keep your secret." Zhang Jia was speechless, rolling his eyes. He said, "Hiss, you still don't believe me? I really haven't spoken to her. Not to mention your sister-in-law's strict control, or not caring about me. I'm not that kind of person." The two men clinked glasses. A little more small talk with a co-worker at the table. After a while, Zhang Jiao twisted his head, patting Chen Yi's shoulder. He said, "By the way, you and Mr. Jian, how is it now? Don't hide it from me. I know you, boy. I'd be surprised if you didn't have a crush on her." Hear that? Chen Yi smiled, his somewhat slightly drunken eyes narrowing. "Shu, keep it down. Yao, you're one of us, so I won't hide it from you. I'm already with Jiang Wan, and getting married soon." Zhang Jia was surprised and delighted. Excited. Really? Crap. Then what the gossip news said. The 3 children born to Mr. Jian, are they really yours? Chen Yi nodded slightly, gave Zhang Jiao a you-know-what expression. Zhang Jiao let out a long breath, sighing, "Good. You kid." Without a sound. "It's amazing. Dare I say that you've solved all the major life events at once. Old brother admires you." Chen Yi refilled 2 more glasses of wine. He smiled and said, "All in all, both of our brothers' lives are good, and our wishes have been granted. I wish you all the best when you go abroad and be happy with your sister-in-law's children. Brother Yao, I'm so happy for you. Come on, let's have another drink." Chapter 146, Chen Yi, you can't escape tonight. The table of female co-workers. Just now, Qin Xiaoman's inadvertent wave of flaunting her wealth has successfully attracted the envy of the female colleagues at the table, people who originally looked down on her because of her education and status. At the moment, they all began to flatter her with raised eyebrows and smiles. "Xiaoman, no wonder you're quitting your job when you say so, not dragging your feet at all. So you have a rich boyfriend to support you." "Yes, Xiaoman, I envy you for having someone behind you to rely on." "That's right, unlike us, who work hard every day and don't dare to consider quitting even if we're tired. That can't be helped. People are long and beautiful and God rewards them. Xiaoman, this face, this body, if I were a man I'd like it too." Giggle giggle. Qin Xiaoman covered her mouth, smiling playfully and shyly. After laughing, she shook her head slightly. Modestly, he said, "Gee, don't you guys compliment me? I'm embarrassed. Actually, my boyfriend is just a regular guy, and I had to agree to it because I was so stalked by him that I just had no choice. It's annoying to always be chased by a man, or to be spontaneous and comfortable alone." This tea-flavored speech caused the crowd to smack their lips. However, people couldn't find any words to refute her. In this world, everyone laughs at the poor. It doesn't matter what your character is, as long as you have money, then everyone will flatter you and flatter you. Egu, Xiaoman, don't be so modest. We're all happy for you that you found a rich and loving boyfriend. By the way, when are you getting married? We're all going to drink the wedding wine. The female co-workers' gazes were all focused on Qin Xiaoman's body. Envy that was hard to hide was in every eye. Qin Xiaoman couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when she heard the word marriage. A flicker of imperceptible panic flashed under his eyes. She curled her lips in a smile. The expression was shy. "Why? Marriage is not yet a shadow of a thing. I want to spend some time with my boyfriend first and get a good look at him to see if he's true to me." The female co-workers nodded their heads in agreement. No one pursued Qin Xiaoman's marriage. 9:30 at night. Everyone was already full and drunk. At this point, Sun Hao, the accountant, proposed that we all go downstairs to sing in the KTV. Sun Hao staggered to his feet, clapping his hands together. He said, "I see it's still early. So here's the deal. How about I propose we all go downstairs and sing in the Marriott KTV? Hey!" Zhang Jiao blinked hard, waving his hand. He said, "If you guys want to sing, you go ahead and Brother Yao will pay for you. But I won't go. Your sister-in-law is strict and I have to go home early." Sun Hao frowned, with a somewhat unhappy expression. He said, "It's not easy to get together. I don't know if I'll have the chance in the future. Brother Yao, just go. If you don't go, everyone will probably not go." Sun Hao finished. There was a lot of shouting from those present. "Yes, Brother Yao, you're the star of the show tonight. How can you not be there? Brother Yao, go ahead. It's still early. The nightlife in Magic City hasn't even officially started yet. So if you ask me, let's finish the song and go to a nightclub." Agreed. Hands down. Chen Yi patted his chest in fear. After a bout of open drinking with Zhang Jiao just now, his alcohol strength was up at the moment. He forced down his drunkenness, helping Zhang Jiao to round up the situation. He said, okay, you guys. Brother Yao isn't like you guys. Brother Yao has a wife and kids, and when he comes home late, his sister-in-law should be angry. Tell you what, let Yao go home, and if you guys want to sing, go ahead. I'll pay for it." Chen Yi finished. People still disagree. Keep pulling. After a moment of stalemate, when the people saw Zhang Jiao's determined attitude to go home, they had no choice but to give up. A few minutes later, the crowd reluctantly walked out of the hotel room. At this point, Chen Yi's drunkenness became even stronger. With red cheeks and disoriented eyes, he stood in front of the hotel waiting for a chauffeur, assisted by 2 colleagues. A few minutes later, the chauffeur Zhang Jiao called arrived first. Zhang Jiao walked over and patted Chen Yi's shoulder fearfully with moist eyes. At length, he said, "Brother, it's rare for you to drink so much tonight. Our brotherly love is in the wine. I'm going to go ahead, so when you get home you'll have a glass of honey for your drink and then get a good night's sleep." Chen Yi nodded. One held Zhang Jiao's hand. The voice was a little slurred. "Okay, you, go back quickly. Brother, don't let sister-in-law worry." After Zhang Jiao left, co-workers have also taken a taxi home. Only Chen Yi and Zhang Hao, as well as a few female co-workers, were left at the entrance of the hotel. Zhang Hao's drunken eyes were mesmerized. Flirting, he said, "Chen Yi, you kid is the hidden rich man in our group. If I'm not mistaken, you're driving the latest S-Class Maybach, aren't you? $5 million of luxury cars. Ah, no wonder the chauffeur's so difficult to call. The average person simply do not dare to drive. Ah, ha ha ha." Chen Yi was unsteady on his feet. One stumbled and sat down on the steps. Stammered, "Who are you? Zhang Hao? I don't see you drinking at all. Why don't you drive me back?" Chen Yi had just finished speaking. Zhang Hao then waved and stopped a cab. Zhang Hao hurriedly waved his hand at Chen Yi, then quickly walked over. Several female co-workers, standing on the sidelines, were also waving to stop the bus. After another cab came, Qin Xiaoman smiled and said, "You guys go up first, I'll take the next one." Having said that, she moved closer to Shining, whispering, "Aren't you going to spend the night at your boyfriend's house tonight? Go ahead. You don't have to wait for me." Xin Ying's pretty face reddened. Embarrassed, "I said, I'll get in the car first then. Take your time on the road." Xiaoman. Qin Xiaoman narrowed her eyes and watched her co-workers leave. The expression on his face was taboo. Wait until Chen Yi's chauffeur arrives. Qin Xiaoman very naturally helped up Chen Yi, who was in the throes of alcoholism. After getting into the back seat of the car, she straightened up and assumed a hostess-like demeanor. Indifferently, he said, "Master, Jiangning Road, Qingxin Home District." The valet boy froze at his words. Then he said cheerfully, "Great grin." Despite internal doubts, how can someone who drives a 500 luxury car live in an old neighborhood on the outer ring road? This is too much of a mismatch. But doubts are doubts. As a chauffeur boy, he knows very well his identity, and he should not ask what he should not ask, lest he get into unnecessary trouble. Back seat. The corners of Qin Xiaoman's mouth rose, hooking up a meaningful smile. She twisted her head around, her eyes complex as she looked at Chen Yi, who was nearly passed out. Couldn't help but murmur, "Chen Yi, you still can't get rid of me after all. I lost my job and was fined by you in Jiang evening. I've been fighting hard for over 10 years, and now I've lost all my efforts. Before I leave Magic City, I will make you and Jianwan pay the price." 40 minutes later, Qingxing Home's neighborhood. Qin Xiaoman helped Chen Yi, who was drunk and losing his mind, up the stairs. Ka opened the door for a moment. Qin Xiaoman completely dropped her disguise. She helped Chen Yi into her room, and then stood by the bedside, quietly looking at the drunken and unconscious Chen Yi. Chen Yi was lying flat on the bed, his head on the side, his cheeks slightly red, the eye sockets were deep, the nose was high and straight, and the single thin lips were a light magenta color. At first glance, it looks quite a wild and untamed beauty. Qin Xiaoman panted heavily, her chest heaving. After a few moments of freezing, she raised her hands and slowly unbuttoned her blouse. Chapter 147. Chen Yi, he's drunk and sleeping beside me. Qin Xiaoman smiled delicately. His eyes stared straight at Chen Yi. Biting her lip, she slid one arm behind her back and skillfully unbuttoned her underwear. Abruptly, the waves bobbed over. Just as she was twisting her thin waist towards the bed, trying to do something about it, the cell phone rang suddenly. Ding 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 ding. Qin Xiaoman's footsteps lurched. Her face twisted in displeasure and she glanced at her cell phone sitting on her dressing table. She walked over and picked up her cell phone. The moment she saw the caller ID, Qin Xiaoman involuntarily rolled her eyes. "Hey, Chow, what's up? Call me." Qin Xiaoman pinched her voice and daintily said. The man on the other end of the phone became very emotional when he heard Qin Xiaoman's voice. "Wandering, I miss you. Why haven't you returned my messages for so long? You said you went to a co-worker's leaving party, and I was afraid you'd drink too much and that you'd be in danger on the way home." Qin Xiaoman leaned on the makeup table with a lazy posture. Casually, he picked up the drink on the table and took a few sips. "Aya, why are you so worried about people? It's still safe at night in Mordor. The streets are brightly lit, nothing like the nights in our county. The man on the phone hemmed and hawed, kissed Qin Xiaoman twice through the cell phone. Wanderer, since you're safe, I'm relieved. By the way, wandering, is your high-speed train ticket home next week? Why don't you see if you can get an earlier ticket? I think about you every day. I can't sleep. I can't stand it anymore. Hear the greasy words. Qin Xiaoman felt sick to her stomach. She raised her eyes and looked fixedly at Chen Yi on the bed. Chen Yi was so tall and handsome. His body so robust and sturdy. Most importantly, he's also a native of Mordor. And I've heard that his family is still exceptionally well off. And think about this lickspittle Sun Chao back home. They are literally one heaven and one earth. Although Sun Chao's family is quite good. Opened a small wood processing plant in his hometown. But compared to Chen Yi, his little money probably doesn't even count for the people from a fraction of what they have. Even more aggravating, Sun Chao has a swarthy look. And just because of his poor appearance, his body is also very short. With that kind of body, I guess it's small and thin. If she married him, she was afraid that she would never enjoy the pleasures of a woman for the rest of her life. Sun Chao on the phone was still spouting words of love. Wanderer, how about this? You get your high-speed rail ticket refunded and I'll drive straight to pick you up. It's only 8 or 9 hours from our hometown to Mordor. As soon as I heard that, Qin Xiaoman was instantly anxious. Geez, it won't work. Super brother, I was worried that you were too tired to drive such a long way. I'd better take the high-speed train back next week. We're almost married. There's no rush for a few days. Qin Xiaoman forced down the disgust in her heart. From time to time, he raised his hand to admire this fine Rolex watch on his wrist. The mind kept reminding itself, you must coax Sun Chao. He's the only one currently in a good position and still in love with himself. Take advantage of the fact that he's madly in love with himself and you need to get a license to marry him as soon as you get back home. Right, the dowry and the engagement. And so on, nothing less. Alright then, wandering, then I'll pick you up at the high-speed train station on time next week. It's getting late. Are you lying down? Shall we make a video call? I wanted to see you. You're my favorite woman, my only goddess. Qin Xiaoman frowned. There was a strong wave of disgust under his eyes. She tugged at the corner of her mouth and giggled a few times. Chow, I'm all undressed and have turned off the lights. I'm embarrassed. You know, I'm a particularly conservative girl. Tell you what, we'll video call tomorrow during the day. The words fell. A man's silly laugh came over the phone. Silly baby, when we get married, I want to look at it all I want. You call me husband first, okay? Call out. Qin Xiaoman patted her chest in fear. There was a straight-up dry heaving. The drink in his hand also spilled onto his shirt. Husband. That's okay, isn't it? You bad husband. Ha! The man on the phone heard the dainty voice. It was a joyful moment. Wandering. Hubby loves you so much. Trojan. When you get home, hubby will take you shopping for clothes, makeup, anything you like. Qin Xiaoman rolled her eyes with a face full of contempt. Got it. Hubby, I'm going to rush off to bed now. Bye. Good night. After saying that, Qin Xiaoman simply hung up the phone. After a reprieve, Qin Xiaoman carefully took off her Rolex watch. Next, she took off her drink-soaked camisole as she headed toward the bathroom. 11 o'clock at night. East of the city, Jiang family estate villa. Jiang Evening walked out of the baby's room gently. She took her cell phone and opened WeChat again and again. Tap on Chen Yi's dialog box. Inside is a conversation from 3 hours ago. Chen Yi, wife, you should be home by now, love you? Chen Yi, I'm here for Zhang Jiao's leaving party. Chen Yi, I'll go straight home after dinner and see you and the baby tomorrow, love you. Chen Yi, is baby girl asleep? When she's asleep, you put her on her side. She sleeps better that way. Chen Yi, if she cries, you change her diaper. Then hold her upright and gently pat her back. Chen Yi, when she falls asleep, if she grunts, you hold her in your arms and coax her. Jiang Evening, why are you talking so much? Frowning. Jiang Evening, don't worry, I'll stay with the babies as they fall asleep. Chen Yi, that's good. You need to get some rest too. Chen Yi, I'll let you know when I get home, hugs. Jiang Evening looked over and over again at the chat log from 3 hours ago. The heart felt a vague twinge of uneasiness. It's 11 o'clock. Why hasn't this guy talked to himself? He's not in the habit of staying out at night. You're not drunk, are you? He's a terrible drinker. Will he be in any danger? It's been 3 hours. I should have been home by now. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang even frowned and dialed Chen Yi's voice call. Do. A busy tone rang through the voice. At this moment, Jiang Evening felt more and more nervous and uneasy. After thinking about it, she exited WeChat. Start dialing Chen Yi's number. Do. Called several times in a row and never got an answer. Jiang Evening gripped her cell phone tightly and walked around the corridor. Is it hard to believe that something really happened to? That's right, Zhang Ziao. Chen Yi was going to his party. He must have known about Chen Yi's condition. Zhang Evening quickly found out the list of employees in the group's finance department. After finding Zhang Jiao's phone number, she was about to dial out Chen Yi's phone call. However, suddenly called. Do. Zhang even quickly pressed the connecting Ken. He couldn't wait to speak. Chen Yi, what are you doing? Why don't you answer your phone too? Are you home now? You're the one who said you'd message me when you got home. Zhang Evening's words had not yet fallen. A delicate female voice came over the phone. Chen Yi, he's drunk. He's sleeping next to me right now. Shoo, I'm sorry. I have to keep my voice down. I don't want to wake him up. Excuse me. Who are you? What can I do for him? Zhang Even was stunned. A heart instantly fell to the bottom, and his hands unconsciously began to shake. Chen Yi, this guy actually cheated on his wife? Moved on? Or got drunk? How could he? Paying lip service to loving yourself and your baby, only to turn around and sleep with another woman, still playing the role of a good father and husband during the day. Who knows? Take another woman to a room after a night of drinking. Chen Yi, you're a big liar and a big sex fiend. Zhang Evening was so angry that her willow brows were locked, and a stabbing pain came from her heart. She gritted her teeth. In a cold voice, she said, Who are you? How long have you been with Chen Yi? You are already having sex? Chapter 148, Qin Xiaoman. What have you done to Chen Yi? The words just came out. Zhang Evening then regretted it. She couldn't believe that such a blunt and pretentious question had come from her own mouth. When did she become such a vulgar woman? I can't believe I'm here fighting with another woman over a man. River Knight, where's your pride and face? Aren't there plenty of men? Why stick to one Chen Yi? She likes it, just let her have it. Just as Zhang Evening was frantic and chagrined, the phone rang with an openly triumphant laugh. Cluck cluck cluck. Mr. Jiang, I can't believe you didn't hear who I am. Sure enough, a big president like you can't remember an insignificant little person like me. Zhang Even's heart thumped, the beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her mind quickly pondered who the owner of this voice was. Mr. Jiang? She called herself Mr. Jiang? Could she be an employee of her own company? But the group is so big, including the following branches. There are thousands of employees. How could he or she remember everyone's voice clearly? After a few seconds of silence, Qin Xiaoman on the other end of the phone took the initiative to confess. Mr. Jiang, I'm Qin Xiaoman. You don't remember me? You're the one who handed me over to the police, cost me my job and a huge fine. Zhang Evening's beautiful eyes dilated, her expression surprised. However, upon realizing that the woman was Qin Xiaoman, she recoiled with a slight sigh of relief. As far as she understood, Chen Yi did not have a good feeling towards this Qin Xiaoman at all. If Chen Yi liked Qin Xiaoman, how could he watch her get fired from the company without doing anything? Think about it. Jiang Lian sneered and said, Qin Xiaoman, you really don't remember what you've eaten. It seems that the punishment you received last time was still too light. Didn't put you in jail, just told you to get the hell out of the company as a resignation. Say, did you take advantage of Chen Yi while he was drunk? Zhang Evening's words just fell. A shrill, hideous laugh rang out across the room all of a sudden. Ha ha ha. Zhang Evening, you're too arrogant to have no one in your sight. Don't forget that Chen Yi is a man, and a bloody normal one at that. He can love you yesterday and love someone else today. As soon as he saw me tonight, he confessed his love for me, just started monkey touching me on the way home. Zhang Evening knows. These words were deliberately made by Qin Xiaoman to irritate her. She didn't move to listen while turning on the locator system that came with her phone. She remembers it clearly. In the morning, Chen Yi set their cell phones to location sharing. Chingson Home Subdivision. Locate the results when they come in. Zhang even didn't bother to put on her jacket, so she hurried downstairs. She did her best to keep her breathing steady. In a stern voice, she said, Qin Xiaoman, do you think I'll believe it? How could Chen Yi possibly like a psychologically twisted woman like you? You put Chen Yi on the phone. I won't believe it unless he tells me himself. Having said that, there was silence on the other end of the line for several seconds. But, soon the shrill sardonic laughter resounded again. Zhang Evening, who gave you such booming self-confidence? Chen Yi, he can't answer the phone anymore because we just did it 3 times in a row. He's been drained by me and is now passed out. Having said that, Qin Xiaoman hung up the phone without hesitation. At this point, Zhang Evening was already in the car. Mr. Jiang, where are we going? The bodyguard Zhou Pang asked respectfully. Zhang Evening leaned against the car window. Faintly, he said, Xingxin Home Neighborhood. Drive faster. The car raced down the road. Zhang Even's heart was in a state of anxiety. Is Qin Xiaoman telling the truth? Did Chen Yi really get drunk and sleep with Qin Xiaoman? Somehow, the jealousy within Zhang Evening was like a blazing fire, almost devouring all of her sanity. Turns out, Without realizing it, one had already developed a strong possessive desire for Chen Yi. One's whole heart, and one's body, all had already regarded Chen Yi as their man. The other side. Xingxing Home's neighborhood. Building 3, Unit 2, 501. After hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaoman stood on the balcony for a while. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she slammed her cell phone on the floor. Her chest rose and fell, and the hatred in her eyes grew stronger. After glancing at Chen Yi, who was still asleep on the bed, she pulled back her long, wet hair and made her way to the bed. Chen Yi, are you okay? Chen Yi, wake up! Qin Xiaoman leaned forward, stretching out a finger. He poked Chen Yi's chest. Chen Yi frowned and shook his head, mouth slurred. Well, who are you? Late, is, you? Seeing Chen Yi in his drunken state, he was still shouting Jiang Evening's name. Qin Xiaoman was so angry that her willow eyebrows rose and she gritted her teeth. Well, Chen Yi, do you love her that much? I had to put you to sleep tonight. No, I had to let you put me to sleep. It's okay if you're drunk. I can help you, said. Qin Xiaoman bit her lip and slowly undid the straps of her robe, and after, the entire person directly covered Chen Yi's body. A few minutes later, just as Qin Xiaoman's gaze greedily admired Chen Yi's body, there was a loud bang. The shock caused her body to tremble, and she directly bounced off of Chen Yi's body. Bang! After breaking and entering, Jiang Evening and Zhou Peng quickly walked into the bedroom. After seeing the bed, Jiang Evening was too shocked to speak. Only under the dim and disorienting light, Chen Yi was only wearing a piece of underwear. A glance over, he was just lying there naked on a single bed with pink sheets. His body was slender and muscular, his bronzed skin glowing with an attractive glow. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Jiang Evening coldly looked at Qin Xiaoman. A hint of fury colored the bottom of his eyes. Qin Xiaoman, you evil, poisonous woman, what did you do to Chen Yi? Say, what did you just do to him? Qin Xiaoman grabbed the bathrobe that had fallen to the floor in a panic and wrapped it around her body. Then cower in the corner of the bed. His voice trembled as he said, Jiang Evening, this is not your company. This is my home. You broke into my home without permission. I'm breaking the law. I'm calling the police on you. Jiang Evening's red lips slightly hooked. With a sneer, he said, report it. You'd better call the police right away. Show the police how shameless you are, said. Jiang Evening quickly stepped forward. Coming to the bedside, he shook the drunken and unconscious Chen Yi. Chen Yi, wake up. Wake up. You're not a good drinker, so how did you get so drunk? Do you know what almost happened to you? You stupid ass. You asshole. It was shaken violently. Chen Yi subconsciously moved his body and smashed his mouth a few times. However, a few seconds later, he passed out once more. Jiang even stood by the bedside anxious and annoyed. She jerked her head to look at Zhou Peng. In an urgent voice, he said, quickly, go and fetch a basin of cool water. Chapter 149, A Big Man, Dare to Do or Dare Not? Zhou Peng responded. With that, he turned away and walked briskly to a side bathroom, pushed the door open for a moment. Zhou Peng instantly furrowed his brows, and in his heart, he cried out for hot eyes, only to see that the bathroom shelves were filled with Qin Xiaoman's underwear. Colorful, assorted, all unforgiving erotic lingerie. The biggest exaggeration is that there are several special toys on it. Zhou Peng, who had never been in love, saw these things and his ears instantly turned red. He bristled, withdrawing his eyes from those things. Turning, he bent down and pulled out a wash basin from underneath the bathroom cabinet. Clap clap clap. A few seconds later, Zhou Peng walked out with half a basin of cool water. Qin Xiaoman was still wrapped in her bathrobe, sitting at the foot of the bed. Seeing Zhou Peng walk over, she subconsciously bit her lip and turned her face away. Quick, give me the water. Jiang even dryly took the water basin from Zhou Peng's hand, and then, carrying the water basin, he stood in front of Chen Yi. At this point, Qin Xiaoman saw the situation. Wide-eyed, he blurted out, Jiang Evening, what do you want? This is my house. You can't wet my bed. Jiang Evening didn't care to pay attention to Qin Xiaoman, looking at the royally drunk Chen Yi. With a clench of her teeth, she lifted the water basin and poured half of the basin's cool water all over Chen Yi's face. Chen Yi was violently splashed with cool water. All of a sudden he was so jolted that he sat up straight away. Hiss. Ha! What's wrong? What's wrong? Is it raining? He squinted his dripping eyes and looked around with a confused expression. Jiang Evening stood on the sidelines. Seeing Chen Yi in this wretched and embarrassing state, she couldn't help but tickle the corners of her mouth as a hint of gloating flashed under her eyes. Chen Yi raised his hand and haphazardly wiped the water droplets on his face. When the vision returned to clarity and the room was on display, Chen Yi instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. He touched his wet hair and said with eyes full of horror, where am I? Qin Xiaoman. You why are you here? Jiang 1, why are you there too? What the hell happened? Jiang even curbed the smile at the corner of her mouth. With cold eyes, he chided in a high voice. What happened? Don't you know yourself? Look at the state you're in. You don't need to be reminded of what happened, do you? Despite having guessed it, Chen Yi and Qin Xiaoman shouldn't have accomplished anything substantial. But at the moment, Jiang Evening's heart was still inexplicably exasperated. The moment she entered the door, Qin Xiaoman made a move on Chen Yi. It deeply irritated Jiang Evening. Chen Yi shook his head vigorously, trying to bring back memories. But he didn't realize that the few glasses of white wine he drank at the party had such a strong aftertaste. Not to mention being straight up clueless. His brain was foggy and his temples hurt like hell. Can't really remember what happened when I was drunk. Chen Yi raised his head, narrowing his dark eyes. He looked at Jiang Evening. The bottom of his eyes could not hide his exhaustion. Stuttering, he said, Jiang Even, you, don't be angry. I don't know what happened. All I remember is that I got drunk at a party and then got in a car in a daze. Having said that, Chen Yi glanced at Zhou Peng, who was standing behind Jiang Evening, and Qin Xiaoman, who was sitting at the foot of the bed. After seeing Qin Xiaoman's clothes, Chen Yi was taken aback. Crouching grass. How come Qin Xiaoman is only wrapped in a bathrobe? Hair still wet. Shouldn't. He rolled his eyes, and they narrowed suddenly. Snapping his head down, he looked at his body. This look doesn't matter. Chen Yi immediately stared with wide eyes and a twisted expression. This fucking. How come you're not wearing any clothes yourself either? There was only one pair of panties on his body, and they were half stripped. Could it be that he was drunk and disorderly and slept with Qin Xiaoman? That's why Jiang Evening looked so angry. Dare I say, she's here to catch an adulterer. Grass up. Don't. Chen Yi was dumbstruck, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitching. He pulled the covers over his body as soon as he could, while quickly lifting up his underwear that had faded to just below his belly button. The eyes looked fiercely at Qin Xiaoman, questioning, Qin Xiaoman, tell me, how did I come to your house? What the hell just happened? Qin Xiaoman tied the bag of her bathrobe and stood up with ruthless eyes. She clenched her fists and looked at Chen Yi and Jiang Evening with cold eyes, inwardly pondering. This was in his own home, not in Jiang Evening's company. There was no need to fear Jiang Evening. As the same woman, who says Chen Yi must be Jiang Evening's? Who can prove that Chen Yi didn't voluntarily get on the car with himself and voluntarily go home with himself? Men and women have always loved each other on a whim. Thinking, she put on her hostess's airs. Smilingly, she said, Chen Yi, you did it yourself. Why are you asking me instead? What do you think a man and a woman can do in bed? Play poker? LOL. You can't put up your pants and not recognize me. You have to answer to me. Hear that? Chen Yi was first confused. After a little pondering, he then hooked up the corner of his mouth and let out a cold snort. His dark eyes tinted with a shadowy color. Qin Xiaoman, I'm drunk, not stupid. You said I slept with you. That's ridiculous. How can a drunken man be interested in you? Even if he does, he's got the will to do it. Qin Xiaoman bit her lip. There was a little twinkle in his eye. She tilted her face up and said in a hard tone, Chen Yi, what do you mean by that? How could you, a tall man, come to my house if not by choice? I'm a little woman. Can't I kidnap you? Chen Yi glanced impatiently at Qin Xiaoman. The gaze was morose and devoid of any semblance of affection. Qin Xiaoman, no matter what you say, I won't admit to doing anything to you. To be honest, I was shocked to see you like this at first glance just now, and wondered if I had slept with you. But upon calming down and searching, no way. Absolutely no way. Chen Yi finished. Qin Xiaoman's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. Jiang Evening stood by the side and was also confused by what she heard. What's this guy up to? How could he be so sure that he hadn't done anything to Qin Xiaoman? It had to be said that what Qin Xiaoman said wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, with Qin Xiaoman's stature and weight, it was impossible to drag a big man who was royally drunk. If Chen Yi is not too drunk, then, is it possible that he could not resist the temptation of Qin Xiaoman on the spur of the moment and thus? Jiang Evening shook her head slightly, not wanting to dissect the roots of this matter any further. At this point, Qin Xiaoman raised her eyebrows. Condescendingly, she said, Chen Yi, you're really good. A big man who dares to do what he doesn't dare to do. If you don't believe me, you can go look at the hotel surveillance from tonight's get-together and see for yourself how you took me to the car. They say that alcohol makes you horny and drunk. Are you an exception? Qin Xiaoman's words. It sounds like it's justified and flawless. However, Chen Yi had completely sobered up at the moment, and he didn't want to be led around by Qin Xiaoman. The most crucial thing was not to let Jiang even misunderstand himself. The wife and children are the biggest in the world. Chapter 150 Jiang 1. How dare you kick me? After a few moments of deliberation, Chen Yi narrowed his dark eyes and smiled calmly. Qin Xiaoman, You have a clever mouth. But even if I followed you here of my own accord when I was drunk, what does that mean? Zhang Jiao has been a good buddy of mine for years, and tonight was his leaving party, so I let my guard down in a moment of joy. It's what led to the drunkenness that brought you here. But there's no way in hell I'm touching you, said. Chenny raised his head to look at Zhang Evening. The eyes were deep and dark, with a hidden smile. In an uninhibited tone, he said, Zhang Evening, you understand what I'm like when I'm not in a drunken state. It's only this time of day. If I'm not drunk, with my strength, how can it be over so early? Zhang even blankly glanced at Chenny without any good humor. Then he looked away, his ears slightly red. Chenny smiled, turning to Qin Xiaoman, eyes contemptuous. To put it plainly, I've just gotten so drunk I've lost consciousness. If it wasn't for Jiang Wan waking me up with a splash of cold water, I'm afraid I'd still be unconscious by now, right? Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that it's impossible for a man to get drunk enough to make that happen. My brother can't stand up at all. Hearing Chenyi say that, it was then that Jiang even realized. No wonder Chenyi's words that he could never do anything to Qin Xiaoman turned out to be the reason. Also right. Just say it. The guy wasn't even drunk in the first place. It was the lack of drunkenness that made for that crazy, violent night. Ta-da! Qin Xiaoman stomped her foot in anger. For a moment, she had the shame of being stripped naked for a parade. She was at least a goddess in the hearts of countless men, with looks and a body. In the old county, Rich Kid's son Xiao fell instantly as soon as he saw her. On the day they met, they threw away over $100,000 and bought her a luxurious and beautiful Rolex watch. But when it comes to Chenyi, she had turned out to be the backslider who had offered to come to her door, only to be rejected mercilessly. How could she tolerate this? Qin Xiaoman let out a sardonic laugh, her dark eyes filled with icy coldness. Shan Yi, are you that tired of me? Tell me instead, where am I not as good as Jiang Evening? I want a face with a face, a body with a body, and more feminine than Jiang Evening. Now that I've resigned, I'm not afraid of offending Jiang Evening. Honestly, who in the entire Shanghai Group staff doesn't know that she, Jiang Even, is just a cold workaholic? Not only does he have no relationship experience, but he also has a foul face all day long. Isn't she relying on her family's money? But, Shan Yi, you don't lack money either. Did you have to find such a woman who was unfeminine, cold and uninteresting? To put it mildly, she can't even make you feel pleasure in bed. Can she? LOL. Qin Xiaoman's features were twisted and her face was hideous. The mockery and disparagement of Jiang Evening was as overwhelming as the river. Zhang Lian had originally been too lazy to pay attention to this kind of heartless woman, but as he watched, Qin Xiaoman was getting more and more aggressive. Jiang even turned around and stared straight at Qin Xiaoman. The eyes gradually cooled and the gaze was like an ice cone. Next, she bit her lip and snapped a quick step forward. Next, without waiting for Qin Xiaoman to react, Jiang even then suddenly raised her leg and viciously kicked Qin Xiaoman's belly. Bang! Qin Xiaoman instantly bent over and tightly covered her abdomen that was in unbearable pain. Ah! Ouch ouch! Hiss! Qin Xiaoman's expression was pained and her lips were white. Soon he collapsed to the ground and wailed in agony. Saw the scene. Chenyi directly froze. He raised his head and looked straight at Jiang Even. Incredulity written in his eyes. Zhou Peng, who stood behind Jiang Evening, was also so shocked that his jaw dropped and he couldn't say a word. Originally, he witnessed Chief Jiang being desperately humiliated by this crazy woman. He was about to make a move to stop it, but I didn't want to see Mr. Jiang take the initiative to return the favor. He had worked as a bodyguard for Mr. Jiang for so many years, but he had never seen her so spirited. Today was an eye-opener. Egu, Jiang Evening, you, how dare you hit someone? You rude and vicious woman. You shrew. I'm calling the police right now to have you arrested. I'm going to sue you for trespassing and assault. Qin Xiaoman sat on the ground weakly, her hands tightly covering her injured abdomen, despite having been unable to fight back. But her one mouth was not about to stop. Zhang Yan took a step forward, glancing condescendingly at Qin Xiaoman. With a cold snort, he said, Fine, you hurry up and call the police. I've realized today that when dealing with shameless people like you, you have to be tough. You'd better call the police right away and let them do a good job of finding out what this is all about tonight. Oh yeah, and about the last time you eavesdropped outside my office door and made a post exposing my privacy. New scores and old scores are settled together. I'm not afraid of fines anyway. I've got the money. Qin Xiaoman gritted her teeth in hatred, eyes as sharp and venomous as sharp knives. She let out a sinister laugh and said, Jiang Evening, aren't you just relying on the fact that your family has a few stinking dollars to be able to run roughshod over the magic city with no one in sight? Jiang Evening took 2 steps back. Raise the corners of your mouth. Smiling smugly, he said, What can I do then? I'm just destined to be born in this class. My family's ancestors worked hard to create this family business. The purpose is to start me off a little higher. To be able to get away from rotten people like you. These words directly shattered the last bastion in Qin Xiaoman's heart. She instantly collapsed to the ground. Fists clenched. Desperate and helpless. He pounded the ground. A strong sense of anger swept through his body. Qin Xiaoman's eyes were so red that it seemed as if they were going to drip blood the next second. She broke down in pain and cried. I, Qin Xiaoman, have had a heart higher than the sky since I was a child, and I have to be better than others in everything. I went to a college that was one of the best in the county for 10 miles. Nay, I was not well incarnated, only to be reduced to being despised and bullied by the likes of you. If I had a good birth like you guys, I would definitely be 100 times better than you guys. Qin Xiaoman mumbled something almost frantic. Zhang Evening twisted her head around and locked eyes with Chen Yi. Chen Yi squeezed his eyes with a bitter smile, telling Zhang Evening with his eyes, "Is Qin Xiaoman out of her mind? This woman is simply horrible." Zhang Evening's face regained its previous calmness. She walked to the bed at a light pace. Her red lips parted lightly, and she faintly asked, "Are you just going to keep lying naked on this bed? Then I'll be off. So long." The words fell. Zhang even blinked her pretty eyes and turned to leave with a smile on her lips. Chen Yi reacted. One lifted the covers. Rushing towards Zhang Even, he sharply yelled, "Zhang Even, wait for me." Chapter 151 Chen Yi, let go of me. Chen Yi reacted. One lifted the covers. Rushing towards Zhang Even, he sharply yelled, "Zhang Even, wait for me." Zhang Even turned back in response. The face said, "Hurry up then." When she finished, she hugged her arms and half leaned against the bedroom doorframe. The lighting was half obscure, half bright, and perfectly showed off her gorgeous body. A pair of white and slender legs wrapped under the light in tight black silk, causing infinite reverie. "All right, give me a minute." Chen Yi quickly jumped out of bed. While moving nimbly to put clothes on his body, he frequently raised his head to look at Zhang Evening. It was as if he was afraid that Zhang Gaoli would leave at any moment. Qin Xiaoman took it all in. The ends of her eyes flushed red as she stared coldly at Chen Yi. Unwillingly, she said, "Chen Yi, do you like her that much? Didn't you see how she hit me just now? Such a dull, uninteresting, and rough-mannered woman. And you love. You're not supposed to have been dropped by her, are you?" Chen Yi didn't want to bother with this incomprehensible crazy woman. He put on his shirt in 3 tries. After lifting his pants, he bent down and picked up the belt that had been thrown on the floor. Then he skillfully buckled the belt around his waist. Zhang even scared her mouth. Picking up her beautiful eyes, she glanced at Qin Xiaoman, whose face was twisted. With a contemptuous smile, she said, "Qin Xiaoman, are you still not willing? Let's see. You didn't do this crazy thing because of how much you like Chen Yi. You just don't want to admit defeat. But people are born unequal, so you just have to resign yourself to it. No matter what. Chen Yi, he is my person and can only be my person. You can't rob it." Zhang Evening's words. Hearing that, Chen Yi's heart was delighted. Inside, it was instantly as sweet as honey. He spread his teeth and smiled. Implicitly, he said, "That's right, I'm from Zhang Evening, not in this lifetime." After saying that, Chen Yi put on his jacket. On the way out, he gave Qin Xiaoman a cold, sidelong glance. Warning, I advise you to be good and practical in the future. It's best not to be delusional about what doesn't belong to you. Otherwise, it will only be self-destructive and self-destructive. Say it. Chen Yi took Zhang Even's hand as he pulled her out. After coming downstairs, Zhang Even subconsciously tried to pull her hand back. However, she realized that Chen Yi's grip was tight. With no intention of letting go of her, Zhang Evening's eyes twinkled as she pouted. "Chen Yi, let go of me. It's so late. I have to go home. Zhou Peng is waiting for me back there. You should hurry home too. Your aunt and uncle will be worried about you." Chen Yi lowered his head. The eyes gazed deeply at Zhang Evening. Still sounding a little drunk, he said, "No, I don't want to be separated from you. Let's not separate tonight, okay? Tell you what, you let the bodyguard go back by himself and you get in my car." Zhang Evening raised her absolutely beautiful face. The eyes stared at the avenue. "Chen Yi, you're still drunk? Look for yourself. What time it is? I have to go home to see the baby. You also have to hurry home, so that the aunt and uncle can rest assured. Chen Yi took Zhang Even's hand and shook it as if he was pampered. Eyes uninhibited, full of unconcern, he said, "Zhang Evening, how old are you? Why are you still acting like a good girl and have to be home on time when it's time? The babies are in the care of a nursery nurse, so you don't have to worry too much. My parents, I can talk to them too. They can't wait for me to stay out at night with you. I don't care. You can't leave me tonight." Zhang Even shook her head helplessly. Raising his hand, he poked Chen Yi's chest hard. Embarrassed, he said, "You guy, why are you like a dog's paw? Alright then, I'll let Joe Pang go back first then. The words fell. Jiang Evening twisted his head and waved at Joe Pang. Joe Pang walked over quickly. Jiang Evening instructed. Joe Pang, you go back first. Don't mind me. Just rest when you get home. Joe Pang frowned. Lifting his eyelids, he quickly glanced at Chun Yi in front of him. Mental note. Looking at this situation, Chen Yi should soon become Mr. Zhang's husband. With Chen Yi, there should be nothing to be uneasy about. Even if he was questioned back at the Zhang family, no one would blame him. Think about that. Joe Pang nodded his head and respectfully said, Got it, Mr. Jiang. I'll be going back then. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Jiang even nodded without changing his face. After watching Joe Pang drive away, Jiang Evening slowly breathed a sigh of relief. She pouted and glared at Chen Yi. Tell me, what do you want? Where do you want to go in the middle of the night? Chen Yi smiled evilly. Bending down, he came up to Jiang Evening's eyes. Softly, he said, That said, there's a lot you can do in the middle of the night. For example, isn't this the time when we first met? Jiang Evening raised her pink fist, viciously pounded Chen Yi's arm. Embarrassed, she said, You colorful devil, you don't want to do that, do you? No, 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 not until we're married. Besides, it's not even 3 months since I gave birth. No. Chen Yi threw back his head and laughed a few times, patting fearfully on Jiang Even's head. What's going on in that little head of yours? I didn't say I wanted to do anything with you either. The way I see it, it's clearly you who wants to. Goo. Sure enough, women who are almost 30 can't be messed with. It's not even 30 yet and you're so horny. What's going to happen in the future? Will I not be able to eat it? So scared. Hiss. Jiang Evening bit up her lips, shy and annoyed. Once again, she raised her pink fist and pounded it towards Chen Yi's chest. Chen Yi reached out with a big hand. A little push. Then he tightly embraced Jiang Wan's entire body into his arms. After freezing for a few seconds, Jiang Evening slowly raised her arms and hugged Chen Yi's back hard, despite the customary stiff upper lip. But she had to admit it. Her body, very greedy for Chen Yi's warm and secure embrace. After a while, Jiang even pressed her cheek against Chen Yi's chest. Her red lips parted lightly as she murmured, Tell me, what do you really want? If it's not about that, then what are you about? Chen Yi stroked Jiang Evening's long curly hair. In a single word, he said, It's after 12 now, and there aren't many hours left before dawn. I thought we'd simply take the car for a drive, or we could go for a walk on the beach. Then, in the morning, we'll be the first to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our license. Hear that? Jiang Evening abruptly raised her head, staring straight at Chen Yi's handsome chin. Surprised? Licensed? Ha, it's Monday already? But this is too sudden. I'm not ready for this. Chen Yi lowered his head, kissed Jiang Even's forehead, eyes full of favor. What else do you want to prepare? Who was it that just said that I was already yours? Jiang Evening, you won't love anyone else besides me. Chapter 152, At dawn, we'll go get a license. Jiang Evening lowered her eyes, repressing her cheek against Chen Yi's warm chest. After a few moments of contemplation, she chirped, Well then, claim it without hesitation. But I've heard that you need to have your family register and ID card ready in advance to get a license. And I don't have them with me. Why don't we go home first to prepare the materials needed for the license and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau on another day? Chen Yi violently let go of Jiang Wan. Hands cupped her cheeks. Excitedly, he said, No, today. I don't have my account book or ID. I can go back and get it. Mine is in the car. Where is yours? Jiang even blinked her pretty eyes. Humming, he said, You guys, I can't believe you've already left your ID and account book in the car. Bad intentions? Ha? Chen Yi hooked Jiang Even's small nose, urging, Tell me quickly, where are your papers? Jiang Evening thought about it. Then he narrowed his beautiful eyes. Somewhat hesitantly, he said, I remember. Like, in the office drawer. But it's a long way from here to the office. Are we still going to get it tonight? Chen Yi nodded. Sharply, he said, Come on then, go to the office and get your papers first. What's a long way to travel for something as big as a wedding? Said. Chen Yi then took a step. 3 steps to the car. Opened the passenger door for Jiang Evening. Come on, get in the car. Jiang Evening stood in place, frowning slightly, with a somewhat helpless expression. He said, Chen Yi, you're really drunk tonight. Do you realize that you're still drunk and reeking of alcohol? If you're driving now, that's 100% DUI. Do you want to get caught by the traffic police? Having said that, Jiang Evening walked over with a graceful step. She pushed Chen Yi away. With that, he opened the driver's door directly and got in. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. Chen Yi touched his nose. With a confused look on his face, he got into the passenger side. Evening, you're right. I'm the one who forgot about the drinking. I'd be fine on my own if I got caught, but I'm mostly afraid of delaying our license. Hey, it's better to have a wife who is considerate. Jiang even arrogantly picked her chin. Then eyeing ahead, he slowly started the car. The car drove smoothly down the road. Traffic outside the window was sparse and the car was unusually quiet. Chen Yi sat in the co-pilot, his eyes staring straight at Jiang Evening. Seeing Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes clear and cold, she didn't say a word. Chen Yi hooked his lips in a smile. Teasingly, he said, "What's wrong? Still angry over Qin Shouman's words?" Jiang Evening twisted his head, glared at Chen Yi. "No, why would I take the words of someone like that to heart? What she thinks of me, I don't even care, and I'm not going to change based on what she thinks. If you like her kind of womanly, relationship experienced woman, then you go to." Chen Yi raised his sword brows. Interrupting, he said, Hey, no talking like that. Her behavior of being casual about relationships and sleeping with anyone is not feminine. True femininity is something like you." Jiang even was stunned. Turning his head, he glanced at Chen Yi. Puzzled, he said, "What do you mean? You don't have to praise me against my will like this. I admit that compared to Qin Xiaoman, I do lack relationship experience and I'm not that much of a woman." Chen Yi shook his head. The eyes were deep and the smile was distinct. He said seriously, "Little fool, I'm not going against my word. You're much more feminine than she is, I think." Men like women who are feminine, but femininity is for the occasion. For example, you're always thundering, killing, and queenly in the company. But in bed, it's a whole different story. The voice is soft, the body is hot, the demeanor is seductive, and it's to die for. Chen Yi finished. Jiang Evening's cheeks abruptly reddened. She freed a hand and grabbed Chen Yi's ear with force. Embarrassed, he said, "How could you? You man? Stop it now. You're shameless and brazen." Chen Yi hemmed and hawed. Raising one hand, he took Jiang Evening's hand. Feigning pain, he said, ouch, that hurts. At home my mom pulls my ears. And now my wife. What kind of life am I living, lol? Jiang Evening curved her red lips, giggling. Chen Yi didn't want to be idle. After a pause, he moved over to Jiang Evening's side. "The next one is wonderful." Jiang even suddenly felt her legs being pressed by something. "Lower your head and look." Surprisingly, it was Chen Yi's head. Jiang even instantly cried and laughed. Snapped. "You, what are you doing? How can you lie on my lap? You get up now." Chen Yi shook his head. Not the slightest intention of getting up. Jiang Evening was anxious and annoyed. "Geez, what's the matter with you? You're lying on my lap. What are people going to think if they catch you on the road surveillance?" No. It's too humiliating. Get up." Chen Yi not only didn't get up when he heard that. Instead, he arched his head forward. The tip of his straight nose was directly pressed against Jiang Evening's belly. Warm breath spewed out onto Jiang Evening's abdomen. Jiang Evening felt a tingling sensation. Couldn't help but squirm. "You guys, you're so clingy. If this is a marriage, you're not going to be glued to me every day, are you? That's not good. We can't indulge in men and women every day." Chen Yi was shaking with laughter. He couldn't help but hug Jiang Evening's waist, sighing, "Honey, you're so cute. You're so funny. I like you just the way you are. Shy, dumb and confused. Don't worry about it. I'm sure I won't be clinging to you when we're married. With my strength, I'll have you clinging to me, pestering me and begging me every day in minutes." Chen Yi's words. Hearing that, Jiang Evening became even more mortified. She narrowed her beautiful eyes. Expression seems happy and shy. Cherry lips half pout. Charming. Chen Yi looked mesmerized. At this point, the car passed through rough terrain. As the car lurched, Jiang Even's body shuddered with it. Chen Yi couldn't help but pull at his throat. Dumbly, he said, No. I need to slow down. It's making me dizzy." Jiang Even was uncertain. Puzzled. "Are you dizzy? Is it because the booze hasn't gone down yet?" Chen Yi shook his head slightly, whispering, "You little fool. Look down." "What, shaking my eyes?" Jiang Evening looked down in confusion. After seeing his towering snowy mountain, she clenched her teeth in anger. You guy, you took advantage of me. Big pervert. Get up. I can't drive with you like this." Chapter 153, Be Obedient. My husband will carry you to sleep. 1:30 in the morning. A black Maybach steadily parked in front of the door of the Shanghai mansion. The car door opens. Chen Yi and Jiang even walked down from the car together. Upon entering the first floor lobby, the receptionists at the company's front desk instantly turned their heads and looked at them in unison. Without waiting for the receptionists to react, Chen Yi and Jiang even then walked into the elevator room as if no one else was there. 10 seconds later, the elevator doors opened. Ding! Chen Yi took Jiang Wan's hand and walked out of the elevator. "Why are you holding my hand again? This is in the company. Jiang Evening muttered in a small voice. Chen Yi lowered his eyes and looked at Jiang Evening, eyes full of favor. It's 0 hour and this is the top floor. The hallway was empty and the lights weren't on, so I was afraid you'd be scared. Jiang Evening let out a smirking wink. Upon walking into the office, Jiang even took off her coat and casually hung it on the coat rack. Then she pointed to the couch and said, "Go ahead and sit on the couch and wait for me." Chen Yi raised his sword brows. With a light laugh, he said, "Yes, as ordered." Jiang even took out a brand new cup from the drawer underneath the coffee table and turned into the side pantry. 2 minutes later, Jiang Wan walked over with a cup of freshly brewed honey water. "Here, drink this honey water." Chen Yi took the glass of water and lowered his head to sniff it, skimming. "Well, I don't like honey water. It's too sweet. I'd like a cold drink, with ice. Is that okay?" Jiang Wei took a step forward and stood in front of Chen Yi, gazing condescendingly at Chen Yi. With a sweet voice, he said, "The honey water is an antidote to alcohol. Drink it so that the alcohol in your body can dissipate quickly. Good girl, drink it, it's sweet." Chen Yi's eyes were deep. The eyes fell on the stunning red lips that were close at hand. Thoughtfully, he said, "Oh, sweet? Is it as sweet as yours? If not, I won't drink it. I don't care. I'm extra thirsty right now. I don't want this hot stuff. I just want a cold drink." Jiang even smiled helplessly. Lifting her jade hand, she gently pinched Chen Yi's cheek. The voice was milky and fierce. "You guys, you're taking advantage of the booze to pussyfoot around here, like a child. You're going to drink it, and there's a reward for finishing it. Hear that?" Chen Yi instantly became interested. "What's the reward? Tell me." Jiang even bit her lip. Blinking a pair of charming eyes, she stared straight at Chen Yi. The dainty coaxed, well, you first drink it before." This action by Jiang Evening appeared to Chen Yi. It was clearly a seduction of him. A face so beautiful that it took people's breath away. The flirtatious fox eyes and the smile at the corner of the mouth were a fatal blow. Chen Yi tugged at his throat and said, "Don't be like that. I'll just drink. I'm warning you, since you can't do it for real, you shouldn't tease me like that." Jiang Evening puffed and laughed out loud. Seeing that Chen Yi's reaction was so strong, the look is naive and a little fiery. This instant, Jiang even inexplicably wanted to tease this silly man. Anyway, he said himself that he couldn't do it for real. Then it's just the right opportunity to tease him properly. Who made him keep being dishonest in the car just now? Not only laying on his lap, but also kept touching himself. Thinking, Jiang Evening's eyelids flicked up, her eyes twinkling as she gazed at Chen Yi shyly and charmingly. The voice was sweet and soft. "Where did I tease you? People are just a little sleepy. That's why they're all limp and weak," said. Jiang even raised her hand and pulled a head of long curly hair, gently to the back. The red lips half pouted and smiled with a full smile. The posture is languid and charming. Chen Yi looked stunned, eyes on fire. He said dumbly, "You woman, and you say you didn't tease me?" With that, he was about to stretch out his big hand and pull Jiang Evening into his arms. Unexpected. Not waiting for Chen Yi to strike, Jiang Wan then took the initiative to sit on Chen Yi's lap. In a flash, Chen Yi only felt a heat under his abdomen and a shudder ran through his body. At this point, Jiang Evening smiled sweetly, stretching out a finger against Chen Yi's thin lips. Chirping, she said, "Goo, I suddenly feel dizzy. Sorry to borrow your leg for a minute. I'm not teasing you. You must remember that you can't shoot for real. You can't move for real." Chen Yi's dark eyes narrowed slightly. The eyes became searchingly playful. He inclined his head and approached Jiang Even's ear. In one word, he said, "So you're teasing me? The nerve. Aren't you afraid I'll something?" Jiang Even was stunned at his words. Biting her lip, her beautiful eyes released avenue. "Ha, what do you mean? Ah." Halfway through the sentence, she then could no longer make a sound. The large office was instantly quiet. The only sound was the rustling wind outside the window, and the gasps of male and female breath intertwined. For a long time, Jiang Evening stood up weakly. Gollum. She reached down and touched her stomach, which was rumbling, while she was in her underwear. Seeing Chen Yi still lying on the sofa, his expression giggling back, Jiang Evening felt angry all of a sudden. Puffing up her mouth, she huffed, "You big bad boy. No heart at all." "Ha?" Chen Yi was uncertain. Touching his nose, he said, "What's wrong? How come I don't know how to be heartbroken? Am I not heartbroken enough for you that I could stop after such an intense moment just now? If I didn't hurt you, why would I have put up with it until now? That feeling of stopping at a critical moment is so bad." Chen Yi's words, it caused the blush on Jiang Even's face to intensify. She quickly got dressed. Gulping, he said, "That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm so hungry right now. You just toss people around and don't care about them." "Ha!" Zhang Lianyi cried out for hunger. Chen Yi instantly felt his stomach empty and hungry as well. I think that I had been drinking at dinner and hadn't eaten more than a few bites of food at all. By now, it's been 7 or 8 hours. It's a wonder you're not hungry. Jiang Evening was definitely hungrier. She usually ate very little for dinner, tossed again because of himself until now. Chen Yi immediately stood up and dressed in 3 tries. Then he pulled up Jiang Even's hand and said with eyes full of heartache, "Let's go. Let's go out to eat." Jiang Even hesitated for a moment. Laughing, he teased, "In such a hurry, do you still have the account book?" Chen Yi slapped his head. Eagerly, he said, Yes, I almost forgot. Go get it." Jiang Evening quickly walked behind the desk and rummaged through the drawer to find the account book. After walking out of the office building, Jiang Evening and Chen Yi got into the car. Jiang Evening was still sitting in the driver's seat. Chen Yi sat in the co-pilot, twisting his head to look out the window from time to time. "Drive slow. Let's see which restaurants are still open. We need a late-night snack." Jiang even shook her head slightly. "Seriously, it's 2 in the morning and most of the stores are closed. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go straight back to my house. We'll be there in a few minutes." Chen Yi thought for a moment, then nodded. A few minutes later, the Maybach slowly drove into a nearby upscale neighborhood. After exiting the elevator, Jiang Evening stretched out her fingers and skillfully unlocked the fingerprint combination lock. Tick. Enter the door. Chen Yi looked around. The large, spacious and luxurious bungalow was empty and looked like it had been unoccupied for a long time. He frowned, puzzled. "This is your house?" Jiang Evening nodded. "Yeah, I've been living here since I moved out of my house last year, but it's been a year since I left the country. Let's just grab a bite to eat here and get some rest." Having said that, Jiang Evening opened the door of the entry cabinet and took out 2 pairs of slippers from it. The pink girl's slippers were on her feet, and the other pair of blue men's slippers were handed to Chen Yi. Chen Yi bent down and changed into his slippers. With an expression that was still a bit dubious, he said, "It's been so long since anyone has lived there. Are you sure there's still food in the house? Why don't we order takeout? Order a midnight snack." Jiang Evening reached out and pointed to the kitchen. Casually, he said, "There should be food in the refrigerator." Chen Yi skimmed his mouth. "I'll go check it out then. Why don't you go rest on the couch for a while?" After saying that, Chen Yi quickly walked towards the kitchen. Jiang Evening, on the other hand, turned around and walked into the bathroom. She washed a rag and went back into the living room and wiped down the coffee table and TV stand and vacuumed the couch. 10 minutes later, Jiang Evening leisurely lay on the sofa and watched the sweeping robot clean the living room. At this point, Chen Yi walked out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles. "Dinner is served. Dinner is served. Smell the scent." Zhang Lian sat up with a mischievous sigh. Excitedly, I said, "Wow, it smells so good." Saying that, Jiang even hurriedly pushed the items on the coffee table to one side. Chen Yi carefully placed the 2 bowls of noodles on the coffee table. With a somewhat helpless expression, he said, after rummaging through the kitchen, "All that's left is instant noodles, not even eggs. Make do." Jiang Evening curled her lips in a smile, picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the instant noodles. After blowing on it twice, I couldn't wait to get it in my mouth. Suck it up. A mouthful of instant noodles. Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes instantly glowed with satisfaction. "Wow. Yum yum yum. It's quite strong. I can't believe you're quite good at cooking instant noodles." Chen Yi reached out a hand, smoothing a strand of hair from Jiang Even's forehead to her ear. Joyfully, he said, "If it's good, eat more, while it's hot. You're hungry. You're hungry to eat." "Ha ha." Jiang Evening twisted his head, puffing his cheeks. He said, "You eat it too." Not a moment too soon. The 2 of them then winded up eating the 2 bowls of instant noodles. Chen Yi picked up his cell phone and glanced at the time. "It's 2:30. Are we going out, or are we resting at home?" Jiang even contentedly touched her slightly bulging belly. Shaking his head, he said, "Rest. I need to sleep. Warm and fuzzy and sleepy. I'm going to bed now." Having said that, Jiang Evening slowly got up and slowly walked towards the bedroom. Chen Yi followed behind Jiang Evening. Crying, he said, "Isn't it warm and fuzzy? Come on, eat your fill and start the big game." Jiang Evening's footsteps lurched and she turned around. Hooking his finger, he said, "Come on, sir, inside please." In the bedroom, Chen Yi and Jiang Wan couldn't be bothered to change into their pajamas and lay down on the bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. The first time she was held tightly by a man from behind and fell asleep. Jiang Wan felt a sense of security and solidity that she had never felt before. Chen Yi hugged Jiang Evening's fragrant soft jade body, although his body was hot and uncomfortable, but due to extreme exhaustion and sleepiness, he too soon fell asleep. 7 in the morning. Chen Yi and Jiang Wan were asleep. A sharp doorbell rang suddenly. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Chen Yi snapped out of it. In a daze, he felt for his cell phone from his pillow. Mouth slurred. Cell phone alarm went off? I can't. I'm sleepy. Turn it off and go back to sleep. Whoops. He picked up his cell phone and then took a closer look at it. That's when I realized that I hadn't even ordered a cell phone alarm clock. And where did that sound just come from? A dream? Or a hallucination? Whatever. Just as Chenny closed his eyes and continued into sleep, the doorbell rang again. Nail bell. A series of doorbells. It woke Jiang Wan up as well. Jiang Evening raised her head and rubbed her eyes. Confused. He said, Shan Yi, wake up. Listen, is someone ringing our doorbell? Chen Yi sat up. With great effort, he opened his eyes, which were still sleepy. After listening carefully for a few seconds, with a serious look on his face, he said, yes, it's the doorbell ringing. I just thought it was a cell phone ringing. Damn, who is it this early in the morning? I'm going to go check it out. So lie down and get some more sleep. Having said that, Chen Yi quickly jumped out of bed. Slipping on his slippers, he walked out of the bedroom and headed straight for the entry door. Nail bell. At that moment, the doorbell rang more urgently. Chen Yi wrinkled his eyebrows. With a somewhat impatient expression, he opened the entry door. Who is it? So early. Ka. The moment you opened the door, Chen Yi's pupils dilated in surprise all of a sudden. Froze for several seconds. It was only then that he greeted in a stiff tone. Jiang, amazing Jiang, why you? Jiang Yan opened his mouth and didn't say anything. She wrapped her coat around her and walked in with a grave look on her face. Bang! After closing the door, Chen Yi stood in place with a stunned expression. This Jiang Yan, how did she become this ghost? Almost didn't even recognize her earlier. A few short days gone. How is she all skinny and out of shape? His face was pale and his eye sockets sunken, as if he had aged 10 years at once. At this point, Jiang Evening came out of the bedroom. Seeing amazing Jiang standing in the living room, she frowned, exasperated. Amazing, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to recuperate at home? It hasn't even been a day and you're running out. You dead girl. You're really pissing me off. Jiang Yan saw her sister coming over, instantly limp and hot, crying out, sis, I'm screwed. It's not that I wanted to run out. It's that I got in trouble and my life is over. I didn't dare tell my parents, so I had to come to you. Woo hoo hoo. Jiang Wan held Jiang Yan's arm, pulled her to sit on the couch. Angry and distressed at her, she said, amazing, tell me, what did you get yourself into again? The most important thing for you to do right now is to get well, and sis will help you with the rest. Don't cry, come on, what is it? Jiang Yan looked panicked, crying and shaking. In a trembling voice, he said, sister, you've got to hold on. I killed someone. Jiang even stood up with a prancing sound, sharply yelling, what? Kill? Are you kidding me? You don't scare sis. In your current physical condition, you can kill people? Chapter 154. A voice of brother-in-law, listening to the heart beautiful. Jiang Yan looked panicked, crying and shaking. In a trembling voice, he said, sister, you've got to hold on. I killed someone. Jiang even stood up with a prancing sound, sharply yelling, what? Kill? Are you kidding me? You don't scare sis. In your current physical condition, you can kill people? Jiang Yan cried until she couldn't catch her breath. The body shivered uncontrollably. Seeing this, Jiang even hurriedly picked up the tissue box on the coffee table and pulled out a bunch of tissues from it, handing them to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took the tissue, while wiping the tears on her face haphazardly. She glanced from time to time at Chen Yi, who was standing at the side. Jiang Evening could see the caution in Jiang Yan's eyes. Opening his mouth, he explained, amazing, Chen Yi is one of our own. We're getting married soon. You don't have to be wary of him. Jiang Yan sniffled and nodded. After a reprieve, Jiang Yan began to tell the story of what happened. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm not being disobedient. I had planned to stay home and recuperate, so I won't be going out lately. But early in the morning Zhang Hong came to the house looking for me and kept pestering me, wanting to get back together with me. Jiang even gave Jiang Yan a blank look without any good reason. Eyes full of disgust, he said, Zhang Hong, is that the male model you met in the bar? Jiang Yan nodded. The fear in his eyes intensified. That's him. I was just playing around with him and stopped contacting him a couple months ago. Who knew this man was so insatiable? I gave him a barbershop earlier, located on the commercial street of Hongyi Road. He came running in this morning and told me that the barber store was going out of business and wanted me to put up more money and open a restaurant for him. What a lion's share of money. Shameless. Thinking I'm a free money printing machine? How could I possibly give it to him? Besides, I don't have any money right now. Jiang Evening's willow brows furrowed as she listened, sighing unceasingly. Indignantly, he interrupted, and then what? You got into an argument with him? You gave him to. Jiang Yan hugged Jiang Evening's arm. The whole person was as frightened and helpless as a frightened bunny. She sniffled hard and said, the babysitter wasn't there at the time and I had a big fight with him. Maybe I cursed too hard. And he got annoyed and grabbed me by the neck. I almost choked to death on his chokehold. My brain stopped. In a panic, I grabbed the brass lamp on the nightstand and, with all my strength, smashed it hard on his head. Then he quickly let go of me and fell hard to the ground with a big pool of blood coming out of his head. He must be dead. I've killed someone. Woo hoo hoo. Jiang Yan finished telling what happened. Jiang even instantly stared at her eyes, her face pale. Even for a female president who has been writing in the shopping mall and has a strong sense of humor, it is inevitable that she will feel a little bit scared when facing the word murder. Chenny stood on the sidelines and also directly paused, dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Before this, he only felt that this woman, Jiang Yan, had a constant style and a chaotic private life, but it was completely unexpected that amazing Jiang would have the guts to kill someone. However, Chenny was a man after all, and was calmer than a woman when things went wrong. After thinking for a few moments, he looked serious and said, Jiang Yan, stop crying for now. You said you killed Zheng Hong. Are you sure he's broken? Or did you just knock him out and aren't sure he's dead? Jiang Yan sniffed and hurriedly wiped her tears. Looking grim, he said, I am not sure, but when I was on my way out, I kicked him, and he didn't move a muscle, and blood was gurgling from his head. Speaking of which, Jiang Yan's emotions were once again out of control. She cowered and panicked. Zheng Hong must be dead, leaving so much blood. What to do? What should I do? Sister, brother-in-law, you must help me. I'm really scared this time. I overplayed my hand. I didn't realize until now that my husband is the only one who truly loves me and is truly good to me. All the other men, all for my money, are using me. But, because of my recklessness and randomly trampling on the bottom line of my marriage, I lost the best man in the world. I'll die. I don't want to live. Jiang Evening took Yan Jiang into her arms, gently rubbing her back. Despite disliking Jiang Yan's behavior 100 times over, she was her own sister after all. The Jiang family's children and grandchildren were thin, and there were only 2 daughters down there, her and Jiang Yan. She, as an elder sister, should rightfully protect Jiang Yan, her younger sister. Amazing. Don't cry. It's no use crying when it comes down to it. No matter how big it is, Sis will help you along. Don't be afraid. The big deal is that Sis accompanies you to turn yourself in. Oh no. Sis helps you run away. You run abroad to hide. Hear that? Chenny was instantly shocked. He shook his head and looked at the sisters in front of him with a speechless expression. To actually say such words as running away. Now is the era of big data. Where can't you find it? Besides, if that Zheng Hong really dies, I'm afraid Amazing Grace won't even be able to get out of magic before he's arrested. Jiang Evening looked up. Worriedly, he looked at Chen Yi. In a solemn voice, he said, what can we do then? Chen Yi, think of something. Jiang Yan also turned his head to look at Chen Yi. Helplessness and panic were written in her eyes. Swallowing, he said, yes, brother-in-law, you've got to help me. Is there a way out for me now? Am I done for? Woohoo! Chen Yi heaved a sigh of relief. With a deep frown on his sword, he walked around the coffee table. A few moments later, he suddenly bent down and grabbed the car keys that were sitting on the coffee table. With that, he waved at Jiang Evening and Jiang Yan. Decisively, he said, no matter what, we can't continue to spend time here. Let's go. Go to Amazing's house and make sure Zheng Hong is okay first. Jiang Yan was shocked at his words. The spirit flew away. No, I wouldn't dare. I don't want to go back to that horrible place. Jiang Evening pulled on Jiang Yan's arm. Soothingly, he said, don't be afraid. I think Chen Yi has a point. There's no use in you running away now. Don't forget there's surveillance all over your neighborhood. Even if you don't go back, the police can find out that Zheng Hong went to your house. Chen Yi nodded, chiming in, that's right. Wait until someone close to Zheng Hong realizes that he's missing and goes to the police station to report it. At that point, you can't even hide it if you want to. We need to get back to the house and deal with the scene before Zheng Hong is discovered. Jiang Yan trembled in fear, but she also understood that Chen Yi was doing it for her good. For the time being, one could only do what Chen Yi said. Thinking about it, she shuddered. Aha, okay, I'll listen to my brother-in-law. Chapter 155 Hubby, you're so brave. This sudden cry of brother-in-law, calling out to Chen Yi's heart. He was facing a very difficult problem in front of him, but he still felt beautiful inside. On the way out the door, Chen Yi slipped Jiang Wan's account book into his pocket. Regardless of whether or not you can still successfully get a license today, you will always feel more secure if you carry your account book with you first. 40 minutes later, with trembling hands, Zhang Yanyan opened the door of his house. Enter the door. Instantly a strong smell of rice wafted in. Chen Yi shrugged his nose. With a somewhat mesmerized expression, he said, "Ooh, this is already cooked? It smells so good, like there's braised pork ribs." I'm drooling. John even slapped Chen Yi's arm without any good humor, angrily scolding, "Actually still have the heart to talk about this. Not a bit of proper form." Chen Yi grinned, rubbing his stomach. He said, "It's an instinctive reaction. Had ha." At this point, Zhang Yanyan walked into the first floor kitchen with a nervous expression. "Auntie Li, when did you come back?" Aunt Li was stirring the pot of soup with a spoon. Seeing Zhang Yanyan come to the kitchen, she smiled brightly, enthusiastically. "I said, I just got back half an hour ago. I bought a bit too many groceries and the morning market was a bit crowded, so I'm a bit late. Are you hungry? Another 20 minutes and the meal will be ready." Seeing Auntie Li's reaction, Zhang Yanyan instantly sighed in relief. She braced herself. With a calm demeanor, he said, "It's fine. You go about your business. Auntie Li, make dinner and you can go right back. I'll be downstairs for dinner myself." Having said that, Zhang Yanyan turned around and walked out of the kitchen. Standing in the first floor lobby, Zhang Yanyan raised his head and glanced at the second floor bedroom with a morose eye color. Zhang Evening walked over and took Zhang Yanyan's hand. "Come on, let's get up there and take a look." Chen Yi took the lead and stepped onto the steps of the rotating staircase. He stretched out his arms and shielded the two women behind him. Come to the door of the second floor bedroom. Chen Yi vaguely heard a little noise in the room. He turned his head sideways and whispered, "Stand away from me. I'll go in first by myself." Zhang even clenched her fists nervously, cautioned, "Then be careful." Chen Yi hooked his lips in a light smile. Fearlessly, he said, "Don't worry, I have nothing to fear." Having said that, Chen Yi held the door handle steadily. Next, he quickly turned the doorknob and walked quickly into the room. However, he had just stepped into the room before he had a chance to look inside. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed out of the side. Chen Yi abruptly turned his head, only to see the black shadow lunging towards him. Chen Yi bent down violently and easily dodged the black shadow's attack. Next, he swung his fist out and suddenly blasted at his opponent. His fist carrying the wind and whistling. Ouch ouch. Hiss. Hiss ha. Zhang Evening and Zhang Yanyan outside the door hadn't reacted to what was going on. Then suddenly he heard a heartbreaking wail from the bedroom. Zhang even breathed a sigh of relief. "Amazing. Let's go inside," said. Zhang Evening then pulled Zhang Yanyan into the bedroom. Upon seeing the scene in the room, Zhang Evening and Zhang Yanyan were both startled, only to see a person sprawled on the ground, covered in blood and almost unrecognizable. And Chen Yi was crouching on the ground, using one side of his knee to deaden the man on the ground. By the looks of it, the man on the ground was badly hurt. Although he was desperately shouting, his voice sounded very hoarse and breathless. "Ouch! Ouch! That hurts! You're killing people! Help! Help! Zhang Yanyan, you're so cruel. We've had a good time at least. Not only did you smash my head in, but now you're calling for someone to beat me up." Zhang Yanyan was stunned and speechless. Standing still, he couldn't stop his hands from shaking. For a while, only then did she say warily, "Zhang Hong, you're not dead? No, no, no. I clearly remember you've been motionless. How could you? Zhang Hong, are you a human or a ghost?" Zhang Hong was breathing heavily. The blood left on his forehead had smeared over his eyes. He hissed, "Zhang Yanyan, you poisonous woman, you want to get me killed that badly?" Zhang even frowned. Hurriedly, he took a few steps forward. Standing in front of Chen Yi, he reminded, "Chen Yi, it looks to me like he's dying. Otherwise, let him go first. He can't hurt us anyway with you here." Chen Yi paused. With that, he snapped to his feet. He stepped aside and pulled over a chair. Then, he carried Zhang Hong to the chair as if he was carrying a chicken. Zhang Hong looked at the three people in front of him with a face full of horror. With a sobbing voice, she pleaded, "Zhang Yanyan, what do you want? You don't really want to get me killed, do you? Please, will you leave me alone? For the sake of our past big deal, I don't want your money anymore, and I don't want you to compensate me. I'll get the hell out of here right now and never bother you again, okay?" Zhang Yanyan saw that Zhang Hong was not dead. She hung on for dear life, and then she let go. After calming down and thinking about it, she said with a cold gaze, "Zhang Hong, I know in my heart what kind of person you are. I hurt you so badly today. Are you sure you won't hold a grudge against me?" Zhang Evening narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhang Hong fixedly. Throwing his weight around, he said, "Zhang Hong, you can make demands. I can give you a reimbursement for the visit, but you have to promise me that you will never come back to pester Amazing again, much less hold a grudge against him." Zhang Hong hurriedly and desperately nodded his head. Raising his hand, he swore, Don't worry, Zheng Hong, will do what I say. Please, let me go. I'm not exactly a good person, but I haven't done anything to hurt anyone either. Amazing. I'm deeply in love with you. I've moved my heart. There's no way I'm going to hurt you. Facing Zheng Hong's pleas, Jiang Yanyan, however, did not change his color and was indifferent, although Zheng Hong didn't die, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief. But, a scene that took place in this bedroom, however, gave her the creeps. In particular, Zheng Hong's face was hideous and his eyes were fishy red as he lunged towards her, his two large hands strangling her neck to death, choking her almost to the point of suffocation. That look, that stance, it was clear that he wanted to bring her to her death. Think about that. Jiang Yanyan then felt a creepy chill down his spine. She reached out and pointed at Zheng Hong, saying indignantly, "Thin-skinned men like you are the best at flowery words. You think I'm going to believe your bullshit? Bah! Besides, I've heard that you've secretly befriended the Triads, and that your hands are not clean. A beast like you can let me off easy?" Zheng Hong was creeped out by his words, stuttering, "So what do you want? You're not really going to get me killed, are you?" Chapter 156, addicted to her husband's charms and unable to extricate herself. Jiang Yanyan's complexion darkened and a cold light appeared under his eyes. She slowly twisted her head and looked straight at Chen Yi. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, with an untamed expression. He said, "Amazing Jiang, why are you looking at me? That's right, I'm your brother-in-law now. You can call me for anything that comes up. If I run into another little ruffian like Zheng Hong pestering you, with my skill, I can deal with 3 or 5 of them without a problem. But, if you really want to get him killed, this won't work." Zheng even blinked a pair of soulful and delicate eyes. A face of adoration looked at Chen Yi. She had to admit it. It really is much better to have a man around than to be on your own, especially a man like Chen Yi who was tall, fit, and had a good body of kung fu. Be sure to feel full of security with him around. Sleeping in his arms last night, he himself slept more soundly than ever. As soon as he entered the bedroom just now, he saw that he had easily subdued Zheng Hong, and his boyfriend power was simply bursting at the seams. Such a brave man. It's not a bad idea to marry him. After a brief moment of philandering, Jiang even bit her lip and reminded herself to be sensible. This was not the time to indulge in her own man's charms. Thinking, she clasped her arms together and said calmly, "Yeah, amazing. Don't be so impulsive. We can't touch what's against the law. Zheng Hong came here to look for you, not just for money. Big deal. We'll just give him more money as a break." Jiang Yanyan shook his head. She walked up to Zheng Hong, her eyes sharply sizing up the bloodstained Zheng Hong. Word for word, "Sis, it's not as simple as you think. I broke up with him in the first place. For one thing, because I got tired of playing around, and I grew to hate his insatiable mouth. Secondly, because I inadvertently found out that this kid even got involved with the Triads, and I don't know how many hurtful things he's done in private. You know me. I'm a fun-loving guy, but I've never dealt with people on the fringes of society, much less been involved in gangs." Hearing Jiang Yanyan say that, Chen Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed. Nodding slightly, he said, "Well, what Amazing said should be true. According to the fight I just had with him, I realized that although this person's hands are poor, he is ruthless enough. If I hadn't dodged, I might have been poked in the eye with his sharp knife." He knew full well that he had been seriously injured, had lost a lot of blood in his head, and was in danger of fainting or even going into shock at any moment. Because of the lack of physical strength, that's why he attacked my eyes first. Jiang even covered her mouth in fear, somewhat fearfully afterward. He said, Fortunately, you're good with your hands. If he pokes his eyes out, I'm afraid all 3 of us will die today. It's really scary to think about." Chen Yi hooked his lips. Suddenly, he smiled. The expression was unruly. "Don't be afraid. It won't happen. Against a punk like him, I can just take him down with my eyes closed. Don't worry. You'll be safe at all times with me by your side from now on." Jiang even blinked her pretty eyes. A flash of joy flashed under his eyes. Happiness spread across her face as she said, "Aha, got it." Jiang Yanyan stood to the side like a telephone pole, gritting his teeth. He looked at his sister and brother-in-law who were showing their love in front of him. She stomped her foot and said, Hey, you two, what's going on here? I'm in a hurry here, and you two are so good that you actually have the heart to flirt. It's not even marriage yet, and you're all sticky like that. When we get married, will we have to spend all day in bed?" Chen Yi was amused by Jiang Yanyan's words. He touched his nose. Fearlessly, he said, "Fine, down to business. Amazing, you don't have to be afraid. If this kid dares to come after you again, you can call your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law can help you teach him a lesson anytime." Jiang Yanyan skimmed his mouth with a look of disgust. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Brother-in-law, get over it. With you and my sister being so clingy, I probably wouldn't be able to get through to you if I were in real danger. By the time you get here to save me, I'll probably be cold by now. And this asshole is connected to the triads. If he brings the triads to take revenge on me, what horrors will befall me? A weak woman? Having said that, Jiang Yanyan's face became paler and paler. The whole person was like a scared bird, in great fear at all times. Chen Yi sked his mouth. With a somewhat tangled expression, he said, according to you, this really isn't too good, haha. I can't be by your side all the time to protect you, and I'm afraid that if I let my family's bodyguards come over, they won't be a match for the triads. So it seems like the best thing to do is really. Chen Yi didn't say the latter words. He twisted his head around and looked at Zheng Hong with complicated eyes. Zheng Hong's face turned pale and he trembled unceasingly. He made a bow with both hands and shivered. This big brother, we have no grievances. I'm begging you to let me live. I've already been hurt by you and Amazing. I'm lucky to be alive. I swear, I'll disappear from Amazing's sight as soon as you let me go. It will never come back to haunt her again, much less get back at her. At this point, John Evening suddenly stepped forward. In a stern voice, he said, swear, oh, who believes your oath? Vows are meant to be broken, and who knows what's in their minds. This sister of mine has always been a feisty, heavenly character. Now, she's actually scared like this by you. It shows how hard you hit her. You really want to put her to death. If she hadn't fought back to the death, it might have been. Now, speaking of which, Jiang Evening suddenly paused, dumbfounded. Jiang Yanyan walked over and took Jiang Evening's hand. Tears poured down his face. Movingly, she said, sister, it's still you who cares for me and understands me. Do you realize now how dangerous my situation is? This brute, not only is he insatiable, but he is also ruthless. I suspect he has been carrying human life on his back for a long time. Sis, what do you think I should do now? Jiang Evening slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The usual bland self-possession returned to his face. She composed herself. Killing people is definitely not going to work. Let him go first, and your brother-in-law will help you with the latter. Jiang Yanyan frowned. Puzzled, he said, my brother-in-law? What else can he do? Chen Yi was also confused by what he heard. He spread his hands and asked with a raised eyebrow. Me, help her out? How can I help? Amazing calls me brother-in-law. I'm sure I'll take care of her business. But I haven't figured out what to do with this guy yet. The corner of Jiang Even's mouth hung up with a light smile of chesty determination. She calmly said, don't think about it. Let him go first. I've already figured out what to do. Let him go before I do. Chapter 157, with my brother-in-law here. I'll walk sideways when I go out from now on. Chen Yi and Jiang Yanyan glanced at each other. Both of them had a hint of doubt in their eyes. But despite the internal doubts, they still chose to believe Jiang Evening. Jiang Yanyan took a few steps back, turning her face away from the man who struck fear into her heart and hated her at the same time. Chen Yi, on the other hand, waved his hand impatiently, cursing, get lost and get the hell out of here. Don't blame me for coming down hard on you if you dare to come back, said. Chen Yi violently raised his leg and viciously kicked up Zheng Hong's backside. Hiss, ah. Zheng Hong instantly ghosted. Covering his backside, he limped out of the bedroom. After walking out of Jiang Yanyan's villa, Zheng Hong bared his teeth and raised his injured arm, waving towards an oncoming cab. Just got in a cab. He then couldn't wait to pull his cell phone out of his pocket and make the call. The call was answered. He glared angrily. Viciously, he said, hey, brother Ka, I was just set up and almost couldn't see you. I have always been loyal to you, so you must have a heart for a brother. Fuck, I was really surprised that the bitch had help. Several of them ambushed and attacked me, and I almost got screwed. Ka on the other side of the phone. Upon hearing what happened to his men, he was enraged. Violent as hell said, damn, what kind of people actually dare to move my people in this realm of Magic City? Hong Zi, you wait, brother will immediately gather the brothers and take revenge for you. After hanging up, Zheng Hong raised his hand and wiped the bloodstains on his face with his sleeve. His eyes were beady, and a vicious smile hung at the corner of his mouth. In the bedroom, Jiang Evening let Yen Yen Jiang lean on the bed. Then, she found a brand new silk quilt and covered Jiang Yanyan's legs. Admonished, amazing, you have to listen to your sister. From now on, you are not allowed to take a step away from this house for at least half a month. You need to rest and get well before you say anything else. If you don't listen and wander out, I'll tell the family right away about all the ridiculous things you've done. Jiang Yanyan hurriedly waved his hand. With a nervous look on his face, he said, don't tell the family. I'll be a good girl. Sis, let's not talk about that. Just tell me how the hell do you want to fix what just happened? I'm in a hurry. It's a matter of my personal safety. Chen Yi stood beside the bed. The heart seemed to be weighed down by an invisible boulder. Jiang Wan claimed that he could solve the matter, but he had no idea what was going on in his heart. This matter was related to the safety of Jiang Yanyan, and the slightest negligence could lead to a major disaster. Think about that. Chen Yi also opened his mouth and urged, "Yes, how exactly do you want to solve it? Hurry up and tell us. I will do everything I can as long as I can." Jiang Evening lightly raised her eyebrows, leaning lazily against a side makeup table. The red lips lightly opened and said, "Chen Yi, do you really not know how to solve this matter? Think about it. Is there a way to get rid of a piece of trash like Zheng Hong with just a flick of the finger and no effort at all?" Chen Yi was dumbfounded by what he heard. He scratched his head, with a somewhat unbelievable expression. He said, "Jiang Even, what are you talking about? With the move of a finger and no effort at all, you can take care of Zheng Hong, and the black forces that are likely to exist behind him? Hiss, I'm good with my hands. That's true, but I'm still practiced to this point of being out of my league. The kind of situation you're talking about, I've only seen it in martial arts novels. The body is like electricity, the movement is like flying, and with a violent force, it can kill without being seen." Jiang even smiled and gave Chen Yi a blank look. Stretching out a finger, he poked Chen Yi's arm. Snapped. "Not square again. I'm not kidding you. Gee, I'll get right to it then. There are no outsiders here anyway. Chen Yi, I guess, your family should have that kind of power. Otherwise, you wouldn't have helped me out with Feng Yusong so crisply last time." Feng Yusong is the only son of Director Feng. Director Feng has his hand in Magic City, and he speaks his mind. Anyone dealing with a man of his stature could cripple his only son overnight and not suffer any repercussions. Evidently, your family does have extraordinary power connections. Jiang Evening's words, listening to Chen Yi, caused a wave of vertigo. He was stunned. Unbelievably, he said, "What, Jiang Evening, are you telling the truth? It was our family that helped you with Feng Yusong's troubles? Could you be mistaken?" Jiang even shook his head. Pneumatically, he said, "It shouldn't be possible. No, it should never be possible. Because I remember clearly the day our two families met and my aunt told me off herself. Said that he had already helped me with Feng Yuchong, so that I didn't have to be afraid anymore in the future." "What? This is something you actually don't know about?" Chen Yi swallowed his saliva. His legs went weak with shock and his palms began to sweat. Couldn't help but growl. Crap. When you say that, I suddenly remember something. The day before Feng Yuchong was beaten, I remember my dad talking to someone on the phone, getting all secretive. I was flirting with the idea that he wasn't ganging up with someone to form a triad. Now that I think about it, everything is in order, except that they've been deliberately hiding it from me. Hearing my sister's brother-in-law's conversation, Jiang Yanyan all of a sudden had both eyes glowing. Prancer sat up straight. Excitedly, he said, "Oh my god, I'm going crazy. I grew up fantasizing about being protected by a gangster. The kind of guy who has a local hand in the pie and is so powerful that he's called the emperor of the land. I can't believe it's really happening now. Ha 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 ha. Brother-in-law, dare I say you're my umbrella? With you as my own brother-in-law covering me, who else am I afraid of? I'm going to walk sideways from now on. Geez mom, that was awesome." Chen Yi clenched his fists, whacked himself hard on the side of the head. The corner of his mouth forced a smile and said, "Amazing. Don't get so excited yet. It's still to be proven. I need to slow down and calm down now." Jiang even smiled slightly, eyes brimming over. She looked at Chen Yi. Softly, she said, "Chen Yi, ask your uncle and aunt first and listen to their opinions. Let's see if we can help Amazing with this one. It's a matter of her life." Chen Yi twisted his head. It met Jiang Evening's line of sight. His expression was serious. Word for word. "Don't worry. I'll definitely do my best to help Amazing. She's also my sister now, and a sister-in-law to 3 babies. I'll call mom and dad right now and ask." Chapter 158, Dad and Mom. Are they the big shots of the Magic City Mafia? Having said that, Chen Yi took his cell phone and walked out of the bedroom. Jiang Yanyan took Jiang Evening's hand. Overjoyed, he said, "Sister, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known that my brother-in-law's family lineage was so awesome, what the hell am I afraid of? You've really found the right person to find Chen Yi. Tall and handsome, with good hands. The worst part is that his family has extraordinary power connections. How powerful must this family be? Oh my god, I can't even imagine." Jiang even gave Jiang Yanyan a blank look without any good humor. The expression was helpless. "It's not like I'm looking for him for his family." Jiang Yanyan narrowed his eyes and gave a bad smile. "Flirting? So what are you in for? Oh yeah, you guys met on a one-night stand at first, so you must be living for him. Ouch. It hurts. Sis." Jiang Evening reached out a hand. With force, he knocked Jiang Yanyan's head. Laughing, she scolded, "You dead girl. Shut up. How could I be so shallow? Actually, I can't say exactly what it was that made me want to marry him. It was probably just a spur of the moment thing. Plus in the subsequent contact, I thought he was quite nice, and I didn't realize that I had feelings for him. Jiang Yanyan nodded with incomparable approval. Lamented. Then it seems that marriage is really an impulsive thing. Too sensible to want to go into marriage instead. Outside the door. In the hallway, Chenny dialed his mom's phone. Before he could say anything, Mom's cloud-piercing voice came through. Bastard. You still know how to call home, don't you? I haven't been home all night, and you didn't reply to all the messages I sent you. I think you're itching again. Chenny skimmed his mouth with a speechless expression. Explaining. Mom, didn't I send you a message that I wasn't coming home? Shin Shuin on the other end of the phone felt a sudden burst of annoyance. She frowned. Angrily, he said, Brat, you're good at dealing with the family. Bottom line, say you're not coming home for the night. And don't tell me what you've been doing all night. Mom's warning you, you're almost married now. And you're a father. You can't be fooling around. If you can't control yourself and fool around with unsavory women outside, causing Xiao Lian to break up with you and the 3 grandchildren to be unable to return to the Chen family, then your father and I will never recognize you as our son again. And you will immediately get out of the Chen family. Listen to the deafening voice coming from the cell phone. Chen Yi hurriedly turned his ears away from the phone. Listen to the sound of Mom's reprimand wane. Only then did Chen Yi interject. Mom, listen to me. How old am I? Every once in a while, when I don't come home at night, you beat me to a pulp. And I'm a big man. It's not like I'm in any danger out there. To tell you the truth, I was indeed with a woman last night and didn't have time to check my cell phone. Shin Shuin heard this. First there was a shock. Immediately afterward, he asked anxiously, Really, son? Is it with little Knight? If you dare to move on, Mom won't spare you. Chen Yi hummed. His mind couldn't help but flash back to the scene he experienced with Jiang evening last night. The corners of his mouth turned up in an involuntary giggle. Shin Shuin heard her son's reply. There was a sigh of relief and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Well, then it looks like I was wrong about you. Baby, you're doing great. You should spend more time with Late. From now on, as long as you're with little Knight, Mom won't rush you home, huh? You can live wherever you like. Giggle. Chen Yi shrugged. Oh, Mom's attitude changed fast enough. She was so happy to hear that she was with her precious daughter-in-law. Chen Yi did not want to continue to listen to his mom's ramblings. He interrupted decisively. Mom, okay, let's not talk about this. I'm calling you about something very important. It was only once she heard this that Shin Shuin closed her words. She curbed her laughter and said seriously, Oh, what is it, son? Right now it's your marriage that's the top priority for me and your dad. Chen Yi paused, said succinctly, Mom, tell me the truth. Does our family have some kind of power relationship that is not known to outsiders? Like, say, the underworld kind. Little Knight has already told me that it was you and my dad who helped her with Feng Yutsong's troubles last time. That's Director Feng's only son. How could he be moved without monstrous connections? Chen Yi finished. The phone went quiet all of a sudden. A few seconds later, he vaguely heard his mom seemingly discussing something with his dad. Soon, Mom's voice sounded again. That's right, son, you guessed right. Now that Late has told you, you yourself understand what's at stake. Then Mom and Dad won't hide it from you anymore. When you come home, Mom and Dad will tell you all the things they hid from you before. Of course, what should govern you will still govern you, and what should be restricted will still be restricted. Chen Yi's pupils dilated at the words and he sucked in a breath of cool air. I can't imagine. Mom and Dad are really not unusual people. They're hiding it well enough. In fact, as early as last year, Chen Yi had already discovered it. The financial condition of the selfsame family seems to be more than just a family of hundreds of millions of dollars. After all, there's a big difference between over $1 billion and tens of billions and hundreds of billions. But it's one thing to have a rich family, and it's another to have Mom and Dad be mean to you. Therefore, Chen Yi did not look deeply into the matter of the family fortune. Now, Mom herself admits that her family still has extraordinary power connections. That's a lot to take in. Daring to cripple Director Feng's only son is tantamount to moving Earth on the head of a Teiyu Yukai. Just what kind of power is it? It's unimaginable. Chen Yi took a long breath, trying his best to keep himself calm. He lowered his voice and said with a serious look on his face, Mom, hurry up and tell me, what's the deal with our family's special powers? Anyway, you and my dad, you're not some kind of mobster, are you? Or are you actually the hidden underground emperors of Mordor? Bull, a university professor who teaches by day, and a sprightly, uninhibited third-rate painter in his spare time. But both of these vests, in fact, are designed to conceal your true identities. You, Just as Chen Yi spoke eloquently with a mysterious face. When substituting mom and dad as characters in a cool novel, mom's bright, uninhibited laugh suddenly rang in her ears. You thieving boy. Laugh your ass off, mom, ha ha ha. No sense of decency. Stop being poor and get down to business. Are you in some kind of trouble? Do you need mom and dad to help you out? Mom's words. It caused Chen Yi's thoughts to instantly return. Chapter 159, Departure. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a red book. He slowed down and coughed twice. Calmly, he said, okay, Mom, when I get home, you and my dad are going to have to tell me the truth about our family. Shin Shuin hummed. In a somewhat impatient tone, he said, okay, get on with your business. Mom doesn't have that kind of free time to listen to your bullshit. Chen Yi glanced at the bedroom door. After a moment of deliberation, with a serious expression, he said, Mom, yes, Little Knight and I originally planned to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau early in the morning to get a license. But who would have thought that her cousin, Jiang Yan, suddenly came to our door. Amazing Jiang has run into trouble. A gangster always comes to pester her, plotting against her and even brutalizing her, almost strangling her to death. That punk hit pretty hard, and he's also connected to the triads. So Amazing Jiang is worried about retaliation. That's why Little Knight told me about you and my dad helping her out with Feng Yutong last year and asked me. Chen Yi will be the original cause of the matter. One by one all told Mom. Mom on the phone was suddenly silent for several seconds. Chen Yi guessed that Mom must be discussing this tricky matter with Dad, so he casually leaned against the railing of the hallway, waiting for Mom's reply. Whoops! Mom's words came out as soon as she opened her mouth. Aya! Mom didn't hear it wrong, right? You're going to get a license with Xiaolian? Mom's brain stopped spinning just now when I heard you say you wanted a license. Mom's so happy. I'm finally looking forward to this day. Your dad, the old man, is now excited to go burn incense to his ancestors. Ha ha ha. Chen Yi rolled his eyes at the air. It's simply off the charts. Nice guy. Nowadays, in the eyes of Mom and Dad, there is nothing else but their son getting married. Oh no. There's also the matter of 3 precious grandchildren returning to the Chen family. Chen Yi cleared his throat. Young said, Mom, can we still communicate normally? Little Knight and I are worried sick. This is a matter of Jiang Yanyan's personal safety. Don't worry about getting a marriage license. You won't get away with it. Hearing my son say that, only then did Shin Shuin suppress the ecstasy in his heart. Calmly said, Mom heard, not just deal with a triad small gangster. Your guy's name, address to Mom. The rest, you don't have to worry about. Chen Yi swallowed his saliva. Surprised. Ha, that's it? No need to go into more detail about the man? You and my dad really have a solution for the gangster jerks? How do you want to solve it? Shin Shuin didn't bother to say any more nonsense. Impatiently, he said, don't ask about this nonsense. Just trust Mom when she says she'll fix it. As of this afternoon, the punk you're talking about won't exist anymore. Son, you must remember what Mom said. The most important thing for you at the moment is to hurry up and marry Little Late into the family, so that our baby grandchildren can return to the Chen family. Chen Yi smashed his lips, looking somewhat helpless. He said, oops, got it. Mom, I'm getting calluses in my ears from chanting this every day. I believe you and my dad are just that. Hang on. After hanging up, Chen Yi slowly raised his head and looked fixedly at the crystal lamp above his head. This instant, he felt like everything that had happened in the last year was so unreal. Big dreams in general. This one after another bizarre things. If put on ordinary people, probably the spirit has long been not too normal. But the good thing is that he's kind of a pragmatic guy. Money, power, mansions, luxury cars. These were tempting to him, though, but not enough to make him lose his mind. All he had ever wanted in life was to find a sweetheart, have a few children, and live a cozy, happy little life. Think about it. He slowed down and turned to walk back to the bedroom. Seeing Chen Yi come in, Jiang Yan couldn't wait to speak. Brother-in-law, my own brother-in-law, how's it going? Can you help me with Young Hong? We can't give that beast a chance to get back at me. I don't want to die at such a young age. Woohoo, said. Jiang Yan feigned aggression and rubbed her eyes. Chen Yi smiled easily. Fast forward, confidently, he said, don't worry, this has been resolved. That boy won't get a chance to pester you again. Jiang Yan's eyes instantly lit up at the words. A sharp clap of the hands. Emotionally, he said, wow, really, sis, how did you do it? Ha, just one phone call and it's, like, solved? That beast is a gangster. It seems that the power of my brother-in-law's family is really unimaginable. Can you tell me more about it? Let my sister-in-law grow up. Jiang Yan's words just fell. Jiang Evening's brain boom came knocking over. Amazing. Don't be rude. Isn't it enough to help you out? Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't ask what you shouldn't. being a powerful woman in the mall. Jiang Evening knew that there were some things involving family secrets that the other party would not easily inform outsiders. Outsiders shouldn't ask questions out of hand either. Chenny smiled and did not reply. Mostly, right now, he couldn't figure out for himself what exactly was going on in his own house. Jiang Yanyan pouted. Reluctantly, he nodded. After accompanying Jiang Yanyan in the bedroom for a while, Jiang Evening picked up her cell phone and glanced at the time, muttering, "It's after 10. Amazing. You should go downstairs and eat. You need to get well now and eat and sleep a little more regularly." Jiang Yanyan took Jiang Evening's hand. Spoiled. "Sis, won't you and my brother-in-law eat with me? Why don't you guys eat with me?" Jiang even looked up at Chenny, asked his opinion with his eyes. Chenny waved his hand, decidedly refusing. No, 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 don't forget our big event. We have to hurry to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license. Look, I have your account book with me. Jiang Even's pretty face blushed, pouting. You guys, it was such an emergency just now. I'm surprised you didn't forget to bring your account book too. Jiang Yanyan was surprised and delighted. He was busy saying, getting a license? You didn't tell me about such a big thing. I'm so happy for you guys. You're just made for each other. God can't look at us without a license. So don't say anything. Hurry up. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately to get a red book. Jiang Evening patted fearfully on Jiang Yanyan's arm. Concerned, he said, amazing. Is it okay for you to eat by yourself then? Need to hire 2 more nannies for. Jiang Yanyan waved his hand violently, interrupting. Don't worry about it. I'm fine on my own. I'm just not feeling well lately. It's not like I'm paralyzed. Chenny laughed so hard that he coughed. One took Jiang Even's hand, sharply. Listen, my sister has said so. Come on, wife, get your red book. Chapter 160, Honey, you mesmerize me with your beauty like this. Jiang Even's eyelids fluttered as she glared at Chenny. With an expression of seeming joy and shame, she said, alright, now go, okay? You guys, look at you in a hurry. Why do you think I'm about to get on a pirate ship? Said. Jiang Even picked up her handbag and stood up. The corner of Chenyi's mouth hooked up as he stretched out his hand and naturally took Jiang Evening's hand. On the way out, Jiang Evening explained, amazing, don't forget what I told you. If anything happens, feel free to contact me. Jiang Yanyan nodded. With tears in the corners of her eyes, she said, I know, sis, you and your brother-in-law must be happy and cherish your relationship. After Jiang Evening and Chenny left, Jiang Yanyan sighed slowly. With that, he moved the pillow behind him and scrunched up, lying on his side. Tears slid down the corners of his eyes. She sniffled, murmuring, originally, I had such wonderful and sincere feelings as my sister. Blame me for not knowing how to cherish. Slutty and depraved, completely breaking my husband's heart. In this life, that's it, no one will ever love me again. Road. Chenny gazed ahead and drove with a spring in his step. Jiang Evening, on the other hand, leaned leisurely on the seat and swiped her cell phone. Swiped to a certain message. Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes dilated. With a surprised face, he said, oops, we seem to have forgotten something. Chenyi twisted his head. With a smile on his brow, he said, oh, what is it? Jiang even lowered her head and looked at the clothes she was wearing. Beaming, I said, I looked up the preparations before getting a marriage license. In addition to getting both people's documents ready, you need to change your clothes ahead of time and go to a photo studio to have your photo ID taken. If we were to take pictures in a civil office, it would be very casual. We wouldn't be given an angle to choose or retouch the pictures. Geez, you only get married once in your life. I don't want an ugly picture on my marriage license. Chenny smiled at his words, and then he twisted his head around and carefully examined Jiang Evening's makeup and clothes. Since it was a rush to get out the door, Jiang Evening only put on simple light makeup, and her clothes were chosen rather casually. But, unexpectedly, today's makeup and dress, when paired together, are extraordinarily nice. The light makeup perfectly displayed her icy skin and red lips, a white mink coat with a big red corseted dress, taking advantage of the fact that she was beautifully formed and plump and attractive, especially these slender black silk legs. Looking at people's throats dry, Chenyi was a bit stunned. He tugged at his throat, eyes full of favor. He said, wife, I think, you are already very beautiful like this. There's absolutely no need to deliberately go into a photo studio to have your picture taken. As beautiful as you are in heavy makeup, today's light makeup looks cleaner and whiter, and you look like a pretty little girl. If you go to get a marriage license in this condition, the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau will definitely think that you're not of legal marriageable age and will suspect me of abducting an underage girl. Hear that? Jiang Evening laughed so hard that her chest followed along. She raised her pink fist, pounding on Chen Yi's shoulders. What's with the mouth like honey all of a sudden? You guy? Is this the same big, Goofy, straight guy I know? You went to great lengths to make me go straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you to get a license. Giggle giggle. Chenny smacked his lips. With a crooked smile, he said, "Hey, I'm not complimenting you against your will. I'm telling the truth. Your makeup is really pretty today, and you chose a nice dress. When we get to the civil office later, for the photo shoot, you'll take off your jacket and just wear the dress underneath. Big red. How festive. Just right for a license. The style is still corseted. While it's possible how thin your little waist is, I can hold it in one hand. Of course, where it should be big, it's still too big to be controlled by one hand," said. Chenny turned his head and shot Jiang Even a meaningful glance. Jiang Evening's cheeks abruptly reddened. She picked up her chin. "Milk fierce milk Meng," shyly said. You're taking advantage of me again. Driving are not honest. Thieving eyes. If you go back to ancient times, you are designated as a flower picker. I don't want to get a license. I'm so scared. If I do, won't you take advantage of me even more? Oh. Chenny reached out and touched Jiang Even's head. With an unruly smile and fiery eyes, he said, "It's not certain who will take advantage of whom in the future. Don't they say that women are like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s? You are almost there." Jiang Even flickered her pretty eyes and glared at Chenny. Disdainfully, he said, "Humph, no way. I wouldn't." Jiang Evening didn't tell a lie. At the moment she is. Of course it doesn't occur to me. Not long after the marriage, her relationship with Chenny would change drastically. Chenny goes from offense to defense. And she switched from defense to offense. All kinds of erotic lingerie, all kinds of toys and props, almost 365 days. Every day is not the same. Day after day, he pestered Chenny for it. So much so that Chenny had to pull his face down and go to his dad to ask for that super invincible 10% tonic soup. "I can't help it. My body just can't take it, but can't eat and want it all the same." That feeling can't be described in 3 or 2 words. City East, Yunjin Villa. Squeak and twist. Jiang Chenghui pushed open the door to the tea room. As soon as he entered, he couldn't wait to speak. "Oh brother Wenhan, you're finally willing to see me. It's been over a year, and I thought that was the end of our friendship for the rest of our lives." Qian Wenhan looked up at the sound. Upon seeing his old friend Jiang Chenghui enter, he got up and reached out to the seat across the tea table. "Come, sit down, old brother Chenghui. It's not that I don't want to see you. It's just that you went too far with that thing a year ago. I still look back on it and have a hard time sleeping and eating." Qian Wenhan shook his head slightly. The look was somewhat helpless. He picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Jiang Chenghui. Jiang Chenghui took the tea. Slowly, he took a sip. With a haughty expression, he said, "Oh brother Wenhan, it's not that I'm talking about you. Your guts are a bit too small." Yes, Chen Shiqian is not a small person. The Chen family's economic power is immeasurably large. And his sister, Chen Wenyu, is also the chairman of a multinational conglomerate. But what does that have to do with us? As strong as the Chen family's economic power is, we are not his subordinates, and we don't rely on his Chen family for food. There is no stake involved, so there is no need to be afraid at all. Jiang Chenghui finished. Qian Wenhan snapped and put down the teacup in his hand. Then raising his eyebrows, he retorted in a stern voice, "Ah Chenghui, why are you still so confused? Okay, I'll tell you the truth today. It's over anyway. The reason why I'm afraid of offending the Chen family is not as simple as you think. The Chen family is not only economically strong. Since ancient times, wealth and power are not separated. Chen Yi's power in Mordor, and even the entire country of China should not be underestimated." Jiang Chenghui raised his thick eyebrows and smiled faintly. After putting down the teacup, he moved his body forward and said slowly, "Oh, the power behind the Chen family? According to you, the Chen family wouldn't be related to any dark forces, right?" Qian Wenhan smoked his cigar without saying a word. He narrowed his dark eyes, pondering how he should explain to Jiang Chenghui. Although he hadn't seen him in over a year, he was well informed in Mordor. He had long known about the fact that Jiang Chenghui's daughter had returned home and had given birth to 3 grandchildren for the Chen family. If you reveal something about the Chen family to Jiang Chenghui, he was prompted to pull his face down, go apologize to the Chen family, and send his 3 grandchildren back to the Chen family. Then, one would be considered to have done a good deed for the Chen family. Thinking, Qian Wenhan waved his hand slightly and said, "Dark forces? No, you're underestimating the Chen family here." Chapter 161, The Chen Family's Mysterious Family Background. Jiang Chenghui instantly wrinkled his eyebrows at his words. With a solemn expression, he said, "Underestimating the Chen family? That would be strange. Then what kind of power must be behind the Chen family? It can't be stronger than Emperor Qin Han, right?" Hear that? Qian Wenhan was creeped out. Hastily, he reached out and made a gesture of silence. Lowering his voice, he said, "It's a good thing it's at home. If it were outside, you can't mention Qinghan's name." Jiang Qinghuai narrowed his eyes and smiled. Whispering softly, he said, "Brother Wenhan, this I know for sure. I just don't understand. Is this Chen family more powerful than Qinghan? It was only recently that I heard about Qinghan's fall from grace, and that's when it hit me. What you told me last year. There are people outside of people and mountains outside of mountains, and the truly powerful families are all unassuming. Now that I think about it, that's really it." Qian Wenhan slowly made tea while raising his eyes to glance at Jiang Qinghuai. The eyes were dark and meaningful. "Qinghuai, you and I both probably know what kind of character this Qinghan is. On the surface, he's an entrepreneur who's passionate about charity, but in reality, he's a deep-pocketed black boss of Mordor, recognized as the emperor of the underground. Such a character, if he hadn't been found out by the state, who among us would have known that Mordor still had this character?" Hear that? Jiang Qinghuai's face sank as he was horrified inwardly. The eyes became sharp and complex. His eyes were dark and he clenched his fists involuntarily. Blasted out. "Brother Wenhan, the Chen family should not really be the same as this Qinghan." The following words. Even though there were no outsiders present, Jiang Qinghuai didn't dare to continue. The moment. His heart was jittery, and a strong sense of fear instantly swept through his body. If Chen Shiqian was really a triad leader like Qinghan, then his own daughter's situation would be in danger. No, not only his own daughter, but even the entire Jiang family would be involved. Now, it is a fact that her daughter has given birth to 3 grandchildren for the Chen family. The relationship between the two Jiang Chen families was already broken bones. How can this be? Thinking about it, Jiang Qinghuai raised his head. Eyes full of horror, he looked at Qian Wenhan. Qian Wenhan gave a wooden smile. Reaching out, he patted Jiang Qinghuai's shoulder in fear. Relieved, he said, "I understand how you think. Old brother, it looks like you're still saved. Thought you've been completely mesmerized by money and power. Don't care, all you think about is climbing up the ladder. Ha ha ha." Jiang Qinghuai skimmed his lips. A head of water said, "No, brother Wenhan, why do you still have the heart to make fun of me? I admit that I did get carried away with profit before, causing the whole person to get into the money, becoming arrogant and uncaring. But aren't I sober now? I'm not the kind of person who can do anything for money and power. If the Chen family is really some kind of black force, then I wouldn't dare to have any more involvement with the Chen family, our Jiang family, but we don't share the same fate as those who do wrong and fish the people." After listening to Jiang Qinghuai's grandiose words, Qian Wenhan instantly restrained the smile on his face. He squared himself. With a serious look on his face, he said, Well, with your words, I'm relieved. Don't be too nervous about the true identity of the Chen family. I can't completely reveal it to you though, but I can assure you that the Chen family is in no way a black force of the Qinghan's kind. It's true that the Chen family has special power relations in addition to their massive economic power, but that is by no means a ghost or evil force. Jiang Qinghuai looked grave and silent at his words. After drinking tea quietly for a while, he turned his words around and said, "Okay, brother Wenhan, I believe you. What you're not comfortable telling me, I won't delve into, but about your relationship with Chen Shiqian, can you tell me a thing or two?" Chen Wenhan leaned his body back. A cloud of smoke slowly exhaled from his mouth. He shifted his gaze to the light outside the window and said in a straightforward manner, "It's nothing to hide, but it's a long story. It starts with the ancestors of the Chen family. Since the Song dynasty, the ancestors of the Chen family have been famous Hui merchants throughout the country. When it comes to Hui merchants, the first thing that comes to mind for us ordinary people is salt peddling, cotton peddling, silk peddling, and porcelain peddling. But do you know what kind of business the Chen family runs?" Qian Wenhan frivolously tilted his eyebrows and cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Qinghuai. Jiang Qinghuai sucked in a breath of cool air. Expressions of surprise. "Mo is not jade emerald? When our two families met last year, the gifts from the Chen family were jade bracelets and jadeite wristwatches worth a lot of money. Blame me for having eyes without pearls, not recognizing treasures, and mocking and belittling the Chen family at the time. I regret it." Jiang Qinghuai sighed heavily, shaking his head in chagrin. Qian Wenhan slammed the table. In an urgent voice, he said, "Elder brother Qinghuai, you guessed half right. The Chen family has been the most famous gold and jade businessmen in the country since the Song dynasty. The so-called chaotic gold and jade. You and I know very well the value of this gold and precious jade, and at no time will either depreciate in value. And the Chen family, it is said that they have accumulated countless amounts of gold and jade over the ages. That's tens of thousands of tons at every turn." Jiang Qinghuai's face turned pale at his words, started wiping sweat off frequently. Chapter 162. Two brand new marriage licenses that arrived. After a few moments of contemplation, Jiang Qinghuai slammed the armrest of the seat. His voice tightened as he said, "Hearing you say that, I can now understand why you are so afraid of the Chen family. The value of the tons of gold alone is incalculable. Plus the jadeite emeralds. It's appalling. You know, a jade emerald of good color. A piece can easily cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Such a precious jade emerald that counts in tons. How much is it worth? Money makes the world go round. The huge wealth accumulated by the Chen family's ancestors is enough to have any kind of huge power relations." Qian Wenhan narrowed his dark eyes, glancing at Jiang Qinghuai. In a calm tone, he said, "Older brother Qinghuai, I know that you still care about the Chen family's power relations. I won't hide it from you. My family's ancestor was a bookkeeper for the Chen family, and because of that, our Qian family was able to make a fortune. I still know something about the Chen family's family situation, but without the Chen family's permission, I have no right to reveal more information to you." Jiang Qinghuai released a smile. Hastily, he waved his hand. In a single word, he said, "Brother Wenhan, you don't need to say much about this. I understand it all." At this point, Qian Wenhan suddenly thought of something like, with a frown on his face, he couldn't wait to say, "Hey, by the way, Qinghuai, isn't your family Shaolian already with the Chen family's kid, and has already given birth to 3 children? I didn't mean to pry. I saw it on the news. If this matter is true, then you and the Chen family can be in-laws. Regarding the Chen family, where is the need for you to come here and ask me? You mustn't know better than I do?" Hear that? Jiang Qinghuai's face immediately sank. Skittishly, he sighed repeatedly. Muffled. "Why? Don't you mention it. You're not an outsider, so I won't hide anything from you. My little Late did give birth to triplets, and they're from that Chen family's kid. In order to not let little Late fall into disrepute, and for the sake of the 3 children to have a complete family. Originally, my wife and I were planning to go to the Chen family to apologize for our mistakes and take the initiative to ease the relationship between the 2 families. But who knows? The Chen family won't let us in at all. We can't even meet the Chen family couple." "Hey," Qian Wenhan was taken aback. Out of the blue, he said, "Oh, there's more to this?" Unexpectedly, this stubborn donkey temper of yours actually has a time when you take the initiative to admit your mistake. Jiang Qinghuai picked up his teacup, after filling his cup of tea in one gulp. Raising his head, his eyes were resolute as he said, "That's for sure. Since I already know I'm wrong, I'm bound to change. Not to mention the fact that the matter concerns my daughter's lifelong happiness, and the fate of 3 grandchildren. The most offending thing at the moment is that the other Chen family simply won't give me this chance to admit my mistake." "Oh brother Wenhan, what do you think of this?" Qian Wenhan shook his head, confused. He rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing. He said, "That's a strange thing to say. From what I know of Shiken brother, he's not someone who can turn away guests. Besides, your daughter has given birth to 3 grandchildren for their Chen family. Does it mean that what you did when your 2 families met a year ago has reached a heinous level?" Jiang Qinghuai felt ashamed at once. "Hang your head low." With a long pause, he said, "Hey, I'm also remorseful after what happened. Oh brother Wenhan, see if you have any good ideas. Hurry up and help me." Qian Wenhan wrinkled his nose, thought for a moment. His gaze was like a hook as he said bluntly, "Qinghuai, forgive me. This is something else to pull off. Be patient, and sincerely apologize to the Chen family. Hasn't your daughter already given the Chen family 3 grandchildren? It's just right that she can use the 3 grandchildren to step into the Chen family's door. That's a real grandson. How many years have you been looking forward to it? There's no reason why the Chen family wouldn't like it. If you want me to say it, you should just take your 3 grandchildren and board his Chen family's door with a more sincere attitude and stop being so overbearing. The chances of the 2 families mending their ways are still high." Jiang Qinghuai nodded slightly. A long breath. The voice trembled lightly. "Okay, I'll try. There's nothing else I can do at the moment." Fumin Road, the entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chenny stood on the steps in front of the door, looking at the 2 brand new big red marriage licenses and smiling. Jiang even stretched out a finger and poked Chen Yi's arm. "Hey, how long have you been watching this?" Smiling like a big idiot. "People are looking at you funny." Chen Yi raised his head. "Look around." With a smug look on his face, he said, "How can anyone laugh at me? Everyone is clearly envious of me. The man is really something to have married such a beautiful wife." Jiang Evening's eyes twinkled and teased Chen Yi, chanting, "Geez, you're such a cheeky guy. Get in the car. Let's go to the company. Just now Xiao Zhou sent me a message that there are 2 investment programs that need my approval and signature." Chen Yi put away the 2 marriage licenses. With a helpless smile, he said, "Yes, we're on our way to the office. Marrying a career woman is just not easy. Yo, and you still have to go to work on the day of the license." Jiang Evening took the initiative to hold Chen Yi's hand. The voice was soft. "Okay, Don't be mad. After work, there's plenty of time to treat you tonight. Hear that? Chenny hooked his thin lips, his gaze burning. He stretched out his arm and wrapped it around Zhang Evening's waist. Dropping his eyes, he whispered, I'll take note of that. Just as the two flirted and walked toward the car, Zhang Evening's cell phone rang suddenly. After pulling his cell phone out of his bag, the name on the caller ID was Dad. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Even pressed the connect button. Hey Dad, how are you? Without waiting for Zhang Even to finish, Zhang Chenghuai's urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Late. Are you with Chenny? You guys go home right now. There's a family emergency. Chapter 163. Marrying you is a great advantage. Zhang Evening frowned. Without thinking, he said, What's up Dad? There's something going on at the office. Can't we talk about it when I get home from work? Zhang Evening's words just fell. The sound of Dad's furious voice came right in his ear. No, put the company's business aside. You and Chen Yi will go home immediately. Having said that, all that was left on the phone was a string of beeps and disconnects. Zhang Evening put her cell phone back into her bag with eyes full of doubt. Mentally, he couldn't help but mutter. Dad had always prioritized the company and rarely called himself during work hours, much less urged him to come home for family matters. What's going on today? Can it be that something bad has happened at home? Is Grandma having one of her old problems? Or is something wrong with the babies? But, listening to Dad's tone of voice, again, it didn't seem to have much to do with the family. Alright, don't think too much. Whatever happens, I'm here. Chen Yi's voice came from above Zhang Evening's head. Like a melodious note, it struck her heart. Zhang Evening raised her beautiful eyes. The voice was sweet and soft. Honestly, I do feel more grounded with you around. Then let's go now. Chen Yi, to my house. Get in the car. Chen Yi turned around and came up to Zhang Evening. While attentively fastening her seatbelt, he narrowed his dark eyes, his eyes playfully scrutinizing Zhang Lian, whispering, We're licensed now. Are you allowed to call me husband instead? Zhang Even's complexion was lopsided. A pair of winking eyes blinked rapidly, pouting. What, calling you husband? I'm not used to that kind of name. It's so mushy. You'd better let me get used to it for a while. Having said that, Zhang Evening bit her lip and turned her face away, casting her eyes out the window. Chenny smiled crookedly. Then eyeing ahead, he slowly started the car. Okay, there's no rush. There'll be plenty of time to hear you call your husband later. The fact that we were able to get a license today has been so blessed and incredible for me. Zhang Evening frowned slightly, with a somewhat puzzled expression. He said, Unbelievable? Chenny hit the steering wheel with one hand. Freeing one hand, he took Zhang Evening's hand, recounting softly, Isn't it? Remember how cold you were to me last year when we finished our date in the hotel and then met again the next day? That stance. A proper iceberg queen. With the words, Men stay away almost written on her face. What a way to put up your pants. With no regard for the fact that I was working my ass off for you the night before. Zhang even sniffed and giggled. Raising her pink fist, she pounded towards Chen Yi's shoulder. Angrily, she scolded. You, why are you bringing this up again? In the first place we were just about it. And I paid you $10,000. That's good enough, okay? Chen Yi laughed so hard that he coughed, holding Zhang Evening's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Eyes full of favor. Now that I think about it. Silly enough you. How dare you pay me backwards for being slept with yourself, and for your precious first time. Of course, I guess later that you didn't want anything more to do with me in the first place and wanted to get rid of me with money. Zhang even restrained her smile, blinked a few times, with a surprised look on his face. He said, You? How did you know that was my first time? It's not like I told you. Chen Yi gulped. After a pause, he cleared his throat and said, Well, that's easy. You were bleeding. You probably didn't realize it yourself. I woke up to blood stains on the sheets. Zhang Evening sighed. Thoughtfully, he said, So that's how it is. It's my dad's fault for being too strict with me, forbidding me to fall in love throughout my student years and keeping me busy with work after college. So much so that I didn't have my first time until I was 27. Which, geez, is kind of embarrassing to think about. Chen Yi twisted his head to look at Zhang Even, who was sulking with her beak. The moment, she inexplicably found Zhang Evening adorable. In the eyes of others, this powerful woman in the shopping mall, thunder and wind, in the relationship is actually such a green and ignorant. I have to say, I've made a fortune marrying her. Thinking, Chen Yi hemmed and hawed. How come? There's no shame in it at all. Not only is it not a disgrace, but you waited right, and after all these years of waiting, it was me you met for the first time. Not only can I satisfy you in that area, but I can get you pregnant in one sitting, or triplets. What is this if not a match made in heaven? Zhang Evening was listening to the clouds. She nodded with a confused expression at first, waiting to come back to his senses. She gritted her teeth momentarily and puffed out both cheeks. Yes, you bad boy. Having said that, the benefits are actually with you. I'm at too much of a disadvantage. No no no. I won't do it. Let's see if I don't kick your ass. Aowa. 40 minutes later. Jiang family estate villa. Jiang Evening straightened up her attire, which was a bit messy due to the scuffle. Then, with a hint of apprehension, she pushed open the door to the first floor hall. Enter the door. Jiang Evening twisted his head to look, only to see Jiang's family surprisingly gathered in the living room. Even his aunt and uncle, who usually seldom came over, were there. She looked up to meet Chen Yi's line of sight, whispering, "What day is it today? Why are they all here?" Chen Yi suddenly thought of something like that. Expressions of surprise. Today is the day we got our license. Everyone, this is already know? What about getting together to celebrate us? Jiang even frowned, pulling Chen Yi's hand. He quickly walked into the living room. Jiang Chenghui saw his daughter and Chen Yi enter the door. Impatiently, he beckoned. "Get over here, little Evening. You girl, you've really grown up now, hiding heavenly matters from the family." Dad's words. Listening to Jiang even was a bit puzzling. Chapter 164, showing the marriage license, shocking the whole family. She froze, with a puzzled expression. He said, "What, Dad? What am I hiding from you?" Said. Jiang Evening took Chen Yi's hand and sat straight next to her grandmother. Chen Yi spread his teeth and smiled at the Jiang family members present, counting it as a greeting. Then, he squeezed Jiang Evening's arm. In a whisper, he asked, "Did your dad know about our license?" Indeed, a big thing like getting a license should have been told to the family in advance. At this point, Jiang Chenghui snapped and slammed the cigar in his hand on the coffee table. Ironically, he said, "What did you say you were hiding from the family? Do you think you've stiffened your wings and are already able to stand alone and exercise power on behalf of the entire family?" Jiang Evening's beautiful eyes dilated. There was disbelief written in his eyes. She tilted her face up and gritted her teeth. "No, Dad. Just tell me what's wrong. It's so busy at the office. I didn't come all the way home just to hear you say fumbling things." Watching the atmosphere become more and more tense, Chen Yi was in a hurry, couldn't help but interject. "Uncle, don't be angry yet. Are you talking about little Knight and I getting a license? It's true that this is something we did wrong. We should have told you before we got the license. Actually, we just decided to get a license last night, so we haven't had a chance to tell everyone yet." Chen Yi spoke with a magnetic and steady voice. The expression is sincere and unassuming. When he finished speaking, he placed two brand new marriage licenses on the coffee table in front of him. Seeing this, the Jiang family members present were all stunned, staring closely at the marriage license Chen Yi held out. He was half speechless. Soon, Mrs. Jiang Lao reacted, tapping the cane in his hand violently. Joyfully smiling, she said, You two kids, why didn't you tell me about such a big event as getting a license? If I had known, I would have had the chefs make a nice table and celebrate. Ha ha ha." Old Lady Jiang picked up the two marriage licenses with slightly trembling hands. Carefully, he stroked the big, gold letters on the marriage license. At this point, the faces of the others were all overflowing with joy. Jolie moved to Chen Yi's side, smiling broadly, with eyes full of love. He said, "Xiao Yi, I really didn't expect that you guys would get a license so soon. Originally, I was still upset because of little Late's indecision, worrying that this girl would delay the marriage again and again. It seems, it's still my good son-in-law who has the charm and the ability. Mom's worry is redundant." Cluck cluck cluck. When Jiang Chenghui saw the two big red marriage certificates in front of him, he was also overjoyed, and the anger on his face instantly dissipated. He bent down and picked up his cigar again. Softening his tone, he said, "Yes, Yat, although there's no wedding yet, after you get this marriage license, you're legally married. Although this girl, Little Knight, has some ability in managing a company, she knows almost nothing about running a relationship and daily life matters. In the future, Xiao Yi, you are the head of the family of your little family. You have to discipline this girl, Xiao Lian, properly. Teach her more about what she doesn't understand, and don't spoil her if she's too willful. My daughter's life's work is finally settled." Jiang Chenghui was on a whim, and the conversation box opened instantly. She began to give her daughter and son-in-law lengthy instructions about life after marriage. Chen Yi grinned straight and kept nodding his head. Jiang Evening, however, felt that the more she heard, the more wrong she felt. "What is Dad talking about? What do you mean? Discipline yourself?" And said something about being capricious and telling Chen Yi not to spoil himself. Is this surely his own father? What's with the arm twisting? Jiang Evening raised her eyelids and rolled her eyes. Puffing, he said, "Dad, you're going too far. It's just a matter of cleaving to me as soon as I walk in the door. But now I'm actually turning to my son-in-law and teaching him how to discipline his own daughter. do you have a dad like that? When people's families marry their daughters, they tell their son-in-laws to treat their daughters well. Good for you. That's outrageous. Jiang even finished. The Jiang family members present all smiled and laughed. Aunt Li Yue looked at Jiang Even and said with eyes full of love, "Little Even, congratulations on tying the knot with Xiaoyi. Auntie came in a hurry and didn't prepare a wedding gift for you. So when your wedding comes, Auntie will make it up for you." Uncle Jiang Chengjing also smiled and chimed in. "Yes, old uncle watched you grow up. I always look forward to your early marriage. Now it's good. Uncle is really happy for you guys. I can see that Xiaoyi is a good, steady and down-to-earth boy. And uncle is very relieved that you married him." Jiang Evening smiled with a surplus, nodded to his aunt and uncle. Just then, Jiang Chenghuai and Zhou Li looked at each other. The two instantly curbed the smiles on their faces. The look became serious. Jiang Chenghuai straightened his body, narrowing his dark eyes. He said in a serious manner, "When I saw your marriage license, I was so focused on being happy that I actually forgot about business. I asked you guys to come back because of amazing. Late, amazing. We know all about it. You girl, you really don't dare to hide such a big thing from your family." Chapter 165, Your Chin family. You're kind to the Jiang family. Hear that? Jiang Even's heart was shocked. She twisted her head around and looked at Chen Yi in surprise, with a slight tremor in his voice. He said, "Dad, you all know about Amazing Grace? I didn't mean to keep it from you guys. I was mostly afraid you'd blame Amazing." Chen Yi subconsciously held Jiang Evening's hand. Inside, he was also surprised. He didn't expect it. He had just helped Jiang Yanyan solve the trouble in the morning, and now all of Jiang's family members knew about it. Jiang Yanyan is afraid of being miserable this time. He remembered the first time he came to the Jiang family last year. The Jiang family frequently mentioned Jiang Yanyan's marriage at the dinner table, and his words were full of pride and honor. All along, in the eyes of Jiang's family, Yanyan Jiang's married life was very happy and fulfilling. Now, they suddenly learned that Jiang Yanyan has been divorced, and the reason is that Jiang Yanyan did not abide by women's rights within the marriage and repeatedly cheated on her husband. In response, Jiang's family didn't know how disappointed they would be. Pop! Jiang Chenghuai slapped the armrest of the seat heavily. Looking helpless, he said, "Little Knight, you're such a confused child. If you had told your family earlier, maybe things would have turned around and Amazing wouldn't have had to end up in a divorce." Old Lady Jiang sighed at her words. Deflated. "Hey, that's not true. If we had let the family know about this earlier, we might have been able to persuade Zhang Lin to help Amazing retain this rare and wonderful husband." Facing Dad and Grandma's complaints, Jiang Evening felt at a loss for words, not knowing what to say for a while. At this point, Aunt Li Yue quickly waved her hand, explaining for Jiang Lian. He said, "Mom, big brother, don't blame Xiao Lian. How can you blame Little Knight for this? No need to think. It must be that Amazing girl who doesn't let Little Knight talk to the family. How dare she tell her family about the shit she's done to herself? She's just letting Late wipe her ass 3 times because Late loves her and spoils her." Jiang Chengjing patted Li Yaoi's shoulder. With that, he turned his head and looked at Jiang Evening and Chen Yi with a complicated expression. Painfully, he said, "Yue is right. Don't blame Little Knight for this. If you want to blame it on my family's dead girl for being a deadbeat, letting her good days go by, repeatedly trampling on the bottom line of marriage, and burying her own happiness with her own hands. Late, you and he should take Amazing as a warning and make sure you cherish your family. Also, this morning, Yat helped Amazing out with something very tricky. My aunt and I are so thankful for you. We'll be sure to meet your mom and dad and pay our respects in person." Hear that? Chen Yi hurriedly shook his head, waving his hand. He said, No, uncle, it's nothing. Amazing is also my sister. It's only right for me, as a brother-in-law, to help her." Li Yue wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Looking gloomy, she said, "Xiaoyi, Auntie knows that this dead girl, Yan, has caused a big trouble and has provoked the triads. If it wasn't for your family's help, the consequences of this would have been unimaginable. We must come to the door to pay our respects in person." Old Mrs. Jiang nuzzled. Turning around, he looked at Chen Yi kindly. The words said, "That's right, to know and repay is the most basic principle of being a human being. Your Chen family can be said to have saved Amazing Grace's life, and our Jiang family will remember that. All in all, between our two families, it is our Jiang family that is guilty of your Chen family. From last year when the two families met and Jiang Chenghuai humiliated you guys to the extreme, to now when you guys helped Amazing solve this tricky matter. Right, there's also the trouble of helping Little Late with that phone clan kid earlier. All of this is the fault of our Jiang family, while your Chen family has been kind to us." After listening to old Lady Jiang's words, Chen Yi and Jiang even looked at each other in dismay. Shock and apprehension were written all over the eyes of the two men. They were not expecting it at all. Zhang's family not only knew about amazing Zhang's divorce, and inviting the triads. I can't believe that I even know everything about the settlement of Feng Yuson last year. It seemed that Zhang Yanyan was making peace with her family. Zhang Evening didn't move and picked up her cell phone, tapping on WeChat. Fruity. Zhang Yanyan's unread message popped up. Zhang Evening sighed. Without thinking about it, she knew that this must be Yanyan Zhang channeling her. Tell her that her family has found out about her. Zhang Evening silently put away her cell phone, mentally calculating how I should explain this to my family. Shan Yi, on the other hand, shook his head once again. With a polite smile, she said, "Don't say that, Grandma. Now that we're family shouldn't be so outgoing. I'm not an outsider. I'm your own granddaughter-in-law." These warm words, it caused old lady Jiang to be incredibly moved. White eyebrows knitted, and with tears in her eyes, she nodded at Chen Yi. He praised, "Look, what a simple, kind, straightforward and sweet good boy Xiui is. It's really an honor for our Jiang family that our little knight can marry such a good boy." Old Mrs. Jiang finished. Jolie and Li Yue also nodded frequently. There was a flurry of praise for Chen Yi. Chen Yi was a bit overwhelmed by the compliment, grinning and hemming and hawing. At this point, Jiang Chenghui, who had been silent for a long time, let out a long breath. It seemed as if he had made up his mind. With sharp eyes and a resolute expression, he said, "All right, let's all stop talking for now. Little Knight, little Yat, Dad called you back in such a hurry to tell you. Dad has decided that he must make a trip to the Chen family. For one thing, it's a thank you to Yi's parents for helping Little Knight and amazing. Secondly, it is a solemn apology to the two families for meeting last year. The third came to discuss the wedding of the two of you. If Yi's parents still don't see me, then I'll make a second and a third trip until the relationship between our two families can be mended." Jiang Chenghui's words. Hearing Chen Yi, his heart was shocked, couldn't help but gulp. Sheesh, that's a long way to go. I didn't expect that the famous Chairman Jiang would be willing to condescend to go to the Chen family to apologize, and it also seems to be sincere and puts the stance down. It seems that he is recognizing his mistake from the bottom of his heart. I just don't know if Mom and Dad will give him this chance to admit he's wrong. Chen Yi opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He didn't know how to respond to Jiang Chenghui's remarks. After all, it's not something he can do anything about. At this point, the sound of the cane hitting the ground resounded again. Old Lady Jiang nodded slightly. Word by word, he said, "Chenghui ah, you brat, this time your words have spoken to my heart. Since you've already decided, when do you want to go to the Chen family?" Jiang Chenghui thought for a moment. With a big wave of his hand, he said, "Sooner rather than later. This afternoon. Just in time. The two kids got their marriage licenses today." Jiang Chenghui finished. Jiang Evening and Chen Yi were both startled. In unison, they said, "What, this afternoon?" Chapter 166, Chen Yi, you're too bad. Jiang Chenghui thought for a moment. With a big wave of his hand, he said, "Sooner rather than later. This afternoon. Just in time. The two kids got their marriage licenses today." Jiang Chenghui finished. Jiang Evening and Chen Yi were both startled. In unison, they said, "What, this afternoon?" Jiang Chenghui straightened his body. Bashfully, he said, "Why? Is there a problem? Time waits for no one. Seeing as my precious grandchildren are almost 3 months old, I can't stand by and watch them not have a complete family. And you two got your licenses today. You're already married in name only. Now all that's left is a wedding." Jiang even pursed her lips. In a small voice, he muttered, "Wouldn't it be a bit fast to go to the Chen family today?" Jiang Chenghui naturally understood the meaning of his daughter's words. The daughter was worried about him. After all, the last time he went to the Chen family, he ate a closed door. Now that we are rushing forward again, we don't know what the outcome will be. Jiang Chenghui's dark eyes turned, eyes lovingly looking at Chen Yi. "Yat, what do you think?" Chen Yi pulled the corner of his mouth. With a serious expression, he said, "Uncle, I support your decision, and I hope from the bottom of my heart that the relationship between our two families will be repaired. For one thing, Little Knight and I have already received our marriage license and have become an official couple. Secondly, the three babies are the bloodlines of our two Xinjiang families. They have the blood of both of our families flowing in their bodies. It's a fact that will never change, and with these three babies, our two families can break bones. However, I can't guarantee that my parents will be able to take the heat off this time and let go of their hearts completely." After Chen Yi finished speaking these words from his heart, the living room became silent in a flash. What's going on here? Why is everyone silent? Could it be that he said the wrong thing? It shouldn't. Chen Yi scratched his head as a flash of doubt flashed across the bottom of his eyes. A few seconds later, Zhou Yuri raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, exclaiming, "Xiao Yi, You're such a warm-hearted child. Those words of yours really spoke to my aunt's heart and touched her to the core. Our Jiang family is truly blessed in our past lives to have a good son-in-law like you. Old Lady Jiang was also touched by Chen Yi's words. She turned around, stretching out his pale arm covered in veins. He took one of Chen Yi's hands. Looking lovingly at Chen Yi, he said, "Little Yi, Grandma's good granddaughter-in-law. You're absolutely right. With these 3 babies, our 2 families can't break the bond. Grandma is looking forward to our 2 families getting along and raising these 3 babies together. Little late, you are now Xiao Yi's wife. In the future, you must be a good wife and mother and serve Xiao Yi well." Elderly Mrs. Jiang pulled Chen Yi's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. The words were full of love and favoritism. The aunt and uncle sitting on the sidelines were also full of praise for Chen Yi. Jiang Evening's pretty face was raised. Humming, he said, "Grandma, almost done. There's no end to the compliments. Even using words like serving. It's just a license, and you're so biased that it's going to be a long day in the future?" Jiang even finished. The living room instantly erupted in laughter. Chen Yi twisted his head. It came to Jiang Evening's ear. Looking at Jiang Even's puffed up and adorable appearance, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked, whispering, "Don't worry, I'll be the one serving you at home from now on. Except in bed." A blush quickly crept up Jiang Evening's cheeks. She pretended not to move and ruffled her hair. Next, she reached out her jade hand and pinched Chen Yi's arm forcefully. "But I didn't want to." The guy's arms were extraordinarily thick and robust. No matter how hard she pushed, the guy didn't budge. He even lowered his voice to provoke her. "Silly wife, with that amount of strength you have, it's not enough for me to tickle you. When we live together, I'll let you pinch every day. Of course, you'll have to let me have it back even after you've pinched it." Hear that? The blush on Jiang Even's face spread directly to her ears. She touched Chen Yi with her elbow. Embarrassed, she said, "Gee, what are you doing? In front of the family? Shut up, shut up." Chen Yi sat upright at his words. Instead, a happy smile lifted the corners of his mouth. Jiang Evening and Chen Yi's secret flirting. Where could they escape the eyes of Jiang's family? Everyone laughed at this and looked at the sweet couple with a smile on their faces. A few moments later, Jiang Chenghui coughed lightly. He then responded to Chen Yi's statement. "Xiao Yi, your thoughts are clear to uncle. You don't have to feel any psychological burden or try to persuade your parents to make concessions for our sake. You and little Knight will just live your little lives. You two are happy and blessed, so that both of our parents will feel at ease." Shan Yi nodded politely, but inwardly there was some real consternation. Chairman Jiang has really changed his temperament lately. In the past, he always had an iron face and began to erupt in thunderous anger at the slightest word. Compare that to the kindness and gentleness of the present, and it's a world away. Just then, a loud cry rang out suddenly. Wow, wow, wow. The crowd instantly looked up, in unison, in the direction of the second-floor nursery. Obviously, it's the babies waking up from their nap. The average baby at this age sleeps up to 16 hours a day. It can almost be said that there is less time for play, except for breastfeeding and sleeping. Listen to the baby's heartbreaking cries. Old Lady Jiang anxiously said, "Egu, the dolls are hungry." All told, they've been asleep for 3 or 4 hours and are in desperate need of energy. Xiao Lian quickly help Grandma up. Let's go up together and take a look. There are childcare workers around, but Grandma's not that comfortable with them. Speaking, Old Lady Jiang had already stood up on her crutches, trembling. Jiang Wan saw this and hurriedly held Grandma's arm. Chen Yi also stepped forward and came to Old Lady Jiang, reaching out to hold her other arm. Seeing this cozy scene, the corners of Zhou Li's mouth curved and a pleased smile appeared on her face. In a light tone, he said, "Good, our family Xiao Yi is really filial and understanding. You two help Grandma up." Slow down, haha. See this. Jiang Chengjing and Li Yaowei, who were standing on the side, had strong envy surging in their eyes. The two men looked at each other and sighed in unison. If only their daughters knew how to cherish their marriage and family and the hard-won couple's love. It doesn't end in divorce. Maybe they will also have the chance to hold grandchildren and enjoy the joy of heaven. Soon, the hall on the first floor quieted down. The large living room, only Jiang Chengjing and Li Yaowei, who were sitting on the sofa, and Jiang Chenghui, who was sitting on the ebony chair on the side, remained. Chapter 167, Go to the Chen family and bring these 2 things. After a moment of muffled cigar smoking, Jiang Chenghui turned his head, raising his dark eyes. He said seriously, "Come on, don't hang your head so much. You two, Amazing is still young. As long as you guys are strict with her, and give up those bad style habits of hers, you will still have the chance to reorganize your family in the future." Jiang Chengjing hung his head low. In a low tone, he said, "I understand, brother. I'll go back with Yaowei and I will discipline Amazing." "Right. If we're going to the Chen family in the afternoon, Do we need to prepare something? Leah nodded slightly approvingly, chiming in. Yeah, big brother, the Chen family has helped our amazing to solve a big problem. We deserve to come to the door with a generous gift to say thank you. Jiang Chenghui thought for a moment, waving his hand. He said, you too, stay back for now. It's not certain if the Chen family will see us or not. If our entire Jiang family comes out, it would seem unorthodox, as if we have the intention of forcing the Chen family. I know you want to thank me in person. There will be plenty of opportunities later when our two families are on good terms. Hearing big brother say that, Jiang Chengjing and Li Yaowei immediately felt that it made sense. The two didn't say anything else. After sitting for a few moments, the two then got up and left. Half an hour later, Chen Yi and Jiang even assisted old lady Jiang downstairs. Weakly, meanwhile, stared behind her as the babysitters carried the babies downstairs. After seeing Jiang Chenghui sitting alone in the living room, elder lady Jiang furrowed her white eyebrows. Puzzled, Chenghui, Cheng Jing and Yue are gone? So what are you doing sitting here all alone? And don't you come up to see your precious grandson? Jiang Chenghui sniffed and closed a book in his hand. Raising his head, he nodded respectfully at his mother and said, Mom, I was thinking of what gifts to bring to the Chen family. Old lady Jiang put the walking stick in her hand aside, taking a seat on the couch. He said, so have you figured out what to bring? The Chen family's family is extraordinary. So don't be stingy. Make sure you bring the most expensive and best gifts. Chen Yi hurriedly waved his hand when he heard this, politely declining. No need, uncle, grandma, there's nothing missing at home, and we're family now, so we don't need to break the bank. Old Mrs. Jiang nuzzled, looking lovingly at Chen Yi. He said, Little E, you don't need to care. Originally, it was this old boy's fault that the relationship between our two families had come to a standstill, and it was only right that he should be allowed to hemorrhage for once. In my opinion, Chenghui, you'll just take out those precious collections that you've privately hidden in your collection gallery. Pick the best ones in there and give them to the Chen family as a meet and greet gift. Jiang Chenghui's expression stiffened. A flash of embarrassment flashed under his eyes. Mom, let me be honest with you. Those collections of mine are nothing in the eyes of other people's showy's parents. It's a bit shabby for me to take those things as a meet and greet gift. Old lady Jiang's face sank. A heavy sigh. Skimming his lips, he said, Hey, so that's how it is. You bastard kid can now be considered to understand what is called outside of people, outside of the sky. Right, so what are you going to do? We can't go to the Chen family empty-handed, can we? Jiang Chenghui leaned his body against the back of the chair. Cross your legs. Airily, he said. Mom, I've just thought about it. You can rest assured. This time when I go to the Chen family, I will only bring 2 things. 3 babies, and this book in my hand. Jiang Chenghui finished. Everyone present was shocked. Zhou Yuri gulped incredulously. In a small voice, she asked, Honey, why do I kind of not understand what you're saying? Are you sure you want to take the babies out when they're so young? But come to think of it, Yi's parents haven't seen the babies until now, so they really should hurry up and let them meet them. They're the baby's own grandparents. There's no reason not to see them. Also, do you really want to bring this book in your hand to the Chen family? Old lady Jiang was also puzzled by this. Reaching out, he pointed at the book in Jiang Chenghui's hand. In a solemn voice, he said, Chenghui, you can't be joking. You just said that your roomful of collectibles was shabby to bring to the Chen family. Now why are you bringing a book? Could it be that this mere book is worth more than those collections? Jiang Chenghui pulled the corner of his mouth. Narrowing his eyes, he smiled. Chesty said, Don't worry, Mom. This book is indeed worth far more than those in my collection, and you'll see when the time comes. The words fell. Jiang Chenghui stretched his coat and stood up. He walked over to his 3 grandsons and smiled at the 3 chubby little guys. Without skipping a beat, he said, Well, it's time. Wife, little knight, you guys hurry up and pack up. We'll go to the Chen family later. Jiang Wan opened her mouth at that and was about to say something. Old Mrs. Jiang then couldn't wait to urge, Little knight, listen to your father. Quickly go upstairs and change your clothes. And Lori, you'd better get back to the bedroom and primp too. I'll be at home waiting for you to come back. Having said that, old lady Jiang tilted her face up and laughed aloud. Jiang even bit her lip, then turned around and stepped onto the steps of the rotating staircase. Chenny stood still and hesitated for 2 seconds. Then, between the baby and Jiang Evening, he chose Jiang Evening. After following Jiang Evening to the bedroom, Chenny hugged his arms and leaned leisurely on the closet. Jiang Evening skillfully took off the dress on her body, revealing her black lace underwear. The exquisite and snow-white jade body was swaying in front of Chenny. Chenny pulled at his throat. In a deep voice, he said, Why aren't you shy this time? Dare to change your clothes in front of me. John Evening was picking out clothes by the closet as she did so, while raising her beautiful eyes. She teased Chen Yi. With a twinkle in her eye and an affectionate brow, she said, "Isn't this already a license? What do I care if the raw rice is already cooked? Grandma specifically told me to when I was watching the baby earlier. She told me that since I'm already licensed, I should stop being so reserved and learn to be more proactive. Grandma also said that in some ways, women have to learn to be dominant and to enjoy themselves." Chen Yi puffed and cocked his head and laughed straight. His eyes burned as he surveyed the concave and convex, extremely charming and wonderful jade body in front of him. With evil eyes, he said, "TSK, Grandma is worthy of being a person who has been here before. She knows just how much." "That's so true. You're right to listen to Grandma. Then you'll come up of your own accord when I'm tired later. I'm sure I won't be able to control it with you hanging above me, and I'll be able to raise my gun again. So we'll be happier and happier." Hear that? Zhang couldn't be bothered to change into his clothes. When he rushed over, he punched at Chen Yi's chest. "You're, like, really, bad. It's too dirty you. Get the hell out of here." Chapter 168, Hubby, can you be more serious? Of course Chen Yi wouldn't go out. He stretched out his arm and circled Zhang Even into his embrace. The big, slender and powerful hand gripped Zhang Evening's waist with force, and the soft plumpness pressed against him. Both men's breathing became heavy, and their eyes burned more and more. Chen Yi let out a deep breath and said, "How can you react so strongly to a hug? If it weren't for the fact that you haven't even been 3 months since you gave birth and still need to recuperate, I'm sure I wouldn't let you go for a single day. By the way, does it have to be 3 months? How much longer?" Zhang didn't break free from Chen Yi's arms. Instead, she pressed her face against Chen Yi's broad and robust chest. Since she was already licensed, she didn't want to be in denial. She was going to be honest about her body's cravings and relish the pleasures that being a woman allowed her to have. "Well, seems like a week away from 3 months. Geez, can't you wait this much time? It's just as well you can take advantage of this week to get in shape so you don't have a heartbeat when the time comes." Zhang Evening's voice was extremely soft and delicate. Speaking, she deliberately twisted her smooth and soft body, rubbing Chen Yi's chest. The stance, as a man of blood and vigor, how could Chen Yi stand it? He stuck out his tongue and licked his somewhat parched lips. Next, he abruptly leaned down and came up to Zhang Evening. Just as he was staring at Zhang Evening's red lips, he was about to kiss them. Zhang Evening suddenly bent down and made a spin. Then he easily slipped out of Chen Yi's arms. "What do you want? You don't want to mess around. I'm going to hurry up and change. I have to go to your house later." Zhang Evening giggled and laughed her ass off. Chen Yi stood in place with his arms crossed, shaking his head slightly. His expression was helpless as he said, "You woman, you're doing this again. Flirting and then running away. Just wait, it's only a week, isn't it? Let's see who'll be begging for mercy then." Zhang Evening took out a white French vintage dress from the closet. Since she was going to Chen Yi's house, she wanted to dress modestly and conservatively, but because of her excellent figure, she was able to show off her curvaceous and shapely body even though she was wearing clothes that were not revealing. Chen Yi quietly watched Zhang Even get dressed. The eyes were captivated by Zhang Evening's figure. He sked his mouth and said, "Look, whose wife is this? Not only is she beautiful to look at, but her body is so flavorful as well." "Oh, so it's mine," said. Chen Yi reached out his big hand and squeezed the bouncy and tender buttocks in front of him. Oops. Zhang Evening dodged away with a red face. To take the heat off Chen Yi, she took the initiative to pull away from the topic and said, "Chen Yi, can you be more serious now? We're going to your house later. Aren't you worried?" Chen Yi shrugged his shoulders slightly. With a relaxed expression, he said, "Don't worry about it. Our two families are now in-laws. Even if there had been conflict before, it's time to resolve it now, and my parents are the reasonable type. But, speaking of going to my house, I'm curious as to what kind of book your dad is bringing." Zhang Evening's beautiful eyes stared. The hand holding the comb stopped in midair, muttered, "Yeah, I was wondering that too. What's this about my dad bringing a book to your house? Does he want to give your parents a book?" Chen Yi skimmed his mouth and didn't say anything. He pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. After thinking about it, he opened WeChat, sent a message to his mom, telling her about the fact that he and Zhang's family were going to the house. Give them a shot in advance. At the same time, he didn't forget to persuade and make a few remarks, trying to get mom and dad to look at Zhang Evening and the 3 grandchildren and not count on the previous conflicts. 1 hour later, City West, the Chen family compound. Chen Shiqian and Shin Shuyin were painting in the studio, and underneath their seemingly unperturbed exteriors, they were very anxious and uneasy inside. After painting a landscape oil painting, Shin Shuyin put down her brush. Twisting her head, she frowned lightly and said, "Hubby, I can't calm this heart. It's been so strange lately." Inexplicably feeling tugged at inside by something, Chen Shijian took a drag on his cigarette, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. He said, "You're thinking of grandchildren, aren't you?" "How could I not? Though I don't say it with my mouth. But this heart is thinking about it." Shin Shuyin pursed her lips, with a somewhat complicated expression. He said, "Hearing you say that, it seems true. Ever since I found out I had 3 precious grandchildren, this head of mine is full of pictures of the little ones. How could it be? I don't think we thought of it that way when our son was little. Honey, do you remember? When our son was little, we used to leave him with mom and dad, and we both loved to go out when we could. Not to mention how dashing and comfortable we were." Giggle giggle. Chen Shijian spread his teeth and smiled. Eyes dotingly patted Shin Shuin's shoulder. "And you're laughing. We weren't exactly competent parents when we were younger. Now that I think about it, I'm kinda sorry for my son. But yeah, thankfully, having 3 precious grandchildren gives us a chance to make up for what we owe our son." Shin Shuin nodded with a smile. Then he picked up his cell phone and wanted to see a picture of his precious grandson. The moment you unlock the lock screen, several WeChat messages popped up before he could open his cell phone album. Shin Shuin subconsciously clicked on WeChat. That's when she realized that her son had messaged her. "Chen Yi, Mom. Shan Yan's parents are bringing 3 babies to our house so you and my dad can meet the grandchildren. Chen Yi, I also want to apologize to you guys in person for the amazing Jiang thing, and also for the meeting thing last year. Chen Yi, in short, it's about trying to fix the relationship between our Xinjiang families. Chen Yi, seeing as Xiao Evening has given our family 3 grandchildren, you and my dad can't close the door like last time. At least see Xiao Evening and the baby. Chen Yi, by the way, Shan Yan and I got our marriage license today. I'll show you guys when I get home later." Laughs. After reading the message from my son, Shin Shuin directly froze. After a few moments of freezing, she pranced to her feet, patting Chen Shijian's shoulder. He said, "Husband, old man, it's not to be. My son sent word that Little Knight's parents are bringing 3 of her grandchildren to our house, saying they want to ease the relationship between our 2 families. The most important thing is that my son and Late are already licensed." Hear that? Chen Shijian had a look of dismay. Reacting, he exclaimed, "Yes, great. With the marriage license, my son and Late are legally married. We have to hurry to get our daughter-in-law and 3 grandchildren to come to our Chen family." Chen Shijian's words just fell. The door to the drawing room was then pushed open. In came Nanny Fang's wife. Fang's sister-in-law hurriedly said, "Sir, ma'am, there's someone from home." Shin Shuin sniffed and asked, "Oh, who is it?" Sister Fang glanced at the door. "Seriously," he replied, "some unseen people, a dozen or more, with children among them. Now Xiaoyi has led them into the main hall." Chapter 169. Don't move. There's a button here that's not fastened. Sister Fang's words caused Chen Shijian and Shin Shuin to be stunned, associated with the WeChat message sent by her son. Shin Shuin quickly understood. She waved her hand at Sister Fang. "All right, Sister Fang, go ahead and entertain in the main hall." After Sister Fang left, Shin Shuin and Chen Shijian exchanged a glance, and then the 2 of them walked out of the drawing room, came to the next bedroom. Since they had just finished painting, the 2 were covered in colorful dyes. After a brief freshening up, Shin Shuin changed into a retro green Republican-style cheongsam, which set off her white skin and beautiful figure. It is rare for a woman of this age to maintain such a voluptuous and attractive figure. "Don't move. There's a button undone here." Chen Shijian smiled and said. Saying that, he bent down and thoughtfully helped Shin Shuin fasten the buttons on her waist. Shin Shuin giggled, pouting, "Honey, you're still attentive." After fastening the buttons, Chen Shijian smoothly touched Shin Shuin's thighs, sighing, "After all these years, I'm old and you're still so white." Shin Shuin instantly blushed. Raising his hand, he helped Chen Shijian straighten the collar of his Chinese mountain suit. The voice was delicate. "No, you're not old. Not only am I not old, I'm more experienced than I was when I was younger. And I couldn't have stayed looking so young without your nourishment." What man doesn't want to hear his own wife praise him for his abilities? Shin Shijian felt refreshed and relieved. He pinched Shin Shuin's cheek, whispering, "That's true. It's because of dads like me that our sons have the ability to hit it all at once. And triplets at that. I hope that my son and Little Knight can be like the 2 of us, in love and in harmony for the rest of their lives. Well, now hurry to the main hall. I can't wait to see my grandson." "Say it." Chen Shijian was then about to walk towards the bedroom door. At this time, Shin Shuin hesitated for a moment, and pulled Chen Shijian's arm. "Husband, when we see Xiao Wan her father later, well, actually think about it. Our 2 families don't have any deep hatred. In the end, it's a matter of character and morality. And the last time Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Qinghuai came to our house, we didn't see them. Now they have come with 3 grandchildren. You see, we Looking at Qin Shuin's appearance of wanting to speak, Chen Shiqian released a smile, interrupting, "You don't have to say it, I understand it all. The so-called Tao is different, but has in-laws, the superficial relationship that should be maintained. Little Knight has given birth to 3 grandchildren for our Chen family. With this, the Zhang family is considered to have done our Chen family a favor." Hearing my husband say that, Qin Shuin instantly dropped her heart. She's a classic cutthroat with a heart of gold, and the fire comes and goes quickly. In fact, she has long ceased to care about the conflict of a year ago. At the moment her heart and eyes are full of precious daughter-in-law, and 3 white and fat cute grandchildren. The same applies to Chan Siam. Right now the Chen family is prospering and there are many successors. The big stone that had been pent up inside him for a long time finally fell to the ground, and his mind became extraordinarily open and light. In the main hall, Chen Yi and Jiang even were teasing the baby girl in their arms, while Jiang Chenghui and Zhou were each holding a grandson. The entire living room was filled with the baby's cute little milky voices. Cluck cluck cluck, ee, yada yada yada. Hear the cute little milky voice. Chen Shiqian and Qin Shuin were overjoyed and walked into the main hall with the wind at their feet. They forced down their inner ecstasy and didn't rush straight over to hug their grandchildren. Instead, he courteously greeted Jiang Chenghui and Zhou. "Here we are. Everyone sit down. Sister-in-law Fong, go make a pot of good tea." Chen Shiqian waved his hand at Jiang Chenghui and Zhou, signaling that they did not need to get up. Jiang Chenghui and Zhou, however, stood in place for a moment, somewhat at a loss for words. After freezing for a moment, Zhou nodded to Qin Shuin with a smiling face. Enthusiastically, she said, "Little Yi's mom, I haven't seen you in a year. You still look so good." Qin Shuin smiled slightly. Waving her hand, she said, "Little late mom, don't stand sit down. So are you. You've kept your figure so well. You're really getting younger." After resuming his seat on the couch, Jiang Chenghui glanced at his grandson in his arms. His dark eyes narrowed as he laughed. "Brother Shiqian, come and hug your grandson. This little guy is so happy. He keeps kicking around in my arms. And his little legs are pretty strong. Baby, come, let your grandpa hold you," said. Jiang Chenghui then raised the baby in his arms and handed it to Chen Shiqian. This move, it caused Chen Shiqian to be a bit staggered. Where does he hold the baby? Although he had watched photos and videos of his 3 grandchildren countless times over the past few days, he hadn't held a child in over 20 years by his count, not to mention a 3-month-old baby. Chen Shiqian grinned and carefully took his grandson from Jiang Chenghui's hand. "Is that the way to hold it? Am I holding it in the right position?" Chen Shiqian looked nervous and moved stiffly. Chen Yi, who was sitting on the side, saw his dad's funny baby-hugging posture, couldn't help but clap and laugh. "Dad, you have to hold the baby's head and your other hand underneath to hold the baby's little butt. You see how my mom holds it? My mom holds it better than you." Chen Yi really couldn't say the latter words, because he fixed his eyes. The mom over there, holding her baby in more than just a funny position. It's almost too weird to describe. I saw that my old mom had tightened her arms around the baby's chest, resulting in a complete lack of stress on the baby's lower body. At this moment, the baby was almost breathless, a small face suffocating in red. Chenny blankly glanced at his mom with a speechless face. Eagerly, she said, "Mom, you hurry up and adjust your posture. Your precious grandchildren are going to suffocate if you keep holding them like that." No, it's not right yet. Let me teach you." Speaking, Chenny was about to rush up. However, not waiting for him to strike, Jiang Chenghui and Zhou then couldn't watch. They immediately got up and quickly walked forward to help Qin Shiqian and Qin Shuin adjust their baby holding positions. Chenny shook his head helplessly, sputtering, "It's so convincing. It's almost doubtful that you guys ever hugged me when I was a kid." Hearing my son sputter, Qin Shiqian touched his nose. With a hefty smile, he said, "Indeed, when Xiaoyi was little, Shuin and I didn't hug him much." Qin Shuin blankly glanced at her son. Somewhat unkindly, he said, "Brat," and blaming mom and dad. "You don't know how obnoxious you were as a child. Sizzling and jumping up and down every day. Not well behaved at all. And not very good looking. Which is like my precious grandchildren, who grow up white and tender, prettier than a yearbook doll." Hear that? Chen Yi immediately felt exasperated. Chapter 170, This Next Generation Relatives. Should we be so exaggerated? That's not a pure insult. It's obvious that you guys are not competent enough. And now you're actually backtracking and blaming yourselves for not being good enough to look good. What a whole big nothing. How in heaven's name can you have a mom and dad like that? Chenny stalked his neck, wanting to have a good theory with his mom and dad, but he was pulled by Jiang Even's arm. Jiang Evening laughed so hard that her chest rose and fell violently. After a bit of a reprieve, she shook Chen Yi's arm and said, "All right, don't bother with your parents. I think, They're just being tough-talking and getting in the way of their parents, so they don't want to admit what you're saying. Actually, yeah, they should know that in their hearts. Chen Yi sighed. He held Jiang Evening's hand, while his other hand gently held his daughter's small meaty hand. In fact, he was just casually complaining. Wasn't really mad about what happened when I was a kid. After all, at this moment, his heart was already filled with great happiness. His petite wife was snuggled up next to him and his baby girl was giggling in his arms. Is there anything happier in the world? Not a moment too soon. Jiang Chenghuai and Zhou over there then helped Chen Shiqian and Shin Shuyin adjust their baby holding positions. Zhou twisted her head to look at Chen Yi. With a relieved look on his face, he said, Shuyin, I see that this is a typical intergenerational relationship for you. How handsome people's Xiaoyi looks. He must have been especially cute and good looking when he was a kid. Anyway, I'm so blessed to have a son-in-law like Xiaoyi. Giggle giggle. Jiang Chenghuai nodded, chiming in, yeah, it's just the next generation. Just like us. Although Xiao Lian looks pretty too, we still think the 3 grandchildren are prettier and more delightful. Ha ha ha. Chen Shiqian held his grandson in his arms as if he were holding a rare treasure. The love is overwhelming. He was originally a man of few words, but now he was trying to make his grandson laugh. Keep making faces. After teasing the grandson in his arms, he walked over to his other 2 grandsons and granddaughter and continued to make faces. Baby, call grandpa, cackle dee. Come on, call out to grandpa. Boo dee. Cluck cluck cluck. The 3 babies were so excited. Eyes squinted like crescent moons, and her little pink mouth kept puckering. Laughter like silver bells filled the entire living room. After teasing the kids for a while, Shin Shuyin suddenly thought of something like that. Looking up, he asked, by the way, do the 3 babies have names yet? It's been baby, and I don't know the babies' names yet. Jiang even turned her head to look at Shin Shuyin. Smilingly, she said, Auntie, the babies don't have big names yet, only little names for now. The oldest is called Strong, the second is called Tun Tun, and the daughter is called Pearl. It's a random little name I came up with, and if you and uncle don't like it, you can change it to something better. Shin Shuyin sniffed and gave Jiang even a thumbs up. After a few moments of recollection, with a smug expression, she said, not bad, Little Knight made a really good name. The older generation says that the more grounded the nickname is acquired, the better the child will be raised. When Chen Yi was small, his father and I used to call him Dog Eggsy, Big Horse Monkey, and Big Pillar. Jiang Evening puffed and laughed out loud. Narrowing her beautiful eyes, she tilted her head to look at Chen Yi. Flirting, he said, ouch, I can't imagine. You have such a personalized nickname. Then I'll call you by your nickname at home from now on, and I'll have to think about whether it's better to call you Doggy or Big Pillar. Chen Yi bared his teeth. He came over and stared at Jiang Evening with fiery eyes. Lowering his voice, he said, or, let us call it Big Pillar. As you know, I am, in some ways, really thick as a post. Having said that, Chen Yi raised his sword brows and gave a bad smile. Jiang Even's pretty face reddened as she glared at Chen Yi. The expression was shy and charming. She coughed lightly and said, Mom and Dad are here. You guys, you're so horny, said. Jiang Evening raised her eyes and scanned the living room, realizing that everyone's attention was on the babies. No one even noticed her and Chen Yi. The elders teased the babies to no end, and the babysitters and maids kept a close eye on the 3 babies. She reached out and poked Chen Yi's shoulder, sighing, look, your mom and dad and my mom and dad. They seem to have put aside their old grudges and mended fences again. It's such a blessing to watch everyone get along. Chen Yi smacked his lips, after a bit of observation, whispering, I don't think so. They're still being polite. It's a superficial rapport at best, and it will take time to get to know each other. Was saying. Chen Shiqian suddenly restrained his smile. Priggish said, since the babies don't have big names yet, it's just as well that we're all here today, so we might as well name the little ones. Shin Shui nodded. Gladly. Yeah, naming the baby, that's a big deal. Zhou stood beside Shin Shuyin, holding his grandson's tiny hand. He said, that's right, the little ones will soon be 3 months old, so it's time to hurry up with the names. The elders present. Only Jiang Chenghui remained silent. The gazes of the crowd instantly landed on Jiang Chenghui's body in unison, only to see Jiang Chenghui move his body in a calm manner. Next, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled a book out of it. The book is not too thin or too thick, and without a cover. It looks more like a pamphlet. Pop. Jiang Chenghui placed the book in his hand on the coffee table in front of him. The crowd glanced at the book on the coffee table and then at Jiang Chenghui. All of them were wondering what Jiang Chenghui was trying to do. Jiang Chenghui smiled modestly. In a consultative tone, he said, Brother Shiqian, I'm not going to lie. I've already named the babies. You guys go through it, and if you're not happy with it, We'll take something else. Jiang Chenghui pushed the book on the coffee table forward. Chen Shiqian was taken aback. Oh, fetch it already? I'll have to take a quick look then. Having said that, Chen Shiqian handed his grandson over to a childcare worker on the sidelines. Bending down, he picked up the book on the coffee table. The moment you turn the front page, Chen Shiqian's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, Egu, this, you wrote this yourself? What's with all the names? How many names is this taking? The crowd gathered around at the words. The only thing I could see was that the book was over 200 pages long, and each page had a name written in quill pen. The font is neat, the strokes are flowing, and the calligraphy is superb. It was only then that Chen Yi and Jiang even understood. Turns out this is not an ordinary book. It was written by Jiang Chenghui's own hand, the names for his grandchildren. Looking over the pages of names, everyone in the room was in awe. There must be hundreds of names? That's a lot of heart. Chen Hongqing, Hong Jianzi, clear eyebrows, good name. Chen Yanqing, smart and clever, true to his word. Wonderful. Chen Xinghe, splendid as a star. Ha ha ha, so good. There's also this Chen Xinhua, Chen Hiyan, Chen Hongjing, are also very good. It's a dazzling selection. Look at this great name of Chen that is exquisite. Chen Shiqian and Xin Shuyin were instantly moved beyond words. Chapter 171, That's How Strong It Is, Grand Finale. The crowd got into a lively discussion over picking names. Seeing that everyone was very satisfied with the name he had chosen, Jiang Chenghui smiled in relief. Suggested, if you ask me, there's no need to rush to finalize it. Just take your time and discuss it. I'm not very educated and have limited naming skills, so people are perfectly capable of coming up with some better names. Chen Yi shook his head frantically at his words, eyes full of adoration. He said, No, uncle, you have chosen a wonderful name. It's enough to pick from within those names. A few moments later, Chen Shiqian recovered from the shock he had just experienced. He glared at his son and said, Xiao Yi, you and Xiao Lan have already gotten a license. Why are you still called uncle? You're going to have to change your name to dad, okay? Xin Shuyin also smiled and said, Yes, son, as the saying goes, a son-in-law is half a son. And in the future you'll also be the son of the Jiang family. Now you hurry up and change your name to mom and dad. Chen Yi was flabbergasted. He turned his head to look at Jiang Even, only to see that Jiang Even was looking at him imploringly and gave him an affirmative look. Chen Yi let out a breath. With that, he stood up and bowed to Jiang Chenghui and Jolie, calling out affectionately, Dad, Mom, thank you, for marrying such a beautiful and wonderful daughter. Without you guys, I wouldn't have such a great wife and these 3 cute babies. Xin Shuyin looked at Chen Yi with eyes full of favor, complimenting, This child, Xiao Yi, just knows how to talk. It's so warm, Xiao Yi. It's also a blessing for mom to have a good son-in-law like you. Jiang Chenghui also spread his teeth and smiled. Smiling, he said, Xiao Yi, good boy. It's very reassuring for dad to leave little Knight in your hands, and from now on you'll be dad's own son. Having said that, Jiang Chenghui turned his head to look at his daughter. Reminder, late, you need to change your mind too. From now on, you'll be the Chen family's daughter-in-law, so you should love Xiaoyi and be filial to your in-laws. Jiang Evening's cheeks blushed. Stand up. Behave yourself and say, Dad, Mom, I will be a good daughter-in-law and honor you well. Xin Shuyin and Chen Shiqian were instantly overjoyed. He praised his daughter-in-law. Evening. Chen Shiqian personally cooked and made a table of good dishes. Families savor food and drink at the table. After the dinner, Chen Shiqian and Xin Shuyin invited Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Chenghui to visit the Chen family compound and admire the paintings of the two in the studio. Ohio. The gate. Chen Shiqian's cheeks reddened slightly as he held Jiang Chenghui's hand. With a somewhat unfulfilled expression, he said, Chenghui, you guys are going back here? Why don't you simply stay at our Chen family compound tonight? There are plenty of rooms. It's not like we can't afford to stay there. Jiang Chenghui's face was also a little drunk. He took a long breath. True to form, he said, It's getting late, and I have an old mother waiting at home, so I have to get back. I'll definitely come back some other day with Lori. Or you guys can come to my mansion and we'll get drunk. Xin Shuyin and Jolie on this side were also holding hands tightly, putting on a sisterly show. Jiang Evening stood on the sidelines. Beaming, he said, Ahem, Mom and Dad, you guys stop for a second. I wanted to say, are you guys really going to leave me behind, not taking me home? Xin Shuyin walked over, patting his daughter on the shoulder. In a serious tone, he said, You girl, is this even a lie? You and Xiaoyi haven't had a wedding yet. But you've already gotten a license, so you're officially married. Why don't you and the babies stay tonight, or the babies can spend more time with their grandparents? Jiang Chenghui nodded. Seriously? Yeah, The wedding will have to count the days. There's no rush. There are some things that don't have to wait until after the wedding, so I'll see that you and the baby stay here for the time being. Jiang even bit her lip at the words. The voice gloriously gibbered. Oh, I'll listen to you guys then. Having said that, she turned her head to look at Chen Yi. In a small voice, he muttered, see, it's called marrying off a daughter and throwing out water. I'll be a member of your Chen family from now on. I don't know what kind of day I'll be greeted with. I'm so scared. Chen Yi smiled favorably. Bend down. Whispering, what day? A good day. Of course. You'll find out tonight. After Zhang's family left, Shin Shuyin waved her hand at a few childcare workers. Instructed, you guys take the baby to our room. I'll watch the baby tonight with the baby's grandpa. And if I don't understand anything, I'll call you guys. Chen Shiqian rubbed his hands together in excitement. Confidently, he said, I think, no problem. Shuyin ah. Let's learn how to make milk for the babies from the nursery maid first. Chen Yi listened in awe. Frowning, he said, no, Mom and Dad, are you guys for real? Let's not even talk about the fact that you two don't know anything about raising a baby. But the point is, I'm the dad who still wants to sleep with the baby. Shin Shuyin instantly felt exasperated at his words, glared at his son. Without good humor, he said, you silly boy, why are you so unenlightened? When can't the baby be cuddled? Who are you supposed to cuddle tonight? Hear that? Chen Yi understood his mom's meaning in seconds. He gulped. Decisively, he said, that's fine. Why don't you and my dad take the baby tonight? I'm going to sleep with my wife. Zhang Evening stood aside and blushed. She tugged at the corner of Chen Yi's coat and didn't say anything. Since her in-laws had already arranged everything, what else did she have to say? They're the baby's own grandparents anyway, so they're sure to take good care of the baby. And there's the babysitter in. Subtime. The bedroom was warmly lit with yellow lights and an ambiguous atmosphere. Zhang Evening, who had just finished her bath, was fragrant and soft, and her long hair was slightly wet. She stood at the end of the bed in a large red silk nightgown, biting her lip, blinking a pair of watery, glistening, charming eyes. She said, Shen Yi, are we going to sleep together? Shen Yi leaned against the large bed. The slender, toned body glowed bronze in the light. The corners of his mouth hooked up, and fire flared in his eyes. Dumbly, he said, or what? Zhang Evening knew she couldn't escape tonight. Or rather, at this moment, she herself was out of control. She walked slowly toward the bed. The voice was loving and soft. Come on, but you better be gentle. Because, the stars were dotted outside the window and the night breeze was slightly chilly. Looking up at the night sky, the beautiful vastness of the universe, the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy are, at this moment, on a collision course. Book ends.